tell me. Do you plead?
Oh my God. When I woke up this morning, I found myself lying on the second floor of a detached house on the outskirts of Queens, New York. My head was heavy and groggy, as if I'd just woken from a long, bizarre dream. My name is Su Yi, an international student from China, currently attending Midtown High School in New York City and renting the second floor of this house. Yes, that's the very same Midtown High School that Spider-Man, Peter Parker, once attended. But in reality, there's no Peter Parker at this school. No matter how hard you look, you just won't find him. 2 months ago, I was transported here. By searching online, I managed to piece together a basic understanding of this world. At that time, Tony Stark had just revealed to the public that he was Iron Man. A month had passed since that event. Captain America was still sleeping beneath the Arctic ice, yet to be discovered. The timeline was roughly between Iron Man 1 and Iron Man 2. That's right. This is the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Although Midtown High exists, Peter Parker is currently just a grade school kid. The moment I realized I'd landed in the Marvel Universe, I was so excited I nearly jumped for joy. But that thrill quickly faded, replaced by a deep, nagging anxiety. The Marvel world might seem calm on the surface. No alien invasions, no Thanos stirring up chaos, but danger hangs overhead like the sword of Damocles, ready to strike at any moment. I'm just an ordinary person, utterly powerless in the face of the crises that the future holds. Here in America, where shootings are all too common, I live each day cautiously, as if I'm treading on thin ice. Fortunately, as a transmigrator, I did receive a special cheat of my own. Although compared to the hacks some predecessors have gotten, mine is a little hard to judge. My golden finger is actually a scratch-off card I receive each day. Scratching it reveals a girlfriend card of varying rarity. When used, not only do I gain the character herself, but I also inherit her and her boyfriend's unique abilities. The scratch cards come in different tiers. 1 gray card per day, a white card every Sunday, and a green card at the start of each month. Cards can also be combined. 3 low-level cards can merge into a higher-level card. Each tier of scratch card grants access to girlfriend cards and abilities of the corresponding level. The color of the card determines the highest possible rarity, but there's no guarantee you'll get the best one. For example, a gray card can only yield gray tier characters, while a green card might give a green tier or just a gray tier character. The first few gray cards I scratched revealed girlfriend cards so bizarre I could hardly bear to look at them. Looks aside, it was immediately obvious there are quite a few like-minded souls behind these cards, all waiting for their turn to be drawn. Last night, after 2 months of diligent preparation, I finally collected enough cards to synthesize 10 green scratch cards. I washed my hands thoroughly and, like a devout believer, sat on my bed ready for a 10-card draw. With a burst of light effects reminiscent of a low-budget mobile game, the results were revealed. 7 green cards turned gray, 2 turned white, and 1 remained green. It seemed the 10-draw system had a built-in guarantee after all. At least I got a white card and a green card. That was a small miracle in itself. Ding! You have activated the girlfriend card, green. You've received an excellent level girlfriend card. Beautiful top student classmate. Use it to gain a girlfriend from your class. The moment I saw the green card, it felt like I was witnessing a miracle. I was practically floating with excitement. Use! I pressed the button without a second thought. Ding! You have used the excellent level girlfriend card. Beautiful top student classmate. Your classmate girlfriend is being delivered. My smile froze on my face. What does being delivered even mean? This system is way too unreliable. Hey, system, what's your customer service number? I want to file a complaint. I grumbled at the system for a good 10 minutes before sleepiness finally got the better of me, and I drifted off into a dream. In my dream, I became a teen who could skateboard, loved photography, and was passionate about building things by hand. A far cry from my real life. Before crossing over, I was just an unremarkable wage earner, even after arriving. In this new world, the original owner of this body was only a decent student, but otherwise painfully average. Yet the dream felt so vivid that when I woke up, I actually wanted to try skateboarding and photography myself. At dawn, I went to an open store, bought a skateboard and a camera, and spent my entire month's living allowance. But I felt happier than ever before. Gliding through the streets on my skateboard, I felt, for the first time, that I was finally better than a dog. I'd always watched videos on Douyin of dogs skateboarding and thought people weren't even as impressive. Now, at last, I turned the tables. Riding my skateboard coolly to school, I was in high spirits. But as soon as I entered the gate, trouble found me. Standing in front of the bulletin board looking for class announcements, a basketball suddenly flew out of nowhere and hit me on the head. It didn't hurt much, but I was still pretty annoyed. Turning around, I saw 3 tall boys grinning at me. The one in front, leading the group, smiled as he feigned an apology. "Oh, sorry. Your classmate girlfriend has been delivered. Please check and receive." The system message popped up, and I felt that if I could just meet and maybe even hold hands with my new classmate girlfriend today, I'd call this day a win. I didn't know those 3 boys very well, only that the leader's nickname was Lightning. Speaking of lightning, I couldn't help but think of the sloth named Flash from Zootopia, also called Lightning. Why couldn't this guy be as cute as that sloth? Shaking my head, I made my way toward my locker. So he had only taken a few steps when a delicate-looking girl approached him from the opposite direction. "Ah, you must be Yeah, was Suye's English name, chosen because it sounded similar to the Chinese word Yi. His full name was Yesu. In English, Jesus is pronounced differently from Yesu, so there was no room for confusion. The girl smiled warmly, her manner friendly. For a split second, Suye almost believed he'd just encountered his dream girlfriend from his own class, as if she'd really appeared before him. Looking closer, Suye realized this girl didn't quite fit his personal standards of beauty, but in an age where pretty girl had become a common term, calling her beautiful wouldn't be an exaggeration. However, there was something a bit slow in her expression, a hint that she probably wasn't one of those straight-A students, the so-called academic stars. "I heard you're pretty good at photography. Are you free Friday night?" Was she always this straightforward? Before Suye could even respond, the girl began to explain herself. "I want to have a photo taken of my boyfriend's car, get it framed, and give it to him as a birthday present. Could you help me with that?" A wave of familiarity suddenly washed over Suye, as if he'd lived through this scene before. People sometimes experience a strange sense of déjà vu in certain situations, a phenomenon called the hippocampal effect. But Suye was certain this wasn't just a trick of the mind. Everything unfolding in front of him felt genuinely familiar. A girl striking up a conversation, but in reality asking someone to photograph her boyfriend's car, the lightning fastball that had just hit him, and the affectionate couple leaning against the lockers. These events all struck a deep chord of recognition within him. And that sense of déjà vu reached its peak when, book in hand and ready for class, he caught sight of a blonde girl in a short skirt and knee-high boots, sitting quietly on a desk, absorbed in a book. Ding! Beautiful, genius classmate has been delivered. Character, Gwen Stacy. Current favorability, 20, acquaintance. Kind reminder, the girlfriend card only unlocks a possibility. A bright future is yours to create. Go on, make your own miracle. As he read the system notification, Suye finally understood. That lightning from earlier was none other than Flash Thompson. The overwhelming sense of familiarity was because he was reliving the opening scenes of The Amazing Spider-Man. And the blonde girl before him was none other than Spider-Man's second love interest, a brilliant and beautiful top student, Gwen Stacy. By activating the girlfriend card, Suye had summoned Gwen Stacy into this world where she didn't originally exist, even bringing along others from her story, like Flash Thompson. Suye was about to take Peter Parker's place in Gwen's story, becoming her boyfriend, and perhaps even taking on the mantle of Spider-Man himself. Seen this way, getting the girlfriend card was like adding a brand new story expansion pack to this world, and he was now the protagonist of this new plotline. The thought filled Suye with a sudden surge of motivation. From what he understood, this world was originally the Marvel Cinematic Universe, where Spider-Man existed but wouldn't appear for quite some time. During this period, before Holland Spider-Man made his debut, becoming Spider-Man himself, even temporarily, seemed like a pretty great choice. With Spider-Man's powers, what difficulties could there be in establishing himself within the Marvel Universe? At least at the beginning, there wasn't any real threat to his life. He could fully enjoy the experience. As for what came later, when all those cosmic-level powerhouses started showing up, if he didn't manage to become Iron Man's close friend, how could Spider-Man hope to survive? So he wasn't worried about that. He had the girlfriend card system. Spider-Man was just the beginning. In the future, he'd surely meet even more fascinating girlfriends and gain even stronger abilities. By then, he'd be someone others could rely on. He wouldn't need to depend on anyone else. Thinking this way, Suye suddenly felt reassured about his own future. He glanced at Gwen in the distance. She sat with effortless grace and undeniable allure, so Suye took out his camera. Only then did he realize the dream last night, where he practiced skateboarding and photography, had all been preparation for playing the part of Peter Parker. Click. The image was captured, preserving a beautiful moment. One shot was enough. Taking too many could easily be misunderstood. After all, his relationship with Gwen wasn't exactly close, and if her affection for him dropped, or even went negative, that would be trouble. Hiss. Just as Suye was snapping Gwen's photo, a spider suddenly appeared from who knows where. Taking advantage of his distraction, it bit him on the hand. What's going on? That was so sudden. Seiya looked down at the bite mark on his hand, but the spider had already vanished without a trace. Was that just an accident? Or was that spider the legendary super spider? Seiya wasn't sure. Just then, a commotion erupted in the distance. Eat it, eat it, eat it. Hurry up and eat your vegetables, Gordon. It was obvious. Thompson bullying a classmate was about to play out right in front of him. So he honestly didn't want to get punched by Thompson like Peter Parker had. But then he thought, this might be the perfect chance to raise Gwen's affection for him. If he missed this classic moment, he might miss out on Gwen too. So he braced himself and stepped forward. The result was almost exactly like the scene in the movie. Thompson bullied the student and even asked Seiya to take pictures for him. Seiya certainly wasn't about to give in. He refused flatly, so Thompson tried to use force. But Seiya was prepared from the start and never gave Thompson a real chance. He kept the table between them at all times. In the end, when Thompson lunged in an attempt to strike, Seiya simply circled around the table, turning the whole encounter into a game of cat and mouse. As it turned out, despite Thompson's burly frame, he wasn't particularly sharp. Faced with that small table, he was completely stymied. Half a minute later, Thompson grew frustrated. Just as he was about to tip the table over, imitating a scene from an Eastern gangster movie, Gwen showed up. True to her reputation as an academic star, Gwen took control with just a few words, sending Thompson off with his tail between his legs. And she even made a point to praise Seiya. You were great, brave and clever, much better than those who just charge and recklessly try to win by sheer force alone. At the very least, you won't end up with a concussion that way. Seiya shrugged and replied, I know my own limits, so I only do what I'm capable of. Together, they turned and walked toward the classroom. On the way, Gwen introduced herself. I'm Gwen. My full name is Gwen Stacy. Seiya turned and smiled. My name is Seiya. My English name is Yi-Su. Hello, Yi-Su. It's nice to meet you. Chime. Gwen's favorability has increased. Current favorability, 40, familiar. Seiya raised an eyebrow, realizing that raising favorability didn't seem all that difficult. They chatted as they went, soon arriving at the classroom. They took seats one behind the other, then stopped talking as class began. But not long after the lesson started, Seiya was suddenly hit by a wave of dizziness, as if he were riding a roller coaster after a sleepless night and a raging fever. The whole world seemed to spin around him. The discomfort was so intense that Seiya couldn't focus at all. He had no choice but to lay his head on his desk, barely lifting it for the rest of the morning. Gwen, for her part, didn't say anything about it. In her eyes, whether a student paid attention in class or took a nap was their own choice. But not everyone saw it that way. Thompson, still nursing his bruised ego from that morning, waited until Gwen was gone before stomping over to Seiya and smacking him hard on the back of the head. I only let you off this morning because of Gwen. Did you really think I just let it go? Don't be so naive. This time, Thompson didn't hold back. He was determined to teach Seiya a lesson, to show everyone, whether in this class or the whole school, who was really in charge. As his hand swung down, Thompson's lips curled into a smug grin, as if he could already see Seiya knocked to the ground and utterly shaken. But instead of the satisfaction he expected, there was a sharp, unmistakable crack. The feeling never came. Instead, his own wrist was seized by a powerful grip, sending a jolt of pain shooting up his arm. F. The pain didn't make Thompson back down. Instead, it stirred up his ferocity. And when he realized the person grabbing his wrist was Seiya, his anger only grew. Bastard. With his free hand, he clenched his fist and swung it at Seiya's head once more. But at that very moment, Seiya's vision suddenly blurred, and a powerful force slammed into his chest. The next thing he knew, he was sent flying through the air. What on earth just happened? Thompson's mind was full of questions. Even as he crashed hard onto the floor and lost consciousness, he still hadn't figured out what was going on. Everything happened so fast that the students around them were left in shock. All they saw was Thompson walk over, swing his arm, and then, out of nowhere, he was flung backwards as if by some invisible force. Was he just pretending to be hurt to fool everyone? Meanwhile, the other main figure in the incident, Seiya, rolled his neck and stood up from his seat. To everyone else, it looked like he'd been sleeping all morning. But nobody knew that, during this time, his body had undergone a tremendous transformation. Earlier that morning, when he was helping Gwen take photos, that spider which suddenly appeared had turned out to be a super spider. Now, his eyesight was perfectly clear, his hearing had become razor-sharp, his physique much stronger, and he'd even developed a special ability to sense danger. Just moments before, he'd actually been resting, trying to ease the weakness brought on by these changes. But as Thompson approached and tried to attack, his danger sense instantly kicked in. He reacted on instinct, caught Thompson's wrist in a flash, then landed a punch that sent his attacker flying. To everyone else, it seemed like something out of fantasy. But for the new Seiya, it all felt perfectly natural. Thinking about it, Seiya was suddenly overcome by a fierce hunger. Ignoring Thompson, who was still sprawled on the ground, he turned and headed for the cafeteria. The changes in his body had burned through so much energy that, right now, he felt as if he could eat an entire cow. As soon as Seiya left the classroom, silent just moments before, erupted into a commotion. What just happened? How did Thompson get thrown like that? Did Seiya hit him? I didn't see clearly, but it looked like Thompson just flew backwards on his own. Thompson, wake up! With his classmates patting him on the back, Thompson slowly opened his eyes. Thompson, what happened just now? Did Seiya really send you flying? Did he use some special move? Are you okay? Do you need to go to the nurse's office? Enough already. Clutching his chest, Thompson glared angrily around the room. Where's Seiya? Someone nearby raised a hand and said, he didn't look so good. Maybe he went to the nurse's office? As Thompson stormed out of the classroom, a few of his friends hurried after him. Thompson, should we go teach him a lesson? Last time it was just an accident on your part. But if we all go together, we're bound to put him in his place. That's right, Lightning. The infirmary's so small, if we corner him in there and rough him up a bit, it won't matter if he knows some Dragon Country Kung Fu or whatever. He'll definitely regret messing with us. And when that happens, we'll... Enough. Thompson cut his companions off sharply. Although he hadn't seen exactly what happened earlier, Thompson could sense that there was something off about that Chinese student. Even if the three of them went together, he didn't feel completely confident about taking him on. For now, it was probably best to let things cool off. I'm hungry. Let's go get something to eat. In this little group, Thompson's word was law. He'd earned that authority with his strength. So the others fell silent and quietly followed him toward the cafeteria. All right, we'll let him off for now. But sooner or later, he'll pay for his arrogance. Don't worry, Lightning. We'll get our chance. Chatting as they walked, the group soon reached the cafeteria. The moment they stepped inside, Thompson spotted Seiya sitting at a nearby table, hungrily devouring a plate of burgers, as if he hadn't eaten in days. Wait a second, wasn't he supposed to be in the infirmary? The question slipped out before Thompson could stop himself, a flicker of unease crossing his face, as if reminded of something that made his heart race with anxiety. Suddenly, he didn't feel hungry at all. Just then, one of his friends pointed excitedly at a girl walking past Seiya, balancing a lunch tray with exaggerated steps. Hey, Lightning, look, it's MJ. MJ's smoking hot, man. Lightning, you lucky dog. A nearby crony couldn't resist teasing. The girl known as MJ didn't have particularly striking features, and her face was on the large side, but her figure was hard to ignore. Above all, it was the confident energy she radiated as she walked that made her stand out. Thompson's lips curled into a knowing smile, as if recalling some pleasant memory. Teenagers here were bold and curious, quick to experiment with new things. For them, happiness wasn't just a fantasy, it was something real, something they could reach out and grab. Under the boys' watchful eyes, MJ walked up to Seiya's table. Suddenly, she stepped on a puddle of water and lost her footing, her whole body tilting backward as she started to fall. Watching a pretty girl embarrass herself could be entertainment for many guys, but if the girl in question was your girlfriend, it was a whole different story. If something went wrong, the consequences could be serious. But Thompson was too far away to help. He could only watch, helpless, as the scene unfolded in front of him. At that very moment, Seiya, who had been quietly eating just a second ago, suddenly stood up. With one swift motion, he wrapped an arm around MJ's waist, and with the other, almost like a magician, he caught the piece of food that had leapt from her plate. Everyone around them was stunned. As for MJ, caught at the center of it all, she was so shocked her legs almost gave out beneath her. Hey, thank you. MJ looked at Seiya up close, and for the first time, she saw in the face of someone from the East a kind of handsome, striking charisma, unique to Asian features. Seiya, a traveler from another world, possessed a remarkably attractive face, easily rivaling anyone else's. While MJ was gazing at him, Seiya was also sizing her up. The girl in front of him wore a low-cut top and had a round, lively face. The more he looked, the more familiar she seemed. If his memory served him right, around 1 hour and 20 minutes into the original Spider-Man movie, he'd seen a girl just like her. Even the old online clips hadn't edited out her scenes. So, was this girl Mary Jane, the very first Spider-Man's girlfriend? The one known for her piercing screams, knack for drawing attention, and famously complicated personality? This version of Mary Jane certainly had a curvy, energetic figure, Seiya thought, but her looks didn't quite match his own taste. He hadn't expected that right after becoming Spider-Man, the original Mary Jane would show up as well. Seiya was both surprised and secretly relieved. Thank goodness the heroine card he drew was Gwen, not Mary Jane. If he'd actually gotten Mary Jane's card, he might have hesitated to even use it. After all, Mary Jane always gave off the air of a seasoned player. She'd flirt with Parker while dating Thompson, get close to Parker while going out with Harry, and even after getting engaged, she'd still keep in touch with Parker. Maybe, in her mind, whether it was Peter Parker or Spider-Man, they were both just backup options. As soon as she hit a rough patch with her current boyfriend, she knew someone else would be waiting in the wings. Who would dare truly accept a girlfriend like that? Compared to Gwen, loyal from start to finish, unwavering even against her father's objections, Mary Jane came up woefully short. If he'd ended up with Mary Jane's heroine card, Seiya figured he'd be destined for heartbreak. Of course, Mary Jane had no idea what Seiya was thinking. Feeling his gaze, she took it as yet another boy falling for her charms, another would-be backup. I haven't noticed before. Instead of getting up, Mary Jane wrapped her arms around Seiya's neck, her face brimming with curiosity as she studied him, ready to tease him with a flirtatious remark. As a master of romance, Mary Jane excelled at turning potential admirers into true pursuers. But before she could even speak, Seiya simply raised his hand and pushed her aside. "If you have nothing else, please leave. I'd like to finish my meal," he said. With that, Seiya returned to his seat and focused intently on the burger in front of him, as if the food far outweighed Mary Jane in appeal. Watching him devour the burger with such gusto, the other students around him suddenly found their own appetites awakened. "What?" Mary Jane stumbled from the push, a look of utter bewilderment on her face. She couldn't quite grasp what had just happened. Her tried-and-true tactics had, for the first time, failed her. "Yeah." A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, a shout of excitement, or more accurately, a roar of anger. Yeah. The name was just too easy to misinterpret. Sometimes, Seiya even suspected his classmates were calling him boss instead of his name. Luckily, his name was just Seiya. If it were Seiya, things would be even more confusing. At that moment, Thompson charged over like an enraged lion. "You bastard. First you ignore me, then you hug my girlfriend, and now you dare to reject her too? You jerk, Yisu." Originally, Thompson hadn't planned to mess with Seiya again. After all, the memory of being knocked flying last time was still fresh in his mind. But after Seiya saved Mary Jane, the look she gave him, along with her flirtatious tone, pierced Thompson to the core. No one likes to be upstaged in public, least of all humiliated in love. Egged on by his cronies, Thompson's anger finally erupted. He strode up behind Seiya, grabbed someone's lunch tray, and swung at the back of Seiya's head while he was eating. With the last encounter in mind, Thompson decided to use a weapon to keep his distance. This way, Seiya wouldn't be able to retaliate so easily, nor would he be able to pin Thompson down. In fact, Thompson secretly congratulated himself on his cleverness. "Take this, you jerk!" he roared as he brought the tray down, only for the world to go dark as the tray, along with a splash of soup, landed squarely on his own face. The next moment, a sharp pain shot through his chest as he was sent flying by a powerful kick. Last time, it had happened in the classroom and no one had seen the details. But this time, with Mary Jane nearly falling in Thompson's loud shouts, nearly everyone was watching. So, as Thompson swung the tray only to have it rebound into his own face and then get launched by a spinning kick from Seiya, the entire sequence played out in full view of the whole crowd. In the cafeteria, a single phrase flashed through everyone's mind all at once. "Chinese Kung Fu. That's definitely Chinese Kung Fu. I've always heard that all Chinese people know martial arts. I used to think Yeshu was an exception, but it turns out he was just keeping it hidden. That move just now was amazing, the power. I wish I could learn that too." Not far away, Gwen had also paused, her meal forgotten as she stared intently in this direction. She had witnessed everything that had just happened. Seiya bravely stepping in to protect Mary Jane, and then the entire process as he retaliated against Thompson. To be honest, when she saw Mary Jane looking so pitiful in Seiya's arms, Gwen felt a pang of discomfort. Everyone has the right to pursue love, but in Gwen's eyes, someone as upright and kind as Seiya shouldn't be with a girl as calculating as Mary Jane. In fact, she thought Thompson and Mary Jane were a better match for each other. Seiya's firm rejection of Mary Jane that followed left Gwen quite satisfied. In her heart, she silently applauded his decision. Stay away from schemers and start with oneself. As for Thompson suddenly attacking Seiya and Seiya's counterattack, Gwen's feelings grew complicated. Thompson was clearly abusing his strength, and Seiya was simply defending himself. Nothing wrong with that. But she couldn't help but worry that maybe Seiya got a bit too far. After all, with one kick, he had sent Thompson flying several meters, crashing into a table. Was Thompson badly hurt? As the daughter of the police chief and a top student, Gwen's sense of justice told her she ought to step up and say something. Yet she didn't know whom to blame. Should she criticize Seiya? Yes, he did hit back a little hard, but in that moment, he was so cool. it was impossible not to feel a sense of satisfaction. Gwen even found herself cheering for him inside. How could she bear to fault him? As for Seiya himself, he acted as if nothing had happened at all, calmly sitting back down to finish his burger. To him, satisfying his hunger was what truly mattered, everything else was just background noise. Even if the school or the police got involved, he had a clear case for self-defense. No one could really accuse him of using excessive force. If I were Master Chin's disciple in mixed martial arts, I wouldn't have had to wait until now. Thompson would have been dealt with back in the classroom. For Seiya, standing up to the school bully was just another minor incident in daily life. Nothing to feel proud or happy about. Now that he possessed Spider-Man's powers, his sights were set on a much bigger world, not just the trivialities of school life. After finishing his meal, Seiya left the cafeteria alone, paying no attention whatsoever to the stares of his classmates. However, before leaving, he glanced at the girl whose lunch tray had been snatched by Thompson. She was a young woman with glasses and her hair tied up in a bun. Seiya couldn't quite recall her name. He only remembered that she often appeared in the background whenever the second Spider-Man was being bullied, or sometimes when he was doing the bullying himself. She was rather cute. Thompson will pay for your meal later. If he doesn't, come and find me, Seiya said to her. With that, he turned and walked away. There was much he needed to do, designing the suit, buying fabric and paint. Now that he possessed Spider-Man's abilities, it was only natural to take to the city to use them for good. Seiya planned to swing between skyscrapers, racing through the night, protecting justice in his own way. To become a hero, of course, required a signature suit. Without a proper costume, he felt incomplete. After all, what superhero ever made an entrance in ordinary clothes? Besides, a suit would conceal his face, saving him from a world of unnecessary trouble. Spider-Man himself was skilled at sewing and drawing, so Seiya was confident he could make the suit on his own, no help needed. The previous two versions of Spider-Man had both donned the classic red and blue colors of the American flag. But that color scheme held little appeal for Seiya. If given the choice, he preferred red and gold. Red for blood, gold for light, with a sprinkle of stars for accent. Unfortunately, that palette was already claimed by Iron Man, and Seiya had no interest in showing up in matching colors. Besides, red and gold were too distinctive, likely to stir up unnecessary controversy. In the end, he settled on a predominantly red suit with black accents, the same red and black design as the Holland version. When he saw the finished mock-up, it looked unexpectedly striking. The next step, the most crucial, was building the web shooters. The suit was Spider-Man's outward symbol, but the web shooters were his real core ability. Although Seiya had gone through the original Spider-Man's mutation, his body had changed more like the second Spider-Man's. There were no glands on his wrists to shoot webs directly. He would have to craft the web shooters himself. It would take some effort, but that was still far better than having 2 extra organs that could squirt white fluid at will. Honestly, the thought of exposing those glands to the air and having them fire off unpredictably was just unsettling. For Seiya, using mechanical web shooters was definitely preferable. It at least allowed him to look like a normal person. He'd already worked out the plan for the web shooters in a dream the night before. As a hands-on expert, this level of challenge was hardly worth mentioning. Seiya skipped his afternoon classes. First, he bought all the materials he needed online to craft his suit and web shooters. Then he went home, slipped into his landlord's and used workshop, and got to work. The sooner he had his gear ready, the sooner he could dive into this new life. He could still remember the first time he watched The Amazing Spider-Man 2 in 3D at the cinema. Right at the start, Spider-Man swooped down from the sky, and then the camera switched to a first-person view, soaring between skyscrapers. That heart-pounding thrill and longing had stayed with him ever since. Now, at last, he had the chance to experience it for himself. Naturally, he was eager to finish all his preparations as quickly as possible. But just as he was struggling to assemble the web shooter, surrounded by gadgets he couldn't even name, the doorbell rang, slicing through his concentration. When he opened the door, he found Gwen standing outside, flanked by a school representative in a suit and a police officer in uniform. Mr. Yisu, the disciplinary team member, addressed him in a formal, business-like tone. We need to ask you about your altercation with Eugene Thompson earlier today, both in the classroom and the cafeteria. We'd like to hear your account of what happened. Standing nearby, Gwen leaned in and whispered, "Don't worry, you were just defending yourself. Tell them the truth, and everything will be fine." Miss Gwen Stacy, one of the officers called, frowning slightly. But there was no hint of blame in his eyes. In fact, it seemed as if he knew Gwen personally. Gwen pulled a playful face, then pretended to zip her lips and stepped back, giving Yisu a small, encouraging fist pump. It was only then that Yisu noticed Gwen's favorability rating toward him had somehow climbed to 60 friendly. The improvement was unexpectedly swift. Yisu felt no unease about answering the inquiries from the disciplinary team or the police. With Gwen's support, the matter was quickly determined to be a case of self-defense. Not only was Yisu absolved of any legal responsibility, he was also spared from having to pay any medical fees. The case was swiftly closed, and both the disciplinary team and the police departed. Gwen, however, remained. "Thank you, Gwen," Yisu said with genuine appreciation. Even though he didn't feel he had done anything wrong, it was clear the officer knew Gwen and had discreetly lent a hand in his favor. He was grateful for her thoughtfulness. Gwen clasped her hands behind her back and smiled. "Thank me? Is that all? I thought you'd at least invite me to dinner or maybe take me to a movie," she teased. Yisu was once again taken aback by her straightforwardness. Dinner and a movie? Wasn't that more like a date than a thank you? Does this mean she's making the first move? He chuckled inwardly. Maybe it wasn't exactly that. She was probably just attracted to his confidence and wanted to get to know him better. Yisu had no reason to refuse Gwen's invitation, except for one problem. He barely had $100 left. He had already spent all his money on a skateboard, a camera, and other gear. Chasing after a girl without money was impossible. But missing out on a date just because he was broke was even worse. After agreeing to go out with Gwen over the weekend, she said goodbye and left. Yisu returned to his room and began flipping through the newspaper. He didn't want to rely on his parents for money, so he scoured the classifieds, hoping to find a quick, short-term gig that would bring in some cash. It didn't take long before something caught his eye. Seeking amateur wrestlers. 3 minutes in the ring. Earn $3,000. Must have an upbeat personality. 3 minutes for $3,000. That's an hourly rate of $60,000. If you worked 8 hours a day, that would be $480,000. 20 days a month, and you'd make $9.6 million. Keep that up for a year. Good grief, you'd be a multi-millionaire by the end of the year. Is my personality upbeat enough for this? Some say that robbery is the fastest way to make money. Yisu could only chuckle at that. If, from the very beginning, the girlfriend card he'd drawn had been Harley Quinn, maybe he really would have gone straight to robbing a bank. But he'd drawn Gwen and gained Spider-Man's powers, such a bright and heroic identity. To use that for crime would be downright disgraceful. Robbery is illegal. If he really wanted to get rich fast by breaking the law, he'd be better off drawing a few more gray cards and going into some shady business. But now, with this opportunity, he could earn money fair and square, and even entertain an audience at the same time. Remember, there's nothing more honorable than hard work. Earning money through honest labor is something to be proud of. The next day after class, Yisu stuffed his newly purchased Iron Man helmet into his backpack and headed to the address in the paper, which led him to an underground wrestling arena near the New York City Library. Wrestling matches usually have a script, and the wrestlers are, in fact, performers. Many of the moves require the person being thrown to actively cooperate, so that the match looks more thrilling to the crowd. Therefore, to be an outstanding wrestler, one must first be a good performer. That's why many wrestlers find success when they transition to acting after retirement. Take Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, for example, or the actor who played Drax in Guardians of the Galaxy. As soon as Seiya entered the arena, he was swept up by the fervor of the wrestling crowd. On the ring, two muscle-bound titans clashed with ferocious energy, while the audience roared the name of their favored contender. Juggernaut, Juggernaut, Juggernaut. Juggernaut McQuigg, a brawny man clad in a low-cut singlet, looked as if he'd been forged by a special regiment. Moments earlier, he had effortlessly defeated an opponent just as powerful as himself, and now he stood with arms raised high, basking in the adulation of the crowd. Meanwhile, the masked loser lay on a stretcher, howling and putting on a wildly exaggerated performance, so much so that even seasoned actors would struggle to find anything noteworthy in the act. Juggernaut McQuigg had racked up over 20 consecutive victories. If nothing unexpected happened, he would keep on winning, until the bets placed on him in the prize pool swelled to an astronomical figure. Only then, perhaps due to exhaustion, a twist of fate, or an opponent's extraordinary performance, would he finally lose to a carefully chosen rival of similar strength. Wrestling matches are far more than just two musclemen duking it out, especially in a place like this underground arena. Here, the real focus is the thrill of betting and the highs and lows that come with it. At this moment, the ones cheering in the arena were all those who had staked their money on McQuigg's victory. With their winnings in hand, their spirits soared. As for the risk-takers hoping to strike it rich with a long shot, disappointment was written all over their faces. Some had even lost everything but their underwear. Who can last 3 minutes in the ring against Juggernaut McQuigg? Survive, and you'll walk away with a $3,000 prize. Who dares to step up for the challenge? The announcer stood at the center of the ring, working hard to stir up excitement in the crowd. Though making it 3 minutes against McQuigg was nearly impossible, the lure of $3,000 was enough to make many street toughs throw caution to the wind. The power of money was irresistible, A long line of hopeful challengers had already formed. Seiya slipped on his Iron Man helmet and quietly joined the queue. Juggernaut McQuig moved with lightning speed, dispatching challengers so quickly that the long line soon dwindled, and it was Seiya's turn before he knew it. The sign-up was handled by a burly woman nicknamed Black True Pig. Her looks were irrelevant. What mattered was that she was built like a tank. Catching sight of Seiya, she immediately gave him a mocking grin. People really have gone mad for money these days. Do you even know who your opponent is? That's Juggernaut McQuig, a living legend with an unbeaten streak going back dozens of matches. And you, with those scrawny arms and legs, dare to challenge him. To be honest, if you're really strapped for cash, you can come to me. I promise it'll be 1,000 times easier than fighting Big Mac McGregor, and a lot more enjoyable, too. As she spoke, a teasing smile played at her lips, and she shot Seiya a flirtatious wink. The other contestants waiting in line burst into laughter. Kid, why don't you go home and drink some more milk before you come back? Don't start crying for your mom after you get flattened in the ring. Want me to give you a practice round first? I don't mind that you're a guy, and I'm pretty strong, you know. Seiya turned to look at the burly man who had just volunteered. All right, hit me. What? Anyone who signed up here wasn't the timid type. Although the big man didn't quite understand why Seiya suddenly made this request, he was more than happy to play along. I don't pull my punches. With that, the man swung his fist hard at Seiya. Whether or not one punch would take Seiya down, or what would happen next, he couldn't have cared less. With a thunderous impact, the crowd saw a blur. Before they knew it, the burly man who'd thrown the punch was sent flying by a swift kick. Seiya calmly lowered his leg, glancing around with a pleasant smile. That was self-defense, just now. Anyone have a problem with that? The room fell utterly silent. After seeing someone kick a man weighing over 200 pounds clear off his feet, nobody at the scene dared provoke him further. So he turned to the official in charge of registration, the man known as Black Pig. The ad says you get $3,000 if you last 3 minutes. What if you last more than 3 minutes? I'm not sure. Black Pig shook his head blankly. The arrogance and sarcasm he'd shown just moments ago had completely vanished. You got a phone? So he asked again. Yes. Well, aren't you going to call and find out? Oh, right away. Black Pig hurried to dial number. Soon after, a man in a black suit approached, carrying himself with the same arrogance Black Pig had displayed earlier. Was it you who had a question? He looked Seiya up and down. Although someone had just told him Seiya had sent a big man flying with a single kick, he didn't quite believe it. In this wrestling gym, never mind sending someone flying a few meters, sending them flying 10 or even dozens of meters was nothing special. After all, it was all part of the act. Still, since someone had raised a question about the ad, he didn't mind adding a few extra clauses. After 3 minutes, you get $2,000 for every additional minute. If you make it past 5 minutes, it's $5,000 per minute. And if you last 10 minutes, I'll throw in an extra $50,000 on top. The man in the black suit wasn't worried about paying out big bonuses. No matter how much he had to shell out, as long as something dramatic happened, he'd make it all back from the spectators. $5,000 a minute, 10 minutes adds up to 50 grand, and with that extra 50,000, that's $100,000 in total. Earning $100,000 in 10 minutes, with an hourly rate of $600,000, roughly over 4 million yuan, was truly an astronomical figure. All right, let's sign the contract. The contract was prepared in no time, and under the guidance of the staff, Seiya headed toward the ring. The moment Seiya stepped onto the ring, the entire arena erupted in excitement. The Juggernaut has won match after match. Will the next challenger finally end his winning streak? Do you all want to keep watching? Even before Seiya officially made his entrance, the host was already working the crowd into a frenzy. The next contestant, if he can last 3 minutes in the cage, will win a $3,000 prize. The audience cheered at once. The money was enticing, but what really mattered was that this time, the fight would take place inside a cage. Unlike the previous open matches, where one could jump off the ring at any time to admit defeat, this bout would be fought inside a sealed iron cage. Unless the referee called an end to the match, no one could leave the ring. This was a fight that had to produce a winner. It was exactly this kind of high-risk spectacle that drew the crowd to these underground matches. Juggernaut! 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 The thunderous chants reverberated throughout the arena. But the host wasn't finished yet. If he can last 5 minutes in the cage, he'll walk away with a $10,000 prize. Just surviving 5 minutes would earn $10,000, a sum that instantly electrified everyone present, especially those contestants who hadn't signed the special waiver. They looked eager to give it a try, as if signing the agreement would somehow protect them from being knocked out in an instant. If he can endure for 10 minutes, he'll win $50,000, and the organizers will throw in an extra $50,000 as a bonus. When the host announced this, the audience fell noticeably quieter. The cheers faded, and more than a few people began to boo and hurl insults at the organizers. Are you kidding me? No one has lasted 3 minutes against Juggernaut. What's the point of offering 100,000 for 10 minutes? It's just a waste of time. Cut the crap and get on with it. Who cares about that 100 grand? We just want to see how he's going to get crushed. Who's the next unlucky fool? Get out here already. Amid the heckling and jeers, the host managed to restore some order to the scene. If he can last 10 minutes, that $100,000 will belong to tonight's challenger. Ironhead. With the host's booming introduction, Seiya took the stage, dressed in a casual athletic hoodie and sporting an Iron Man helmet. The nickname, Ironhead, left the crowd both amused and bewildered, and the host's antics drew exasperated looks from the audience. Seeing Seiya's rather thin and frail figure, the crowd in the stands immediately erupted with ridicule and provocation. Some gave him a thumbs down, others raised their middle fingers in open contempt. Near the entrance tunnel, a few women dressed in styles similar to Seiya's gray card characters started shouting insults at the top of their lungs. The Juggernaut's going to snap your neck. You'd better not even think about surrendering. We'll tear you to pieces. Why don't you just run home and cry to your mommy? I'll rip off all 3 of your legs, Tinhead. These 4 gray card women circled Seiya, jeering nonstop, while up in the stands, the audience pelted him with popcorn, bra pads, and all manner of junk. Underground fighting crowds were always this rabid. Throwing things was just part of the spectacle. The chant of kill him, rolled through the arena in crashing waves. Fortunately, Seiya had come prepared. He wore an Iron Man helmet, so whatever hit him barely registered. The entire venue was thick with a wild, bloodthirsty energy, a frenzy Seiya deeply disliked, but, given that he was here to make money, he accepted it as a matter of course. Once Seiya entered the ring, the cage was quickly lowered. Guards wasted no time locking it shut, sending the crowd's excitement and chaos surging to even greater heights. Watching someone else suffer was always the audience's favorite way to vent their emotions. What irked them, though, was that with the Tin Head's helmet on, they couldn't see his face, and his calm, unhurried manner only made him more detestable in their eyes. Again, the chant thundered through the crowd. Kill him, kill him, kill him. In the ring, the hulking juggernaut, McGig, cocked his head and flashed a brainless grin, a mountain of muscle with nothing much behind the eyes, as he stared at Seiya. Don't worry, cutie. I guarantee you'll last at least 3 minutes. And in those 3 minutes, I'll show you pain and despair like you've never known before. Trust me. Seiya ignored his taunts and quietly pulled something from his pocket. Huh, you brought a weapon. McGig was taken aback for a second. Then his face lit up, hungry for violence. Bringing a weapon won't help you. I'll show you that even armed, you'll only lose more miserably, hurt even worse. He kept up his bluster, soaking in the crowd's cheers. But soon enough, he realized that what Seiya held wasn't a weapon at all. It was a comic book, hot off the press. Iron Man versus Captain America. The publishing and media world is always quick to pounce on the latest craze. Iron Man had only appeared in the public 3 months ago, yet they'd already paired him off against ancient superheroes like Captain America. Of course, without Tony Stark's authorization, this comic was technically pirated, but that didn't stop it from becoming wildly popular. When Seiya pulled out a comic book, many people were stunned. It wasn't because they hadn't seen this comic before, but rather, you're about to get beaten to death, and instead of writing a will, you're reading a comic book? What on earth is going through your head? No, it's more like there's nothing in your head at all. Kill that idiot. Finish him off, you bastard. Make sure he dies in the most miserable way possible. McGig clenched his fists, eager for action, and responded to the crowd's shouts by lunging straight at Seiya. 3 minutes start now. Put down that comic and come play with me, little guy. McGig was a mountain of muscle, with explosive speed to match. In this small cage, his charges almost never missed. The audience just waited for the moment he'd grab the scrawny Ironhead and stage the kind of brutal beatdown they loved best. Just picturing it was enough to make them finish off an entire bucket of popcorn. But what no one expected was that McGig's confident charge this time ended with him slamming straight into the iron bars of the cage. Not only did he miss grabbing the Ironhead, but when he rubbed his head and turned around, he realized that the Ironhead had vanished from the ring entirely. Damn it, where are you? Get out here. The hulking McGig searched everywhere, bellowing in frustration. How could a full-grown man just disappear all of a sudden? Look up. Hey, McGig, check above you. With the crowd's shouts guiding him, McGig finally spotted Ironhead, who had somehow climbed up to the very top of the 10-meter-high cage. He was now hanging upside down from a crossbeam, legs hooked over the bar, calmly reading his comic. If you had to spend 10 minutes in a locked cage with a raging bull of a man, what would you do? So he had thought about this for a long time and ultimately decided to pass the time by reading comics. Back in those days, smartphones weren't widespread. Otherwise, he definitely would have just scrolled through his phone, reading novels or watching videos to kill time. Inside the ring, McGig tried jumping up a few times, as if that would somehow bring him close to the inverted Seiya hanging from the ceiling. All it did was make him look like a complete clown. After all, even a superhero couldn't simply leap 10 meters into the air from standstill. Get down here, you bastard! Come down right now! You coward! Hiding up there pretending to be pitiful? If you got any guts, come down so I can twist your head off and use it as a football. Stupid monkey. You'll have to come down eventually. When you do, it'll be your death sentence. Unable to reach Seiya, McGig could only rage and curse loudly beneath the cage's roof. The organizers were at a loss as well. No one had ever thought someone would actually manage to climb to the top of a 10-meter cage, so there was no plan for such a scenario. They could only scramble to improvise a solution. The first to act, in fact, were the spectators. They had come to witness fierce combat, perhaps even a fight to the death, not to watch one man dangling from above reading comics while the other stomped in frustration below. Although the audience couldn't reach Seiya, who was high above, they had plenty of items at their disposal to throw. Popcorn, soda cans, beer bottles, even bra pads. All the things they couldn't hurl at Seiya from afar before were now being launched at the top of the cage. Pelting Seiya with whatever they could find became the audience's shared response, and now, no one would accuse them of interfering with the fairness of the match. In an instant, a barrage of debris flew toward Seiya perched atop the cage. Yet, 10 meters was simply too high, a distance most spectators couldn't hope to reach. Most of their throws ended up clattering off the cage bars or arcing down to land in the center of the ring. Thud, crack, bang. For a moment, the cage reverberated with thunderous noise, and the ring below was soon littered with garbage. Shattered beer bottles lay scattered across the floor. In the center of the ring, the once invincible giant McGregor now looked utterly miserable. A sanitary pad hung from his head, and his body was smeared with popcorn, lettuce, and burger scraps. He looked for all the world like a vagabond who had just crawled out of a dumpster. At this point, less than 2 minutes had passed since the match began, far from the 10-minute duration set for the fight. The organizers, seeing the chaos, realized they couldn't allow the fighters and the crowd to carry on like this. After a quick discussion, the referee announced a new rule on the spot. If there is no physical contact between the two fighters for more than 2 minutes, the match will be declared void for lack of action, and neither competitor will receive the prize money. Glancing at the clock, there were barely 10 seconds left before the 2-minute mark, making it clear who this rule was aimed at. So, Ironhead, you want to play games? Let's see your match declared invalid. The referee's words had barely finished when the audience erupted in cheers, but Seiya was clearly displeased. Adding rules on the fly? What's this if not cheating? With a burst of strength in his legs, Seiya leaped down for the top of the cage, landed nimbly, and gave McGregor a light tap on the head before flipping backward and breaking contact. He hopped back onto the bars, swung himself upside down atop the cage once more, and pulled out his comic book to continue reading. If you can play dirty, so can I. As long as I drop down every minute or so, it's no trouble at all. McGregor's face turned crimson with fury, yet he was helpless. All he could do was pound the mat and howl, a picture of frustration and rage. The organizers, alarmed once again, quickly huddled to discuss yet another rule to reign in Seiya. Soon, they had a new plan ready. But just as the referee prepared to announce this latest rule, Seiya had already had his fill of fun. He had only intended to win the 3-minute, $3,000 reward so he could take one out on a date. When a match was suddenly extended to 10 minutes, he simply decided on a whim to earn a bit more cash. He never expected these foreigners would keep changing the rules, making the contest lose all its fun. Before the referee could say a word, Seiya leapt down from the top of the cage again, landing this time behind the giant McGregor. Taking advantage of the moment before his opponent could react, he struck the back of McGregor's neck with a sharp karate chop. The sheer force caused McGregor's neck muscles to seize up instantly. His massive body collapsed to the floor in an instant, crashing down like a discarded, oversized dog. The referee was so startled by this sudden turn of events that he was left speechless. At that exact moment, the timer had just ticked past 3 minutes. All right, save your boring and clumsy extra rules, Seiya announced. The 3 minutes are up. Open the door and give me my prize money. The audience erupted into chaos. Are you kidding? Are we really supposed to believe this isn't a rigged match? That giant was taken down with a single chop. How is that possible? Who do you think you are, Captain America? Or maybe Iron Man? Fix match. Refund. If you dare to rig the fight, I swear I'll report you. Almost everyone in the crowd had bet on the giant to win. Faced with this outcome, they simply couldn't accept it. The audience was on the verge of losing it, and even the referee stood frozen in shock. With the new extra rules he'd just come up with, was there even any point to announcing them now? Seeing the referee so stunned, Seiya didn't bother waiting any longer. He reached out, grabbed the railing in front of him, and with a hard pull, wrenched it open, creating an opening wide enough for him to walk through. He stepped out, patted the completely dumbstruck referee on the shoulder. "Where's the office? I'll go collect my winnings." The referee was at a loss for words, managing only to point in a direction. It wasn't until Seiya had left that he realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. Could this man in the Iron Man helmet actually be Iron Man? With strength like that, how could he be just an average person? Seiya paid no attention to the reactions of the referees or the crowd. He headed straight toward the office. Along the way, the spectators who had lost money didn't care at all about Seiya's astonishing feat. They simply hurled their popcorn and beer bottles at him in frustration. This time, Seiya didn't bother using his head to catch them. Instead, relying on his spider sense, he predicted their trajectories in advance and used his comic book to knock every object out of the air. His cool moves only won him a handful of fans. The vast majority of the crowd remained lost in the disappointment of their losses, paying him no mind. Amidst the audience, a long-haired woman dressed casually and wearing a baseball cap quietly snapped a photo of Seiya with her phone, then lowered her head and continued to tap away as if nothing had happened. "Sir, we've spotted a man who appears to possess extraordinary powers. We are continuing to monitor and observe him." She carefully composed a message and sent it to Mr. Coulson. SHIELD, short for the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, had only recently gone by this name, but its history could be traced all the way back to the days of Howard Stark. With vast resources at its disposal, SHIELD had agents scattered across the country, and even in the farthest corners of the world. The woman in the baseball cap was one of those agents. After updating her superior, Coulson, she followed behind Seiya and headed upstairs. The upper floor housed the wrestling club's office. A large pile of cash lay haphazardly on a desk, and a middle-aged man sat behind it, counting money in a slow, deliberate manner. From the look of him, he could probably sit there counting bills all night long, stopping for nothing, not even when his hands went numb. As Seiya entered, the middle-aged man looked up, his brows furrowed. "What are you doing here?" Seiya shrugged. "Naturally, I'm here to collect my payment. According to the rules, I lasted 3 minutes. I should get $3,000. Pay up." The man immediately burst out laughing. $3,000? You caused a complete mess out there. The whole place almost erupted, and you still have the nerve to ask for money? You should be grateful I'm not charging you for damages. "We have a contract," Seiya replied, his voice sounding a bit cold from behind his helmet. "A contract?" The man sneered. "Kid, don't be naive. You think a contract actually means anything? Go ahead, try to sue me. See if the court sides with you or with me." So it's true, capitalists are all the same, cold to the core. In that last match, most of the audience lost money. With the size of this place, if each person lost just $100, the organizers would rake in hundreds of thousands. And judging by how furious the crowd was, they probably lost a lot more. Yet now, this man wasn't even willing to hand over a measly $100 to Seiya. It was hard not to think of those old Spider-Man movies. At least the hero there got $100. "Now, get out and close the door behind you. Go on, get lost." The man dipped his head again, entirely absorbed in counting his cash. Seiya let out a bitter laugh. Was gaining Spider-Man's powers destined to bring him the same grievances? But this kind of injustice, he had no intention of letting it slide. Why should they get to change the rules on a whim, refuse to pay just because they felt like it, void the contract as they pleased? If they could ignore all reason, why should he be the only one expected to play by the rules? "I've changed my mind. According to the original contract, if I lasted 10 minutes, you were supposed to pay me $100,000. When you saw how easily I could do it, you tore up the agreement and changed the terms on the spot. That's a clear breach of contract. I won't hold you accountable for breaching the contract right now. All I ask is that you pay me the $100,000 as agreed. The money on the table, let's say it's $30,000. How do you plan to give me the remaining $70,000? Aside from the wad of cash in the middle-aged man's hand, there were scattered bills strewn across the table. Even though the total definitely wasn't $100,000, there was at least $70,000 there. Still, even with just $30,000 in cash, the messy pile on the table would be hard to carry away without a bag. Should I ask the middle-aged man to help organize the money first? As Seiya silently regretted not bringing a sack to carry the cash, the office door suddenly swung open. A sturdy man with white-dyed hair strode inside. Catching sight of Seiya wearing an Iron Man helmet, the white-haired man paused for a brief moment. He didn't ask questions. Instead, he tossed a bag to the middle-aged man. "Put the money in here." The middle-aged man was about to lose his temper, but the sight of the gun in the newcomer's hand made him quickly rein it in and start stuffing the money into the bag without a word. As he packed the cash, he sneered at Seiya and said, "Isn't all this money on the table yours? Mr. Ironhead, Are you just going to stand there and watch someone walk off with your cash? Seiya shook his head. Just get the money packed. Cut the nonsense. Hearing this, the white-haired man turned to glare at Seiya, his expression suddenly wary, as if ready to swing the gun his way at any moment. By now, the middle-aged man had nearly finished bagging the cash. Seiya smiled and said, "He's right. This money does belong to me." You. The white-haired man's eyes widened, instantly seeing Seiya as a rival. He swung the barrel of his gun towards Seiya, but in the very next second, he was sent flying by a powerful kick, crashing into the wall several meters away and slumping to the ground, unconscious. Drawing back his foot, Seiya calmly took the bag of cash from the middle-aged man's hand and brushed the dust off it. "Your money just got stolen by a robber. I simply reclaimed what's mine and even took care of the thief for you. By rights, you should be thanking me. But I'm only doing what I ought to. No need for your gratitude. Just make sure you have the 70,000 you still owe me ready. I'll be back for it anytime." "Oh, and your attitude just now really annoyed me. So here's a little parting gift." Before the words had even faded, Seiya suddenly seized the middle-aged man's head and slammed it onto the table without warning. Bang! Another one out cold. Why do people always force me to use violence? It's really unnecessary. With that, Seiya turned and left the office, heading for the staircase. The hallway was empty. It wasn't until he'd entered the stairwell that the woman in the baseball cap appeared at the far end of the corridor, quietly following after him. Less than 3 seconds separated them as they entered the stairwell, one after the other. But when the woman stepped into the stairwell, she found no trace of Seiya inside. Not a sound could be heard, and she had no idea whether he'd gone up or down. Vanished in just 3 seconds? That fast? Could it be he's not just super strong, but also super fast? She muttered under her breath, her fingers already busy composing a message. Although she hadn't witnessed the events in the office just now, the woman in the baseball cap had pieced together the story from the noises she'd heard. As a woman herself, she secretly felt a surge of happiness on Seiya's behalf when she learned he'd seized the stolen money from the robbers after failing to receive his own payment. Faced with a shadowy boss who ran illegal gambling dens and exploited others, it truly took someone as decisive and capable as Seiya to stand up to them. Yet, as an official agent, she was duty-bound to fight crime. Both her instincts and her responsibilities compelled her to track Seiya down. Not catching up to him left her feeling a mix of disappointment and relief. When it came time to report back to her superiors, she intended to recount the events honestly. After all, given how quickly he'd acted, failing to catch him wasn't exactly a professional failing. Meanwhile, up on the rooftop of the wrestling gym's building, Seiya leaped from the edge, soaring over 10 meters to land on the adjacent rooftop. He tossed his Iron Man helmet and jacket into a trash bin, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and walked out of the building as if nothing had happened. Although he'd managed to get the money today, the whole ordeal left him feeling anything but satisfied. The greedy faces of the capitalists had made it clear, earning big money from people like that through peaceful means was all but impossible. It was just like those old movies, where Parker went to the newspaper with his photos only to be ruthlessly exploited. In this kind of capitalist society, money was the key to everything. Without it, you couldn't take a single step. Only by amassing enough wealth could you realize your own ambitions and have a real voice. But aside from robbing the rich to help the poor, or fighting violence with violence, was there truly no other way to strike it rich? Seiya had no experience living in a society like this, and for the moment, he couldn't think of a better way forward. All he could do was pin his hopes on his girlfriend. Ever since unlocking the Gwen character, he'd gained Spider-Man's abilities. That was the foundation of his survival in this world. Maybe next time he drew a card, he'd get a wealthy girlfriend. Not the kind who had to wait around to inherit a fortune, but someone like a princess who cried pearls, or the White Queen, whose entire body could turn to diamond. With a girlfriend like that, it'd be like owning a gold mine, a fortune that could rival nations. The thought made Seiya wonder if maybe, just maybe, he didn't need to work quite so hard after all. With his mind wandering aimlessly, Seiya soon made his way home. Most of the materials he'd ordered had already arrived, and tonight he could finally get to work building his own suit and web shooters. He was ready to say goodbye to the Iron Man helmet and those odd pieces of gear, and truly become Spider-Man. The thought stirred a flutter of excitement in him. Meanwhile, as Seiya busied himself with assembling his suit and web shooters, the Iron Man helmet and jacket he'd tossed into a trash bin next to the wrestling gym hadn't gone unnoticed. They were soon discovered by a woman wearing a baseball cap. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., there were plenty of traitors, but their professional skills were still beyond question. Just like the female agent in the baseball cap, relying on a sharp analysis of footprints and other clues left at the scene, she managed to track down the items Seiya had abandoned in the neighboring building in less than 2 hours. Unfortunately, the security cameras inside that building hadn't managed to capture any footage of Su Yi, and the trail ran cold. The agent took out her phone, ready to report Su Ye's latest movements to Coulson, but just then, an urgent message flashed across her screen. All personnel, assemble immediately. Emergency mission. The message was from Coulson himself. He had originally been stationed in Los Angeles to liaise with Iron Man, Tony Stark, but due to recent upheavals in New York, he had been called back to help with the investigation. Rumor had it that Oscorp, the military technology conglomerate, had suffered a string of accidents in recent days. Researchers dying under mysterious circumstances, experimental equipment, and drugs stolen. Judging by this latest announcement, it seemed the investigation had made a breakthrough. The female agent sent a brief, received, in reply and hurried to the designated meeting place. But when she arrived, she learned that the situation was far from resolved. Not only had the culprit not been apprehended, but a major new incident had just occurred. This time, the target was the 6th Aerospace Testing Site, a cutting-edge weapons testing facility operated in partnership with the military. Recently, the site had been running tests on a new type of personal flight weapon. In fact, projects like this had been underway even before Iron Man's emergence, though progress had been slow. But ever since Iron Man appeared, not only did the old projects accelerate, but new research initiatives sprang up as well. The project at Testing Site 6 was one of these fast-tracked older programs. Its design was unwieldy, resembling an upright coffin with a metal frame, but its firepower and propulsion were rumored to be formidable. Yet as soon as the test began, an unidentified aircraft suddenly approached the site. Moments later, a missile streaked in. The test vehicle was obliterated in an instant, and the underground observation room nearby was reduced to rubble. Not a single spectator survived. Not the general, nor the researchers, nor anyone else present. After analyzing the evidence, investigators and SHIELD agents concluded that the mysterious aircraft that attacked the test site was very likely the same perpetrator responsible for stealing Oscorp's equipment and drugs. Moreover, this individual is extremely ruthless and dangerous, requiring the highest level of vigilance. Based on the equipment stolen from the Osborn Group, we have reconstructed a general profile of the attacker. In the conference room, Coulson projected a photo onto the large screen, a figure fully armed, standing atop a flying device, the Green Goblin. Given this person's appearance and the color of his costume, we are temporarily referring to him as the Green Goblin. He is highly aggressive and dangerous. Our preliminary assessment categorizes him as an A-level supercriminal. Everyone must remain on high alert during operations. Sir, an agent in the conference room raised a hand to speak. Could we request Iron Man's assistance in handling this case? After all, the Green Goblin's flying and attacking methods are quite similar to Iron Man's. He might be well suited to deal with it. I agree. In fact, we could even temporarily refer to this super criminal as the Green Iron Man. Given Tony Stark's personality, he likely wouldn't tolerate a criminal using a name so similar to his own. So, would he go after the Green Iron Man first, or come and question us? After all, we're the ones who gave him that name. He'd probably have something to say to both sides. Coulson raised his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. As for Tony Stark, we've already tried reaching out to him, but so far, cooperation is not fully established. As you all know, his temperament makes communication rather challenging. In the short term, it'll be difficult to get his direct support. So for now, this investigation falls to us. You're all experienced agents. Have confidence in your abilities. Yes, sir. In the corner of the conference room, a female agent in a baseball cap was jotting notes in her notebook, writing only one name, Ironhead. Based on Ironhead's performance at the wrestling arena, his abilities clearly surpass those of ordinary people, showing real potential to become a superhero. He earns prize money at the wrestling arena through his own skills, not by committing crimes. At least for now, he seems to be on the side of order. In this world, people are already well acquainted with superheroes like Captain America and Iron Man, and hold them in deep admiration. If Ironhead could join S.H.I.E.L.D. as an officially recognized superhero, fighting supercriminals like the Green Goblin, it would be the ideal scenario. Unfortunately, she had already lost track of Ironhead, and the information registered at the wrestling arena might not even be reliable. Snake Cannon, 14250, Cheap Eats Road, Uptown, Blockhead Apartments. That address looked fake from the start. She had no way to begin her search. Snake Cannon. That was the name Su Yi wrote on the registration form. When you're drifting through the world, it's only wise to use an alias. That much he understood. But in the wrestling ring, the name he actually used was Cannon. However, the host apparently had a thing for renaming people. Seeing Su Yi show up with an Iron Man helmet, he went ahead and called him Ironhead. Maybe he thought riding on Iron Man's coattails would boost his popularity? Su Yi wasn't sure, and honestly, he didn't care. It was all in the past anyway. He kept at it until late into the night, finally finishing his suit and web shooter. Then he collapsed right there on the workbench, drifting off to sleep until his phone's ringtone jolted him awake the next morning. "Hey, Ye, why didn't you come to school? Did you think today was the weekend?" It was Gwen calling. As the star student of their class, she had a bit of that class monitor energy. Seiya opened his bleary eyes and grinned. "Just thinking about getting to go out with you on the weekend makes me wish every day was the weekend." Gwen, caught off guard by his flirting, immediately softened her tone. "I wish the weekend would come faster too, but it's only Wednesday. You really should get to school, though, or your credits might get docked, and that could mess up your college applications." So he glanced at the suit and web shooter on his desk. In the end, he fought down the urge to rush out on an adventure, packed them into his backpack, and got ready for the day. After all, it was broad daylight. He wasn't about to act like Spider-Man, treating everyone like they were oblivious, running around the city without even covering his face. This world had S.H.I.E.L.D., and they could dig up everything about you in no time. Even with a mask, it was safer for his first outing to be at night. Besides, for him, day and night didn't feel all that different. Classes went smoothly that day, and time spent with Gwen was especially warm. Though they hadn't officially gone on a date yet, the chemistry between them, that unspoken understanding unique to budding couples, was already starting to blossom. With it came more moments of closeness, a brush of the shoulders here, a gentle squeeze of the hand there, and, of course, discussions about their studies. Gwen was a top student, never one to admit defeat in academics. Not even to Seiya, who had transferred from the so-called land of exams. The high school curriculum here was quite different from back in Longwa, with new methods and ways of thinking. It wasn't a given that students who excelled there would instantly become standouts here. But after their study sessions together, Gwen realized that the stories about Longwa students weren't just hype. Their strength was very much real. At least, Seiya right in front of her possessed both the intelligence and grades to rival her own. This made Gwen feel very reassured. She liked strong boys, but she didn't want a boyfriend who was only muscle and nothing else. Seiya managed to strike the perfect balance, meeting all her expectations for a boyfriend, including height and looks. Seiya was happy too. Dating a smart girl was such a relief. He didn't have to endlessly field questions like, "Does my makeup look good today? Is this outfit sexy? Which lipstick shade goes better with this dress?" He wasn't some clueless guy who didn't care about girls or relationships, but he definitely couldn't handle those never-ending silly questions. If you wanted him to weigh in on C versus B, now that he found interesting, but asking which lipstick, rosewood or caramel, made someone's face look fair, he honestly had no idea. As for lipstick, he only had one question. Is it edible? If you somehow ate it all, would you get poisoned? That afternoon was for extracurricular activities. Everyone was in the gym, some chatting, some making out, some playing basketball, and others brawling in the corners. Seiya and Gwen sat together on the bleachers, casually discussing their studies. This was essentially the daily life of top students. Just look at Sheldon and Leonard. Even when they argued, they'd toss around advanced physics terms, leaving everyone else completely baffled about what was actually being said. Thinking of those two, Seiya suddenly remembered Leonard's girlfriend, Penny. She was exactly Seiya's type, good-looking, and, well, generously endowed. A woman who, in the very first episode, inspired Howard the pervert to come up with a slew of infamous one-liners. Time for a nice, long shower. This woman's, assets could feed a family of 5, with enough left over to open an ice cream shop. Unfortunately, that last line seemed to have been cut and was nowhere to be found now. If Seiya could land someone like Penny, he figured he wouldn't even need to worry about applying to college. He could just skip straight to being a university lecturer. As for Sheldon's girlfriend, Amy, well, she wasn't Seiya's type, and besides, while Sheldon was a genius, his emotional intelligence was in the basement. It was way too easy for people to think he was crazy. In front of Seiya and Gwen sat a girl with glasses and her hair in a bun, crouched on the ground writing something. A long sheet of paper, several yards wide, was spread out before her. Nearby, a small bucket held paint. Seiya was busy deepening his connection with Gwen, so the scene in front of him didn't really register. That is, until a basketball bounced in and tipped over the girl's paint bucket. Thompson had dribbled the ball over, and the bun-haired girl immediately stood up to protest. "You did that on purpose, Lightning." Thompson reflexively wanted to snap back, but just as he opened his mouth, he caught sight of Seiya sitting not far behind the girl. At that moment, Seiya happened to hear the commotion and turned his head, a look on his face that hovered somewhere between a smile and a smirk. In an instant, all of Thompson's bravado vanished. When Seiya first saw the spilled paint bucket, he was already thinking that it was time for him to put on another show. Last time it happened in the classroom and the cafeteria. This time, it was the basketball court. "Thank you, Thompson. You've practically sponsored every highlight moment of my high school performance career, and there aren't many left. Let me thank you. Because of you, all 4 seasons are warmed. As this ran through his mind, a genuine smile crept onto his lips. And then he looked over to see Thompson in the distance, who had just a second ago been wearing that cocky "come on, hit me" expression, now suddenly deflate. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it. I'll be careful from now on. I'll try my best not to send the ball your way again. I promise." When Thompson finished saying this, not just Seiya, who just lost a perfect opportunity to show off, but every student in the gym thought they must be hearing things. That school bully, Thompson, who only ever bullied people and never apologized, who actually took pleasure in being Lightning Thompson, was backing down? Was today April Fool's Day? Or had Lightning been kidnapped? If so, maybe you should blink twice. But Thompson didn't blink. He just hugged the basketball and retreated to his own side of the court. And for the rest of the game, he played with extreme caution. He would rather pass up a block than send the ball in Seiya's direction. He even pulled off a risky, comic book-style dive to save the ball, just to keep it from flying over to Seiya's side again. Watching Thompson's extra careful behavior, Seiya couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. Reforming is all well and good, but couldn't you have waited until I finished all my highlight moments? I just won over $30,000 in prize money. I can't afford to pay for your basketball hoop. Can't even be a proper villain. Terrible rating. Thompson's performance surprised everyone, but then again, seeing Seiya up there in the stands, maybe it all made sense. Thompson was stubborn, not stupid. After being knocked down twice in a row by Seiya, if he kept charging him blindly, he didn't belong in Midtown High. He should be in a special school. For Seiya, this was just another minor episode. Tonight, he could swing through the city and be a hero for the fun of it. In this city, there was no shortage of crime, enough to let Seiya indulge his heroic side and bask in the thrill of being a show-off from every possible angle. As night fell, Seiya, wearing his red and black Spider-Man suit, stood at the edge of a Manhattan skyscraper's rooftop. This place was known as the center of the world itself. Skyscrapers everywhere, dense and close together. The perfect playground for Spider-Man's abilities. Seiya stretched his neck and glanced ahead, then quickly pulled back, his breathing a little rushed. Watching movies had always been a thrill, and he'd envied Spider-Man's acrobatic swings across the city. But now that it was his turn to leap off a building, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nerves. Jumping from several hundred meters up, what if the web shooter malfunctioned halfway down? What if the web didn't hold or wasn't strong enough? What if he missed his grip and the web slipped from his hand? If anything at all went wrong, what awaited him below wouldn't be an adventure. It would be a disaster. An Asian man, dressed in a costume, jumping off a building in the dead of night. Was this the degradation of human nature, or simply the degradation of human nature, or perhaps the degradation of human nature? After giving himself a solid 5-minute pep talk, Seiya finally took that decisive step forward. At this point, he had no choice but to trust himself. Damn! The curse slipped out, and suddenly Seiya felt a rush of energy. So what if it was just a jump? Why hesitate? He wanted to do this for ages. With a deep breath, he leapt forward. The wind roared past him, the ground below rushed up, growing larger and larger, and every hair on his body stood on end. Alarms blared in his mind. Danger! 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 Midair, drawing on the successful moves he'd memorized from various Spider-Man films, Seiya steadied himself and shot a web toward a distant building. It didn't miss, and his grip held firm. The web stretched taut, yanking him forward and swinging him out across the cityscape. Holy! He couldn't help but shout, a fierce surge of exhilaration in his voice. As his body swung up to the highest point, he let fly another web, launching himself onward. Thanks to the supervision and reflexes granted by his spider genes, even though it was his first time swinging through the city, Seiya quickly got the hang of it. Soon he was moving with the skill of a seasoned Spider-Man. He truly was at his peak from the very first try. And as he grew more adept at using his webs, Seiya began to glance down, taking in the scenes unfolding on the streets and in the alleys below. What he saw filled him with sudden respect for Peter Parker. Peter Parker Spider-Man was New York's friendly neighborhood hero, always stepping in whenever he saw injustice, big or small. Seiya had been swinging for less than 10 minutes, and already the sheer amount of nighttime crime in this city was staggering. In just the patches of street he could see, there were already multiple robberies and assaults happening at once. If he really tried to follow Peter Parker's code, he wouldn't get a wink of sleep tonight. He'd be exhausted, and still wouldn't catch up with it all. And yet, seeing so much evil and doing nothing at all went against everything in his nature. Never mind the fact that he was now draped in Spider-Man's skin, already a hero in his own right. Just the 20-odd years of ideological education he'd received before crossing worlds made it impossible for him to turn a blind eye to evil. Even if these matters were really just other people's private affairs, things that, strictly speaking, had little to do with him. Well, since I'm already here, might as well do something. If I want to be a hero for fun, I at least have to be a real hero. If I don't want to be New York's friendly neighborhood guy, being a good friend to New York's women doesn't sound like such a bad option either. What I can't stand the most are men like you. Bullies who use their strength to harass women, to force and coerce. Absolutely despicable. In a shadowy alley, a woman with heavy makeup, a nose ring, and leopard print clothes was pinned roughly to the ground. The mugger, gun in hand, had just snatched her purse when he suddenly paused. The night was seductive, the atmosphere just right. Why not take things further? No sooner had the idea struck than he jammed the gun into the woman's mouth, stifling her screams so no one would interrupt his twisted fun, and began to tear at her clothes with greedy hands. But just then, something white plummeted from the sky, splatting squarely onto the mugger's pistol. What the hell was this disgusting stuff? Before he could even curse, that gloppy thing yanked the gun straight from his hand, and the very next instant, a figure dropped down from above. The mugger barely registered a blur before he was strung up and left dangling from a nearby street lamp. Not long after, in another neighborhood, another woman walking alone at night was shoved violently against a wall. Her dress was ripped nearly to shreds. Just as she thought her fate was sealed, the chaos behind her abruptly went silent. Turning around, she saw her attacker plastered to the wall in the shape of the Chinese character, his mouth stuffed full of the same white substance, struggling in vain. It wasn't a typo. Not the big dar shape, but the arms and one leg out, the other leg down. But this woman was tough. She marched right up and delivered a fierce kick, instantly changing the cut into a sprawling da. The man's struggles ceased, leaving only unconscious spasms. That night, nearly a dozen women walking alone were rescued from peril. When Seiya went home to sleep, he couldn't help but feel a little pensive. Why do the women in this city, knowing full well how dangerous it is at night, insist on going out alone? Are they gambling on luck, or is it something else? Just before falling asleep, another thought struck Seiya. What if, among those he'd rescued tonight, there were some who'd actually gone out to ply their trade, and he just messed up their business? If that were the case, well, he supposed that was just their bad luck. After spending the entire night as a hero, Seiya felt refreshed the next morning as he headed off to school, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. And in fact, that was the case. In a city as bustling as New York, less than 10 petty crimes stopped in a single night weren't enough to cause much of a stir. Most of the women he rescued didn't even file a police report, and the one thing they all had in common, the webs, dissolve on their own after just a few hours, leaving the police with nothing they could use as evidence. In the end, the matter didn't even make its way to S.H.I.E.L.D. Their attention was consumed by the Green Goblin's latest antics. They had no time for minor disturbances like these. Except for a handful of police officers, the entire city remained in the dark about what had really happened that night. At Midtown High, Seiya hopped off the school bus with his backpack. He had barely set foot on campus when someone called out from behind him. "Hey, Xiaoyi, Seiya." The name was pronounced a bit awkwardly, but it was unmistakably his Chinese name, not the anglicized "ya" or "yesu" that most used. Turning around, Seiya saw a strikingly handsome Westerner running toward him. "Xiaoyi, it really is you. I almost didn't recognize you." Seiya studied the young man, a bit puzzled. "Wait, are you Harry?" The face was unmistakable, Harry from the classic Spider-Man films. But why was he suddenly appearing here, acting as though they were old friends? "Yeah, it's me, Harry. It's been so many years. I'm surprised you still remember me." Harry jogged up and gave Seiya a quick hug, then turned to introduce him to the middle-aged man standing behind. This is Xiaoyi, Seiya. Remember when I went to China with you this summer after 9th grade? We met at the English Corner in Longdu. It's been 3 years, and he hasn't changed a bit." Hello, sir." Seiya managed to keep a straight face, pretending this was all perfectly normal, though in his mind, he was racking his memories of those early years. Sure, he'd hung out at English Corners in Longdu, but as for meeting a foreign kid named Harry, he honestly couldn't recall. Still, the system giving Harry this backstory made sense. It was certainly more believable than claiming they'd grown up together. "So you're the one. Harry told me he made a friend in China." I didn't quite believe it. With his temperament, I never thought he'd hit it off with anyone. The middle-aged man was Norman Osborn, Harry's father, infamous as the Green Goblin in the original Spider-Man films, and, in MCU's Spider-Man 3, the twisted villain behind Aunt May's tragic death. "Give Aunt May back to us, you despicable old bastard." Moreover, in a certain version of the comics, this guy is actually the father of Gwen's 2 children. The writers never stated it outright, but they hinted darkly enough Gwen was forced. Thinking of this, Seiya could barely restrain the urge to storm up and strangle Norman Osborn on the spot. If he could break the fourth wall, he'd love nothing more than to throttle that brainless writer who came up with Gwen's assault. But on the surface, all he could do was put on a smile and exchange pleasantries with Norman Osborn. "Harry's got a great personality. We got along really well back then. It's just that after he left China, it became harder to keep in touch, that's all. Harry quickly straightened his back and chimed in. See, I have friends, you know. I'm not as hopeless as you think. You should head back now. I've got class, and Xiaoyi will take me to the classroom. Harry had been transferred to Midtown High for several days already, but he'd been delayed by other matters and hadn't made it to school until now. After bidding farewell to Norman Osborn, Su-Yi and Harry walked side by side toward the classroom. As they walked, Harry chatted with Su-Yi, showing no hint of awkwardness despite their long separation. On the contrary, he was as warm and familiar as an old friend. Xiaoyi, how long have you been in America? Harry knew that Yi sounded like grandpa in Mandarin, so he never called him just Yi or Yi directly. It was always his full name or Xiaoyi. Almost 3 years now, Su-Yi replied. His past self had come to America alone as a high school freshman. That's what they call grade 0 here. Honestly, the guts his parents had in this world, sending him off by himself like that, were impressive. 3 years already? Got a girlfriend yet? Want me to introduce you to someone? Harry teased with a grin. But even that only happened because Parker, ever the self-sacrificing simp, turned down the chance to chat up Mary Jane and encouraged Harry to give it a shot instead. You could say, up until he discovered Parker was Spider-Man, Harry was always the perfect gentleman. So much so that when Mary Jane was flirting with Parker behind his back, you couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. So, in Suye's view, Harry was definitely the kind of friend worth having. No matter how his sister-in-law looked. Ah, what's a girlfriend? All she'd do is slow down my punches, you know. Suyi cracked a joke first, then pointed to a nearby classroom. You'll see for yourself in a moment. The hottest girl in there? That's my girlfriend. Really? Then I have to see this for myself, Harry said. His interest peaked as he followed Su-Yi into the classroom. By now, most of the students had already arrived. Harry glanced around, then patted Su-Ye's arm and chuckled. I see what you mean. Definitely fiery. After speaking, he walked over to a window seat, where Mary Jane, her long hair dyed a fiery red, always dressed in a low-cut top that revealed just enough, sat gazing out the window with a melancholy air. Harry gave a gentlemanly nod, then fixed his gaze on Mary Jane's eyes and spoke. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Harry Osborn, a friend of Yesu. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Nice to meet you too. Mary Jane had no idea why Su-Ye's friend would greet her so warmly, but since he was good-looking and dressed well, clearly from a wealthy family, she figured there was no harm in getting to know him. Who knows, he might just end up as one of the fish in her pond. After exchanging greetings, Harry glanced back at Su-Yi with a triumphant look, only to see him sitting behind a blonde girl. The two of them seemed lost in their own world, laughing and chatting as if no one else existed. Harry was momentarily stunned. Was that girl somehow more attractive than the one in front of him? She had no curves, no cleavage. Besides a pair of big eyes, what else was there? He just couldn't figure out the taste of these dragon country guys. Now Mary Jane, she was a real firecracker, the kind you could tell would be an absolute knockout. That's what hot is supposed to look like. Harry was tempted to go over and have a good chat about aesthetics with Su-Yi, maybe even help correct some of his misguided tastes so he could fit in better here. But seeing how absorbed Su-Yi was in his conversation with Gwen, with no room for anyone to join in, Harry decided to let it go for now. As luck would have it, the seat behind Mary Jane was empty, so he sat down right there. Silly Su-Yi, going after that stick-thin girl and ignoring this bombshell. Well, if you're not interested in the voluptuous hottie, I guess I'll just take care of her myself. Noticing Harry striking up a conversation behind her, Mary Jane abandoned her moody pose, turning halfway around with her arm casually draped over his desk, engaging him in a lively and warm conversation. Just then, Thompson walked in and immediately spotted that some fresh-faced puppy had taken a seat, and worse, was hitting on his girl. Everyone in Midtown High's junior class knew Mary Jane was his. Who did this new kid think he was, flirting with her right under his nose? Was he looking for trouble? Having been under Su-Ye's thumb these past few days, Thompson was already simmering with frustration, desperate for an outlet. Now that someone had waltzed right into the line of fire, he wasn't about to let it slide. Before making a move, Thompson glanced over at Su-Yi, saw he was busy flirting with Gwen and not paying attention, and felt reassured. He strode purposefully toward Harry. Hey kid, who said you could sit here? Do you even know whose seat this is? Facing the menacing Thompson, Harry's eyes flickered for a moment, but instead of backing down, he met his gaze squarely. I sat here myself. When I arrived, there was no one around, so I took the seat. Is there a problem with that? As the son of a wealthy family, Harry was no pushover for anyone to mess with. He didn't enjoy conflict, but that didn't mean he was afraid of it. Oh, got a backbone, huh? You don't even know who I am. You must be new here. First day at Midtown High, right? You really have no idea who runs this place. Cough, if you know what's good for you, you'd better get out of my seat right now. Thompson instinctively wanted to announce himself as the boss of Midtown High, but luckily, he caught himself just in time. Otherwise, he might have angered Su-Yi, who stood behind him. After all, these days, no one but Seiya was worthy of the title boss. Thompson wouldn't dare show off in front of Seiya, but asserting himself with a new transfer student and reclaiming his usual seat, surely there was no harm in that. And what if I don't move? Had Thompson spoken more politely, Harry might have given up the seat without a fuss. After all, it was his first day at a new school, and getting into a fight over a chair wasn't ideal. Old Osborne would have a field day mocking him. But with Thompson's awful attitude, Harry couldn't bring himself to back down quietly. If there had to be a confrontation, so be it. At the very least, he wanted his new classmates to know Harry Osborne wasn't someone you could just push around. Kid, do you even remember your own name? How dare you talk to me like that? Thompson took a step forward, puffing out his broad chest as he tried to intimidate Harry. Using your chest to shove someone could be quite menacing. Of course, if you messed it up, it might end up looking like a weird fencing duel, which was more awkward than anything else. He's Harry Osborne. He's a friend of Seiya's. Before Harry could reply, Mary Jane, sitting nearby, chimed in with a casual tone. She was Thompson's girlfriend and had witnessed nearly all of his recent embarrassing moments. She knew very well just how much weight Seiya's name carried for Thompson. To say he trembled in fear might be an exaggeration, but at his most aggressive, the mere mention of that name would make him instantly wilt. Mary Jane knew this all too well. In fact, Thompson had practically developed a stress disorder that flared up only when Seiya was involved. Sure enough, the moment Mary Jane spoke, Thompson's puffed-up chest deflated like a balloon. His back slouched, and he turned mechanically to look at Seiya. The classroom wasn't that big. Seiya had heard the commotion from the start. Seeing Thompson turn his way, Seiya smiled and nodded. That's right. He's my friend, the only male friend I have in America for now. Hearing Seiya's words, Thompson unclenched his fists. The ferocity faded from his face, and his anger toward Harry vanished in an instant. He said nothing, simply turned and walked toward the seats at the back of the classroom, looking for all the world like a beaten stray dog. But before he left, he still spoke to Mary Jane. Come on, let's sit in the back. Surprisingly, Mary Jane, who was usually so compliant, refused him outright. It's nice by the window. I like sitting here. A critical hit. Double defeat. He had admitted defeat in front of Seiya, and now, in front of Harry, he'd lost his girlfriend too. For Thompson, this was truly the darkest moment of his life. He walked mechanically to the seat in the farthest corner, sitting there alone. The classroom soon filled with lively chatter again, yet the bustling atmosphere seemed to have nothing to do with him. What did I do wrong? Thompson was left speechless, choked by emotions, but no one came to offer comfort or salvation. This loneliness, this was the glory he'd earned for himself after over 10 years of ruling the school through force and effort. It was a reward only he could experience, with no one to share it. Is that Harry really your friend? Gwen gave a nod of greeting to Harry in the distance, then whispered to Seiya. After putting Thompson in his place, and then having a friend swoop in to steal his girlfriend, Gwen thought it unlikely Seiya could have plotted such a ruthless revenge. Seiya nodded. Yes, he's really my friend. We met back in Longwa. It's been 3 years since we last saw each other. I never expected that seeing him again would feel just like old times. That was all he could say. He couldn't very well admit. This friend is a bonus from the system after I unlocked your card. But I honestly didn't expect he'd take one look at Mary Jane and immediately start chatting her up the moment he walked in. So that's how it is. Do you know who he is? Gwen asked again. Seiya remembered that Gwen had mentioned interning at Oscorp. Harry Osborne. The company you intern at. That's his family's business. If you want, I could use my connection with Harry to help you land a better internship. Gwen gave a proud little smile. A better internship is something I should earn with my own abilities, not through my boyfriend's connections. Are you doubting my capabilities? Seiya quickly surrendered. Not at all. I was just thinking maybe I could use my own skills to get an internship in your lab too. That way, I could be a bit closer to you. She chuckled. Honestly, I think using your connections might be faster, Mr. Second in the class. Second place? You arrogant girl. Don't you know I was letting you win? You really don't need to go easy on me. Character, Gwen Stacy. Current favorability, 80. Warm reminder, young man, this is a girl who's completely smitten with you. Go for it. What are you waiting for? Right now. Immediately. Immediately? Right now? Staring at the system's not-so-subtle reminder, Seiya's mind was instantly overflowing with sarcastic retorts. Reaching an 80 favorability score was certainly something to be happy about, but what on earth was this prompt? System, you asked what I'm waiting for? I'm waiting for the right moment, the right mood, and the right steps. We haven't even had a real date yet, haven't even shared a kiss. It was just a little hand-holding, and you're telling me to make a move? And you want me to do it here, in the classroom, in front of all our classmates? Or should I just grab Gwen and sneak off to some secluded corner right now? To hell with that. What a ridiculous, shameless system. always trying to stir up trouble. Doesn't it know that, between a man and a woman, true happiness comes from the heart, not just from physical connection? Seiya ignored the system's prompt, his expression as calm and still as a quiet lake, and simply looked at Gwen's face. It's only Thursday, just 2 days left. Do you really think I can't wait? System, you've completely underestimated me. This is the bare minimum a decent man should uphold. As for that pack of sanitary pads in Gwen's bag, what is that anyway? Seiya had no clue, didn't understand any of it. He was still just an innocent kid, really. 2 days flashed by in the blink of an eye. In Seiya's, well, let's call it composed and patient, waiting, the weekend finally arrived. Since Gwen had to intern at Oscorp during the day, they agreed to meet for their date in the evening. With nothing else to do, Seiya decided to take a look around Oscorp Tower. The lab where Gwen interned was headed by Dr. Kurt Connors, who was currently researching cross-species genetic transfer using lizard DNA. In other words, the very project that would eventually turn him into the lizard. Seiya needed to keep an eye on this project progress, because Connors was a potential future foe. Having inherited Spider-Man's powers, Seiya knew he'd also inherited his enemies. He was prepared for that. Oscorp Tower was in Manhattan, just a short walk, maybe 5 minutes at most, from the still under construction Stark Industries building. So he didn't bother wasting time at the Stark building, its frames still shrouded in scaffolding. He headed straight for Oscorp. According to Peter Parker's experience, so you could have just grabbed an intern's ID badge at the front desk and snuck right in. But that method was a bit risky. If there weren't any Asian interns, he'd be exposed in no time. Moreover, Sui didn't want his own actions to be the reason why a student, who arrived full of confidence and dreams about the future, would be thrown out as a fraud. Thanks to Harry, he already had a fake intern badge in hand. In Dr. Kurt Connor's laboratory, Sui kept a low profile and lingered at the back. He didn't try to answer any questions to draw Dr. Connor's attention. Instead, he simply followed the crowd, quietly observing everything. Yet, just like fireflies twinkling beneath the night sky, no matter how hard Sui tried to hide, his irresistible charm still caught the eye of Gwen, who was leading the interns around. So, you're interning here too? Gwen glanced at Suye's badge and read the name aloud. Shenqiang? Shenqiang. That was the name on Suye's fake intern badge. It might not sound as imposing as Snake Cannon, but it suited Suye's preference for keeping a low profile. There are plenty of guys called Snake among foreigners, so Suye wasn't worried anyone would connect this badge to his other identity as the headstrong Snake Cannon. He shrugged and smiled. Harry made this for me. Like you said, it's the fastest way to become an intern here and get a little closer to you. Gwen rolled her eyes, but there was a smile hiding beneath her expression. Stick with me and don't wander off. Otherwise, not even Harry will be able to help you. The lab heads around here all have pretty fierce tempers. Is Dr. Connors short-tempered too? Dr. Connors? Not really. He's actually a good person. Dr. Connors, the one-armed scientist, had no idea he'd just been handed the good guy card without any warning. By the way, how is Dr. Connors' research going? The cross-species genetic technology he just talked about. Has he had any breakthroughs? As he toured the lab with Gwen, Sui hadn't forgotten his real mission, to gather intel. Gwen shook her head regretfully. There's a crucial step, but Dr. Connors still can't figure out the key data. So, I'm afraid it'll be a while before he makes any progress. Hearing that, Sui breathed a silent sigh of relief. With Harry's appearance, it meant the Green Goblin would soon be making his debut. If Dr. Connors were to transform into the lizard at the same time, then as Spider-Man, Sui would have his hands full fighting on two fronts. With similar equipment and skill levels, even the strongest hero would struggle against two powerful villains at once. Besides, compared to the Green Goblin and the Lizard, Spider-Man wasn't exactly the most dominant hero out there. By the way, aside from research on cross-species genetics and lizards, do you guys work on anything else? Like cockroaches, earthworms, or, say, spiders? Sui asked again about the Osborn Super Spider Gene Laboratory, which was closely tied to Richard Parker's decay rate equation, the very foundation that helped Dr. Connors transform from the one-armed scientist into the lizard. But Gwen shook her head once more. Why study those things? Even now, Dr. Connors still hasn't figured out the lizard. After she spoke, Gwen hesitated for a moment before saying, By the way, about our date this afternoon. Sui raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Do you have something to do? Want to cancel? No, not at all. Gwen quickly waved her hands. It's just, my mom heard I'm going on a date, and that the guy is a Chinese student studying here. So she suggested I bring you over for dinner at our place. We're having lemon sea base tonight. Do you like it? Lemon sea base? Was it already time to meet the future mother-in-law? Isn't this moving a bit fast? Dr. Connors hasn't even figured out the lizard gene yet. Just then, Suye's phone rang. It was a call from Harry. Hey, Xiaoyi, there's an event tonight. I invited Mary Jane, and was wondering if you and Gwen wanted to come too. Harry was quick. Or rather, Mary Jane was quick to move on. On Thursday morning, she was still Thompson's girlfriend, and by Saturday, she was already dating Harry. Women, you two have fun. I'll be at Gwen's place for lemon sea base, so I'll have to skip tonight, Seiya declined. All right then, hope you two have a great dinner. Thanks, and have a great time yourselves. After hanging up, Seiya smiled at Gwen. If I end up embarrassing myself with the fish, I hope your family won't laugh at me. Don't worry, as long as I'm there, you won't be anyone's laughingstock. Before visiting Gwen's house, Seiya had no expectations for this so-called lemon sea base. Just hearing the name was enough to make him lose his appetite. But when he actually tasted it, while it wasn't exactly a revelation, it was much better than he'd imagined. Not delicious enough to blow his mind, but certainly not hard to swallow. And chatting with Gwen's parents and her 3 younger brothers was, on the whole, a pleasant experience. Soon, the conversation turned to Gwen's father, Captain George Stacy, and his work. Anything interesting at work lately, Dad? Asked Howard, the 3rd youngest brother. The unspoken message was clear. Captain Stacy, it's your time to shine. As the family's pillar and a police officer with more than a few legendary tales, George always had stories to share. Clearing his throat, Captain Stacy began to recount his old stories, though sadly, he didn't have a cigarette to complete the scene. To make a good impression in front of his daughter's boyfriend, and to let this young man know that he shouldn't dare hurt his daughter, or there would be dire consequences, Sheriff George decided to assert his authority. So, Sheriff George launched into a series of stories, retelling the heroic exploits he'd already shared countless times with his children. Daring raids on criminal hideouts, lone heroics, masterful strategies, the works. Just listening to him, one might almost mistake him for Captain America himself. All the while, Seiya listened with a cheerful grin, occasionally letting out a heartfelt exclamation, fully playing along with Sheriff George's performance. A home-cooked meal, followed by a free stand-up comedy show, this trip was turning out to be well worth it. However, the 3 younger brothers didn't quite see it that way. They'd heard these stories 100 times before. There was nothing new here. What they wanted was something fresh. The second brother, Philip, was only a few years younger than Gwen, right at that age when teenage angst was at its peak. Dad, what about that Spider-Man you mentioned yesterday? Did you find anything out about him? Spider-Man. Seiya immediately looked up. Which Spider-Man? Me? I've only been out on the streets for 3 days, managed to save about 20 women from making the wrong turn in life, and I'm already on their radar? Sheriff George nodded. That's right. Spider-Man. Someone who wears a mask and delivers justice at night. A nameless vigilante. Delivers justice? So he caught the keyword right away. In the original movie, Sheriff George wasn't like this at all. When Spider-Man was brought up, shouldn't he have looked utterly disgusted, wishing he could throw him behind bars? But now, he seems so calm, and even used words like delivers justice rather than accusations like causing trouble or disturbing the peace. According to our statistics, he's been active for 2 or 3 days and has saved at least a dozen women who ran into danger at night. Granted, the whole mask thing is a bit creepy, but I have to admit, he's made a real contribution to this city. As Sheriff George spoke, his eyes shifted to Gwen and her mother. It was obvious his change in attitude was because of the women in his life. He had a wife and a daughter too, and no one could guarantee they wouldn't someday have to walk the streets alone at night. And in New York, with its crime rate, the chances of running into trouble were always high. At a time like that, perhaps everyone could use a Spider-Man. Thank goodness New York had a friend to women. Since Sheriff George had put it like that, what could Seiya do but quietly accept the praise? He certainly couldn't pop up and declare that being a hero was simply something Spider-Man did on the side, and the real fun was swinging through the air like a trapeze artist. After dinner, Seiya and Gwen stood side by side at the edge of the rooftop, gazing out at the sea of lights that filled the city. That's beautiful, Gwen exclaimed with a bright smile. It really is, Seiya nodded in agreement. The dazzling lights, from a visual standpoint, painted the nightscape with such brilliance that it was truly mesmerizing. Yet beneath this sea of lights, countless crimes were hidden away in the shadows. My dad's used to interrogating suspects, so he can sound a bit stiff. The way he spoke earlier, he didn't scare you, did he? I'm all right, Seiya replied. Despite everything, Seiya still held a deep respect for the police. Aside from a few bad apples, most were committed to upholding justice. At the very least, Captain George set a solid example in that regard. It said a lot that, as an ordinary man, he dared to throw himself into the battle between Spider-Man and the Lizard. It's clear he's not just a good cop, but also a great father and a hero to this city, Seiya added sincerely. Gwen smiled at first, but her face soon clouded over. He is the city's hero. Most of his time and energy are spent protecting its people. Rarely do we get to share a quiet dinner together, like tonight. Just as Gwen finished speaking, sirens wailed from downstairs, loud and insistent. Judging by the noise, at least 7 or 8 police cars were racing by. Such scenes were a rarity back in Longwa, but here they were just part of everyday life. There's trouble at the Aerospace World Carnival. Some maniac in a devil costume on a glider is attacking people. I have to go now. Captain George's voice rang out from below. Why does this city have so many criminals? Dad works himself to exhaustion and still can't keep up. If only there were more superheroes like Spider-Man. In this world, Gwen's face filled with worry. Every time Captain George went out on duty, her heart was gripped by anxiety until he returned safely. Aerospace World Carnival? So you couldn't quite place the name, but a madman in a devil costume riding a flying glider. He was almost certain that could only mean the Green Goblin. So the Green Goblin was attacking the carnival? Wait, wasn't that the one Harry and Mary Jane were attending? Those poor souls. Harry would probably be safe. As twisted as the Green Goblin was, he wouldn't harm his own son. Or would he? The man was insane, after all. And in the movies, he didn't seem to care whether Harry was caught in the blast or not. Should he go check it out? Like it or not, Harry was Seiya's only friend in America. And seeing the worry etched on Gwen's face for her father, Seiya couldn't bring himself to just stand by. Forget it, he decided it was time to go. After all, it was the Green Goblin who'd come looking for him, and sooner or later, they'd have to face each other. Gwen, could you grab my clothes for me? Gwen turned around just in time to see Seiya's clothes tossed her way. The next moment, Seiya, dressed in his red and black Spider-Man suit, was already standing at the edge of the rooftop. Wow. Gwen was utterly stunned, a bundle of excitement and nerves, so much so that she could barely get her words out. You, wait for me. I'll be back with the captain for a late-night snack. With that, Seiya pulled on his mask and, in one fluid motion, flipped backward off the building. Gwen rushed to the edge and looked down, only to see a web shooting out, carrying Seiya's figure as he swung swiftly into the distance. Coming clean to Gwen was something Seiya had thought about for a long time. It wasn't just because, in the movies, the second Spider-Man, Peter Parker, had revealed his identity. No, the main reason was that, with Gwen's intelligence and keen observation, and with the two of them being classmates and a couple, it would be nearly impossible for Seiya to keep this secret from her. Rather than racking his brains to spin endless lies, it was better to just lay it all out honestly. Besides, judging from the MCU's experience, Spider-Man can't go it alone. Having a few allies is always a good idea. They don't have to be superheroes. Even an assistant can make a difference. The three different Spider-Men all had the Avengers as their team, plus helpers like Ned, which really helped them out of a lot of tight spots. Sometimes, just having someone to cover for your lies makes life a lot easier. And if he had Gwen, everyone's idea of a model student and good kid, covering for him, so he knew things would go much more smoothly. Taking everything into account, he decided it was time to reveal himself. Of course, he was only revealing his identity as Spider-Man. If he ever picked up any other secret roles in the future, he certainly wouldn't share those with Gwen so easily. After saying goodbye to Gwen, Seiya swung through the city, arriving at the carnival site, Times Square, just ahead of Captain George. As one of the city's landmark locations, Times Square is a notorious hotspot in Marvel movies. Whether they're heroes or villains, there's always some chaos brewing here. When Seiya arrived, the whole place was already in turmoil. The surrounding buildings bore the scars of explosions, the stands had collapsed, and many of the giant balloons and decorations had been knocked over. Down below, pedestrians were screaming and fleeing in terror, while up in the air, the Green Goblin, dressed in a green flight suit and riding his glider, was cackling wildly, drunk on the chaos. So he didn't rush in headlong. After all, the Green Goblin was no ordinary man in a flight suit. His body had been enhanced by chemicals, multiplying his strength many times over. In Spider-Man, No Way Home, even manhandled Spider-Man single-handedly. To think you could beat an opponent like that just by charging in, it would be far too naive. As for Mary Jane, who was shrieking desperately from the stands nearby, Seiya decided to let her scream for now. If the stands really started to collapse, then he'd step in. Norman Osborn had been feeling troubled lately. Though he was the founder and chairman of Oscorp, he now found himself targeted by both the board of directors and the military. His research projects had failed to meet expectations, funding had been cut off, and even he himself was being pushed aside by the board. Worse still, without so much as a discussion, the board had already decided to strip him of his position as chairman and sell the company. For Norman Osborn, who had devoted himself to becoming the military's top munition supplier, this was a blow more unbearable than death itself. And so, with his fractured mind already teetering on the edge, Norman Osborn became the Green Goblin. He appeared at the rival Aerospace Exploration Organization's carnival, ready to take down every Oscorp executive who had shown up for the event. He succeeded. The bastards who had tried to throw him out of the boardroom like a stray dog were all blown to smithereens by his pumpkin bombs. But Norman Osborn was not satisfied. not entirely. More accurately, it was the violent persona of the Green Goblin that demanded more. He craved even greater destruction and chaos, and his gaze fell on the girl in the cheongsam, collapsed amid the shattered stands, screaming at the top of her lungs in a shrill, piercing wail. She was calling out for Harry. Could this be his useless son Harry's girlfriend? His foolish son, who had once gotten himself a boyfriend, now had a girlfriend too? How extraordinary! He just had to get a closer look. Controlling his glider, the Green Goblin began to close in on the ruined stands and the girl whose screams still echoed through the chaos. Hello there, my dear. Honestly, if Harry hadn't passed out in that earlier panic, he would have rushed over to fight the Green Goblin without a second thought. Who the hell are you, calling my girlfriend dear the moment you show up? Are you out of your mind? While Harry lay unconscious, Seiya seized the opportunity to act. He had been watching and waiting for the perfect moment when the Green Goblin would hover in place and drop his guard. Then, just as the original Spider-Man once did, Seiya crept up and sabotaged the glider, sending the Green Goblin flying off like a lost kite. It was the simplest and most direct way to resolve the crisis. As for hand-to-hand combat, better not. Seiya doubted he could outmatch the Green Goblin in a brawl, and there was no need to risk injury. Still, this gave Seiya a useful reminder. Even with Spider-Man's superhuman strength and reflexes, he couldn't be certain of victory against the Green Goblin. Clearly, he needed to keep improving his own skills. Meanwhile, the Green Goblin was sizing up Mary Jane, already plotting how to give this woman, who so obviously had eyes only for his foolish son's money, a lesson she would never forget. Suddenly, sparks crackled from the glider beneath him. In the next moment, he realized he'd lost control. His glider was belching black smoke and careening wildly through the air. Who did this? Who the hell did this? Bastard, he roared. The out-of-control glider dragged the Green Goblin higher into the sky. He struggled desperately to steer, but he could no longer turn with any agility. The further he flew, the more helpless he became. Just then, two strands of web shot through the air. One latched onto the Green Goblin's back, yanking him off the glider, while the other stuck firmly to the glider itself. So he didn't go swinging out along the webs. Instead, he quickly tied the two strands into a tight knot, then simply let go and left it at that. And so, everyone watched as the culprit who had ruined the carnival was now dangling in midair, being dragged away by an out-of-control glider, swinging wildly as it soared off into the distance. The glider's trajectory was chaotic, and the Green Goblin, suspended below, resembled a pendulum, crashing into everything in his erratic path. Boom! He slammed hard against the wall of a high-rise building, scraping along the surface and throwing up a shower of sparks with each jarring impact. Crash! He smashed headfirst into the rooftop of another building, shattering a corner straight off. Snap! The next building's lightning rod was no match. He snapped it clean in two as he was dragged by. For a moment, the sky rang with the sound of chaos and destruction. By the time the Green Goblin's battered form, still tethered to the glider, was dragged out of sight, bouncing and colliding all the way. Even the onlookers below, some of whom were soft-hearted, began to feel a pang of sympathy for him. No one knew where he would finally crash. Even with a sturdy flight suit, at this rate he was bound to end up with a concussion, or worse, some catastrophic internal injury. So he paid no further attention to the Green Goblin, now long gone. Instead, he turned and fired a wad of web directly into Mary Jane's mouth, stopping her shrill screams. Grabbing her by the collar, he tossed her down next to the unconscious Harry, then swung away into the night. It was only then that the car carrying Captain George finally screeched to a halt at the scene. Everyone stay sharp. The suspect is an extremely dangerous supercriminal. Do not let your guard down for a second. Captain George barked into his radio, his face grim as he gave instructions to his team. But just as he opened the car door, someone informed him that the criminal had already been driven off. Driven off? By whom? The police? The military? Or maybe one of those shadowy agencies? According to eyewitnesses, the suspect was yanked off his glider by something that looked like webbing. So, everyone's guessing that it was probably Spider-Man who intervened. Spider-Man? The so-called friend of the ladies? Captain George was still trying to wrap his head around it. Why would the famously gentle friend of the ladies suddenly turn vigilante and take down a super criminal? One of the officers pointed toward the stands where Mary Jane was sitting and said, apparently, that criminal was about to go after a girl up there, so, well, what a real friend to women. Captain George finally understood. That made sense. So this Spider-Man wasn't out to hunt supervillains specifically. He just happened to be there to save a girl and cross paths with a supervillain in the process. With that explanation, Captain George felt a bit more at ease. At least this guy wasn't deliberately trying to steal his job. But on the other side, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who had rushed over weren't quite so reassured. Spider-Man? Is he another superhero like Iron Man? There's a new superhero in New York, and we didn't even know. Coulson listened to the chatter among the officers, frowning as he questioned his fellow agents. The agents looked at each other in confusion. They'd been tied up with the Green Goblin case lately and hadn't had time to pay attention to minor incidents around the city. Besides, the police hadn't reported anything, so it wasn't surprising that they were in the dark. The Green Goblin's on the move again. We can't just keep trailing behind like this. We need a call for backup. Better yet, take the initiative and assign a few people to look into this Spider-Man. If it turns out he really has superhuman abilities, report it to Director Fury at once. A woman in a baseball cap stepped forward and reminded him, "Sir, there's also that Iron Head I mentioned to you before." Coulson nodded. "Right. Handle both cases. You're in charge. Take a team." "Yes, sir." When Seiya returned to Gwen's rooftop, the coat he'd lent her was still warm. Well, not from his own body heat, but because Gwen had been hugging it tightly the whole time, so now it carried her warmth. "Hey, all done, I'm back." Landing lightly and pulling off his mask, Seiya greeted Gwen with a cheerful smile. But Gwen, forgetting all restraint, rushed over and threw her arms around his head. Seiya hadn't expected his first time to be so passive. As a Superman, how could he let that stand? He had to fight back. After a full minute, just as Gwen was about to run out of breath, Seiya finally let her go. "You're not hurt, are you?" Taking a deep breath, Gwen regained her senses and looked Seiya over from head to toe. Seiya shook his head, flexing his muscles to show off his strength as he casually recounted what had happened. "So you see, being a superhero isn't just about throwing punches in a boxing ring. Sometimes, you need to use your brain too. Is your brain really that clever, Mr. Second in Class?" Gwen teased, pouting with a mischievous grin. "Oh, come on. You're not letting this go, are you?" Seiya stepped forward and pulled Gwen into his arms, launching into a merciless tickle attack. Before long, the playful wrestle brought them close together again, sticking like magnets. This time, the moment lasted a full 2 minutes. Teenage boys and girls, when hormones spark, it only takes a tiny flame to set everything ablaze. They'd originally planned to have a serious talk about superheroes up on the rooftop, but in the end, they found it impossible. Every time they tried, they'd end up tangled together. If it weren't for the circumstances, well, by next year, Captain George Stacy might already be holding his grandchild. It was only when it got really late that they finally made their way downstairs. But even as Seiya was about to take his leave, Captain Stacy still hadn't returned home. "Looks like I'll have to save that cup of tea with the captain for next time." Seiya joked to Gwen with a smile, then headed out the door. By the time he got home, it was nearly midnight. Instead of going straight to bed, Seiya turned on his computer and began searching online for martial arts schools. Today had been his first real encounter with a supervillain. He might have bragged to Gwen about his brains, claiming he'd outsmarted the enemy, but deep down, he knew the truth. Calling it strategy was just a way to cover up his own lack of ability to soothe his ego. Brute strength beats a dozen tricks. If you have overwhelming power, there's no need for clever schemes. You just take the fight head on, just like he did at school, where he sent Thompson flying with a kick. Not only was it satisfying, but it settled the matter once and for all. Look at how well-behaved Thompson is now. As Spider-Man, the quickest way to get stronger would be to find Iron Man and have him play the role of Godfather, letting high-tech gear boost him all the way to the top. But that was never going to happen, not in this lifetime. And even if he wanted to, with Tony Stark in his current state, there was no way the man would just take on a surrogate son. So, for Seiya, the best option was to learn martial arts. As long as he could upgrade his fighting skills, that was enough. It didn't take him long to find a bunch of martial arts schools online, covering all sorts of styles. He picked out a few reputable and affordable ones, jotted them down, and got ready for bed. It was nearly 2 a.m. Already Saturday. After 2 o'clock, a new White Rain girlfriend card would be credited to his account. But Seiya was no longer that rookie who'd held his very first gray card, daydreaming about whether his next girlfriend would be an older sister or a cute little sister. White cards, even green cards, unless he got close to 10 of them, would hardly catch his attention anymore. Just as the clock struck 2, a notification sound jolted him awake. Ding! Spider-Man character event, outsmarting the Green Goblin complete. 1 girlfriend card awarded. When he fended off the school bully Thompson before, why didn't that trigger an event to upgrade his card quality? Could it be that little punk Thompson just wasn't important enough? It's a pity. He still doesn't know whether getting a high-quality girlfriend card from a big event like this requires sticking to the original storyline, or if changing the plot would work too. The question flashed through his mind, but as he read the card's introduction, Seiya's eyes lit up instantly. A blue card. Before, it's not that he couldn't synthesize a blue card. 10 green cards could be combined into 3 blue ones. But with single draws, there were no miracles, and triple draws had no guaranteed reward, so he never went through with it. So, this was the first blue card he ever got his hands on. and the star symbol and annotation on the back made him realize that this wasn't any ordinary card. Maybe, just maybe, this one would actually come through. So, should he open it right away? Or should he wait until he collected 10 blue cards and open them all at once? Seiya was instantly torn. The star card only said the odds of getting a high-quality card were increased. It never promised a guaranteed reward. But if he wanted to save up another 9 blue cards to open them together, it'd take nearly 5 months. That's way too long. He couldn't wait that long. Gritting his teeth, Seiya made up his mind. He'd open it now. 5 months is a lifetime. Seize the day. Ding. Girlfriend card opened. You receive. Ding. Girlfriend card opened. You receive one exquisite girlfriend card. Beautiful coach. Used to gain a coach girlfriend. It worked. It worked. A miracle from a single draw. The moment he saw that flash of blue light, Seiya leaped joyfully from his bed, limbs splayed out as he stuck himself to the ceiling, twisting and wriggling upside down in excitement. Let the music play, and let's keep dancing. Just before, a 10 draw with green cards had only netted him one excellent girlfriend. But now, a single blue card draw had given him an exquisite top-tier girlfriend. He'd gone from unlucky to charmed in a single stroke. Seiya wiggled on the ceiling for quite a while, before finally dropping back onto his bed, where he eagerly chose to use his newly acquired blue card. Ding! Using exquisite girlfriend card. Beautiful coach. Coach girlfriend is on her way. After using the card, Seiya lay back down, drifting off to sleep filled with anticipation and wild fantasies for the future. Who would this beautiful coach turn out to be? Are there any female coaches in a Marvel movie universe? Seiya thought hard, and finally remembered someone. Colleen Wing, the lead female character from the Iron Fist series, who ran a struggling dojo. But Colleen Wing, she wasn't exactly a classic beauty. At least Seiya didn't think so. And surely his system would stick a little closer to his own sense of aesthetics, wouldn't it? Of course, it was also possible that she wasn't even from the Marvel universe at all. That night, Seiya dreamed, and it was one of those colorful, steamy dreams. In his dream, he was the ultimate winner in life, embraced on both sides. Gwen on his left, and on his right, a woman whose face was a blur, but whose figure was nothing short of stunning. That night, everything seemed perfect for him. The next morning, the very first thing Seiya did after getting up was laundry. Doing laundry on a Sunday. Nothing out of the ordinary, right? There were no classes on Sundays, and Gwen had to go to her internship. So Seiya first went to the hospital to visit Harry. Afterward, he planned to check out the martial arts schools he'd found the night before. Moreover, he had a few suspicions about the newly unlocked excellent girlfriend card, the beautiful coach. He'd just been planning to find a martial arts school to learn some combat skills last night, and then he drew the beautiful coach card. Clearly, this new girlfriend must be waiting for him in one of those dojos. Yet, after spending the entire morning visiting over a dozen martial arts schools, Seiya hadn't found a single one that fit. His way of judging whether a school was right was simple. Walk in, tour the place, meet the coach, and if he didn't get a message saying the coach girlfriend has arrived, then it meant he hadn't found the right place. He'd checked every dojo on his list, and even a few more for good measure, but ended up empty-handed. So he couldn't help but wonder if he'd been looking in the wrong direction all along. Maybe the beautiful coach wasn't a combat instructor at all, but rather taught fitness, basketball, or volleyball at school. Just as he was about to change his approach and head back to campus, a shop sign being put up at the corner of the street caught his attention. Judging by the decor, it looked like a martial arts school that hadn't opened yet. The signboard was still covered. Since he was already here, Seiya figured it wouldn't hurt to take a quick look. At the entrance stood an elderly man, whose appearance seemed completely unrelated to the term beautiful coach. Hello, Seiya greeted him. The old man responded with a warm smile. Hello. From his accent and mannerisms, he seemed Japanese. Wait a second. Am I about to get shot? After all, the third brother and his lot don't spare anyone. Ahem. Seiya shook his head to banish the wild thoughts. He was just an ordinary guy. No way he'd end up like the third brother. That was a bit much. Sir, may I ask what kind of shop you're planning to open here? Oh, the old man replied seriously. I'm a martial artist from Japan. I've come to New York to open a dojo and pass on the martial arts of our school. A Japanese martial artist? What school is this, upper class or lower class? So he couldn't help but joke to himself, but kept a respectful face as he asked, May I ask, sir, which style are you passing down? With a gentle motion, the old man lifted the cloth covering the signboard. Shiranui, I am the current master of Shunu, Hanzo Shiranui. Hearing that name, Seiya immediately knew he'd come to the right place. Hanzo Shiranui. He was the grandfather of my Shiranui, one of the most popular characters in The King of Fighters. Wait, what? Does this mean my Shiranui is going to be my second girlfriend? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. My Shiranui has been a vibrant presence in the gaming world for nearly 30 years, from the Fatal Fury series to The King of Fighters, and even making her way into mobile games like Honor of Kings. From the very start, her popularity and status have always remained at the top tier among female game characters. In fact, the whole concept of jiggle physics for female characters in games basically started with Mai Shiranui. And even after all these years, no one has managed to surpass her in this regard. Not even Dead or Alive, which has been all about fan service from the get-go. There's a saying, if you don't know Mai Shiranui, it's useless to call yourself a hungry wolf. Of course, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, neither Mai Shiranui nor the Shou School exists, so it was obvious that this was the beautiful coach, DLC, Suyi unlocked with his blue card. He didn't have to wait long. Soon, a cheerful girl with long black hair tied in a ponytail, dressed in a long t-shirt and cropped pants, stepped out of the dojo, her face radiant with a sunny smile. Coach girlfriend has arrived. Please check your delivery. Grandpa, is this person here to sign up for the dojo? We haven't even officially opened yet, and already students are showing up. What a great omen. Hello, I'm Mai Shiranui. From now on, I'll be your senior here. What's your name? Mai greeted Suyi with a bright smile, her eyes narrowing in friendly delight. Hi, I'm Suyi. There was no need for Suyi to act shy. He simply returned the greeting. Back in his previous life, he'd played Mai Shiranui in Honor of Kings more times than he could count. So many times, in fact, he was almost sick of it. He knew her every move by heart. Ding. Beautiful coach has been signed for. Character, Mai Shiranui. Current affection level, 20. Kind reminder, practicing martial arts not only strengthens the body, but also cultivates the mind. Follow your coach, train diligently, and strive to become a martial arts master as soon as possible. And stop always thinking about playing with balls. What the? Who's always thinking about playing with balls? Seriously, could these reminders be a bit more human? Yet, in her private life, Mai Shiranui is actually quite conservative. Whether in dress or in matters of the heart, she has always loved only one man, Andy Bogard. Yes, that's right, the same Andy she calls out to in Honor of Kings when she dies. But now, Suyi was about to take Andy's place and become the only man in Mai Shiranui's heart. Just the thought of it made him a little excited. Compared to Gwen, Mai Shiranui was on a whole other level. Ahem, calm down. Welcome, Suyi. Congratulations on becoming the senior disciple of the Shiranui Dojo. Come on, I'll give you a tour inside. Without giving Suyi a chance to refuse, Mai Shiranui grabbed his hand and pulled him straight into the dojo. Seeing her impatience, Hanzo Shiranui could only smile helplessly. His granddaughter's determination to make the Shiranui Dojo flourish was admirable, but she really couldn't just bring anyone in off the street. After all, that young man hadn't even paid yet. Although the dojo wasn't officially open for business, the interior had already been fully renovated. The training space and facilities were all in place, leaving nothing lacking. However, the place wasn't very large, so their tour didn't take long at all. So what do you think, Brother Sue? Mai asked, her eyes sparkling. Not bad, right? The whole dojo was designed to match the traditional Japanese style, and all the materials are eco-friendly. You won't have to worry about any toxins or harmful chemicals here. She sounded just like a real estate agent, painting an enticing picture for Suyi as she extolled every virtue of the place. But her true intention was singular, to convince him to stay, to truly become her junior apprentice, letting her take on the role of a senior. It had already been mentioned before, Mai Shiranui was not the kind of girl who played games just for the thrill. She wouldn't insist on keeping Suyi just because he happened to be the first prospective student to walk through the doors. There was something more at play here. Behind the scenes, the system was at work. Suya's girlfriend cards, including Gwen, created a special bond between them. It made the girls unconsciously drawn to him, and deepening their closeness came almost effortlessly. So this passionate welcome from Mai was reserved exclusively for Suyi. As for the dojo's atmosphere, Suyi didn't really have any strong opinions. He was here to learn martial arts, not to buy a house. What mattered most to him was the teacher's skill. Mai understood this perfectly. So after the tour, she led Suyi directly to the training area at the center of the dojo. As for the Shou techniques, she said, words aren't enough. Why don't you try attacking me? I'll give you a taste of our style firsthand. No sooner had she spoken than she stepped into the middle of the practice floor. With a swift motion, she whipped up the hem of her t-shirt, and in a flash, both the shirt and her cropped pants vanished, replaced by a folding fan and the signature Shiranui ninja attire. This was the original, classic outfit, none of the modifications or extra layers from the games. The ninja uniform wasn't something she wore just anywhere. In fact, since receiving it, Mai had never donned it in front of anyone outside her family. But this time, she was going all in. Let's see if my skills and my charms aren't enough to keep you here, you stubborn boy. Faced with all this, what could Suyi do? Was he supposed to cover his eyes and shout, "Don't look," before turning to run away? He wasn't the kind of person who shirks responsibility. Since you've invited me so sincerely, Sister Mai, it would be downright ungentlemanly of me to refuse. Please, allow me, though I may embarrass myself. With that, Seiya shifted his stance, launching a punch straight at my Shiranui. He put about 80% of his strength and speed into that punch, genuinely curious to see how his body, as someone with Spider-Man's abilities, would measure up against a martial artist like Mai. Who would win, and just how big would the gap be? As Seiya's fist came flying, Mai's eyes narrowed in a flash of surprise. She hadn't expected the sunny, cheerful young man before her to move with such startling speed. No ordinary woman could possibly withstand that. Luckily for her, she was anything but ordinary. Just as Seiya was about to close in, Mai suddenly straightened, spun in place with striking agility, and whipped her folding fan around. In an instant, a burst of flame erupted from the fan's surface. Renbu. With a roaring surge, the massive blaze nearly engulfed Seiya as he charged forward. Fortunately, the very instant the flames burst forth, Seiya's spider sense screamed in warning. Alarms blared in his mind, allowing him to instinctively dodge, narrowly avoiding getting scorched right in the face. Hey, little brother, you shouldn't be so rough with girls. Or else, I might just get a little fiery. Mai brought her fan up to her lips, gently tapping it as she teased Seiya with an air of coy shyness. Before Seiya could respond, she flicked her wrist, sending the fan hurtling toward him. Hanacho fan. The fan spun rapidly, heading straight for Seiya. But instead of dodging, he simply struck out, knocking the fan out of the air with a solid punch. At that very moment, Mai's shadow loomed larger in his vision. She was already closing the distance in a blink. Careful, little brother. Here I come, whirlwind crash. With a shout, Mai swept low to the ground, her long legs snapping up towards Seiya's neck in a swift scissor motion. This was a close-range grappling technique. Trap your opponent's neck with your legs, flip backward, and use your momentum to hurl them away. Seeing her intent, Seiya reacted instantly. Just as her legs were about to lock around his neck, he surged forward with explosive speed, piercing straight through and transforming her throw into a ground technique instead. Mai's whirlwind crash was thoroughly countered, leaving the two in a slightly awkward tangle. But as a seasoned kunoichi, Mai was more than prepared for moments like this. She spun in midair, a flash of fire igniting once more. Seiya had planned to take advantage of their proximity, unleashing a barrage of close-quarter blows and perhaps engaging in a bit of playful grappling with Mai. But seeing the flames flare up again, he had no choice but to retreat, quickly pulling back out of the fire's reach. Mai Shiranui landed lightly on her feet, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. It was hard to tell whether it was from exhaustion or embarrassment. Junior brother Sue, your strength and speed are both impressive. Even though it's just raw power, you're far beyond ordinary people, and your reflexes are sharp. As a martial artist myself, I have to admit you surpass me in some areas. However, your attacks lack structure and technique. You're relying purely on instinct, which means you're not really making the most of your physical gifts. That's why, as a martial artist, I sincerely invite you to join our Shiranui. It would be a tremendous help for your growth in combat. Seiya had already made up his mind to join as soon as he realized he was at the Shiranui dojo, so he didn't hesitate at all. He nodded in agreement right away. All right, how much is the tuition? Mai blinked in surprise. Tuition? That wasn't what she was expecting. She had been hoping to talk about feelings, but he wanted to talk about money? Wait, the dojo is mine. If we talk about feelings, it's my wallet that's going to get hurt. Ahem. Well, the details about the tuition haven't been set yet. But for you, As Mai was speaking, Hanzo Shiranui pushed open the door and walked in. You're the one Mai has chosen, and the very first student of this dojo. Let's forget about tuition for now. Try it out for 3 months. If you feel you've learned something, then pay the tuition. If not, you can leave without paying a cent. Hearing Hanzo's words, Seiya couldn't help but wonder if he'd come to the Shiranui dojo or accidentally wandered into a vocational school. 3 months of free trial, guaranteed teaching, and no tuition if you don't learn. Was the Shiranui always this generous? No, not Yushu, but Wishu. That's how open-handed we are. Since Seiya's goal was to learn, and now he could do it for free, he certainly didn't have any objections. After a simple initiation ceremony, from that day forward, Seiya became the senior disciple of this not yet officially open Shiryu dojo. Being the senior disciple of the Shiryu had a certain ring to it. Somehow it sounded a bit more impressive than being the top student of the Danwater School. That afternoon, with nothing urgent to do and the dojo yet to open, Seiya found himself undisturbed. Hanzo Shiranui wasn't one to waste time, and immediately began instructing Seiya, while Mai became his sparring partner. What I'm going to teach you is a technique from the Shiranui. It's called Kapu. Kapu isn't a method of massage or fortune-telling, but a close combat martial art. It's somewhat similar to Wing Chun, but with subtle differences. Its footwork is stealthier, it excels in close-quarters fighting, and the movements are designed to disrupt an opponent's sense of distance. In Fatal Fury and The King of Fighters, Andy Bogard's main discipline is Kapu. Speaking of Andy Bogard, this is probably the new identity Soo-yi is meant to assume after unlocking my Shiranui's girlfriend card. Andy Bogard. He's the guy everyone online jokes about as the man whose wife you've all played. Ahem. Andy doesn't have nearly the same level of fame as my Shiranui. In fact, even within the Hungry Wolves team, his popularity is overshadowed by his own brother, Terry Bogard, and the Muay Thai master, Joe Higashi. Terry's fighting style is ferocious and intense. In the story, he even inherits the true teachings of Bajiquan, combines them into his own school of mixed martial arts, and his moves are all about overwhelming strength. He's as fierce as they come. As for Joe Higashi, being a Muay Thai expert, there's not much more to say. He's all about flying kicks, elbow strikes, and spinning tornado moves. His fights are both impactful and entertaining to watch. By comparison, Andy isn't particularly forceful, nor is he especially flashy. More often than not, people tend to overlook his character. If it weren't for his hot, curvaceous girlfriend who can really dance, well, that alone is enough to make people green with envy and eager to befriend him. Even Soo-yi would rather play as Andy than Terry, despite Blue Mary being quite the bombshell herself. If only he could have both ladies at the same time. Andy and Terry are brothers who were adopted as orphans when they were young, but in truth, they share no blood relation. Later on, their foster father is murdered, and so their story arc becomes one of revenge. But Soo-yi isn't an orphan in this world. His father, Old Soo, is alive and well back home, so he has no idea how the system will unfold this character's story for him. After taking on a master, he even called his dad overseas just to ask if he'd been adopted or if he had some long-lost half-brother or something. He got a thorough scolding for that. You haven't called me in ages, and the first thing you ask is some weird question? Just you wait. I'm flying over there right now to beat you into an orphan. Old Soo's words put Soo-ye's mind at ease. If he's got this much confidence while scolding, he must really be his biological son. Though really, what kind of logic is it to say you'll beat your own son into an orphan? Wouldn't you have to beat yourself up first? In any case, when it comes to my Shiranui's storyline, Soo-yi is completely in the dark. He's not even sure if there's any story progression at all. He'll just have to take things one step at a time. Back to the training at the Shiranui dojo. Compared to learning Kimifist, what Soo-yi is actually more interested in is Mai's ability to control fire. But it seems Andy Bogard never quite mastered that. He did pick up powering up, but as for shooting flames, that wasn't something he learned at first. Is this perhaps a secret art reserved for the true heirs of the Shiranui style? Of course, as a brand new student, Soo-yi knows better than to ask for the school's most closely guarded techniques right out of the gate. The bone technique is truly formidable. Once he masters it, he'll be able to go toe-to-toe with the Green Goblin in close combat next time. For now, he'll focus on this. The rest can wait until he's raised my Shiranui's affection, or perhaps inherited the Shiranui dojo. The cake will come in due time. Soo-yi is still young. He can afford to wait. While Soo-yi was learning the bone technique under Hanzo Shiranui's tutelage, in the upper echelons of the Harry family's mansion, Norman Osborn, a man tormented by schizophrenia, was busy tearing the place apart. The night before, he'd been swept through the air by his glider, swinging a meteor hammer, but hadn't dealt him any truly fatal wounds. Previously, Norman Osborn had used a physical enhancement serum developed by his company, a drug much like the super soldier serum once taken by Captain America. Though his physique hadn't changed, his strength had increased many times over. The side effect, however, was schizophrenia, spawning a violent alter ego, the Green Goblin. Thanks to his enhanced strength and the protective flight suit, Norman's injuries weren't serious. The worst blow he'd taken was crashing into a lightning rod, which left him with nothing more than a lingering ache. After finally managing to use the remote on his arm to steer the glider home, Norman Osborn descended into a full-blown frenzy. Initially, everything had gone perfectly. Those board members who dared to betray and isolate him were reduced to ashes by pumpkin bombs. But the ending infuriated him. Someone had set him up. Tracing the sticky web left clinging to his body, Norman began to unravel the threads of his connections, and soon obtained some information from the police. The one who tricked him was none other than that notorious good neighbor of New York, the nighttime vigilante, hero by hobby, Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Just thinking about being duped by some masked, skulking figure was enough to send Norman into a rage, leaving his mansion in utter chaos. At this moment, the wicked Green Goblin persona had fully taken control. Luckily for Harry, he was still in the hospital recovering from his injuries. Otherwise, he might have been caught in the crossfire. "I'll find you. I'll kill you." Or, the Green Goblin's voice faltered for an instant, and a twisted, evil smile spread across his face. Or, I'll invite you to join us. The Green Goblin's urge to destroy was overpowering. Last night's attack on the board was the perfect manifestation of that destructive impulse. And as the board members perished, and he watched the terrified citizens fleeing in panic, the Green Goblin felt a surge of accomplishment. All those grand ambitions, making the company bigger and stronger, becoming the military's top arms supplier. Those were Norman Osborn's dreams. They meant nothing to the Green Goblin. What he wanted to do was destruction, and nothing but destruction. He wanted to plunge the entire city into terror of the Green Goblin, to become the nightmare haunting everyone, making sure that not even sleep could bring them peace. And to achieve that goal, he had to eliminate Spider-Man, this unpredictable factor. Killing him was an option, but it would be much more satisfying to invite him to join forces, to drag the hero into the abyss alongside him. That way, not only would no one stand in his way, but the pleasure of his schemes would double. Perfect. But how could he find Spider-Man? This guy only appeared at night, and even then, not often, and he seemed to have a special habit of rescuing women. A ladies' man, is he? Suddenly, the Green Goblin had an idea. Seiya had no inkling that the Green Goblin was plotting against him. That lunatic's mind worked in ways normal people couldn't fathom, making it impossible to predict his plans. Right now, Seiya was preoccupied with a very different thought. How could he use his own body to make contact with my Shiranui's chest? Ahem. Let's be clear. Seiya was not the type to act rashly on impulse. So even with my Shiranui swaying in her ninja attire before him, he could keep his cool. To spar with my Shiranui while she wore her ninja outfit was, without a doubt, a supreme test and exercise in self-control. Earlier, Hanzo Shiranui had explained to Seiya the techniques and forms of bone-style martial arts. Maybe it was thanks to the system, but Seiya absorbed and understood everything at an astonishing pace. In Hanzo's own words, Seiya was by far the most gifted and quick-learning pupil he had ever seen in his life, as if he'd been born for bone-style martial arts. Still, even a martial artist blessed with such hacks needed time to learn, to familiarize himself with the moves and techniques, and then to use them skillfully in real combat. And that was where my Shiranui came in, as a sparring partner. Attack by using your body. You're not limited to just your palms, elbows, shoulders, anything you can use. Attack with whatever you've got. If you can manage to land a touch on her, you'll have passed today's test. To order his student to attack his own granddaughter, who would react dramatically to even a single brush, and without specifying which part to use. Hanzo Shiranui truly was cut from the same cloth as those notorious old men from the island nation. Utterly perverse. But honestly, I like it. So he chuckled to himself. Forgive me. So he put away his smile and bowed politely. Come on then. My Shiranui straightened up and gave a little shake. Here I come. So he charged at her. Half an hour later, Seiya lay sprawled on the training ground, gasping for breath, completely exhausted. With a body transformed by spider genes, the fact that he could end up sprawled out and exhausted like a spent dog in just half an hour spoke volumes about just how skilled my Shiranui truly was. Still, my Shiranui wasn't having an easy time either. Although Seiya hadn't managed to land a real hit on her in that half hour, she had been on the defensive the whole time, barely holding her ground. More than once, she'd almost slipped up. Off to the side, Hanzo Shiranui watched Seiya, stroking his beard with a broad, satisfied grin. Excellent, excellent. No wonder he'd chosen this young man as a successor. Seiya's intuition and natural talent were frighteningly strong. It was only his first day, his first exposure to the bone arts, yet he already wielded the skills with remarkable form. So much so that even little Mai had nearly been overwhelmed. Thankfully, his judgment had been sharp and decisive. Otherwise, how else could he have secured such a gifted apprentice before the dojo had even officially opened? Moreover, watching Seiya and Mai's interaction, Hanzo's smile grew even warmer. Moreover, he was getting older now. Finding a good match for little Mai was what truly mattered most. As dusk fell, after agreeing to meet again after school the next day, Seiya took his leave from the dojo. Remember to come early tomorrow. I'll be waiting for you. Mai Shiranui called after him at the door, her face lit up with a bright, cheerful smile, making Seiya feel just a little reluctant to part. Over the course of a single afternoon, Mai Shiranui's favorability rating had soared to 60. Such a rapid rise made his heart race. Maybe if he came again next time, he'd get to hold her hand. Back home, Seiya washed up quickly, ate a mountain of dinner, and went straight to bed. That afternoon had drained him physically and mentally, so he needed plenty of food and rest. As for heading out at night to play the friend of women in distress, he decided to skip it. It was a hobby, not a job. Since nobody was paying him, why bother keeping up such a high attendance? Besides, everyone knew what the city's public safety was like. If some women insisted on venturing out alone at night to court disaster, what could Seiya really do about it? It wasn't just that day. For nearly a whole week afterwards, Spider-Man was nowhere to be seen, as if he'd vanished into thin air. This left the Green Goblin, who had been going out every night hoping to recruit Spider-Man as a partner, deeply frustrated. In turn, the scale of his troublemaking only grew, but none of it brought him any joy. Gradually, the Green Goblin began to lose himself. Why was he doing all this, harassing women walking alone at night? Was this really the kind of fun he wanted? The police, too, were utterly exasperated. What was wrong with that lunatic Green Goblin? Why didn't he go for some grand act of arson or murder, instead of always targeting women on the night streets? Could it be that he'd once been hurt by a woman? In other words, America doesn't have the concept of the Green Hat, or else this suspicion would have been confirmed long ago, beyond any doubt. Meanwhile, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had finally brought in some reinforcements and were starting to plan an ambush for the Green Goblin. At Midtown High School, on a Friday afternoon in the gymnasium, Seiya and Gwen sat together in the bleachers chatting. What have you been up to lately? You look exhausted every day, and my dad said Spider-Man hasn't shown up for days. Don't tell me you're. What could possibly make a homebody teenager look so drained every day, pale-faced and listless, as if he's utterly worn out, even perhaps looking a bit depleted? Gwen had secretly looked it up online, but the answers she found from netizens left her quite dissatisfied. Playing video games, or while playing with himself? Why would he get hooked on these things? Is it because I, as his girlfriend, just don't have enough appeal? Seiya lifted his head and offered an apologetic smile. After running into the Green Goblin that day, I realized there are things I need to work on, so I've been studying a lot lately. Hearing this, Gwen let out a sigh of relief. That answer was far more reassuring than anything she'd read online. I've actually been really busy too, lately. Seiya knew Gwen was always busy, juggling school credits, college applications, and even working as an intern at Oscorp on weekends. Her schedule was packed to the brim. But the kind of busy Gwen meant wasn't just that. When she pulled a stack of books from her bag, Seiya was utterly stunned. Algorithms and data structures, general programming, the way of the Java programmer, C++, from beginner to expert, Python programming in practice, building high-quality programs using design patterns, concurrency, and libraries. Even just reading the titles made Seiya's head spin, never mind the actual content. But Gwen was brimming with enthusiasm as she introduced each book. This one's about computational thinking, this one's about programming, this one is all about hacking techniques, attacks, and defenses. Originally, she was a science whiz in biology and genetics, but now it seems she was on the verge of transforming into an IT programmer. Girl, don't you know that studying this stuff is the highway to hair loss? Even for women, you can't be too optimistic. IT is merciless to anyone's hairline. Still, Seiya knew Gwen wasn't learning all this to become just another programmer at a tech company. Back on the night he fought the Green Goblin, after Seiya returned, the two of them had talked about superheroes up on the rooftop. Though the mood kept getting interrupted by their affectionate banter, they still managed to have a real conversation about some pretty important things. At the time, Seiya had half-jokingly remarked, in those spy movies, every lone hero actually has a support team working behind the scenes. Some plan the routes for their missions, some hack into enemy networks, and so on. He never expected Gwen to take it seriously. What's more, she actually intended to handle all the support work herself, one person functioning as an entire team. You don't have to push yourself so hard, Seiya said with a touch of concern. You can have your own life, too. You could keep interning, go to college, study the subjects you love, and work on your own projects. He genuinely hoped Gwen could forge her own path, rather than becoming just an accessory to his. A woman who is independent and self-reliant is far more deserving of respect. If only he could find that super spider again, then maybe Gwen could get bitten, too, and become Spider-Gwen. Now that would be perfect. But Gwen didn't see it that way. I used to think that working with Dr. Connors, doing all that research, was what I really loved, she said. But after I found out who you are and got involved in all this, I realized that being an assistant to a superhero is actually a lot of fun. You could call me a superhero's assistant, but I could also say I'm not an assistant. I'm the mastermind behind the scenes. Using intelligence to analyze information and assess situations, then directing the superhero to complete task after task. Don't you think that's pretty cool? Seiya couldn't help but scratch his head. Gwen's perspective made perfect sense after all. There was something about it, a sense of strategizing from afar and orchestrating victory from the shadows. And in this way, she would be the brains running the show, while he was just the muscle carrying out her plans. Not a bad arrangement, really. It would save him a lot of trouble. Still, it felt a bit like he was signing himself up for a live-in manager. Wait a minute. An unexpected, slightly serious thought crossed Seiya's mind. If Gwen really turned into a computer whiz, Would she start installing all sorts of weird surveillance and listening devices on him? Would all his actions end up under her watchful eye? And then, what about those moments when he wanted to get a little closer to my Shiranui? Would that be a live broadcast? Caught in the act? Honestly, that sounded kind of exciting. Seiya decided he should probably have a real talk with Gwen about this, though maybe not right now. He didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm. He'd wait for a better opportunity. You're right, it is pretty cool. Actually, it might be even cooler than what I do, Chief, he said with a grin, throwing Gwen a playful salute. Gwen chuckled lightly. All right then, Mr. Spider-Man, you'll be my very first recruit. Don't let me down, okay? Seiya raised an eyebrow. Your first recruit? With me here, that's not enough for you? Are you planning to find someone else? I think you might be underestimating what I'm capable of. I guarantee you won't be able to keep up. Oh really? Gwen's eyes curved into crescents with her laughter. I don't believe you. Seiya gave a playful groan. Well, if I don't show you what I'm made of, you'll never know why the roses are so red. With that, he moved as if to pounce. Just then, a voice interrupted them from the side. Sorry, am I intruding on something? It was Harry who spoke. Despite his apology, there wasn't the slightest hint of remorse on his face. Instead, he simply sat down right next to Seiya. To be honest, if you were Thompson, I'd have already kicked you all the way to the opposite bleachers by now, Seiya remarked, turning to look at Harry. Harry just shrugged non-committally. At that moment, Thompson happened to come over to retrieve a basketball. Hearing Seiya's words, he shivered, clutched the ball tighter, and hurried away. I used to get so mad watching Thompson bully people, but seeing him so terrified of you now, I almost feel sorry for the guy, Gwen commented casually. Judging from her unconcerned expression, though, it was clear she didn't really mean it. Considering all the things Thompson had done, whatever setbacks he suffered now were more than deserved. Harry was here to invite Seiya to see a Broadway show that evening. MJ has always dreamed of being an actress, so I pulled a few strings and got her a shot at performing on Broadway. Tonight's her debut, and I wanted to invite you both to come watch. Truth be told, it was pure luck that Mary Jane could get close to someone like Harry, a wealthy heir. With just a casual gesture, Harry could secure opportunities for Mary Jane that she'd have to fight tooth and nail for, or even degrade herself to get on her own. Unfortunately, Norman Osborn wasn't fond of Mary Jane, the so-called Cinderella from a poor family, convinced that she was only after his son's money. Harry was well aware of this, which is why he tried everything he could to elevate Mary Jane's status, so that, in his father's eyes, she could become someone worthy of him. Tonight was important for both of them. As Harry's friend, perhaps his only real friend, there was no way Seiya would miss it. But Gwen simply shook her head, her book in hand. Here, this is for you. You guys go ahead. I can't stay out too late, and besides, I need to study. She handed Seiya a small box and began packing up her backpack. With such a studious and independent girlfriend, Seiya could only nibble a bit of lipstick from her lips before watching her leave. He opened the box, and inside was a Bluetooth earpiece, the kind you could wear on your ear for instant communication. Just from this earpiece alone, it was clear that Gwen had prepared thoroughly. So, you're on your own tonight, right? Harry arched an eyebrow and said, How about I introduce you to a date? Seiya snorted. Damn capitalist schemes, always trying to corrupt my innocent soul. Let me tell you, that's never going to happen. 1? That's not enough. I want 10. Of course, he was joking. There was no way he'd go for 10. Frankly, he wouldn't even go for 1. Anyone Harry introduced wouldn't really be a good match anyway. They'd just be some social climbers from the fringes. His gray card was full of such contacts, no introduction needed. That evening, Seiya and Harry sat together in the VIP seats, watching the show. To be honest, Seiya couldn't make heads or tails of this whole Broadway musical thing. If the sound system hadn't been so loud, he probably would have slept through the night. Even so, he spent most of the show distracted, surviving only by playing a silly game of guess the actress's cup size by her shape. But as the performance neared its end, a question suddenly popped into Seiya's mind. Harry, hasn't MJ made her entrance yet? After all, it was Harry's girlfriend's debut on stage. As a friend, Seiya was ready to give Mary Jane some praise for her performance. But how could he, when he hadn't even caught a glimpse of her? Harry kept his usual calm smile, though he gave the faintest shake of his head. I haven't seen her either. Maybe we just need to wait a bit longer. All right then. Seiya pulled himself together and kept watching. Soon, the show ended, but he still hadn't spotted Mary Jane anywhere. Did I miss her? No way. My eyesight's sharp enough to spot a fly's leg from across the room. There's no way I would miss Mary Jane's entrance. This is bad. I must have been too wrapped up in my cup-size guessing game. If Mary Jane had made her entrance like in the movies, without much on, maybe Seiya would have recognized her. After all, he'd watched those rainy scenes over and over. Ahem. The problem was, everyone in a musical wore layers of costumes, which really messed with his judgment. Thinking back, Seiya realized something was off. Even if he'd been too distracted, there was no way Harry would have missed her. This was a big moment for his girlfriend. He couldn't have been looking at other women the whole time. It wasn't until the final curtain call, when all the actors came out to take their bows, that Seiya finally understood. He hadn't missed her at all. Mary Jane had played which number 2? A minor role with no lines and a mask over her face. Who could have spotted her like that? It was practically impossible. The first time on stage, the role doesn't matter. What matters is the experience. In the end, this was the only sentence Seiya could come up with, ready to use it as his answer if anyone asked him later. But just then, the theater's wall was suddenly smashed open from the outside, blasting a gaping hole. Audience members sitting nearby were instantly showered with chunks of concrete, and a green figure burst through the breach. It's the Green Goblin. Somebody help. The killer's here. Run for your lives. Unlike Spider-Man, who usually appears in dark alleyways late at night and is rarely seen, let alone photographed, the Green Goblin, who once attacked the aerospace exploration carnival, had made it onto every law enforcement watch list and even landed on the front page of the newspapers, becoming a notorious household name. His cruelty and wickedness were known to all. So the moment the Green Goblin stormed in, a wave of desperate screams erupted from the audience, and chaos swept through the seats. Yet the Green Goblin seemed to take these screams as applause. Laughing maniacally, he flew onto the stage, grabbed 2 actresses, one in each hand, and dashed toward the hole he'd just made. Where's Spider-Man? Where's that fool? Isn't he supposed to be New York's friend of women? Now I've got 2 of the most famous women in all of New York, right here. If that so-called friend doesn't hurry up and save them, well, they'll be done for. Ha ha ha. Cackling wildly, the Green Goblin shot out through the hole, and his words, captured by cameras he'd planted in advance, were broadcast live to households all across the city. In an instant, a huge part of New York knew. The Green Goblin had kidnapped 2 actresses, all to publicly challenge New York's favorite hero, Spider-Man. But who was Spider-Man, really? That question flashed through many minds. They all knew the Green Goblin, but Spider-Man? Few had seen him, few knew what made him special, or why the Green Goblin would go to such lengths just to provoke him. Seiya, call the police, Harry shouted, already chasing after the villain. Whether by coincidence or cruel twist of fate, his Mary Jane happened to be one of the 2 actresses swept up by the Green Goblin. All Harry wanted to say was, that masked one isn't even famous. Can't you just let her go first? Before Seiya could even dial, his phone rang. Gwen was calling. Hey, put on the headset I gave you. It's time for us to act. Seiya shook his head. This girl was really getting into her role, already acting like a mission commander. Finding a quiet spot, he slipped on the headset and changed into his suit. After nearly a week's absence, Spider-Man was finally back on the streets of New York. The Green Goblin is to the south, about 7 or 8 blocks from your position. Gwen's concise voice came through the earpiece, a gift she'd given to Seiya, equipped with real-time tracking. As long as the earpiece was on, his location would appear on her computer, making it easy for her to guide his route at any moment. But Seiya hardly needed Gwen's directions tonight. The Green Goblin was dead set on luring Spider-Man out, flying high in the sky with no intention of hiding. His presence was impossible to miss. Without wasting words, Seiya shot his web and swung in that direction. Below him, people looked up and spotted Seiya soaring through the air. Someone cried out in a mix of confusion and delight. Is that Spider-Man? That night, Seiya's identity as Spider-Man began to spread passively among the people of New York. Yet, while the city started to take notice, Seiya himself never thought of becoming a celebrity. All his focus was locked on the Green Goblin, who danced through the sky ahead. To others, the Green Goblin was a menacing figure, an emerald demon soaring above, a symbol of chaos and destruction. But to Seiya, the Green Goblin was more like a treasure chest waiting to be cracked open. Last time, after outsmarting the Green Goblin, he'd earned a blue star card. Tonight, he wondered what kind of card he might claim. A purple one? Or perhaps even a gold card. So he figured a purple card, 1 tier above blue, was possible, but a gold card seemed out of reach. Purple signified elite, while gold meant legendary. At best, the Green Goblin was an elite opponent, far from legendary. Times Square, barely a week had passed since the chaos at the Aerospace Carnival. The Green Goblin had unleashed havoc, but the damage to the buildings wasn't as severe as it seemed. In less than a week, repairs had restored almost everything to its former state. As a New York landmark, Times Square was refurbished faster than anywhere else, for the city's image was at stake. And tonight, even as the fresh concrete was still drying in some places, the destructive Green Goblin returned to Times Square. Ha! Spider-Man, where are you hiding? Are you really just going to cower like a turtle, too scared to come out and face me? Security cameras, installed in advance, captured the Green Goblin's every move. His antics weren't just on television. They played live on the giant screens of the square. For a moment, it felt as if the whole world was staring at his twisted, masked face. He was brash. He was arrogant. No, he was manic. He'd been searching nearly a week, unable to find Spider-Man. Whatever patience he'd had was now worn thin. So tonight, he was ready to risk everything. If Spider-Man really didn't show up, he would simply blow up this place, Times Square itself. And just at that moment, in the distance, a swinging figure finally appeared. Spider-Man? Is that Spider-Man? As Seiya arrived near Times Square and came to a stop on a high ledge, the citizens of New York at last caught a clear glimpse, for the very first time, of the superhero who, as rumor had it, had been silently guarding the city under the cover of night for an entire week. A week? It doesn't sound like a long time, but that's only the time people are aware of. Who knows how many years he's been standing watch over New York all alone before anyone noticed? Isn't there a saying? There is no such thing as a peaceful era. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for you. Spider-Man must be that someone quietly shouldering the weight for New York. Suddenly, I just feel so moved. Ordinary people have always admired heroes, and in a country that so deeply reveres individual heroism, all the more so. As a superhero, Spider-Man doesn't need long-winded tales to establish his legend. His very name, that striking suit, and the strong yet lean figure beneath it. Those alone are enough to make countless naive young girls swoon. The two actresses Green Goblin was holding in his grasp couldn't even stand straight from fright. Help! Spider-Man! Save me! Please help! So you didn't even need to look to know that the one screaming was Mary Jane. That shrill wail, like a pig being slaughtered, stood out from the rest without a doubt. Luckily, Seiya wasn't Peter Parker, and Mary Jane wasn't his girlfriend. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do anything at all. The sound of that scream alone would be enough to throw all his plans into chaos, leaving only panic. Haha, Spider-Man, you finally showed yourself. Green Goblin turned his head, his demonic face fixed on Seiya, his voice tinged with a hint of wounded longing. Almost like someone who's been jilted. Well, best not to pursue that comparison. It's a bit too gross. A frown formed under Seiya's mask. You were looking for me? He genuinely had no idea that Green Goblin had been hunting him for a week and was nearly driven mad in the process. If he'd known earlier, he wouldn't have shown up. Trading blows with Green Goblin was nothing compared to sparring with my Shiranui. That was far more interesting. After a week of training, Seiya's skills and tactics had improved by leaps and bounds. Now, not only could he break through Mai's defenses, he could even go toe-to-toe with her, matching her move for move. Of course, that's only if my Shiranui didn't start using her fire attacks. If she unleashed her endless dragon flame dance combos, and Seiya didn't use his web shooters, getting close would be nearly impossible. He actually had a finishing move called the Skybreaker Blast, a flying spinning kick much like the legendary Foshan Shadowless kick. Seiya had mastered this move, but he couldn't bring himself to use it against my Shiranui. After all, sparring in real life isn't the same as playing a video game. When your opponent is a trembling, captivating beauty who also happens to be your girlfriend, how could you heartlessly unleash a flying kick like Skybreaker Blast? And what if, by some misfortune, it turned into a Bust Breaker Blast? Where'd he go to cry about that? My Shiranui, without her signature bounce, would see her happiness index drop by more than half, wouldn't it? When it comes to your own girlfriend, of course you need to treat her with care. As for anyone else, well, that's a different story. Just like Mary Jane, whose high-pitched, pig-slaughtering shrieks had yet to stop. Seiya felt absolutely nothing for her plight. That's right, I've been looking for you, a whole week now. But you coward, have been hiding your head like a turtle, too scared to show your face. The Green Goblin let out a wicked laugh. But I've found your weakness now, your precious lady friends in New York. Haha, look at them. Their lives are in my hands. Their fate hangs on a whim. What will you do now, Spider-Man? With those words, the Green Goblin suddenly flung his arms wide, sending the two actresses hurtling in opposite directions. Two women, two different trajectories. Spider-Man could only save one. No matter who he saved, the other would haunt his dreams forever. Green Goblin was thoroughly pleased with the impossible choice he'd presented. Spider-Man, oh Spider-Man, what will you decide? Across from him, Seiya didn't even glance over. Adults don't do multiple choice questions. He wanted both. He raised his hand and fired two webs, each streaking towards one of the flung actresses. Then he anchored the other ends to the rooftop beneath his feet and left it at that. He was willing to save people within his means, but risking his own life to do it? That wasn't worth it, and Seiya was clear on that point. He'd done all he could. Whether the two actresses, now dangling by his webs, would smack into a wall and burst the padding in their costumes was no longer his concern. That's not how New York's good girlfriends are supposed to act. The Green Goblin said in confusion, but Seiya didn't bother with him anymore. Instead, he leapt forward in a powerful bound. In midair, while the Green Goblin was still stunned, Seiya extended both hands, forming finger guns with his thumbs and forefingers. Then, with a sharp flick, white web balls shot from his web shooters like bullets. This was a brand new function of the web shooter, something Seiya had modified after studying Spider-Man's abilities from the third iteration. The results were impressive, not as penetrating as real bullets, but packing a serious punch. At full power, within 10 meters, it could easily break an ordinary person's arm. What's more, these web bullets could be fired in rapid succession. While airborne, Seiya transformed into a relentless marksman, unleashing such a barrage that Green Goblin could barely keep his eyes open. Let the bullets fly and have their fun. Seiya was having a blast with his web bullets, catching Green Goblin completely off guard. Still, the actual damage was rather limited. Green Goblin's flight suit was incredibly tough. Real handgun bullets couldn't pierce it, let alone these web spheres that only delivered blunt force, lacking any real penetration. Truth be told, the impact was barely enough to count as a rough massage. Oof. Did you really think such petty tricks could handle me? Spider-Man, you underestimate me. Fed up, Green Goblin stopped defending himself, letting the web bullets thud harmlessly against his body. Then, with a flick of his control, the front of his glider bristled with gun barrels, and a hailstorm of bullets erupted in an instant. Ha! Now this is what real shooting looks like, you idiot! Green Goblin roared with wild laughter. But even before the shooting started, Seiya had sensed impending danger. He stopped firing his web bullets midair, then shot a web line that stuck to a distant lightning rod. Without missing a beat, just as Green Goblin opened fire, Seiya yanked himself aside, his body propelled at lightning speed by the web's elastic force. Oof. You can't escape me. Down below, the crowd that had gathered to watch erupted in panic screams. With a deft swing around the lightning rod, Seiya soared high, launching himself straight at Green Goblin with breathtaking speed. Harnessing the momentum of his web, Seiya unleashed an aerial breaker. His body traced a perfect arc, soaring above the bullet storm. Then both feet spun and crashed down hard on a Green Goblin's helmeted head. Crash! Crack! A loud impact rang out as the helmet shattered in midair. Green Goblin was kicked clean off his glider by Seiya's aerial breaker, tumbling backward and falling off. Luckily, the rooftop of a nearby building broke his fall, so the drop wasn't far. He hit the ground, rolled, and sprang right back to his feet. But his freshly repaired glider was now in Seiya's hands. No! Seeing Seiya reach for the glider's power core, Green Goblin let out a furious roar. The glider's primary function was flight. With it, he could soar through the skies, outmaneuver the NYPD and federal agents, and most importantly, it was his trump card in mid-air duels with Spider-Man. Now, if his propulsion system were to be destroyed by Spider-Man again, just like last time, he'd go from being an airborne warrior to a mere foot soldier, a staggering drop in both offensive power and mobility. So the glider absolutely couldn't be destroyed. Even if he had to self-destruct, he couldn't allow the flight system to be compromised. The Green Goblin made a split-second decision and immediately activated the self-destruct protocol. A series of urgent beeps filled the air. Seeing this, Seiya had no time to sabotage the glider any further. He simply hurled it out of the building. A triumphant grin spread across the Green Goblin's face as he watched the scene unfold. He quickly manipulated his control panel, which was strapped to his arm, calling the glider back to him. With this remote control, he could operate the glider from a distance. Even the self-destruct mechanism could be reversed at his command. Once the self-destruct was canceled and the glider returned, he'd just need to take to the skies again, and he'd once more become that wild, arrogant Green Goblin, soaring and unstoppable. But wait, why was there still a strand of web attached to the returning glider? And, at the other end, wasn't that Spider-Man gripping tight? The Green Goblin's smile froze. Off in the distance, he saw Spider-Man give a sudden, forceful tug on the web. Instantly, a key component was yanked right out of the glider. Sparks erupted in all directions. The glider, now crippled, plummeted like a kite with a severed string, spiraling down past the edge of the building. No! Stop! Boom! The damaged glider crashed into the building's outer wall below, exploding in a burst of fire. The blast lit up Spider-Man from behind, casting a long, looming shadow, like that of a giant demon, over the Green Goblin. You bastard! You've destroyed my greatest creation! The Green Goblin howled, hurling his remaining pumpkin bombs at Seiya in a desperate flurry. But Seiya twisted through the air with agile precision, not only dodging the explosions, but also closing the distance between himself and the Green Goblin in a flash. Shadow strike. The Green Goblin barely saw what happened. All he glimpsed was a blur of motion before Spider-Man's elbow drove straight into his throat. Even through his flight suit, the blow nearly left him choking for air. What he didn't know was that this was just the beginning. Gale Fist, Rising Dragon Punch, Crashing Palm. Aerial Breaker. After this relentless combo, the Green Goblin's helmet was smashed, his suit torn to shreds, and he lay limp on the ground, completely spent and devoid of hope. If Seiya had mastered energy control, these attacks would have been even more devastating. You cough. Who are you really? Without his helmet, Norman Osborn's face was fully exposed. Yet Seiya paid it no mind. He had long since known the Green Goblin's true identity, so there was no surprise. And even if this was his friend's father, as the Green Goblin, he was an irredeemable villain. Just because someone kills while insane, does that mean he shouldn't be held accountable? Maybe the law would grant Norman Osborn a lighter sentence, but Seiya was not the law. He didn't need to weigh such things. Nor was he like Spider-Man, the kind who would let a murderer walk free, even if that murderer had killed countless people, and even taken the life of his only family, Aunt May. Seiya was not that kind of soft-hearted hero who would let the villain go in the end. As for Norman Osborn's questions, Seiya felt neither obligation nor desire to answer. It's always the villains who die from talking too much. Anti-heroes never make that mistake. I'm the one who's here to bring you justice, he declared. With those words, Seiya strode up to Norman Osborn and raised his foot. Thud, 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 thud. Agonizing screams filled the air. After a few brutal kicks, all of Norman Osborn's limbs were shattered at the joints, so thoroughly that from this moment on, he wouldn't even be able to wreak havoc at home, much less commit any more crimes. He would not even be able to care for himself. Having finished, Seiya turned away, leaping off the rooftop before the distant helicopter could arrive, swinging away on his web. Originally, he had planned to kill Norman Osborn outright, to rid the world of the Green Goblin once and for all. But just before striking the final blow, another thought crossed his mind. He was still connected to Gwen. If he killed someone right in front of Gwen, would it create a rift between them? After all, she was just an 8-year-old high school girl. There was no way she could share his ruthless resolve. Crippling Osborn, turning him into a helpless invalid, was at least an answer to the victims. And it would be easier for Gwen to accept. Spider-Man, did you kill him? On the way back, Gwen's voice crackled through the earpiece, tinged with hesitation. She wanted to know, but was afraid of the answer. So he let out a soft chuckle. I'm just a high school student. How could I possibly kill someone? Hearing his reply, Gwen seemed to let out a huge sigh of relief. Her boyfriend was a hero who punished evil with skill, not a murderer with blood on his hands. That comforted her. As for the Green Goblin's final, wretched screams, well, he'd suffered enough. That was all that mattered. Given all the Green Goblin had done, killing him outright wouldn't have been excessive. Gwen simply didn't want Seiya's hands stained with blood. That didn't mean the Green Goblin deserved to live. Seiya didn't return to the Broadway theater. Harry had left long ago, rushing to where Mary Jane was in trouble. As of now, he still had no idea that the Green Goblin was actually his own father, Norman Osborn. Afterward, for a long time, he would remain unaware of this event. This was because the upper management of the Osborn Corporation reached an agreement with the police, donating vast sums of money and resources in exchange for the police keeping Norman Osborn's identity as the Green Goblin a secret. The aim was to reassure the shareholders and stabilize the company's market value. However, despite all that Norman Osborn had done, the police weren't about to let him off so easily. Although he was later diagnosed with mental health issues, he was still to be held accountable to some extent. Once his injuries stabilized, he would spend the rest of his life under police surveillance. Should any sign emerge that his Green Goblin persona was resurfacing with criminal intent, the authorities might even resort to immediate intervention. To the public, however, the story was that Norman Osborn was stepping down due to illness. The position of chairman at Osborn Corporation would be handed over to his son, Harry Osborn, just 8 years old, not yet even a high school graduate. This was the solution devised by the company's top strategists, the one that would inflict the least harm on the corporation. To further distract the public, especially the investors, from the sudden announcement of Norman's retirement, the company even hired online influencers to stir up discussion. Taking over as chairman at such a young age, maybe Harry Osborn will outperform Tony Stark. That's right, the tactic was to pit him against Iron Man, Tony Stark. Sure, Tony had been a prodigy from a young age, building circuit boards at 4, creating his own engine at 6, enrolling at MIT at 4, and graduating as top of his class at 7. Clearly, Harry, who struggled academically, couldn't possibly compare. But comparisons like these have always been about playing to one's strengths and targeting the other's weaknesses. Tony was a genius, but his private life was notoriously wild. In his youth, most of his energy was spent on his many romantic escapades, which became the stuff of legend. Harry, on the other hand, was different. As a teenager, he had barely dated, led a clean life, and was the very picture of a young, eligible bachelor. Moreover, compared to Tony, Harry had a significant advantage. His father was sick, but still alive, ready to offer guidance and support, something Tony never had at his age. In short, by assembling a host of seemingly plausible arguments, they aimed to convince the public that Harry was on the same level as Tony. That Osborne Corporation, like Stark Industries under Tony's leadership, would continue to thrive, blossoming in both civilian and military sectors. The media's ability to shape public opinion is truly formidable, whether in the East or the West. When every outlet, even the mainstream ones, insists on the same narrative, ordinary people who lack keen discernment naturally end up echoing those views, swept along by the tide of public opinion. For the people of New York, the Green Goblin has, in a way, made a contribution. He single-handedly propelled Spider-Man into the spotlight, turning him into the beloved friendly neighborhood hero of the city. Now, online forums have spontaneously formed Spider-Man fan clubs, which stand in opposition to the Iron Man fan groups based on the West Coast and Los Angeles. The two sides constantly clash, fiercely debating who is the superior hero. Do we really not need to do anything about this? In Gwen's bedroom, she hugged her laptop, her fingers flying rapidly across the keyboard. Anyone who didn't know better might think she was a night owl of a writer, burning the midnight oil and barely clinging to the title of author. One of those who would blush even to see themselves called writer by the publishing system backstage. Your fans have gotten pretty wild lately. After sparring with Iron Man's devotees, they're even looking to pick a fight with Captain America's followers. Don't they realize that Captain America's fans are spread all across America? Even if each of your fans had 10 livers, and each liver had 10 times the courage, they still couldn't stand up to that crowd. Aren't they just painting a target on your back? As Gwen kept typing, she chattered endlessly into her headset. It had been a week since Spider-Man's daring capture of the Green Goblin, so he was still a bit surprised by how quickly he'd attracted his own fan club. These days, life was still tough for him. Aside from his regular studies and work, he spent nearly all his free time at the Shiranui dojo. After that night's battle with the Green Goblin, he had come to an important realization. There's no such thing as a worthless technique, only a martial artist who hasn't mastered it. In King of Fighters, or even Fatal Fury, and he might have been weak, but that was his own failing. It didn't mean the Capo style or Shunryu ninjutsu were lacking. At least for himself, by combining Spider-Man's abilities with Capo, he could unleash tremendous power. If it were Captain America, then Terry's wide-open, forceful fighting style would be a better fit. Andy's more subtle Capo techniques, on the other hand, were just right for the agile Spider-Man. So it's not about whether a style is weak or strong. It's about whether it suits the person. Once Seiya understood this, he trained at the Shiranui dojo with even greater dedication. Previously, he'd only mastered the Capo style. He still hadn't learned Shunryu ninjutsu, or how to unleash inner energy and control fire. So his impatience was understandable. Fortunately, Hanzo Shiranui held nothing back, teaching him everything without reservation. This time, it wasn't the system exerting its force. Rather, it was Hanzo Hattori himself who, after witnessing Spider-Man's battle with the Green Goblin that night, uncovered a secret. During the first half of the fight, there was a particular move, Spider-Man attacking with a flying kick, using the lightning rod to launch his air burst kick. That moment was caught on camera, and Hanzo happened to see it on TV. Coupling this with Seiya's consistently extraordinary physical prowess, and comparing his build to Spider-Man's, Hanzo quickly arrived at a conclusion. The new apprentice he'd taken in for his granddaughter was, in fact, New York's friendly neighborhood hero, Spider-Man. A hero of such caliber was more than worthy of his granddaughter, and even more suited to inherit the future leadership of the Hattori dojo. Hanzo Hattori was already advanced in years. He'd grown accustomed to viewing most things with detachment. Yet, there remained one unwavering conviction in his heart. The legacy of the Hattori style must be passed on. That was why he'd opened this dojo in the first place. To carry on a martial tradition, relying solely on a girl like me would never be enough. No matter how fierce I might be in the ring. As a young woman, there were many situations where things simply wouldn't be convenient. For instance, setting aside whether the disciples would truly accept and respect a female head of the school. What if troublemakers stormed the dojo during those few days each month? What then? Was she supposed to fight through injuries? And if, halfway through a match, there was an accident, well, that's not the kind of leak you can just brush off with bravado. Growing old makes you thorough in your thinking. Unlike Seiya, who throws himself headlong into things, thinking only about digging in and working until he drops. Of course, independence is important for a young woman, but she deserves to be cherished too. If there's a reliable man to stand by her side, so much the better. Seiya, naturally, had no inkling of Hanzo's internal deliberations. All he knew was that, within the Hattori dojo, anything he asked for would be granted. Not just the techniques of the Bone Law and Hattori ninjutsu. Even the ninja outfits of the Hattori tradition were his for the taking, if he so desired. Well, that was the catch. Seiya absolutely did not desire. He wasn't entirely against the idea of cross-dressing, but as for Mai's outfit, well, let's just say, hard pass. Not only could Seiya not bring himself to wear that ninja costume, but even regarding Mai herself, he'd voiced objections about her attire. His girlfriend, dressed so revealingly to the benefit of bystanders, and he was supposed to just look the other way? Did they take him for Andy, the king of cuckolds? At first, Mai was firmly against changing her costume. After all, her outfit was part of their school's tradition, rules not to be broken lightly. But when she saw the concept sketches Seiya had drawn and watched as he put his tailoring skills to use, personally stitching together a new costume, her stance began to change. Mai Shiranui's in-game skins go far beyond her classic ninja outfit. In the Dead or Alive series, she sports a whole range of costumes: wedding dresses, nurse uniforms, maid outfits, bunny suits, and the like. However, Seiya didn't pick any of those. Those are best saved for gaming at home. Ahem. What he actually made was a set called Enchanting Whisper from Honor of Kings. Though it still features a low-cut, short-skirted design with minimal fabric, it covers much more than the ninja suit, and both the colors and styling look fantastic. At first, he considered a fan-made white cheapao, but then worried he might later draw a card for a Street Fighter character like Chun-Li, another cheapao wearer, which could lead to a rather embarrassing fashion clash. So in the end, he went with Enchanting Whisper. This outfit looks amazing. Right in front of Seiya, Mai Shiranui eagerly changed into the new Enchanting Whisper costume. Ninja art. Instant costume change technique. The two of them stood less than a meter apart. Yet even with Seiya's Spider-Man level dynamic vision, he couldn't catch how she managed to switch outfits so quickly. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, the ninja suit she'd just taken off was now in his hands. Cough, cough. Character: Mai Shiranui. Current affection: 80. Warm reminder: young man, your charm and thoughtfulness have already won her heart. But will your abilities be enough to win her body? Warm reminder: please, I beg you, stop with these random pop-ups. Just be normal for once. Over the course of a week, Seiya not only raised Mai Shiranui's affection to 80, but also made great progress learning both the Bone Law and the Shiryu techniques. By now, he was basically a fully fledged Andy. And not just any Andy. A souped-up version with greater physical strength and enhanced power. With so much going on, he had no time to worry about online chatter. After all, he wasn't some idol whose career depended on popularity. Even if fans started to bash him, it wouldn't really matter. By the way, after defeating the Green Goblin and returning home that night, Seiya stayed up until 2 a.m. to accept his new card before finally going to bed. But the new card didn't turn out to be another blue star card, nor did he hit the jackpot with a purple star card. Instead, he received an upgrade card. Upgrade card, used to increase the level of the next girlfriend card obtained by one tier. To put it simply, if you use this upgrade card before a single draw, you're guaranteed at least a white card. Use it for a 10 pull of green cards, and you're guaranteed at least one green card upgraded to blue. 10 blue cards could yield a purple, and 10 purples could produce a gold. Now this is seriously awesome. So he already had 2 green cards in hand. If he saved up for another month and a half, he'd have 10 green cards. Then, by using the upgrade card, he'd be able to draw another high-quality blue girlfriend card. Just thinking about it made him excited. The first blue card revealed Mai Shiranui, who will appear on the second blue card. I can hardly wait to find out. But of course, that can wait. There are still some matters that need to be dealt with right now. As for the fans, just let them be. They can do as they like. We won't restrict or guide them. What I'm more interested in is the information I asked you to look into earlier. Any updates? It's been more than 10 days since Mai Shiranui appeared. In that time, their feelings for each other had grown deeper. Affection blossomed between them. Seiya had mastered all the skills he needed to learn, but the storyline involving Andy had yet to surface. Although Seiya had learned from old Sue that his current body wasn't an orphan, and there was no half-brother named Terry, he still felt uneasy until he'd gotten to the bottom of things. At this moment, Gwen, whose skills in the world of hacking had advanced by leaps and bounds, proved to be invaluable. The place you mentioned, Southtown, I couldn't find anything. Are you sure that's the name? Or has it always been called that? Southtown, in the worlds of King of Fighters and Fatal Fury, is a city in the United States where Terry and Andy grew up, and also the stronghold of their enemy, Geese Howard. Geese Howard, the villain who killed their adoptive father, rules over Southtown with an iron fist, controlling vast underground networks and untold wealth. So, if there are quests related to the character Andy, they must be connected to Geese Howard. Find him, and you'll have your direction. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Whether it was a case of the wrong name or Gwen's abilities falling short, there was simply no trace of this Southtown. Logically, if the name was correct, a simple online search should have brought something up. Maybe the name's changed, Seiya said uncertainly. In any case, keep an eye out for me. If you hear anything, let me know right away. All right, Gwen agreed. By the way, there's some news you might find interesting. Tony Stark is coming to New York. Supposedly he's here to inspect the venue for the Stark Expo, but that's not what people online are interested in. Everyone's buzzing about a potential showdown between Iron Man and Spider-Man. They're eager to see who comes out on top. So he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Netizens in this country really have too much time on their hands, don't they? On Saturday morning, a private jet touched down at New York Airport. Tony Stark, sporting his signature goatee and slick-back hair, stepped out in a tailored suit. Within moments, a swarm of reporters rushed toward him. "Mr. Stark, are you here in New York to meet Spider-Man?" "Mr. Stark, there are rumors that you and Spider-Man have always disagreed over who's the strongest superhero. Is this visit about settling things between the two of you?" "Mr. Stark, there are rumors going around that Spider-Man is actually a young woman. Do you have any thoughts about starting a relationship with her?" Although some of these reporters' questions were a bit far-fetched, they were still relatively neutral, without any obvious attempts to provoke conflict. But some of the local New York tabloid reporters were far less polite. "Iron Man, people say your abilities rely entirely on your gear. Without it, you're nothing. Worse than an ordinary person, even. Would you deny that? Iron Man, do you really think you're worthy of being compared to Spider-Man? Don't you know he just single-handedly brought down the Green Goblin, who caused massive destruction here in New York, saving countless lives? Meanwhile, you were busy brawling on the highway, getting innocent people hurt. Iron Man, did you bring your toy suits with you? How many sets did you pack? If Spider-Man happens to break one of your toys, are you going to cry about it? Iron Man, some people say you're nothing but trash, not even good enough to carry Spider-Man's shoes. Do you agree with that? Iron Man, is this trip to New York just to ask Spider-Man to be your godfather?" It seems that, no matter the country, there are always those who thrive on stirring up drama, fanning the flames just to watch the world burn. What used to be just the antics of fans had now been amplified by the media, pushed straight onto the trending lists. They weren't shy about confronting Tony Stark directly, greeting him with the full force of East Coast enthusiasm the moment he stepped off the plane. Ever since Seiya became famous as Spider-Man, people had inevitably started comparing him to the West Coast's Iron Man. As the only two known and active superheroes, not only did their fans constantly bicker, but the media from both cities also found endless ways to create trouble. If Seiya ever showed up in Los Angeles as Spider-Man, he'd probably get roasted alive. The reporters there had even fewer boundaries. In America, the rivalry between Los Angeles and New York was nothing new. The two cities had looked down on each other and traded barbs for ages. For years, the debate over which city's hero was superior had raged endlessly, and now it had reached fever pitch. Everyone was eager to see them settle the score, with a real fight, once and for all. Originally, Tony Stark hadn't thought much of Spider-Man, saving a few grateful housewives here and there, too afraid to even reveal his identity. It all seemed pretty unimpressive. To be compared with someone like that was nothing short of an insult. Tony had always ignored the fan squabbles, but when the media and reporters started playing the same game, it crossed a line, especially that one asking if he'd come to New York to adopt Spider-Man as his godfather. What was going on in their heads? Complete nonsense. He glanced down at the name of the newspaper on that reporter's microphone, and instead of answering right away, Tony took out his phone and tapped away for a bit. Only then did he take off his sunglasses, letting out a cold snort. "You're fired." "I'm fired? Are you kidding me, Mr. Stark?" The reporter stared in utter bewilderment. "Your newspaper has just been acquired by Stark Industries. I'm now the owner, so yes, you're fired, effective immediately. And for malicious hype and publishing fake news, you'll be taken to court. Not only are you finished in this business, you might even face jail time." With that, Tony Stark slid his sunglasses back on and strode away without so much as a backward glance. The other reporters exchanged anxious glances. For a moment, they had almost forgotten Tony Stark wasn't just a superhero, but also a billionaire. His financial clout alone was more than enough to deal with ordinary folks like them. Meanwhile, Seiya knew nothing about Tony Stark's latest drama. He paid little attention to the actions of fans and the media. For one thing, he simply wasn't in the mood. For another, he had no time to spare. This weekend was a busy one. Shiranui Dojo was about to officially open its doors. To properly teach Seiya, Hanzo Shiranui had delayed the dojo's grand opening by a full 2 weeks. Now, at last, it was ready for business. As a gesture of gratitude, Seiya, both the heir and the prospective grandson-in-law, took it upon himself to help manage the dojo with the utmost care. After all, it would one day count as one of his own ventures in New York. Early that morning, dressed in crisp, white martial arts uniforms, Seiya and Mai Shiranui stood together at the entrance of the dojo. "Xiao Yi, Xiao Mai, today's grand opening is in your hands, and so is the dojo from now on. Grandpa is officially retiring to enjoy his golden years." With this declaration, Hanzo Shiranui promptly excused himself from the opening ceremony. Instead, he headed off to Chinatown to catch up with an old friend, a white-bearded, bald-headed elder from the Dragon Kingdom, famed for his formidable martial arts skills and well-respected in the community. Once the festivities at the dojo wound down, Seiya planned to pay his respects as well. After all, this master from the Dragon Kingdom was not only acquainted with Hanzo, but might also be willing to share a move or two. That would be an opportunity too good to miss. Thanks to Hanzo's old connections, Master Tang had already put out the word, and many martial arts schools from Chinatown sent their people to offer congratulations. Even Master Tang's own disciple came by, a young man named Shenqiang, who, despite his youth, carried himself with remarkable maturity. As he entered, he greeted everyone with a warm smile. "Congratulations, Brother Su. Congratulations, sister-in-law," wishing the Shiranui Dojo great success on its grand opening. Though just a youngster, he certainly knew the proper customs, addressing Su Yi as brother and Maya as sister-in-law, not senior sister and brother-in-law, displaying a clear sense of respect and hierarchy. Disciples from other dojos offered similar greetings, all extending warm wishes to Su Yi as if he were the true master of the house, creating an atmosphere of perfect harmony. But, as anyone familiar with Wing Chun or the world of martial arts knows, such harmony is usually just for show. In a world of dojos, true peace is little more than a beautiful illusion. When it comes to writing, there's no undisputed number one, but in martial arts, there's no room for second place. No one ever thinks their own school is inferior to another's, and with the market being only so big, the opening of a new martial arts school is bound to impact the old ones, causing discontent, if not outright hostility. Today, however, with the Shenqiang Dojo just opening its doors, and thanks to Master Tang's introduction, no one would go too far. But, starting tomorrow, Su Yi probably won't have a moment's peace. There will be a steady stream of challengers coming to test his skills. This will go on until Su Yi beats them into submission, or they manage to make him yield. That's just how things are done. Of course, for every rule, there are those who follow it, and those who don't. The opening ceremony had barely wrapped up when a young man with a wild, broom-like hairstyle swaggered in. "A new martial arts school? Huh? Perfect timing. I'm here to challenge you." At the sight of the broom-haired youth, Su Yi's first thoughts went something like this. "Buddy, just how much hair gel did you use? Isn't it heavy? Doesn't it attract flies? Isn't it a pain to manage every morning? And with it that stiff, doesn't your scalp hurt?" But then, catching another glimpse of the young man's face and age, Su Yi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Why does this guy seem so familiar? "So, you're the head of this dojo? Shenqiang Dojo, right? Does that mean you're Japanese too?" Su Yi shook his head. "I'm from Longwa, but that doesn't stop me from running this dojo. Today's our grand opening, and honestly, showing up to challenge us like this is pretty rude. But since the dojo is open, whether someone comes to learn or to challenge us, we'll welcome them all. Right this way." With that, Su Yi didn't waste another word and led the way to the training hall. The broom-haired youth followed with a grin playing on his lips. "You're all right, not bothering with any hypocritical nonsense. I like your style. Once I beat you, I might just stick around and have a drink to celebrate your opening." Off to the side, Shenqiang sidled up to my Shiranui and whispered, "Sister-in-law, is this guy an idiot? He thinks he can beat Brother Su and then stay for a drink? How shameless can you get?" My Shiranui shot him a glare. "You're missing the point, little brother. Do you really think your Brother Su would lose?" "Oh, that's right." Shenqiang scratched his head, caught her sharp look, and quickly turned to cheer loudly. "Go, Brother Su. Take down that broomhead. Show him what you're made of." In the training hall, the guests who had come to witness the opening were already crowding around the arena. Everyone was eager to see what kind of skill the new dojo master possessed, and what the challenger was capable of. On the mat, Su Yi and the broom-haired youth stood facing each other, cupping their fists in mutual salute. Su Yi, successor of the Shiranui style, master of the Shiranui Dojo. Across from him, the guy with the messy hair yanked off his tracksuit top, leaving only a pair of athletic shorts, revealing a muscular, powerful torso. Joe Higashi Muay Thai. Aura. With that, instead of bowing, he spun around in a bizarre move, pulled down his shorts right in front of Su Yi, and started wiggling his hips in a wild dance. In that instant, everyone in the dojo, dozens of onlookers, felt as if a stampede of 1,000 wild beasts had rampaged through their minds. What the heck? None of them had ever seen anything like this. Someone coming to challenge a rival dojo, and the first thing they do is strip down and put on a ridiculous show. Was this what young people were up to these days? No matter how this fight ended, the name of this Muay Thai fighter, Joe Higashi, would be etched deep into everyone's memory as if carved in stone, something they'd never forget for the rest of their lives. It was just too much for the eyes to handle, so he could only cover his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Joe's pants-dropping move was actually his signature taunt in the early King of Fighters games, but as the game's graphics got better, the move was quietly removed. Maybe they worried that with higher resolutions, people would notice, well, certain unfortunate details. Ahem. What a surprise attack. Why did I have to be Spider-Man? Why is my eyesight so sharp? Why did I instinctively look that way? I wish I could gouge out my own eyes right now. Seiya was utterly mortified. Joe Higashi was the third member of the Fatal Fury team, besides the Bogar brothers and Andy's best friend. As long as my Shiranui's appearance could trigger the storyline, Joe was bound to show up. But Gwen hadn't found any information about Southtown beforehand, so Seiya was caught off guard, and he'd never imagined Joe would pull such an outrageous stunt in public. He truly let his guard down. While the whole crowd struggled to process the shock of that taunt, Joe showed no shame. On the contrary, a sly grin spread across his face, delighted with his own trickery. Then in one swift motion, he yanked his shorts back up, bounced forward with a quick shuffle, and lunged at Seiya, knee rising with a sharp whoosh, aiming straight for Seiya's chin. Even though Seiya was covering his face, his spider sense kicked in just in time, alerting him to Joe's attack. He quickly slid backward, narrowly dodging the knee strike. But Joe didn't let up. As soon as his opening move failed, he chased after Seiya, launching another attack. As a Muay Thai fighter, he was a master of leg strikes, his speed almost like the wind itself. Seiya had experienced a similar onslaught before, back when he fought the Green Goblin. Of course, these effects don't just trigger mindlessly. They require you to strike specific parts of the body to activate them. That means you can dodge in advance, and even if the effect does trigger, it doesn't last long. In fact, if there's a huge difference in strength between the two fighters, it might not even trigger at all. Imagine sending Dong Zhang to fight Thanos in his Infinity Gauntlet form. He'd be in super armor mode the whole time. Not a single effect would go off, and Dong Zhang's attacks would do nothing like scratching an itch. But Seiya and Dong Zhang are similar in build, and there's not much difference in their strength. If he gets hit, he'll have to accept the judgment. There's no cheating the system. After slipping back with a slide step to dodge Dong Zhang's knee strike, Seiya didn't evade further. Instead, he surged forward, closing the distance until they were chest to chest. Seiya's bone technique was made for close-quarters combat. Combined with his extraordinary strength and reflexes, he could blend hardness with softness. Even at point-blank range, he could use his superhuman reactions to dodge Dong Zhang's blows at the last instant, causing the attack effects to fail. In this close-range duel, Dong Zhang immediately felt the pressure. The guy in front of him looked fair and delicate, but his strength was astounding enough that even Dong Zhang, who had trained in Muay Thai since childhood and could shatter iron rods with his kicks, felt his legs numbing from the impact. What's more, his opponent's reflexes were sharp and his stamina seemed endless. Dong Zhang couldn't even land a combo, and if this kept up, he'd be exhausted to death before anyone's leg got broken. The most infuriating part was that Seiya hadn't attacked at all. He defended the whole time, and that alone nullified every one of Dong Zhang's attacks. It was maddening. Dong Zhang wanted to end the fight quickly, but if his moves didn't trigger any effects, he couldn't unleash any high-damage combos. His ultimate move was so destructive that using it might take the roof off the dojo. He just wanted a good fight and maybe a free meal, not a life-or-death grudge match. But if he did nothing, wouldn't he look like a fool? Blood rushing to his head, Dong Zhang clenched his fists. He was going for it. Seiya, of course, knew all about Dong Zhang's ultimate move. The Death Tornado, also known as Tornado Destroys Parking Lot, was powerful and had a wide area of effect. If unleashed, the building itself might hold up, but the interior would need a full renovation. The Shiranui dojo had only just opened. If the place got wrecked, even if Seiya defeated Dong Zhang, he'd still be the one left embarrassed as the owner. So, seeing Dong Zhang getting anxious, Seiya struck him back with a single move, then jumped away to put some distance between them. He decided to keep the peace and reached out to settle things with a handshake. Your strength is truly impressive. How about we call this match a draw? But on the other side, Dong Zhang was already too worked up, completely unwilling to accept this chance at handshake truce. His clenched fist flashed with light as he prepared to unleash a powerful finishing move. In the blink of an eye, the Death Tornado was about to be released. Given Seiya's abilities, if that tornado came out, he would have almost no chance of defeating it head-on. So there was only one solution: stop him before the move was fully unleashed. However, moments ago, Seiya had already put some distance between them in hopes of making peace. Now, trying to close that gap in such a short time to prevent Dong Zhang's ultimate move seemed utterly impossible. Impossible? Then it was time to make the impossible possible. Seiya darted forward with a sliding step, raising his hand as he moved. By now, Dong Zhang's eyes were bloodshot. His ultimate move was primed, and he was ready to unleash it. Consequences be damned. Suddenly, a white object shot out from Seiya's hand at blinding speed, striking Dong Zhang square in the chest, right at the midpoint between the two fighters, hitting the vital Shenqiang acupoint. Death torn ugh. Dong Zhang felt as if he'd been struck hard in the chest, his breath knocked out of him. The ultimate move he had just prepared was instantly smothered. At that moment, Seiya, still moving forward, ducked low, then leapt up, feet first. His body spun rapidly like a drill bit, launching a kick straight toward Dong Zhang. Super rending burst. This was a super finishing move Seiya had mastered later on, an upgraded version of the aerial kick he'd used against the Green Goblin. Flames trailed behind him like a rocket as he crashed directly into Dong Zhang's chest. Bam! 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 A barrage of fierce kicks rang out, and as the onlooking martial artist stared wide-eyed in disbelief, Seiya landed 20 consecutive hits on Dong Zhang. He finished with a graceful backflip, landing smoothly on the ground. On the floor, Dong Zhang's chest was scorched black, and he was lying there, foaming at the mouth. Holy crap, that guy who likes to drop his pants, is he dead? Looks pretty likely. Master Su even said to call a draw, but he refused and insisted on shouting Death Tornado. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? Do you think if he'd shouted Shivering Tornado instead, things would have turned out better? Come on, did none of you see Master Su's move just now? Flames and spinning like a drill. Could you block a strike like that? Could you? Could you? Could you? The man went around asking, leaving all the martial artists from the nearby schools speechless. They were all just ordinary people, after all. But Master Su's technique was fiercer than the legendary Foshan shadowless kick from the movies. Even flashier than the lightning dragon drill from the comics. No regular person could pull off a move like that. How could anyone possibly compare? With this move, Master Su will definitely secure a place for himself in New York's martial arts community. Everyone better wise up from now on and not cause trouble for him lightly. He's another expert on the level of Master Tang. Master Tang of Bajiquan, though he appeared to be a harmless old man with a white beard, possessed unfathomable strength. Everyone who ran a martial arts school in New York, whether from China, Japan, or the West, had experienced this firsthand. To them, Master Tang was like one of the 5 greats from the martial arts novels, almost legendary. And now, it seemed, another figure of such caliber had emerged. Seiya. Ow, that hurts! At that moment, Higashijo, who had been lying on the ground, finally came to his senses. Rubbing his bruised chest, he sat up slowly. Hey, what was that move you just used? And don't pretend you don't know. I'm not talking about that last one, but the flick you did before. I'm telling you, that was against the rules, you know? Hearing his voice, still full of energy, the gathered martial artists frowned. Looks like this kid isn't an ordinary fighter either. Even after being beaten like that, he can still shout at the top of his lungs. The martial arts world here is about to get even more unpredictable. So you just snorted. Rules? What rules? If I hadn't stopped you, what were you planning to do? Tear my school apart. Higashijo scratched his head. Well, you did stop me, didn't you? Wait, no, that's not the point. Suddenly, he jumped up. Who said I was going to destroy your dojo? Don't accuse me without proof. Listen, we're not even friends. If you keep talking like this, I could sue you for slander. So he couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Huh, you don't dare admit it. And now you're trying to turn the tables? Didn't get enough of a beating, huh? If you think the last match doesn't count, how about we go again? Do you dare? Fine by me. Who's afraid of who? Higashijo's chest still ached terribly, but he'd never admit defeat, not in front of everyone. Admitting fault was out of the question. Good. Seiya grinned wickedly. Last time I hit a bit too high. This time, I'll aim lower. Since you like to pull your pants down so much, I can make sure your front matches your back. You be ready for a new career without even needing surgery. That's against the rules. Higashijo shouted, suddenly clamping his legs together at the memory of that mysterious white sphere flying toward him. He hadn't trained for that, and he had no intention of becoming the egg-busting prince. Whether it's against the rules isn't up to you to decide. You coward who can't even own up to what he did. You're the coward. Who are you to call someone out for breaking the rules when you broke them yourself? I was protecting my school, so what if I broke the rules? Huh, so you admit you cheated. Then do you admit you were trying to wreck my dojo? I did not. Neither did I. The two martial artists, both hailed as future legends destined to stir up the world of martial arts, were now bickering like children. The martial artists gathered around couldn't help but break into smiles. How wonderful it is to be young. Will you two cut it out already? My Shiranui finally lost her patience and shouted. It was true that she played sweet and obedient in front of Seiya, but at her core, she was fiery and strong-willed, far from the traditional image of a gentle Yamato Nadeshiko. Moreover, as the true master of the Shiranui dojo, she both had the right and the obligation to step in and put an end to this farce. If you two love fighting so much, fine. Find some place private when you've got the time, and have at it however you want. But today's the grand opening. Don't embarrass us in front of the guests, for goodness sake. Seiya shot a glare at Dongjong, then quickly slipped into the role of host, turning his attention to welcoming their guests. Dongjong, thick-skinned as ever, simply plopped himself down at a table and waited for the banquet to start, energetically greeting the martial artists around him. To anyone watching, he might as well have been a friend of the owner. The second half of the opening celebration passed in a much more harmonious atmosphere. After Dongjong's antics, everyone had witnessed the true strength of Seiya, the new master. With just one display of the super rending blast, he delivered a show of overwhelming power, instantly quashing any thoughts of challenging him. Now, everyone's thoughts turned to building good relations with the Shiranui dojo. If they could send their own children here to study, even if they didn't master everything, as long as they could learn something on par with the legendary Foshan Shadowless Kick, that would be enough. As for themselves, they decided to let it go. Most were already well-known masters or direct disciples from their own schools. To switch allegiances now would be unthinkable. Seiya and my Shiranui didn't mind at all. These older martial artists would be hard to manage if they joined, so as long as they sent their children, that was perfect. If word got out that the children of every martial artist in New York were training at the Shiranui dojo, the publicity would be unmatched, far more effective than any relentless, brainwashing jingle about bye, don't accept gifts this holiday season. The only real headache was Dongjong. He simply refused to leave the dojo, insisting he would go undercover to expose Seiya as a cheating fraud. Later, when Seiya challenged him to a one-on-one fight outside, Dongjong stubbornly refused to go. You said we tied in our last match, and I was generous enough to accept that. Now you still want a duel? Just to humiliate yourself? Were you a masochist? Dongjong sprawled out lazily in the training hall of the Shiranui dojo, looking completely unfazed, like a pig who isn't afraid of boiling water. He had made up his mind. No matter what, he would never challenge Seiya to a one-on-one fight again. Not only was Seiya a monster when it came to stamina, but that devastating super split bullet really hurt, and, most of all, there was that ghostly white marble that always appeared out of nowhere. Until he could be absolutely sure he wouldn't end up becoming the Egg Bomb Prince, he was determined not to pick a fight with Seiya again. That said, for the time being, he had nowhere else to go in New York, so he simply decided to stick around at the Shiranui dojo and refuse to leave. Besides, look at all the new students signing up today. There are just the two of you. You can't possibly teach them all on your own. So, out of the goodness of my heart, I, Dongjong, will reluctantly help you train your disciples. Don't get all choked up with gratitude just yet. Of course, I won't be training them for free. I saw you charging a pretty penny for tuition. Just toss me a casual $1 or $2 a month in dollars, and I suppose I could be persuaded. Dongjang's refusal to leave probably also had something to do with the system. After all, he was Andy's teammate and best friend, and he needed a good reason to hang around. Letting him stay wasn't out of the question, but some things needed to be made clear from the start. If you insist on staying, then you're responsible for the student's daily physical and basic training. The monthly salary is $3,000. $3,000 a month, converted to Chinese currency, that was over $20,000, a pretty decent salary even in cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen. But this was New York, where the average annual salary in the state hovered around $80,000. That's about $6,666 a month. $3,000 wasn't even half the average monthly wage. With terms that close to insulting, there was no way Dongjong would accept. So little? What do you take me for? A slave. I'll have you know, orcs never bow to slavery. Room and board included. Deal. $3,000 a month, plus food and lodging, to hire someone who was practically a living legend in the world of Muay Thai to teach at your dojo. That was a bargain so cheap, it was almost criminal. But then again, this was the guy who had nearly destroyed the dojo. Until he recouped the costs of renovations, rent, and damages, Seiya fully intended to work Dongjong like a mule for the collective good. With Dongjong on board, even with a flood of new students, the Shiranui dojo was able to keep up and quickly settled into a steady routine. Aside from the occasional emergency call from Gwen, who sometimes needed a helping hand, Spider-Man was mostly off duty these days. Being a hero had always been more of a hobby anyway, and now that he had the dojo to focus on, Seiya found his interest in heroics waning. But the media and the fans, especially Iron Man's diehard followers, saw things very differently. Iron Man had barely arrived in New York, and Spider-Man had already vanished from the scene. Wasn't it obvious? Clearly, Spider-Man was scared of Iron Man. In an instant, all kinds of mocking and jeering at Spider-Man shot straight to the top of the trending searches. Spider-Man's turned into a turtle. He should just call himself Turtle Man. Iron Man arrives in New York, and Spider-Man is so scared he doesn't even dare let out a peep. Iron Man's shown Spider-Man who's boss. Now he knows who's really in charge. A Spider-Man like this isn't New York's pride. He's New York's disgrace. It was obvious these trending topics were being stirred up by rival camps. Trashing Spider-Man was their specialty. Spider-Man's fans try to fight back, hoping to start their own conversations. Hashtag real heroes avoid unnecessary battles. Spider-Man is the true hero. Hashtag. Hashtag Spider-Man's wise retreat in the face of Iron Man's provocation shows real intelligence. Hashtag. Hashtag this is the hero we look up to. He only cares about fighting evil, not empty victories. Hashtag. Unfortunately, calm fans and bystanders were always in the minority. Most people's opinions had already been swayed by those criticizing Spider-Man. Almost everyone following this story was fired up and angry. They believed that Spider-Man should stand up for the city and defend New York's honor. What they didn't know was that Seiya had absolutely no interest in defending New York's reputation. If he had any spare time, he'd rather spend it deepening his relationship with Gwen. Lately, Seiya had inevitably neglected Gwen a bit, since he'd been busy with the dojo. Gwen hadn't said anything outright, but her unhappiness was written all over her face. To keep his relationship with Gwen strong, and, hopefully, to bring them closer to the point where he could come and go freely, Seiya decided to ask her out to a movie. There was a new superhero film from the Dragon Nation getting a limited release in America, and word had it the movie wasn't half bad. Peach Blossom Hero versus the Chrysanthemum Monster? Gwen's eyebrows drew together in disbelief. I don't mean to knock your country's superhero movies, but just from the name alone, it sounds like a total flop. Seiya scratched his head. He didn't have much choice. This was the only popcorn flick showing at the moment. Everything else was a heavy, artsy film. If they didn't see this, would they rather just doze off in the art house theater instead? Wait a second. Could it be? Suddenly, Seiya realized what Gwen might be hinting at. Instead of watching a lousy movie, maybe she'd rather slip into an art film at midnight and sleep through it in every sense of the word. But the first time, in a movie theater, was that really okay? He'd heard that a lot of theaters had infrared cameras. What if they ended up as the stars of a live broadcast? Before he could say more, Gwen pulled out 2 tickets. The Stark Industries Expo opens tonight. Let's go see the opening ceremony. The Stark Industries Expo? Seiya did a quick calculation. When he first crossed over, Iron Man had debuted just over a month earlier, and now about 3 more months had passed. Altogether, it had only been 4 months. But in the movies, wasn't the Stark Expo supposed to start 6 months after Iron Man's debut? Why did it happen ahead of schedule? Could this be the butterfly effect caused by his arrival in this world? If so, would the subsequent events also be pushed forward? What if Thanos showed up on Earth tomorrow and snapped his fingers? Would he just get wiped out without a chance to react? The thought of a gender-swap Thanos was both amusing and unsettling. Unlike the grim, imposing old purple potato from the MCU, this version was all curves and swagger, her waistband slung ridiculously low, showing off sharply defined abs, barely covered, as if daring you to look. A Thanos like that, charging in a battle, would certainly make for quite a spectacle. He wondered if his girlfriend card system could ever grant him a female version of Thanos. Imagine if he could pull a legendary female Thanos and have her go toe-to-toe with the original, each snapping their fingers in turn. One erasing half the universe, the other snapping everyone back, over and over again. What a magnificent sight that would be. Unfortunately, a 6 Infinity Stone gauntlet-level Thanos would have to be a top-tier, rainbow-tier legendary girlfriend card, something from the very pinnacle of the gray, white, green, blue, purple, gold, and rainbow card hierarchy. And right now, Seiya could barely manage a 10 roll of green cards every 2 months. A 10 roll of rainbow cards? That would take him at least a decade, if not longer. The road ahead was long and arduous. That night, Seiya found himself sitting next to Gwen in the stands at the opening ceremony of the Stark Expo. At the center of the venue, the stage was lit with dozens of girls of all shades of skin, but every one of them had an eye-catching, curvaceous figure. They wore sizzling, tight-cropped dance outfits, each with 3 glaringly bright headlights hanging at their chests, energetically showing off their charms. One of them even wore a replica of Iron Man's chest reactor, a literal, blindingly bright lamp. Enjoying the view, Gwen's voice drifted over from beside him, calm but with a hint of amusement. She knew exactly where Seiya's gaze had wandered. Unlike those dancers with their enviable curves, Gwen herself barely managed a B cup. Nothing compared to those CN-above bombshells on stage. Seiya grinned. What do you think I'm looking at? Their headlights? No, you've got all wrong. To me, all that makeup and flash is just fleeting scenery. True beauty is about what suits you, about the soul within, not just size. And if we're really talking size, none of these girls could compare to my Shiranui. They just had the advantage of numbers, creating a scene that, was all peaks and valleys, high and low, a sight that left Seiya momentarily lost in thought, imagining his head squeezed between all those lights. Shaking off the fantasy, Seiya lifted his gaze to the sky. The real show is about to begin. The surrounding area was brightly lit, and fireworks kept bursting into the sky. The light pollution was so severe that it was nearly impossible to see anything above. In this sullied sky, not even a glimmer of starlight could break through. Yet, with Seiya's abilities, he was able to spot a transport plane high above. From it, a trail of fire shot forth, cutting through the bursts of fireworks and streaking toward the venue below. That blazing figure was, of course, Iron Man. A man who thrived on spectacle would naturally choose the most flamboyant way to make an entrance. What could be more ostentatious than descending through a rain of fireworks? Unless, of course, he happened to get a face full of sparks on the way down. Seiya's guess was right. The early opening of the Stark Expo had everything to do with Spider-Man's recent appearance. As arrogant as he was, Tony Stark could tolerate people online comparing him to Spider-Man, but he couldn't stand not being the center of attention. Even here in New York, territory that wasn't truly his own, he insisted on being the standout, the brightest star in the city. With the opening of the Stark Expo and such a showy entrance, his fame was bound to reach new heights. By then, no one would care about who was stronger, Spider-Man or Iron Man. If Spider-Man wanted to compete with Iron Man, he'd have to come up with an entrance even more impressive than this one. Tony Stark had never accepted being overshadowed by anyone, especially when it came to showing off. A thunderous boom rang out. Iron Man landed squarely on the stage, dropping to one knee in a pose that resembled a god descending to Earth. In that moment, the atmosphere inside the venue soared to new heights. "Tony, I love you. Tony, look at me. My heart can't take it. Tony, I want to have little iron babies with you." With the help of robotic arms, Iron Man shed his armor, revealing Tony Stark in a perfectly tailored suit. He stood on stage with effortless charm, waving to the crowd. "I never said that the world's long-standing peace is all thanks to me." Tony Stark began his speech, radiating confidence. His opening line sounded almost like a poetic monologue, grand, but a bit long-winded. "I didn't say that no one else on Earth can rise from the ashes like a phoenix the way I do. And I certainly didn't say that Uncle Sam can relax in a deck chair with iced tea, because I'm always at the top of my game." There was a natural pause here, and it was time for applause. Most of the audience were Iron Man's fans, so of course, they obliged, erupting into cheers. But before Tony could continue his performance, an out-of-place voice rose above the din. "Stark, this is New York. What have you ever done for this city? Uncle Sam can sit back and sip his tea in peace only because Spider-Man helped us defeat the Green Goblin. Otherwise, your expo would have ended up in chaos, just like that aerospace carnival fiasco. Spider-Man never needed to rise from the ashes. He was a legend from the very start, always protecting us. He's the true guardian angel, the real protector of New York. After all he's done, Spider-Man hasn't uttered a single boastful word. Yet here you are, Tony Stark, running your mouth. Don't you have any shame?" On stage, Tony's face tightened with embarrassment. To be called out so bluntly, right in the middle of his grandstanding, was a bitter pill to swallow, especially since he couldn't even pinpoint the heckler in the crowd, let alone buy out their company and fire them. The lack of control gnawed at him. Meanwhile, in the audience, Seiya couldn't help but grin with genuine delight. It wasn't Tony Stark's discomfiture that amused him, but rather what the audience had said. To be hailed face-to-face as the guardian of New York and a guardian angel, that was a first for him. The praise filled him with a quiet pride. He couldn't help but wonder, though, how these people would react if they learned the truth, that their so-called guardian angel had zero interest in saving them. He'd fought the Green Goblin, at first just to impress his girlfriend, and later just to rack up points on her boyfriend's scorecard. Saving the city had simply been a byproduct. If they knew that, what would they think? "I'm not your hero, and I never wanted to be. Please, get that straight, will you?" Tony was itching to ask the last person who spoke. "Do you even know what you're talking about? How dare you claim I've done nothing for New York? I've done more than you can imagine. Your perspective is just too limited to see it, you fool." He was usually quick with a comeback, but not today. Today was the grand opening of the Stark Expo. Beyond his personal theatrics, this was his chance to showcase the sincerity of the Stark Expo to the world, to invite companies and talent from across the globe to come together and build a better future. To that end, he'd even dug out old footage of his father from decades ago and played it for everyone, a gesture meant to honor the past and inspire the future. As for those hecklers, the security team could just escort them out. No need to waste time on them. Still, perhaps because of the palladium poisoning, Tony felt a simmering irritation that he couldn't quite shake. So, during a post-ceremony press interview, when a local reporter once again brought up the topic, Tony finally snapped. "I'm Iron Man, not some petty street-level hero. The reason you don't hear about my exploits is because they're simply beyond your reach. Don't lump me in with those nobodies. This was the first time Iron Man directly addressed questions about Spider-Man, and he used phrases like street-level hero and second-rate. Instantly, the topic shot up the trending charts, quickly reaching the very top. Iron Man looks down on Spider-Man. Are the two headed for a showdown? Iron Man, Spider-Man isn't worthy to fight alongside me, let alone be called a hero. How can a small-time street hero be compared to Iron Man, who's fought on a cosmic scale? Look at what Iron Man has done for this universe. Headlines like these exaggerated Iron Man's single offhand remark, twisting it with sensational commentary. Much of it was pure fabrication by editors, but there was no shortage of people eager to read it anyway. As long as there's attention to be gained, the tabloids that thrive on bending the truth for clicks will never rest. As events unfolded, the focus of the discussion began to shift. Does a guy who brawled down a highway really count as a hero? Voices questioning Iron Man started to dominate. He'd once crossed half the globe to fight terrorists, but the public didn't really know about that. All anyone remembered was that he'd had a fight with someone called Iron. Munger wrecked half a highway, totaled loads of innocent people's cars, injured countless drivers and bystanders, then blew the top off his own building. And that was it. How did someone like that become celebrated as a superhero? What exactly makes him a hero? This might have been the worst smear campaign Iron Man had ever faced. Once the outcry became a tidal wave, not even Tony Stark's wealth could turn the tide of public opinion overnight, because those fueling and fanning the flames had plenty of money themselves. The Osborn Group, eager to boost Harry's profile, jumped into the fray. Diminishing Tony Stark's image would make it easier to cast Harry in a positive light. In fact, the people at Osborn were already considering molding Harry into a superhero to rival Iron Man. The gear was ready-made. Osborn's flight suit and glider just needed a new look and color scheme, and they could create a superhero totally distinct from the Green Goblin. Pair him up with Spider-Man, and their fame would skyrocket overnight. The idea of crafting a superhero idol from scratch gave these middle-aged power brokers, who fancied themselves masters of the universe, an intoxicating rush of control. Suppress Iron Man's spotlight, then replicate Tony Stark's path to fame for Harry. With Harry as both hero and Osborn's public face, the group would reap even greater fortune. Because of this, Harry was also forced to begin various physical and flight training sessions, along with receiving low-dose injections of performance enhancers. Although Norman Osborn's identity as the Green Goblin was never revealed to the public or even Harry, the scientists at Oscorp still managed to extract plenty of valuable information from Norman's blood samples. Using these samples, they reverse-engineered an entirely new type of performance enhancer. As long as it was administered in small, incremental doses, it could boost the body's attributes while keeping side effects to a minimum. The only regrettable part was that this new formula worked exclusively on Norman Osborn's direct blood relatives, making it impossible to mass-produce or distribute on a large scale. Still, that was enough. As long as Oscorp could create a superhero of their own, everything would be worth it. But as for all this, Seiya couldn't care less. After watching the opening ceremony of the Stark Expo, all he could think about was how to be the first to win Gwen's heart in every sense. Honestly, you couldn't blame Seiya for being a little impatient. He'd traversed into this world for over 4 months now, living the life of a monk all that time. Before, he'd never had a girlfriend, or if he did, they were barely worth mentioning, so he managed to put up with it. But now, both of his high-quality human girlfriends had affection levels approaching 90, and he was still holding back? That was like a group of eunuchs visiting a brothel. Utterly pointless. If he kept waiting, he'd end up being claimed by my Shiranui instead. Thinking of the fiery my Shiranui, so he couldn't help but lick his lips, but quickly regained his resolve. No, Gwen was the first girlfriend he unlocked. There's an order to these things, after all. Besides, in his past life, he'd never experienced a wild, foreign romance cough or a passionate stallion. Gwen clearly sensed what was going on, a bashful blush coloring her cheeks. In this country, where most people are open-minded and well-informed, sex was never treated as some terrifying taboo. In fact, many people here felt embarrassed if they were still virgins by the time they graduated high school. That's just how things are. Nothing to be done about it. So what could Seiya do? Of course, he should adapt to local customs and help Gwen say goodbye to her innocent days, letting her truly soar as a proud, graceful swan. Naturally, to take care of Gwen's feelings, the sense of ceremony was essential. The location mattered too. He had to make sure she felt respected and loved. Only then could he avoid a lot of trouble and increase the odds of a successful first time. Never underestimate the importance of these things. Just because the moment feels right doesn't mean it's guaranteed. If you mishandle the early game, you might not even get through the door. Ceremony, respect, love. As these key words circled in his mind, The image of the Empire State Building suddenly appeared in Seiya's thoughts. King Kong once climbed up there and fought off planes for the woman he loved, and that story became a legendary romance known around the world. I could be like King Kong too, taking the woman I love and swinging on a giant swing atop the Empire State Building. Hiss. You have no idea what I've been through lately. At school, Harry sat beside Seiya, pouring out his troubles. Even though high school was about to end, he barely had time to focus on his studies or college applications. Instead, most of his days were consumed by brutal, almost inhumane training sessions in the proving grounds. They're so obsessed with turning me into New York's Iron Man that everyone's gone a little mad, you know? If I'm not training, I'm getting injected with something. I swear, I'm turning into a cyborg. Harry kept nothing from Seiya. Some secrets are just too hard to keep bottled up. Seiya propped his head up, looking exhausted. It was obvious he hadn't slept well the night before. And who could blame him? He never imagined Gwen would have such stamina. If it weren't for his body being transformed by Spider-Man's genes, he might not have been able to keep up with her at all. He really got the short end of the stick. Hearing Harry's complaints, Seiya rolled his eyes, looking a bit bored. Come on, you're clearly enjoying it. Anyone can see it written all over your face. Huh, really? Is it that obvious? Harry quickly tried to rein in his expression, attempting to look reluctant and put upon, but within 3 seconds, his smile broke through, impossible to hide. All right, you got me. Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, I'm about to become Iron Man. Just like Spider-Man, I'll be a hero for the city. When that happens, I'll be able to fight alongside Spider-Man to save this city, or maybe even the world. Too bad they say I'm the only one who isn't allergic to those serums. Otherwise, you and I could have done this together. But honestly, forget Spider-Man. I'd rather team up with you and leave behind our own legendary story as the yellow and white duo of this city. Isn't that cool? Ahem. Seiya nearly choked on his own spit. Stop. Team names aren't something you just throw together, and that idea is terrible. So bad it's almost gross. Didn't I tell you back when you were learning Chinese in Dragon Country? That phrase is sometimes used to describe, well, bodily waste. Wait, seriously? Harry's face twisted in disgust. Chinese is really deep and complicated. I'll remember that. Okay, scratch that name. I'll think of something else. Seiya shook his head. Don't worry about me. Focus on you and Spider-Man. When you finally meet him one day, just tell him yourself. Exactly. Harry's eyes lit up. Let's come up with a team name for me and Spider-Man. Spider-Man wears a red and black suit, and my color would be white. So how about? Harry clapped his hands together and exclaimed, red and white celebration. Sounds auspicious, right? Seiya was speechless, a metaphorical black line appearing over his head. Just take the auspicious out, and you're left with nonsense. As for Harry's talent for naming things, Seiya decided it was best not to expect anything. Anyway, if one day Harry really dared to suggest forming the red and white celebration duo while Seiya was in his Spider-Man persona, Seiya promised himself he wouldn't beat him to death. It's fine if your dad's a bit out of commission, but I'll make sure you experience what a father's love really means. If I don't pound the crap out of you, consider yourself lucky. By the way, Harry suddenly changed the subject, glancing at Gwen's empty seat. What's up with Gwen? She's been absent for 2 days in a row. Is she sick? Should I get MJ to visit her? Heh, Seiya scoffed inwardly. You really think I'm some kind of fake Spider-Man? I'm full of energy, bounce back fast. You think you can wear me out? Not a chance. On the surface, though, Seiya kept a straight face. She's down with a cold these days. Better not send MJ. It wouldn't be good if she caught it too. I'll drop by and check on her after school. Aren't you afraid you'll catch it? Harry asked, puzzled. Seiya's expression was resolute. Not until there's a clear winner. I won't get infected. A winner in what? Doesn't matter. I'm going to catch some sleep. Wake me up when school's out. When the final bell rang, Harry went off to continue his training, while Seiya, feeling fully recharged, set off for Gwen's place with renewed energy. Mr. Liu once said, there's no such thing as overworked land. That sounds a bit disrespectful to the classics. The actual saying is, face adversity with unwavering resolve. Bow willingly to be the people's servant. Anyway, Seiya's current mission was to be that servant, to keep working the land until the earth cracked and the mountains trembled. But the moment he left school, his phone rang. The caller ID showed it was my Shiranui. For some inexplicable reason, seeing my Shiranui's name conjured an image of a world-famous painting in Seiya's mind. A tree, with 2 doves perched on its branches, and a sheep underneath. Though, this sheep was already dead. Observing Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, practicing deep prajnaparamita, sees the emptiness of all 5 aggregates and is delivered from all suffering and distress. Sariputra, form does not differ from emptiness. Emptiness does not differ from form. Form itself is emptiness. Emptiness itself is form. Silently reciting the Heart Sutra to calm himself, Su Yi finally answered the call. Hello, Mai, were you missing me? Xiao Yi, you sound a bit strange. Are you sick? Cough, cough, no, I'm fine. Su Yi adjusted his voice. What did you need from me? Oh, you're done with school, right? Can you come to the dojo now? Someone's here to see you. Someone wants to see me? Could it be you? Su Yi suddenly recalled that famous painting once again. Not long after, Su Yi drove over to the Shonui dojo. The car was a second-hand Ant Flow. Not expensive, but his underground boxing winnings covered it just fine. Before he even stepped inside, Su Yi caught sight of a tall, well-built figure standing within the dojo. The man wore a bright red baseball cap, a matching red vest, and emblazoned on the back was a white five-pointed star. Seeing this familiar look, Su Yi's brows tightened instinctively. As expected, what must come has finally arrived. Inside the dojo, Dong Zhang was already standing on the training mat, beckoning toward the newcomer with a crooked finger. You look like you've had some real training yourself. Come on, let's have a go before old Su gets here. Dong Zhang was the kind who thrived on chaos, hyperactive, and always itching for trouble. He couldn't go a day without stirring something up. And with such a burly opponent in sight, he simply couldn't resist. Yet no matter how much Dong Zhang tried to provoke him, the other man simply stood there in silence, completely unmoved. That only made Dong Zhang more annoyed. He was on the verge of tossing out a classic taunt. Just as Dong Zhang put his hands on his waist, ready to unleash his trademark mockery, Su Yi walked through the door. Xiao Yi. Mai Shiranui spotted Su Yi first. In a flash, she darted over, leaping into his arms with the grace and speed of a ninja bee. Su Yi reached out and caught Mai, her soft, fragrant form melting into his embrace. Mai, we have guests. Reluctant though he was, Su Yi gently reminded Mai, coaxing her to let go. It wouldn't do to greet visitors while still holding her like this. Hello, you're looking for me? After setting Mai down, Su Yi walked over to the stranger. Just by the outfit and face, there was no mistaking it. This was Terry Bogard, Andy Bogard's older brother, well, half-brother, technically. Terry was a towering presence, even compared to Su Yi. Well, Su Yi was canonically 186 centimeters, a notch taller than Terry's 182. Still, Terry was built like a tank. Powerful chest, bulging arms that couldn't be hidden by a sleeveless t-shirt. He was a walking embodiment of strength. Now, this powerhouse slowly turned around, wearing a stern, determined look as he fixed his gaze on Su Yi. A long moment passed before he finally spoke, his voice suddenly earnest. Bro, I'm Terry. I came to find you. Su Yi nearly sprayed him with a mouthful of soda. Bro? Did he just call me bro? Here was this 30-something muscle man calling him bro when he himself was only 8 years old, not even out of high school yet. Are you sure you've got the right person? Su Yi couldn't help but ask, even though he knew it was impossible. And how old are you anyway? Terry looked completely composed. Godfather gave me the photo and address. There's no way I could be mistaken. Besides, I'm 7 years old this year, almost an adult. As he spoke, he pulled a photo out from his pocket. It was taken when Su Yi graduated from junior high, back in China. That photo only existed in Su Ye's family home. So, when Terry mentioned his godfather, did he mean Su Ye's own dad? Oh hell, Terry, you little troublemaker. Are you really going to jinx me into becoming an orphan? Did Su Ye's dad get killed by Geese Howard? Is that why this kid showed up, wanting to join forces with me, for revenge? With that thought, Su Yi hurriedly pulled out his phone and dialed his dad's number. Although this was his predecessor's father, somewhere deep in his subconscious, the old feelings for his parents lingered, making it feel no different than calling his own dad. The call was quickly answered, but by a woman, her voice soft and low. Mom? Where's Dad? Su Ye's voice trembled, nervous, afraid to hear the worst. On the other end, there was a sharp, smacking sound, like a slap, and then the woman snapped impatiently. Wake up quick. Your son's calling, and it sounds serious. How can you sleep like a log and not care? Don't even bother to answer the phone. Get up now. Her words were punctuated by another crisp smack. Su Yi finally exhaled in relief. Judging from his mom's tone, Dad was perfectly fine. That was all that mattered. He really was terrified that his adventures in America would somehow bring disaster to his parents back in China. If gaining power meant sacrificing his family, he'd rather have nothing at all. Xiao Yi, what's wrong? Is something up at school or the martial arts gym? I've got a few business contacts in America, you know. If there's trouble, let me know. I can always send someone to help you out. Don't worry. Just take your time and tell me. Su Ye's nerves settled, and he even found himself silently mocking his dad. You run a tiny plastic workshop, not some big factory making arcade machine shells. Since when did you have international business connections? Such a bragger. Ahem, about that. What's the deal with Terry? Oh, you mean little duh? His father's voice wavered a bit, but there was obvious relief too. So he found you? Was it at your place or the gym? This time of day, let me think. You should be working at the gym, right? then it must have been there. I told him, wait, that's not the point. So he cut him off, exasperated. For a small workshop owner, could you please stop being so bureaucratic and get to the point? Why did he come looking for me? And why does he call me brother? Don't tell me. Did you have a kid with someone else behind mom's back? Shut your mouth, you unfilial son. How dare you ruin my reputation? Do you believe I won't hop on a plane right now and beat you until you're an orphan? Old Sue launched into a tirade, leaving Su Yi fighting the urge to roll his eyes. This dangerous habit of threatening to make your own son an orphan at the drop of a hat. Could you please try to change it? After hollering for a while, Old Sue finally explained, Terry is my godson. Su Yi immediately objected. Just a few days ago, I asked you if I had any adopted brothers, and you told me I didn't. Of course you don't. Terry is your younger brother, not an older one. What's wrong with that? Did I say anything wrong? Old Sue argued back, convinced he was right. Su Yi found himself speechless. Technically, there was nothing wrong with that, but who could have guessed that Terry would end up as Andy's little brother? Although, supposedly, the original plan for Fatal Fury was to make Andy the older brother, but in the end, that didn't happen. According to Old Sue's explanation, Terry Bogard was the son of a very close friend. More than that, a friend he'd shared life and death with, Jeff Bogard. Not long ago, Jeff Bogard was murdered. Before dying, he gave Terry Old Sue's contact information. Terry got in touch, and Old Sue sent him straight to Su Yi. The situation was roughly the same as the plot in Fatal Fury and King of Fighters. Jeff was killed by Geese Howard over a secret martial arts manual, and now Terry lived for revenge. The difference was that the Andy Su Yi played was no longer Jeff's adopted son, but the son of Jeff's dearest friend. But I checked for news about Southtown and Geese Howard before, and found nothing, Su Yi muttered under his breath. Terry looked puzzled. Southtown? Geese is in Northtown. Su Yi was instantly exasperated. Not only had they made Terry the younger brother, but now Southtown had become Northtown. No wonder he couldn't find any information. Damn it, system. Are you messing with me? After ranting at the system in his mind, Su Yi put away his phone and turned to Terry. All right, Terry, I understand your situation now. Don't worry, I'll help you get your revenge. But a gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years, Terry said, clenching his fist with unwavering determination. I want to learn martial arts from you, brother. I hope that one day I'll be able to face Geese myself. With a considerate Terry like this, what else could Su Yi say? Of course, he agreed. Of course you can learn from me. And don't worry, when it comes to Geese, I won't let you face him alone. Uncle Jeff was my father's closest friend, so your vendetta is my vendetta, too. Suddenly, a hint of awkwardness appeared on Terry's face. Jeff is my mom. Jeff. Not Jeff, but Jeff, a woman. The information Old Sue gave him was all wrong. Something's not right. Click. At that moment, Su Yi felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck right over his head. He suddenly sensed the overwhelming malice of this world. And as for the guy standing before him, it was entirely possible that he really was his younger brother. Old Sue, you're something else. Legend of the Hungry Wolf. Could this hungry wolf actually be you, Old Sue? In that instant, Su Yi finally understood the family ties the system had arranged for Terry. First of all, Terry was Jeff Bogard's son, not his adopted son. 18 years ago, on a stormy night, probably right around the time Su Ye's mother gave birth to him, a certain womanizer surnamed Sue met an American girl. One thing led to another, and soon enough, Terry was born out of their shameless escapade. For various reasons, Terry grew up in America with Jeff and never acknowledged Old Sue as his father. Or maybe he had, but Su Yi certainly didn't know about it. In short, life had continued quietly and uneventfully, until Jeff was beaten to death by Geese Howard. Geese Howard was a real scoundrel. For the sake of a secret technique, he didn't even spare his own junior sister. But Old Sue was even worse. Sneaking around behind mom's back? What a scumbag. Disgraceful. Thinking about it, Su Yi realized that having lots of girlfriends might not actually be his own fault. If the tree is crooked, so will be its branches. The real problem started with Old Sue. No respect for elders. Humph. It's all your fault. You led me astray. I was such an innocent, kind-hearted child. But with a father as unreliable as you, it's no wonder I ended up with such a questionable system, and eventually became a so-called reliable scoundrel. What a mess. All right, it was really just a joke. The system had racked its brains to give Su Yi and Terry a brotherly bond, and Old Sue was just collateral damage in this arrangement. Whether he did it or not, he still got caught up in the mess. Let's just say, for Old Sue's sake, Su Yi would accept this younger brother. Terry, Su Yi said, casting a stern glance at Dong Zhang, who still had his hand on his waistband, looking like he hadn't quite given up on starting another round of teasing. Dong Zhang sheepishly withdrew his hand, while Terry tensed up. Brother? There's no need to be so nervous. Didn't I say you're my dad's godson? That makes you my real brother. We're family here. No need to stand on ceremony. Hearing this, The guarded look on Terry's face melted away, and he slipped perfectly into the role of a younger brother. All right, Brother Yi. Just call me brother. Suye's face darkened. Technically, Brother Yi was correct, and it worked either way, but it still sounded odd to him. Clearing his throat, Suye asked, so, what special talents do you have? I mean, what martial arts or skills do you know? I know Bajiquan. I learned it from my mother, Terry replied, unconsciously clenching his fists as if he were about to show Suye a move. Pounding his fist to the ground. Power wave. Suye quickly stopped Terry. The floor inside this dojo isn't like the ones you see in games or in The King of Fighters' Destiny, the kind you can smash and slam on without leaving so much as a crack. If it gets damaged, he'd have to pay to fix it. Jeff Bogard, just like Geese Howard, was a disciple of Master Tang Falu, the Bajiquan Grandmaster. So it made perfect sense that her son would know Bajiquan as well. Still, Terry was young, and Jeff might not have had time to teach him everything. Meanwhile, over here, Master Tang, an old friend of Hanzo Hattori, was the very same Tang Falu who had trained both Jeff Bogard and Geese Howard. When Tang Falu and the Hattori dojo first appeared together, Suye hadn't really understood what the system intended. He thought Tang Falu was just a background NPC, someone you could visit but wouldn't actually teach you anything useful. But now, it seemed Tang Falu's presence was meant especially for Terry. After all, Terry was the main character of Fatal Fury, and it was only after training under Tang Falu in Bajiquan that his story would truly come together. However, now that Terry had become a younger brother, would Suye, now the older brother, end up like Andy, just a minor, almost invisible supporting character in their tale? Suye felt he should try to change that, maybe even become the protagonist of this story. After all, both my Shiranui and Terry were brought into this world by him. There was no reason he should stay in the background. With this in mind, Suye turned directly to Terry and asked, Bajiquan, have you ever heard of the name Tang Falu? Terry looked up, his eyes shining. That's my mother's master, my grandmaster. According to the original story, Jeff's dying wish was for Terry to find Tang Falu. But here, he had met Old Sue first. Still, since Terry already knew about him, things would be much easier. Come on, I'll take you to meet your grandmaster. Without wasting words, Suye left Dongjiang to watch over the dojo while he took my Shiranui and Terry straight to the Bajiquan school in Chinatown. Dongjiang's hand instinctively reached for his belt. Don't leave me here to guard the place alone. You guys are the worst. Take this, my ultimate taunt. Unfortunately, nobody paid him any attention. At the Bajiquan school, Suye met Tang Falu for the first time, a neatly dressed old man in traditional Chinese garb, bald but with a meticulously trimmed beard, giving off the kindly aura of a sage, reminiscent of Master Roshi. After listening to Suye's introduction and Terry's story, Tang Falu's brow furrowed with concern. He had never imagined that passing down the secret Bajiquan manual, the secret legacy of Qin, to Jeff would lead to her death. Even more shocking was that Geese Howard would abandon all sense of brotherhood. Unfortunately, age had caught up with him, and he was no longer able to personally cleanse his own house. To make amends for his past mistakes, Tang Falu resolved to take in Terry as his disciple, teach him Bajiquan, and help him seek revenge. In doing so, he would also help the lineage of Bajiquan restore its reputation. As for Suye, Grandpa Tang, Terry is my brother. Avenging Aunt Jeff is my duty. I can't turn away from it. At first, Tang Falu had not intended to accept Suye as a student. After all, Suye was the disciple of his old friend Hanzo Hattori, following the path of bone techniques and ninjutsu, which were fundamentally different from the direct and explosive style of Bajiquan. Yet, after witnessing Suye's remarkable physical prowess, his strength and lightning-fast reflexes far beyond those of ordinary people, Tang Falu changed his mind. Such a promising talent could not be left to that sly old Hanzo Hattori alone. This physique was made for Bajiquan. More importantly, the boy was a true son of the Dragon Nation. From whichever angle he looked at it, it would be wrong not to teach him. Fine, the two of you together. Tang Falu relented, and Suye officially became his disciple alongside Terry. Suye's life grew fulfilling once more. School during the day, Bajiquan lessons after class at the gym, and in the evenings, settling scores with Gwen. Half a month flew by in a blink, and during that time, Suye accomplished two major feats. Martial arts achievement, Bajiquan mastered. Not only had he mastered the fierce routines of the style, but he had also gotten the hang of powerful moves like the energy wave and the energy fountain. By now, Suye could easily don Terry's outfit and cosplay him on the KOF stage. Every move and technique flawless, without a hint of a gap. Life achievement, Gwen kneels and sings conquered, achieved. Bajiquan, with its explosive, hard-hitting routines, instilled a raw, unyielding strength in its practitioners, an all-encompassing power from the ground up. Ever since Su Yi had mastered Baji Quan, Gwen had transformed into a whimpering mess, overwhelmed as if by an unending flood that only grew harder to control the more she tried. After pleading for mercy, Gwen couldn't help but entertain a bold idea. She wanted to immerse herself even deeper in Dr. Connor's experimental project, hoping to research some animal gene that could enhance her endurance. Otherwise, at this rate, she feared she might not hold up, she might even be shattered. During these 2 busy weeks of Su Ye's Baji Quan training, several major events took place. The first was Tony Stark's heated argument at the hearing. His opponents weren't just unscrupulous media outlets who constantly questioned his reputation, but also business rivals eager to see him fail and officials who were determined to take his Iron Man suit for themselves. Faced with entanglement from all 3 sides, Tony Stark spoke with a smile, eloquent and unruffled, much like Zhuge Liang debating a hall full of scholars. As for those unscrupulous reporters, I honestly can't fathom why these jokers are even here, nor why they keep bombarding me with such ridiculous questions. It makes this hearing feel like a farce. There's a lot that I've done which they'll never understand. But tell me, Senator, are you just as clueless? If so, I have to wonder whether you're truly fit for your position. Of course, I know exactly what you're trying to do. You want to use these hacks, together with that arrogant failure from Hammer Industries, to pressure me into handing over the Iron Man suit. With someone as incompetent as him, it won't matter if you wait 5 years, 10, or even 20. You'll never get your hands on technology like this. But here's what you need to understand. I can prevent nuclear threats. The Iron Man suit is far more useful in my hands. Peace prevails, the world is safe, and America is secure. If you're hoping to get my creation, forget it. I alone can keep the world at peace, and I have no intention of collaborating with clowns like you. Tony Stark truly lived up to his reputation as a winner in life. He possessed wealth beyond most men's wildest dreams, shared his bed with women they wouldn't dare to even imagine, and now, in a public hearing, he had reduced the Senate to cursing in frustration. Scenes like this instantly electrified both the hearing room and audiences watching at home. In everyone's eyes, Tony Stark at that moment seemed almost godlike. He was unstoppable. Can Spider-Man prevent nuclear war? Can Spider-Man keep the entire world safe? Would Spider-Man dare point at the Senate and call them out to their faces? No, Spider-Man wouldn't even be allowed in a hearing like this. With that, a wave of debates comparing Spider-Man to Iron Man surged among the fans. Yet, just days later, Tony Stark would face the lowest point of his career. At the Monaco Grand Prix, a mechanic appeared on the track wearing an arc reactor on his chest, nearly identical to Iron Man's. His makeshift armor was crude, but armed with 2 electrified whips, he almost managed to kill Tony Stark right there on the racetrack. Though Tony ultimately managed to turn the tables and defeat his attacker with a portable Iron Man suit, the incident shattered his image of invincibility. First, the Iron Man suit was proven not to be a unique, high-end piece of technology that couldn't be replicated in 20 years. That attacker, cobbling things together with his own hands, had managed to slap Tony Stark in the face with sheer ingenuity. Second, Iron Man himself was proven not to be invincible. If he can make a god bleed, people will stop believing in him. If there's blood in the water, it will inevitably attract a swarm of sharks. The would-be assassin made many people realize that Iron Man, who had always seemed invincible, as if he alone could keep the world safe, was in truth just an ordinary man who could bleed and be hurt. If people really wanted to, he could be killed too. This was a heavy blow to Iron Man's reputation. In the shadows, all sorts of shady figures and unsavory characters began to crawl out of the woodwork. Yet, surprisingly, this time Spider-Man's fans didn't jump in to stoke the flames. It wasn't that they'd suddenly become more rational, thinking that if even Iron Man could get hurt, then Spider-Man, no matter how amazing, wasn't immune to injury either, and that wounds were simply part of a hero's life. Fans are rarely rational. Expecting them to admit their idol is just an ordinary person is almost impossible. So, in truth, most of them still believed that even if Spider-Man faced the same danger, he'd turn the tables on his attacker faster and with more style than Iron Man ever could. But Gwen stepped in at just the right moment, quietly steering the conversation from behind the scenes, suppressing all those inflammatory comments and attempts to stir up trouble. By now, Gwen had already infiltrated an underground hacker group. With help from her new friends, she was able to quickly deal with many issues that couldn't be solved in the public arena. Meanwhile, the Osborn Corporation took advantage of the chaos to launch their own new superhero, the Green Armored Knight. Almost overnight, he captured the public's attention and drew much of the spotlight away. Green Armored Knight was Harry's chosen hero name. In the end, both his suit and glider were colored green, supposedly to show the world that the Green Goblin had merely been an accident, and that the Green Armored Knight represented the true intentions of the Osborn Corporation. Perhaps there was a sense of picking yourself up where you fell. Seiya wasn't entirely sure. He just thought, honestly, if Harry was going to call himself the Green Armored Knight, he might as well go with the Green-Shelled Knight, or, to push the joke, even the Green-Capped Knight. With MJ as his girlfriend, it was a fate he'd have to carry sooner or later anyway. The debut of the Green Armored Knight, to some extent, soothed New Yorkers' longing for Spider-Man. Compared to Spider-Man, who worked on his own chaotic schedule, the Green Armored Knight, launched with obvious commercial intent and heavy PR, burst onto the scene with a fierce, uncompromising stance, a sworn enemy of all things evil. The city's underworld, thriving under the cover of night, took a serious hit. Many criminal operations, exposed on the surface, faced heavy crackdowns. Naturally, this left them furious. Spider-Man, they could tolerate. He mostly went after petty creeps harassing women, and he hadn't even touched the darker trades like human trafficking. But the Green Armored Knight was a different story. With his unmatched mobility and firepower, he could sweep through all of Manhattan in a single night. He followed every lead, taking down criminal networks with relentless efficiency. The police and the citizens have even teamed up to give the Green Armored Hero the title of Nemesis of Evil. Isn't that so much cooler than being called women's best friend? I never realized before just how much crime was lurking in our city after dark. In the school cafeteria, Harry and Seiya sat together, sharing a meal. As graduation from high school approached, no matter how busy they were, they always found time to come back and take care of a few things. After all, these moments, simply sitting together and eating with classmates as equals, were becoming rare. Once high school was over, some would head straight into society, while those going on to college would be separated, divided by their different schools. Later, as they moved into different careers, their lives would grow even farther apart. It would become almost impossible to gather together again like this, carefree and unburdened. However, Harry felt that things would be different between him and Seiya. After all, while he had become the Green Armored Hero, Seiya's skills, especially the way he handled Thompson, meant he had what it took to be a nighttime hero himself, fighting evil with his own brand of kung fu. There was no doubt about it. But his friend was just too laid back. Wasn't this wasting his youth, squandering his talent? Xiaoyi, why don't you join me? Let's fight crime together. You shouldn't let your talent go to waste. Bring your gifts with you to New York. Seiya's lips twitched. What was Harry getting at? Try to rope him into this brotherhood of heroes. Seiya had no desire to humor Harry and felt like shooting him a withering look. Sorry, I have no special talents, no bulletproof suits, no high-tech gadgets that let me fly, and frankly, I'm not interested. Besides, as a guy from China, I'm a bit set in my ways. Harry fell silent. Seiya was right. He was just an international student here, with no responsibility or obligation to play hero. Unless, what if I paid you a salary? A thought struck Harry. As the spokesperson and leader of the Osborne Group, he could easily offer Seiya a well-paid job. With a paycheck, Seiya would be motivated to work, and Harry would gain a powerful ally. Best of all, he could fight crime alongside his best friend. What could be better? Harry even started imagining buying, not renting, but buying 2 luxury apartments opposite each other near Manhattan Empire University. He and MJ would live in one, while Seiya and Gwen could live in the other. The people he loved most close by, his best friend just across the hall, balancing work and life. What a dream come true. So you want to laugh? You're offering me a salary? Do you even know who I am, and you think you can pay me? I'm Spider-Man plus Andy plus Terry. I can fly, I can fight on the ground and in the air, a hero this versatile. Can you really afford me? Wait, that's not right. Do you really think I'm the kind of person who loves money? Could money ever make a hero, who acts purely out of interest, turn this into a mere job? Could money ever buy the noble soul of a true hero? Let me tell you something, kid. Money isn't everything. How much can you offer? What? Harry had actually prepared a long, impassioned speech. He wanted to tell Seiya that being a hero for money wasn't shameful at all. In fact, it was something to be proud of. This is a society where people laugh at poverty, not at shame. As long as it's legal, anyone who makes money through honest work, even if they go all the way to Mars, no one can say a word against them. But before he could even begin his persuasive speech, the conversation had already jumped straight to salary negotiations. Was it really this efficient? Could this be what they call Dragon Country speed? Ahem. When it came to salary, Harry needed to think carefully. This wasn't something the board had discussed, but Harry did have a certain level of autonomy and authority. As long as it wasn't outrageous, the board wouldn't object. Well, when Hollywood made The Green Hornet, they hired an actor from Dragon Country and paid him something like a few $1 million. Your abilities are certainly no less than the Green Hornet's, so I'll offer $5 million a year. How does that sound? Harry was really going all in. As a young chairman, his power was limited, and $5 million a year was the most he could allocate from the company's assets without board approval. Anything more, and he'd have to go through official channels. So, to recruit Seiya, he put forward his greatest sincerity. But after making this offer, his dream of buying an apartment would probably have to turn into renting one instead. $5 million a year. That's over $10,000 a day. Just think, Spider-Man once fought in an underground ring, lost his Uncle Ben, and in the end only got $100. The difference is just staggering. And the price Harry offered was only based on Seiya being a martial arts expert, basically the cost of hiring a bodyguard. If he knew Seiya was actually Spider-Man, the salary would probably be 10 times higher, and the board would happily approve it. After all, hiring a celebrity as a spokesperson can cost tens of millions a year. $5 million, converted to Dragon Country currency. That's over 30 million yuan. Seiya had never seen that much money in either of his two lives. Even if his dad, old Sue, put together everything he owned, it probably wouldn't add up to that much. With that kind of money, he'd never have to work again. Just the bank interest would be enough to live comfortably for years. And yet, in the end, Seiya turned the offer down. It's not that I don't see you as a friend, nor is it that I don't care about money. I just want to give you a word of warning. Seiya's expression turned grave. Harry rarely saw him look like this, and couldn't help but sit up straighter, his demeanor becoming serious as well. As a superhero now, you might seem to be making waves, but you're really walking on thin ice. Your fame is built on your efforts to combat crime and evil, but have you ever considered those forces you've been fighting, are they really just simple underground gangs? If they were only simple gangs, would they have been able to run rampant in New York, turning the whole city upside down? Don't take things at face value, and don't underestimate your enemies. True evil often hides beneath the radiant surface of justice. The darkest shadows are often found right behind the brightest lights. Sometimes they're hiding in plain sight, right under the glare of the spotlight. After all, nothing conceals darkness better than blinding light. If you were just another anonymous hero like Spider-Man, I wouldn't be too worried about you. If you were merely a masked vigilante secretly, backed by Oscorp, it wouldn't be such a big deal either. But you're not. Your identity is public, and you openly represent the image of Oscorp. Even Iron Man has been ambushed. What makes you think you'll be an exception? So from now on, you're likely to face a barrage of attacks from all directions, and Oscorp may come under heavy scrutiny and pressure from the public as well. What you need most right now is to stand together with Oscorp and brace yourself for the storm. In this regard, there's really not much I can do to help. Taking your money would only put a strain on our relationship. Of course, the main reason is that I'm way too expensive. A mere $5 million for my services at night? Dream on. He didn't say this last part out loud. Seiya's warning was no exaggeration. If you looked at the network of underground forces in New York, as revealed in the MCU's spin-off series, it's a tangled web. Just in Hell's Kitchen alone, there are some truly formidable players hiding in the shadows. People like Kingpin or the Hand aren't just rats skulking in the dark. They have enough power to sway the fabric of society itself. Oscorp and Harry are making bold moves, but that also makes them a bigger target. If retaliation comes, it could be devastating. To say nothing of it, a single rumor dreamed up on a whim could be enough to send their stock price, painstakingly propped up by Green Goblin, crashing down again. Or a single calculated ambush could ruin Green Goblin, a hero just starting out beyond all hope of recovery. And in fact, that's exactly what's happening. Even as they speak, a plot of revenge targeting Harry is already being quietly set in motion from the shadows. Among those involved were not only the familiar Hand and Kingpin, but also someone Seiya had not expected, Justin Hammer. Unlike the others, Justin Hammer wasn't part of the criminal underworld, yet they all shared a common enemy. Right now, on the West Coast, Stark Industries boasted Iron Man, while on the East Coast, the Osborn Group had launched the Green Goblin. The two military-industrial giants seemed poised for a long-distance duel, and as it happened, Hammer Industries was also in the arms business. When two tigers fight, there is always collateral damage. When Coca-Cola and Pepsi battled, Very Cola disappeared. When Wanglaji and Jiadobo clashed, Hekazang vanished from the market. If Stark Industries and the Osborn Group go head-to-head, will Hammer Industries simply be wiped out in the crossfire? Justin Hammer's concern wasn't unfounded. When giants war, ordinary people suffer. Even nations without a long history understand this simple truth. Though Justin Hammer was reluctant to see himself as an ordinary man, facing Stark Industries and the Osborn Group, each armed with their own superpowered champions, he truly had no advantage at all. No one wants to be cannon fodder, least of all Justin Hammer. So he had to find a way to save himself. At first, he simply arranged for Ivan Vanko, the man who had attacked Iron Man, to be broken out of a Monaco prison. With Ivan Vanko's expertise, Justin Hammer believed that Hammer Industries would soon catch up to Stark Industries in the field of armored suits, making the Iron Man suit no longer Tony Stark's exclusive toy. Moreover, his drones weren't aimed solely at Stark Industries. He wanted the world to see that, in front of Hammer Industries, the Osborn Group was just as insignificant. With that in mind, he began reaching out to people in society who had grievances against the Osborn Group and the Green Goblin. For example, Wilson Fisk, a successful businessman with political ambitions and a well-known public figure who had openly questioned the legitimacy of the Green Goblin's nighttime vigilante activities. Why should a man in a costume be allowed to soar through New York's night sky, attacking others at will? Who granted him the right to fly? Who gave him permission to assault people as he pleased? Just because someone is a criminal, does that mean they can be attacked without restraint? Don't criminals have human rights too? This wasn't just a challenge to police authority. It was a challenge to the very concept of human rights. Wilson Fisk's questioning of the Green Goblin wasn't simply a campaign tactic designed to stir controversy and attract attention. Being a successful businessman was only his public persona. He was also known as Kingpin, a notorious crime boss who ran one of New York's most infamous underground organizations. Many of the criminal factions the Green Goblin had taken down were Fisk's subordinates and business partners. The public speech delivered by Kingpin naturally sparked widespread debate. His statements, unsurprisingly, met with strong opposition from the public. If the police are incapable of handling certain issues, why shouldn't superheroes step in? If the police could truly uphold justice and respond in time, there would be no need for superheroes in the first place. Blaming others for one's own failures. Such shamelessness is rarely seen. Most people believe Kingpin was simply being contrary to attract attention, a tactic all too common among politicians. Yet public opinion counts for little. When some police officers, egged on by certain interests, began to voice opposition to the Green Armored Hero, and when a few media outlets followed suit, the legitimacy of the Green Armored Hero came under question. Of course, this issue could be resolved fairly easily. With the Osborn Group's wealth and influence, a little back-channel negotiation with the police could grant the Green Armored Hero official auxiliary status without much trouble. It all depended on who could win over the right people, Osborn's side or Kingpin's, since whoever did would hold greater sway. Attacks in the open are easier to handle. The Osborn Group had ways to deal with those. But it's the hidden dangers, the blows that come without warning, that are truly difficult to guard against. While Kingpin gave his speech in public, behind the scenes, his criminal network, together with Japanese Yakuza, Russian Mafia, and other underground forces, were plotting a major scheme. Just a few days earlier, by a twist of fate, Harry had busted a human trafficking den during one of his operations. This operation lured or outright abducted single women by various means, then smuggled them out of New York, sending them to places around the globe where buyers in the shadows would profit from their misery. As for the rights of these women, no one cared. This dark industry was the thread binding these criminal factions together. They divided the work and shared the spoils. The Mafia, being the weakest of the lot, handled the dirty work. As a result, they bore the brunt of Harry's crackdown, losing dozens of their men in the process. Yet, despite their losses, they were still expected to lead the charge in this new operation, simply because they were the weakest, and the rights of the weak are always limited. Mr. Osborn, the Mafia has been keeping a low profile since your last attack, but we've just received word. They're planning to move a large shipment tonight. The operation is highly secretive, and the quantity is significant. It looks like you frightened them, and now they're trying to relocate everything to another area. At night, Harry heard a voice in his earpiece. The Osborn Group had established a dedicated Green Armor Operations Division. Besides coordinating with the Green Armored Hero, this team was responsible for intelligence gathering and analysis, strategic planning, operational logistics, and making sure everything was wrapped up at the end. This is a department that exists solely to give its full support to Green Armor Man, the men who stand behind his success. In fact, in the minds of some, this department isn't just an auxiliary to Green Armor Man, but the real command center. Helios Osborn, the Green Armor Man himself, is nothing more than a diligent, obedient, and capable hound they've unleashed. So, when Harry listened to Seiya's advice, began to approach problems more cautiously, and started to question their plans, they were quick to push back. Mr. Osborn, you say this operation is so covert. Then how do we get wind of it? Are you questioning our intelligence capabilities? Or do you believe that, with all the strategists in the operations department, none of US could tell a trap from a genuine transfer? This mission was identified using big data analysis and rigorous scrutiny online. It's the best chance we have to wipe out the Mafia in one blow. If we miss this, we may never get another opportunity like it. Mr. Osborn, are you really going to reject the operations department's unanimous decision? Will you let the Mafia slip away, causing innocent women to continue down a perilous path toward a grim and shadowed fate? Or do you think your current track record is enough to let you rest on your laurels, basking in the gratitude and cheers of New Yorkers? Mr. Osborn, being called Green Armor Man isn't just an honor. It's a responsibility. Confronted by such a forceful operations department, the young superhero Harry found himself unable to muster the courage to refuse. The retaliation Seiya talked about. It might not happen so soon. As long as I'm careful tonight, things shouldn't get out of hand. After giving himself that small measure of comfort, Harry took advantage of the night, stepped onto his glider, and soared out of Osborn Tower. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, atop a distant building, a shadowy figure watched Osborn Tower through binoculars. The moment he spotted Harry, excitement flickered in his eyes as he hurriedly dialed a number. "Boss, Green Armor Man is on the move." With that, he tucked away his phone and binoculars, preparing to leave. Just then, a voice called out from behind him. "So, which boss do you belong to?" Startled by the voice, the figure in the darkness reached for the gun at his waist. But in the blink of an eye, a strand of white web shot out, latching onto his weapon and yanking it away. Whoa, no need for knives and guns. Stay calm. Can't we just have a nice chat?" The voice spoke again. He didn't even need to turn around. The web alone was enough to tell him exactly who he'd run into. "Spider-Man? What are you doing here?" As the man spoke, his hand quietly slipped toward his pocket, reaching for his phone. He was going to try dialing his boss's number. Without looking, if he could get through and report Spider-Man's whereabouts, that would definitely earn him some major credit. Unfortunately, even in the darkness, such a small move was as obvious as a louse on a bald head to Seiya's superpowered eyes. Whoosh! Another strand of web shot out, pinning the man's hand right to his crotch. Then, Seiya leapt down from above and kicked him hard. "Since you're not planning on cooperating, I guess I have no choice." Thud! The man was sent flying off the roof, hurtling into the open air beyond the building, plummeting hundreds of meters in free fall. "No! Help! Don't kill me! I'll tell you everything I know. What? I can't hear you." Seiya leaned casually against the edge of the rooftop, watching the man tumble through the air. The wind shredded his cries until they were nothing but warped echoes, but Seiya just watched in silence. Only when the man had plunged dozens of meters away, looking for all the world as if he'd wet his pants, did Seiya shoot out another web, reeling him in and hanging him up to dry on a nearby lightning rod. "Hey, buddy, did you have too much watermelon or beer tonight? That's quite the flood." Holding his nose, Seiya called out from a distance. "Now, spill everything you know. Trust me, you won't want to go through that again." The man wasn't exactly made of iron. After that little freefall outside the building, survival instincts kicked in, and he instantly confessed everything he knew. He gave up an address and part of their plan. He was just a lookout, so he didn't know much, but for Seiya, it was enough. With a few sarcastic remarks, Seiya set out for the address he'd just obtained. The way Spider-Man travels meant he wasn't quite as fast as Harry, but he wasn't worried. Harry wasn't made of glass. He could hold his own for a while. Besides, Seiya never planned to rush into the fight right away. There's nothing impressive about showing up when things are easy. It's the timely rescue in a crisis that counts. And working from the shadows was where Seiya's strength truly shone. Out in the suburbs, an abandoned steel mill, the Mafia was busy loading up trucks. Their bosses were the Rakoff brothers, Vladimir, the elder, and Anatoly, the younger. A few years back, they got into trouble in Russia and ended up in prison. After breaking out, they escaped to America and began their lives of crime. Every mob boss probably has a painful past and stories they'd rather forget. The Rakoff brothers were no exception. But Seiya had no interest in their sob stories. Ever since they had begun their involvement in human trafficking, everything about their past had faded away. No matter how painful their own experiences might have been, nothing could justify the cruelty they now inflicted upon innocent women. By this time, the Mafia had been busy loading cargo onto trucks for quite a while. In order to wait for the arrival of the green armored hero, they even found excuses to unload and reload the goods, finally stalling long enough for Harry to arrive. From afar, when the green glow could be seen streaking toward them, the Rakoff brothers exchanged vicious grins. "Our guest has arrived. Get ready." At their command, dozens of henchmen lurking in the shadows around the perimeter gripped their rifles and shotguns, all aiming at the streak of green light in the sky. The green light moved swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, it soared above the abandoned factory. But before it could even come to a halt, dozens of guns below erupted in a furious barrage of bullets. The Rakoff brothers each hefted a grenade launcher, squeezing the triggers. Twin grenades shot out, trailing fiery tails as they streaked toward the green glow. Asterisk rat-tat-tat. Boom! Asterisk. Under the combined onslaught of bullets and grenades, The flying device within the green light was blasted to pieces, exploding midair in a cascade of sparks and debris that rained down over the ground. Yes, we did it. A triumphant cheer erupted among the men. The glider was blown to bits, so that green-armored hero must have perished as well. With such a dense storm of bullets and explosives, even Iron Man wouldn't have survived. There's no need for the follow-up plans those guys made. We've completed the mission ahead of schedule. The Rankoff brothers locked eyes, unable to contain the broad smiles spreading across their faces. Brother, we did it. Little brother, we're the strongest. With the green-armored hero eliminated, the Mafia's reputation would surely soar. Soon, perhaps, they wouldn't have to live under Kingpin's shadow at the beck and call of one of his secretaries. As the two brothers reveled in dreams of a more glorious future, several pumpkin-shaped metal spheres suddenly dropped from the sky, each flashing with a red light. What the wait? Something's wrong. By the time they realized these objects spelled trouble, it was already too late to dodge. In a burst of fire and thunder, explosions rocked the ground. It was hard to imagine that a few pumpkin-sized grenades could unleash such devastating power, but in the wake of several deafening blasts, nearly half of the gunmen fell instantly. Before they could even catch their breath, a new buzzing rose in the air. More glowing pumpkin-like spheres darted through the darkness, wings whirring like giant insects. Wherever they passed, screams erupted, and another wave of gunmen collapsed on the spot. After 2 waves of attacks, only a dozen or so gunmen remained, while the Mafia members still hadn't managed to pinpoint the enemy's location. Didn't we already blow him up? What's going on? Where's this attack coming from? The Rankoff brothers shouted as they cowered behind cover. The hopeful smiles they had worn when imagining their future moments ago had vanished, replaced by pure fury. How could the Green Beetle still be on a move? Could he have survived that explosion after all? On the rooftop of the warehouse, Harry hid in the shadows, relief washing over his face. Fortunately, he had been cautious enough to leap off his glider from a distance and send it ahead under remote control to scout the way. If he hadn't, that last barrage would have either finished him off or, at the very least, dropped him into the thick of the enemy, making escape nearly impossible. The Mafia's relocation really was a trap. All those strategists in the operations division weren't half as useful as Little Ono on his own. He'd fired a lot of them as soon as he got back. Although he'd walked into an ambush, Harry believed that as long as he stayed vigilant, it was only a matter of time before he took out the Mafia members below with his pumpkin bombs and the pumpkin blades that darted like bees. Once the heavy firepower was dealt with, he could even jump down and take them on hand-to-hand if he had to. So, all in all, he wasn't too worried. Of course, what he didn't realize was that this was a carefully laid conspiracy aimed squarely at him, with more than just the Mafia involved. Hidden in the darkness at this very moment was a threat so deadly it could spell his end. The Mafia members were just pawns, bait for the trap. The real killing blow was lurking in the shadows, silently creeping toward Harry's position. Ninjas, spies and assassins who dwell in darkness and specialize in stealth. In the world of American comics, ninjas may not cast fireballs or summon water dragons, but they possess powers that defy imagination. They are the very definition of mystery and strength. Even Batman, before he became a legend, studied various forms of combat under the tutelage of a ninja master. Yoshioka Shin, the Japanese Yakuza boss allied with Kingpin, was himself a veteran ninja who had honed his craft for decades. By ninja standards, he would rank at least as a jonin, a master among masters. He knew nothing of shadow clones, Rasengan, Chidori, flying thunder gods, summoning techniques, or Sharingan. But that didn't make him any less of an assassin. With his flying chain sickle, a weapon with a long rope, a spiked metal ball on one end, and a curved sickle, blade on the other, able to slice through rawhide as effortlessly as chopping a melon, he had already claimed the lives of countless New York gangsters. Among his victims were many infamous figures, the kind who commanded entire gangs, characters on par with the most feared enforcers in the underworld. At this moment, the jonin named G was dressed in dark clothing fit for the night, lying in wait not far behind Harry. He gripped his flying sickle and crept quietly toward Harry's position. G was a patient hunter. After spotting Harry, he didn't rush to strike. Instead, he chose to bide his time, moving stealthily into the village. Like a sniper who knows not to reveal his position, he was determined to end it in one move and capture Harry in a single, decisive blow. His choice was sound, and his timing impeccable. He waited until Harry was at his most relaxed, then unleashed a lethal attack. However, he had gravely underestimated the defensive power of Harry's flight suit. Ugly though it might be, the suit's protection was beyond question, tough enough to stop even handgun bullets. When G's flying sickle whipped out and hooked around Harry's throat, All it managed to do was throw a shower of sparks across the suit surface, unable to slice through or deliver the intended decapitation. Nevertheless, it was enough to give Harry a terrible fright. Just when he thought himself safe, an attack from behind had almost ended his life. The old saying from the Dragon Kingdom, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole waits behind, suddenly made perfect sense to Harry. If not for his armor's formidable defense, he'd already be a dead man. Relieved, Harry wasted no time. He reached back, grabbed the sickle's cord, and gave it a powerful tug toward himself. Enhanced by the strength from his performance boosters, Harry's pull was so strong that G almost lost his grip on the cord entirely. Yet G remained unfazed. He let the cord go as it was yanked away, and with a secret surge of force, he swung the spike ball at the other end straight toward Harry's faceplate. The flight suit was a champion against slashing attacks, but who knew how it would fare against a heavy blow? Even if it held, the impact could still leave Harry's head ringing. G seized this moment to close the distance, launching into close combat. The flying sickle was only his ranged weapon. G had a katana strapped to his back, the kind that could cut through dozens of roof tiles and slice through chainmail. Some even said it was the stuff of legend. With a heavy thud, the spike ball was blocked by Harry's arm, sparing his head from a dizzying blow. But G was already upon him, his katana flashing coldly as he swung. With a sharp hiss, the blade sliced down. Though the flight suit wasn't breached, the force sent Harry stumbling. G pressed the advantage, not giving Harry a moment's rest, slashing at him in a relentless barrage. Harry's physical strength was impressive, but his lack of combat skills was a glaring weakness. G's onslaught drove him back, step by step, until Harry found himself teetering at the edge of the rooftop. If he fell from the stairs, the surrounding mobsters would swarm in like sharks, smelling blood, tearing him apart. At that point, Harry would truly have no chance of escape. Without his glider, the Green Goblin's combat ability dropped by more than half. He could now only rely on the defenses of his flight suit and his own brute strength, clumsily fending off the attacks from Joan and G. This won't do. If this keeps up, it's a dead end. I need to find a way out fast. At last, the thought of running away took root in Harry's mind. He still had a few pumpkin bombs and pumpkin blades left, originally, meant to finish off some of the gangsters below, but now he could only throw them at Joan and G as a distraction to make his escape. While dodging, Harry tossed out several pumpkin bombs. Seeing this, Joan and G quickly leaped back. They had studied the Green Goblin's fighting style and knew just how powerful those bombs were. Not something to block or slice through, only something to avoid. But just as Joan and G retreated, the pumpkin bombs hovering in the air suddenly sprouted curved blades from their sides, as if they'd grown wings. With a sharp, buzzing whir, they flew straight toward him. Suddenly, just as Harry was about to move, a throwing knife came whistling from afar, stabbing deep into the concrete, right in front of his toes. The blade buried itself several centimeters into the ground, the handle shuddering, sending a vibrating hum into the air. At the same time, several shadows flickered by. The airborne pumpkin blades were all knocked away, exploding in the distance and lighting up the night sky with bursts of fire. By the light of the explosions, Harry saw another figure. When had he appeared? Not far away, a man stood. He wasn't tall, but his build was solid. His bald head gleamed, and his movements had a twitchy, unpredictable energy. Most striking of all was the brand in the center of his forehead, a mark like a bull's eye. At that moment, the man was toying with a throwing knife in his hand, gazing smugly and arrogantly at Harry from across the way. So, you're the Green Goblin, right? I've never killed a superhero before. You'll be the first, but you won't be the last. In that instant, the Green Goblin found himself at a dead end. This new arrival was known as Bullseye. His real name didn't matter. He was one of Kingpin's men, a master fighter with abilities far beyond those of ordinary people. Most importantly, he was a man for whom every shot was a guaranteed hit. He could nail a throwing knife into the concrete right at Harry's toes from dozens of meters away, could swat down several high-speed pumpkin blades, mid-air with perfect accuracy. With his abilities, he perfectly embodied the old saying, there are no wrong nicknames, only wrongly called names. It was just a shame. Bullseye was a lunatic, a condition rooted in his troubled early years. Well, that's not important. Anyway, at this moment, he was just one of Kingpin's hired hands, a thug who committed all manner of crimes for money, an irredeemable supervillain guilty of every evil deed imaginable. Tonight's plan was clear. The Mafia would be responsible for distracting and depleting Green Armored Man's ammunition, Yoshioka Shin would. Keep him occupied, and Bullseye, the true supervillain, would deliver the final, fatal blow aimed directly at Green Armored Man Harry. His very appearance meant that Green Armored Man had reached the end of the road, with no way out. Barring any surprises, this was supposed to be Bullseye's moment to claim his prize. But before sunrise, the unexpected arrived first. Just as Bullseye was strutting forward with a flamboyant, almost theatrical swagger and a victorious grin, closing in on Green Armored Man, someone who wasn't part of the plan suddenly appeared. Well, looks like you're all busy tonight. Hope I'm not interrupting. Without warning, a voice rang out. Yoshioka, Shin, and Bullseye spun around in shock, only to see, perched atop a metal framework on the rooftop, a figure clad in a red and black skin-tight suit. Spider-Man. Yoshioka Shin couldn't help but cry out. After all, Spider-Man was the one who had easily defeated the Green Goblin. Tales of his exploits were legendary throughout New York's underworld, and because he rarely showed himself, the myths surrounding him had only grown more mysterious and intimidating. When Green Armored Man first debuted, it was lucky he was compared to Iron Man. If he'd been compared to Spider-Man, the citizens of New York would have tore him to shreds with ridicule. In fact, many fans had begun to almost deify Spider-Man. Faced with such a figure, Yoshioka Shin's confidence instantly dropped by half. So you're Spider-Man? Bullseye, however, only grinned. Having just returned from abroad, Bullseye had heard a few stories about Spider-Man, but he scoffed at them all. To Bullseye, Spider-Man's success in New York was simply because Bullseye hadn't been around. Now that he was here, even if Spider-Man really were a god, he'd be brought crashing down to Earth. Given Bullseye's manic personality, it was no surprise he'd think this way. After all, even Iron Man had nearly been assassinated, so why should Spider-Man be untouchable? Meanwhile, Harry, standing off to the side, suddenly furrowed his brow. Why does this Spider-Man's voice sound strangely familiar? That casual, irreverent tone, the laid-back drawl, that attitude. A glimmer flickered in Harry's eyes beneath his mask. He felt like he'd just grasped something important, but for the moment, couldn't quite be sure. Over on the other side, Bullseye had already launched his attack on Spider-Man. Spider-Man's suit didn't look nearly as sturdy as the Green Armored Man's. If one of Bullseye's flying knives, hidden among the debris, managed to hit him, it would certainly deal a serious blow. And as for Spider-Man's webs, Bullseye saw them as nothing more than a child's toy. Hardly a threat at all. Spider-Man is able to swing recklessly through the city only because he's never encountered someone who could cut his webs out of the air. Bullseye, however, is absolutely convinced that he is the man capable of ending Spider-Man's greatest advantage. Come on, show off your web slinging. Try to escape using the strength of your webs. I'll show you that in front of me, your webs are nothing at all. Without anyone noticing, a few more throwing knives had already appeared in Bullseye's hand, ready at any moment to slice Spider-Man's webs right out of the sky. Yet across from him, Spider-Man didn't dodge, nor did he shoot out webs to pull himself away. Instead, he raised both hands and fired off a series of small white spheres into the air. A rapid burst echoed through the air as Spider-Man's web pellets intercepted all of Bullseye's thrown weapons, knocking them aside mid-flight. Before Bullseye even had the chance to show off his aerial web-cutting skills, Spider-Man had already put his own abilities on display. I didn't expect this guy to have tricks like that, but it's useless. Your little spheres can only fly in straight lines. My throwing knives, though, can change direction in midair. Bullseye laughed wickedly to himself as he flicked another handful of knives. This time, they arced through the air like tiny birds with wings, drawing sharp curves before, being caught up in each other's spinning currents, spiraling unpredictably. Their bizarre, twisting flight paths made it nearly impossible for Spider-Man to predict or react. This is my Armstrong spiral-accelerated, jet-propelled Armstrong shot. Let's see you dodge this. All right, maybe that last line was just Seiya's imagination running wild. After all, who could believe someone could control throwing knives so expertly that they'd influence each other's flight paths? It hardly seemed like something even a madman could pull off. But the knives truly were remarkable. Far too difficult to hit with pinpoint web shots, and blasting them all away with scatter shots would be a waste. Dodging? That was out of the question. If a hero has to dodge every attack from Bullseye, what kind of hero would that be? A hero should meet such a challenge head-on. So, faced with this onslaught, Seiya casually conjured up a wave of energy. Bang! A glowing blue orb, about the size of a basketball, shot forth from Seiya's fist, spinning through the air and churning the wind as it hurtled forward. Clang! Several knives were struck by the orb, ricocheting in all directions. But the orb didn't slow down. It kept charging straight at Bullseye. Damn it! Bullseye cursed loudly as he dove aside, just in time. He managed to get out of the way, but the ground beneath his feet was blasted open, leaving a sizable crater. The destructive force of that orb was no less than a hand grenade. Spider-Man. Could he really throw hand grenades one-handed? At this moment, not only Bullseye and Shin Yoshioka, but even Harry in the distance felt as if their entire worldview was being reshaped. Isn't Spider-Man supposed to be a spider? How could a spider possibly have powers like that? And since we do, spiders fart. Anyway, yet what happened next? Seiya once again proved through his actions that a hero without cheats could never be a true protagonist. He leapt down from the metal scaffolding, his fist raised high as he soared through the air. But rather than strike an enemy, his punch slammed into the empty ground before him. A swing and a miss? Harry had barely finished the thought when a wave of red energy burst from where Spider-Man's fist met the ground. Like a tunneling mole, the energy shot forward at lightning speed, racing straight toward Bullseye, who was still midair and hadn't yet landed. In that instant, the same thought flashed through everyone's mind, Harry included. Spider-Man, you're cheating. Cheating? If Seiya could hear such doubts, he'd only scoff in disdain. How could a superhero's own abilities be called cheating? You think I'm just Spider-Man? No, I'm Andy Bogard. Take my Zanikin and Kahadan. You think I'm only Andy Bogard? No, I've freeloaded off Terry Bogard too. Taste my Power Wave and Burning Knuckle. You think you figured out all my tricks? Not all. Wait till I play my girlfriend card. Then I'll come back with a whole new set of skills. As long as I can swap girlfriends faster than you can keep up, you'll never uncover all my secrets. Wait, no, not swap. In the grown-up world, of course, the answer is, I'll have them all. Facing Seiya's ground-shattering energy wave, Bullseye showed remarkable adaptability. Still airborne, he somehow managed to whip out a short baton and jab it against the ground below, narrowly dodging the attack. But dodging that energy wave was the very limit of his abilities. When Seiya took flight again, both feet blazing as he unleashed Andy's ultimate move, the Super Zanikin, Bullseye could do nothing but close his eyes in resignation. A rapid flurry of blows thundered out. After the barrage, Bullseye crashed to the ground like a felled ox, lying motionless and utterly defeated. The force of Spider-Man combined with Andy's ultimate move, even a supervillain as tough as Bullseye could not withstand it, his combat strength snuffed out in an instant. Seiya stood over him with a helpless sigh. I wasn't even trying, and you're already down? Pathetic. Wham! Wham! He stomped twice more, shattering Bullseye's shoulders to dust, leaving both arms useless. His notorious perfect aim was now a thing of the past. With villains like this, Seiya never hesitated. Going for the kill was always his rule. Only after finishing did Seiya turn to look at Shin Yoshioka behind him. Are you a ninja? Yoshioka Nobu stood there, dumbfounded, nodding absent-mindedly. He gripped his katana tightly, unsure whether he should attack, make a run for it, or simply drop to his knees and beg for mercy. Given the fighting prowess Spider-Man had just displayed, Nobu didn't believe he had any chance of winning if he attacked. Running away would only get him killed faster. So, it seemed there was only one option left. Aye, sir. Click. A small pumpkin dropped right in front of him, just below his knees, exactly where he was about to kneel. I surrender. Please don't kill me. Nobu instinctively tried to scramble backwards, but a web shot out and glued his feet to the pumpkin bomb. No. Boom. The bomb exploded, and Yoshioka Nobu was reduced to ashes. Pleasure working with you, Green Knight. Seiya waved at Harry, then did a backflip, leaping from the rooftop in one fluid motion. Spider-Man, open fire. Now. Rat-a-tat-tat. Downstairs, the mobster's frantic shouts and the thunder of gunfire rang out. But even more prominent were the screams of agony. Ah, spare me. No, please. Moments later, silence fell over the street below. Before Harry could even reach the edge of the rooftop to watch, Seiya had already bounced back up. All clear down there. Just this one left alive. Anything you want to ask him? Harry glanced at Bullseye, who lay on the ground barely breathing, looking as though every bone in his body was broken. Then he turned back to Seiya. Are you always this ruthless, Spider-Man? Or maybe I should call you Xiaoyi. At the mention of that name, a hush fell over the rooftop. Seiya crouched on the low wall at the edge of the roof, spreading his hands with a helpless smile. I mean, I'm wearing a mask. How did you figure out it's me? Harry removed his helmet, and for the first time, his tense face broke into a smile. You know, your English is flawless, but there's still the tiniest hint of an accent. I noticed it back in the Dragon Kingdom. You've changed a lot over the years, but if you listen closely, it's still there. And your way of speaking, your gait, I know them both by heart. You might be able to fool Gwen, but you can't fool me, because I'm the one who knows you best. So he pointed to his earpiece. Gwen's listening in, by the way. She asked me to send you her regards, and to let you know that she knows me even better than you do. She even knows my measurements, cough, cough. So he cleared his throat and shouted into his mic. Come on, sis, just to prove a point. You don't have to spill everything, do you? Measurements? Why not tell him how many times you've begged for mercy, too? Across from him, Harry suddenly let out a long sigh. Now I finally understand why you turned down my $5 million salary offer. Since you're really Spider-Man, $5 million clearly doesn't match your true worth. Honestly, I think even $50 million wouldn't be enough. You're a Spider-Man with cheat codes, after all. Just one Spider-Man is worth 50 million. And if you throw in those 2 moves you just pulled off, plus that flying kick, if I offered anything less than 100 million, I'd be embarrassed. Harry added this silently in his heart. Seiya, on the other hand, raised his eyebrows ever so slightly. If he'd started with 50 million, maybe I would have agreed right away. I told you, this isn't about the money. You and the Osborn Group are facing a double crisis right now. There isn't much I can do to help, and taking your salary would weigh on my conscience. But you still came to save me. If you hadn't shown up, I might have died here tonight. Harry quickly replied. How much is a life-saving favor from Spider-Man worth? Harry couldn't speak for anyone else, but for him, the entire value of the Osborn Group was now tied to his own fate. With Osborn Group's market value exceeding $20 billion, any minor fluctuation in stock price could mean billions gained or lost overnight. If the Green Goblin were to die here, the stock would plummet, and losing half the company's value was entirely possible. Just from that perspective, even if Osborn Group offered $1 billion as thanks to Seiya, it wouldn't be too much. Of course, market value isn't the same as actual assets, and getting the Osborn Group to cough up $1 billion in cash at once isn't exactly easy. Still, there was no way Seiya's help could go unrecognized. After pondering for a long while, Harry finally came up with a solution that seemed like a fair compromise. Seiya, why don't you join the Osborn Group with me? If you invest as Spider-Man, I doubt the board would dare offer you less than a 1% stake. 1%, that's a $200 million fortune. For Seiya, a Chinese international student, it would be a leap straight to the top. And if Spider-Man really joined the Osborn Group, the stock price would soar. By then, it'd be far more than just 200 million. Faced with such incredible wealth, even Seiya couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Trading Spider-Man's identity for 200 million, now, that was quite a deal. Honestly, even if it was just 20 million or even just 2 million, it would still be pretty good. After all, even heroes run into money troubles. The first Spider-Man once fought in underground rings, risking everything, including his uncle, just to earn a few $100s. And when he sold exclusive, high-definition close-ups of Spider-Man to an unscrupulous newspaper boss, he only made $300. At this pace, you could spend your whole life and never manage to earn 200 million. But Seiya could become a billionaire worth 2 billion in just a matter of minutes. All it would take was joining a powerful family as Spider-Man. Even though it would be more of a partnership than a marriage, Seiya couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable about it. Did he really have to rely on the Osborn Corporation? Did he really have to become a spokesperson for the capitalists, helping them manipulate both the stock market and their fans? How is this any different from those internet celebrities propped up by capital manufactured for popularity? Back when the scandal broke out about Shenqiang, Seiya joined the masses online in criticizing him. Now, was he about to turn around and become the Su Qian of the Marvel Universe? Seiya understood well that having the backing of a wealthy and powerful corporation would make many things much easier for him. Still, he couldn't help but wonder, why did he have to join someone else's family? Why couldn't he become the head of a powerful family himself? I'll give this some serious thought when I get back, he murmured to himself. Harry meant well, and Seiya couldn't bring himself to refuse outright. So he used a familiar phrase every Chinese person would understand as his answer. I'll think about it, meant I won't think about it. Let's do another day, meant let's not meet. Maybe next time meant don't ask again. In the future was just a polite way to say no. Of course, these subtle phrases were common knowledge to Chinese people. But Harry, who was rather straightforward, didn't quite get their hidden meanings, even though he'd spent time in China and prided himself on knowing the culture. After a thorough interrogation of Bullseye, the two of them left the scene without delay. As for Bullseye himself, he was just a minor villain, hardly famous. Whether he lived or died wouldn't cause much of a stir. Still, Harry hadn't forgotten how Bullseye had cornered him earlier, so before leaving, he handed him a small pumpkin, a final send-off. That night proved sleepless for the New York police. The Russian mafia's outpost in the suburbs had been completely wiped out. On one hand, this was a commendable achievement. On the other, the sheer number of deaths made the aftermath a real headache. Most shocking of all, dozens of kidnapped women of various backgrounds were discovered in the mafia's hideout. What was left behind at the scene, plans for the gang's future operations, was even more horrifying. If these women hadn't been rescued, they would have been smuggled out of the United States, split up at sea, and shipped to Europe, Africa, and other regions. There, they would have faced a life darker and more degrading than words could describe. When the media broke the story, it instantly caused an uproar. Not only did local New York outlets cover it extensively, even opposition parties seized on the case to launch fierce attacks. Some even went so far as to curse outright, "This country can land on the moon, reach Mars, even break out of the solar system. So why can't it protect a few women, and right here in the most dazzling metropolis, the beautiful Manhattan?" The downfall of a single crime syndicate instantly turned New York's public safety issues into a global hot topic, with the entire world weighing in. Left with no alternative, the authorities could only shift the blame onto the gang, claiming it was part of the Russian mafia, implying the root of the problem lay with the Russians. The Russians, of course, wouldn't take that line down. I was just enjoying the show from the sidelines, not even planning to get involved, and suddenly you throw dirt at me? How can anyone put up with this? Russians have never been known for turning the other cheek when their interests are challenged. If you provoke them, you can expect a fierce and unwavering response. In no time, heated debates and accusations erupted between the two countries, both at the official level and throughout the media. But Seiya didn't concern himself with any of it. The whole incident was pinned on the green armored hero, which had nothing to do with his Spider-Man persona. He simply swung home on his web, eager to spar with Gwen. When it came to who knew Seiya best, Gwen harbored deep resentment toward Harry. Calming her down wouldn't be easy, so Seiya could pretty much forget about getting much sleep that night. At midnight, Seiya was teaching Gwen the basics of Bajiquan. The 10 fundamental principles of Bajiquan: expansive posture, coordination of hands and feet, stable stance, short and swift power, sudden changes. Rolling to replace slowness, channeling energy with breath, blending hardness and softness, interplay of yin and yang, and unity of spirit and form. Seiya had long since become a Bajiquan master, embodying these tenets fluidly in every move. Gwen thought she had already witnessed all of his skills, but in truth, what she had seen was only about 80% of his true ability. And as Seiya's mastery of Bajiquan continued to deepen, Gwen found it harder and harder to keep up. Her cross-species genetic project might need to be moved up on the agenda. As the two of them trained, Seiya's system suddenly produced a new reward. Ding! Event Mafia Annihilation completed. You have received 1 girlfriend card. Seiya had always thought that only by completing major events related to Spider-Man would he be rewarded with high-quality star cards. So when he rescued Harry that night, a scenario that never happened in the original storyline, he hadn't expected much at all. Earlier, just after 2 o'clock, he assumed he'd only get a gray card at best. To his surprise, what he received was a green star card. It was only natural that his movements slipped a little out of form in his astonishment. Based on his past experience with blue star cards, green cards had a high probability of yielding an excellent level girlfriend. Without hesitation, Seiya chose to open it. Ding! Girlfriend card opened. Congratulations. You have received an excellent level girlfriend card. Beautiful Night Stalker. Use it to gain a Night Stalker girlfriend. Night Stalker? That name. Seiya was suddenly reminded of that hero from the X-Men. A blue-skinned figure who could teleport in the blink of an eye, with long, sharp fangs and a tail tipped like an arrow. Most importantly, that hero was a man. Who says a man can't be someone's girlfriend? Cross-dressing is quite a thing these days. Yikes. This was a bit hard to accept. Gwen's question was met with an even fiercer rebuttal. The key principles of Bajiquan: explosive power in short bursts, sudden changes, a blend of hardness and softness, the interplay of yin and yang. Gwen fell back in defeat, while Seiya simply decided to use the beautiful Nightcrawler girlfriend card. He'd already said she was beautiful, obviously not a guy in drag. Besides, just like top student or coach, this Nightcrawler was only a profession, not a superhero name. Clearly, he'd been overthinking it. Ding! Excellent grade girlfriend card, beautiful Nightcrawler used. Nightcrawler girlfriend delivery in progress. The day passed without further incident. The next day, Gwen called in sick again. Her recent streak of absences had begun to worry her teachers and classmates. People wondered if something was seriously wrong with her. After all, graduation was just around the corner, and she'd already missed 8 days in the past 2 weeks. That sort of absence usually meant something quite serious. Harry had already suggested more than once that he and Mary Jane should visit Gwen, not to mention the others. Fortunately, Gwen had already completed most of her credits and received her university acceptance. Whether she showed up to class hardly mattered anymore, as long as she could take her exams and attend the graduation ceremony. After all, she was the year's top graduate. The school would certainly want her smiling face recorded in the ceremony's video and photographs. As for Seiya, he simply went to class as usual. Ever since learning Bajiquan, not only had he grown stronger, but his stamina had improved as well. At school, Harry was absent again today. After everything that happened, and given his role in taking down a mafia hideout, Harry was busy being questioned and interviewed, and had to be cautious of any retaliation from Kingpin's people. It would probably be at least a week before anyone saw him back at school. In the seat in front of Seiya, where Gwen usually sat, Mary Jane was there instead, dressed in her usual low-cut top, looking as eye-catching and inviting as ever. "Hey, Yesu." Seeing Seiya walk in, Mary Jane quickly greeted him with a bright smile. Thanks to Harry, the two were fairly acquainted, but Seiya always kept a polite distance from Mary Jane. There was something odd about the way she looked at him, and it made him uncomfortable. Because of this, Sue didn't even dare ask Harry out for drinks, worried that if Harry got too drunk, something might happen with Mary Jane. Hey, MJ. Regardless, since they'd met, he had to say hello. Have you seen Harry lately? Mary Jane asked anxiously, not even waiting for Soo-yi to take a seat. I haven't seen him for several days, and he hasn't returned my calls. I'm really worried about him. Although that's what she said, there wasn't much worry to be found on Mary Jane's face. Instead, she seemed more anxious, as if being unable to see Harry was making her desperate. Is there something you need from him? Maybe I can try to pass the message along for you. As Harry's friend, Soo-yi was happy to deliver a message, but playing go-between for his friend's girlfriend was definitely not his thing. The night after tomorrow, I have a performance. I hope he can come, and I'd love it if you and Gwen could join too. Mary Jane's eyes shimmered with emotion as she spoke. This time, she wasn't just a stage prop, she actually had lines, even if it was a minor part. For Mary Jane, this was a huge step forward, and she wanted to share this wonderful moment with Harry. The night after tomorrow? No problem. I'll let him know. If Gwen and I are free, we'll be there too. Soo-yi had barely finished speaking when his phone rang in his pocket. The caller ID showed it was Harry. Hey, Harry. What's up? Soo-yi answered, but didn't rush to mention Mary Jane. On the other end, Harry's tone was somewhat peculiar. Xiaoyi, I think you should come to the Oscorp Tower. There are some things that we need to discuss in person. Harry was doing his best to sound all businesslike, but there was an odd edge to his voice, something he tried to hide, but couldn't quite manage. It was as if he'd just discovered he wasn't Norman Osborn's real son, and Soo-yi was. Given the circumstances, Soo-yi figured now wasn't the time to bring up Mary Jane, so he offered an apologetic smile, gathered his things, and left. As he passed the teacher at the door, he seized the chance to ask for leave. Teacher, I think I'm coming down with a fever. I'd like to go to the clinic. The teacher quickly stepped back, covered her nose and mouth, and waved him off. Go, and take 3 days off. Come back once your fever's gone. More than half an hour later, Soo-yi arrived at Oscorp. Inside his spacious, immaculate office, he found a long, oval conference table, 6 or 7 meters end to end, surrounded by a dozen or so middle-aged men, most sporting the telltale look of receding hairlines. Harry was seated at the head of the table, presiding over the meeting as chairman of the board. It was clearly an internal Oscorp board meeting, so he couldn't quite figure out why he'd been called in. Was Harry really planning to offer him shares and invite him, Spider-Man himself, to officially join Oscorp? No one answered Soo-yi's questions. The moment he stepped through the door, Harry stood up and led the applause. Let's welcome Director Sue to our board meeting. A single chairman Sue sent Soo-yi into a daze. Who am I? Hold on. Can someone explain what's going on here? Soo-yi raised his hand, his finger hovering over the trigger of the web shooter. At this moment, he seriously suspected he'd walked into a convention for lunatics. If any of these people did anything even slightly suspicious, he'd splatter their faces with webs before they could blink. But Harry was already rising from his seat, cradling a tablet in both hands against his chest like a devoted son holding a portrait at a memorial. Only, the portrait, no, the face on the screen, was none other than old Sue's. What was this supposed to mean? Had old Sue passed away? Was Harry his illegitimate son? Was he about to hold a memorial service right here? Surely this was a bit much. Uncle Sue, maybe you should explain. Harry stepped forward, bowing his head toward old Sue on the tablet as he spoke. On the screen, old Sue was in a video call. When he saw Soo-yi appear, a complicated expression crossed his face. Son, you're about to graduate from high school. There are some things I can't hide from you anymore. Hearing this, Soo-yi actually calmed down. After all, he just unlocked the girlfriend card last night, and now something like this was happening today. Clearly, the system had arranged a new identity for old Sue. So what's old Sue's latest persona this time? Chairman of the Osborn Group? Or maybe Harry's real father? If he could manage to become Norman Osborn's dad, Soo-yi would honestly salute him for being such a legend. And why is it that before the new girlfriend even appears, a new identity is already being assigned? Actually, I'm a silent shareholder of the Osborn Group, controlling about 10% of the company's shares. The Osborn Group was worth $200 billion. 10%, that was $20 billion, over 70 billion yuan. The richest man in China for 2 centuries. Has anyone ever had that much money? All these years, I've had a foundation manage those shares for me, which is why I never told you. Now that you're 18 and officially an adult, and you're over in the States, I figure it's time to let you know. On the screen, old Sue spoke calmly, as if he were talking about a mere $200 of pocket money, not $20 billion, enough to instantly make Soo-yi the nation's most eligible bachelor. With that expression on old Sue's face, if he'd added, honestly, money means nothing to me. I'm just not interested. Even a poker-faced host would have struggled to keep from laughing. Besides, since you're already in the States, I'll go ahead and transfer half the shares to you. It'll be a good chance for you to learn how a major international corporation operates. When you graduate and come back, you'll be ready to take over the family business without missing a beat. Old Sue paused for effect, obviously wanting to give Sui a moment to process everything. After all, no matter who you are, being handed a fortune like that out of the blue would leave anyone reeling. Just look at Wang Duoyu. He nearly had a stroke just from seeing $1 billion in cash, and now, what Sui has received is $10 billion US. But what old Sue didn't realize was that such an astronomical figure didn't actually stir much emotion in Suye's heart. What truly shocked Suyi was old Sue's final words. Learn from the operations of international corporations, so you can return and take over the family business? Wait a minute. Does that mean the Sue family actually owns a mine or something? Could it be that their tiny workshop back home is secretly called Zhonghua Yue? Whatever Suyi was thinking, the share transfer agreement had already come into effect, making him an official shareholder of the Osborne Group. And, best of all, he didn't have to reveal that he was actually Spider-Man. To help manage his shares, old Sue even assigned a personal butler to assist him. The butler was a white gentleman in his 50s, with neatly combed, graying hair and an impeccable sense of style. In the words of those who know such things, he had all the hallmarks of a true English gentleman. The man's English name was far too long for Su Yi to remember. All he knew was that his Chinese surname was Pan, and his given name was Afyu. Young master, Butler Afyu said as he stepped out into the office after old Sue's introduction, bowing respectfully to Su Yi. From now on, sir, all your daily life and work matters here in New York will be handled by me. If I ever fall short in my duties, I humbly ask for your understanding. Thanks to old Sue's influence, Butler Afyu spoke polished, refined Chinese, and his professionalism was beyond question. Still, the name Butler Afyu gave Su Yi an odd, almost déjà vu sensation, something deeply familiar. Young master, someday, you'll become the master of the house yourself. Xiaoya, I never would have guessed Uncle Su was hiding such a secret. If I hadn't come back today and called a board meeting to discuss you, Spider-Man, I'd never have known Uncle Su was actually one of our group's major shareholders. For a publicly traded company with such a complex ownership structure, holding 10% of the shares truly did make someone a major shareholder. Sui nodded. I didn't expect this either. I never realized I was one of those people born so far beyond the finish line. To think, not long ago, I was still running around for $3,000. Forget it. No need to talk about that. All right, Butler Afyu, do we have a place to stay here in New York? Sui turned to Pan Afyu. He wasn't dissatisfied with his current rental, nor did he have any real intention of moving. It was just something he wanted to confirm. Sure enough, Pan Afyu nodded. Of course, young master. And it's quite spacious, too. You could even throw a party with beautiful guests there and still have room to spare. For some reason, hearing Pan Afyu's answer made a few words suddenly pop into Suye's mind. Am I just too lustful, seeing desire everywhere? No. Those rich people, they just play even harder. Wait, I almost forgot. I'm rich now, too. Does that mean I can let loose and have some fun? Sui shook his head, brushing away those random thoughts, and followed Pan Afyu to check out his new mansion. When they arrived, the place was indeed massive. To call it a house hardly did it justice. It was more of a castle. The grounds alone were immeasurable, and just by glancing around, Su Yi could count dozens of rooms. This castle is ours. The figure of billions in assets hadn't stirred much emotion in him. But now, faced with this mansion, worth tens of millions, maybe even hundreds of millions, he was so stunned his jaw nearly dropped. If someone played an escape room game in here, they'd probably go mad. Escape room? So that's your thing, young master? I could arrange for someone to renovate it for you. Pan Afyu offered respectfully from the side. I was just kidding, so you wave him off. Such a huge castle. Did old Su buy this? How long ago? Who usually lives here? Is there anyone maintaining the place? The property taxes and management fees must be astronomical. Old Su really likes to squander money. Pan Afyu was at a loss for words. If he joined in complaining about the master, it would be disrespectful. But if he didn't, it would seem he wasn't supporting the young master. No matter what, it was an awkward situation. Still, Pan Afyu explained, we have a dedicated staff to manage the property. Most of the time, it's rented out to the Osborne Group for events and parties, so not only does it not lose money, actually turns a nice profit, and it helps with taxes too. All in all, it's a pretty good investment. Of course, if you'd like, young master, we can take it back for your private use. So you wave it off decisively. No need. Living in such a huge place by myself? I'd be scared just going to the bathroom at night. Better not. Maybe when I have a few girlfriends in the future. Well, we'll see. But visiting the house wasn't really why Suyi was here. He had come to see the Batcave. That's right, the Batcave, as in Batman's lair. A castle-like mansion, a butler named Alfred, a fortune worth hundreds of billions. If he wasn't Batman, Seiya would hardly believe it himself. So, thinking further, that mysterious night-stalking girlfriend. Could she be Catwoman? The one played by Princess Anne? Catwoman, by design, is a master thief who straddles the line between good and evil, a perfect fit for the Night Stalker title. So Seiya was now almost certain his new identity was Batman, the lone defender of Gotham's justice, the Dark Knight who never kills, yet ultimately bears the blame of a murderer. And Gotham was really just New York, so as Batman, his mission was to protect this city. However, while New York might need a Batman, Seiya was certain he would never become the Batman from the movies. Even Spider-Man had started killing people. Batman would only turn this city into a river of blood. Seiya's hunch was right. Beneath this castle, there truly was a vast cavern filled with bats. It was enormous, clearly not entirely natural, with obvious signs of human excavation. In the movies, the Batcave was built by Bruce Wayne's great-great-grandfather, intended to aid in the rescue and transport of slaves. But in Seiya's version of the story, this cave had nothing at all to do with a handful of noteworthy events in America's short history, like the Civil War. This was built after the master bought the place. He had me find people to dig it out, the butler, Alfred, said calmly as he stood in the enormous underground cavern. After hearing Alfred's explanation, Seiya couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. Old Sue really went all out, coming to America just to dig a bunker? Did he really think this place was like a post-apocalyptic wasteland in a blockbuster movie, where biohazards break out every other day? And what did he mean by biding his time to become king? Was old Sue really planning to carve out his own little kingdom here? Talk about ambition. Of course, the master did all this for you, young sir. According to him, this place is far too dangerous for him to visit unless absolutely necessary. So, as a precaution, he wanted to make sure you were prepared for the worst. That's the only thing he could do. While listening to it this way, old Sue actually seemed pretty dependable. By the way, where's the warehouse you mentioned? Let's take a look. The warehouse lay deep within the cave, and it was spacious, about the size of a basketball court. As soon as they entered, Seiya spotted a flashy sports car. It had 6 massive wheels, 2 in the front, 4 in the back. Though called a sports car, its armored plating looked as tough as an infantry vehicle, and its size was closer to a small truck. Wasn't this the giant toy tank from the Dark Knight trilogy? Why was it here? Shouldn't it be gathering dust in Morgan Freeman's warehouse? This belongs to Lucius Fox. He's a brilliant scientist, but his research conflicted with the Osborn Group's projects, so he was sidelined. The master secretly funded his work and acquired all his research results. Alright, they even kept the name Lucius Fox, didn't even bother to change it. So, they weren't hiding anything at this point. Looking around at the warehouse, packed with all kinds of high-tech gadgets and materials, Seiya was left with only 2 thoughts. The first was, holy crap. The second was still, holy crap. Old Sue was truly impressive. No, to be precise, it was the system that was extraordinary. All he did was activate a green card, and just like that, he gained assets worth billions of dollars, not to mention a complete set of Batman's gear. No matter how you looked at it, this green card clearly outstripped that blue card Andy Bogard had in terms of value. So, it seemed the card's level was tied only to the girlfriend's abilities, not to the actual powers or wealth he could acquire in the end. Didn't that mean, for instance, if he drew a white card and got Lois Lane, the reporter, he could directly gain Superman's abilities? But if he drew a high-level card and ended up with Wonder Woman, he might only get the rather unremarkable skills of a pilot? Presented with such a choice, between gaining power himself or getting a superpowered girlfriend, Seiya knew he would always pick the former. Only when you become powerful yourself can you truly be strong. If he himself was too weak, living off a powerful girlfriend was not the kind of life Seiya wanted. So, should he go back and open a bunch of white cards, hoping to land a reporter girlfriend? He wrestled with the tempting idea for a while, but ultimately gave it up. After all, if he drew too many white cards, he'd end up with a host of ordinary girlfriends, too many for him to handle, and he'd be spread far too thin. Quality over quantity, that was the way to go. He needed to draw high-quality girlfriend cards, combining his own abilities with those of a powerful partner. After all, couples where the woman was much stronger than the man were a rare sight in comics and movies, probably. All the treasures in this warehouse were a huge boon for Seiya. With just a little preparation, he could become a qualified Batman, and, thanks to the powers of Spider-Man and the Bogart brothers, he could even surpass Batman himself. Still, what Seiya valued most wasn't the equipment, but Lucius Fox. This was a man whose technological prowess rivaled Tony Stark's, a true heavyweight, and Batman's most formidable technical support. There's a saying in the underworld, you can fight Batman, but never schedule a fight with him. Because if you give Batman time to prepare, he's unbeatable. Even Superman wouldn't recognize his own father after Batman was through with him. And the one who made Batman the king of showdowns was none other than Lucius Fox. Thanks to Alfred's recommendation, Seiya soon met Lucius Fox, a man with the wise appearance of a sage, someone who looked trustworthy, though he had been accused of misconduct and even rumored to be involved with his step-granddaughter. Well, that blame lay with the actor, not Lucius Fox himself. As for Fox, Seiya found him to be exactly as he appeared, reliable and trustworthy, much like Alfred. These two people, strictly speaking, were assistants generated by the system for him. So just like Terry Bogard and Dong Jiang, they could be trusted completely. Hello, Mr. Su. As soon as they met, Seiya went straight to the point. Dr. Fox, I need your help with something. While speaking, Seiya revealed the two web shooters on his wrist, launching two strands of webbing with a swift flick, sending them flying into the distance. Before him, Dr. Fox and the butler, Alfred, were instantly stunned. This is webbing? Young master, you're actually Spider-Man. Alfred, whose gentlemanly composure seemed unshakable in any situation, couldn't help but show his astonishment. Seiya nodded. Please keep this a secret, especially from old Sue. For now, you're my butler. Alfred hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. Just as Seiya said, he was now Seiya's butler, and even if he told old Sue it wouldn't do much good. With half the world between them, there was little old Sue could actually do to help apart from worrying. Dr. Fox, however, was interested in a different aspect. He looked admiringly at the web shooter on Seiya's wrist. This device, did you make it yourself? The material, is it the high-tensile bio-cable produced by Oscorp? Seiya nodded. That's right, doctor. You have a sharp eye. I built this web shooter myself, and the material is indeed Oscorp's high-tensile bio-cable. However, I've only developed two functions so far. As he spoke, Seiya fired a few more web cartridges. So, from your professional perspective, doctor, could you help me develop a few more web-based applications? Once the conversation moved into the field of scientific research, Alfred had little to contribute. He quietly stepped aside, giving Seiya and Dr. Fox space to discuss. What surprised Alfred was that his young master, Seiya, only 18 and still a high school student, could discuss technical matters with a scientist of Dr. Fox's caliber as equals, articulate, confident, and knowledgeable. It was nothing like what he had previously imagined. Seiya being lectured the entire time, left speechless by the doctor's extraordinary inventions. In fact, Alfred quietly made a decision in his heart. Once he got back, he would call the master and suggest that, if possible, they should acquire as many shares of Oscorp as they could. Ideally, transform Oscorp into a subsidiary of the Sue Group. Alfred felt that, given Seiya's demonstrated talent, Oscorp would have a far brighter future in his hands than in Harry's. After all, Oscorp had spent fortunes on publicity and trending topics, promoting Harry Osborn as a counterpart to Tony Stark. In truth, among everyone in the Osborn group, the only person who could truly rival Tony Stark was none other than the young master standing before them. Seiya himself had no idea what Pan-Affy was thinking, nor did he care. What occupied his mind now was how to combine the powers of Spider-Man and Batman into one. First, he needed a Batman suit. He would don the pointed-eared helmet and the sweeping black cape, his broad chest muscles filling out the costume, and step into the night with an air of mystery and grandeur. In terms of appearance and physique alone, Batman utterly outshone Spider-Man. The aura of the Dark Knight, whether in the DC universe or across all of American comics, was near unmatched. Conveniently, Seiya had recently been practicing Bajiquan. While he hadn't yet developed the massive physique of Captain America, his pectoral muscles were already taking shape. He wouldn't even need any fake padding to fill out the Batman costume. As for the overall look, he would model it after the Dark Knight's iconic style. Nothing more, nothing less. Next, he needed a set of gadgets tailored for Batman, tools to help him fully inhabit the role. This arsenal would include, but not be limited to, the Batmobile, the Bat-shaped cape, batarangs, and, most crucially, the Bat-grapple. Especially the Bat-grapple. This was an absolute must. Not just one, either. He would have them mounted all over his suit, because this was the very device that allowed Batman to haunt the night like a wraith, slipping through the darkness with supernatural ease. With the Bat-grapple, Batman could appear or vanish from anywhere, and whether it made sense or not, no one would question it too closely. It just worked. In many instances, the Bat-grapple was even more useful than Spider-Man's webs. Spider-Man could never just stand dramatically in place, then suddenly shoot straight up into the sky and disappear into the shadows. With all this gear, Seiya would become a hero who relied on technology and, frankly, the power of wealth to take down his foes. But anyone who dismissed him as just another tech-savvy mortal would be gravely mistaken. Because beneath the surface of Batman's suit, there was another layer, a Spider-Man skin. Defeat the gadget-laden Dark Knight, and you'd still have to contend with a mutated Spider. On the subject of Spider-Man's abilities, Seiya had even discussed improvements with Dr. Fox. First up was enhancing the web shooters. At present, as Seiya pointed out, the web shooters could only fire webs and web bullets. While these two modes were powerful, they shared a glaring weakness. They lacked armor-piercing capabilities. That meant when facing heavily armored opponents, someone like Iron Man, breaking through defenses became crucial. Just look at Vision in Avengers Endgame. One stab, and he spent the whole battle dragging everyone down. With this in mind, the two of them finally worked out a solution. The answer is memory cloth, a lightweight and flexible material that, when electrified, becomes remarkably rigid. It's the very fabric used to make Batman's cape. By combining the properties of this fabric with the tensile strength of biocable, the web shooter can launch a strand that hardens mid-air, forming a spike. This makes it perfect for piercing armor. Add a touch of poison to the mix, and Spider Demon instantly transforms into Scorpion Demon. What a sly twist. Furthermore, with the help of Dr. Fox, Seiya upgraded the web shooter with a powerful battery, and the webs themselves have been magnetized. This means that not only will the webs be safe from the likes of Electro, who could otherwise destroy the shooter with a current, but they can also be used to channel electricity back at opponents for an attack. Spider-Man's offensive capabilities have once again taken a significant leap. In addition, Seiya's Spider-Man suit has been enhanced with a design reminiscent of the third-generation Spider-Man's wingsuit, boosting its gliding abilities, a handy adaptation for extreme environments. As for the Iron Spider suit, there are still no conditions for research and development at present. With that, the upgrades for both the Batman and Spider-Man personas were finally complete, and more than a week had quietly passed. Curiously, Catwoman had yet to make an appearance, while Hammer Industries' press conference at the Stark Expo proceeded right on schedule. Lately, Justin Hammer had been quite pleased with himself. Stark Industries had already shuttered its weapons division, and after Tony Stark's assassination attempt, he was left in shambles. He even publicly performed his infamous Iron Man suit-peeing stunt at his own birthday party. Both Stark Industries and Tony Stark himself were teetering on the edge of chaos and collapse, and posed little threat to Hammer Industries anymore. As for Oscorp, though Kingpin's ambush on the green armored hero hadn't gone as planned, and even cost Bullseye's involvement, the gliders. In-flight suits developed by Oscorp were confirmed to have serious safety risks. Regular soldiers simply couldn't handle them. Naturally, then, Hammer Industries became the military's top contractor, including for the borrowed Iron Man suits taken from Tony Stark, which Hammer Industries was now responsible for modifying. But what delighted Justin Hammer most was Ivan Vanko, the very assassin who nearly killed Tony Stark. Not only did he shatter Iron Man's legendary invincibility, but he also brought Hammer Industries a wealth of technical expertise, serving as chief engineer for their new products. With Ivan Vanko's help, Hammer Industries finally rolled out its own line of remote-controlled Iron Soldiers, ready to challenge Tony Stark directly. This is a revolution in technology. At the product launch, Justin Hammer stood confidently on stage, beaming with pride, and made his grand announcement to the world. Iron Man, driven by his own self-interest, refused to make his technology public, hindering the progress of humanity. That was fine, though, because now Justin Hammer could mass-produce Iron Man. Justin Hammer wasn't boasting. At least, that's what he told himself. Especially when dozens of Iron Soldiers representing the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines began rising up from beneath the stage. That spectacle instantly whipped the unsuspecting audience into a frenzy. Hammer Industries had truly done it. Iron Man had been mass-produced. These hulking figures, looking like oversized collectible action figures, were about to change the world as we knew it. And when the fully armed War Machine appeared on stage, the crowd's excitement reached fever pitch. If there had been any doubt that the Iron Soldiers were mere imitations, perhaps unable to match Iron Man's power, the arrival of War Machine shattered those doubts completely. War Machine was clearly cut from the same cloth as Iron Man, right down to that unmistakable, slightly awkward faceplate. But he was bristling with even more external weaponry, especially that massive cannon mounted on his shoulder. Perhaps it was the pilot's build, but War Machine's shoulder cannon looked absolutely enormous. Far too big to strap to his waist, so it had to rest across his shoulder. Now, I am the king of the world. Justin Hammer roared inside, bracing himself for the cheers and praise of thousands in the audience and millions more watching on TV. Just then, a streak of fire tore down from the sky, shattering all expectations. A chorus of gasps and cries erupted from the crowd, driving the energy even higher because Iron Man himself had arrived. Iron Man had appeared in person, ready to face off against his imitators on the same stage. What kind of visual spectacle would this showdown create for the audience? Everyone held their breath in anticipation. What the audience didn't know was that Iron Man wasn't there for a performance or to provide entertainment. He was there to confront trouble, or perhaps because trouble had come looking for him. As always, Iron Man never failed to stir things up. Wherever he went, conflict would follow. In that sense, you could always count on Iron Man. Where is Vanko? Iron Man strode forward, demanding answers from Justin Hammer. Inside War Machine's armor, James Rhodes was completely bewildered. Vanko? Ivan Vanko? Isn't he dead? He was referring to the explosion at the Monaco prison, where Ivan Vanko had supposedly been blown to pieces, a story that had made headlines since Vanko had dared to attack Iron Man, making him a figure of considerable notoriety. At the time, the media coverage was just as intense as those inexplicable incidents where a Tesla crashed into a divider or a power pole. Although the explosion at the time seemed a bit suspicious, since the authorities had already issued an official report, no one questioned it. Even military personnel, like James Rhodes, hadn't received any abnormal information. But at that very moment, behind Iron Man, all the Iron Soldiers, including War Machine, suddenly raised their weapons and aimed them directly at Iron Man's figure. Sensing something was wrong, Iron Man turned around in confusion, only to hear James Rhodes behind him suddenly shout at the top of his lungs, "Get out of here! I'm being controlled." Thanks to Rhodes' warning, Iron Man didn't hesitate. He quickly took off, soaring upward in an attempt to escape the exhibition hall. The space here was too confined. It was better to take the fight outside. Trailing a brilliant blaze, Iron Man shot into the sky. Meanwhile, the Iron Soldiers on the ground lifted their weapons and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. But just as Iron Man was about to break free from the hall, a net of electricity suddenly sprang up before him, blocking his path. Iron Man had no time to brake and crashed straight into it. Sparks crackled and a surge of electricity rushed through him. Instantly, the light in his suit flickered out. Like a heavy lump of iron, his body plummeted from the air. Down below, War Machine and the Iron Soldiers showed no mercy. Taking advantage of Iron Man's vulnerable state, they unleashed a relentless storm of bullets, pouring fire onto his falling figure. The deafening roar of gunfire filled the air, dozens of weapons firing in unison. The barrage was so intense that Iron Man's body seemed to hover, tossed up and down by the relentless impact of the bullets. Stray shots from the Iron Soldiers shattered the glass panels in the ceiling, sending a rain of shards crashing down onto the audience below like a sudden hailstorm. Screams erupted. "Ah! Help! Run!" In that instant, the distinguished guests in the audience, their airs of dignity forgotten, scrambled desperately for the emergency exits. No one called out for women and children to go first. In the face of true disaster, the thin veneer of civilization, painstakingly maintained through pretense, vanished without a trace. Justin Hammer, meanwhile, had already darted toward a safe area the moment Iron Man shot into the air. He knew Iron Man would never make it out of the exhibition hall. After all, the electric net was his own design, created in partnership with Ivan Vanko, specifically to trap Iron Man should he appear. That net emitted a unique electromagnetic pulse, instantly draining the arc reactor's power supply. Simultaneously, the hall's signal jammers were activated. All signals, except those on the specific frequency used to control the Iron Soldiers, were blocked, including the remote network Jarvis needed to assist Iron Man in operating his suit. At this moment, Iron Man was like a turtle trapped in a jar, a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, a fish laid out on the chopping board, a grasshopper in late autumn, doomed and helpless. There was only one fate awaiting him, certain death. Standing before him was Justin Hammer, not the hapless fall guy from the films, duped by Ivan Vanko because of his own stupidity. This Justin was well aware of Ivan Vanko's scheme, and to some extent had even silently approved of it. Since Ivan Vanko had a grudge against Tony Stark, it was only natural for his business partner to help him settle the score. So Justin Hammer's innocent facade was nothing more than an act. He wasn't at all worried about dealing with Iron Man and the Green Goblin. Once these two fell, he'd be the only victor left, the sole collaborator with the military. He could pin any accusation he liked on them. Right and wrong were just a matter of perspective. With enough money, the corrupt lawyers and officials eager to pile charges on Tony Stark and Harry Osborn would line up all the way from New York to Washington. Up in the air, the back of Iron Man's armor had been riddled with holes, yet the suit's control system still refused to reboot, and even Jarvis's signal was nowhere to be found. Tony Stark couldn't help but panic. Without Jarvis's assistance, with the suit unresponsive, he was nothing but a sitting duck, a human target, immobilized and defenseless. It was only a matter of time before the armor was torn to shreds. In fact, War Machine and the Iron Soldiers had already opened their missile ports, ready to give Iron Man a blazing send-off and claim Tony Stark's head for good. Just as Iron Man was about to meet his end, a figure sitting quietly in the corner of the audience let out a long sigh. Seriously? Am I always the one who has to step in and turn the tide? These so-called superheroes should just call themselves super couriers. The way they deliver themselves to their enemies is impressive. Knowing there would be a major showdown tonight, Seiya couldn't resist coming to watch the spectacle. What he didn't expect was for Iron Man to fold so quickly, barely half a minute into his entrance, and he was already down. As he voiced his complaints, a strand of web shot out, latching onto the cannon atop War Machine's shoulder. "I've had enough of you. Why do you get to carry yours on your shoulder, while mine has to stay coiled around my waist?" The web snapped taut, yanking War Machine off balance. The mini-missile ready to launch from his shoulder veered off, slamming into a nearby Iron Soldier instead. The missile bounced to the ground, spinning wildly before erupting into a dazzling spray of sparks. But by now, no one cared anymore about whose shoddy counterfeit that giant firework was. The few brave spectators who hadn't fled all stared, wide-eyed, as the several hundred-kilogram War Machine was yanked into the air and swung out like a meteor hammer. Crash! 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 As the meteor hammer swept through, the neatly lined-up Iron Soldiers were smashed to the ground in an instant, falling like toppled gourds. Taking advantage of the moment when the Iron Soldiers had been knocked down and couldn't aim, Seiya leaped up, using his web to swing from the shattered glass window onto the roof of the exhibition hall. This was the very hall used for the opening ceremony of the Stark Expo. In the center of the roof, a circular area had been left open for Iron Man to come and go freely. The electric net set up to intercept Iron Man was also installed right over that circular section. As for the rest of the glass roof, it had already been mostly shattered by stray bullets. When Seiya landed on the roof, the Iron Soldiers below were struggling to get up, while Iron Man, having lost power and no longer in a gunpoint, had fallen onto the stage, crashing right into a pile of Iron Soldiers. A drop of several dozen meters was hardly enough to do Iron Man any real harm. Back in the day, when he built the Mark I armor by hand in that cave, he tried crash landing in the desert and walked away without a scratch. He was lucky like that, so a little tumble didn't faze him. Even so, Seiya still used his web to pull him out of the pile and hauled him straight up to the edge of the roof. Knock knock. Seiya rapped on Iron Man's rather awkward-looking faceplate. "Hey, Mr. Tony Big Shot, you right in there?" Now that they'd left the shielded zone inside the hall, Jarvis's signal finally came through, and the Iron Man suit began to reboot. Tony. Stark, still dazed and battered from the fall but stubbornly unscathed, didn't bother with a thank you. Instead, he fired back with a quip. "It's Stark. So, is Spider-Man illiterate? Or can he just not pronounce names?" This was their first meeting, but the setting and the mood were anything but friendly. "Yeah," Seiya shrugged. "I have a language disorder, so my pronunciation's a bit off. If it bothers you, you'll just have to get used to it." While they spoke, the Iron Man suit had already completed its reboot. Though the back still looked rough and patchy, far from seamless, it didn't hinder his movements at all. Down below, the Iron Soldiers were already getting back to their feet. War Machine and the Air Force Iron Soldiers were even preparing to take off. "Time's tight," Seiya said. "We'll have to find another chance to chat later." As Tony Stark spoke, he soared into the air, hovering high above, once again exuding that unbeatable, commanding presence he'd shown at the Expo's opening ceremony. Except for his back, which Nine Liang's father just couldn't resist wanting to examine. "The rest of this is out of your league," he called down. "Find somewhere safe to hide, and then hurry home." With that, Iron Man accelerated, shooting off into the distance. Inside the exhibition hall, War Machine and the Air Force's Iron Soldiers roared out through the roof in tight formation. Ignoring Seiya crouched off to the side as they surged after Iron Man. But on the ground, the Navy's Iron Soldiers swiftly leveled their cannons, training them on Seiya atop the roof. It was clear that chasing Iron Man was their top priority, but if the chance arose, they'd gladly take out Spider-Man, the uninvited guest who'd spoil their plans. A volley of gunfire erupted. By the time bullets began to spray, Seiya's silhouette had already vanished from the rooftop. He wasn't foolish enough to stick around and wait for trouble when he knew perfectly well they were about to open fire. Outside the exhibition hall, chaos had taken over the entire expo grounds. Iron Man, now pursued by War Machine and the Air Force Iron Soldiers, could only dodge and weave through the air to avoid their shots. As for the bullets meant for him that tore through the buildings and threatened bystanders, he simply had no time to worry. In the movie, this sequence was dramatically staged. The Air Force Iron Soldiers chased after Iron Man, unleashing a hail of bullets that shattered observation decks and windows to pieces. Yet miraculously, not a single tourist inside was harmed. Those Iron Soldiers struck by friendly fire plummeted from the sky, crashing into crowds scrambling to escape, tumbling and rolling dozens of meters along the ground. Yet somehow, the nearby passers-by emerged entirely unscathed. And even as Tony Stark found himself under attack from both ground and air, fleeing like a hunted dog, he still managed to swoop down from above and rescue a kid in an Iron Man helmet with perfect precision. From landing, to aiming at the iron soldiers across from him, to blasting off again, he paused for nearly 5 whole seconds. Unless every pursuing iron soldier was frozen in midair and their weapons simultaneously jammed, those 5 seconds would have been more than enough to pepper him with several volleys. That's why movies are just movies. In reality, when the exhibition hall's glass windows shattered earlier, countless onlookers were injured by falling shards, some so badly they could be rushed straight to the ER. And as Iron Man burst out of the hall, pursued by a barrage of iron soldiers, bullets rained down on the crowds like a deadly storm. Innocent bystanders were caught in the crossfire, their numbers impossible to tally. A few were even struck directly by falling iron soldiers, leaving no chance for rescue or even a spark of hope. As for the little boy in the helmet who was rescued by Iron Man in the movie, he really was standing outside the exhibition hall. Faced with the pursuing iron soldiers, he bravely raised his glowing hand. Amidst the crowd scrambling to escape, his unique figure was indeed striking. However, Iron Man, who was being chased like a cornered animal, had no time to pay attention to any of this. During that frantic moment when shots rained down behind him, parts of his armor were damaged. At this point, he was already lucky just to stay mobile and avoid being hit. The iron soldiers had one simple directive: attack Iron Man. The boy's helmet was mistakenly identified as Iron Man by the iron soldiers. Sensors. Without hesitation, the weapon ports on its back extended, and it prepared to unleash a merciless volley right at the boy's face. Had those shots been fired, the world might never have known Spider-Man, because, as rumor has it, this little boy would grow up to be the third Spider-Man, played by Tom Holland. For Seiya, perhaps this wouldn't have been such a bad thing. Without another Spider-Man, he would be the one and only web-slinger in this world. Just then, a sharp whoosh, a dark shape flashed through the air. A black batarang hurtled into the iron soldier's chest reactor. After a burst of crackling and sparking, the iron soldier fell silent, powered down. "Kid, Iron Man can't save you. Go home now." It said that the boy in the Iron Man helmet, Tom Holland's younger self, turned to look back, only to catch a glimpse of a tall figure in a black cape soaring into the sky. After parting ways with Iron Man on the rooftop, Seiya had slipped away to change into the Batman suit he'd prepared in advance. Earlier, he had to appear as Spider-Man in the exhibition hall, since it was more fitting to reveal himself in front of so many people. But for what he had to do next, the Spider-Man mask just wouldn't cut it. After all, Spider-Man's reputation as a hero was already established. Slipping into the shadows too easily wouldn't suit him. Batman, however, was different. He was the Dark Knight, and darkness was his domain. As soon as Seiya finished changing and came back, he happened upon Tom Holland's young self, who had nearly met his end a little too soon. And so, he saved him without a second thought. Whether this intervention would shake Tom Holland's faith in Iron Man and change their future father-son bond was no longer Seiya's concern. After rescuing the boy, Seiya intended to slip away quietly. But from a distance, he caught sight of a silver car with 4 rings crashed against the roadside divider. Not a Tesla, disappointing. Word had it that the accident happened because the driver was distracted, sneaking glances at a female passenger changing clothes in the back seat via the rearview mirror. That lapse of attention led to the crash. The car was totaled on the spot, and the driver's face was covered in blood. As for the woman who was midway through changing, though she looked disheveled, she hadn't suffered any serious injuries. She was thrown directly beneath the footrest in the back seat, her half-removed skirt awkwardly trapping her legs in a full split, leaving one fair little leg sticking out in a rather embarrassing pose. Looking at the entire film of Iron Man 2, what's the most dazzling scene? Is it the final showdown between Iron Man and War Machine against Whiplash? In Seiya's eyes, all of Iron Man's coolest moments were already spent in that opening shot where he descends from the sky. The rest of the film never managed to deliver anything more striking, and the climactic battle at the end felt almost like child's play. The only reason Whiplash lost was because, just like Ironmonger Obadiah Stane, he foolishly opened his helmet. Otherwise, it really wouldn't have been so easy for Iron Man and War Machine to take him down. After all, Whiplash is the man with 2 whips. Yet the moments in Iron Man 2 that left the deepest impression on Seiya didn't even belong to Iron Man, but to someone else. That's right, it was her, the woman whose used tissues could fetch $5,300 at auction, whose bathwater people fought to buy. Black Widow, Agent Natasha Romanoff. Once, she easily took down Tony's bodyguard, Happy, in the boxing ring. Another time, she changed outfits in a car and stormed a criminal lair all by herself. Both times, she was ridiculously cool. Setting aside Black Widow's habit of flirting with a different male hero in every film, her sheer allure is enough that any able-bodied man would find himself captivated. Taming a wild mare has always been a man's dream, especially if it's a striking foreign beauty. For Seiya, Having a friendly exchange with such a stunning woman would certainly be a pleasure. He just never imagined that his first encounter with this foreign, well, Black Widow would unfold like this. Ahem, need a hand? Sui spoke in a deep voice. In his Batman persona, he used a voice modulator, making his tone low and magnetic. Not only did this add an air of mystery, but it also helped conceal his age. Help, I need help. Happy gasped weakly from the front seat. With a sharp rip, Sui lifted his hand and tore the car door right off, crushed the seat belt buckle, and pulled Happy out. Then, he returned to the rear window, glancing inside at Black Widow, who was still awkwardly stuck in a split. Do you need some help? A strained smile appeared on Black Widow's slightly pained face. In fact, yes. I've got a cramp in my leg. Could you give me a hand? Thank you. With another metallic crunch, the car door went flying again. Sui grabbed her leg with one hand and supported her back with the other, lifting her out of the car while keeping her in that split position. Where's the cramp? I'm quite good with my hands. Let me help you massage it. As he spoke, Suya's hand was already moving to press on the right acupuncture point. The widow suddenly spun around, breaking free from Suya's embrace. Moreover, the clothes this person was wearing didn't look like something an ordinary person would wear. There was no record of him in SHLD's database. His identity and motives were both a mystery. It was best not to make contact, lest things get unnecessarily complicated. But perhaps because her movements were a bit too forceful, there was a sharp tearing sound. The fitted dress was ruined, while her tactical suit was still back in the car. Sui couldn't help but size her up. Her figure was indeed impressive, her greatest weapon. Her waist was slender, her hips only slightly drooped, not that it mattered much, though her legs were a bit on the short side. At this point in time, she should be at her absolute peak, a striking difference from a few years later when she filmed Under the Skin. By the way, the plot of Under the Skin really wasn't great. In fact, it was somewhat off-putting. The widow in that film wasn't sexy at all, even with the full nude scenes. There was nothing alluring about them. They simply didn't measure up to the scene in Old Boy with Olsen and Thanos. Now that was something else. The above was just something I copied and pasted from the internet. I don't really know what it's saying. If there's any copyright issue, I'll delete it immediately. It seems you really don't need my help. Sui could have simply walked up, wrapped his cloak around the widow, and pulled her into his arms for a dramatic 360-degree spin, locking eyes with her in a meaningful gaze. But that wouldn't have suited his identity or the gravitas of the Dark Knight. So, after pulling the tactical suit out of the car and tossing it to the widow, he turned and walked away with effortless style. Watching Su-Ye's retreating figure, the widow opened her mouth, wanting to say, "Do you have a car? Maybe you could give me a lift?" But before she could speak, she saw Su-Ye climb into a black armored vehicle parked by the roadside. Wait a second. Her eyes widened in shock. An armored vehicle? How could there be an armored car on the city streets? Would it even park there? How had she not noticed it at all? While she was still processing her confusion, Su-Ye had already swung open the door and climbed inside, accompanied by a low, mechanical hum, so different from the roar of a gasoline engine. The massive armored car accelerated and disappeared from the widow's sight. I really should have spoken up a little sooner. A few kilometers away from the Stark Expo, there was a hemispherical eco-dome with the word Oracle emblazoned on its outer wall, the unmistakable logo of Oracle Corporation. In the Iron Man films, the Oracle logo appears everywhere. Some say that Larry Ellison, founder of Oracle, was the inspiration for Tony Stark. Although Iron Man first appeared in 1963 and Ellison started his company in 1977, the parallels are hard to ignore. In fact, the true inspiration for Tony Stark in the comics is Howard Hughes, the very character played by Leonardo DiCaprio in The Aviator. Rumor has it he had 64 girlfriends throughout his life, almost covering every Hollywood goddess of his era. Alright, but none of that is the real point here. What matters is this Oracle Ecological Park, because it's the main battleground for the final showdown in Iron Man 2. When Sui arrived nearby in the Batmobile, Iron Man was still leading his squad of Iron Soldiers, performing aerial stunts above the city. Lightning and sparks trailed in their wake, painting the night sky over New York with dazzling colors, like an early Christmas celebration. But, unlike the warmth and harmony of Christmas, wherever these fireworks erupted tonight, disaster followed close behind, like a vengeful specter. Countless buildings were smashed, parking lots beneath bridges were directly plowed by missiles, and vehicles and pedestrians on the streets were caught in the chaos. The economic loss and casualties, whether caused directly or indirectly, were almost impossible to calculate. That's why, more often than not, it's truly difficult to draw the line between saving lives and causing harm. If you save a murderer, you're still saving a life, but that murderer might go on to cause even greater tragedy. So, does saving someone mean you're actually doing harm? Just now, Spider-Man rescued Iron Man from inside the exhibition hall. No matter who you ask, no one could say that Spider-Man did the wrong thing. A superstar superhero like Iron Man, who can single-handedly maintain world peace. If he really were to be defeated inside the exhibition hall, it would be an immeasurable loss for the world. Not to mention, what would we do if Thanos showed up? Who would snap their fingers in the end? Yet, once Iron Man left the exhibition hall, he was bound to be chased by the Iron Soldiers, which would inevitably lead to even more widespread collateral damage and disasters for the citizens of New York. From the perspective of those caught in the crossfire, maybe it would have been better if Iron Man had simply perished inside the hall. And if they wanted to blame someone, whom should they blame? Iron Man or Spider-Man? Who saved him? Movies can gloss over such moments, just omit the details, and no one is shown dying in the chaos. But in the real world, someone has to stand up for those victims. Who will demand justice for them? The law? As long as there are unscrupulous lawyers, the law will always take the side of the wealthy. In a free society, it's the freedom of capital that reigns, not the freedom of the common folk. So, in a world where justice is in the hands of capital, there must be someone willing to step outside the rules, to fight for the little people, to claim that small measure of justice they might never otherwise receive. Yes, all of this is the backstory Seiya created for Batman. This is certainly a far cry from the Dark Knight, who once bore the weight of Gotham's safety all alone. Seiya as Batman doesn't need to shoulder any burdens. He just needs a decent, preferably grand-sounding excuse to throw a punch. Seizing the moment before Iron Man and the others arrived, Seiya leapt into the Oracle Eco Park and began setting up his plans. Meanwhile, over on Widow's side, even though Happy's car was totaled and Seiya delayed her a bit, and the outside was jammed up like a parking lot, she managed to snag a motorcycle and weave through the congested traffic, arriving at Hammer Industries right on schedule. What followed was a dazzling display of combat, a lone wolf charging straight into the lion's den, fighting her way through Hammer Industries security with nothing but her two legs. The action was explosive, to say the least. The only real pity was that there was no audience to witness it. Unlike the Air Force Iron Soldiers, who excel at aerial combat, flight is a basic skill required of every Iron Soldier. So, although Widow managed to reprogram War Machine just in time, preventing him and Iron Man from turning on each other, the land and sea Iron Soldiers still forced their way to the Eco Park, surrounding the two of them. Iron Man and War Machine were now facing off against more than 20 Iron Soldiers together. A grueling battle was all but certain. And indeed it was. Earlier, Iron Man had taken such a beating that most of his weapons were now useless, and War Machine wasn't faring any better. After being swung around like a flail by Seiya, he lost a good portion of his arsenal as well. Their current fighting strength was probably less than 50% of what it had been at their peak. To make matters worse, the laser beam device on Iron Man's hand had been destroyed. His powerful, sweeping AoE move was out of commission. So this 2 versus 20 plus showdown dragged on in a deadlock. In shooting mode, things were slightly better. Hammer Industries firearms, as evidenced by the infamous ex-wife, Missile, weren't exactly top-notch. Unless they concentrated their fire, breaking through Iron Man and War Machine's armor was no easy feat. Plus, Iron Man's absurd dodging skills at close range meant that nearly all long-range weapons might as well have been for show. As the fight wore on, both sides eventually ran out of ammo, forcing them into hand-to-hand combat. At this point, the sheer numbers of Iron Soldiers began to tip the scales. It was like two Gundams surrounded and pounded by a mob of Zakus, a wild, chaotic melee, bodies piling on, a relentless barrage. You get the idea. War Machine dropped to one knee, raising his hands to shield his head, desperately fending off the Iron Soldier's attacks while shouting at Iron Man beside him. "Tony, our energy won't last much longer, and the armor is badly damaged. We can't keep this up. We'll get dragged to our doom here." On the other side, inside the Iron Man suit, Tony Stark wore a look of utter frustration. "I know, but there's nothing we can do. There are just too many of them." A moment ago, the two of them had tried to escape the onslaught of the Iron Soldiers by taking to the air, but they had barely risen a meter before the Iron Soldiers grabbed hold and slammed them right back to the ground. If no one came to help soon, they might really meet their end here. Where's Spider-Man? Is he hiding, or did he actually go home? If I'd known, I would have treated him a little better. Tony Stark couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Just then, a figure dropped down from above. "Stark, your time's up." The mask lifted, and Ivan Vanko's repulsive voice rang out. The moment they heard Ivan Vanko, both Tony Stark and James Rhodes felt their faces darken at the same time. Talk about misfortune piling on. Already pinned beneath a swarm of hulking machines, the pressure was suffocating. And now Ivan Vanko had arrived, making the burden almost unbearable. "I gave you 40 minutes, but you didn't even manage to find a single hair of mine. Iron Man, what an overblown reputation." Ivan Vanko's ugly face was twisted with smug satisfaction. Before the Hammer Industries press conference, Ivan Vanko had taunted Tony Stark with a call, issuing a challenge. He would avenge his father's 40 years of misery in just 40 minutes. That was how Tony learned he was still alive and why he'd rushed so desperately to the press event. What Tony hadn't expected was that Ivan had laid a perfect trap for him, and now he was in a terrible predicament. For Ivan Vanko, this moment was one he had waited for so long. Ever since his father died, he had devoted himself to preparing for this very day. Now that it had finally come, he could barely keep himself from breaking into a triumphant dance, just to let out the joy overflowing in his heart. Face it, you'll never measure up to your father. He drove my father to ruin, and all you can do is cling to life at my feet. Tony, do something. On the other side, James Rhodes was being ground into the floor and could only send out a desperate plea over the comms. There was no shame in calling for help. Without Tony Stark, Rhodes was truly powerless. With great effort, Tony Stark lifted his head, glaring at Ivan Vanko's arrogant face as he gritted his teeth. You think you've already won? What else? You really think you still have a chance to turn this around? As Ivan Vanko spoke, several more steel soldiers stepped forward, leaping onto Tony Stark and James Rhodes to pin them down. Rhodey! This time, before James Rhodes could even call for help, Tony Stark shouted first. Do you want to be a hero? I need a partner. Raise your hand. What the? James Rhodes shot Tony a bewildered look, but he still did as told and obediently raised his hand. Suddenly, he remembered the time the two of them had been tinkering in Tony's house, hammering out suits together. Back then, they'd exchanged almost the exact same lines. With perfect timing, they each reached toward the other, their palms facing one another. The repulsor beams in their hands glowed to life, and as the energy burst forth and collided, an enormous blast erupted between them. Boom! The explosive force sent the steel soldiers flying off their backs. At last, the two men were free, scrambling to their feet and breathing in open air again. Being crushed like that, I never want to go through anything like it again, James Rhodes said with a shudder, then moved to stand back to back with Tony, striking a ready-for-battle pose. All around them, the steel soldiers who'd been flung away were not seriously damaged. They got up one after another, preparing to charge at the pair once more. Meanwhile, Ivan Vanko was making his move. For reasons unknown, Ivan had not equipped his own armored suit's whips with any powerful ranged weaponry, only 2 electrified whips. Maybe when he first attacked Tony Stark, he chose the whips for their portability, and after that, perhaps he'd just gotten hooked. With a whir from the rotors at his shoulders, the 2 whips snapped out, stretching 6 or 7 meters like a pair of lightning serpents, and lashed through the air straight at Iron Man and War Machine. Crack! The 2 heroes rolled frantically aside, dodging the whips, but only to find themselves face-to-face with more steel soldiers rushing in. Clang! Clang! Once again, they were pounded back to where they started, pressed together back to back. By now, Iron Man and War Machine had nearly exhausted all their ammo. They had only a few bursts of reactor energy left, just enough for a brief flight or a low-powered repulsor shot. At this point, they couldn't afford to hold anything back. Raising their hands, they both aimed their palms at Whiplash. Whether their attack could break through his defenses, they had no idea. But even if it was a desperate, hopeless struggle, they were determined to try. After all, you never know when the tide might turn. Crack! Crack! The electrified whips came crashing down again. After a dazzling, world-shaking display, a 5-strike lightning combo that would be remembered for ages, Iron Man and War Machine's hopes of turning the tables were dashed. They were mercilessly beaten back to the ground, powerless under Whiplash's onslaught. Iron Man's neck was caught tight in Whiplash's coils, while War Machine was pinned to the ground by the villain's heavy boot pressed against his chest. At this rate, Whiplash was about to claim a perfect double kill. Just then, Iron Man suddenly shouted, "Spider-Man, it's your turn." Right, we still have Spider-Man. James Rhodes perked up, remembering how Spider-Man had just swung him around like a wrecking ball. What? Whiplash's mask slid open, and Ivan Vanko scanned the area warily. Yet, after several tense seconds, nothing happened. Only the distant sound of crows echoed through the air. Caw! Caw! Idiot! Idiot! Ivan Vanko sneered and burst out laughing again. The mighty Iron Man, begging Spider-Man for help, and the kid doesn't even show up. I should have filmed this pathetic scene so the world could see just how laughable you really are. Is it really so funny? A deep, unfamiliar voice interrupted Vanko's jeering. Tony Stark frowned in confusion. The voice didn't sound like Spider-Man at all. Who could it be? The Green Knight, perhaps? The Green Knight's bomber tactics would be effective, but Tony saw no sign of the signature Emerald Glow Flyer. Before Tony could ponder further, 2 dark shadows came streaking down from above like bolts of lightning. Clang! Clang! Crackle! The shadows sliced right through Whiplash's electrified whips. The twin coils, which had been toying with Iron Man and War Machine as if they were dogs on a leash, sparked and crashed to the ground. At the same time, two black, bat-shaped throwing blades thudded into the earth. Are we saved? Tony and James both felt a huge weight lift from their hearts. In that instant, they were no longer world-saving superheroes, but helpless lambs awaiting rescue, overwhelmed by the simple joy of surviving disaster. Who's there? Ivan Vanko roared at the direction the bat-shaped blades had come from. The remaining Iron Soldiers swiveled their weapons and unleashed a hail of bullets toward the shadows, emptying what little ammunition they had left. A storm of sparks erupted, but there was no sign of the attacker. Suddenly, from another direction, more black bat blades appeared, whistling through the air. Several Iron Soldiers, still firing wildly, were struck right in the arc reactors on their chests. Sparks flew as their power died, and they toppled backward like felled trees. Who are you? Show yourself. Come out. Gunfire rattled as Iron Soldiers sprayed the shadows, while Ivan Vanko's furious shouts echoed across the battered eco-park. The whole place was a scene of chaos, bullets tearing through the air. Vanko's voice grew hoarse, his head spinning from looking every which way, his neck cramping, his mind on the verge of snapping. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, Ivan Vanko could never figure out where the person lurking in the darkness was hiding. He didn't even know how many people there actually were. In the end, just as Ivan was on the verge of collapse, he suddenly realized he'd been a fool. That guy in the dark never showed himself, but his intentions were obvious. He was here to rescue Iron Man and War Machine. So all Ivan needed to do was... Suddenly, a rapid burst of gunfire echoed through the air. Two Iron Soldiers nearby swiveled their weapons and opened fire on Iron Man and War Machine, striking their already battered armor and sending sparks flying. Pieces of metal shrapnel began to scatter from the impact. This time, you'll have to show yourself. Ivan shouted triumphantly in his heart. You're only here to save them, right? If I threaten them, you'll have to come out. Bet you didn't expect this move. But as soon as he finished, a handful of bat-shaped throwing stars whistled through the air, piercing the reactors of several Iron Soldiers, who hadn't turned to attack Iron Man and War Machine. It was as if the attacker hadn't even noticed Ivan's attempt to force his hand. Meanwhile, the two Iron Soldiers firing at Iron Man and War Machine were still gleefully blasting away. Ivan Vanko, Tony Stark, James Rhodes. So, was this mysterious guy not here to save anyone? Was he just making trouble for the Iron Soldiers, picking targets entirely at random, regardless of whether they were attacking Iron Man and War Machine, just following his own whims? Clang, clang, as Iron Man and War Machine stood awkwardly, dodging bullets like they were dancing in the rain. Two more throwing stars flashed through the air and took down the soldiers who were shooting at them. It wasn't that the attacker in the shadows had suddenly changed his mind. These were simply the last two Iron Soldiers left. In less than a minute, with uncanny movements and deadly accurate throws, that mysterious attacker, or attackers, had brought down over 20 Iron Soldiers, one after another. The display left Tony Stark feeling a chill run down his spine. He glanced down at himself, then over at War Machine, before looking off into the distance at Ivan Vanko, a sudden question flickering in his mind. Why did everyone insist on putting the arc reactor right in the middle of their chest, and even make sure it was visible? For Tony Stark, it was a necessity. His arc reactor had to be there to protect his heart, and its location also made it easier to fire his chest-mounted repulsor cannon. As for War Machine's armor, well, it was built that way from start. The scientists who worked on it, especially the useless folks at Hammer Industries, simply weren't capable of changing it, so the design stayed the same. However, why did Whiplash also put his reactor on his chest? Didn't he realize that placing it there was an enormous safety hazard? A single well-aimed dart could instantly knock it out of commission. With such a glaring vulnerability, would you really dare send these Iron Soldiers on a battlefield? Isn't this just sending your own troops to their doom from 1,000 miles away? For unmanned Iron Soldiers, it might not be such a big deal. But if a real person is wearing that armor and gets hit in mid-air, causing the reactor to shut down, falling from the sky would be catastrophic. If they survive with only half their body paralyzed, they'd be considered lucky. A reactor right in the chest, and what's more, completely exposed. This is undeniably a massive security risk. Tony Stark sincerely suggests that War Machine and Whiplash reconsider their designs. As for himself, well, that's a different story. For others, it's a weakness. For him, it's a symbol, a mark of confidence. Even if he goes from being a hero who saves others to one who needs saving himself, Tony Stark's confidence never falters. Across from him, the whips in Whiplash's hands had already extended to 6 or 7 meters long. Gritting his teeth, he glared around, eyes full of fury. Who are you? Come out. Show yourself. Don't just hide in there and stay silent. I know you're there. Come out, come out, come out. Amid his desperate, cracking roar, finally, that deep, calm voice rang out once more. I'm right here. So what? Seiya, dressed in a Batman suit, appeared inexplicably behind Whiplash. Even Tony Stark and James Rhodes, who had been keeping a close eye on the area, hadn't noticed when he got there. Rhodey, did I just imagine that? Iron Man raised his armored hand and gently rubbed at the eye slits of his helmet. Beside him, War Machine did the same. I'm guessing Whiplash's whips must have distracted us. Otherwise, we would have noticed him appearing. The two exchanged a glance, then nodded in perfect agreement. Exactly. That must be it. Turning around, Ivan Vanko looked at Batman behind him, but the tension on his face seemed to ease considerably. It's the unknown that makes people afraid. An unseen assassin, even without causing much damage, can incite massive panic. But once exposed to the light of day, no matter what tricks he has up his sleeve, his threat is greatly diminished. At least for now, Ivan Vanko's legs had stopped shaking. You bastard, you think you can? From the look on Ivan Vanko's face and the tone in his voice, an outsider might have thought he was winding up for a long-winded villain's monologue, ready to showcase his flair for dramatic speeches. But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly unleashed a flurry of 5 lightning-fast whip strikes, a clear sign that he was a dirty fighter who understood tactics. 2 electrified whips lashed out in a dazzling blur, swirling madly as they struck toward Batman. The crackling light of electricity illuminated his armored suit, and the heat of the current seemed to raise the temperature of the air around him. Previously, Ivan Vanko had wielded this whip technique to take on both Iron Man and War Machine at once, subduing them with ease. Now, facing Batman alone, he was certain he could leave him utterly powerless. Ivan's confidence was understandable, but what he didn't realize was that from Batman's perspective his attacks were riddled with flaws, so much so that they looked as ridiculous as those so-called masters performing laughable air palm tricks, pretending to fling people across the room without ever touching them. Batman stepped forward, his footfalls steady and measured, his body making subtle, unpredictable shifts. Each step seemed unhurried, and his movements barely noticeable, but he evaded the whipping strikes completely, and, in fact, was closing the distance between them with alarming speed. Throughout the exchange, the whips danced in intricate, mesmerizing arcs, like a 3D holographic display. It was a spectacular show, but not once did they come close to even brushing Batman's cape. Through sheer effort, Whiplash gave a vivid demonstration of what it means to unleash a flurry of attacks with all the ferocity of Tiger, only to find, on closer inspection, that he hadn't moved an inch forward. Watching Batman draw relentlessly closer, Ivan's face visibly tightened with anxiety. What kind of footwork is this? How are you dodging my attacks so easily? Are you some kind of devil? Batman let out a low, disdainful hum. You think this is the power of a devil? You know nothing of what true devils are capable of. With Batman now almost upon him, Ivan could only whirl his 2 whips desperately around himself, while a voice screamed inside his head. Don't come any closer. Now you're afraid? Seiya's deep, gravelly voice cut in. Coupled with the all-black bat-themed suit, he truly seemed to embody a demon stepped out of the abyss, come to claim a soul. In Western mythology, devils and demons are often depicted with bat wings, and bats themselves are symbols of evil in Western culture. This stands in stark contrast to Chinese culture, where the word for bat is a homophone for fortune, and bat motifs are carved onto festive objects as auspicious symbols of luck and happiness. Thus, Batman's aura and presence were heightened to their peak. His very appearance was already half the battle won, and with his uncanny, almost supernatural movement, Ivan's confidence crumbled. No matter how wildly he spun the whips around himself, he found no sense of security. For the first time, Ivan truly felt a pang of regret. If only he had equipped the Whiplash armor with some ranged weapons. Hammer's ex-wife had been unreliable, but there were other options. Worst case, he could have cobbled something together himself. It wasn't impossible. However, in pursuit of the greatest thrill, he had made the decision to lash out at Iron Man. Looking back now, it was a disastrously poor choice, one that couldn't have been worse. Across from him, Batman paid his hesitation no mind. He closed the distance in a flash, reaching out with his arm. Ivan Vanko saw a blur before his eyes. By the time he regained his senses, both his arms were firmly seized by Batman. His twin whips clattered uselessly to the floor, sparks hissing from their ends. But no matter how many sparks they spat, they were of no use if they couldn't reach their target. Through it all, Ivan had no idea what had just happened. Avenging your father. There's nothing wrong with that. Seiya spoke again, his voice carrying a surprising note of approval. To repay kindness and seek retribution for wrongs. This is how the world should work. What you did in Monaco, I could even give you a thumbs up for. Ivan's eyes lit up at Seiya's words, but in the distance, Tony Stark's expression darkened considerably. Back in Monaco, Ivan had indeed taken out several Formula cars, but the casualties were minimal. F1 cars may look flimsy and fly at breakneck speeds, but their safety features are top-notch. Didn't Tony Stark's car flip and land upside down? Yet he still managed to climb out on his own and join the whip-wielding brawl without missing a beat? If Tony could walk away unscathed, others likely could as well. Of course, that didn't apply to Teslas. But before Ivan could savor this unexpected praise, Seiya continued. However, you shouldn't have let your personal vendetta spill over to harm innocents, causing injury and even death among countless citizens. For that alone, your crime is unforgivable. A chill shot up Ivan's spine. And so, I will judge you. With that, Seiya twisted outward with both hands, still gripping Ivan's mechanical arms. In an instant, the immense force wrenched the arms outward, warping the metal. Ivan's real arms, trapped inside, were dislocated on the spot, and a cry of agony burst from his lips. But Seiya didn't stop there. He raised his leg and, in one fluid motion, kicked upward, landing a brutal blow to Ivan's helmet. With a heavy clang, Ivan's scream was abruptly cut off. The metal faceplate of his helmet buckled grotesquely under the force, crushing his face beneath and muffling his cries to nothing more than strangled groans. At that moment, Seiya suddenly released one of Ivan's restrained arms. With a flick of his wrist, a weapon appeared in his hand. A black-handled blade shaped like a bat shuriken, its double-edged blades sweeping out like the wings of a bat. With a swift motion, the blade came down, and a sickening crack resounded. Ivan's armored arm, thick as a grown man's thigh and forged from steel, was severed in an instant, blood spraying as it spun through the air. A muffled, desperate wail escaped Ivan's distorted helmet. His arm was sliced off cleanly along with his suit, and Ivan Vanko wanted to scream from the pain. But his twisted helmet wouldn't open, trapping his cries inside and stifling his breath. In front of him, another flash of black cut through the air, severing his other arm. The agony, combined with the suffocating helmet, overwhelmed Ivan, and he passed out cold. Seiya's expression remained unchanged. With one hand gripping his blade, he reached out with the other, thrusting it into Whiplash's chest and yanking out the glowing reactor within. Whiplash went completely dark. Inside his helmet, blood and spit filled his mouth and nose. Unconscious, his breath faded away, and soon there was nothing left but silence. From a distance, Tony Stark and James Rhodes stared at Batman's cold, black silhouette, both shuddering involuntarily. "Hey, just what is this guy's deal?" James Rhodes whispered as he edged closer. Tony Stark shook his head. He was just as clueless about Batman. He'd even had Jarvis run an emergency search, but came up empty-handed. "So should we?" James Rhodes trailed off, but his best friends, Tony instantly knew what he meant. While Batman was busy with Whiplash, they should make a run for it. But before Tony could respond, Batman suddenly turned his head. Under the black mask, his sharp, piercing eyes locked onto them with a chilling, almost demonic intensity. In that moment, both men broke out in a cold sweat. Batman had just dispatched Whiplash without hesitation. Would he even think twice about dealing with him? If he were at full power, Tony liked to think Batman wouldn't scare him. But now, his ammo was spent, and his arc reactor was nearly drained, leaving him with only one option. "Run!" Tony shouted. In an instant, flames shot from his hands and feet, lifting him into the air. Beside him, James Rhodes did the same. They just climbed a few meters, speed building, when two black cables whipped out, snaring their legs and anchoring them to the steel framework nearby. "We're not done talking yet. Why the rush?" Batman stood atop the steel beams, gripping a cable in each hand. "And without my permission, you really thought you could just slip away unnoticed?" With a sudden yank, Batman hauled them out of the air and slammed them to the ground. Thud! Thud! Both men crashed down, their arc reactors flickering weakly as their power waned. "Who are you? What do you want?" Tony Stark's tone was less than pleasant. He was not like James Rhodes. If the arc reactor really shut down, he could be finished. "I am Batman. I'd like to have a good talk with you both about the damage caused to the city during your flight, just now." "The damage caused to the city during our flight?" Hearing this, both Tony Stark and James Rhodes grew agitated. "I was being controlled. I didn't want to do any of that, but I couldn't stop myself." James Rhodes hurriedly explained. "That wasn't what he wanted. If someone should be blamed, it should be the mastermind, Ivan Vanko. He himself was innocent. I just wanted to deal with those Iron Soldiers as quickly as possible to minimize the trouble and destruction to the city." Tony Stark added his own explanation. Normally, given his personality, he would never bother to explain himself. He'd just get things done. But now, Drained of power, he had no choice but to bow his head. Besides, the other side was displaying overwhelming strength. Ivan Vanko certainly bears the greater responsibility, and he has already been punished. But don't think you can wash your hands of it completely. You may not bear the main responsibility, but you're not free of blame either. As Seiya spoke, he took a step forward. Tony Stark and James Rhodes instinctively tried to back away, but the steel cables at their feet blocked any retreat. So, what exactly do you want? At this moment, both men couldn't help but feel the same dread that Ivan Vanko had experienced earlier. Don't come any closer. Seiya didn't bother to say anything more. Often, actions speak louder than words. If a problem can be solved with action, there's no need for chatter. Moving with that same devilish stride, he closed the distance in a heartbeat. Tony Stark and James Rhodes stared at him, their eyes tinged with fear. Suddenly, a large black hand shot up. A sharp crack pierced the air. The first slap was for James Rhodes. Even though the heavy cannon resting on his shoulder had been snapped by Ivan Vanko's whip, what remained was still massive and conspicuous. The force behind the slap was considerable. James Rhodes spun through the air in an 800-degree sideways rotation before crashing to the ground, unmoving. If Jarvis hadn't immediately reported that James Rhodes was still alive, just unconscious, Tony Stark might have triggered War Machine's self-destruct in a desperate bid to take down the bastard standing before him. Without sparing a glance at the fallen War Machine, Seiya turned toward Iron Man. His hand rose once more. Another sharp crack echoed. Iron Man's face twisted awkwardly from the slap, but his body didn't go flying. It seemed that the force behind that slap wasn't as strong as he'd imagined. Across from him, Batman spoke up again. Do you like studying, or going to the park? Tony Stark was completely bewildered. What kind of question was that? Studying or going to the park? Did Batman think he was a grade schooler? And who did he think he was, Howard Stark? Smack! Just as Tony was lost in confusion, another slap, this time a backhand, landed on his face, twisting his helmet in the opposite direction. Even though the helmet absorbed the blow, his head was left buzzing, with a faint hint of concussion looming. Do you prefer going to the park, or taking a walk by the sea? So, was the right answer to the last question going to the park? Got it. Tony Stark, still a bit dazed, managed to smile. As long as he could figure out Batman's game, he could answer correctly and dodge the next slap. Wow. Another slap, this time from the other direction, sent Iron Man's head lolling again. Did you inherit your love of learning from me? Or from your mother? From you? From your uncle? Maybe. Who the heck are you? Are you out of your mind? What the hell? And what kind of question was this? Didn't it make more sense to stick to the park or the beach theme? Wait, the questions only came after the slaps, so he never really had a chance to answer. The questions were just an excuse to keep slapping him. Smack! Growing that beard. Was that from your mother's side? Dare to deny it. Wow. What do you want for your birthday? A left hand or a right hand? Smack! A barrage of bizarre questions followed, so many that Tony Stark soon couldn't even remember what was being asked, let alone come up with any answers. The relentless volley of lefts and rights left his helmet warped out of shape. At this rate, Tony feared his own head might get squished and end up looking like that egg-headed guy from China who sings ballads in the snow. If he really ended up looking like that, how would he ever pick up girls again? Sure, with enough money, even a monkey could become a heartthrob, but there were limits to what women would accept. Across from him, Seiya finally stopped after a solid 5 minutes. He wore metal gloves, so while his arm was a little sore, his hand were just fine after all those slaps. Staring at Iron Man, whose head now looked like it had been caught in a door, Seiya actually felt a little worried he might have smacked Tony's brains loose. After all, without Iron Man, the world would be a lot less interesting. This was just a small lesson. From now on, you all behave yourselves. I'll be watching you from the shadows. After leaving that parting remark, Seiya turned around and effortlessly hoisted the lifeless body of Ivan Vanko. With a cold, unyielding gaze fixed on Iron Man, he suddenly shot straight into the sky. Iron Man's helmet had long since been deformed, making it difficult for him to see. Tony Stark struggled for quite a while before finally ripping the mask off his head. With his swollen face exposed, he stared in the direction where Seiya had vanished. Then he caught sight of a huge, bat-like black silhouette soaring through the night, disappearing into the darkness above. At the same time, on the rooftop of Oracle Ecological Park, a massive searchlight blazed to life, its beams slanting out into the distant sky. Strapped to the searchlight was the lifeless body of Ivan Vanko, his severed arm leaving blood splattered down both sides, staining the searchlight with a wide, crimson smear. Because Ivan's body and the blood obstructed the beam, the searchlight cast a misshapen glow into the night sky. At its center, a black shadow emerged, one that resembled a bat. Batman, is it? Tony Stark murmured, his voice fading as his body finally gave out. He collapsed face first onto the ground. The enormous bat signal hung high in the air, visible to half of New York City. For most people, the bat signal's meaning was still a mystery. Compared to the fireworks that had thundered through the city all night, this strange light in the sky seemed barely worth mentioning. But for the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents following behind Black Widow, arriving at Oracle Park to wrap things up, that beam of light struck them with an overwhelming sense of awe. First Spider-Man. Now, a Batman shows up, not to mention that guy in green armor. Are there really this many superheroes in New York? The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, commonly called S.H.I.E.L.D., literally translates to shield, giving rise to its nickname, the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau. S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded during wartime and once made countless contributions to world peace. After the war, S.H.I.E.L.D. shifted its focus, evolving into a special unit dedicated to researching and handling all kinds of strange phenomena. In a way, it almost felt like the legendary SOS Brigade. Officially, S.H.I.E.L.D. falls under the jurisdiction of the United Nations, serving the entire world. But in reality, S.H.I.E.L.D. has long since become a de facto American agency, led by Americans, operating primarily within the U.S., and dispatching missions mostly against America's adversaries. As for why, that's something everyone more or less understands. The United Nations itself has largely fallen under the control of certain nations. That's all that needs to be said. Any more, and you risk getting censored. For this organization, so heavily marked by red and blue colors, Seiya had absolutely no desire to get involved. Joining them was out of the question. His earlier interaction with the widow was simply a matter of happenstance, and since the timing and situation were just right, he'd casually flirted a little, nothing more. However, Seiya was genuinely interested in Hydra, the group that had more or less hollowed out S.H.I.E.L.D. already. At least when it came to their shared disdain for an intent to take advantage of the Americans, they were perfectly aligned. Late at night, after delivering Ivan Vanko's reactor to Dr. Fox, Seiya returned to his home in Queens. He hadn't moved into the castle, leaving only the Batcave behind as Batman's headquarters. Everything else remained as usual, which worked out well to cover for his Batman persona. Since he was publicly just a Chinese international student, continuing to live in his original house fit his identity best. The status of Old Sue and Sue Yi as shareholders of the Osborne Group was strictly forbidden from being disclosed by the board of directors. Old Sue had even provided hush money and signed a non-disclosure agreement. Anyone who leaked the news would face massive penalties. Keeping quiet came with a financial reward. Leaking anything brought no benefit and could even affect the stock price. The fact that the shareholders were Chinese was a bit sensitive, so everyone was more than happy to maintain silence. In the dead of night, Seiya's system chimed once again. Ding! You have completed the event Stark Expo Showdown and received one selection card. So he couldn't help but frown when he saw the card. This so-called selection card seemed a bit underwhelming. Definitely not as impressive as those star cards that could instantly land him a high-level girlfriend. But on second thought, while the star cards did have a high drop rate, practically guaranteeing a reward, the girlfriends they produced were completely random. Yes, he got in My Shiranui and Catwoman, both top-tier choices, but there was no telling if next time he'd draw a trio of Annies like Mei Terumi, Kurenai Yuhi, and Shio in their later years. And if, as one commenter feared, he drew Swimsuit Chio, Seiya would lose his mind. So, looking at it this way, this selection card actually had its uses. At the very least, it could help him avoid some truly outrageous options, allowing him to live with a bit more peace of mind. Well, another potential card that couldn't be cashed in just yet. He'd have to save it for his next tentpole. Tucking away the card, Seiya settled in to sleep, as if nothing had happened at all, oblivious to the storm raging outside. This Hammer Industries press conference had already captured everyone's attention, especially when the land, sea, and air Iron Soldiers made their debut. Mecha enthusiasts all around the world were cheering for these gigantic human-shaped figures. Leaders from various nations hastily convened emergency meetings to discuss the impending global shift toward war. Just as Justin Hammer had predicted, the emergence of the Iron Soldiers truly had the potential to upend the very foundations of traditional warfare. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, before the meeting invitations had even been fully sent out, before all the attendees had even arrived, a new piece of news swept across the room. The entire Iron Soldier force had been utterly wiped out. And the one who defeated them was not Iron Man, the man who boasted he could single-handedly prevent nuclear war, but rather a figure who had never appeared before, a Batman who made an earth-shattering entrance the moment he arrived. Over the course of a single night, the story of Batman, how he single-handedly subdued 3 Iron Men and took down over 20 Iron Soldiers, spread like wildfire across the globe through unofficial channels. Images of the bat signal slicing through the night sky, and of Iron Man collapsing face-first onto the ground, flooded major websites, creating a striking contrast that captured the world's imagination. Someone even managed to catch a photo of Batman unfurling his cape, transforming into a great bat and soaring through the air. In an instant, the bat became a symbol, a totem, even a new faith, captivating the hearts of countless hero worshippers. The one who could defeat a god would become the new god. All the praise and adulation that once belonged to Iron Man now shifted to Batman, growing even louder and more fervent. Compared to Tony Stark, the billionaire and notorious ladies' man, it was this anonymous, almost impossibly powerful Batman who truly captured the public's fascination. Somewhere, a high school girl preparing to graduate etched the name Batman deep into her memory. Batman, huh? That Batwing suit is seriously cool. I wonder if he'd cry if someone stole it from him. Rumor had it that fans were already drawing comics with Batman as the protagonist. And, in a twist, the female lead was a gender-swapped Spider-Man. The next day, when Gwen accidentally stumbled across one of these comics online and showed it to Seiya, he nearly hurled his phone across the room. Do these comic artists have no shame? They just casually turn superheroes into girls. Why don't they go ahead and turn Iron Man and War Machine into women and have them make tofu together? Seiya grumbled, but then he actually saw the images Gwen sent him. 2 female Iron Soldiers making tofu together, rendered in that bold American comic style. The sight was almost too much to bear. Trust me, Gwen shrugged, her face full of mischief. In this world, there's nothing they can't turn into reality, only things you haven't imagined yet. Seiya was about to retort when suddenly, an elderly voice sounded from behind them. Hey, you two, get to your seats already. This is a graduation ceremony. Show some respect for the occasion, even if you're not exactly model students. Behind them stood an elderly man with meticulously combed white hair, dressed sharply in a suit and wearing a pair of dark sunglasses. He looked at the two with evident displeasure. As the pair turned around, the old man snorted. And another thing, this so-called Batman is nowhere near a match for Spider-Man. With that, he turned and walked away, muttering as he went, now that we have Spider-Man, what's the point of Batman? New York doesn't need that many superheroes. Their roles are already starting to overlap. Spider-Man and Batman are, perhaps, the only 2 heroes in Marvel and DC who steadfastly refuse to kill. In that respect, their characters do have something in common. Beyond that, both swing through the city, one with webs, the other with a grappling gun. Both have, at some point, had a cat-like girlfriend. But the similarities end there. Their personalities and fighting styles are, at heart, fundamentally different. Of course, considering the speaker was Old Lee, Midtown High's librarian, a man who'd spent his life surrounded by proper literature, it was only natural that he didn't think much of comic books, especially when it came to the gender-swapped Spider-Man stories, which were an affront to his favorite character. So he didn't take offense. Instead, he obediently followed Gwen to their seats. After all, he felt a bit guilty for twisting the Marvel Universe beyond recognition right in front of Old Lee's eyes. Of course, it was just a fleeting thought. Even if Old Lee challenged him to a duel then and there, Seiya wouldn't hesitate to play his girlfriend card. Today was graduation day. Both Seiya and Gwen wore blue gowns, and Gwen, as an outstanding student, was even invited on stage to deliver a speech. Seiya sat in the audience, with Harry and Mary Jane beside him. He had meant to ask Harry why, despite all the chaos outside last night, the Green Goblin hadn't shown up. But one glance at Harry's dark circles and weary face, and Mary Jane's glowing, rosy cheeks, told Seiya that he didn't need to ask. As the old saying goes, a gentle embrace can be a hero's downfall. The ancients never lied. So, what are your plans for the summer after graduation? I'm thinking of buying a yacht. Let's go out to sea together. Harry grinned as he spoke. If cars are toys for the ordinary rich and watches for the truly wealthy, then yachts and private jets are the playgrounds of the super rich. Tony Stark and Justin Hammer both have their own planes. Harry's only talking about getting a yacht. By rich kid standards, that's practically modest. So he naturally wanted to have some fun on the yacht too. After all, the legendary Sea and Sky X banquet was set to take place right there, on those luxurious boats. He was genuinely curious to see if these rich kids from Europe and America really played on a higher level than their counterparts back home. Unfortunately, it seemed he wouldn't get the chance to tag along with Harry this time. I have something to take care of during this break. I'll have to leave New York for a while. That very morning, Seiya had received a call from Terry, inviting him to go on a little adventure. Leave New York, head to Northtown, and seek revenge on Geese Howard. In Fatal Fury, Terry sought his revenge when he was just 2 years old. But in The King of Fighters, Destiny, which is set during the King of Fighters 94 era, he was 24. Now, Terry had just celebrated his 8th birthday and was already itching to set out for vengeance. Clearly, something had altered the timeline of the Lone Wolf story, pushing everything ahead of schedule. Seiya couldn't help but have reservations about this hurried plot. He truly wanted to experience a slice of normal life, like letting loose on a yacht, just once. But he found it hard to refuse Terry's request. After all, he'd promised to help with the revenge, and though he'd never met that stepmom Jeff, she was still connected to old Sue in a way, right? Harry and Sue Yi were indeed close, but Harry never meddled too much in his personal affairs. Instead, he simply asked if Sue Yi would like to use a private jet. Of course, the jet wasn't Harry's per se. It belonged to the Osborne Group. As a board member, Sue Yi was certainly entitled to its use. Still, Sue Yi politely declined. Aside from his many girlfriends, he preferred to keep a low profile in every other aspect. Gwen had no objections to Sue Yi's travel plans. She happened to be busy herself during the break. Dr. Connor's lab seemed to be making some breakthroughs, and she needed to lend a hand. Besides, Gwen was starting to piece together her own plan for physical enhancement. What Seiya didn't expect was that his biggest obstacle on this journey of revenge would turn out to be my Shiranui. I don't care, I'm going with you. Inside the Shiranui dojo, Mai puffed up her cheeks and crossed her arms, shaking with irritation. So he could only shake his head helplessly. Mai, didn't I tell you? We're just going to gather some intel, not to rush headlong into revenge. From a short distance away, Andy and Terry nodded eagerly in agreement, signaling, yes, that's exactly what we decided. Boss lady, you have to trust the boss. Mai frowned. You're all just ganging up to trick me. Do you really think I'm that naive? So he scratched his head and muttered under his breath. Aren't they always saying beauty, but no brains? Sue, Yi, Mai erupted, her voice booming through the dojo. Let's settle this one-on-one. If you win, I'll keep quiet. If you lose, I'll lead the team on this trip to Northtown. Xiaowu, don't do anything rash. Sui was scratching the back of his head so hard he was about to go bald, facing off against his own girlfriend. If he lost, it would be humiliating, but if he won, would he even dare to win? Looks like he could kiss sleep goodbye. Nearby, Terry watched the two in the center of the training hall with a face full of excitement. He'd always admired his big brother and sister-in-law, but rarely had a chance to see them go all out. He was practically buzzing with anticipation for the fight about to unfold. But Dongzhong, being older and wiser, was not as clueless as Terry. He got up, grabbed Terry by the collar, and started dragging him outside. You two go ahead and fight. We're heading over to the Bajiquan gym. We promised Master Tang we'd drop by. But Dong, Master Tang never. Terry tried to protest, completely lost. Shut your mouth. Dongzhong suddenly yelled. You wanted to pull down my pants, right here? Not mine, yours. Dong, are you finally going to teach me your signature pants-dropping move? For crying out loud, it's not a signature move. I know, it's a secret technique. Get lost. The two third wheels vanished, thoughtfully closing the door behind them, and even hanging up a closed for business sign. Hanzo Hattori had also gone to drink tea with Tang Fulu, leaving only Su Yi and Mai Shiranui alone in the entire dojo. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, turning oddly tense. Outside the dojo, Dongzhong and Terry squatted on the curb across the street, watching the endless parade of young women passing by. Terry frowned. Dong, weren't we supposed to find Master Tang? Master Tang isn't looking for us. Why should we go? Dongzhong whistled at a girl in hot pants and a crop top passing by, earning himself a polite but pointed middle finger. But you just said... Terry was still confused. Said what? Didn't you see your brother and sister-in-law are about to fight? If we don't get out of there, what? You want to spectate? Dongzhong shot him a glare. Of course. I really want to learn from them. If possible, I'd even like to join in and spar a few rounds. Terry said, completely serious. Dongzhong rolled his eyes and offered a brutally honest piece of advice. Trust me, even if I took you back to Thailand for surgery, your brother would never let you jump into that fight. Not unless you're born again. Why not? Terry was getting more and more confused. Growing up with just his mom, he was a bit naive. Night fell, city lights flickered on, and it had been 3 hours since my Shiranui had challenged Su Yi to a duel. Outside the dojo, Terry turned to Dongzhong. Dong, I'm hungry. Dongzhong glanced at the dojo. No lights, no sign of life. 3 hours had passed. What on earth were those two doing in the dark? Playing hide-and-seek? Let's go grab something to eat. Dongzhong stood up and strode off in the direction of Chinatown. Dong, what are we eating? Skewers. We'll start with 30 skewers of kidney. No need for that many. 5 are enough for me. All right then, 50 skewers. Time quickly slipped into the next day. Su Yi, Dongzhong, and Terry had packed their simple luggage and were heading to the airport by taxi. What's up with you two? You both look terrible. Did you go drinking last night? The legal drinking age in the U.S. is 21, but where there's a rule, there's a way around it. The two of them sneaked off to a little bar in Chinatown and drank all night. Nobody saw them, so naturally, there was no trouble. But just one whiff from their mouths, and a mix of alcohol and grilled kidneys was enough to make anyone wince. This is all your fault. Dongzhong shot Su Yi a glare. If you'd managed to beat Xiaowu a bit earlier, we wouldn't have had to stay out all night and wouldn't have been afraid to come back. Seiya scratched his head. Actually, I did finish her off right away, but she wouldn't accept it, insisted on fighting me all night. With the roar of the airplane engines, the three of them left New York behind and headed for Northtown. Meanwhile, back at the Shiranui dojo, my Shiranui lay sprawled on her bed, drained and limp, when her phone rang. The caller ID flashed. King. Hey, Mai, what have you been up to lately? Want to come out and have some fun? Mai immediately perked up. King, wait for me. I'll come over in a couple of days. She'd wanted to set out right away, but considering her physical state, she decided it'd be wiser to rest a few days. Moving around was a bit difficult at the moment. That Seiya is such a brute, she muttered after hanging up, though her face was aglow with happiness. Northtown is in New Mexico. Despite town being in the name, it's actually a bustling, modern metropolis. The airport is huge, with direct flights to many major cities in Europe and Asia. When Seiya and his friends landed, several flights had arrived at the same time, including a few international ones. The terminal was packed with travelers from all over the world. Some, like Seiya's group, carried only a backpack. Others rolled along a suitcase or two. Still others, hauling 4 or 5 oversized cases as if relocating their entire lives, needed airport staff to help push their luggage. As luck would have it, even the staff member assigned to help was a bit of a wild card. He handled the luggage cart as if he were racing, around a hairpin turn, drifting and all, sending the cart spinning straight toward a little girl standing alone, licking a lollipop. The little girl's parents must be incredibly carefree. In such a huge terminal, with so many travelers around, they actually left their child alone here, happily licking a lollipop. Is candy really that irresistible? Right at that moment, the luggage cart was about to crash into the little girl. Terry sprang forward in a flash, stopping the cart just in time. Little girl's favorability, +0. Just then, 3 men with striking appearances walked over from the side. Leading the group was a man with a middle-parted hairstyle, his forehead wrapped with a white band, as if he was in mourning at home. Beside him stood a giant, towering over 2 meters, looking extremely burly. However, he had no eyes, and his head was wrapped in the same white cloth as the leader. The last one was the most flamboyant of all. He had long golden hair, slicked back with so much gel it stood upright like a broom, even higher than Dong Zhang's iconic broom. Head. To top it all off, he wore a pair of white suit pants with a tight, cropped black tank top, his exaggeratedly flamboyant gestures making it almost unbearable to watch. Seeing this trio, Seiya couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Terry and Dong Zhang also stepped up beside him, so now the 3 of them stood face to face with the 3 newcomers. Seiya clicked his tongue in disbelief. Their looks and outfits were so distinctive, he'd bet his life they were the Japan team from King of Fighters. No way could it be anyone else. Benimaru, a grown man, named after a girl's coming of age. Honestly, it was just too much to take in. Fighters, whether in physique or spirit, are a breed apart from ordinary people. On top of that, there were 3 of them, matching the size of a standard KOF team. This only confirmed Kyo Kusunagi's suspicions. So he thought to himself, so it really is these 3. Right now, the 3 of us are living out the scene in King of Fighters, Destiny, where the Japan team meets Terry for the first time. At first, Seiya had assumed that My Shiranui's DLC would only load the storyline from Fatal Fury. He hadn't expected it to be King of Fighters, Destiny instead. But wait, something was off. The billboard nearby didn't have a giant, sultry photo of My Shiranui. Actually, that was a relief. Seiya was no Andy, the king of cuckolds, who enjoyed flaunting Mai's photos for the whole world to see. However, there was one problem. Seiya and his friends had never received an invitation to KOF. The 3 of them were simply here to cause trouble for Geese Howard. According to the plot of King of Fighters, Destiny, which is essentially KOF 94, this was the very first King of Fighters tournament, organized by none other than Terry's nemesis, Geese Howard. Geese Howard is the undisputed kingpin of Southtown, with immense wealth and a powerful criminal underworld at his command. He's also a formidable fighter, in his own right, which is why he spared no expense to host this grand tournament, inviting fighters from all over the world to Southtown to compete. Geese Howard's intentions, of course, were far from the simple idea of making friends through martial arts. He was clearly scheming something far more sinister behind the scenes. But in truth, it didn't really matter. Now that Seiya had arrived, whatever plot Geese Howard was hatching would surely be disrupted. In fact, there was even a question as to whether the KOF tournament could proceed as planned. My name is Seiya. This is my friend, Joe Higashi, and this is my younger brother, Terry. Though Seiya's mind was filled with thoughts, he didn't let it delay his introduction. Your younger brother? Benimaru Nikaido was clearly puzzled. After all, Seiya was from China, while his so-called brother looked unmistakably Western, but no one bothered to explain. We're martial artists, I suppose, though none of us are well known. We're not here to participate in KOF, though if the chance arises, we wouldn't mind watching. After speaking, Sui exchanged contact information with Kyo Kusanagi, then prepared to leave. Suddenly, Kyo Kusanagi spoke up. I've heard there's a cafeteria dojo in Southtown. Want to check it out with me, Brother Su? We still have things to do, so we'll have to pass for now. You go ahead, Brother Kyo. Sui nodded politely, then led his companions away. Behind them, Kyo Kusanagi's fingers twitched awkwardly. It's Kusanagi, not just Kyo. Southtown was vast, but finding Geese Howard wasn't hard. As the city's reigning overlord, there wasn't a single person who didn't know his name. At the very heart of the city, Geese Howard had built a towering skyscraper, the Howard Global Trade Center, serving as his headquarters and a testament to his dominance. Of course, most people preferred to simply call it Geese Tower. Though Su Yi and his companions had come seeking revenge, they weren't reckless enough to storm the place head-on. Before making any move, they needed to gather as much information on Geese Howard as possible. After stopping at the cemetery to pay respects to Jeff on behalf of Old Sue, the three of them made their way together to Geese Tower. As the city's landmark, Geese Tower was always bustling, with office workers coming and going and tourists stopping to take photos. But today it was more lively than ever. At the entrance, three men were locked in a fierce scuffle, drawing a huge crowd of onlookers. One, wielding a staff, was Billy Kane, the fighting champion of Southtown, Geese Howard's top enforcer and most loyal hound. Another, barefoot and dressed in an orange GI, was Ryo Sakazaki from the local Kyokujiria dojo, known as the Invincible Dragon, whose signature move, the Tiger Flame Punch, was a dragon's might in a tiger's form. And the third, none other than Benimura Nikaido, whom Suye's group had encountered at the airport. Su Yi and his companions had only come to scout the area. They had no intention of getting involved in the clash. They simply watched for a moment, exchanged a distant nod with Kyo Kusanagi, and quietly left the scene. Night had fallen by the time Su Yi and his two companions arrived at a bar near Geese Tower called Muse. Three grown men visiting a nightclub at night. Of course, they weren't there for any shady business or to pick up strangers. They were proper men, and everything they did was for work. Bars were a melting pot of all sorts, making them the perfect place to gather information. Besides, this particular bar happened to be owned by Geese Howard himself. That's right, exactly so. With looks and outfits like theirs, it was obvious they fit the aesthetic that appealed to the bar's gentlemen. Down below, the regulars had already begun, whispering and spreading rumors about supposed intentions and hidden glances. Yet, the woman on stage seemed unfazed. Clearly, she was used to this kind of life. It wasn't until Su Yi walked through the bar's entrance that the woman's expression shifted ever so slightly. Her gaze lingered on Su Yi, but then followed Terry, trailing after him for a full 5 seconds before reluctantly turning away. Su Yi pretended not to notice, heading straight for a booth. Dong Zhang made his way to the billiards table, while Terry took a seat at the bar. Their roles were clearly divided. When the song ended, the singer made a beeline for Terry, striking up a conversation. Su Yi didn't react to this. The woman's name was Angelina, Geese Howard's adopted daughter. If Terry interacted with her, they might be able to gather some useful intel. Moreover, according to the lore of the King of Fighters, Angelina and Terry had grown up together. She recognized him, though he didn't remember her. She loved him, but he didn't dare to love her back. In the end, their story spiraled into a melodramatic tragedy where she sacrificed herself for him. Shaking his head, Su Yi glanced around, searching for any leads worth investigating. That's when he noticed a rather familiar figure. It was a tall, blonde young woman in a red, sleeveless, tight crop top, paired with blue-violet utility pants adorned with star patterns on the sides. A wide decorative belt hung loosely around her waist. In both the Fatal Fury and King of Fighter storylines, this outfit was iconic. It could only be Blue Mary. In the games, she later became Terry's ambiguous love interest, though their relationship never quite reached fruition. More than friends, not quite lovers. So here they were, Terry's first love and his possible future flame, both in the same place. What was this supposed to mean? Was fate arranging a love triangle showdown for Terry ahead of schedule? Su Yi felt that, as the older brother, he couldn't just stand by and watch Terry stumble into this emotional battlefield without lending a hand. He had to step up and shoulder the risk of getting caught in the crossfire himself. That's what being a big brother was all about. Of course, barging in to strike up a conversation would only make things worse. He needed to wait for the right moment. And in a nightclub like this, such opportunities were bound to come. As expected, Su Yi didn't have to wait long. A few men, clearly drunk, passed by Blue Mary's side. One of them leaned right in toward her, muttering something under his breath while his hand reached directly for her. Blue Mary frowned and pushed the man away, but he wouldn't take no for an answer. His persistence grew until he was about to get physical. Sui let out a helpless sigh. Sure enough, it seemed that all thugs around the world were cut from the same cloth. Give them a few drinks and they forget who they are. Just because they have a bit of money, they think they can do whatever they please. If they can't flirt successfully, they lash out. In an ordinary world, Sui would probably have had no choice but to call the police and snap a few photos as evidence. After all, he was just a regular guy. No special skills, with family to protect. But here, even though he knew Blue Mary wouldn't really be bullied by these drunken louts, Sui couldn't just stand by and do nothing. At the very moment the thug raised his hand to strike Mary, and she, frowning, was bracing herself to fight back, a shadow flashed past. The thug howled in pain, his body flying several meters through the air before crashing into a distant wall. Blood covered his sure enough, so you didn't have to wait long before a group of men, clearly drunk, passed by Blue Mary. One of them leaned right into her, muttering something under his breath, as his hand reached straight for her. Blue Mary frowned and pushed the man away, but he refused to give up, becoming even more aggressive, and in the end, was about to lay hands on her. Sui let out a helpless sigh. As expected, hooligans are the same everywhere. Give them a bit of alcohol, and they forget who they are, thinking that a little money gives them license to do as they please. When flirting doesn't work, they even resort to violence. In an ordinary world, Sui might have simply called the police and taken a few pictures for evidence. After all, he was just a regular person, unable to defend himself, with family he needed to protect. But here, even though he knew Blue Mary wouldn't really be bullied by these thugs, Sui still couldn't just sit back and watch. Just as the thug raised his hand to strike Mary, and as Mary narrowed her eyes, ready to fight back, a shadow flashed past. The thug let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was sent flying several meters, crashing into a distant wall, his face bloodied as he passed out cold. The 8 others in the thug's gang stood nearby, momentarily baffled by what had happened. But with the alcohol fueling them, they roared and charged forward, shouting at the top of their lungs. Seeing the numbers against them, Mary shifted her shoulders, ready to jump in and help. But Suye's large hand landed on her shoulder a moment sooner. It's just a small matter, leave it to me. Before the words had even faded, Suyi strode forward. He lifted his leg. Kick, kick, kick. He didn't want to dirty his hands with these shameless thugs, so he delivered a solid kick to each of them. No exceptions, not even the 2 women among them, sending every last one crashing into the wall. Having finished, Suyi calmly sat back down beside Mary, a refined smile on his face. Would you mind buying me a drink? The corners of Mary's mouth lifted instantly. I would mind. Seeing the shock on Suye's face, Mary burst out laughing. Waiter, bring me 2 bottles of liquor. 1 glass isn't nearly enough. The last part was directed at Suyi. I was half expecting you to have them roll over a whole barrel, Suyi joked with a shrug. As he spoke, he caught sight of Angelia in the distance. She'd taken advantage of the chaos to steal a kiss from Terry. Well, that little vixen is surprisingly bold. Mary glanced over too, her tone tinged with intrigue. So, are you here for Miss Angelia as well? Now that you've seen her getting cozy with another man, are you jealous? Suyi shook his head. First of all, that guy's my brother. Even if the 2 of them got married, I'd only be happy for them. Second, as far as I'm concerned, that Angelina, whether it's her temperament or her looks, doesn't compare to you. No sooner had he finished speaking than Suyi raised his eyebrows in surprise, as a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The beautiful coach card's subcard effect has been triggered. You have gained a private detective girlfriend. Character, Blue Mary. Current favorability, 20. Kind reminder, there's no such thing as learning too much, only talking too much. Your thirst for knowledge has opened the door to a whole new world for you. Young man, do you still remember the dreams you once had? Suyi was dumbfounded, completely and utterly dumbfounded. So, the girlfriend card could actually trigger a subcard effect? This is incredible. Doesn't that mean if it triggers, 1 card is as good as 2? But what's with this business about childhood dreams? Suyi tried to recall. He remembered, back when he watched girl group dances as a kid, he did have a dream. Well, System, you really are something. You even know this. Thinking things through, Suyi soon found a reasonable explanation for the system's subcard effect. The coach girlfriend card, in other words a My Shiranui card, was able to trigger the subcard effect because Suyi had learned Terry's abilities in advance. He even gave Terry a new outfit and used him as if he were Terry himself. There was nothing wrong with that. Plus, since Terry was caught up with his first love, Angelina, Suyi had approached Mary first, which is why the subcard effect activated. If that's the case, then there's a lot of room to maneuver. In the future, he could bypass the limit on girlfriend cards and develop even more practical girlfriends. Ahem. For the sake of his kidneys, it's probably best not to trigger the subcard effect at will. After all, Suyi was a good guy. He just wanted to get stronger with the help of the system. Girlfriends and such didn't really interest him that much. Besides, he was face blind. He couldn't even tell who was pretty and who wasn't. The waiters soon brought over their drinks. As for those troublemaking thugs, security had already dragged them out a long time ago. They didn't even charge for the 2 bottles. Mary poured a glass of wine, clinked it with Seiya's, and the two exchanged a smile before downing it in one go. The law against drinking under the age of 2? Let's just forget about that. In the distance, Angelina also pulled Terry down to sit with her. They had known each other since childhood, but a misunderstanding had driven them apart. Angelina had always held Terry in her heart, and now that she finally saw him again, there was no way she'd let him slip away so easily. After that passionate kiss, just now, the atmosphere between the two quickly grew ambiguous. Honestly, it felt like things were about to get so heated, you wouldn't bat an eye if they both dashed off to the bathroom together. Unfortunately, Terry was just far too innocent for any of that. Over by the pool table, Dong Zhang glanced at Seiya, then at Terry, then at the cluster of burly men standing nearby. Suddenly, he couldn't help but feel like he was completely unnecessary here. Hey, let's have a match. Loser has to drop their pants and bark like a dog. Dong Zhang was exasperated, so he whipped out his ultimate move. He wouldn't dare actually bark like a dog, but when it came to dropping his pants, he'd never lost a bet yet. Meanwhile, Seiya was sharing drinks and chit-chatting with Mary. Their rapport swiftly rose to 40, and through their conversation, Seiya began to glean more about Mary's background. Mary had just turned 8, roughly a year younger than Seiya, and she still had another year of high school left. Though she hadn't graduated yet, Mary already had plans for her future. She wanted to become a detective, a private investigator like Sherlock Holmes. To prepare for this, she'd been learning all sorts of grappling and fighting techniques from her father, who, rumor had it, was now a bodyguard for the president. Actually, even if you hadn't stepped in just now, I could have handled it myself. Seiya had no trouble believing her. Anyone who's played King of Fighters has been thrown by her before. After all, she's got a reputation for being a master of bone setting, her grappling skills 100 times more authentic than anything Seiya had learned. I know, I just can't stand seeing guys try to gang up on a woman. Whenever I see the kind of thing, I can't help but step in. Seiya's righteous indignation struck a chord with Mary, and her affection for him grew even more. By the way, I've been working as a trainee detective lately. Want to join me on a case? Trainee detective? Seiya chuckled. With Geese Howard running North Town, I think the locals would be pretty tough. What sort of cases could a detective possibly get here? He said this deliberately to steer the conversation in the direction he wanted. Seiya needed to dig up some dirt on Geese Howard, and Mary, as a fearless rookie detective, just might have the goods. Sure enough, Mary leaned in and whispered, "You really think Geese Howard is as clean as he looks? Just another successful businessman? Trust me, there's a mountain of skeletons in his closet. They just haven't been unearthed yet." Seiya smiled. I don't buy it. Maybe it was the alcohol, but Mary instantly got fired up. You don't believe me? Fine, I'll prove it to you. Come on. With that, she grabbed Seiya by the hand and marched straight out of the bar. In the distance, Terry was busy fending off Angelina's flirtatious teasing, while Dong Zhou shot him a look that said, "Don't worry, I won't tell Xiao Wu," before lowering his head to focus intently on his own game. Seeing this, Seiya could only give up, helplessly abandoning his plan to rope the two of them in as accomplices. He followed behind Mary, heading out of the bar. Outside, night had fallen deep and the streets were nearly empty. Standing in the middle of the road, a gust of wind blew against them, clearing some of the alcohol haze from Mary's mind. Her reason returned, and a flicker of regret crossed her face for her earlier impulsiveness. She was just about to suggest to Seiya, maybe we should do this another day. But at that very moment, a massive truck, like something out of Transformers movie, screeched to a halt right in front of them. The driver, from his perch, unleashed a string of curses, while the side of the trailer bore the bold words, "Geese Howard Hotel." It was as if someone had handed you a pillow just as you were dozing off. And not just any pillow, but one that fit perfectly beneath your head. How could you not take the opportunity to get some sleep? A few minutes later, the truck was on the move again, but this time Seiya was behind the wheel, and Mary was in the back, checking the cargo. Hey, Wild Sue, do you know what I just found? Contraband. I knew it. There's definitely something fishy about Geese Howard. I just knew it. As the truck rumbled on, Mary spoke to Seiya through a wireless earpiece, the kind she insisted on bringing along as an essential tool for any rookie private detective. "Looks like you were right," Seiya replied calmly. He had known all along. Geese Howard was using the hotel's catering trucks to smuggle black crystal, a forbidden substance capable of inducing hallucinations and turning people against even their closest kin, driving them to violence. But Mary was now fired up. "I need to take pictures for evidence. Just this alone is enough to get Geese Howard in serious legal trouble." But I don't think that's enough. We need to dig deeper, find out exactly what these contraband items are made of and what they do. If we can expose that, Geese Howard is finished. Yee, we're going to be famous. Do you realize that? If we can take down Geese Howard, we'll be the most renowned detectives in Northtown. No, in all of America. Think about it. TV interviews, instant stardom. We'll be rich. Whether they get rich or not, Seiya wasn't so sure. But getting discovered? That was a guarantee. With something this crucial in the back of the truck, even a fool could tell that Geese Howard would be keeping a close watch. As expected, the moment they passed through the gates, their truck was stopped by a group of men. At the front stood Billy Kane, the ever-loyal watchdog, brandishing his staff. Billy Kane really was Geese Howard's most useful hound. So useful, it seemed he was the only reliable lackey Geese had. The rest of the men might as well have been trash. Yet Seiya couldn't shake a lingering question from his mind. Billy Kane was known as the king of staves. His long staff, which could split into 3 sections, was wielded with such mastery that it seemed almost magical. But this raised an interesting question. If someone managed to take that staff away from him, would Billy Kane still be able to fight? Or would he fall from hero to mere foot soldier? Seiya had never seen this happen before, so he was determined to find out for himself. The car pulled through the gates, and it was time for inspection. Billy Kane personally led his men to open the trunk. But just as they swung the door open, a small metal canister suddenly tumbled to the ground at their feet. What's this? Billy Kane and his men glanced down, only to see thick white smoke billowing out from inside the canister. Is that a smoke bomb? Damn! Billy Kane had just realized something was wrong when a figure darted toward them through the haze. The smoke obscured the person's face, but it hardly mattered. Anyone bold enough to toss a smoke bomb could only be an enemy. The only thing to do was to fight. Spinning his staff with a flourish, Billy Kane thrust it forward, aiming straight at the shadowy figure. But in the blink of an eye, he felt a sudden lightness in his hands. The staff was gone. What the? In all his years of brawling, the self-styled king of staves had never encountered someone who'd snatch his weapon right out of his grip. He was momentarily at a loss. And just then, a streak of red and blue shot out from the car's interior. That figure leapt right above Billy Kane's head, landing upright and trapping his neck between 2 powerful legs. Then, with explosive core strength and agility, she executed a backflip followed by a twisting 800-degree spin. Watching this display, Seiya felt his own lower back twinge in sympathy. Billy Kane was yanked airborne, spun in a wide arc, and slammed down with a thunderous crash onto the concrete. From the other side, Mary scrambled to her feet. Seiya couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth in amusement. This move, Mary Typhoon, always looked a little reckless. Before she threw her opponent, she'd fling herself to the ground as well. While her landing wasn't as brutal as her opponent's, it was still jarring, especially for a girl, and one as fierce as Mary. It was hard not to worry she might hurt herself with a crash like that. But seeing how easily Mary sprang up, Seiya realized his concern was unwarranted. Well, you're pretty quick on your feet, fast boy ye. Mary strolled over to Seiya, glancing at the dozen or so henchmen sprawled unconscious on the ground. She couldn't help but tease him with a laugh. Seiya sighed. You'll pay for that comment, in blood. Mary just shrugged, unconcerned. Then she turned her sparkling gaze toward Geese Tower nearby. Come on, since we're already here, and everyone outside is down for the count. Why not take this chance and go big? Seiya had no objections to this plan, but considering the commotion they had just caused, entering Geese Tower through the main entrance was out of the question. Follow me. Seiya grabbed Mary's hand and led her straight to the base of the wall, finding a shadowy corner where no one would notice them, and where even a bit of noise wouldn't easily carry. Then, without warning, he wrapped his arm tightly around Mary's waist. Ew. Mary tensed up, feeling a little flustered. Wasn't this moving a bit too fast? She hadn't even had time to prepare herself. All those boys at school who had chased after her for so long never even got a second glance. And now, here she was. Mary was just about to say, "Be gentle," when she suddenly felt herself lift off the ground. So this is what the seniors meant by soaring into the clouds, drifting through the air. Caught up in the exhilarating sensation of flight, Mary couldn't help but lose herself in the moment. Then, she heard Seiya's voice right by her ear. "We've arrived. Could you let go of my waist?" Mary quickly drew her legs back, a habit from her usual fighting stance, and only then did she realize they'd reached a dizzying height, apparently the rooftop of Geese Tower. Impressive skills. You got me up here in no time, and pretty fast at that. Looks like I underestimated you before. Fast hands ye. Seiya stowed away his grappling hook, the urge to make Mary pay for her teasing now even stronger. Down below, the commotion by the trucks had drawn the attention of all the security forces in Geese Tower, so up here on the rooftop, no one seemed to be keeping watch. The two of them were free to have a look around. The rooftop was spacious, and the most striking feature was a massive boxing ring. Each corner was adorned with dragon-shaped sculptures, giving the place a distinct flavor of dragon country. Mary looked around in amazement. Wow, Geese Howard really is a fighting fanatic. Not only does he host the KOF tournament, but he's even turned his own rooftop into a boxing ring. Though, I wonder why there's no canopy. Doesn't he worry about fighting under the scorching sun or slipping when it rains? Seiya shook his head. It's a great design. Geese Howard is a real man. A real man fears neither the sun nor a slippery ring. Is that so? Huh. Mary rolled her eyes. Can't believe you're defending Geese Howard now. Whose side are you on, anyway? I'm just calling it like I see it, Seiya replied with a laugh, silently adding, if you'd like, I can be on your side anytime. Just then, a deep, gravelly voice of an old man suddenly cut through the night from nearby. So, you two are the ones stirring up trouble at Geese Tower tonight? The unexpected voice made Mary jump, but Seiya instinctively stepped forward, shielding her behind him. The man stood beneath the neon lights on the rooftop. The shadows cast by the lights concealed him from Mary's notice, but Seiya had sensed his presence from the very beginning. That was why he'd positioned himself between Mary and the stranger well in advance. So, you're the owner of this Geese Tower, Geese Howard? Seiya turned to face Geese Howard, his voice low and steady. Geese Howard stepped forward, emerging from the pool of neon light. He neither answered nor denied the accusation. This isn't a playground for children. If you leave now, I can pretend none of this ever happened. Perhaps it was the instinct of seasoned fighter, but Geese Howard could sense the formidable aura radiating from Seiya. Instead of attacking outright, he flicked a white envelope toward them. This is an invitation to the KOF tournament. If you're interested, you're most welcome to join. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Geese Howard's mouth. Strong fighters were always a welcome addition. After all, the stronger they were, the more useful they'd become once the black crystal took control. They would become the fiercest of hounds. But Seiya had no intention of accepting this invitation. Geese Howard, do you still remember Jeff Bogard? Seiya asked, his voice tinged with a half-smile. Jeff? Geese Howard's eyes narrowed. So it's you. Are you that lover of hers from the Dragon Kingdom? Before Seiya could retort, Geese Howard dismissed his own notion with a scoff. No, that can't be right. Jeff's lover is a short, balding, rather ugly man. Looks nothing like you. You can't be him. A vein throbbed on Seiya's forehead. Old Sue might not have possessed Seiya's stunning looks, but he was certainly above average. Calling him ugly was simply too much. And the whole short, balding man thing, Geese Howard was just being malicious and spiteful. Of course, some of this stemmed from Geese Howard's prejudices as a foreigner toward people from the Dragon Kingdom. Maybe, too, there was a touch of personal jealousy towards Old Sue. After all, his own junior sister, who was quite attractive, had ended up with Old Sue. No matter how he looked at it, Geese Howard couldn't bring himself to like Old Sue. If his junior sister had chosen him instead, wouldn't the Master's legacy have belonged to him as well? Don't flatter yourself. I'm not anyone special to Jeff. I just don't like you, and I'm here to cause you some trouble. As soon as Seiya finished speaking, he launched a fiery punch straight at Geese Howard's face. Geese Howard's expression changed instantly. Bajiquin. You practice Bajiquin? Given Geese Howard's current position, anyone who dared come looking for trouble was either seeking revenge or wanted to purge the Bajiquin school. He was well aware of this. And the man before him, he just might be here for both reasons. Since that's the case, there was really nothing left to hesitate about. Just get on with it. Raging Storm. Facing Seiya's attack, Geese Howard raised both hands, gathering his energy, then slammed them down onto the ground with tremendous force. Instantly, countless blue-violet energy storms erupted beneath his feet, surging upward like a colossal eruption. In the King of Fighters, Destiny, during Geese Howard's final showdown with Terry astonishingly shattered Geese's ultimate move. The Raging Storm, with nothing more than a basic burning knuckle, and even sent him flying off the building with a single punch. That ending was, at any rate, quite unexpected. Now, Seiya was also using Burning Knuckle against Geese's Raging Storm, and the outcome was just as surprising to Mary, who was watching from the sidelines. Geese Howard's ultimate move was truly overwhelming. That swirling storm of energy, spanning 6 or 7 meters across and towering more than 2 meters high, was so intimidating that Mary didn't even dare to charge forward. But Seiya, blazing with unstoppable fiery power, simply ignored the storm's damage, charged straight through, and landed a punch squarely on Geese Howard's chest. With the superhuman strength of Spider-Man layered atop the force of the Burning Knuckle, this punch made Geese Howard feel as if his chest were being torn apart. He was gasping for breath, his insides roiling so fiercely he nearly coughed up bile. And that punch was only the beginning. Seiya followed up with a Shoryuken, launching Geese Howard into the air with a powerful kick, then leapt up and unleashed a series of brutal blows aimed right at Geese's midsection. A relentless combo, chaining one move after another with reckless abandon. And finally, he finished with his own ultimate move, Energy Geyser. By the time Seiya ended his assault and Geese Howard came crashing down from above, he was in no condition to get up. After being criticized countless times by readers for being a strength-type hero, Seiya had finally proved himself through action. With Spider-Man's incredible power, combined with the techniques of Gwen and Bone Law, plus the boost of inner energy, a continuous combo like this really could be deadly. Even against a boss-level opponent like Geese Howard. Geese didn't even need to fall off a building. His energy simply dissipated, and he was gone from this world. You killed someone? Next to him, Mary was frozen in shock. She was, after all, only an 8-year-old student. Though she aspired to become a private detective, she had never imagined she'd witness death so soon. And the one who died was none other than Geese Howard, the overlord of Northtown, a man of unparalleled strength and status. Seiya himself was a bit surprised by the outcome, though in some sense, it seemed inevitable. If Terry could fly into a rage and kill Geese Howard after Angelina's death, then with Spider-Man's foundation, why couldn't Seiya do the same? If you want to blame someone, blame Geese Howard for daring to insult old Sue's looks just now, which made Seiya fly into a rage. That's why, unlike Spider-Man, he didn't hold back his punches this time. That's right, that flurry of attacks, just now, it was for old Sue. But, right in front of someone like Mary, an intern private detective, killing a man outright is still hard to justify, no matter what. So Seiya took a step forward and, with a swift kick, sent Geese Howard's body tumbling off the building. Out of sight, out of mind, it was much easier not to see him anymore. After doing this, Seiya turned and walked toward Mary. He kept moving until he was right in front of her, so close that only the width of a billiard ball separated them, their breaths mingling in the air. Mary shuddered in fright, struggling to hold herself together so her legs wouldn't give out under the pressure. Would you like to hear a story? The story of Geese Howard and Jeff Bogard. Mary wanted to snap back. Who the hell wants to hear a murderer's story? But looking at Seiya's face, feeling the heat of his breath, she found herself nodding almost involuntarily. She quickly searched her heart for a plausible reason and then nodded again. More than 20 years ago, Geese Howard was an illegitimate son, cast out by his family, penniless and destitute. Later, in his desperation for strength, he found a master and learned Gwen. That's also where he met his junior apprentice, Jeff. But Geese Howard's heart was twisted. He would stop at nothing to get what he wanted. In the end, their master chose to pass the legacy to Jeff. For years after that, Geese Howard used what he'd learned to carve out his own territory in Northtown. I don't need to go into the details. You, as a private detective, probably know them better than I do. Yet, even after gaining power and influence, Geese Howard was never satisfied. His obsession with the master's legacy never faded. For that obsession, he killed Jeff. And that Jeff, the one Geese mentioned earlier, he was my father. Seiya laid out the story simply and clearly, then lowered his head and looked at Mary with genuine eyes. Now, do you still think I'm just a cold-blooded killer with no reason? Mary shook her head at once. If all this was true, then Seiya wasn't a murderer at all. In fact, he was a hero, avenging his mother's death. Given the relationship between old Sue and Jeff, calling it revenge for his mother wasn't unreasonable, either. But, so what do we do now? It looks like we're surrounded down below. Mary spoke in a low voice, no longer able to meet Seiya's gaze. For a girl her age, stories of avenging her mother and slaying demons carry an overwhelming allure. Mary feared that if she kept watching, she wouldn't be able to hold herself back. She might just throw herself into the fray. Don't worry, I've got a way, Seiya said, his face calm and confident. As he spoke, he naturally slipped an arm around Mary's waist, just like he had when they went upstairs earlier. Close your eyes. No matter what happens, don't open them until I say so. Seiya's tone was gentle and reassuring. Okay. Mary obediently followed his instructions, and just as she had before, she instinctively wrapped herself around his waist. Then, with one arm supporting Mary, Seiya leapt boldly from the rooftop of Geese Tower. Not far from Geese Tower, on a nearby street, Seiya let go of his web and set Mary down safely by the roadside. They were close to the bar they just left. From here, Mary could easily make her way back. Tonight, the two of them had been through a lot. Frankly, if emotions led them to a deeper connection, it wouldn't be out of place at all. Given Blue Mary's straightforward, unreserved American personality, she probably wouldn't say no either. After all, their relationship had already heated up to a level of 60. A little friends with benefits moment now would only strengthen their bond. But Seiya had other matters to attend to. He wasn't the type to have a fling with Mary and then coldly walk away as if nothing had happened. Only by connecting hearts before bodies could they truly become one, finding deeper satisfaction. So for now, he'd keep nurturing their closeness, letting things unfold naturally when the time was right. Besides, there were still tasks to be done. Geese Howard was dead, and with his vast fortune up for grabs, Seiya felt it was only right to claim a share, not for himself, but for Terry as compensation for his mother's death. In addition, Seiya was quite intrigued by those illegal goods, the Black Crystal. Regardless of how the Black Crystal came to be, its ability to drive people into a violent frenzy, attacking everyone around them, made it an ideal tool for creating chaos. While its effects were different from the fear toxin used by Scarecrow in Batman Begins, its potential for causing mayhem was even greater. Getting his hands on some and turning it into a special weapon for his Batman identity wasn't a bad idea. Who knew when it might come in handy? There was another reason Seiya wanted to track down the Black Crystal. Where did it come from? According to the storyline of the King of Fighters, Destiny, it was stolen by Mature, one of the 8 Hakushu of the Orochi clan, and then delivered to Geese Howard. So, as long as Seiya made off with this batch of Black Crystals, Maiju would definitely come after him to investigate her missing goods. And what about Weiss, the other member of the 8 elites, who was practically inseparable from Maiju? It's worth remembering that when Maiju and Weiss first appeared, it was as secretaries, both of them, and not just any secretaries, but the exceptionally capable kind. Up to now, Seiya, who happens to be a major shareholder of the Osborne Group, hasn't had the chance to play secretary himself, ahem. Taking advantage of the chaos that had erupted at Geese Tower, when no one was paying any attention to a battered old catering truck, Seiya slipped back in, hauled away the safe from Geese Howard's office, slipped past the guards, and drove off with the catering truck. Afterwards, he contacted the Osborne Group staff in New Mexico through Harry, arranging for the contraband in the truck to be whisked away overnight and delivered straight into Dr. Fox's hands in New York. Only after all this was done did Seiya return to Muse Bar. Inside the bar, it seemed that Terry and Dong Zhang, having caught wind of the trouble at Geese Tower, had run off to see what all the fuss was about. But what really surprised Seiya was that Mary was still there, not having left. Huh, you're still here? It's so late. Won't your family be worried? Seiya walked over and sat down beside her. Mary looked at him, shook her head with a faint, wistful smile. I've never had a mother since I was little, and my father is always busy with work over in D.C. I hardly ever see him. So, whether I go home or not, it doesn't really make a difference. I see. Seiya nodded, and then, on a sudden impulse, invited her. How about coming with me to New York for a bit? It's close to D.C. You could drop by and visit your father while you're there. Hearing this, Mary was clearly tempted, though Seiya started to feel a headache coming on. After all, in New York, there was Gwen, Mai Shiranui, and a Catwoman who had yet to make her appearance. Now, if he brought Mary along too, was he really going to have all 4 of them sit down and play mahjong together? Still, what's said is said. There's no taking it back now. Besides, it's just 4 people. Surely he could handle it, right? The death of Geese Howard sent shockwaves through all of Northtown. After all, he was the undisputed overlord of the entire area. Both in the open and behind the scenes, he ruled like a king. The sudden, violent end of someone like that was bound to spark massive upheaval in both the underworld and the law-abiding world. As for the scramble over Geese Howard's assets and territory after his death, Seiya had no intention of getting involved. He already had more than enough money. And as for the safe he'd lug out of Geese Howard's office, once he cracked it open, he simply handed everything inside over to Terry, as compensation for his mother, so to speak. At a glance, these items were easily worth tens of millions. At the very least, Terry didn't turn down this fortune. He'd grown up with little, and now, as a boy without a mother, he decided to use the money to open a welfare home for children like himself, those who had lost their mothers. Seiya wholeheartedly supported this idea. Terry hadn't been able to take his own revenge, leaving a lingering sense of unrest in his heart. Having something meaningful to do might help him find peace. But beyond property and territory, Geese Howard's death brought an even more pressing issue to the fore that needed to be resolved. That was the KOF tournament. Invitations for the KOF tournament had already been sent, and many of the invited fighters were traveling from all over the world to Southtown. Now, with the tournament's founder suddenly dead, the question loomed, would the event go ahead? An even bigger concern, what about the appearance fees for participants? Some fighters had come solely for that 5-figure payout. For instance, there was King, who'd called Mai Shiranui over to London and was now preparing for the long journey from London to Southtown. Seiya, knowing the situation with King, called ahead and asked Mai to take King and her ailing brother to New York. With his newfound wealth, Seiya was confident, if money could fix an illness, it was no longer a real problem. As for the teams already in Southtown, Seiya made a point to visit the psychic team from Dragon Country, took a photo with Idol, singer Athena, and invited their leader, Chin Jinsai, to bring the team to New York to catch up with his old friend, Tung Fu Ru. These two elders, both grandmasters in their own right, knew each other well and had always had a good relationship. Yet, just as everyone was preparing to leave Southtown, one night, a dazzling rainbow streak suddenly shot down from the sky, crashing into the enchanting mirage in the nearby desert. Watching that radiant flash, Sui finally understood why Southtown had always felt so oddly familiar to him. New Mexico, the enchanting mirage. Wasn't this the very spot where Thor and his hammer first landed? With the timing just right, and fate placing him in the middle of things, he knew he had to go check it out. It was true. The rich take up martial arts, while the poor take up literature. Most great fighters, it seemed, were well-off folks with too much time on their hands. Old Bridgetown was a small settlement in the New Mexico desert, home to only a few hundred residents. Towns like this were scattered across the sands, surviving off gas stations or certain secretive third industries. But today, Old Bridgetown had suddenly come alive. Throngs of thrill-seekers from all around the region piled into cars and caravaned to the spot, eager to see what all the fuss was about. Last night, accompanied by that dazzling arc of rainbow light, a hammer crashed into the desert like a falling meteor, carving out a massive crater. According to eyewitnesses, the hammer looked to be nothing more than an ordinary-sized tool. Yet no matter how strong or burly the man, not a single person could lift it. They even tried dragging it with a car, but it wouldn't budge an inch. But the more people talked about it, the more it drew crowds. Among those who came, there were even elderly folks in their 80s or 90s, their hair completely white. When Su Yi and his companions arrived, what they saw was a scene straight out of a comic. Countless idle onlookers trying to tow Thor's hammer with their cars. One of the drivers behind the wheel of the pickup truck was someone Su Yi recognized. It was Old Lee, the librarian from Zhongqing High School. "Fancy seeing you here, Uncle Lee." Su Yi walked over to greet him. They had just met a few days ago at the graduation ceremony and exchanged a few words. Old Lee, sitting in his pickup with the rear bumper torn off, helplessly pulled over to the side of the road and glanced at Su Yi. "School's out for the holidays, so I thought I'd go sightseeing. But you, kid, shouldn't you be at home working hard on your writing and your comics? What are you doing out here chasing the excitement?" Su Yi instantly felt a wave of embarrassment. "Uncle Lee, those Batman and Spider-Man comics, they're not mine. I just happened to see them online, really. Let me explain. Uncle Lee, wait." But Old Lee, perhaps hard of hearing or maybe just ignoring him, drove off in his pickup, leaving the bumper behind, shaking his head as he went. These young hacks nowadays, no professionalism at all, no future. Su Yi, left standing awkwardly, turned and rejoined his group. He even forgot to remind Old Lee not to drink soda at his age, especially the Brazilian brands. By now, apart from my Chernui's team, who had gone straight to New York, and the American team, known for their steroid-fueled strength, the other 6 teams out of the 8 fighting squads had all arrived. A dozen or so fighters stood at a distance, eyeing Thor's hammer with a spark of anticipation in their eyes. "This thing looks really mysterious. Could it be some kind of treasure, like the Kusanagi?" Benimura Nikaido nudged Kyo Kusanagi, whispering softly. And the Kusanagi sword, also known as the Aim no Murakumo, was the Kusanagi heirloom, an ancestral relic of Kyo's family. When it came to magical artifacts, Kyo was certainly an authority. But Kyo just shook his head, indicating he wasn't sure either. Still, he admitted it did feel possible. If that's the case, then there's probably a special condition required to lift the hammer. If you don't meet it, not even a crane could move an inch. Kyo Kusanagi hadn't even finished speaking when Chang Kohan, who always lumbered around with chains and a massive iron ball wherever he went, swaggered right up to the hammer and reached out to grab it. Oomph! Chang summoned every ounce of his strength, his face turning bright red from the effort. But the hammer didn't budge an inch. Damn it! Chang, never known for his patience, was a hot-headed convict prone to fits of rage. Losing his temper at once, he looped his heavy chain around the hammer's handle and began swinging his iron ball. Some curious soul had once done the math on that iron ball Chang carried everywhere. At a towering 227 centimeters tall, if you calculated proportionally, the iron ball's diameter would be about 60 centimeters. Using the formula for volume, V equals 4/3 asterisk pi r caret 3. It worked out to roughly 0.3 cubic meters. Given iron's density of 7,860 kilograms per cubic meter, the ball came out to a staggering 888 kilograms. No need for a sale price, no discounts, an iron ball weighing 888 kilograms, and Chang carried it around like it was nothing. That was Chang's daily reality, hauling that monstrous chunk of iron everywhere, striding with ease, launching himself into tackles, even swinging the ball overhead with one hand like a hammer thrower. It would take several times the strength of the ball itself to handle it so skillfully. More impressively, The fighters who had taken hits from that iron ball would often get back up as if nothing had happened, ready to keep fighting. After seeing all this, do you still think the fighters in King of Fighters are leagues apart from Spider-Man's 20-ton pulling power? Are they really so incomparable? With the chain secured, Chong started spinning the iron ball like a hammer thrower, then released it. The massive iron sphere hurtled through the air with a deep whoosh. This guy's an absolute beast. The onlookers couldn't help but comment. That iron ball was so huge that several of them together wouldn't be able to move it. Yet this fat man just hurled it as if it were nothing. Was it secretly just a plastic prop painted to look like metal? While everyone watched in shock, the iron ball soared, the chain snapping taut with a harsh clattering. Yet, even with all that, the hammer remained completely immovable. Then, the ball, yanked back by the chain, rebounded straight into Chang's forehead. A metallic boom rang out, like an anvil being struck, sending Chong crashing to the ground. A few seconds later, he sat up, sheepishly rubbing his head, clutching the iron ball, and awkwardly shuffled back to Kim Kafwan's side. "Master, I can't move it." The crowd immediately understood, so it really was just a fake plastic ball, otherwise his skull would have been split open by now. Chang's failed attempt only reinforced Kyo Kusunagi's suspicion. Unless you were the chosen one, there was no way to lift that hammer. But perhaps, among these fighters, the one with the right destiny was already present. Everyone glanced at each other, then eagerly took turns, lining up to try their luck with the hammer. Yet, the results were, to say the least, disappointing. No one, not even Seiya, seemed to have any affinity with that hammer. Seiya, however, wasn't all that surprised. After all, even the little Spider-Man from the MCU couldn't lift it, so it made perfect sense that an imposter like him would fail as well. As for Batman, he had already melted into the shadows. Just as everyone was sighing in disappointment and getting ready to leave, Seiya suddenly noticed someone, a man who, ever since arriving, had done nothing but drink, doze, and nap in the corner, Master Zhen Yuanjai. While everyone else had been bustling to have a go at the hammer, Zhen Yuanjai had simply hiccuped from his wine and drifted off to sleep. "Master Zhen." Seiya walked over to him and gently nudged him awake. "Aren't you going to give the hammer a try?" Zhen Yuanjai's long, white hair hung over his face, making it impossible to tell if his eyes were open. He yawned and replied, "That's a game for the young. I'll sit this one out." "But Master Zhen, you're still active." Seiya grinned. Since 1994, he'd looked like a decrepit old man when he first joined KOF, and he'd been fighting all the way to KOF 2006, remaining an active contestant for more than 20 years. And now, the old man claimed he didn't want to play young folks' games? Sure enough, hearing Seiya's words, Zhen Yuanjai slowly got to his feet, shuffled over to the hammer in a wobbly 3-step stride, reached out, and calmly picked it up. He made it look as easy as grabbing a wine gourd. In that instant, everyone, including Seiya, was struck dumb with shock. "The one who draws the violet-green sword is my destined one. My destined one is a great hero. One day, he'll come for me in golden armor, riding on rainbow clouds." But if the fairy Xixia from A Chinese Odyssey discovered that the one who drew the sword was an 80-year-old man, hunched over, with a bulbous dringer's nose, who spent his days either napping or drinking, would she be happy? Or perhaps, she'd simply refuse to accept it? Of course, Mjolnir is not Xixia. It's just a hammer, and whoever wields it was predetermined by Odin. Whether it's a muscle-bound, giant, or a scruffy old man, as long as the heart is righteous, a true champion of justice, they can lift it and wield it at will. And Zhen Yuanjai, though he looked a bit shabby, truly was a man with a heart of justice. In the original ending of King of Fighters 94, the final boss Rubel Bernstein had this to say about Zhen Yuanjai's team: "The only team that fights not for personal desire." That's why Master Zhen Yuanjai is a true martial arts grandmaster. He is fearless in the face of evil because his sense of justice burns. In his heart, he sees through everything and cares little for appearances, following only his own nature and living true to himself. Strictly speaking, Athena Asamiya could have fit this role too, if only her character wasn't set as a Japanese girl. As the crowd watched in utter shock, Zhen Yuanjai remained utterly unfazed. He tossed the hammer in his hand a couple of times, as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. "TSK, this thing looks pretty decent. I bet I could trade it for a fair amount of wine," he remarked casually. With that, Zhen Yuanjai simply hung Thor's hammer at his waist, took a swig from his flask, and swaggered over to Seiya. "Hey, Xiaoyi, when are we heading to New York? It's been ages since I saw my old friends. I'm really starting to miss them." Though he sounded nonchalant, Seiya could sense a hint of urgency beneath Zhen Yuanjai's laid-back words. Sure, he missed his old friend a bit, but showing off his new toy was probably what excited him the most. After all those fighters who couldn't even budge the hammer. Yet this old man just picked it up and walked away effortlessly. Imagine him bringing it to New York, tossing it in front of old Tang, and old Hanzo, saying, "Look, Grandpa's picked up a little gift for you on the way. Have fun with it." The looks on old Tang and old Hanzo's faces, like they'd been constipated for days but just had to grin and bear it, would be absolutely priceless. Probably even more satisfying than downing half a bottle of baijiu in one go. Just picturing it made Jun Yuanjai impatient to get started. With Jun Yuanjai so eager to get to New York, and Suyi being a local with connections, he couldn't afford to drag his feet. He immediately booked tickets, and by the afternoon, they were already on a flight headed for New York. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were still racing to the scene. Thoro Dinson, the original owner of the hammer, had already been taken to a nearby hospital, strapped down and treated as a dangerous lunatic suffering from delusions and mania. A madman, incredibly strong and aggressive, who claimed to be a mythological god. They decided he needed the highest level of security the hospital could provide. But neither the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents nor Thor himself realized that the hammer they so desperately sought and longed for was already airborne, en route to New York. Thor had once hung his hammer on a coat rack, so traveling on a plane with Jun Yuanjai was the least of its worries. When Suyi left for New York, there were only 3 of them. But when they returned, their party had grown to 7, a much larger group. After landing, prodded by Jun Yuanjai's seemingly casual urging, Suyi hailed a cab and soon brought him straight to Tang Falu's Bajiquan dojo. The 3 old men launched into their usual banter, which Suyi wisely stayed out of. He had his own dilemma to deal with. What was he going to do about Mary? Going out for a fight. Not only did he leave my Shiranui behind, but he came back with a girl who was both charming and a bit wild. How was I supposed to feel about that? If things went poorly, this could easily turn into a love triangle straight out of soap opera. It's at times like this that the value of having loyal friends really shows. Joe Higashi was the first to clap Terry on the shoulder and announced loudly, "Terry, weren't you planning to take care of things at the orphanage? How about I show you around a bit? I know this area like the back of my hand." "Huh?" As Terry was about to reply, Joe quickly pressed him back down into his seat and turned to Mary. "Miss Mary, would you like to come along? We can show you around New York and introduce you to the sights." With that, Joe shot a look at Suyi. "You'd better not tag along. You haven't been back to the dojo in days. Go check on things. No coach should be gone this long." In both Geru and King of Fighters, when Andy was dodging Mai's hints about marriage, Joe was always the one who helped him most. It was the same for Suyi. Joe whisked Mary away, giving Suyi some much-needed time to deal with his own affairs. On the surface, Suyi looked reluctant, but inside he was thanking all 8 generations of Joe's ancestors, or something like that. Back at the Shiranui dojo, Suyi had barely stepped through the door when a flash of fiery red leapt toward him. Koit, Mai Shiranui, dressed in her red version of the Phantom Dancer outfit, launched herself at Suyi, wrapping around him in an instant, her breath sweet and fragrant. Ahem, ahem. Just as Mai was about to melt completely into Suye's arms, a chorus of coughs sounded from nearby. Blushing furiously, Mai quickly jumped down and pulled Suyi over to introduce him to her friends. "Koya, this is King, and this is Yuri Sakazaki. They're both my close friends. This is Suyi, my boyfriend," Mai said, clinging to his arm with a look of pure happiness. "Hello." Suyi greeted them both, then turned to Yuri Sakazaki. "I ran into your brother Ryo in Southtown. He told me to remind you to come home for dinner." Yuri pouted and raised her fists in front of her chest. "It's too much fun with my here, good food, good company. I'm not going home until I've had my fill." Suyi glanced at Yuri's petite figure and thought to himself, "Young lady, you'd be better off back home. In a place where the average is a C+, you're at a real disadvantage." "Thank you, Mr. Su." King bowed in gratitude. Her younger brother Jean had fallen ill, requiring expensive treatment. To pay for it, she'd fought in underground matches and worked as a bouncer in bars, but she still hadn't scraped together enough for the medical bills. It was thanks to Suyi that she found a doctor and got help with the expenses. A life-saving favor like this, she truly didn't know how to repay him. "From now on, I'm yours. Whatever you need, as long as it's within my abilities, I'll never say no." Cheong spoke with earnest sincerity. Beside her, Mai Shiranui nodded in agreement. "That's right. Cheong always keeps her promises." So he was taken aback. Mai might be well endowed, but hadn't she always been quick-witted? Now her best friend was openly declaring herself as his girl right in front of her, a blatant attempt at stealing her boyfriend. And Mai didn't seem disturbed at all? Or could this be some kind of test? A flash of realization struck the back of Suye's mind. Of course, life is full of traps. One should neither take unearned rewards nor accept love without reason. If he said Cheong owed him nothing, surely he'd be hiding some other intention. But if he accepted her offer, will Mai be all right with it? To build a harem right in front of his girlfriend, was he not afraid of being stabbed? "How about this? I'm planning to open a bar. How would you feel about helping me run it?" Regardless of whether Cheong's behavior was some test for Mai, Suyi kept his composure, as in a him, as any man with grand ambitions should. Besides, opening a bar truly wasn't a bad idea. Not only was it in Xiong's wheelhouse, but it could also provide folks like Dongzhang a place to have some fun. That night, Suyi slept at the dojo. Hanzo Shiranui hadn't come back. Word was, he'd gotten into it with Zhen Yuanjai over at the Bajiquan dojo. Zhen Yuanjai had brought Thor's hammer to New York, mainly just to mess around with Tang Falu. Both old masters, they couldn't help but indulge in a bit of friendly rivalry. There's an old saying, in literature, there's no first place. In martial arts, there's no second. But things didn't go as Zhen Yuanjai had hoped. No matter how he hinted, Tang Falu wouldn't take the bait. From start to finish, he never even glanced at the hammer. According to Tang Falu, he was just a man who practiced boxing. He had no interest in hammers or the like. Zhen Yuanjai's fun was cut in half, but thankfully Hanzo Shiranui was there. Hanzo, impressed by the craftsmanship of the hammer, especially since Zhen Yuanjai had brought it in person, couldn't resist trying to pick it up. That's when disaster struck. In Zhen Yuanjai's hands, the hammer seemed lighter than plastic foam. But when Hanzo tried, it was as heavy as a mountain. No, as heavy as a billion mountains. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge it an inch. Soaked in sweat, Hanzo looked up to see Zhen Yuanjai's face beaming with pride and Tang Falu's barely concealed smirk. In an instant, Hanzo was furious. Those two old foxes were shameless. One had brought the hammer just to embarrass him, and the other had watched him make a fool of himself. If he didn't put them in their place, they'd forget the name Shiranui. In a fit of rage, Hanzo Hattori, completely oblivious to his own limits, actually dared to challenge Zhen Yuanjai to a drinking contest. As a result, he's now sprawled out on the floor, completely unconscious. Trying to outdrink old drunkard Zhen, who spends his days soaking in wine vats, is nothing short of asking for trouble. With Hanzo Hattori out of commission at the dojo, Suyi naturally had to stay the night. One day and one night passed, leaving Xiong and Yuri Sakazaki suffering for it. After all, the dojo's soundproofing really leaves much to be desired. Late at night, a plane landed at New York International Airport. Phil Coulson, looking utterly exhausted from travel, stepped out of the terminal and met up with the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents sent to pick him up. When Zhen Yuanjai took the hammer, Phil Coulson was already on the plane. As soon as he landed in New Mexico, before he even had a chance to use the restroom, he got the call. The hammer had been taken, and it was on its way to New York. Phil Coulson nearly cursed out loud. Why hadn't they told him sooner? If they'd given him a heads up, he wouldn't have come all the way out here, only to have to catch another flight right back. The whole trip was a pointless waste of time. To make matters worse, Coulson was stuck flying domestic. Small plane, no wide-eyed young flight attendants, and the restroom was cramped. The journey was sorely lacking in entertainment. 0 stars. While Coulson was only muttering curses under his breath, on the other side, Thor let loose without restraint. Damn it, where's my hammer? With the help of Jane Foster, a scientist with a keen curiosity and a soft spot for burly men, Thor had managed to escape the hospital and made his way straight to where the hammer had fallen. He was convinced that all he needed was to lay eyes on Mjolnir again and grasp it in his hand. Then he'd once more be the unstoppable god of thunder from Asgard. But reality smacked him hard in the face. Not only was the hammer gone, he didn't even catch sight of the handle. Standing at the edge of the crater in the wilderness, staring at the empty pit, Thor became the very picture of despair, throwing his head back and howling at the sky. Who could have taken my hammer? Who but me could even lift it? Impossible. No, if Suyi had witnessed this scene, he'd have surely queued up a rendition of A Cut of Plum Blossom in Thor's honor. Jane Foster stood nearby, at a complete loss for how she ought to react. On the way there, Thor had shared a great deal about himself, boasting of his days as a god, his recent fall to mortal status, and his struggles to adapt. Every word was laced with a fierce sense of pride, and it was clear Thor's behavior was worlds apart from any ordinary earthling. Thor swore up and down that the hammer was none other than the legendary Mjolnir, capable of summoning thunder, impossibly heavy, and that no one but him could ever hope to lift it. Jane Foster, forgiving him because of his good looks and impressive physique, didn't say anything. Instead, she drove him out to let him prove himself. But in the end, the hammer was stolen. Was the hammer really that heavy? Wasn't it supposed that no one could lift it? Were you really a god before? So it was all just a lie? This tall and handsome man, especially with that strikingly fit body, his chiseled chest and abs shining, for the world to see, always hiking his waistband right up to his core on purpose, was he nothing more than a braggart after all? Driving the hollow-eyed Thor back to Old Bridge Town, Jane Foster had initially planned to have a fling and be done with it, then return to her science experiments. But over dinner, the table next to them was buzzing with talk about the hammer. Even though the hammer hadn't been there for long, there were plenty of idle folks around, so a lot of people had gone to check it out and the gossip was running wild. Listening to these conversations, Jane Foster started to believe that the hammer was indeed real, not something Thor had made up just to impress her. But Thor caught on as something else. A staggering drunk had apparently managed to take the hammer. Who was it? Why could he lift the hammer? Where is he now? Seeing his arrogant attitude, the men at the next table clearly weren't going to give a straight answer. After a brief scuffle, they finally spilled what they'd heard. Rumor is that drunk followed someone to Los Angeles. When Jin Yuanjai was talking to Sui earlier, someone overheard bits and pieces, so nobody knew exactly where the hammer had ended up. Everyone had their own version of the story. The wildest rumor claimed the drunk had flown straight to the moon with a hammer in hand. Leaving the battered men behind, Thor grabbed Jane Foster's hand. Which way is Los Angeles? Soon enough, Jane Foster and Thor were on a flight heading toward the U.S. West Coast, bound for Los Angeles. Meanwhile, on the East Coast in New York, Sui was busy scouting locations for his soon-to-open bar. As for the hammer of Thor, it was still tucked away in the Bajiquan school, where Jin Yuanjai, the one who had taken it, was snoring away, sleeping soundly. Jin Yuanjai had brought the hammer to New York just to tease an old friend. Now that the fun was over, he was satisfied. Before going to sleep, Jin Yuanjai gave it some thought and decided he'd discuss with Sui about simply returning the hammer, lest its rightful owner grow anxious searching for it. Sui, for his part, didn't really care what happened to the hammer. He couldn't lift it anyway, and it had nothing to do with him. Still, he felt that Jin Yuanjai's idea of purposely returning the hammer to its owner was, perhaps, a little too polite. Back in those days, so many treasures from the garden were looted. Has anyone returned them now? Even if a few have come back, they're as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. For the most part, it was still our own people who had to pay dearly to buy them back. They stole your ancestors' belongings, then made you pay a fortune to reclaim them. That's what the so-called gentlemen of Western civilized society do. Gentlemen, my foot. From Suye's point of view, since Master Jin Yuanjai could actually lift the hammer, he might as well just take it back to Dragon Country. As long as they could withstand the destroyer's assault, then from then on, the mighty Mjolnir would belong to Dragon Country. Besides, bringing the hammer to Dragon Country didn't necessarily mean they'd have to face the destroyer's wrath. After all, Loki's goal from the very start was always just Thor. Take the hammer, finish off Thor, and perhaps Dragon Country could even establish diplomatic relations with Asgard under Loki's rule. TSK. Loki may be cunning and sly, but who isn't a wily old fox in their own right? When it comes to playing games of strategy, Dragon Country has never been afraid. Suye's idea was certainly feasible, but Master Jin Yuanjai was not the sort of person who, after being bitten by a dog, would bite back. If he were, he wouldn't have been worthy of lifting Mjolnir in the first place. So, a few days later, when he was leaving America with his apprentice, Master Jin simply left the hammer behind, deliberately dropping it off at the Shiranui dojo. It almost seemed as if he did it just to spite Hanzo Shiranui, that wily old fox. As for Hanzo Shiranui, he simply stopped coming back to the dojo altogether. Day or night, he was nowhere to be found. No one knew if he'd gone off to see an old flame or simply run back to Japan. With things like this, both King and Yuri Sakazaki found it even harder to sleep at night. If this went on, the two of them would end up with nervous breakdowns. During the day, whenever they saw Suyi, they barely dared to speak, as if they might get pregnant just by saying the wrong thing. Fortunately, the bar's new location was quickly decided. Suyi bought an existing place, changed the sign, and started business right away. King and Yuri Sakazaki moved into the bar that very day. They had thought that moving out, away from the devil's music at night, would finally let them get a good night's sleep. But who could have guessed? Their very first night there, they still couldn't sleep. King, are you sure this is okay? Don't worry, Yuri. You'll have to grow up someday. Sakazaki Yuri's name is a transliteration. In literal translation, Yuri means lily, which honestly suits the situation. Lately, Suya had been spending his nights busy at the Shiranui dojo, with his days just as full. Gwen was constantly occupied and didn't need Suyi to disrupt her routine, so most of his time now was spent at Dr. Fox's lab. After his last tussle with Iron Man, Suyi had taken Ivan Vanko's arc reactor and handed it over to Dr. Fox for research. Ivan Vanko's arc reactor, in terms of both function and performance, had now come incredibly close to Tony Stark's second-generation arc reactor, the Mark II model, the same one used by War Machine. Its core also relied on palladium. For Tony Stark, however, palladium-based reactors were already obsolete. What he used now was a new element discovered by his father, Howard Stark, during his research on the Cosmic Cube years ago. Back then, Howard Stark had realized the existence of this new element, but the limitations of his era's technology meant he couldn't synthesize it directly. Instead, he resorted to a subtle method, embedding the structure of this new element within the design of the Stark Expo Pavilion. By doing so, he left no overt clues, No chance for ambitious schemers to steal the secret of the new element. Only his son, who knew him well, would be able to unlock the mystery. Yet for Seiya, a traveler between worlds, this secret was never truly hidden. He had long since obtained the blueprints of the Stark Expo Pavilion from Gwen. That model had sat in Stark Industries' Los Angeles headquarters for decades. It wasn't hard to get his hands on it. Now, Seiya had 3 tasks ahead of him. First, he needed Dr. Fox's help to design a new batsuit, using the Palladium arc reactor as its power source, and to add flight and ranged explosive weapon capabilities. Of course, the power source itself needed to be well concealed. Its weakness couldn't be easily discovered by others. Second, he would study physics under the guidance of Dr. Fox, laying the groundwork to eventually build his own new element core for the arc reactor by hand. If Iron Man could take apart his house and assemble a particle accelerator to forge a new element, Seiya believed he could manage as well. After all, while Spider-Man and Batman might not match the genius of someone like Master Luban with an IQ of 250, they weren't far behind Iron Man. With enough determination, the opportunity would surely come. Third, he planned to use the black crystal to create smoke bombs and black crystal activators. However, since this technology had significant limitations, it wasn't his primary focus. One day, after a long day's work in the Batcave, Seiya returned to the Shiranui dojo at dusk. From a distance, he sensed something was off about the atmosphere surrounding the dojo. Usually, the district around the dojo was lively, with plenty of people coming and going. But today, there were noticeably more suspicious-looking individuals scattered around, some near, some farther away. Though these people tried to blend in naturally, Seiya's sharp instincts picked up on their occasional glances in the direction of the dojo. They weren't as clumsy as those undercover agents in cheesy cop movies, but to Seiya's keen senses, their presence was still glaringly obvious. So, has the dojo caught someone's eye? It must be S.H.I.E.L.D., right? Seiya pondered quietly in his heart. Ever since Jun Yuanjai left the hammer here, Seiya had known this day would come, but he never refused because of it. After all, he had returned from Beijing together with Jun Yuanjai. Anyone could check the flight records. As long as S.H.I.E.L.D. decided to investigate Jun Yuanjai, they would inevitably track it back to Seiya as well. So, this was something he couldn't possibly hide. With the hammer left here, there was no way Seiya could smuggle it out, and an encounter with S.H.I.E.L.D. was only a matter of time. The real question was just how much S.H.I.E.L.D. valued the hammer. Would they continue to watch in secret, or would they show up at his door? Now it seemed clear. S.H.I.E.L.D. took this hammer extremely seriously. Not only had they dispatched dozens of agents to keep the Shiranui dojo under surveillance, but even Coulson, right-hand man to Director Fury, had come in person. At the entrance of the Shiranui dojo, Coulson stood with his hands neatly folded, quietly waiting for the owner's return. My Shiranui wasn't around. She'd probably gone to the bar to boast about something to Cheong and her friends. Seiya walked up with a smile, glancing at Coulson, who stood half a head shorter than himself. "Hello. Are you here to sign your kid up for martial arts classes?" Everyone knew that Coulson was a model company man, someone who devoted his entire life to his work. Romance, to him, was just a distraction from more important things, like cleaning his gun. He'd rather name a car after a woman and spend his days driving it around than ever get back together with an ex. He'd even watch as his former lover found happiness with someone else, convinced that this was for the best. So, children? That was out of the question. In this life, there was no way he'd ever have kids. "Hello." Coulson greeted him with a warm, genuine smile. Honestly, his looks were deceiving. He simply exuded the air of a trustworthy, kind-hearted man. "Actually, I'm with the government." S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson didn't bother to hide much. He simply pulled out his badge and laid his cards on the table. After all, he was just facing a Chinese coach at a Japanese dojo. There was no need for secrecy. "We have reason to believe there's a meteorite from outer space inside this dojo. It may contain a form of special radiation. Ordinary people wouldn't notice it, but it could be extremely dangerous, so..." As he spoke, Coulson produced a document. "This is a search warrant. We'll need to take a look inside." "A search warrant?" Seiya raised an eyebrow ever so slightly. He'd seen things like this on TV plenty of times, but this was the first time he'd seen one in real life. He couldn't help but feel curious about the text and the official stamps on the paper. This was also the first time Coulson had encountered someone who took the search warrant and read it word for word, line by line, and even spent a full 10 minutes doing so. Aren't international students from Dragon Country supposed to be excellent at reading and writing English after graduating from high school? Was it really necessary to spend so much time on just a few lines? Or was he perhaps searching for some grammatical mistake or loophole hidden in the text? Before coming here, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already conducted an in-depth background check on Seiya and the Shiranui dojo, including everyone associated with it, like Hanzo Shiranui and Mai Shiranui. They'd gone over all the details. So they already knew about Seiya's status as an international student from Dragon Country, as well as his run-in with the school bullying him, as it was described. They had some understanding of these events. Here was a man from Dragon Country who knew martial arts, worked as a coach at the dojo, and had nearly participated in the KOF tournament held in Beijing, a clear sign of his skills. He even had a circle of highly skilled friends outside. With someone like this, it was best not to provoke him lightly. Stirring up one could easily lead to trouble with many others, and before long, it might cause unnecessary complications. At long last, Seiya finished reading the warrant, folded it up, and slipped it into his pocket. Mind if I keep this as a souvenir? Without waiting for Coulson's response, he simply opened the dojo's main doors. Right there, in the center of the courtyard, stood Thor's hammer. Zenyuan's High clearly had a mischievous streak, leaving the hammer out in the open for all to see, so anyone coming or going would lay eyes on it. No wonder Hanzo Shiranui was so upset he refused to return to the dojo. Coulson waved his hand, and soon several people, some in suits, others in lab coats, hurried over. They began setting up simple, yet professional monitoring equipment inside the dojo, running tests on the hammer's radiation levels. After making a round, Seiya tracked down Coulson, who was standing off to the side like a mascot, overseeing his team's work. It's not that I don't want you doing research here, Seiya said, but the way you're going about things is seriously affecting our business. At this rate, we can't even stay here ourselves. If we're occupying the building and disrupting your business, we'll compensate you at market rates. You have my word on that, Coulson replied politely. Let's skip the formalities. How much are you paying, and when? So you didn't care much about the money, but what was owed should be paid in full, especially when it was coming straight from the authorities. With no other option, Coulson handled the transfer right then and there. A considerable sum was deposited directly into Seiya's account. Whether this was proper procedure or not, Seiya neither knew nor cared. As long as he got the money, that was enough. He could report back to my Shiranui and let Mai and King know that they'd probably have to spend the night at the bar. King and Yuri would surely be delighted. After all, they were very close with my Shiranui. Seiya left with the money in hand, cheerful and content. Watching his retreating figure, however, Coulson narrowed his eyes, relying on his instincts as a shield. Agent, he felt something was off about Seiya. When it came to the hammer and dealing with shield agents, Seiya had shown an unusual amount of composure. At that moment, a female agent wearing a baseball cap approached. Sir, that man's back looks strangely familiar to me. Coulson raised an eyebrow. Agent 3, are you saying? Agent 3 nodded. Her name was Sharon Carter, the same SHIELD agent who had previously spotted the Ironhead Man at the underground boxing gym. He does look familiar, but I can't be completely sure. All right, Coulson waved his hand. You don't need to worry about things here for now. Go and tail this Yesu. See if he's actually. The Ironhead Man report to me immediately if anything comes up. But regardless of whether he is or not, do not alert him. Understood? Yes, sir. Agent 3 nodded and slipped out of the Shiranui dojo, quietly following behind Seiya. At the same time, on the West Coast in Los Angeles, Thor stared in astonishment at the sprawling metropolis, so much larger than Old Bridgetown. This place is even bigger than Asgard, he muttered, bewildered. Jane smiled as she explained, Los Angeles covers about 1,200 square kilometers and has a population of just over 4 million. It's much smaller than New York in that regard, and I doubt it can compare to Asgard. Her words left Thor speechless. He didn't quite grasp what 1,200 square kilometers meant, but the thought of 4 million people living in one city was beyond his comprehension. After all, at Asgard's peak, its population only ever reached tens of thousands. The idea of a single city housing 4 million people was almost unimaginable to Thor. Still, he believed that quality mattered more than quantity. In his mind, even if Asgard sent just 1,000 warriors, they could easily conquer this 4 million-strong city. The real problem was, in a place this vast and crowded, how were they supposed to find the hammer? It was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Since it's the hammer of Thor, whoever took it will surely make a scene sooner or later. There's no need to worry too much. All we have to do is wait. The hammer will reveal itself in time, Thor said to Jane with a relaxed smile. He had yet to truly feel the sting of being unworthy to lift Mjolnir, so his spirits remained light. Besides, with a city this grand and dazzling, and such lovely company at his side, why bother searching for the hammer at all? Wasn't it more fun to seek out new thrills? Unbeknownst to Seiya, Thor and Jane had been lured to Los Angeles by a rather persuasive but hard-of-hearing local. However, the way those two were gallivanting all over Los Angeles managed to infuriate someone. None other than Loki, far away in Asgard. It was Loki who orchestrated Thor's exile, all to seize the throne of Asgard from his brother and crown himself king. So, in theory, seeing Thor being tricked into going to Los Angeles, drifting further and further from Mjolnir, should have delighted Loki. Only if Thor failed to reclaim his hammer and return to Asgard would Loki's rule remain stable and unchallenged. Loki understood all this perfectly well, yet for some reason, watching Thor's relationship with Jane progress in leaps and bounds, their joyful outings to amusement parks, even their carefree laughter and embraces, left Loki feeling strangely unsettled. What gave you the right to be so close to someone else? Ahem, no, that's not the right attitude to have. Loki composed himself. There, you, stripped of your powers and banished to the wild and primitive realm of Midgard. How dare you enjoy yourself so much, while I must exhaust myself for the sake of Asgard? It's just not fair. Yes, that's more like it. Loki let out a relieved sigh. By now, Loki had, in effect, assumed the throne of Asgard in Odin's absence. Internally, he had to soothe the unrest among the Asgardians. Externally, he was locked in tense negotiations with the frost giants of Jotunheim. It was a grueling burden. In times like these, only the knowledge that Thor was also suffering could bring Loki a measure of peace. But how could he ensure Thor suffered as well? Loki pondered for a long time before finally devising a clever plan. Midnight, New York City, Muse Bar. Once, this was a notorious dive where people partied to excess, but ever since the change of ownership and the new sign above the door, its atmosphere had shifted from wild abandon to something far more mellow. The singer's appearance and style were unmistakably tailored to the tastes of a certain crowd, and the patrons below, drinks in hand, were already whispering about all sorts of infamous rumors. Yet the woman on stage remained unmoved, clearly accustomed to such a life. The scene, it feels oddly familiar somehow. Never mind that. The woman singing was Angelina. Yes, the same Angelina who was once the adopted daughter of Geese Howard, the fearsome boss of Southtown. Though she'd once been Geese's goddaughter, worked as a resident singer at bars, and was even dubbed a famed socialite by gossips, Angelina was truly a good person at heart. So when she came to New York with Terry, Seiya gave them his blessing. After all, who could ever refuse such a charming sister-in-law? Just as Seiya had imagined, the Muse Bar he'd handed over to Joan to manage had truly become a gathering place for several iconic King of Fighters NPCs. Mai Shiranui and Yuri Sakazaki were regulars, naturally, and even Joe Higashi and Terry Bogard spent most of their nights here. Terry mostly sat quietly at the bar, listening to Angelina sing. Meanwhile, Joe Higashi had rounded up a group of idol folks from the Shiranui and Bajiquin dojos to form the Muse Bar security team. Every day, dressed to the nines in suits, they roamed the bar, actively seeking out troublemakers and making sure they were dealt with. With the improved security, business naturally flourished, and Joe found a new sense of meaning in his life. Aside from them, Ryo Sakazaki and Robert Garcia, who were in town searching for Ryo's sister, as well as Athena Asamiya, whose commercial performance had been delayed, were also gathered here. Although Athena Asamiya had entered the KOF tournament as part of the China team under Chin Jinsai's guidance, she was, in fact, Japanese. Her surname, Asamiya, was as quintessentially Japanese as they come. Originally, Chin Jinsai's other disciple, Si Kinso, also wanted to stay and look after Athena. His unrequited crush on her had lasted over 20 years, and everyone knew he had been hopelessly devoted to her all that time, yet had never won her heart. However, Chin Jinsai had firmly put a stop to that idea. The old drunkard's words were as follows. "You're a stranger here. Do you really think you could take care of Athena? Don't end up needing her to look after you instead. As for Athena, let little Sui handle it. Just look at how well he takes care of Hanzo's granddaughter. TSK Tisk." Though the old drunk had never once shown his eyes in public, his judgment was as sharp as ever. Even Sui had to give him a silent nod of approval. And so, Athena was left behind, moving in with King and Yuri at the Muse Bar. After her commercial gig, she could even perform alongside Angelina, living a life of comfort and ease. As Athena herself put it, she felt so at home here that she didn't want to leave. Back in Japan, she was a pop idol, just going out for a walk. It was a hassle. But here, she was just another face in the crowd. She could step outside without a mask and not worry about being recognized. "Almost don't want to go back," she admitted with a soft laugh. Mai Shiranui wholeheartedly agreed. Both women were from Japan, and they had endless topics to talk about. Yuri, on the other hand, had grown up in Southtown, so there was a slight difference in her perspective. By the way, Mary had gone to Washington to visit her father, so she hadn't met up with Mai yet, a fact that made the atmosphere much more relaxed. As they drank and chatted, the conversation somehow drifted toward their fighting styles and special abilities. After a while, Sui glanced at Athena and asked, "Our dojo isn't far from here. Athena, with your psychic sense, can you pick up on what's going on over there?" Everyone perked up, curiosity lighting up their faces. Psychic perception truly is an incredibly powerful and mysterious thing. If it could work from hundreds of meters away, Wouldn't that mean even the smallest secrets, like someone letting out a fart in their sleep, would be exposed? Besides, everyone was intensely curious about what those men in black suits were doing inside the Shiranui dojo. Athena, of course, didn't refuse Seiya's request. After all, she'd been entrusted by her master to look after him. Anyone her master chose to protect couldn't possibly be an ordinary fighter. And just looking at Xiao Wu's lively, spirited demeanor every day, it was clear Seiya possessed remarkable qualities, someone truly worthy of trust. So Athena closed her eyes, and her spiritual power instantly radiated outward. There are a lot of them. They're studying that hammer, Athena said, eyes still shut. Everyone instinctively fell silent, listening intently, as though afraid even the faintest noise might disrupt her perception. A slight smile played at the corner of Athena's lips. Someone's stubbornly trying to lift the hammer, but it won't budge at all. It's almost comical. Is Master really the only one who can lift it? Suddenly, Athena paused, frowning in concentration. No, something's off. There's a strange energy about that person. He doesn't seem like an ordinary human. It's as if no one else can even see him. Someone who wasn't quite human, attempting to lift that hammer, and invisible to everyone else? Seiya's brow furrowed. Why did the scene feel so familiar? Then it hit him. He instantly understood why Athena's description rang a bell. Wasn't this just like that scene from Thor? When Thor couldn't lift his hammer anymore and was utterly dejected, Loki seized the moment. With Thor's hopes to return to Asgard crushed, Loki, thinking, well, since I'm here anyway, snuck over to try his luck with the hammer. Loki, a master of magic and illusions, could move unseen. So, when he added insult to Thor's injury and attempted to lift the hammer himself, no one noticed. He could commit mischief, lose a bit of dignity, yet slip away unnoticed. How exhilarating. That's exactly what Loki thought this time, too. With Thor absent, he figured he'd give it a try. If he could lift the hammer, his claim as heir to the throne would be cemented. If he couldn't, there was nothing to lose. Afterwards, he planned to head to Los Angeles and deliver false news to Thor, that Odin was dead, and Queen Frigga was forbidding his return to Asgard. At that point, would Thor and Jane still be able to enjoy their blissful little world together? Things played out pretty much as Loki had expected. There was no affinity between him and the hammer. He couldn't move it at all. Best to leave while he still could. Just as the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents turned a blind eye, and Loki strolled out of the Shiranui dojo as if he owned the place, a short distance from the entrance, several figures stepped out to block his path. Dong Jiang and Ryo Sakazaki stood at the very front. The others spread out to form a circle, with Athena at the center. Athena closed her eyes and murmured softly, directly ahead, 5 meters. The moment Athena finished speaking, Dong Jiang and Ryo Sakazaki both shifted into fighting stances. Death Tornado. Supreme Howling Fist. In an instant, a colossal tornado erupted from the ground, howling as it surged forward. At the same time, an enormous energy blast, over 1 meter wide, thundered ahead with a force no less than the tornadoes. The tornado and the energy wave filled the entire street, roaring straight at Loki. Loki's brows furrowed at once. What were these Midgardians trying to do? That ugly woman in the middle, eyes closed, scrawny, and lacking any curves. Had she really sensed his presence? So, this was their idea of a special welcome? Loki was no warrior. He had no intention of meeting such attacks head-on, nor did he wish to reveal himself. With a flicker, he left behind an illusory double as a decoy, while his real body slipped into invisibility and darted into a nearby alley. He scoffed inwardly. So, you've sensed me and come to block my way? Do you think the title of Asgard's crown prince, the realm's most gifted sorcerer, the most dashing hero of the Azure, and the boldest man in all 9 realms, was just empty talk? I'll show you what happens when you cross someone you shouldn't. Loki's true form flickered again among the shadows of the alley, vanishing completely. When he reappeared, he was already behind the group of fighters, still cloaked in invisibility. A faint sound, like a whisper in the air, marked the moment his decoy was pierced by the tornado and energy wave, flickering before it dissipated into nothing. Dong Jiang and Ryo Sakazaki, thinking they had landed a decisive blow, were just about to cheer when their faces twisted in confusion. At that moment, Athena suddenly shouted, "Watch out, behind us!" Even before her warning had fully escaped her lips, several slender black shadows shot from the void behind them, slicing through the air as they sped toward Athena's back. But before Athena even spoke, Seiya had already appeared behind her. He spun around, fist surging upward toward the shadows. Gale Fist. A basketball-sized sphere of energy shot from his fist, smashing through the air to intercept the incoming shadows. Only then did everyone see that they were actually several black daggers. Moments earlier, Athena had been focusing her psychic senses on the area, with hardly any strength left to defend herself. Had those daggers struck their mark, the consequences would have been unimaginable. As Loki struck out with his dagger, his figure materialized, fully exposing himself before everyone's eyes. Unfortunately for him, however, these female fighters all favored men like Seiya, men who could keep you wide awake all night with their sheer masculinity. Not someone like Loki, with his slightly effeminate appearance, looked more like a dandy than a true man. Standing to the side, Robert, his hair in braids and dressed in a shirt with suspenders over suit pants, couldn't help but feel a little hurt by that realization. So, it was this bastard who snuck into our dojo to steal the hammer and tried to ambush Athena, right? My Shiranui was the first to act. With a sharp flick of her wrist, her fan soared through the air. Blossom fan. Double serpent strike. Not to be outdone, King followed up, raising her leg to unleash two waves of energy that hurtled straight toward Loki's face. Seeing this, Loki's body shimmered, leaving behind a phantom clone, while his true form slipped away, vanishing once more into invisibility. With a whoosh and a thud, the phantom was pierced through by the blossom fan and the double serpent strike, instantly dissipating. At the same moment, more dark shadows darted through the air from another corner of the room. This time, Seiya didn't need to step in. Terry and Robert, already prepared, launched their attacks at the shadows. Yet, their blows passed harmlessly through. The shadows were mere illusions. Those are fakes. Athena's warning came a moment too late. In the frantic tempo of the fight, it was no easy feat for her to alert the fighters in advance. Just then, more dark afterimages shot out from another direction. Joe and Ryo Sakazaki sprang into action, but again, their attack struck nothing but air. Those are fakes, too. Athena's cheeks flushed with frustration. She was indeed skilled in psychic powers, but after all, she was only a 16-year-old high school girl. 2 years younger than Seiya, still a child. Under calm conditions, she could sense Loki's mischief from a great distance, tracking his invisible movements with ease. But when the battle erupted right beside her, it was hard to keep her composure and focus her powers. The chaos rattled her, making it impossible to keep up with Loki's unpredictable tricks. Even though the last two attacks were only directed at illusions, who could say the next one wouldn't be real? Besides, the fighters couldn't just keep playing Loki's game forever. Facing an enemy who could turn invisible, create clones, and wield magical thrown weapons, the fighters were clearly at a disadvantage. Thankfully, there was more than just Athena's psychic prowess in their ranks. They had Seiya as well. Although Seiya didn't possess Athena's mental sensing abilities, his spider sense allowed him to play a crucial role at times like this. Once before, he had even moved behind Athena before she could warn the others, shielding her from sneak attack. What's more, Seiya had a crucial advantage over the inexperienced Athena. He'd seen blood before, more than once. They gave him the calm and steady nerves needed to face chaos without losing his cool. Athena, hold steady. As long as you master your psychic sense, taking down that guy won't be a problem for us at all. Seiya shouted, his words sounding like encouragement for Athena, but in truth, the message was directed at Loki. There were 9 people in the fighter team, and among them, only Athena's psychic sense posed a real threat to Loki, who excelled at stealth. So if they could take out Athena first, Loki would essentially be invincible. But to eliminate Athena, they have to get past Seiya, who was sticking close behind her as her bodyguard. That was exactly what Seiya wanted, to plant this idea in Loki's mind. Even if Loki didn't act on it, if he so much as glanced at Seiya with a hint of hostility or killer intent, that would be enough for Seiya's spider sense to pinpoint his location. Sure enough, just after Seiya's shout, the fine hairs on his skin stood on end, and a sudden sense of danger flashed through his mind. Though it lasted for just a split second, it was all he needed. A shadowy dagger flickered once more in the void, darting toward the fighters, but Seiya pretended not to notice. Instead, he clenched his fist and charged toward a seemingly empty spot on his left. Blazing fire punch. A crimson flash lit up the night sky. Just as everyone thought Seiya had lost his cool and was about to swing wildly, hoping for a lucky hit, there was a heavy thud. His fiery fist struck something invisible in midair, right in the face. In the next instant, Loki's entire form was wrenched into view. After spinning 3.5 times in the air, he crashed hard into a wall with a tremendous crash. So that's where this bastard was hiding. Dong Zhou shouted, charging forward with a flying kick that hooked around Loki's neck, wrenching him off the wall and slamming him onto the pavement. Without missing a beat, he unleashed a brutal combo move. Explosive hurricane tiger kick. Take this, and this, and this, and this. As Dong Zhou's assault ended, Ryo Sakazaki let out a roar from the other side. Dragon and tiger rampage. Take this, and this, and this, and this. Fists and feet rained down in rapid succession, accompanied by furious shouts, battering the other half of Loki's body. When Rio finally stopped, Loki slumped to the ground, looking like a battered rag doll, barely breathing, a faint gasp escaping him. Loki should count himself lucky that Ralph and the Ikari team wasn't here. Otherwise, a super Argentine backbreaker would have come his way, and attack whose pain. Rivals even Hulk's devastating left and right smash. It's not just physical damage, but an insult to one's very character, a blow that crushes both body and soul. Who the hell is this guy, anyway? Dong-jo and Ryo Sakazaki stood on either side, arms crossed, glaring down at the defeated Loki with clear displeasure. He doesn't look like a fighter, but he took the full force of both our finishing moves and still survived. This guy, he's clearly not that simple. Let's leave it to you, Brother Yi, Dong-jong said, sneaking a glance at my Shiranui, standing quietly behind Sui. You're not really the type to enjoy close combat like this, are you? Terry and Robert, on the other hand, were practically itching for a fight. After all, people train in martial arts for more than just fitness. If there's a legitimate reason to throw down, why hold back? That's enough. From the ground, Loki bellowed and struggled to his feet. You Midgard locals, show some respect. I am a god from Asgard. Dong-jong scoffed, unimpressed. An Asgardian god? Doesn't seem so special to me. Ryo Sakazaki snorted, a look on his face that said he was ready for another round at the slightest provocation. Loki's lips twitched. If you really think a god would allow himself to be humiliated by the likes of you, you couldn't be more wrong. The power of a god is far beyond your wildest imagination. Yuri Sakazaki, who had been quiet until now, wrinkled her nose. Sounds like you're just bragging to me. Oh, you'll see soon enough. As Loki spoke, he flipped his hand, revealing an icy blue box. The moment Suyi saw the box, his brow furrowed deeply. It was the Casket of Ancient Winters, also known as the Ancient Winter Coffin, a powerful artifact of the Frost Giants. This relic could instantly unleash a surge of freezing air over a vast area. Back in the ancient war between the Frost Giants and Asgard, it nearly froze the entire Earth. Once, it was considered no less powerful than the Cosmic Cube. Yet, for reasons unknown, it had become little more than a display piece, gathering dust in Odin's vault even after Asgard's fall. Perhaps Loki simply didn't want to face the truth of his Frost Giant heritage. After all, using the Ancient Winter Coffin would instantly reveal his Frost Giant features. Maybe that's why he'd always shunned it. In the mainline MCU, Loki's true thoughts are a mystery. But the Loki before them, now, seemed ready to burn all bridges. As the Ancient Winter Coffin appeared in his hand, his skin and face turned a chilling shade of icy blue, and his eyes blazed blood red. Loki no longer cared about appearances. He unleashed the power of the Ancient Winter Coffin, sending a wild, biting blast of frost surging from his fingertips, hurtling directly at the fighters. Wherever the frost swept, the ground instantly became encased in thick ice. Dong-jong, closest to Loki, was immediately enveloped by a crystalline layer that sealed him in an instant. Terry, go. The rest of you run. Sui shouted loudly. Although my Shiranui and the others didn't quite understand, they still obediently turned and ran back. Meanwhile, Sui dashed behind Dong-jong with a swift movement. Grabbing him by the body, Sui hurled him backward and shouted, Got it! My Shiranui, who was already running, leapt into the air. Spinning gracefully, she unleashed the move Dragon Flame Dance directly at the flying ice statue of Dong-jong. Flames erupted, shattering the icy shell around Dong-jong. He tumbled to the ground, rolled to his feet, and started running while shivering. Oh man, I almost froze to death. On the other side, Terry stayed by Suye's side. Facing the wave of freezing air rushing toward them, he didn't hesitate for a second. He raised his fist and slammed it into the ground. Power geyser. Boom, boom, boom. Several fiery geysers of energy burst from the ground, blocking the freezing air's advance toward Suyi. But the effect was less than ideal. The cold was spreading too fast and too wide, making Terry's power geysers look as futile as trying to stop a chariot with bare arms. Just then, after tossing Dong-jong, Suyi twisted in the air and, at the moment he landed, smashed his fist into the ground as well. Power geyser. The same move, but this time, the fiery pillars of energy were taller, fiercer, and faster than Terry's, each one a level beyond. These massive flames not only stopped the advancing cold, but one final pillar shot straight through, erupting right beneath Loki's feet and blasting both him and the ancient winter casket high into the air. Terry couldn't help but marvel. That's wild bro for you. When will I ever have pillars that big and strong? Under the fierce onslaught of Suye's energy pillars, Loki was launched skyward. His hands, which had been controlling the winter casket and spewing cold, were forced to stop, and the rampaging frost gradually came to a halt. Seiya, seizing the advantage, didn't let up. He sprang to his feet, ready to deliver a flying kick with his super split burst attack to finish Loki off. Now that he had the upper hand, he intended to press the attack, never give the enemy a chance to recover, finish the combo, and send the opponent flying. One should pursue the routed enemy with all remaining strength, not stop to savor hollow victories. However, in midair, Loki suddenly broke the pattern, letting out a piercing, desperate cry. Heimdall! Boom! Before the last word faded, a brilliant rainbow beam shot down from the sky, enveloping Loki. Seiya had no choice but to cancel his move and retreat beyond the rainbow's reach. This rainbow was clearly the Bifrost Bridge, its other end stretching back to Asgard. Seiya had no intention of charging into Asgard, unprepared to stir up more trouble. After all, they were on Loki's turf now. If he charged in recklessly, it would be like throwing a meat bun to a dog. He'd be gone for good, never to return. Pulling the somewhat bewildered Terry back by the leg, Seiya regrouped with the other returning fighters. Together, they stood not far from the Rainbow Bridge, quietly gazing at the magnificent spectacle of the multicolored pillar of light shooting up into the sky. What on earth is that? Someone in the crowd finally broke the silence. Seiya didn't answer. Now wasn't the time to act like a prophet. He had already called out the Rainbow Bridge by name, but if he couldn't explain how he knew, it would only make things more complicated. It was Athena who stepped forward to clear up everyone's confusion. This seems to be some sort of teleportation device. The other end comes from somewhere far away, somewhere we don't know. I get the feeling it isn't even on Earth. So, that guy we just fought, he's most likely an alien. An alien? Excitement rippled through the crowd. Aliens had appeared in countless books and movies, and everyone had at least heard of them, but science had never proven they really existed. Yet now, they had actually witnessed an alien, fought one. Even Joe Higashi and Ryo Sakazaki couldn't help but look down at their own hands and feet, almost as if they were gazing at gold that had started to glow. We were fighting an alien just now? These hands and feet, these are the very hands and feet that punched an alien. It was the same awestruck feeling as when superfans shake hands with their idols and vow never to wash their hands again. No, compared to aliens, pop stars were nothing. In fact, these hands and feet were worth even more now. Should we chop off your hands and feet, pack them up, and sell them? Seiya teased with a laugh from his side. The two immediately snapped out of their reverie and straightened up. No need for that. Next time that alien shows up, we'll catch him and sell him. That'll be worth even more. Exactly. Though that invisibility trick of his is tough to counter. We might need Athena's help with that. Sure, and when we sell him, Athena gets a cut. The two reached an agreement in an instant, throwing their arms around each other as they got ready to head back for another round of drinks. The others also started joking and chatting as they prepared to leave. But just then, a group of uniformed men in black suits, armed with guns, surrounded them. What happened here just now? The speaker was a bearded man who, well, compared to this group of fighters, neither he nor any of the black-suited men behind him could really be called tough guys. With Joe Higashi bare-chested and Ryo Sakazaki's training jacket hanging open, the whole squad in black suits looked like weaklings standing opposite them. So he happened to recognize the man who spoke, though he couldn't remember his name. He just knew the guy had acted in Wolf Warrior 2 and played the villain Crossbones in Captain America: Civil War, almost taking out Captain America in a suicide attack. By the way, this guy is a season member of Hydra. I'm Brock Rumlow, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps noticing the imposing air of those across from him, Brock Rumlow decided to introduce himself, sparing Seiya the trouble of coming up with a throwaway name on the spot. Brock Rumlow was responsible for the safety of the research team over at the Shiranui Dojo. Although they hadn't witnessed the entire battle that had just taken place here, they'd seen enough from a distance to realize that the people before them were all exceptionally powerful. That's why his tone was far from aggressive. Even the agents behind him only held their guns at the ready. They hadn't aimed them at anyone. Still, Seiya couldn't shake off a faint sense of danger. He lifted his head and looked into the distance. Thanks to his spider vision, he could see far. Away atop the roof of the Shiranui Dojo, a short, stocky man crouched in the shadows, a longbow in his hands, arrow nocked and aimed straight at them. If he wasn't mistaken, this had to be Hawkeye, Clint Barton without a doubt. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., there was only ever one man renowned for his archery skills. Being targeted from afar by a drawn bow was enough to irritate Seiya, no matter that the man was Hawkeye, a founding Avenger. It was simply unacceptable. You, the only original Avenger without a solo movie. What gave you the audacity to aim an arrow at me? Who filled you with such courage? Seiya snorted inwardly, almost launching a strand of web, or even a web bullet, straight at Clint Barton's face. The urge to splatter him with webbing was almost irresistible. Wait, no, this was Hawkeye Man, not Black Widow. Well, the sentiment was much the same. But Seiya's current identity was that of a martial artist, so he couldn't risk exposing himself as Spider-Man. He had no choice but to keep his web shooters concealed. No webs? That was fine. He had other tricks. Right then and there, Seiya gathered his strength and hurled a gale fist in the direction of the archer. Boom! Off in the distance, part of the Shernui dojo's roof exploded, debris raining down as Clint Barton leapt from the rooftop, dodging the attack just in time. With no one aiming a ranged weapon at his head anymore, Seiya finally felt his mind clear. Excuse me, sir, but please refrain from attacking at will. We don't want to cause any unnecessary misunderstandings. Standing before the group of martial artists, Brock Rumlow spoke in a low, steady voice, part reminder, part warning. Seiya hadn't had a chance to respond yet, but Joe Higashi and Terry weren't about to stand by. The two men strode forward, pressing their broad chests against Brock Rumlow's body, making their stance unmistakably clear. What do you mean by attacking at will? That's the Shernui dojo, Yiji's home over there. Would he attack for no reason if nothing was going on? You people are the ones with something to hide, yet you try to pin the blame on us. So your shield, huh? And that makes you special? Does that give you the right to point guns at law-abiding citizens like us? We just beat back aliens and helped you defend the Earth. We're the heroes here. Boss Dong here's got a temper, and I'm really at my limit. Go ahead, tell your useless crew to open fire. Let's see whose hands move faster, mine or yours with those guns. Just as Dong Zhang stepped forward, ready to come to blows with Brock Rumlow, the agents around them immediately raised their weapons, aiming their gun barrels at Dong Zhang and the fighters behind him. Brock Rumlow, head of security and a man of action, completely unlike the mild-mannered Coulson, gripped his pistol at his waist in. An instant, it was clear from his gaze. If Dong Zhang pressed him any further, he'd retaliate with deadly force without hesitation. The mood turned razor-sharp, the air thick with the threat of violence. A single spark could set off the fight at any second. Yet, faced with countless cold gun barrels, the fighters showed not a hint of fear. Even Yuri Sakazaki, the youngest among them, wore a look of eager anticipation, itching for a challenge. At the very front, Dong Zhang flashed a broad, toothy grin and snorted at Brock Rumlow. Do you know what my favorite movie line is? Brock Rumlow's brows knotted in suspicion, his finger tightening around the trigger. What are you trying to say? I want to say, Dong Zhang took a step back. I swore to myself, I'd never let anyone point a gun at my head ever again. Before the last word even faded, Dong Zhang's leg whipped out like a flash of lightning. Brock barely got his gun halfway out before pain shot through his hand and the weapon flew from his grip. What he didn't see was that, as the gun sailed through the air, it twisted and crumpled into a useless lump of scrap metal. Simultaneously, aside from Seiya and Athena, the other fighters moved like shadows, darting forward as if a pack of tigers had pounced into a flock of sheep, throwing themselves at the SHIELD agents. For a full minute, the air filled with gut-wrenching screams, one after another, echoing throughout the scene. By the end of that minute, every agent, Brock Rumlow included, was sprawled across the ground. From start to finish, their guns had become nothing more than sticks for stoking a fire. Not a single shot was fired. Dong Zhang crouched next to the fallen Brock Rumlow and gave his face a gentle pat. You could have just talked things out, but you insisted on drawing your gun. Do you think having a gun makes you the boss? You think you can meddle in anything, even stick your nose into other people's family business, just because you're armed? Is that it? So are you satisfied now? How does it feel to be taken down by force? Not so pleasant, is it? If you dare to shout at Brother Yi again, or interfere in his family affairs, just try it. What's waiting for you will only be even stronger countermeasures. If you don't believe me, we'll just wait and see. Brock Rumlow lay on the ground, speechless. Dozens of well-trained agents, armed with rifles and pistols, had been knocked down by a handful of unarmed people. Even if he wanted to act tough, he couldn't get a single word out. Everyone, this might just be a misunderstanding. At that moment, Phil Coulson finally stepped in. With his naturally kind face, he was born to play the peacemaker. This was all just a misunderstanding. Our agents were only observing the situation and never intended to attack anyone. Maybe we used the wrong tools and caused you trouble. On his behalf, I apologize to you all. As for the damage to Mr. Su's dojo, we will compensate you at full value. Any inconvenience we've caused, we'll make sure to make it up to you later. I hope Mr. Su won't refuse. Throughout the conversation, Phil Coulson never once mentioned whether the beaten agents needed compensation or an apology. Clearly, they were in the wrong this time. If you make a mistake, you admit it. If you get beaten, you take it standing. This attitude is much better than those clueless old men and women. Far better, in fact. Dong Zhang raised his eyebrows with a smile. Honestly, you're overqualified as an agent. The government should put you in Congress as a legislator. Who knows? Maybe you'd even end up as speaker one day. Seiya waved a hand, signaling Dong Zhang to calm down and not talk himself out of existence. Agent Coulson, we're old friends by now. There's no need to go on about apologies. I understand your work is special, and your people tend to be a bit jumpy. I get that. Seiya paused. Across from him, Phil Coulson was about to thank him for his understanding when Seiya continued. But when it comes to compensation, I do expect you to handle it promptly. After all, we live in a society governed by law, where honoring agreements matters. A promise made shouldn't be broken lightly, don't you agree? Coulson was at a loss for words. The last time they occupied the gym, it was the same story. They promised compensation and demanded payment on the spot. Now, seeing the unwavering look in Seiya's eyes, Phil Coulson felt that if he didn't transfer the money immediately, he might end up in the hospital for a few days under the pretext of breaching the spirit of the agreement, or something similar. I'll apply for it right away, Coulson said helplessly, pulling out his phone. A few minutes later, Seiya's phone chimed with a message. A generous sum had just been deposited into his account. The group of fighters instantly burst into smiles and laughter as they returned to the bar to continue their gathering. After that intense brawl, everyone was famished. Not treating themselves to some barbecue and a few skewers of grilled kidneys would be an injustice to their own appetites. Before long, the street was deserted except for the patches of ice still clinging to the walls and the agents lying on the ground, unable to move. The only one left standing was Phil Coulson, who silently took out his phone. Sir, we need ambulances here. And please send reinforcements. I have a bad feeling about this. Coulson may have had an honest face, but he wasn't the type to just muddle through. His alertness and quick thinking were very much intact, and this sense of dread wasn't directed at the fighters, but rather at the one who had nearly frozen the entire street. The ice still hung from the walls, a chilling reminder. Who was that person? Where had they gone? Would they return? All of it was still a mystery. That radiant rainbow bridge that had shot into the sky moments ago. Anyone in New York with eyes would have seen it. As a seasoned SHIELD agent with first-hand experience dealing with aliens, Coulson couldn't possibly ignore what had just happened. So while he was redeploying personnel to protect the scientists at the Hammer site, he also prioritized beefing up security to guard against the figure who could very well return. The one suspected alien capable of unleashing a freezing storm in an instant. In addition, we've identified a dangerous individual here, Coulson reported, provisionally classified at Level A threat, possibly alien in origin, temporary codename. The one who vanished with a rainbow and can freeze an entire city block in seconds. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, Thor, busy with his own affairs, suddenly turned to the east. I feel something's happened. Jane Foster pulled up the blanket, trying to hide her flushed cheeks, her voice humming as she spoke. Is it that palace? But Thor had no interest in distractions right now. All he wanted was to regain his godly powers. Jane understood this perfectly, so neither of them bothered with breakfast. They booked the next available flight to New York without hesitation. At this point, the news of a rainbow beam descending from the sky and the suspected arrival of an alien in New York had already exploded across social media and the internet. That's the Bifrost, someone explained. It can take you to any of the 9 realms you wish to visit. Thor smiled as he explained to Jane that the Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge, had appeared many times in the legendary tales he'd told of his exploits. Jane, therefore, was hardly unfamiliar with it. In fact, she'd already witnessed its appearance up close once, back when Mjolnir first fell to Earth. At this moment, Jane slipped into her scientist's mindset, pondering the possible scientific explanations behind a rainbow bridge, such as the Einstein-Rosen bridge or wormholes. It was only then that she remembered Professor Eric Selvig, whom she'd left behind in Old Bridgetown, along with Darcy Lewis, the long-faced woman who doubled as their driver, research assistant, personal aide, and the ever-essential comedic relief. It wasn't just those two. Practically all her equipment and research notes were back there as well. Without them, there was no way she could continue investigating the nature of the Rainbow Bridge. With that thought, Jane decided to give Darcy Lewis a call. She wanted to check on how things are going on their end, and perhaps to boast a little about her recent adventures. After all, how many people could say they'd traveled in one leap straight to the stomach, so to speak? As soon as the call connected, Darcy's anxious voice came crackling through the line. Jane, where are you guys now? Are you in New York? You won't believe this. Just now, another rainbow bridge appeared outside Old Bridgetown. We're thinking of heading over to check it out. Darcy's voice was a bit muffled, as if she were speaking from inside a moving car. The sound instantly brought Jane back to that night, when they first encountered Thor. That night, they'd also been driving, chasing after the Rainbow Bridge, and ended up accidentally hitting Thor with their car. No sooner had this memory surfaced than Jane heard Darcy suddenly cry out in alarm on the other end, followed by the screech of brakes. Jane, I think I've hit someone again. Jane was tempted to point out that Darcy had also been the one behind the wheel when they'd run into Thor that first night. At this point, running people over was practically her signature move. Nothing to get too worked up about. Ugh, this time I think I hit more than one, Darcy exclaimed, her voice now a mix of panic and confusion. In the background, Eric Selvig could be heard grumbling. For people at once. Honestly, you should be driving a tank, not a car. The Rainbow Bridge, for people? Thor barely had time to process this. His mind was entirely focused on one thing. Let's hurry to New York. Finding the hammer is what matters most right now. Just then, a radiant arc of multicolored light came crashing down from the sky. That night felt strangely significant for America as a whole. The miraculous Rainbow Bridge was streaking across the country, leaving people everywhere unsettled and on edge. This last brilliant beam landed directly in front of Thor, just a few hundred meters away. And at that moment, Thor happened to be standing at Los Angeles International Airport. Though it was already late, the airport was still bustling, filled with a constant hum and flow of travelers. The place where the Rainbow Bridge landed happened to be the airport runway outside. By sheer coincidence, a C-40C official jet was directly in the path of the descending bridge. The jet was instantly obliterated, reduced to nothing but debris, and no one on board, including the crew, survived. This particular jet was an official aircraft, not something just anyone could board. At the very least, you had to be at the level of an old witch to qualify for such a flight. But now, whether you were a nobody or a high-ranking old witch, it didn't matter anymore. After all, everyone was reduced to nothing but a pile of ashes. At that moment, neither Thor nor any of the airport's passengers and staff had the heart to pay attention to that pile of ash. All eyes were on the airport, where, after the Rainbow Bridge faded away, a gigantic iron figure appeared. Wow, is that Tony Stark's new armor? This is so cool. Iron Man. Awesome. Tony, I want to have your babies. A few clueless travelers in the crowd instantly broke into cheers. Iron Man was the pride of Los Angeles, just as Spider-Man was for New York, equally important in their respective cities. Although Iron Man had suffered a minor setback at the Hammer Industries Expo not long ago, it was nothing serious. In the end, didn't he and War Machine take down that Russian troublemaker pulling strings behind the scenes? Well, at least that's not what the news reported. According to the news, it was supposedly Batman who did it, and he even defeated 3 Iron Men, including Iron Man himself. For Angelinos, that was obviously fake news, a smear campaign cooked up by New Yorkers to boost the popularity of Spider-Man and the Green Goblin at Iron Man's expense. They even went so far as to make up a Batman. Whether Batman was real or not, no one could say. No one had ever come forward, and the footage was always grainy and unclear. It was easy for people to say whatever they wanted. In any case, people in Los Angeles simply refused to believe Batman existed. In their hearts, Iron Man remained their one and only hero. So, when they saw the gigantic iron figure land, their first thought was that their hero, Iron Man, had arrived. Whether they were die-hard fans or not, everyone looked on with eager anticipation, waiting for the giant Iron Man to put on a spectacular show. But just then, the giant iron figure's faceplate suddenly opened. Instead of Tony Stark's familiar face, there was only darkness, a hollow void. So, was this not Tony Stark himself, but rather a remotely controlled drone? At Hammer Industries, they showcased unmanned drone Iron Soldiers. Although Iron Man had never ventured into this field before, it was clear that it posed no challenge for him. Truly, Tony Stark never fails to impress. Iron Man is nothing short of remarkable. Not even a world of drones can trip him up. As everyone marveled at Tony Stark's formidable talents, a sudden burst of fire flared from the shadowy faceplate of the Iron Giant. No, something's wrong. A sense of dread welled up in someone's heart, but it was already too late. In an instant, the blaze turned into a searing streak of fire, shooting straight from the Iron Soldier's face and hitting a nearby passenger plane that was turning on a runway. Like a missile strike, the plane exploded into a massive fireball. Cries of shock erupted through the crowd. What's happening? Run for your life. Help. Somebody help. Panic swept the entire airport. The unmanned Iron Soldier, supposedly under Iron Man's command, had inexplicably attacked a civilian aircraft. How could this be happening? Who on earth could step forward and explain what was going on? How had that damn thing landed safely in the first place? This was the destroyer from Asgard, the guardian of Odin's vault, the All-Father Odin's ultimate weapon. From the moment it touched down, it unleashed a terrifying, overwhelming force. Blazing beams of heat shot from its face, each one devastating as a cannon. Wherever it struck, planes were blown apart, Terminals collapsed in showers of rubble, and casualties mounted with every moment. In no time, the airport descended into utter chaos. Flames roared everywhere as throngs of terrified people scrambled to escape, desperate to flee this place that had become a vision of the apocalypse. By now, no one believed this towering metal giant was Tony Stark's latest toy. Even if Tony Stark were drunk, the worst he'd do was wet his suit, not take an unmanned iron armor on a rampage of destruction. That brings me to a question I've always had. When Tony Stark wears his Iron Man suit, it's obvious he still has clothes on underneath. So here's the problem. Does the suit have some special device for him to relieve himself? Maybe a zipper he can open to get the job done? Or does he just go in his pants and let the suit handle cleanup and drying? If it's the latter, then Tony Stark must be a man of truly memorable aroma. If it's the former, well, forgive me, but a wild idea just occurred to me. Maybe he could collaborate with NetEase Aircraft Memorial for a new project. But I digress. No matter the situation, whenever disaster strikes, there are always those who run against the tide of fleeing crowds, those who rush toward danger instead of away. Some do it for duty, for responsibility, to honor the emblem they wear and the blue flame of their uniform. As for Thor, it was his stubbornness. He believed nothing would happen to him. Even if he might not be able to withstand the destroyer's attacks, at the very least, he thought he could have a good talk with whoever was behind the destroyer. And as for the one controlling the destroyer from the shadows, who could it be besides Loki? Loki, my brother. On the ruined airport runway, Thor stood before the destroyer. Though he was 6'3", he looked like nothing more than a kindergartner compared to the towering machine. Loki, stop this. Tell me what's really going on. Why did you send the destroyer here? Why attack these innocent people? Loki, this isn't like you. Something must have happened, right? Please tell me. Thor, not yet having experienced the cold rejection of his hammer or Loki's subsequent betrayal, still held onto his illusions about his love for the hammer and his brotherly bond with Loki. But unfortunately, Loki had already decided he wanted Thor dead. After being beaten up in New York, his anger only grew, and now all he wanted was to unleash it all at once. Normally, Loki should have dealt with the situation in New York first, or waited for Thor to arrive so he could take care of both at once. But during his brief return to Asgard, a string of unexpected events occurred. Heimdall, Valkyrie, Sif, and the three warriors, usually nothing more than side characters, had all betrayed him, planning to help Thor, the so-called traitor of Asgard, return to the realm. For Loki, who already saw himself as the new king of Asgard, this was intolerable. One after another, why do you all insist on opposing me? Why do you insist on courting death? If that's what you want, then so be it. Let all of you die. After dealing with Heimdall, who had been neglecting his duties at the Bifrost, Loki wasted no time in sending the destroyer down to Earth. As for Sif and the three warriors, those four were just extras, and had even gone off in the wrong direction, incapable of stirring up any real trouble. And as for New York, he would deal with them last. Let them accompany Midgard into ruin. Loki was crystal clear about his personal grudges and greater ambitions. He knew that, right now, Thor was the most urgent threat. Thor was the real cause of Asgard's unrest, the one who endangered Loki's rule. Taking Thor out was his top priority. Already at the end of his rope, Loki wouldn't listen to a word Thor said. The moment he saw Thor, he immediately directed the destroyer to unleash a devastating attack. Loki, staring at the pillar of fire rushing toward him, Thor was utterly stunned. Even though Loki had stabbed him in the back countless times before, he'd always brushed it off as mischief. Never, not for a moment, had he believed Loki would truly try to kill him. So, in that instant, evading wasn't even on his mind. There was no time to react. He could only watch helplessly as the blinding beam grew larger and larger before his eyes. At that very moment, a streak of fire shot down from the sky like a missile, crashing directly onto the destroyer's head. It pressed the creature's skull downward, driving the blazing column into the earth, and the pillar of fire pierced the ground, blasting up a massive mound of earth with a thunderous explosion. Boom! Thor was swept up by the blast, flung through the air. Though he looked battered and bruised, he was lucky enough to avoid taking the full force of the fire straight to his face, a fate that would have forced him out of action entirely. At the same time, he lost the chance for a heroic comeback. There would be no glorious return from the brink, no leading 100,000 warriors, no building a grand kennel for Loki. Because Iron Man had already seized control of the fight. Tony Stark, the Iron Man, truly lived up to his reputation as a hero of Los Angeles. With his very first move, he executed a devastating head slam on the massive Iron Destroyer. The entire atmosphere at the airport changed in an instant. Only seconds ago, panic-stricken travelers had been fleeing for their lives. Now, one by one, they stopped in their tracks, turning to this scene and erupting in wild cheers. It no longer mattered who had built the earlier Iron Giant. What mattered was that Iron Man had arrived. With him here, they felt hope, salvation was at hand, and peace would soon return to the airport. Thor clambered out of the rubble, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and shouted up at Iron Man, who was hovering in midair, looking down on the destroyer while soaking in the adulation of the crowd. I advise you to get out of there quickly. The thing isn't what you think. It's not so easily defeated. Before Thor could finish, the destroyer, which had been smashed face first into the ground, suddenly stirred. Its iron shell rippled, and in a matter of seconds, it twisted. At the waist, the back of its head transformed into a gaping, blackened face, glowing red from within, and it aimed this ominous light directly at the hovering Iron Man. High energy warning below. Jarvis's alert rang out, and Iron Man immediately fired his thrusters, doing everything he could to get out of harm's way. But it all happened too fast. The energy beam erupted with blinding speed. Iron Man managed to dodge most of it, but the fire caught his leg. One of his boosters sputtered, sending him spinning through the air in a clumsy somersault before he crashed awkwardly to the ground. I told you, Thor sighed. That thing is incredibly powerful. Underestimating it is your biggest mistake. Iron Man shot a sheepish glance at Thor, but said nothing, just gave a dismissive snort. Then he sprang up, squared his shoulders, and, from a distance, aimed his arm cannon straight at the destroyer's face. As fate would have it, the destroyer threw its mouth wide open at that very moment, prepared to meet Iron Man's cannon blast head-on. The next second, both unleashed their full power. The arc reactor's energy beam and the destroyer's fire column shot out simultaneously, colliding with ferocious, lightning-fast force in a dazzling clash of elemental might. The colossal clash of energies resulted in an explosion of staggering ferocity. The nearby travelers, who had just been cheering for Iron Man, were suddenly met with the destruction they might once have escaped, but in the end could not avoid. Compared to the bystanders farther away, who were only brushed by the shockwave, it was Thor, caught right at the heart of the blast, who suffered the most. However, Asgardians are made of sterner stuff than Earthlings. Even rifle bullets can't pierce their thick skin, so Thor, in fact, was hurt the least. After tumbling several times through the rubble of twisted steel and shattered glass, he finally forced himself upright. It's useless. The destroyer was built by Odin himself. Its energy is nearly limitless, and its strength is unmatched. Unless you can fight and recharge at the same time, you'll never outlast it. Thor shouted again, but Iron Man paid him no mind. In the wake of the explosion, his thrusters roared to life, propelling him at ground level straight toward the destroyer. Ever since that night at Hammer Industries, when Batman had slapped him across the face, Tony Stark finally realized what he'd been missing. Long-range munitions can run out. Energy weapon ports can be damaged. Signals can be jammed. What he lacked most was close-quarters combat ability, a way to fight effectively, even offline and with no backup. So, over the past few days, he had upgraded and refined his suit, uploading a vast array of martial arts techniques from around the world, including the unrestricted combat style from the Dragon Kingdom. With these new skills and Jarvis's assistance, Iron Man could now unleash formidable hand-to-hand abilities. And, more importantly, he could rely on his own moves to become a master fighter, even when cut off from all systems. All of this, originally, was meant as preparation for Batman. Next time we meet, I'll prove to you that I've become a better version of myself. But now, it seemed, he would have to use these skills sooner than planned. Powered by his thrusters, Iron Man rushed toward the destroyer at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, he was beneath the monstrous machine. Balling his right fist, he ignited the boosters at his elbow, driving his iron fist upward in a fierce uppercut straight at the destroyer's jaw. There was a sharp clang. The destroyer clearly hadn't expected this metal fly to dare engage at close range. Caught off guard, it took the punch squarely, its jaw snapping sideways. Iron Man, landing his first blow, was instantly exhilarated. No wonder Batman liked slapping people. The thrill of landing a punch and feeling that direct impact. It's even more satisfying than the final shiver after a long night's workout. This could get addictive. With no hesitation, Iron Man unleashed every combat technique he had downloaded, pouring them all, without restraint, onto the destroyer. The results were indeed impressive. Amid the ringing and clanging of metal, not only was the destroyer forced to retreat step by step, but its iron armor also began to show various degrees of damage, making it look rather battered and pitiful. Yet, while Iron Man was enjoying the fight, he failed to notice that not far away, Thor's brow was still tightly furrowed. This level of attack won't do much to the destroyer, Thor muttered with concern. As if to prove him right, before Thor's words had even faded, the destroyer seized an opening in Iron Man's assault. Its arm shot out with sudden force, grabbing Iron Man by the neck of his armor. Then, With a powerful motion, it slammed Iron Man to the ground as if swatting away a pesky insect. A thunderous crash echoed out. Iron Man's armor buckled from the impact, joints sparking wildly, making it seem as if he might explode at any second. The destroyer slowly straightened up, the mangled metal on its body gradually reshaping itself. Then it lifted its massive foot, easily the size of a car tire, ready to stomp right down on Iron Man's midsection. Had that blow landed, the Stark family line would have ended right then and there. From his stomach to his spine, Tony would have been flattened beyond recognition. Just at that moment, a figure shot forward, colliding with the destroyer's hip like a comet crashing to Earth. Given the difference in their height, that was as high as he could reach. It was Thor. Despite being much shorter than the destroyer, his more than 500 pounds of weight managed to jolt its movement, causing the massive foot to miss Iron Man entirely. Thor landed, grabbed Iron Man, who looked like he could barely function on his own, and dragged him several meters away in a hasty retreat. Then he rapped on Iron Man's helmet. "Hey, are you alive in there?" Iron Man didn't open his helmet. His face was not in any state to meet the world. "I'm fine. This kind of damage is nothing to me. Just a light drizzle," he replied, refusing to admit defeat, even as his body was practically falling apart. Tony Stark would never back down. Not with his words, never. "That's good." Thor breathed a sigh of relief. "I need to go east, to New York. Can you help me?" Thor had given up trying to reason with Loki. More talk would only make him look like a lovesick fool begging for affection. It would do nothing but embarrass him. Their only option now was to take down the destroyer. Only by defeating this thing could they earn the right to speak to Loki as equals. But bringing down the destroyer with just the two of them was clearly impossible. "Why New York?" Tony Stark asked, his tone making it clear that he had strong feelings about that city. Thor shrugged. "Do you have backup here?" Tony Stark fell silent. If only he could lure the destroyer to Stark Industries headquarters and detonate the giant reactor there, maybe he'd actually have a shot at taking that thing down. Unfortunately, the headquarters had just lost a reactor during the fight with Ironmonger, and the new one hadn't even been built yet. That ace in the hole was still on cooldown. Thor nodded. "I've got support in New York, so that's where we have to go." Deep down, Tony wanted nothing to do with this plan. New York? What if they ran into Batman again? What if Batman slapped him across the face once more? He could already imagine Batman's lines. "Who told you to bring trouble to New York? Which is better, New York or Los Angeles? Do you love Dad or Mom more?" Honestly, that was a psychological scar. But no matter how deep his trauma ran, seeing the destroyer's face light up again not far away, Tony Stark could only grit his teeth and swallow his pride. "Let's move." With a roar of flame, Iron Man grabbed Thor by the arm and shot into the sky, streaking off toward New York. Behind them, the destroyer's pillar of fire chased after Iron Man, tracing a path through the night, but never even grazing a hair on either of them. It was well past midnight now. In New York, the nightlife had mostly died down. Dongjong Terry, with the drunken Ryo Sakazaki and the others, had gone to crash at the Bajikwan Dojo for the night. Meanwhile, Mai Shiranui and a few friends were resting in the lounge on the second floor of the bar. Originally, Mai had planned to leave the door open for Seiya, letting him sneak into the room later to see if he could find her. "As long as you can find the right person, I'll let you come in after." Mai spoke with a flushed face, clearly tipsy. Whether she was using the alcohol as an excuse to speak her mind and propose a thrilling challenge, or just pretending to be drunk to tempt him with a wicked suggestion, it was hard to say. Seiya, of course, turned her down without hesitation. Whatever her intentions, he wasn't going to agree to this. "Forget 4 people. Even if there were 40 in the room, I'd still find you. The real question is, once I do, with your tolerance, do you really think the others wouldn't notice?" There were other people in the room, after all. Did she take him for the type whose mind was always in the gutter, a reckless womanizer who didn't care about the time or place? And what if he got the wrong person? If the other party didn't object, would he just go with it and play along? No, that wasn't his style. He was a decent man. Seiya told himself, resolute. "You have a point. Well then, let's go to sleep. Good night." Mai Shiranui, cheeks still rosy, gave him a look that said, "You passed the test," smiled, and turned away. Watching her walk away, Seiya reached out his hand, thinking to himself, "Aren't you going to try persuading me a little more? Who knows? Maybe I would have agreed." He hadn't actually drunk much, and with his enhanced physique courtesy of spider jeans, the effects of the alcohol faded quickly. After seeing Dong Zhang and the others off, and watching Mai Shiranui and her companions leave as well, Seiya turned and stepped outside. He made a trip back to the Batcave beneath the castle, feeling deep down that the night's events were far from over. Loki had suffered a setback here, even getting roughed up. There was no way he'd let this chance for revenge slip by. In the early hours of the morning, a streak of fire fell from the sky, crashing down near the spot where Loki had summoned the Bifrost to escape. Iron Man, already battered by the destroyer, had then flown for 2 or 3 hours with Thor in tow, covering more than 4,000 kilometers at a breakneck pace. The turbulence along the way only worsened Tony Stark's already injured condition. In the end, he simply couldn't hold out any longer, and crash-landed face-first in the ground, skidding dozens of meters before finally coming to a halt, a truly undignified arrival. Thor, on the other hand, had no protective measures at all, yet after being dragged through the sky for hours, he landed with a spring in his step, looking as though he could do this all day and never tire. "Are you Mr. Tony Stark and Mr. Thor Odinson?" No sooner had the two landed than several agents in black suits emerged from the shadows. Spotting Iron Man sprawled on the ground, they exchanged startled glances and quickly pulled out their phones. Calling in, "Iron Man has arrived, but the situation is a bit unusual. Requesting an ambulance immediately." "No need, I'm fine." Iron Man yanked his head out of the dirt, wobbling as he struggled to his feet. After a mad dash from Los Angeles to New York, the last thing he wanted was to be carted off to the hospital the moment he arrived. That would simply be too humiliating. The hammer. Where is it? On the way here, Tony Stark had already contacted Nick Fury and briefed him about Thor's hammer, so everyone was clear on their objective. But compared to them, Loki's purpose was even more focused. Just as Tony Stark began to speak, the Bifrost thundered down once again. From the shimmering rainbow light, the same destroyer emerged, its armor now flawless. The dents left by Iron Man's barrage had vanished without a trace. The hammer. The hammer. Someone go find the hammer. Hurry. Move. Iron Man shouted, firing up his thrusters to lift himself into the air. He unleashed dozens of micromissiles at the destroyer, successfully drawing its attention, then swiftly ascended higher to put some distance between them. Meanwhile, under the agent's guidance, Thor made his way in haste to the Shiranui dojo, the very place where his hammer lay waiting. Beside the hammer, Thor wore a slightly rakish smile as he reached out and gently grasped the handle. The motion was delicate, reminiscent of that lonely feeling on Valentine's Day when you find yourself without a lover, so you turn to your hard drive and take hold of your own guilty pleasure. "My old friend, it's been a while. Come, fight alongside me once again." With a low cry, Thor gave a sharp tug, but the expected response from the hammer never came. It remained utterly still, showing no reaction whatsoever, as if it had lost all interest in his touch. Could it be that I'm holding it the wrong way? Thor adjusted his grip, switching from one hand to two. The maneuver was a bit tricky, requiring the handle to be long enough for both hands. He tried again, only to discover that the position made no difference. Not even when he summoned all his strength. Still, the hammer showed no sign of responding to him. Why? Thor, like a puzzled child, was plagued by question marks in his mind. Why wasn't there any reaction? The handle felt solid enough in his grasp. Overhead, clouds had gathered without warning, thunder roiled, and the sky opened up with a torrential downpour. Yet Thor remained kneeling beside the hammer, drenched by the rain, wearing an expression of utter desolation. This wasn't a storm he'd summoned. No matter how heavy the rain, it seemed to have nothing to do with him anymore. Up above, Iron Man, battered and chased through the sky like a hapless fly, sent a crackling message. "What's going on? Didn't you say you had backup here? Where's the support?" The destroyer's flaming jets blasted out with alarming speed and range, and Iron Man's suit, already badly damaged, left him dodging with all the desperation of a cornered animal. In that split second, while talking to Thor, Iron Man failed to evade. A searing blast from the destroyer struck him squarely, sending him tumbling from the sky. "I'm toast." A wave of frustration swept through Tony Stark's heart. Was he just doomed to have bad luck in New York? Last time, Ivan Vanko had ambushed him here, shutting down his suit and nearly trapping him like a sitting duck. Now, with the destroyer, he'd taken another hit, this time to his flight systems, leaving him unable to stabilize himself in the air. If he kept falling at this rate, wouldn't he just end up as easy prey once again? He wondered if Spider-Man or Batman might have a moment to spare, maybe come to his rescue. Embarrassing as it was, it sure beat losing his life. Just as Tony Stark sent up a silent prayer, a strand of web shot through the air, sticking to him and yanking him out of his uncontrolled descent. "Spider-Man's here? Am I saved?" Twisting midair, Tony turned to see where the web had come from, but a frown creased his brow. This Spider-Man's costume looks a bit different, and he's shorter and slimmer than before. Or am I just remembering it wrong? Although Tony Stark was filled with questions, he knew this wasn't the time to get hung up on them. From a distance, he shouted loudly to Spider-Man, "Be careful. This guy isn't like Ivan Vanko. His attacks are powerful, but his defense is even tougher." Tony had barely finished shouting when he felt his body yanked up by a strand of web. He swung through the air like a human wrecking ball, tracing an arc that sent him hurtling straight toward the destroyer below. He crashed heavily into the destroyer, and in that moment, all his doubts vanished. This was definitely Spider-Man. The attack pattern was exactly the same. Back at the Hammer Industries press conference, War Machine had been used just like this, a swinging, wrecking, ball-smashing into rows of Iron Soldier drones. The destroyer looked massive, but it didn't seem to weigh as much as its size suggested. Maybe only 300 or 500 kilos. After Iron Man slammed into it, the destroyer staggered backward, and jets of fire blasted from its head, spraying wildly into the sky. With his flight system damaged, and after taking such a hard hit, Iron Man landed in a heap of twisted metal. At best, he could still function as a stationary turret, but he was in no shape to provide any more effective support in this fight. Spider-Man, however, didn't seem to expect any help from Iron Man. He simply released the webbing stuck to Iron Man's armor and shot another web, this time latching onto a nearby car. With a flick, he hurled the car straight at the destroyer. A car weighs about 1.5 tons, much heavier than Iron Man, and even heavier than the destroyer itself. The impact sent the destroyer flying like a golf ball off a tee. But as Tony had said, the destroyer was incredibly strong and even more resilient. Even such a heavy blow didn't do much real damage. The destroyer simply twisted its body in midair to absorb the force, then adjusted itself and turned its face toward Spider-Man. Once again, crimson fire shot out, this time directly targeting Spider-Man perched atop the building. With a thunderous roar, a blazing jet of fire shot skyward. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Spider-Man dodged the blast with ease, but the rooftop beneath him was torn off and sent flying. Screams and shouts erupted all around. The people nearby, already trembling with fear from the ongoing battle, finally lost all composure as the building was destroyed. Panic swept through the crowd, and they began to flee the area in terror. This spot was very close to the Shiranui dojo, and not far from the Muse Bar where my Shiranui and her friend were staying. If things were left to spiral out of control, the Muse Bar would almost certainly get caught in the crossfire. Inside the bar, a few female fighters, tipsy and taking advantage of the soundproof lounge for some mischievous fun, could very well end up as collateral damage. If the roof that got blown off happened to be the one over the Muse Bar, exposing that sweet yet slightly risque scene, Seiya would be at a serious loss. So, the fight couldn't be allowed to continue here. At the very least, it had to be moved out of this district. Up on the rooftop, Spider-Man, leaping and dodging the destroyer's relentless attacks, was oblivious to all this because she was only Spider-Man, not Seiya. She acted simply according to her own instincts, leaping wherever she pleased, never really caring which rooftop she landed on below. But Seiya cared. While the destroyer fired wildly, forcing Spider-Man to dart and leap in every direction, a wall nearby suddenly exploded, shattered by a massive, jet-black vehicle, armored like a tank, that roared onto the scene. Its fierce, menacing front crashed straight into the destroyer's chest, driving it forward in a shower of sparks and thunderous noise. Wait, is that Batman? Catching a glimpse of the bat-shaped insignia on the side of the vehicle, Tony Stark's tense expression suddenly relaxed. If it had only been Spider-Man showing up, Tony might still have worried things could go south. But with Batman on the scene, there was nothing to fear. After all, this was someone who'd once left even him at a disadvantage. If there was anyone in New York who could turn the tide in a crisis, it had to be Batman. From afar, the Batmobile bulldozed the destroyer through one wall after another, smashing through glass-fronted buildings as it sped away from the Shiranui dojo and the Muse Bar Street. No one questioned his tactics for a moment. Everyone simply assumed Batman was using this method to swiftly deal with the destroyer. Nothing at all seemed out of place. What no one expected, though, was that the destroyer, now turned into a battering ram by the Batmobile, was far from helpless. Even as its body was slammed backward, its hands locked onto the Batmobile's front bumper, and its mask slowly aligned with the car's windshield. No matter how sturdy your vehicle, no matter how thick your armor, one burst of fire from the destroyer, and it would tear you wide open. The destroyer's mask began to glow again. Its attacks were devastating, but the ominous red warning before each strike was all too obvious. Suddenly, the front of the Batmobile flipped open like a hood, and a black, cannon-like barrel extended outward. With a powerful thrust, it jabbed up under the destroyer's chin, forcing its face to tilt skyward. This cannon was something Seiya had later insisted Dr. Fox add to the car, inspired by his envy of War Machine's ability to shoulder a massive gun. So he wasn't trying to compete with anyone. He just wanted to prove, when it came to the size of a cannon, everyone else here was outclassed. A pillar of fire erupted, blazing up toward the sky. As it blasted through a high-rise building, the Batmobile's cannon not only pierced straight through, but also sliced the structure in two, splitting the tower cleanly down the middle. Tearing through street after street, the Batmobile quickly sped across a dozen blocks, putting several kilometers between itself and the district where the Shiranui dojo stood. That should do it. Inside the Batmobile, Seiya exhaled deeply. The vehicle crashed through a glass curtain wall, then switched to autopilot, continuing to barrel down the highway with the destroyer still rammed onto its front. Meanwhile, Seiya opened the car door, leapt atop the vehicle, and pulled out a white glowing device. With a determined step forward, he plunged it hard into the gaping hole in the destroyer's face. At that moment, the cape on his back electrified and stiffened, transforming into a massive pair of bat wings, a glider. Catching the wind, it hurled Seiya high into the air and landed him atop a nearby skyscraper. The Batmobile, however, kept surging forward at over 100 miles per hour, quickly putting several hundred meters between itself and Seiya's rooftop perch. Behind him, Spider-Man had caught up. Clad in a red and white suit, a familiar female voice came from beneath the mask. "Are you Batman? Who's driving that car?" Seiya didn't answer. Instead, he extended his arm, blocking Spider-Man's path with his cape. Far ahead, the destroyer, still pinned to the Batmobile's front, suddenly sensed a foreign object lodged in its face. Red light flared as it tried to incinerate the device, but what followed was a violent explosion. A deafening blast rang out, and a pillar of white light shot up into the sky. Reminiscent of the arc reactor explosion at Stark Industries' Los Angeles headquarters, though smaller in scale and brightness. But the local devastation was no less catastrophic. The Batmobile was blown apart, bursting midair into a rain of fragments. The destroyer's head was utterly obliterated, and its once intact body instantly lost all support, collapsing like a ragdoll and crashing into the distance. "That's such incredible power. What kind of explosive did you use?" Spider-Man's female voice was filled with astonishment. Seiya replied in a low voice, "Just a coil." Seiya made it sound like no big deal, but that coil was far from ordinary. That was a prototype, reverse-engineered by Dr. Fox from the arc reactor Seiya had seized from Ivan Vanko. Seiya had simply repurposed it as a miniature nuclear bomb. There were plenty of similar prototypes and defective parts lying around. Instead of letting Dr. Fox dispose of them, Seiya had them turned into bombs. And this, as far as he could figure, was the quickest way to deal with the destroyer. Arc reactor bombs packed a huge punch, but left little. Contamination. After all, when that massive arc reactor blew up in Los Angeles, no one ever complained about radiation or anything, did they? No need to get too hung up on the details. Honestly, if Seiya could lift Thor's hammer, that would be even better. He could just charge in, hammer in hand, and settle things directly. But sadly, he wasn't Captain America, and the timeline, not to mention his own principles, didn't exactly allow him to cozy up to Thor and inspire Thor to command the hammer to protect Seiya. In Thor, Love and Thunder, Jane was able to lift the hammer because of Thor's heartfelt plea to the hammer itself. But if Seiya had to rely on that kind of reason to wield Mjolnir, he'd be utterly disgusted. With so many beautiful women at home, who on earth would give up the whole forest just for a single hammer? You'd have to be out of your mind. "A coil, huh?" Spider-Man muttered off to the side, but he didn't dwell on it. Nor did he seem interested in continuing the conversation with Batman. Instead, he looked around as if he were waiting for someone to show up. Meanwhile, Seiya, by the sound of her voice and her build, had basically confirmed that this female version of Spider-Man across from him could only be Gwen. This realization made Seiya marvel at the wonders of nature, or rather, the wonders of this world. Back when they had fought, Gwen had once let it slip as she pleaded for mercy, that she wished she could find a way to enhance her own physique so she wouldn't lose so badly every time. So he had thought it was just empty bluster. Without Parker's father's decay rate equation, Dr. Connors was still stuck with one arm, and Gwen, just an intern, had no hope of boosting her abilities through cross-species genetics. But now, Gwen really had become Spider-Gwen. So how had she gotten stronger? Was it cross-species genetics? Or had something bitten her? If it was cross-species genetics, did that mean Dr. Connor's experiment had succeeded? Had the lizard gene been perfected? Was there a risk of another lizard outbreak in the city? And if it happened, should he step in to solve it? Or just sit back and watch the show? And if it wasn't a case of cross-species inheritance, but rather being bitten by a super spider, then where did that super spider come from? Was it the same one that bit Seiya? If it really was the same spider. Suddenly, Seiya thought of a female hero who hadn't yet appeared in the movies, Silk. Silk was a female Spider-Man, also mutated by the bite of a super spider. What's more, she and Peter Parker were bitten by the very same spider. That led to a rather peculiar bit of lore between them. Whenever they met, they would be irresistibly drawn to each other by an overwhelming attraction, and then, well, what followed was definitely not suitable for children. Whoever at Marvel came up with this must have been a fan of, well, certain genres, but sadly, they didn't have the resources to fully realize it. Lately, Seiya had been spending all his time at the dojo and the bar, and hadn't seen Gwen. He really didn't know much about her current situation. All he could do now was speculate. The truth would have to wait until he could drop his disguise and go ask her directly. All right, now that the problem's solved, I should. Seiya spoke in a low, altered voice through his voice changer, turning to leave. But as he turned, he caught Spider-Gwen glancing his way. Her movements looked a bit odd, her legs rubbing together restlessly. What's with you? Seiya frowned. Was she itchy? Batman. Gwen's voice suddenly grew strained and unnatural. You should go. Otherwise, someone might come soon. Her voice grew softer and softer, trembling by the end. Right then, Seiya felt a strange sensation himself. The Spider-Woman before him, she really was striking. Those slender, graceful legs, the fine hair on them, the patterned abdomen that almost seemed to pulse with energy. Ahem. Clearly, Seiya's suspicion was confirmed. This wasn't some random cross-species effect, nor was it Spider-Gwen, it was Silk Gwen. The attraction for being bitten by the same spider was even starting to affect him. Realizing this, Seiya knew he couldn't stay any longer. If he didn't leave now, those certain genres might just become reality. Take care. Leaving that sentence behind, Seiya vaulted off the rooftop, unfurled his cape, and disappeared into the night. It seemed Gwen really had been bitten by the same super spider that bit Seiya. That's why she'd been so powerfully drawn to him just now, her instincts taking over. The same was true for Seiya. But right now, Seiya was in his Batman persona, not Spider-Man. And he had no intention of revealing his identity to Gwen. If he stayed any longer, was he supposed to test Gwen's loyalty or something? There was really no need for all that. If Gwen could handle it, then fine, but if she couldn't, Seiya would have basically cuckolded himself. Physically, he wouldn't have lost anything, but emotionally, he would still feel cheated on. No matter how you look at it, it would definitely feel awkward. Soaring through the air, Seiya suddenly heard the built-in communicator in his helmet beep. The caller ID flashed. It was Gwen. Where are you right now? As soon as he answered, Gwen's urgent voice came through, tinged with a slight tremor. I'm at home, asleep. What's up? Are you done with work? Seiya replied in his own voice, chuckling. Wait for me. Gwen blurted out those words and abruptly hung up. Immediately, Seiya hurried to rip off his cape, shot out a web with his arm, and swung rapidly toward his apartment. The two of them were only a few blocks apart, both racing toward the little house Seiya rented in Queens. Their moods were different, but the urgency was the same. They were both racing against time, but Seiya, knowing the neighborhood better, was the first to make it home. He peeled off his suit and dove straight under the covers. He'd barely been lying there for half a minute when a figure slipped in through the open window. By the time she crawled under the blanket, she'd already shed all her gear. Spider-Gwen, her speed was terrifying. Gwen, Seiya called out, feigning surprise. What are you? One day and one night. He didn't even use the 5 masks he'd prepared. Good morning. Good morning. Their eyes met. Sometimes, all it takes is a single look for desire to ignite. By noon, Seiya had ordered takeout. He picked Buddha jumps over the wall from a Chinese restaurant to restore his strength and energy, taking some time to catch his breath. This round, they were truly well-matched opponents. Who would come out on top was anyone's guess. That evening, they finally called a truce. Gwen at last had time to talk with Seiya about everything that had happened lately. I was supposed to be in the lab with Dr. Connors, trying to make some progress on our project. But there was this one problem we just couldn't solve, and the whole thing ground to a halt. So, that day I went back to campus and sat where I used to read. I wanted to clear my head and think things through. But somehow, I ended up getting bitten by a spider. The spot Gwen mentioned was the exact table where Seiya had seen her for the first time. And it was also the place where Seiya himself had been bitten by the super spider. I'm pretty sure it was the same spider that bit you. Gwen said, certain. It had been months, and that spider was still lurking around, biting people again. The whole thing was just bizarre. That spider. It won't bite anyone else, will it? Seiya suddenly asked, if two people are bitten by the same spider, will they have some kind of mutual attraction? What if someone else gets bitten? If it's a beautiful woman, that's fine, but what if it's a big, burly guy? The thought was simply unbearable. Gwen shook her head. I didn't know before, but from now on, I don't think it'll happen again. Why are you so sure? Seiya pressed on. Gwen let out a sigh. Because I killed that spider myself, right then and there, and threw it away. When I went back to look for it, the body was already gone. If I'd found it, maybe it could have helped Dr. Connors make some progress with his experiments. Well, Seiya nodded. Based on the circumstances, they'd just have to wait and see if any new Spider-Man would appear. If not, then there probably wasn't much to worry about. But in Gwen's heart, the image of someone suddenly surfaced, Batman. Back when she'd been with Batman, Gwen had experienced some strange discomfort in her body. At the time, she hadn't thought much of it, assuming it was just a lingering side effect of the spider genes. It wasn't until she met Seiya, and, after fighting alongside him for over a dozen hours, that she belatedly realized that odd feeling she'd had before might actually have been caused by Batman. Could Batman somehow be connected to the super spiders too? Gwen quietly planted a question in her mind, but she didn't voice it aloud, afraid it might upset Seiya. While the two of them talked, the world outside was thrown into chaos. From Los Angeles to New York, the alien that descended in a dazzling rainbow of light had relentlessly pursued Iron Man across the entire United States. What kind of grudge could justify that? Even more unbelievable, the alien actually managed to take Iron Man down. There was no denying it. The image of Iron Man face down on the ground had already been plastered across every major newspaper and online outlet. Next to it, there was always a comparison shot. Batman, cape unfurled, soaring through the night. As the story gained traction, the public quickly learned that, once again, it was Batman who saved Iron Man, just like that epic battle from the Hammer Industries press conference to the Oracle Ecological Park. Iron Man was left lying on the ground, and Batman was the one who put an end to the fight. It seemed Iron Man was destined to play second fiddle to Batman. As for the destroyed buildings and the final explosion, nobody really had anything to say. For the sake of ultimate victory, some sacrifices had to be made. All people cared about was remembering the hero's shining moments. What really set New Yorkers abuzz with excitement, though, was the rumor that last night, the first to come to Iron Man's aid wasn't Batman. It was Spider-Man. On that very night, the night Iron Man was taken down again, Spider-Man and Batman had actually teamed up. This undoubtedly turned into a carnival for fans of Spider-Man and Batman, especially those with a particular fondness for unusual character pairings. The doujinshi Spider-Man vs. Batman saw a surge in updates overnight, and tens of thousands of copies sold out in a flash, cherished by countless fans as if they were priceless treasures. It got to the point where Seiya was tempted to go after that underground publisher himself. "You've made so much money off my copyright. Surely it wouldn't be too much to share a slice with me? I'm not asking for much. Let's just split the profits 50-50. If you don't agree, I'll tie you to the bat signal and hang you on the rooftop for everyone to see." Compared to Batman's moment in the spotlight, Thor, who was supposed to shine in this arc, ended up in dire straits. Because Jin took away his hammer, and Seiya's Spider-Man crashed the storyline, Thor lost his chance at that iconic comeback, rising from near death to reclaim Mjolnir, regaining his thunderous power, and smashing the Destroyer with a single blow. Instead, Thor was still being treated like a common thief, locked in a storage room somewhere in the Shiranui dojo. The arrival of the alien Destroyer put S.H.I.E.L.D. on high alert, but also piqued their curiosity about this man, dragged by Iron Man all the way from Los Angeles over 4,000 kilometers for 2 hours, yet showing no sign of discomfort. And the moment he arrived, he made a beeline for the hammer, his intentions clear as day. According to Coulson's usual assessment of extraterrestrials, although this guy looked perfectly human, there was a strong chance he was an alien. His connection to that hammer, which apart from Jin no one else could even lift, seemed more than a coincidence. For aliens, the best approach was naturally a thorough dissection on the operating table, to study the differences between their physiology and that of humans. Who knows? The findings might prove incredibly valuable to mankind. Perhaps eating his flesh would grant superhuman strength and invulnerability, or drinking his blood would bestow unbreakable stamina, something along those lines. If that turned out to be true, this fellow would definitely be locked up, pampered and well-fed until he was fattened up enough to be harvested. However, the team assigned by Coulson to guard the hammer had just been knocked out by a group of martial artists, leaving their manpower stretched thin. They weren't comfortable handing the task over to outsiders, so for now, Thor was simply confined to a storage room. "You're not from Earth, are you? Where do you come from? Why did you come to Earth? What's that hammer? Who's that man in armor? And why did the sandblasting machine chase you all the way to New York?" At this moment, Coulson was like a child, his head swimming with questions. But Thor, sitting across from him, was as silent and unmoving as a statue. From Old Bridgetown to Los Angeles, and from Los Angeles to New York, the anticipation Thor once had for his reunion with the hammer had now turned into utter disappointment. That feeling was even more crushing than confidently heading out for a date on Valentine's Day, only for the girl to leave right after dinner without even staying for the movie. Thor had completely shut down, refusing to respond to any questions, shutting out the world around him. "Sir, should we try something a little more entertaining to get him talking?" A subordinate standing nearby made the suggestion. As agents, they had more than enough tricks up their sleeves to make someone open their mouth. It was just a matter of whether or not they wanted to use them. Coulson shook his head. "Not for now. We'll figure something out. By the way, go check this guy's travel records. See if he's been anywhere besides Los Angeles, and find out who he's been in contact with." "Yes, sir." The subordinate left to carry out the order, and just then, another agent approached. Reporting in, sir. There's been a bank robbery in District 9. Shots were fired. Should we go assist? If Coulson were even a little less patient, he might have smacked the guy right then and there. We're S.H.I.E.L.D., not the police. Robberies aren't our jurisdiction. Besides, do you really think we've got enough people to waste on every little incident? His subordinate shook his head. I understand, sir. It's just this robbery is odd, so I thought I should report it to you. Let's hear it, Coulson said, rubbing his temples. The agent spoke in a serious tone. There were 6 robbers, all masked. In the end, only one of them managed to escape with the money. 6 went in, 5 died? Which bank was this? Their security must be impressive. Almost on par with S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson commented, only half joking. But the agent's expression was strange. Actually, the bank's security was pretty basic. In fact, they were overwhelmed almost immediately. The robbers killed each other. It was infighting that did them in. Coulson's brow furrowed at once. Explain in detail. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Gwen was browsing trending news online while venting to Seiya. The news says those robbers all wore clown masks. They started fighting among themselves right in the middle of the heist. And in the end, only one made it out, with the money, driving off in a school bus. On Gwen's computer screen was a photo. Someone with thick clown makeup, a grotesque red smear curling at the corners of the mouth, barely hiding the jagged scars that almost reached the ears. They stole a lot of money, and so many people died. Dad's gonna be busy with this one. Gwen sighed. The robbery had happened in District 9, which just happened to be her father George Stacy's precinct. Seiya leaned in for a look at the screen, his brows knitting in concern. This sudden appearance, the heavily made-up clown who slaughtered his own crew and then strolled away with the loot, didn't surprise Seiya all that much. Catwoman's girlfriend card had been drawn for quite a few days now, and Batman's gear had been upgraded several times. So it was only natural for the Joker, Batman's nemesis, to make an appearance. Anything else would have been odd. What puzzled Seiya was how a school bus, used in a bank heist, suddenly reversed out of a tightly packed convoy of school buses, smashed into the bank, and then, once. The job was done. The Joker drove the school bus right out of the bank, seamlessly merging back into the convoy, and slipping past the police cars in perfect formation. Were all those school buses driven by robots? Were they on autopilot? Or were all the drivers in the convoy actually working for the Joker? The movie never explained, but Seiya figured that if Chief George wanted to track the Joker down, starting with the school bus drivers or the bus company might be the fastest approach. As for himself, he honestly had no intention of going after the Joker. The Joker, how to describe him? An unrepentant villain, determined to spread his own madness to the world, appending order and sowing chaos. Seiya honestly couldn't understand why so many people liked the Joker, spamming Joker memes everywhere. Praising the actor's performance is fair. After all, the deceased deserve respect, and the acting was truly superb, but blindly idolizing the Joker, calling him Master Joker, was really unnecessary. If this were the Dragon Kingdom, a character like that wouldn't survive more than 2 episodes. But this was America. The Joker was an inevitable product of this society's environment, so all Seiya could do was offer his blessings. Much like the Green Goblin, the Joker was a side effect of Seiya drawing the girlfriend card. Strictly speaking, he ought to take some responsibility, just as he had when punishing the Green Goblin in the beginning. But people change. And if you look at why the Joker turned out the way he did, it's because of his dissatisfaction with society, with the authorities, and the system of this country. He wants to tear down the establishment and attain true freedom and equality. He's an anarchist at heart. In some ways, Seiya actually agreed with some of the Joker's actions. Of course, it was a silent agreement in his heart. He'd never admit it out loud. Let's go help Dad, okay? Let's catch this bad guy and keep New York safe. Gwen looked at Seiya, her tone utterly serious. No problem. Standing up for justice is our duty. Seiya nodded quickly. After all, a woman likes to be reassured. But then his tone shifted. However, this Joker, even though he acts wild and brazen, is no fool. So we, especially you, mustn't act recklessly. If you discover anything, tell me first. Compared to Chief George, or the safety of New York, what I care about most is your well-being. Do you understand? Gwen nodded, deeply moved, then lunged forward to give him a passionate kiss. And then, 2 hours later, exhausted, Gwen had drifted off into a deep sleep. Seiya gently pulled the blanket over her, then stood up and leaped out the window. It was already late at night. Although Seiya himself was feeling worn out, there was an urgent issue that needed his attention. In the underground Batcave, Dr. Fox was waiting for Seiya after receiving his call. The old butler, Alfred, was there as well. Young master, coming here at this hour. Do you have some urgent matter to discuss? Seiya tugged at his collar to cover the mechanical bruises on his neck, then nodded. Yes, there's something I need help with. Here's the situation. When Seiya explained that he and the newly appeared female Spider-Man were irresistibly drawn to each other due to some unique trait, and that it inevitably led to them getting entangled together, the two old men couldn't help but show an intrigued expression on their faces. It was clear men never outgrow their curiosity for such matters, regardless of age. So, what I need is for you to help me find a way to hide this particular trait, Seiya concluded. Dr. Fox immediately looked puzzled. Why would you want to suppress something like that? If you're interested, I can recommend a few medications. Excellent results, no side effects. At this, Dr. Fox chuckled proudly. I'm over 70 now, but with those meds? If you asked me to father 100 or so kids across the globe in 3 years, I could pull it off, no problem. Seiya couldn't help but cover his face. What is it with these old guys and their wild ideas? I don't need medicine, and as a scientist, can't you show a little academic restraint? Please don't turn into a dirty old man like Mitsume Sakido. Mitsume Sakido is a character from Saint Seiya, the adoptive grandfather of Athena's incarnation, Saori Kido, and the biological father of the 5 main heroes. 3 years before the story begins, Gemini Saga betrays the sanctuary, and Sagittarius Iolos escapes with the newborn Athena, entrusting her to Mitsume Sakido before dying. After that, Mitsume Sakido set his 100 children plan into motion, a grand scheme indeed. Seiya and the other main characters, along with several less prominent ones, and even those children who perished nameless during Saint training, over 100 in all, were all Kido's offspring. Among these children, the oldest and youngest were no more than 3 years apart, and their mothers came from all corners of the world. So what does this mean? An old man spent 3 years ensuring that women from over 100 countries each bore him a child, and when he retrieved them, every one of these children was presented to the world as an orphan. Just think about the implications of that for yourself. When it came to Dr. Fox's kindness, Seiya was honestly at a loss for words. He didn't need medication. Just a man and his gun could conquer mountains and delve into the depths, a single dragon's roar echoing his soaring ambition, unstoppable at every turn. Right now, what he needed was a way to completely mask his own scent. In Seiya's understanding, the attraction between men and women wasn't just about love at first sight or physical appearance. Scent was also a significant factor. This was especially true for people like him and Gwen, whose spider genes had given them an incredibly keen sense of smell. After all, many animals rely on scent to identify others and to find mates. But after discussing it with Dr. Fox, Seiya realized he might have fallen into a misconception. Although the spider genes had enhanced his hearing and vision, real spiders actually had rather poor eyesight and sense of smell. Most of their sensory input came from the fine hairs on their legs and special receptors on their bodies. Humans, of course, don't have these features, so for Seiya and Gwen, these enhancements manifested as spider sense, a mysterious sixth sense that could predict danger, but wasn't limited to just that. So, according to your analysis, Doctor, the mutual attraction between Gwen and me is transmitted and received through our spider sense? Seiya frowned it deeply. If that was the case, then even if he wrapped himself head to toe in latex, it probably wouldn't stop the other's perception. Unless, like Magneto, donning his helmet to block Professor X's psychic powers, he could use some special material to create a custom suit that wrapped him up entirely, and see if that could shield the spider sense. I could try adding an electromagnetic field to the batsuit, Dr. Fox finally suggested. It might block the connection between you two. But I should warn you, such a field would also interfere with your perception of your environment and danger, weakening your spider sense. Seiya nodded. That seemed like the best option for now. The field could be set to switch on and off, normally kept off, but activated when he had no other choice and needed to get close to Gwen. As for the specifics of how the electromagnetic field worked, Seiya didn't need to know. Meanwhile, as Seiya busied himself with blocking the spider sense between him and Gwen, the heads of New York's major crime syndicates were gathering for a grand meeting. The bank that the Joker had robbed wasn't just any bank. It was the mob's bank. The $68 million stolen belonged to these very kingpins sitting around the table. Such a huge sum of money being stolen naturally drove the gangsters into a rage. Yet, at this moment, recovering the stolen funds was not their top priority. What mattered most now was protecting the money they still had left. The bank that was robbed was just one of many under their control. Besides that, several other gang-run banks had already caught the attention of the police. So, all at once, these gangs found themselves facing 3 major headaches. While Seiya was away from New York, deepening his bonds with the fighters, Harry hadn't been idle. He had continued his relentless crackdown on the criminal organizations. In a way, he was doing the work of both Spider-Man and Batman by himself. Because of this, the fury of the gangsters was aimed squarely at the green armored hero. Even the Joker shared their animosity. Seiya himself had no idea that, despite having drawn the girlfriend card this time, his supposed girlfriend was nowhere to be found. She could still be unborn, or perhaps she was just a little girl in kindergarten. Either way, she stubbornly refused to make an appearance for reasons unknown. Achoo! Somewhere far away, an 8-year-old girl in the midst of physical training with a burly middle-aged man suddenly sneezed. Selena, are you all right? Did you catch a cold? The man wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked with concern. The girl shook her head. I'm fine, dad. Let's keep going. Good. The man nodded, pointing to a wooden stake nearby. Go practice again, 500 kicks. Remember, your legs are longer and stronger than your arms. So if you can solve a problem with your legs, don't use your hands. Got it? Yes, Dad, I understand, the girl replied with determination. Back to Seiya. This time his girlfriend card had netted him a family fortune of 20 billion and a personal net worth of several billion. Yet, the enemies that ought to have come for him were instead drawn away by Harry, much to his surprise. Weren't spearmen supposed to be unlucky, according to the old saying? But with his 7 times refined waist gun, Seiya's luck seemed almost miraculous. Meanwhile, as the anxious gangsters huddled together, discussing how to handle the imminent police raids on their secret banks, an odd-looking man in a purple suit and heavy makeup strode into the room. Aren't you all afraid of the green armored hero? Don't you hate him to the core? Let's work together. I'll help you kill him, and in return, you'll split half the money from your banks with me. Such a mad proposal would never be accepted by anyone in their right mind, least of all these hardened criminals. After all, their underlings had spent years building up these fortunes. Why would they simply give half away? Who did he think he was, Captain America, that everyone would just agree to a 50-50 split? As expected, the negotiations broke down in an instant, and the two sides parted ways without another word. The Joker, relying on the grenades strapped inside his clothes, forced everyone to back off and managed to escape unscathed. Among those present, one of the local crime bosses, known as Old Black, immediately issued a bounty on the Joker. $500,000 dead, a full million alive. Yet, no matter how you heard it, that bounty sounded more like the desperate barking of someone powerless. For now, Seiya paid little attention to the Joker's affairs, nor did he keep much contact with Harley. After a busy day in a Batcave, he arrived at Muse Bar in the evening, hoping to unwind with a drink. But the moment he stepped inside, he saw a grotesque man with his face painted white and an exaggerated red grin curling up at the corners of his mouth. Is that the Joker? Seiya had never imagined he would run into the Joker under such circumstances. Completely unprepared, he found the notorious clown suddenly standing before him. In that instant, Seiya nearly acted on instinct. One blazing punch, and the Joker would be on his way to meet Heath Ledger. All right, that was just a fleeting impulse, and nothing more. As wicked as the Joker might be, the things he resented were another country's systems and institutions. What he wanted to destroy belonged to someone else's world. As a foreign student, Seiya had no right to interfere in the affairs of another nation, right? He certainly wasn't going to act like those shameless old witches who treat pushing others' limits as a stepping stone to their own power. As long as the Joker didn't mess with him, Seiya had no intention of doing anything rash, even though he promised when he'd help her father catch the villain. When Seiya entered, the Joker was sitting at the bar, grinning cheerfully and chatting with Dong Zhang. To be honest, your look is a bit much, Dong Zhang commented, eyeing the Joker's getup. That scar at the corner of your mouth, is that a prosthetic? Looks like it's been sliced open and stitched back together for real. Your makeup artist must be something else. You have to introduce me someday. I'd love to try a more outlandish style myself. As he spoke, Dong Zhang tapped on the bar. With a getup like that, there's no way I'm letting you leave without buying you a drink. Shower, around for our guest. Behind the bar, Qiong, who moonlighted as bartender, shot Dong Zhang a glare. If you can't say something right, just don't say anything. When Brother Yi says it, it sounds bold and generous. But coming from you, there's a whiff of an old army officer about it. Dong Zhang might have been a Muay Thai expert, but he was actually Japanese, so the army officer vibe made sense. Despite her words, Qiong still mixed a drink and handed it to the Joker. From the moment the Joker walked in, both Qiong and Dong Zhang recognized him. His makeup was identical to the clown who robbed the bank a few days prior. He was almost certainly that dangerous man. Why would someone like that come to Muse Bar? Was he simply here for a drink? Or was he planning something more? If someone came looking for trouble, the fighters here certainly wouldn't be intimidated. After all, when faced with extraterrestrials like Loki, they didn't hesitate to throw down. If they hadn't gotten drunk afterward, they would have even taken on the Destroyer for good measure. As for the Joker, from the fighter's perspective, he was little more than a weakling, someone whose strength wasn't even enough to trust a chicken. His fighting ability might be a 6 at best, just barely above the lowest rung. However, if the Joker was simply here for a drink, they had no reason to turn away a guest at the door. Because of Seiya, none of them felt much enmity toward this Joker who had robbed an American bank. On the contrary, They were happy to buy him a drink. Dong Zhang's toast wasn't to the Joker's makeup, but to his audacity in challenging the law. A man who dares to tilt at windmills. You may not like him, but you have to respect his courage, don't you? After all, it's someone else's windmill. The Joker wasn't a fool. Quite the opposite. His intellect was razor sharp, sharp enough to run circles around the entire city's police force, and even Batman, keeping everyone perpetually on edge. In fact, the Joker seemed to possess a talent for seeing right through people's hearts, a gift of pure intellect, not a superpower. So, the moment he laid eyes on Dong Zhang, he knew the man had recognized him. At the same time, he felt certain he was safe here. That sense of security didn't come from a knife in his hand or the grenade tucked inside his suit, but from the look in Dong Zhang's eyes, a look that seemed to say, hey, brother, I know what you did, and you did it well. Good job. The Joker accepted the drink. And as for Dong Zhang himself, he'd certainly piqued the Joker's interest. Thanks, the Joker said in a low, gravelly voice, downing the drink in a single gulp. Setting down the glass, the Joker readied himself to have a proper conversation with Dong Zhang, hoping to draw him out a bit. The Joker hadn't come to the Muse Bar just to pick a random spot for a drink. He'd caught wind, if only faintly, of the fighters' recent brawl with Loki. Though the incident hadn't made big headlines, the rumors had reached his ears, and he'd sought the place out deliberately. His intelligence was undeniable, but no matter how carefully he plotted, he still needed people to put his plans into action. And to the Joker, these fighters might be perfect for the job. After all, the very name fighter conjured up images of brawny types with more muscle than brains, easy enough to manipulate. Dong Zhang, standing before him now, seemed to confirm his theory. The Joker believed that as long as he could keep them talking, it wouldn't be long before he gleaned the key details he needed. Once he had those, he could march right in, seize on their human weaknesses, and bend them to his will. If, that is, they were willing to talk to him. The problem was, Dong Zhang seemed in no hurry to chat with the Joker. Bowl! Dong Zhang shouted with delight when he saw the Joker down an entire glass of cocktail in one go, slapping the table as he called out. Waiter, bring us 2 more drinks. Make them depth charges. There are many ways to make a depth charge, but the essence is always the same. A large glass of low-proof alcohol with a shot of strong liquor dropped in. It doesn't seem like much when you drink it, but the real punch comes later. By the time you feel it, it's already too late. The Joker's brow furrowed slightly. He could sense that Dong Zhang wasn't simply looking for a drinking buddy. There was something more behind his eager hospitality. But then again, who cares? If you think you could drink me under the table, you're gravely mistaken. Alcohol only sharpens my mind. Without hesitation, the Joker picked up the depth charge offered to him. To this beautiful city, he toasted. Dong Zhang raised his glass as well. To this beautiful country. Cheers! Cheers! The two shouted in unison and knocked back their depth charges in a single gulp. Setting their glasses down, they looked at each other and laughed, as if they were old friends who had known each other for years. From afar, Seiya glanced in their direction, waved at Xiong, and then made his way to a booth nearby. Letting Dong Zhang and the Joker have a good, long chat seemed like a fine idea. The Joker's endless schemes and wild antics were always brimming with excitement and danger, perfectly suited for someone like Dong Zhang, who still had a youthful penchant for adventure. To Dong Zhang, who was born to love excitement and a good brawl, the Muse Bar was starting to feel a bit cramped, especially given how many fighters gathered here. It was almost a waste of resources. Better to let him loose for some real fun. Who knows? He might just bring a surprise to New York. In other words, letting Dong Zhang, a fighter who was living his best life, join the Joker in toasting this beautiful country seemed only logical. As it turned out, Seiya's guess was right. After a few rounds of horse urine, Dong Zhang and the Joker were soon slinging their arms around each other like sworn brothers. Dongzi, do you like this city? The Joker's usual manic energy had faded, replaced by a calm and shrewd demeanor. Dong Zhang shook his head. Like it? Hell no. My grandma. Back in the day, she was by American soldiers, hick. Then let's do this. Let's give this city, no, this country, a little corrective surgery. The Joker grinned broadly. Dong Zhang thumped his chest. Boss Joker, just tell me what to do. I'm in, no questions asked. So he didn't stay in the bar long. Since my Shiranui was on vacation, he didn't have to clock in every night. By the way, Seiya had recently started feeling a sense of crisis. With only Gwen and my Shiranui as his official girlfriends, he was already finding it hard to keep up. If his number of girlfriends kept growing, how was he ever going to manage? January 1st. If I only spend 1 day with each girlfriend, isn't that a bit too little? Luckily, for now, the girlfriends haven't met each other yet, so there hasn't been any explosive drama. Still, just imagining them all together one day sent a chill down my spine. After leaving the bar, Seiya made a quick stop at the Shiranui dojo. The night before, part of the dojo's roof had been blown off in an explosion. It didn't really matter who did it. S.H.I.E.L.D. had promised to take care of the repairs. So he just wanted to check if they'd fixed it and, while he was at it, see how Thor was doing. After all, this was the Marvel Universe. He'd already had more than enough encounters with the Joker and his brand of chaos. No need for more of that. Helping Dong Zhang with a bit of mischief was more than enough excitement for him. When Seiya arrived at the Shiranui dojo, it was already midnight, but the place was still ablaze with lights and all sorts of equipment were set up, forming several circles around Thor's hammer in the courtyard. Who knew if they made any progress in their research? As the owner of the Shiranui dojo, Seiya was quite well known among these agents. Even those who hadn't met him before now remembered him vividly after his performance the night before, sending out a shockwave from dozens of meters away that nearly knocked Hawkeye off his feet. As soon as someone spotted Seiya from afar, word was quickly passed along. By the time he reached the entrance, there was already someone waiting for him. "Mr. Sue, our superior is waiting for you inside. Please follow me." The speaker was a female agent wearing a baseball cap. She wasn't Black Widow, but a younger woman, taller, with even longer legs. Her face and her poise were every bit as striking as Widow's. "All right, thank you. Please lead the way." Seiya smiled and nodded, then followed the agent inside. With his keen observational skills and calculating mind, he quickly worked out a string of numbers. 80-97-66-92. He was notoriously bad with faces, but those numbers gave him a pretty good impression of this agent. Following the woman in the baseball cap through the halls, Seiya soon entered a room where, the moment he stepped in, he saw a man dressed entirely in black. Only his single eye, gleaming with a hint of white, stood out. "Hello, Mr. Sue." The man with the eye patch was none other than director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. On the table in front of him lay a dossier, with the name Su Mushing boldly written on the first page. Su Mushing, Su Ye's father, a man who'd started as a small-time factory boss, only to be transformed by the system into one of the secret major shareholders of the Osborne Group, with a net worth of over 100 billion yuan back in Longhua. Seiya had no doubt that his father's background was no secret to S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, all of this only applies to old Sue's current identity. If his girlfriend cards get even more outrageous in the future, if he somehow ends up with someone like Lois Lane or Bulma, then Nick Fury might find it much harder to dig up information on him. And honestly, if there really were an old Sue like that living in the Dragon Kingdom, would that old witch even dare to act so high and mighty? He could crush her into dust from midair, and they wouldn't even be able to find the culprit. In other words, the more girlfriend cards Seiya unlocks here, the more abilities he gains, and, in fact, old Sue might just end up with even more benefits. The security of the Dragon Kingdom would become even more unbreakable. But if that's the case, then is this system really old Sue's golden finger, or is it actually little Sue's? A sudden realization struck Seiya. After all this effort, he was just working for old Sue. And those girlfriends? They were nothing more than a token consolation prize old Sue tossed his way after taking his share. With this thought, Seiya couldn't help but feel a bit disgruntled. Even his gaze toward Nick Fury was tinged with annoyance. "So, you're their boss? Did you call me here to talk about compensation for extending the lease on the site?" Seiya asket, froning. Nick Fury furrowed his brow slightly. This didn't quite match what Coulson had told him. This guy's personality didn't seem nearly as easygoing. "That's right." Nick Fury cleared his throat. "I'm the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. is an international special force under the United Nations Security Council, responsible for handling all kinds of extraordinary incidents around the world." And Seiya let out a short, amused laugh. Just from Nick Fury's tone, Seiya could easily guess his intentions. Was he planning to recruit him into S.H.I.E.L.D. like he did with Tony Stark, turning him into another one of their attack dogs? With his identity as the mysterious major shareholder behind Oscorp, his net worth in the billions, and his skills as a martial artist, who could take out agents from dozens of meters away with a single punch, he really did seem like a perfect fit for S.H.I.E.L.D. It seemed they hadn't yet uncovered his identities as Spider-Man or Batman. On that front, Seiya remained optimistic. "So, I hope you'll join S.H.I.E.L.D. and help us protect this world." Nick Fury didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. Given his role as SHLD's director, Nick Fury had a million things to handle every day. The fact that he made time to personally reach out to Seiya already showed a lot of sincerity. And Seiya could feel that sincerity. He just didn't think it was enough. "If I join S.H.I.E.L.D., what's in it for me? Do you guys guarantee a matchmaker service?" As he spoke, Seiya pointed at the female agent beside him, the one in the baseball cap who looked quite a bit like him. "Someone like her would do. If you're offering matchmaking, I'm in." The female agent in the baseball cap, Sharon Carter, instantly blushed a deep red. She had conducted surveillance on Seiya for some time, so she had a reasonable grasp of Seiya's physique and his prowess in nighttime combat. Realizing that she couldn't possibly keep up with him every night until the early hours and then only get a couple hours of sleep. Her body would fall apart. She quickly waved her hand and shook her head in refusal. Nick Fury's face darkened even further. Mr. Sue, this is America, not the Dragon Kingdom. Besides, as far as I know, even the Dragon Kingdom doesn't guarantee job assignments anymore. Sui spread his hands. Well, since neither of you guarantees assignments, why should I join you? SHIELD is a United Nations organization, right? Surely you have someone in charge from the Dragon Kingdom. I'd like to meet them. Nick Fury was momentarily stunned. It was true that SHIELD was, on paper, a department under the United Nations. But in reality, its recruitment and operations were mostly confined to the United States. As for a Dragon Kingdom representative, there simply wasn't one. But just then, Suye's eyes flashed. No representative from the Dragon Kingdom? Well, why can't I be that representative? Thus, Suye's first meeting with Nick Fury ended on a note that was far from cordial. SHELD's hope of recruiting Suye fell through, and Suye's proposal to set up a department within SHIELD run by someone from the Dragon Kingdom was, of course, out of the question. Not only was the matter far too significant for Nick Fury to decide on his own, even his superior, Secretary of the Security Council Alexander Pierce, would never approve it. Alexander Pierce was American, and SHIELD had long been run as America's own turf. There was no way they would allow the Dragon Kingdom to insert its own authority. Nick Fury didn't even need to check with his superiors. He already knew the answer was no. So in the end, all Nick Fury could do was watch helplessly as Suye turned and walked away. Director, are we really just going to give up? Sharon Carter, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a bit indignant. She was a newcomer, and, since joining, she'd only handled basic surveillance and monitoring tasks. Investigating and tracking Suye was her first truly targeted assignment, so she had poured her heart into it. And in Sharon's eyes, from Ironhead to now a martial arts master, Suye was someone she had personally discovered for SHIELD out of the vast sea of people, a real feather in her cap, something worth putting on her resume. But now, it seemed this lead might be slipping away. How could she accept that? If it really did end here, wouldn't that mean all those months of hard work had been for nothing? Sharon turned to Nick Fury and asked, Director, are we really just going to give up on Ironhead? In SHLD's files, Suye's code name is Ironhead, or simply Iron. This nickname started back when he was fighting in Underground boxing rings, and it's stuck around ever since. Until he gets an official hero name, this is what they'll keep calling him. If any other agent had asked this question, Nick Fury might not have even bothered to answer. At best, he'd have brushed them off with a casual remark. But this wasn't just anyone. It was Sharon Carter, the legendary SHIELD agent and Peggy Carter's niece. She had connections, a powerful background. People like her always get special treatment, no matter where they are. That's just how the world works. Nick Fury shook his head and looked at Sharon Carter. You can tell from Ironhead's words that he's not like those other Chinese students we've met. He might be here to study, but he has no interest in joining any American organizations. Unless we actually let him set up a department within SHIELD led by Chinese nationals, and even allow him to create some sort of D-division, there's almost no chance we'll ever bring him on board. Just thinking about it made Nick Fury want to scratch his head in frustration. This Ironhead really lives up to his name, stubborn as ever. Not only does he want to establish a department run by Chinese agents in an American-led organization, but he's also insisting on setting up a whole new division. What is he after? Everyone knows the Chinese excel at political and ideological education. If they really did set up their own division, who's to say SHIELD wouldn't eventually turn into the Red Shield? Nick Fury wouldn't be surprised one bit. No matter how much Fury cares about the safety of all humanity, this is not something he wants to see, especially not on his watch. Sharon Carter frowned as well, biting her finger in thought. She was racking her brain, trying to figure out how to persuade Suye to join SHIELD without getting hung up on issues relating to China. After pondering for a while, Sharon finally came up with an idea. It wasn't exactly brilliant, but it just might work. Maybe if we turn him into an American, or at least someone friendly to America, then we won't have a problem. As she said this, Sharon recalled something Suye had mentioned a moment earlier. Does SHIELD offer matchmaking services? Suddenly, inspiration struck. Director, Ironhead has an American girlfriend. She's the daughter of George Stacy, the police chief in Brooklyn's 9th District. That could be our point of leverage, right? That's just a girlfriend, Nick Fury replied, shaking his head. Girlfriends don't really count for much. Young people these days are unpredictable. They could break up at any moment. It's not something we can use as a bargaining chip. Just one girlfriend isn't enough, Sharon muttered to herself. Then suddenly a light bulb went off in her mind. She finally understood what Fury was getting at. If one girlfriend isn't enough, what about two? Recalling the look Suye gave her earlier, Sharon Carter felt that if it were up to her, she could raise the stakes even higher. Besides, the director was right. One girlfriend night was hardly enough for someone like Seiya. Across from her, Nick Fury had no way of guessing what Sharon was thinking. Still, he wasn't about to give up on Seiya so easily. He instructed, "All right, keep in touch with Ironhead for now. As for what comes next, let's play it by ear." "I understand, Director." Sharon nodded, accepting the order. In her heart, she thought, as expected, the director's thinking lined up perfectly with her own. That settled it, then. Originally, Seiya had planned to head straight home after leaving the Shiranui dojo. With my Shiranui out of sorts and Gwen already gone, he had no choice but to grant himself a day off. As he walked through the courtyard, he paused to glance at Thor's hammer. The earth around it had been dug up, but the hammer itself remained exactly where it was, undisturbed and perfectly intact. It looked like for the time being, this hammer wasn't going anywhere. As for Thor, Seiya had checked in with Coulson and learned that the god of thunder was still sulking in isolation. Even Iron Man, who had flown him over, had tried to lift the hammer with his suit, but it hadn't budged. At this rate, it seemed the only hope of moving the hammer would be after S.H.I.E.L.D. managed to dig up Captain America. Seiya cast a casual look at the hammer, then turned to leave. But just as he did, the enhanced hearing and uncanny spider sense granted by his genes picked up a faint disturbance. He didn't let it show, though. Keeping his expression neutral, he walked out as if nothing was amiss. 100 meters from the Shiranui dojo, atop a rooftop, two figures dressed in black hid quietly in the shadows. "Did you see that? Those people inside have been at it for days. Just 2 nights ago, a rainbow beam lit up the sky. Whatever's in there must be incredibly valuable." The speaker was a tall, burly man, his voice kept low and gruff. Beside him, a slender young woman nodded eagerly. "Got it, Dad. So my first mission is to steal that treasure, right?" Her voice trembled with excitement as she spoke. After all those years of training, her debut would be a daring heist, sneaking a treasure out from right under the noses of official agents. The thrill made her whole body quiver. "I brought you here just to have a look. You're getting ahead of yourself," the burly man grumbled. But before he could finish, a stranger's male voice suddenly sounded behind them. "If I were you, I'd think twice before messing with that treasure." Both figures clad in black bodysuits were extremely alert. The moment they heard a sound behind them, they spun around with lightning speed and launched an attack toward the source of the noise. The burly man's hands twitched, and all 10 of his fingers suddenly flicked out gleaming blades, his hands slashing through the air like a beast's savage claws. Meanwhile, the slender woman pulled out a black leather whip from who knows where. Paired with her black leather outfit, the image she presented called a single word to mind: queen. But this queen was nothing like the traditional sword. Rather, she was the kind of queen that dominated a certain niche, catering to some rather peculiar desires and fantasies. Tight leather, a cat-like mask, and that long, sinuous whip. Seeing the woman's getup, a name immediately popped into Seiya's mind: Catwoman. If memory served right, this was exactly how Catwoman appeared in the comics. No matter how he looked at her, she resembled some dominatrix right out of an S&M fantasy. By comparison, Marvel's counterpart, Black Cat, had none of these dominatrix vibes. From her looks to her style, there was only one word that fit: seductive. Nearly every photo of Black Cat was so provocative that it couldn't be uploaded anywhere without being censored. Just then, the system chimed in, confirming Seiya's suspicions. "Ding. Beautiful Night Stalker has been received. Character: Selena Kyle. Current favorability: -0. Gentle reminder: cats are strange creatures. Even if you give your all, 120%, you might only get their cold indifference in return. So don't get hung up on starting from a negative score. Sometimes, that's not the worst thing that could happen." This message left no doubt. The woman before him was the latest character unlocked from Seiya's girlfriend card, and her name confirmed it: Catwoman. It had been over a month since he drew that card. Catwoman finally appeared. She must have even gone through an entire cycle. But what was up with this favorability score? -0? How could a girlfriend card come with negative favorability? And that so-called gentle reminder was anything but gentle. After reading it, Seiya felt even less confident. This was the first time Seiya had ever seen a negative favorability score. Usually it started at 20, then with a little effort it would rocket past 80, and then things would move on to those unspeakable developments. It always felt like the system was the best wingman in the country, sending girlfriends straight to his door. But this time, what was going on? Did the system crank up the difficulty, or was Catwoman just a special case? Lost in wild speculation, Seiya suddenly caught hold of the whip Catwoman lashed at him. Though its shadow danced through the night air with dazzling speed, making it nearly impossible to track, to Seiya it moved as slowly as an ox pulling a broken cart. When he caught the whip, he even had the leisure to stifle a yawn, then with a single slap, sent the burly man, who had attacked with 2 sharp cat claws, flying through the air. Every move was smooth and perfectly coordinated. Just then, Seiya received an update from his system. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a special event. Selena Kyle's favorability towards you has dropped by 0 points. Current favorability, -20. This. Seiya couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. What did I even do to deserve a drop in favorability? Was it just because I refused to obediently let you lash me with your whip? That a bit overbearing, don't you think? Dad, are you okay? At that moment, the slender woman across from him, Selena, called out to the burly man who had been slapped away, finally answering Seiya's question. So, the drop of 0 points in favorability was because he'd sent Selena's father flying. In other words, on my very first meeting with my girlfriend, I smacked my prospective father-in-law across the room? Isn't this the classic case of thrill in the moment, regret for a lifetime when it comes to chasing after a wife? And now, how am I supposed to smooth things over? I need answers and fast. Come to think of it, Selena's favorability only dropped by 0 points, going from wary to disgusted. That's actually giving me a lot of face, all things considered. If I'd known, I wouldn't have slapped so hard just now. But really, the angle her father gave me was just too perfect. It would have been a waste not to take the shot. Strictly speaking, with Seiya's current market value, a woman who starts off at wary and is now disgusted really isn't someone he needs to worry about. If this tree is gone, there's still a whole forest out there. But Selena is different. She's someone Seiya personally unlocked with his girlfriend card, and that's how she appeared in this world. If he were to let her go and she ended up with someone else, wouldn't that be the same as Seiya getting cuckolded? That's something Seiya absolutely cannot accept. If the father-in-law weren't around, things would actually be much simpler. He could just go for brute force, the so-called overbearing CEO approach. Who cares about a little low favorability? Isn't Stockholm Syndrome a thing? Bring her home, lock her up for a few days, and that negative score would turn positive in no time. If only I'd slapped a little harder earlier. At this thought, Seiya almost wanted to slap himself. How could he entertain such outrageous ideas? Has living abroad for too long warped his morals? Wasn't he a perfectly upright young man before? Seiya shook his head and decisively let go of his grip, allowing Selena to pull her whip back. Whoever you are, don't even think about what's inside that vault. If even Iron Man couldn't take it, there's no way you can, no matter how much you want it. That's all I have to say. Let's just call this unpleasant encounter to an end for now. As for favorability, well, there'll be time to fix that next time. After Seiya finished speaking, he turned away and leapt down from the rooftop, leaving Selena and the burly man standing there, disheveled and bewildered in the night wind. For a long moment, Selena helped the burly man to his feet. The two of them said little, quietly slipping away under the cover of darkness. Even after they made it home, they still couldn't figure out what Seiya was up to, what his intentions were, or even what kind of person he was. He had appeared out of nowhere and vanished just as mysteriously. It was baffling, almost as if he weren't right in the head. But there was one thing they could be sure of. Seiya was incredibly skilled, far beyond anything they could have imagined. In fact, if Seiya had even the slightest murderous intent just now, the two of them would have been dead already. Selena, looks like we'll have to keep working on your training, the burly man said with a sigh, pressing a hand to his swollen cheek. His daughter was only 8. She still had plenty of room to grow. As for himself, he was starting to think it might be time to consider retirement. The burly man, Selena's father, was known on the surface as a salesman, but in reality, he was a thief who prowled the city by night. He wasn't some kind of legendary outlaw who stole from the rich to give to the poor. He was simply a thief, going by the codename Shadowcat. Until recently, Selena had no idea about her father's true identity. Now that Selena had graduated high school at the age of 8, Shadowcat felt it was time to reveal himself to his daughter. He began teaching her how to scale walls and fight, and even took her out on real reconnaissance missions. He never expected that on their very first outing, they would run into Seiya, and that he would be sent flying with a single slap. The heroic image he'd built up in his daughter's eyes crumbled in an instant. Watching his daughter off in the distance, mercilessly kicking a wooden training dummy until the lower half was about to come apart, Shadowcat was suddenly struck by regret. He wondered if he'd been wrong to lead his daughter down this path. Maybe she would have been better off as a carefree college student, living a simple, unburdened life. This world belongs to the young now, he thought. I'll pull off one last job, make a little nest egg for retirement, and then I'm done. As for Selena, I'll make sure she gives up any thoughts of becoming a thief. Such is life. Rarely does it unfold according to our plans. Most of the time, things spiral off in their own direction, regardless of how carefully we chart our course. Just like the one last job Shadowcat promised himself, and the competitive spark in Selena that Seiya had unknowingly ignited. So you look down on me, do you? Jerk. One day, I'll make you pay for how you underestimated me today. Selena vowed fiercely in her heart. Not long after Seiya got home, he received a new system notification. Ding! Selena Kyle's favorability toward you has decreased by 0 points. Current favorability, -30. Seiya. The next morning, Seiya woke up a little earlier than usual. It's been nearly a month since Seiya took over the shares from old Sue. Yet apart from moving into the Batcave, he hadn't really done much else. Today, he planned to visit the Osborne Group in person to observe up close and get a feel for how a massive corporation worth $200 billion actually operates. After all, old Sue was still waiting for him to learn the ropes and come back to take over the family's small workshop. He couldn't help but worry. What if, when the day finally came and he returned home, he knew nothing, clueless about everything? What would be the point of this overseas education then? Just to earn the title of returnee? But these days, even returnees who idle their days away without any real skills have become commonplace. That title alone doesn't guarantee anything anymore. It was around 7 in the morning. Downstairs, the elderly couple who owned the house were usually up by now, one reading the newspaper, the other cooking breakfast in the kitchen. Sometimes, Seiya would join them for a free meal. The couple was genuinely kind. But today, things seemed a little different. When Seiya went downstairs, both the old man and his wife were sitting at the dining table, while the sounds of pots and pans clattering came from the kitchen. "Good morning, Mr. Smith, Mrs. Smith," Seiya greeted them, then gestured toward the kitchen. "Is it your new housekeeper in there?" The couple warmly invited Seiya to sit down. Mrs. Smith smiled and explained, "Here's the thing, Mr. Sue. We're planning to go on a trip soon, and since the room on the first floor would be empty otherwise, we decided to rent it out. The person in there is our new tenant. She insisted on making breakfast for us as a thank you." As Mrs. Smith finished, Mr. Smith leaned over conspiratorially and whispered, "The new tenant is a real beauty. Don't miss your chance. Good luck." Truly, men never outgrow their youthful enthusiasm. When you emphasize the word beauty, old man Smith, I definitely caught your meaning. So he didn't turn down their kindness and took a seat at the table with a smile. Before long, a tall woman in an apron walked out from the kitchen. The old man's emphasis wasn't an exaggeration at all. Just the way the apron curved was enough to make most men's eyes linger. Of course, Seiya wasn't so impolite. He merely pictured, in his mind, what she might look like wearing only the apron. Not bad at all. "Breakfast is ready." When she saw Seiya, the woman greeted him warmly. "Hello, Mr. Sue. We meet again. I'm Sharon Carter, and from now on, I'll be your housemate." The Smiths, old as they were, couldn't help but exchange knowing looks, their faces practically saying, "Oh, there's a story here." The old man even shot Seiya a look of admiration and envy. Looking at Sharon Carter, whom he had just met last night, Seiya couldn't help but let out a wry smile. So S.H.I.E.L.D. really hasn't given up, have they? He had originally thought that, at most, they just keep sending people to secretly tail and investigate him. He never expected that someone would just move in right under his nose like this. Is this what they call the sugar-coated cannonball of capitalism? Aren't they worried that I'll lick away the sugar coating and just fire the cannonball right back at them? Still, for Seiya, having an open and official roommate was much more convenient and far more comfortable than being shadowed by a secret stalker. So all in all, he was rather satisfied with this arrangement. At the very least, it showed that S.H.I.E.L.D. was willing to bring things out into the open and cooperate sincerely, instead of playing games behind his back. "Thank you. I honestly didn't expect you to move in so quickly, Ms. Carter," Seiya said with a smile, accepting the breakfast Sharon Carter handed him. Any trace of a bitter smile had already faded from his face. Seeing his relaxed demeanor, Sharon Carter let out a quiet sigh of relief. She hadn't actually reported her decision to Nick Fury. She'd simply taken matters into her own hands, figuring she'd wait until she'd made some progress before filing a report. Now it seemed this assignment could indeed go forward. The four of them enjoyed breakfast together in a harmonious atmosphere. Afterward, the Smiths tidied up and got ready to head out, while Seiya prepared to leave for Oscorp. He had just reached the garage door when he heard footsteps behind him. Sharon Carter, dressed in a sharp business suit, pencil skirt, black stockings, and high heels, caught up with him. "Mr. Sue, please wait a moment." Standing at nearly 1.8 meters tall, and even taller in heels, Sharon Carter's presence simply overshadowed the petite Black Widow. Fortunately, Seiya had grown quite a bit taller after his various upgrades. Barefoot, he now stood close to 1.9 meters, and with shoes, he easily topped that. Otherwise, he might have found it hard to hold his ground against her imposing aura. "May I ask where you're headed?" Sharon Carter asked politely, hands clasped at her waist, every gesture and word exuding poise and charm. It's hard to argue with someone who greets you with a smile, especially when you've just enjoyed their hospitality. Seiya naturally returned her smile. "I'm heading over to Oscorp. You know, S.H.I.E.L.D. already had the complete files on both old Sue and Seiya, so his identity as a major shareholder at Oscorp was no secret. As a major shareholder of Oscorp, you might need a dedicated secretary. Besides, I can drive you wherever you need to go. You won't have to lift a finger. Trust me, I'm an excellent driver, Sharon Carter said, her smile growing even sweeter. Seiya's eyebrows shot up. A secretary? Was his little wish for office corruption about to come true? A few minutes later, Seiya sat in the passenger seat, glancing sideways at Sharon Carter, who was indeed driving with steady hands. Suddenly, he found himself thinking that maybe this wasn't so bad after all. Let the secretary handle things when there's work to be done. After parking at Oscorp, the two of them entered the building together. But they didn't stay together for long. Seiya asked Sharon Carter to wait for him in the office on the top floor, while he went off to have a look around on his own. Seiya's identity within the Osborne group had not been made public yet. At the moment, he was still wearing the intern badge of Shenqiang. Bringing along a strikingly tall and attractive female secretary would draw too much attention. Besides, what if Gwen saw them together? That would be hard to explain. Ever since Gwen became Spider-Gwen, she'd been coming over as an intern even more frequently, practically spending her entire summer here. According to her, she wanted to help Dr. Connors complete his experiment. After all, restoring a severed arm was a wish that had haunted Dr. Connors for decades. True, things like trimming nails or driving could all be handled by a female secretary, and there was no need to adjust the gears or speed himself, but just took away much of the thrill of conquest. It's like horseback riding. Would you rather have the horse ride you and leave you sick to your stomach? Or would you prefer to ride the horse, leaving it exhausted instead? If you ask me, in summer, it's better to be the one being ridden. Anyway, since Gwen had a mentor-student bond with Dr. Connors, she felt obligated to help him realize this long-held dream. After all, if a super spider can exist, then a super lizard might not be impossible either. Seiya supported this. It was better for Gwen to have her own pursuits than to be clinging to him all day. After all, a woman should have her own independence and learn to stand on her own. Wandering aimlessly, Seiya passed by Dr. Connor's lab but didn't see Gwen. The lab seemed quite busy, so he didn't want to disturb them. He turned and headed upstairs to check on his own office. Just as he reached the stairs, he noticed a dark-skinned hand resting on the doorframe, as if its owner had been waiting for him to enter the elevator and was holding the door open for him. Thank you. Seiya hurried inside, smiling at the staff member, who looked a bit like Su Jisheng, someone whose looks had hit rock bottom, only to start losing his hair as well. At the same time, Seiya saw the name on his badge, Max Dillon. Like many villains, Max Dillon had been pushed onto his path by circumstance. That's why so many fans say that Electro is the easiest villain to win over. He'd been saved by Spider-Man, talked into things by Spider-Man's relentless banter, and so he held a special fondness for Spider-Man. But the issue now was that Seiya, as this version of Spider-Man, hadn't been out and about like some street wanderer, and so he'd missed his chance to save Max Dillon. Was there still hope to recruit him? Seiya wasn't sure, but if the opportunity arose, it wouldn't hurt to try. As he was thinking this, Max Dillon spoke up first. I'm Max Dillon. Are you an intern? Yes, I'm an intern. Shenqiang, nice to meet you, Max. Even though Max Dillon was often ostracized at work, he remained a genuinely kind soul. Despite years of mistreatment by his colleagues, he was still the sort of good-hearted person who would hold the elevator door open for others. Seeing Seiya, the new intern, he couldn't help but want to offer a few friendly words. Hello, Snake. As an old hand here, I can fill you in on some things to watch out for around the company. During the brief ride in the elevator, Max Dillon did his best to share with Seiya a handful of survival tips he'd picked up at Oscorp over the years. But with so little time, he could only touch on the most important points. If Seiya were truly an intern, he would surely have learned a lot of unwritten rules for surviving as a small fish in a big pond from Max's advice. So when they parted ways, Seiya sincerely thanked Max Dillon, and once again felt sure of one thing. Someone so genuinely good should never be forced down the path of a villain. After arriving at the office, Seiya used his access to look up Max Dillon's birthday. The day Max had been forced to work overtime and ended up falling into the electric eel tank. The day he would become Electro was also his birthday. That detail was crucial. It didn't take long to find the information. There were about 2 weeks left. Not long at all. As for changing Max Dillon's work environment before he became Electro, to spare him from bullying and isolation, Seiya hadn't really considered it. Sure, not being bullied would be better for Max, but that didn't align with Seiya's own plans. What was the point of having an electrician who couldn't fly, couldn't wield electricity, and could only fix machines? Write novels, maybe? Seiya made sure to look up the information while Sharon Carter was out of sight. No matter how new and innocent she seemed, she was still an agent at heart, cautious as ever. If Max Dillon drew attention too early, things could become difficult to explain. In the office, Seiya sat back in a spacious chair, going through the Oscorp files Sharon had gathered. Some were internal documents, some from the boardroom, and others came from SHLD's own investigations. Ever since Gwen had returned to Dr. Connor's lab, she'd stopped providing Seiya, the so-called Spider-Man, with technical support and information. Luckily, Sharon Carter was a whiz with computers and filled that gap nicely. Watching Sharon so industriously at work, Seiya suddenly realized he might truly need a secretary. A secretary of his own, not one sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. to keep tabs on him. Sharon, do you have any dreams? Seiya's question suddenly caught Sharon Carter off guard. Still, she took a moment to think it over, then replied earnestly, I want to become a hero like Captain America. Great idea. Seiya gave her a thumbs up. In this world, almost every American, before outgrowing their childhood fantasies, dreams of becoming Captain America. Unfortunately, after all these years, there's only ever been one Captain America. So I'm afraid your dream might be a bit out of reach. How about picking something else? Sharon Carter pondered for a moment. Then, I wish for world peace. That's a wonderful and noble wish. Seems we're on the same page. Seiya clapped his hands, then continued his questioning. But have you ever thought about what the biggest obstacle to world peace might be? Sharon Carter's brow furrowed slightly. There are a lot. Terrorism, the energy crisis, financial turmoil, food shortages, pandemics, and so many more. Seiya shook his head. You missed the most crucial one. I'm not sure if that was on purpose or you simply hadn't realized. As he spoke, Seiya looked up and met Sharon Carter's eyes. He enunciated each word with gravity, hegemony. Sharon Carter's expression immediately grew serious. It wasn't that she had never considered this issue, but as an American, it was something she instinctively chose to overlook. Bullies never see their own bullying as a problem. Hegemonic nations are no different. Seeing that Sharon Carter didn't immediately argue back, Seiya went on, look at Iraq and Syria. Do you think the destruction and threat to civilians and global security are greater from terrorist attacks, or from the consequences of hegemony? And Seiya paused, then shook his head. Never mind, let's not get into all that. After all, you're an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and I'm just a foreign student from the Dragon Kingdom. You're here on assignment, and I can hardly refuse to talk to you. But honestly, we're just not the same kind of people. So from now on, let's keep our interactions to a minimum. You can write up your reports, however you see fit, and handle your duties, and I'll enjoy some peace and quiet. We won't get in each other's way. How does that sound? Hearing this, Sharon Carter's face changed instantly. What was going on? Just this morning, everything had been fine. Having breakfast, driving to work, looking up information. It all felt natural, like they'd already settled into the rhythm of employer and maid, or boss and secretary. Sharon had even been ready to use this as a chance to draw up plans to bring them closer, laying the groundwork for a classic boss and secretary romance. But now, all of a sudden, he was drawing a clear line between them, saying they shouldn't interfere in each other's lives. Did I do something wrong? Sharon prided herself on her professional competence. So is the problem with the question just now? Is Ironhead really so concerned about the issue of hegemony? So, if I want to get closer to him, or even sway him, should I start from this very question? With this thought, Sharon Carter quickly shook her head and explained, No, Mr. Sue, I was just thinking about the issue of hegemony you mentioned earlier. All right, then. Seiya's cold expression softened a bit, though his face remained stern and serious. Now, as an agent of the United Nations Security Operations Department, I'd like you to analyze, objectively and from a neutral standpoint, America's specific manifestations of hegemony in the Iraq and Syria operations. Sharon was instantly flustered. She hadn't studied these areas in detail at all. The question was clearly beyond her scope, and she simply couldn't answer it on the spot. Seeing her reaction, Seiya nearly burst out laughing inside. He felt that familiar thrill, like witnessing a classmate jolted awake by the teacher and called on to answer a question, utterly bewildered and helpless. But outwardly, his expression remained calm and unreadable. To have you respond to such a complicated question on the spot is indeed a bit much. How about this? Go back and look up the relevant information, and give me your answer tomorrow. This was, in essence, homework. If she failed to deliver a satisfactory answer, she'd be shown the door. Though Seiya didn't spell it out, Sharon understood his meaning perfectly and silently resolved herself. I will give the boss an answer that exceeds his expectations. I'll prove I belong here. Sharon's thinking was simple. Whether or not she agreed with her own answer didn't matter. As long as Seiya was satisfied, that was enough. Seiya's intentions were equally clear. As long as you can hand in an answer that satisfies me, I'll find a way to make you believe in it yourself, one day. This was, in a way, Seiya's first real standoff with S.H.I.E.L.D. Seiya and Sharon Carter remained at Oscorp until evening. Running a company worth $200 billion was no simple task. There were too many things to consider, and even more to learn. For Seiya, who had only just graduated from high school and had never set foot in this world before, The learning curve was even steeper. There was no way he could master everything overnight. By the end of that day, Seiya had only managed to get a general sense of Oscorp's business projects, as well as some basic information about suppliers and vendors. As for management, he only took away one lesson: leave professional tasks to professionals. The first step in managing a large company is managing people. If you choose the right people, the company will run smoothly. But when it came to managing people, Seiya still had a long road ahead, because nothing is harder to predict than the human heart. In the middle of the night, a Chevrolet cruised along Manhattan's roads. Sharon Carter was behind the wheel, while Seiya sat in the passenger seat, rubbing his temples. Managing a company, after all, it just isn't as exciting as a good fight. When you're up against an enemy, you feel the thrill of conquest. Sparring with a woman, there's that same rush of victory. But learning how to run a business? All it brings is the frustration of being buried by endless, tedious tasks. "Boss, where to? Home or the Muse Bar?" Sharon asked. There was good liquor at the bar, and at home, well, she was there. Either way, it was a chance to unwind. But as a secretary, she could only offer the options, not make the choice for her boss. So, it was up to Seiya to decide. "Let's go, ho." Seiya just started to reply when Sharon's phone suddenly rang. As soon as she answered, Phil Coulson's urgent voice came through. "Agent 3, where are you? Report back immediately. We have an emergency." Sharon had volunteered to become Seiya's secretary of her own accord. Nick Fury and Phil Coulson had no idea. They probably just thought she was on leave. Normally, unless something serious happened, they wouldn't contact her. But now, with this call coming in and Coulson's voice so tense, it was obvious something major had happened. "Sir, I'm outside the Oscorp building in Manhattan right now," Sharon replied quietly, giving her location as well. She felt a bit relieved. If the call had come half an hour later, she might have been too busy to even answer. "You're in Manhattan? Good. There's an emergency in Harlem. Someone's attacking people in the street. General Ross and the military are already on site, but they've taken heavy casualties, and plenty of civilians are caught in the crossfire. Get over there at once and assess the situation. Remember, your mission is reconnaissance only. Do not act on your own. Wait for our team before taking any further steps." Coulson rattled off his instructions quickly, then hung up without another word. If it was just a bank robber in a clown mask, S.H.I.E.L.D. might not bother. But someone taking on soldiers barehanded in public? That was something they couldn't ignore. Sharon glanced over at Seiya. Technically, Coulson was her superior, but now so was Seiya. Having volunteered to be his secretary, she couldn't just disregard her new boss. "Let's check it out. I might as well come along. There's nothing urgent waiting for me at home anyway." "Yes, boss." With a sharp turn and a skillful drift, the car spun around and sped off toward Harlem. Clearly, Sharon had some impressive driving skills. Seiya wondered idly about her talents off the road, how she'd handle other kinds of tricky maneuvers. Maybe, someday, they'd have a chance to compare notes on driving skills. Harlem is located in the northern part of Manhattan, just a few kilometers away from the two of them. With Sharon Carter flooring the accelerator, they arrived in less than 5 minutes. From a distance, they could see blazing fire at the end of the road. Various vehicles were overturned along the roadside, including several military jeeps among the wreckage. Further ahead, explosions erupted intermittently, and now and then, vehicles, whether blasted into the air or flung by some force, soared dozens of meters high before crashing down, reducing buildings and cars alike to twisted heaps of scrap metal. As they drew closer, the road became completely impassable. The two had no choice but to leave the car, standing at a distance to watch the explosions unfurl in the distance. Without hesitation, Sharon Carter pulled out her communication device and started a live video call with Phil Coulson. "Sir, the situation here is dire." She wasn't entirely sure what exactly was happening, but Sharon felt that even if Phil Coulson brought reinforcements, there was no way to get close enough to figure things out without risking their lives. Standing beside her, Seiya, however, had already formed some guesses about the current situation. The explosions rocking Harlem, the armed helicopters circling overhead, and, thanks to his superhuman vision, the sight of a massive green figure rampaging in the distance all pointed to a single, unmistakable answer. "I understand. Find a safe place to observe from afar. We'll get there as soon as possible." Phil Coulson's voice was urgent over the comm, but Seiya thought it unnecessary for them to rush in. As long as that man on the aircraft didn't jump down, sending more S.H.I.E.L.D. agents would be nothing short of a suicide mission. Of course, that would be the original script. But now, with Seiya here, having already revealed himself as a skilled fighter in front of S.H.I.E.L.D., and having proposed to Nick Fury the idea of establishing a new division within the agency, it was only fitting that he show what he could do to prove himself worthy of both his identity and his proposal. Tell them there's no need to hurry. For now, The Red Shield Division will take over the situation here. As he said this, Sui shrugged off his jacket and strode forward. At some point, a mask had appeared in his hand. Red Shield Division? Sharon Carter stared at Sui in astonishment. When was that established? Sui turned back and smiled at her. Right now, right here. The Red Shield Division is officially founded. I'm the first chief. So, comrade, would you like to join us? Sharon Carter looked troubled. She'd only just started her mission, and now this new division had been single-handedly declared. What was she supposed to do? Should she go along with it? Red Shield Division? How come I've never heard of it? Came Phil Coulson's puzzled mutter through the communicator. Sui had no intention of forcing Sharon Carter to make a choice. With a smile and shrug, he said, "You can think about it. It's fine either way." With that, he turned and strode purposefully toward the place where flames lit up the sky. At the same time, he put on a mask he'd been holding, a red opera mask painted with the face of Guan Yu from Peking Opera. Since this was the Red Shield branch, wearing a red mask was fitting for the occasion. He'd bought this mask in Chinatown to conceal his identity as a fighter, and, in a way, it was also a little piece of cultural exchange. Less than half an hour earlier, Bruce Banner and Betty Ross had been in the lab, where they'd injected the antidote created by Dr. Samuel Stearns, effectively killing the Hulk. From that moment on, Bruce Banner could finally say goodbye to his fate of being covered in green and hope for a normal, human life with Betty Ross. But their joy lasted less than a minute before General Ross's men arrived. General Ross, a staunch advocate of the military's interests, had always been dedicated to reviving and studying the Super Soldier Project. The emergence of the Hulk was, to him, a breakthrough of epic-making significance, a secret weapon that could help realize his vision of a stronger army. But just as he was about to get what he wanted, it slipped through his fingers. Meanwhile, Emil Blonsky, who had suffered brutal defeats multiple times while trying to capture Banner, was driven by his frustration and twisted desires to force Dr. Samuel Stearns to turn him into the Abomination. With the Abomination rampaging, the soldiers who joined the operation were nearly wiped out. Even the grenade launchers were crushed like toys, proving utterly useless. The situation was spiraling out of control. At this point, there were only two options: send in more troops and escalate the conflict, or somehow find a way to bring back the Hulk, whose power had just been erased. And for everyone involved, bringing back the Hulk seemed like the better choice. Bruce Banner made his way to the helicopter door, preparing for a dramatic leap. He hoped that by smashing himself into the ground like an ink painting, he could coax the Hulk back out, an unorthodox method he'd used before, even in Asgard. But just as Banner was about to jump, Betty Ross suddenly grabbed his arm. "Betty, you don't have to do this," Bruce Banner said earnestly. "Whether I could transform or not, I have to try." He bent down, ready to share a final farewell kiss with Betty. But Betty Ross pushed his lips aside and pointed down toward the street. "Bruce, maybe you don't have to take this gamble." At that moment, not only everyone on the helicopter, but nearly all the survivors nearby were staring intently at the street below. There, a tall man wearing a red mask was slowly walking up to face the Abomination. The man was tall, standing around 6'3", and built solidly. Yet, when compared to the Abomination, who loomed nearly 3 meters tall, he seemed insignificant, as if one slap from the creature could send him flying, nothing more than a heap of broken flesh. But more people, nevertheless, were hoping that this man might become a hero, someone who could defeat the green skin monster, save this place, and rescue them all. That crimson mask, no one really knew what it stood for, but everyone felt it must be something formidable. Standing before the Abomination, however, Sui was pondering a different matter. It wasn't that Sui had some peculiar fascination with human anatomy. It was just that this particular question had nagged at him for years, ever since he'd watched the movies before crossing over, and he'd never quite figured it out. As anxious and hopeful gazes fixed upon him, the Abomination snorted dismissively, then swung a hand the size of a bus door in a sweeping slap. That hand had flipped cars, crushed grenades, and shattered the facades of buildings. Was it possible for this man to withstand such a blow? Some in the crowd even worried that this guy was just a joke. One slap, and he'd be sent flying, disappearing into the sky like a shooting star. On the street, faced with the Abomination's massive, looming hand, Sui didn't try to meet brute force with brute force. The super strength granted by Spider-Man was impressive, to be sure, but against a powerhouse like the Abomination, there was still a considerable gap. After all, the official stats put the Abomination's strength at 80 tons. So, to fight the Abomination, it wasn't about matching pure strength, but about using skill and technique. The Abomination's slap, which seemed like a surefire hit, was dodged at the last second. Sui bent low and agilely slipped beneath it. Without hesitation, Sui planted both hands on the ground, kicked his leg skyward, and launched a powerful rising backflip kick straight at the Abomination's chin. Now, while the Abomination's brain was a bit squeezed by all that muscle, he was still far sharper than the Hulk, whose mind was like that of a young child. He'd retained much of his combat instinct and tactical awareness, and later even managed to team up with a sorcerer in Macau to rig fights for money. But compared to Su Ye's blistering speed, all that skill and experience became useless in an instant. The Abomination hadn't even figured out why his slap missed when pain exploded in his jaw, and the next thing he knew, he was airborne. With that single backflip kick, Su Yi sent the Abomination flying, but he didn't stop there. In a flash, he unleashed the Ultra Shatterburst, his whole body igniting with energy as he drove both feet forward like a blazing, venomous drill, kicking the airborne Abomination even farther. And right after the Ultra Shatterburst, Su Yi landed first, fists clenched before the Abomination, and slammed the ground with sudden, explosive force. Energy fountain! Several streams of fiery energy shot up from underground, blasting the Abomination, who was just about to land, back into the air. He traced a wavering arc overhead before crashing heavily into a nearby building. The scene fell silent in an instant. Whether it was the fleeing soldiers or the panicked civilians, everyone turned to look back, their eyes filled with admiration. This masked man is incredible. Suddenly, everyone felt a reassuring sense of safety. Beneath the mask, however, Su Ye's expression showed no sign of relief. The Abomination was different from the enemies he had faced before. Whether it was Whiplash or Geeshoward, their defenses had never matched their offensive power. But the Abomination's green skin was as tough as a fortress wall. Though Su Yi had enjoyed the fight, he wasn't sure how much real damage he'd actually inflicted. If he had to compare, it seemed that only the Destroyer, crafted from Asgard's legendary URU metal, could truly outmatch the Abomination's defenses. As for the Destroyer, Su Yi had no clear sense of how strong its outer shell really was. He'd never engaged it head-on. He'd simply tossed a reactor bomb and called it a day. If he were to try dismantling the Destroyer barehanded, Su Yi reckoned that, with his current abilities, it would be nearly impossible. Likewise, defeating the Abomination with his fists alone seemed anything but easy. As he expected, a clatter soon echoed from the rubble where the Abomination had crashed. Suddenly, a chunk of concrete over a meter long shot out like a cannonball, heading straight for Su Yi. The massive green figure followed close behind. Not only was the Abomination unscathed, but he charged forth with even greater ferocity, like a runaway locomotive barreling towards Su Yi. With the aid of his spider sense, dodging the hurtling concrete and the charging Abomination was no challenge for Su Yi. Yet he merely snorted softly, sidestepped the flying debris, and, instead of retreating, confronted the oncoming Abomination head-on. With a thunderous roar, the Abomination lunged, bracing his arms and aiming his shoulders squarely at Su Yi, determined to let Su Yi taste what it felt like to be sent flying. But in the split second they met, Su Yi smoothly slid half a step aside, came up alongside the Abomination, rested his arm on the monster's shoulder, and, pivoting with a shout, hurled him away. Off you go. Everyone watched in astonishment as the Abomination was launched through the air, flying even faster than before, and crashed, boom, into the building across the street. A rumble followed as half the wall caved in. Amid the ruins, Abomination shook his massive head, lifting it from a pile of shattered debris. He stared at Su Yi in bewilderment, unable to grasp what had just happened. The speed had been too swift for him to comprehend. How did I end up airborne? His eyes burned red with rage. Unlike Bruce Banner, who could switch between human and Hulk, Abomination's mind was split, almost like a case of schizophrenia, into two distinct consciousnesses. His body was fixed, forever trapped in this monstrous form, with no way to revert back, yet his full identity as Emil Blonsky remained intact. And with it, the pride of a soldier king. With a thunderous roar, Abomination charged at Su Yi once more, vowing to himself that he would not stumble at the same spot twice. Take this. A tremendous crash followed as another building's wall was smashed through, scattering dust and debris. The survivors inside huddled in terror, while the onlookers outside watched with rapt attention, their eyes already casting Su Yi in the role of a world-saving hero. Raph, take this. Another earth-shattering crash. Raph, take this. Raph. As the buildings along both sides of the street crumbled one after another, someone in the crowd finally deciphered a deeper meaning behind Su Ye's mask. A red mask. Is he imitating a matador's red cape? The idea took hold instantly, as those nearby nodded in agreement. Abomination was powerful, like a raging bull in the arena, wild, ferocious, strong, and terrifying. Although Su Yi had stepped forward, there was no way he could match brute strength with Abomination, who tossed cars as if they were pebbles. No, it wasn't that he couldn't, but that he wouldn't stoop to compete with such a savage beast in raw power. Instead, he became the matador, using courage and cunning to toy with his opponent, holding the monster in the palm of his hand. This was a completely different kind of thrill compared to the bone-crunching, muscle-bound brawls people were used to. The crowd was swept up in excitement, even beginning to brainstorm heroic names for Seiya. Matador? No, there were no bulls here. Just warrior? Too plain. Surely a grander title was needed. A hero is holy, radiant, and noble, saving people in their darkest hour, vanquishing evil, spreading light. So why not call him the holy, radiant, mighty, savior of suffering, nemesis of evil, warrior of light? Now, that was a name, bold and resounding, perfectly capturing the essence of a hero, worth every syllable. Meanwhile, in the street, Abomination's charges at the holy, radiant, at Seiya had already reached double digits. Each time, he barreled forward like an out-of-control dump truck, so fierce it made onlookers' skin crawl. Yet every single attempt ended the same way. He was sent flying. After more than a dozen tries, not only was Abomination growing frustrated, even the audience was getting weary of the spectacle. You're such a big guy. Can't you do anything besides charge straight ahead? Look at the houses lining both sides of the street. You've nearly torn them all down. Are you here to fight a hero, or are you here for demolition duty? After being slammed to the ground countless times, it seemed Abomination finally realized that brute charges weren't working. This time, as he crawled out of the rubble, he didn't rush in again. Instead, he reached over and grabbed a nearby compact car. Then, on his battered and swollen face, a smug grin suddenly appeared. Let's see how you handle this. Whoosh! A car weighing over a ton was hurled by Abomination like a mere basketball, soaring through the air and crashing straight at Seiya. And as soon as the first car went flying, Abomination didn't hesitate. He grabbed a second one. The cars were much heavier than Abomination himself. Their flight path arced high, making them much harder to deflect than his previous charges. And most importantly, every car was a rolling powder keg. If even one exploded, it would set off a chain reaction of blasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Abomination flung cars at Seiya one after another, like a coach tossing balls during basketball drills. Of course, Seiya wasn't about to just sit there and wait for disaster. The arcs of the cars were predictable, but people were not. He could have used his grappling moves to toss those cars right back, but there was no need. Why not make it easier on himself and simply dodge? Besides, this way, the audience would get a much more thrilling show. Seiya burst into motion, swiftly weaving to the side. He dodged every car Abomination sent crashing his way, moving with effortless fluidity and a certain undeniable flair. But this had unintended consequences for the spectators watching from afar. Once Abomination switched from charging at a stationary target to hurling vehicles at a moving one, the area of collateral damage multiplied. So he didn't just dodge on the ground. Sometimes he leapt onto walls or lampposts to avoid the cars. Abomination had turned into a human artillery battery, launching car after car, as if they were cannonballs, some flying hundreds of meters down the street. And in America, a nation built on wheels, there was no shortage of cars on the road. Abomination could keep grabbing and throwing, and even after 10 minutes, he wouldn't have cleared just one block. In an instant, the entire area within several hundred meters of their clash was transformed into a war zone. Cars smashing, fuel tanks rupturing, explosions erupting everywhere, flames and smoke turning the battlefield into chaos. From his plane above, General Ross watched the scene below, and for a moment, it felt as if he'd been transported straight back to the battlefields of Afghanistan. Maybe, even if I called in the troops with heavy weapons from the start, this is the best we could have done anyway. If General Ross had noticed from the start that the soldiers below were no match for the Abomination, and had immediately sent reinforcements then, even if the city ended up damaged, at least it would show that their troops weren't just bullies to outsiders. They could protect their own people too. Whether or not they could actually protect anyone is another matter, but at least they would have tried. That way, some of the military's reputation in the eyes of the public might have been salvaged, so people wouldn't always turn to superheroes at the first sign of danger. And honestly, no matter how poorly the troops performed, they couldn't be worse than that so-called superhero down there. All he seemed to do was dodge. He wasn't even as efficient as the soldiers. How about you give it a try? General Ross turned to Bruce Banner. The masked guy down there probably wasn't up to the task. In the end, it takes the one who tied the knot to untie it. So, it was time to call on the Hulk. Bruce Banner took a deep breath, but there was a look of hesitation on his face. Strike while the iron is hot, but after being interrupted, Bruce's confidence and courage had already faded by half. If he'd been sent in from the start, he might have just closed his eyes and jumped. Now, he honestly felt there was no need. Maybe we should give that guy a little more time, Betty Ross chimed in from the side, supporting him. General Ross looked at his daughter, betraying him with her words. and grew even more frustrated inside. Why did I even bother raising you? Meanwhile, down on the street, Seiya knew he'd about reached his limit with this charade. Teaming up with the abomination for a bit of wanton destruction was fine, but if he kept stalling or expanded the area of demolition any further, it would start to backfire. After all, this was the Red Shield Division's first appearance. They couldn't afford to let people think he was slacking off in battle, nor could Red Shield's heroes look weak. So, some tactical dodging was fine. That was just flexibility in combat, but the victory itself needed to be decisive and clean. It was time to show the Red Shield team's spirit, the courage to take on tough fights, and the strength to win them. Demolishing buildings and the like, there would be plenty of chances for that in the future. Finally, when the distance between the two was less than 10 meters, as the abomination reached for another car, Seiya sprang into action. With a swift maneuver, he rolled low along the ground, slipping past the abomination's sight and closing in right under his nose. Abomination was still wondering how Seiya had vanished in the blink of an eye when he suddenly felt a chill at his chin. Wait, was that guy about to unleash another flurry of punches on his jaw? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a heavy blow landed under his arm. He'd guessed wrong. Not the jaw this time, but it hurt even more. Half his body went numb in an instant. Immediately after, a heavy blow landed squarely on his chest, making it hard to breathe. His body bent forward uncontrollably from the impact, and just as he lowered his head, his chin was struck with brutal force. There was no escaping what was bound to happen. Abomination's strength was undeniable, but Seiya was no weakling either. With the immense power of his own body, amplified by the energy of a seasoned martial artist and focused bone-crushing techniques aimed directly at vital points, his attacks were devastating. In that moment, even a hulking brute like Abomination felt an almost irresistible urge to kneel, not out of submission, but from sheer physical exhaustion. His limbs went limp, his back ached, his legs trembled, and his breathing grew ragged. Even if Seiya were to stop right then, Abomination would hardly have the strength to fight back. Just then, Seiya's barrage seemed to slow for an instant. Abomination, misreading the pause, felt a surge of relief, thinking his opponent was finally tired or about to let up. "Give me just 1 minute to recover. I'll make you pay for this," he screamed inwardly, teeth clenched in rage. But before he could savor even half a second of hope, a shrill buzzing pierced the air in front of him. In a flash of blue light, an elbow strike, several times more powerful than the previous ones, smashed into his face. The blow was just the beginning. Fists and elbows followed in a relentless storm, raining down on Abomination's face with the force of a hurricane. In mere moments, he lost all sensation in his features. Finally, he felt a massive surge of energy gather at his chest before detonating with explosive force. Shadow Meteor Fist. Boom! The explosion was tremendous, hurling Abomination through the air. Unlike the earlier energy surges that blasted him from below, this time the blast erupted right beneath his chin, pressed close to his chest. The immense shockwave rattled his skull, leaving his mind ringing and his eyes rolling back as he passed out midair. Standing before him, Seiya casually brushed his hands together. "Well, I'd go all out this time. You really are tough as nails." As Abomination collapsed, the people nearby, who hadn't managed to flee far, burst into cheers, shouting their gratitude to Seiya for saving them. It felt good simply to be alive. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, led by Phil Coulson and Sharon Carter, arrived on the scene right on cue. "Yes," Phil Coulson began, but Sharon Carter quickly tugged his sleeve, whispering, whooshing. During Seiya's battle with Abomination, Sharon had already looked up the meaning behind his mask through a search engine. Seiya wore the mask clearly to hide his identity. As a capable secretary, Sharon knew she couldn't let her boss's disguise be so easily exposed. It was fine if Coulson knew, but it was vital that no one else caught on. In English, there's actually a term for woo-sung. It's pronounced woozing, a sort of transliteration. But to Americans, it just sounds like some random Oriental name. Phil Coulson thought for a moment, and quickly understood what Sharon Carter meant. She wanted to use a fake name to cover up their identities. Now, that was something he was familiar with. "Thank you for helping us defeat this monster, Mr. Woozing." Seiya almost choked on his fizzy water. His mask was clearly styled after Lord Guan, not Wu Song. How did they end up calling him Mr. Wu instead of Mr. Guan? That's quite a difference. Lord Guan rode 1,000 miles alone to protect his sister-in-law, while Wu Song got exiled after killing his sister-in-law. Both are legendary tales, but their natures couldn't be more different. But it's understandable. Foreigners speaking Chinese often get things mixed up. After all, not everyone can manage that thick northeastern accent, or just casually quote a classic meme in perfect dialect. So let's just let slide. Dear readers, it's about to go on the shelves. Here's a little note from me. Time flies. Publication is just around the corner. The last time I wrote a note like this was, well, just yesterday. I wrote a whole bunch, but it felt too sentimental, so I deleted it all. Let's be honest. I'm not new at this. I've written books before. But because I was writing part-time, I barely had time to plot, let alone write well. In the end, just to meet deadlines and scrape by, I churned out whatever came to mind, and the story fell apart. But this book is different. It's a fresh start. Most importantly, before I began this one, I lost my job. The economy's tough. There's no helping it. But the silver lining is, I finally have time to write properly. No more rushed, disjointed chapters just to keep up. From now on, this might be my main livelihood, and I want to cherish and respect this opportunity. So here, I hope you'll give me a chance. Everyone knows that when a book goes on sale, that's when authors lose most of their readers. But if you're able, I urge you to support the official release, subscribe, or if nothing else, just give me a first-time subscription. I'd be truly grateful. Let me borrow a poem from Tang Boho. No alchemy, no meditation, no trading, no plowing. I idle away, writing of green mountains and selling my words, never earning money by wrongdoing. With the fragrance of swordsmanship lingering, I, on my own behalf, salute you, my dear readers, who put food on my table. The follow-up to the Abomination incident was taken over by S.H.I.E.L.D. Seiya had no objection to this. He never intended to kill the guy, nor did he want to bring such an uncontrollable brute home as a pet. Abomination might look hideous, but he's not like Green Goblin or Bullseye, pure villains to the core. He's not the type who refuses to be managed and only wants to wreak havoc. In the Shang-Chi movie, he and Wong went to Macau to stage a rigged fight. Then, in the She-Hulk web series, he showed up again, this time gaining the ability to switch between his original form and the Abomination at will. So keeping this guy around might add quite a bit of fun, especially since, judging from the trailer, She-Hulk seems to lean into comedy. Of course, the main reason lies in Seiya's current mindset. Unlike when he first gained his powers and became a superhero, seeing things only in terms of good and evil without considering right or wrong, he has changed. That's why Seiya stepped in just now, not just to plant the flag for the Red Shield branch, but also simply to get involved and have a fight with Abomination. After all, as someone with a system, participating in major story events always brings him benefits. While Seiya could afford to ignore Abomination, General Ross definitely could not. Abomination was once the top soldier under General Ross's command. Although his background is complicated, born in Russia, loaned to the United States, yet a British soldier by nationality. Ultimately, he falls under General Ross's jurisdiction, giving Ross every reason to take him back. On the other hand, S.H.I.E.L.D. believes that, in dealing with the Abomination, General Ross's men have demonstrated the military's utter incompetence against superpowered criminals, leaving everyone thoroughly disappointed. In contrast, S.H.I.E.L.D., a department specialized in strange phenomena, managed to subdue Abomination with nothing more than a single branch director. The difference in strength is clear as day. It's not that S.H.I.E.L.D. is determined to outshine the military, but with the superhero organization on the verge of being established, Phil Coulson feels it's his duty to secure more leverage for the director. Though Abomination just lost control, with the right guidance he could very well become a qualified member of a superhero team. Because the story has taken a few turns away from the MCU films, Coulson's attitude at this moment is nothing like the Marvel short where he tried to block Abomination from joining the Avengers. And even if Abomination isn't destined for the Avengers and must be imprisoned, Coulson believes he should be locked up in a S.H.I.E.L.D. facility. After all, that's what they're made for. To that end, he even went so far as to play up SHLD's authority, giving Seiya the temporary title of branch director. Of course, only a fool would actually believe in the legitimacy of that title. General Ross stared at Seiya's receding figure, lost in deep thought. Once again, the Chevrolet cruised through the late-night streets of New York, heading towards Seiya's home in Queens. It was already close to midnight. Seiya gave up on the idea of visiting Muse Bar and instead decided to head home, ready to receive the system's midnight reward. After tonight's battle with Abomination, the system should generate a high-level event trigger card as a reward. Exactly what kind of card it would be, Seiya didn't know, but he was looking forward to it. After his previous fight with the Destroyer, Seiya had once again received a girlfriend card, just like the one he had been awarded for completing the Mafia Annihilation event. Logically, defeating the Destroyer should have been far more difficult than wiping out the Mafia, yet the final reward card was the same. Seiya suspected that perhaps it was because he used the arc reactor bomb, a clever shortcut in the system's eyes, which downgraded the reward. Otherwise, at the very least, he would have gotten a blue star card. At the moment, Seiya was holding 2 green star cards in his hand. Besides those, he also had an upgrade card, a duplicate card, and a stack of ordinary green and white cards. It had been over 2 months since Seiya first drew Gwen as his initial girlfriend and gained Spider-Man's abilities. After synthesizing his stockpile of white cards into green ones, he found he now had more than 10 green cards once again. Still, Seiya hadn't done another 10-card pull yet. He planned to wait until he'd gathered 10 blue cards and then draw them all at once. That way, he'd be guaranteed at least one blue girlfriend card. If he used the upgrade card, he'd get a purple girlfriend card, which he was genuinely looking forward to. As for pulling a miracle with a single draw, Seiya had already outgrown such naive hopes. A guaranteed draw was good enough for him, steady and reliable, come rain or shine. By the time he got home, it was nearly midnight. Sharon Carter, after parking the car, considered whether she should seize the long night and offer her boss a massage or a foot bath. After all, he'd been fighting all night and must be exhausted, in need of some relaxation. As a secretary, she felt it was her job to take the initiative and ease his burdens. But Seiya didn't seem the least bit interested in talking with Sharon Carter. He just waved her off, got out of the car, and headed straight to his room on the second floor. If she didn't already know that Seiya had 2 proper girlfriends, Sharon Carter might have suspected he was gay. But since she knew he had 2 devoted girlfriends, for the first time, Sharon Carter began to doubt her own allure. Is my figure not good enough? Am I not pretty? No, it's not that I'm not good enough. It's just that I haven't been bold enough, not proactive enough. Thinking about her investigation into Seiya's second girlfriend, my Shiranui, Sharon Carter suddenly found her answer. Maybe what I need is a uniform. Upstairs on the second floor, Seiya hurried back to his room. It wasn't that he hadn't noticed Sharon Carter's overtures. Sleeping, however, wasn't his goal. Seiya's real intention was to make Sharon Carter truly one of his own people, and then, using her as a springboard, expand a Red Shield branch even further. To achieve this, Seiya couldn't afford to show too much eagerness toward Sharon Carter, because she might have the same goal in mind, wanting to polish his image as well. At times like this, it was like a strategic standoff between 2 armies. Whoever lost their cool first lost the game. Back in his room, Seiya casually washed up, then sprawled out on his bed to wait. Soon enough, the clock struck 2, and the system's familiar notification chimed in right on schedule. Ding! You have completed the event Subdue Abomination and earned a girlfriend card. As expected, it was another green star card. Lately, the system seemed especially stingy, not even a single blue star card. Seiya grumbled to himself, but his hands moved deftly, combining 3 green star cards into a single blue star card. His gaze then drifted over to the upgrade card and multiple card. Should he use these 2 cards right away? There's a saying, money only becomes real when you spend it. Otherwise, it's just a string of numbers. The same goes for cards. The upgrade card and multiple card might seem more valuable if he saved them for later when he could use them on higher tier cards. But looking at it another way, only the power you hold in your hands is real power. If he waited to collect enough blue or even purple cards for a 10-card draw, he'd probably drive himself mad with anticipation. Besides, Seiya had another suspicion. With special cards like these, if you don't use the ones you have, will the system ever give you new ones? Letting out a breath, Seiya decided not to overthink it. He chose to use the girlfriend card, upgrade card, and multiple card all at once. Ding! Upgrade card can only be used to upgrade a standard girlfriend card. Multiple card can be used normally. Would you like to use the girlfriend card? And multiple card? Only then did Seiya realize there were restrictions on the upgrade card. Well, nothing to be done about it. Ding! Opening girlfriend card. You have received an excellent tier girlfriend card. Beautiful ninja. Use it to gain a ninja girlfriend. The moment he heard beautiful ninja, Seiya's first thought was he about to get another My Shiranui? One My Shiranui in each hand. One in red, one in blue. Twin sisters soaring through the air. Double the pressure, double the fun? That'd sound pretty thrilling. Ding! Multiple card effect activated. You have received information on several beautiful ninjas. Please make your selection. The system prompt continued, and then 3 images appeared before Seiya's eyes. One was a girl with 4 braided ponytails, golden hair, and dark eyes. Another was a girl with short, pink hair parted down the middle and vibrant green eyes. The third was a girl with black hair, pale eyes, and a timid expression. No, My Shiranui. Each image came with a brief introduction, and that was it. Looking at the 3 girls before him, Seiya's brow furrowed. Temari hailed from the hidden sand village, exuding a natural aura of a strong, commanding woman, sharp, bold, and cool as ice. Lady Hinata, on the other hand, needed no introduction. Gentle by nature, single-minded in her affections, the very image of a graceful and magnanimous Yamato Nadeshiko. As for Sakura Haruno, sharp-tongued, mean-spirited, prone to tears and shrill outbursts, Seiya decided not to go into further detail. The real purpose of the multiple choice card was not just to introduce which girlfriend card Seiya could draw, but also to give him the power to choose. If the options had included someone like Tsunade, Samui, or Mei Terumi, so you might have hesitated a little. After all, each of them was quite remarkable, and any adult would find such choices difficult. But with these three kunoichi before him, Temari was certainly a solid choice. Yet Shikamaru's abilities truly shined only with the Ino-Shikicho trio working together. As for Sakura, while Sasuke's Sharingan was indeed powerful and cool, overusing it could lead to blindness. Besides, Tsuyu genuinely didn't care for her at all. In the end, all those reasons were just excuses. Tsuyu simply wanted to choose Hinata. He had a thing for the gentle, big-hearted type. There, he'd said it. What really made him frown, though, was that the three girls on the screen looked to be only 12 or 13 years old. If they weren't yet 14, that would mean at least 3 years before anything could happen. He let out a sigh and still went ahead, pressing the button with a guilty finger. 3 years wasn't so long. He could wait. Ding! Using the excellent grade girlfriend card. Beautiful ninja. Ninja girlfriend delivery in progress. Having made his choice, all that remained was to wait. So you couldn't help but wonder if this ninja girlfriend would show up like the last one, the Night Stalker Catwoman, who had only appeared once in an entire month and then vanished in a hurry. But then again, as long as he gained the abilities, that was enough. The girlfriend part? That was just a bonus, wasn't it? Lying in bed, Tsuyu suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness. His eyelids grew heavy, his body began to heat up as if he'd caught a fever, and just before his eyes closed, something flashed through his mind. Too bad he was too tired to grasp it. That night, Tsuyu had another dream, a world engulfed in explosions and furious roars, everything bathed in a fiery red glow. In the dream, some colossal force was rampaging and killing, while Tsuyu was weak and helpless, unable to do a thing, until he woke up. The first thing Tsuyu did upon waking was call his father. Looking back at the abilities he'd received so far, Spider-Man, Andy Bogard, Batman, a closer look revealed they all had something in common. They were orphans. At the time, the card hadn't specified whose abilities he would receive, so Tsuyu hadn't taken that whole, parents sacrificed, limitless power thing seriously. But this time, after unlocking Hinata's card, and with that dream last night, Tsuyu suddenly found himself a bit afraid. The call connected quickly. Hearing his mother's familiar voice on the phone, with old Sue's boisterous shouting in the background, Tsuyu finally felt a sense of relief. Xiaoyi, why are you calling at this hour? Your dad's drinking with some friends. Is there something wrong? Oh, Tsuyu had barely started when old Sue's loud voice echoed from the other end. Let me tell you, back in my day, I'd have teleported right over there with a flying thunder god, stuffed a raisingan in each of their mouths, and sobered them up good. A bunch of grown men bullying 2 girls. Unbelievable. His mother's voice followed, right on cue. Your dad's drunk again, bragging to Uncle Xiang. Don't mind him. If you need anything, just talk to me. Uncle Xiang. Tsuyu frowned. As far as he could recall, he didn't know anyone with the surname Xiang. Oh, he's your dad's old comrade, Xiang Rizu. He's been to our place before, but there were too many people. You probably don't remember him, his mother explained. Recently, his daughter Xiaotian is heading to New York to study abroad, so they came to ask your dad for advice. By the way, once Xiaotian gets to New York, you have to look after her. Don't forget, you two have a childhood engagement. Xiaotian may only be 13, but she's already grown and is such a lovely young lady. His mother went on, but Tsuyu was instantly petrified. Xiang Rizu's daughter, Xiaotian, Xiang Xiaotian. Wait, is that supposed to be Xiang Hinata? Xiang what? Shouldn't it be Hyuga? Hyuga Hinata's father, Hyuga Hizashi, being comrades with Minato Namikaze. Well, that connection actually makes some sense. But Hinata is only 13. How could she possibly have a childhood engagement with me? Never mind how old-fashioned that custom is. How can you betroth kids 5 or 6 years apart in age? Mom, Tsuyu interrupted his mother's praise for Xiaotian, his voice hesitant yet tinged with hope. Did Dad just say something about flying Thunder God and Raisingan? Oh, don't listen to your dad's nonsense, his mother flatly denied. We live in a harmonious society now. The country's peaceful. Who needs flying Thunder God or Raisingan? Although, I hear things in New York have been a bit messy lately, so... Suddenly, his mother called out, Old Sue, stop drinking for a second. Where's that stack of papers? Find it and have Xiaotian bring it over to Xiaoyi. When he hung up, Tsuyu felt a complicated mix of emotions. As expected, this system must belong to Old Sue. No, now it's clearly the joint property of both Old Sue and his wife. He had drawn the card, but Hinata hadn't arrived. He hadn't learned any ninjutsu. All he got was a spiral seal around his navel. Meanwhile, Old Sue and his wife had it made. One had become the 4th Hokage, and the other. If she was just an ordinary person, Tsuyu would never believe it. Not in a million years. There was also Old Sue's comrade, Xiang Rizu. By this logic, could there be more comrades like Xiang Richa, Yufue, Liang Lugio, Zhonghai, Chiodingswa? A whole crowd of them? That's quite a lot of people. and the situation is getting a bit complicated. I'm not even sure if Yufuyue is still around. Well, those actually aren't the real problems. The real issue now is that Hinata, a little girl of just 3 years old, is coming to seek refuge with me. What should I do on my end? They say there's a generation gap every 3 years, and we're nearly 6 years apart. That gap must be pretty wide and deep. In her eyes, am I already some kind of uncle? Can I really get along with her? But 3 days later, when Hinata appeared before me, I realized that things like generation gaps might exist with Haruno Sakura or Temari, but with Hinata, the gap simply didn't exist. Brother Yi, it's been so long. Blushing, Hinata looked at Su Yi with a mix of excitement and shyness. Her gentle and adorable demeanor made it impossible not to want to scoop her up and give her a good cuddle. As a perfect example of the traditional Yamato Nadeshiko, Hinata could bridge any gap with her own special charm. Unfortunately, there was a third wolf standing nearby. Hello, Brother Yi. I'm Xiang Ningzi, Hinata's cousin. The third wheel said, eyeing Su Yi with a clear wariness. Evidently, even as just a cousin, he was every bit as protective as an older brother. Ahem. Hello, Ningzi. Welcome to America. Su Yi chuckled, then dropped the two of them off at their school. They had come to study abroad, both as junior high school students, and were enrolled in the same boarding school, which made it easy for them to look out for each other. By the way, they were attending the junior high affiliated with Zhongqing High School, which also made them Su Ye's schoolmates, in a way. After letting them settle in and agreeing to pick them up for dinner that evening, Su Yi hurried home, clutching the package of exam papers Hinata had brought from his mother. But these so-called exam papers were actually a scroll, a thick one, inscribed with 4 bold characters, Book of Seals. The moment Su Yi saw those words, his heart raced with excitement. The Book of Seals. Inside were countless forbidden techniques, many developed by the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, the mad scientist of ninjutsu, but never meant for widespread use. All these jutsu were recorded inside this scroll. If he could master everything in this scroll, Su Yi would basically, well, this was the Marvel Universe, after all. Even a ninja of Kage level wouldn't make much of a splash here. Not to mention, there was still a god locked away inside the Shiranui dojo. Acquiring the forbidden techniques of the Book of Seals wouldn't make Su Yi invincible, but it would definitely add a whole new dimension to his fighting style. Is that all? So he felt like he'd been played. The sealed book was so thick, yet only 4 jutsu were written in it. Wasn't this basically false advertising? Or maybe the rest of it was a pay-per-view deal. He called his mom, but all he got was a single reply. Take good care of the scroll. As for the rest, wait until you've mastered those 4 jutsu first. With a sigh, so he could only sit down quietly and start studying the 4 jutsu. First up was the body replacement technique, an E-rank jutsu, required learning for any ninja beginner. It consumed chakra and allowed the user to swap places with a nearby object, letting the object take the hit in their stead. Within the whole system of jutsu, this body replacement technique was the most basic and straightforward of them all. But Su Yi had always had a question about it. In the instant you're about to be struck, you swap places with a nearby object. Wasn't that basically teleportation? Was it really fair to call a move like this E-rank? But there's no point dwelling on questions you can't answer. After all, you'll forget about them soon enough. To cast a jutsu, you needed to use chakra. And ever since that feverish night, Su Yi had discovered a new power within his body, something a bit like the energy martial artists use, but still distinctly different. This power was chakra. Su Yi's chakra reserves were enormous, likely connected to the seal at his navel. During the fever, something must have been sealed inside. Just like Naruto, he'd gotten half a tailed beast sealed within him. Kurama, the 9 tails. Since tailed beasts are the very embodiment of massive chakra, it made perfect sense that Su Yi had so much of it himself. As it turned out, all this worry was unnecessary. Don't ask why. Just chalk it up to the system having altered Su Yi's constitution, allowing him to be perfectly compatible with any energy system, no limits. How overpowered was that? With all this chakra, and whether it was the system's doing or a trait inherited from old Su Yi had an incredible talent for learning jutsu. He mastered the E-rank body replacement technique in no time at all. The same went for the transformation technique, also E-rank. Su Yi picked it up swiftly. The transformation technique, despite being low level, was a remarkably powerful jutsu. Not only could you turn into another person, but you could even become an animal, a plant, or even a weapon. That was basically a superpower on par with the Monkey King's 72 transformations. And yet this too was an E-rank starter skill. So does that mean every ninja starts out with instant transmission and 72 transformations? While learning the transformation technique, Su Yi suddenly remembered a post he'd seen on a forum years ago. If you learned the transformation technique, what would you use it for? In the comment section, the most liked reply seemed to be something along the lines of, turn into a goddess, and let your roommate have a blast. Seiya was one of the people who gave it a thumbs up, and he even showed this reply to the guys in his dorm. Look at this guy's resolve. Aren't you all going to hurry up and learn some duplication techniques? Unfortunately, in the world before he crossed over, there was no such thing as transformation techniques. And now, in this new world, he was the one who had learned this skill, not his roommates. But it was the last one, the multiple shadow clone technique, that truly captured Seiya's interest at this moment. Although Seiya didn't have that much pressure from life or society right now, it never hurt to be prepared. That's right, exactly. The multiple shadow clone technique was a Class A ninja art. Its principle was to consume a massive amount of chakra, allowing the user to instantly create countless clones. The difficulty of this jutsu lay in the fact that most ninjas simply didn't have enough chakra to sustain so many clones. But for Seiya, now that he had Kurama, any problem that could be solved with chakra was no problem at all. Half an hour later, Seiya drove out to a wooded area on the outskirts of the city. This was his first time testing out the multiple shadow clone technique, and he had no idea if he'd be able to control the number of clones. If he accidentally created 1,000 versions of himself and blocked up a nearby road, that would be one thing. But if he suddenly popped up in someone's house and interrupted their private activities, well, whether he joined in or just stood by to watch, none of that would be appropriate. In the woods, Seiya first circled around to make sure there was no one else present. Only then did he stop in a clearing. A ninja's hand seals are named for the 12 earthly branches, Zi, Cho, In, Mao, each corresponding to a specific gesture. Standing in the center of the clearing, Seiya swiftly completed the sequence of hand signs, then shouted in a clear, ringing voice. Multiple shadow clone technique. With a sudden burst, clouds of mist exploded all around him. In the blink of an eye, an endless sea of Seiyas filled the small grove, packed so densely that it seemed there were no fewer than 1,000 of him. The exact number was 3,000. At that moment, 3,000 Seiyas looked around at each other, their eyes brimming with novelty and amazement. I've actually turned into 3,000 of me. Does this mean I could date 3,000 girlfriends at the same time? I used to hear people brag I could take on 10 guys at once and thought that was impressive. But compared to me now, those guys are nothing. In ancient times, a harem of 3,000 beauties was an exaggeration. But for me, it could actually become reality. But hold on, at the moment I only have 2 official girlfriends, 2 in the pipeline, and 1 childhood fiancé. Ahem, I'm still far from 3,000. Maybe I should activate the white and gray cards and try out a real crowd. Damn, how did I end up with such tacky thoughts? This crass system is really leading me astray. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds echoed one after another, and the number of Seiya's figures within the forest began to dwindle rapidly. In no time, only a handful remained, just the original and 3 clones, each taking on the guise of Spider-Man, Batman, and the Martial Saint. The multi-shadow clone technique had its drawback. Since each clone shared an equal portion of chakra, creating too many would leave each with only a scant reserve, making them fragile. A hefty blow from an adversary could easily disperse a clone. Fixing this flaw wasn't complicated. Either find ways to avoid taking hits, or simply reduce the number of clones. With fewer clones, each would possess more chakra, making them sturdier and harder to dispel. Combining the multi-shadow clone technique with the transformation jutsu allowed Seiya to assume multiple identities at once. A perfect tool for mischief and mayhem, a means for both heroics and villainy. Though the purpose might differ, the effect remained the same. Before long, Seiya left the woods, each of his clones set on their respective paths. The Batman clone headed to the Batcave to learn from Dr. Fox and develop new gear. The Spider-Man clone, with nothing pressing to do, found a quiet spot to practice forming the Rasengan. The Martial Saint clone, now wearing a different but equally handsome face, made his way to the school to pick up Hinata and Niji for dinner. These clone names were only temporary. Their identities could be switched at any moment. As for Seiya's true self, he had just received a call from Sharon Carter and hurried to the Shiranui dojo. Trouble had arrived at the dojo. Several uninvited guests had gotten into a scuffle with the SHIELD agents led by Phil Coulson. Though the intruders numbered only 4, each was a powerhouse capable of stopping bullets with their bare hands. At first contact, several SHIELD agents were taken down in an instant. Coulson had someone call for backup, but Sharon Carter's first thought was to reach out to Seiya. There was no helping it. His performance in the previous battle against the Abomination had been far too impressive. In Sharon's eyes, he had even surpassed the legendary Captain America her aunt had spoken of all her life, becoming her ideal superhero and the one she trusted most. Compared to SHIELD's backup, Seiya seemed infinitely more reliable. What could the SHIELD agents really do anyway? End up getting knocked about, just like the ones scattered here? By the time Seiya arrived at the Shernui dojo, the place had already been overrun, for criminals had stormed in, taken custody of the prisoner's shield was guarding, and were now locked in a tense standoff with the agents who had rushed to reinforce their comrades. Seiya, you're finally here. The moment they saw him, not only Sharon Carter, but also Phil Coulson let out a visible sigh of relief. The unreliable shield consultant was holed up in Los Angeles and never came to New York unless absolutely necessary. The abomination, freshly recaptured, was still stuck in a bureaucratic tug-of-war with the military, and turning him into an asset would take time. At Coulson's disposal right now were only Hawkeye and Black Widow, hardly enough for a situation like this. But the problem was, neither of these vehicles was built for direct assault, and their capabilities were rather average. Relying on them to take this place was clearly impossible. What kind of people are causing trouble inside? Although Seiya already had his suspicions, he still asked. After spotting Seiya, Sharon Carter automatically fell and stepped beside him, like a little sidekick. She shot a look at a nearby agent, who instantly pulled out a tablet displaying footage captured by security cameras during the recent fight. Seiya turned to that agent. Do you really think that last guy looked like Jackie Chan? I was just joking, the man replied with an awkward chuckle. Seiya gave a cold snort. You pick a time like this to joke? Shield is getting beaten like a child, and you're in the mood to crack jokes? The agent's smile froze on his face, and then Seiya continued. Red Shield branch? The agents nearby all looked bewildered. They'd heard Phil Coulson mention the Red Shield branch in passing before, and now, hearing Seiya say it outright, it seemed this Red Shield branch might actually exist. Since when did Shield have such a department? They wondered about the benefits, if transfers were possible. The seeds of rebellion, once sown, might take root and grow when you least expect it. Inside the Shernui dojo, Seiya saw the four troublemakers. They weren't hiding or dodging at all, but stood boldly in the center of the courtyard, forming a circle around Thor's hammer. At the center of their circle, besides the hammer itself, stood a man with a goofy grin on his face. Thor, pick up the hammer. Asgard is waiting for you to save it. If you don't go back soon, Loki will be king of Asgard. Are you really willing to let him deceive you and take everything that should have been yours? Asgard needs you. We need you. They were all cheering Thor on, but Thor himself looked like he'd transcended worldly concerns. Guys, if Loki wants the throne that badly, let him have it. I've got you all, isn't that enough? Hogan, who looked distinctly Japanese, was being mistaken for Jackie Chan. There was certainly some Western ignorance and discriminatory face blindness at play, but on the other hand, it also showed just how famous Jackie Chan really was. To be fair, Jackie Chan does have a share of flaws, but his contributions to Chinese people worldwide can't be denied. These four, plus Loki the scheming advisor, made up Thor's crew back in the day. Now, with the advisor having betrayed them and aiming for the throne, the few loyal followers left were naturally unwilling to accept it. They didn't believe that Loki, with his sly, delicate face, could ever lead Asgard from one era of glory to the next. Even if it meant disobeying orders and being branded as traitors, they were determined to come to Midgard to find Thor. The journey was full of twists and turns, but as long as they could find Thor, everything would be worth it. Yet, what they never expected was that upon reuniting, Thor had given up. He had cast aside the legacy of his ancestors and, what was worse, was dragging along his companions, who had traveled so far to find him, into the mire of his apathy. Volstagg, on the spot, wanted nothing more than to crack open Thor's skull with his axe, just to see if something had gone wrong in there. And, right at that moment, Seiya walked in. The instant Seiya appeared, the Forest Guardians shot him vicious glares. Clearly, their lack of progress convincing Thor had filled them with a boiling rage, and now Seiya, stepping through the door, was the perfect scapegoat for all that pent-up fury. Gentlemen, having a meeting? Seiya said with a cheerful smile. But the four across from him tightened their grips on their weapons and turned to face him. None of them recognized Seiya, and even Thor, who had been here for days, had never met him before. The only one from Asgard who knew Seiya was Loki, but that trickster would never bother to tell the four about him. So the group mistakenly assumed that Seiya was just another ordinary Midgardian, just like the dozens they'd recently bested in a lopsided fight, another powerless weakling. The four exchanged glances, and, as usual, the hot-tempered Volstagg was the first to step forward. He was the biggest of them all, and his temper matched his size. We told you. This place is under our control. Don't wander in here. Or was I not clear enough just now? With that, Volstagg strode toward Seiya, lifting his massive double-bladed axe, nearly 5 feet long, slowly into the air. Now, leave. This instant. The farther, the better. Or else. With a whoosh, the great axe was raised high overhead, both hands gripping the handle as he prepared to bring it down. Volstagg had split the skulls of countless foes with this very attack, and any one of those heads was tougher than a Midgardian's. But Volstagg had no intention of killing anyone. After all, they prided themselves on being protectors of Midgard. Even earlier, when they faced the agents, they'd shown restraint, and it was the same now with Seiya. Not killing didn't mean they couldn't scare someone witless. Come on then, show me a little trick like wetting your pants. I'm in a foul mood, so give me something to laugh about. The axe came crashing down, stopping just above Seiya's head. Volstagg already had a string of insults, useless, pathetic, worthless, lined up, ready to hurl at him. But just as he started to pull back his arm, everything suddenly blurred before his eyes. A shadowy figure had somehow slipped right up to him without his notice. The next instant, a vicious jolt of pain exploded in his jaw. Rising Dragon burst. Bang! Volstagg was sent flying through the air. So he didn't care in the least what was going through Volstagg's mind. If he dared to swing an axe at Seiya's head, he had better be prepared to be struck back, fair and square. Seiya had noticed Volstagg's last-minute attempt to pull his blow, but that didn't stop him from punching. At worst, he just wouldn't hit hard enough to kill. The Rising Dragon Burst was Andy's signature move, not like the classic Shoryuken from Street Fighter, which was a single uppercut to the chin. This technique was a full combination attack. First, a punch sent his opponent airborne. Then, with a swift mid-air spin, Seiya used the force of his rotation to land a blow from each fist, sending his adversary climbing higher with each strike. And at the finale, Seiya unleashed his powerful core strength, stretching his body like a drawn bow while airborne, and delivered one last punch, crashing down on Volstagg's head from above. This final blow was like an eruption of raw power, a ground-shaking strike that crashed straight into Volstagg's face. Boom! Volstagg's burly frame plummeted from midair, slamming down with a thunderous impact right in front of the remaining few. The entire ground seemed to tremble with the force. As Seiya landed, he hooked his foot around the long, meter-and-a-half double-bladed axe handle. The massive axe flew up, spinning several times through the air before landing with a solid thud beside Volstagg. The blade embedded itself in the ground, the handle humming and vibrating from the impact. The other three in the quartet were stunned, completely thrown off. Was there really such a powerful human in Midgard? Someone even stronger than Asgard's warriors? Volstagg was a powerhouse, yet he hadn't even managed to block a single move. Sharon Carter's eyes gleamed with excitement. When Seiya fought the abomination, she'd been too far away to see clearly. Now up close, she realized just how dazzling her boss really was. He was even cooler than Director Fury, or Agent Coulson. No, even cooler than all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents put together. Not far away, atop a shadowy rooftop, Hawkeye Clint Barton and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff stood side by side, eyes shining with admiration and even a touch of envy. That guy's a martial artist? The Widow suddenly asked. Hawkeye nodded. Yeah, owner of the Shinui Dojo. He's a formidable fighter. Last time, he spotted me from dozens of meters away and knocked me flying with a blast of chi. Didn't even need to get close. Widow's expression grew serious at that. That's the one director Fury mentioned. The guy who wants to found Red Shield, right? Hawkeye simply nodded, saying nothing more. Yet the same thought arose in both their minds. Does this shield teach chi cultivation? If they do, out in the courtyard, Seiya spread his hands. Though I could insist I was acting in self-defense just now, I doubt any of you would buy it. So let's keep things simple. Would you rather come at me one by one, or all together? Across from him, 3 of the 4 exchanged glances. They didn't speak, but wordlessly fell into a triangular formation. Sif, sword in one hand and shield in the other, took the lead at the front, while the 2 burly men positioned themselves behind her. Perhaps Volstagg had let his guard down earlier, but seeing Seiya's relaxed demeanor, the 3 realized this wasn't the time for chivalrous single combat. Winning was all that mattered now. So, together it would be. Seiya glanced at Sif's face and sighed. Honestly, I don't like fighting women, especially fully clothed, and you're not really my type either. But if you insist on forcing my hand, I suppose I have no choice. But I'll say this up front. I'm fast. If you end up feeling left out or don't get any thrill from this, don't blame me for not trying. The 3 ignored Seiya's cryptic words. With a fierce shout, Sif charged forward, the 2 men, Fandral and Hogan, close on her heels. To Earthlings, Asgardians are formidable. Their bodies can shrug off bullets from handguns and rifles, rendering firearms useless. Then, with their extensive experience in melee combat with cold weapons, they could easily overpower Earth's agents. But in front of Seiya, their physical advantages and close combat prowess were useless. Seiya's own strength surpassed theirs, and his skill in hand-to-hand combat was even more refined. The trio quickly realized this. Even with all 3 attacking at once, Seiya maintained a calm expression and a faint, effortless smile throughout. Every time, He could predict their moves, countering or dodging ahead of time. Even Thor couldn't do that. As the battle wore on, they finally understood. Even if Volstagg hadn't been careless, he'd have fared no better against Seiya. At best, he might have lasted a little longer before going down. The four of them were, in truth, evenly matched. For Seiya, handling three at once was a breeze. Facing only one would be a trivial task. Yet, contrary to his earlier words, Seiya didn't swiftly take the three down. It wasn't that he couldn't, he just had a change of heart. After all this time, Seiya had acquired many skills, but thinking back, he'd never properly studied the art of close-quarters combat with cold weapons. Originally, he had been planning to find a place to learn swordsmanship, then use shadow clone jutsu to go out and pretend to be some sword-wielding master. But now, with the Asgardians delivering themselves to his doorstep, Seiya figured he might as well learn directly from them. Fandral and Sif were both skilled swordsmen. Their swordplay might not be flashy, but it was honed through centuries of experience, rich with real combat knowledge and plenty of techniques worth studying. With the superhuman vision of Spider-Man, Seiya could observe every subtle movement they made. As a martial artist, he could draw analogies from his own training, analyzing the intention behind each maneuver. With this approach, it wouldn't take him long to thoroughly study and grasp the essence of Fandral and Sif's swordsmanship. Afterwards, he could summarize what he'd learned, get familiar with it, find a few sparring partners, and before long, he'd have it down. The battle lasted barely half a minute before Hogan, who didn't know swordsmanship, caught a kick to the face from Seiya and flew backward, landing flat on his back. No one would ever mistake him for Jackie Chan again. With Hogan out of the way, Fandral and Sif suddenly realized that without their cumbersome teammate, their coordination actually improved. Unbeknownst to each other, the same thoughts sprang up in both their minds. We can turn the tables. But reality proved that the idea of a comeback was nothing more than an illusion. Within 2 minutes of Hogan's defeat, Fandral's sword was snatched from his hand. He too received a kick to the face and was sent flying. Sif, now left alone, managed to tangle with Seiya for another minute before her sword and shield were knocked from her grasp. The next moment, a sharp blade hovered at her throat. On the other end of the sword, Seiya gripped the hilt, a disconcerting smile spreading across his face. So tell me, my lady, are you having fun yet? As the tip of Seiya's sword pressed against Sif's throat, he was suddenly struck by a chill down his spine. It felt as if some terrifying presence had set its sights on him. His spider sense went wild, blaring urgent warnings, and every hair on his body stood on end. At that moment, a fierce wind whipped up around them, and the sky darkened with rolling thunderclouds. Lightning crackled and boomed among the clouds overhead. Seeing all this, Seiya nearly shouted, "Thunder's coming! Better bring the laundry in!" But now was hardly the time for jokes. Not far from him, in the center of the courtyard, beside the hammer, Thor, who had seemed utterly defeated moments before, now wore an entirely different expression. "Don't hurt my friends." Thor's face was grim as he spoke each word with deliberate force, his eyes fixed on Seiya with a ferocity that could pierce steel. It was the look of someone staring down a dangerous criminal. Clearly, Thor was angry. When the destroyer sent by Loki tried to kill him, he didn't lose his temper. Even when he learned that Loki had deceived him, he remained calm. But after Seiya acted in self-defense and beat up Sif and the Warriors 3, Thor was finally enraged. That's why Thor cannot truly represent justice. All his tolerance and generosity are reserved for only one person, Loki. No one else, not even Odin, is worthy of that. Mjolnir felt Thor's fury. But this wasn't an outburst of violence or a fit of bad temper. It was a surge of care and protectiveness for a friend, a conviction to defend what mattered. Although this conviction wasn't exactly the same as the words Odin spoke over the hammer when he banished Thor, it came very close. So, Mjolnir made its own decision. It answered Thor's call, summoned thunder from the heavens, and restored his power as the god of thunder. There's no need to doubt it. Mjolnir does possess such power and autonomy. Both Mjolnir and, later, Stormbreaker are far from ordinary weapons. They have a form of sentience, a kind of spirit within, as described in fantasy tales. This sentience is especially apparent in Thor, Love, and Thunder. In Thor, Ragnarok, Mjolnir was crushed by Hela. By the time of Love and Thunder, its fragments were displayed in New Asgard on Earth, attracting crowds of tourists. As a side note, Matt Damon's delightfully goofy rendition of Loki's mini-drama was also revived in New Asgard, quickly becoming a major tourist attraction. Jane Foster, recently diagnosed with cancer and feeling that her days were numbered, visited New Asgard with a heavy heart to find solace. She joined the tourists in viewing Mjolnir. Then, in a moment of wonder, the hammer restored itself and flew into Jane's hands. Not only did it fill her with life and cure her cancer, but it also transformed her into the mighty Thor. Had Thor known that Mjolnir could piece itself back together, perhaps he wouldn't have sought out the Dwarven King to forge Stormbreaker. Later, when Thor saw the reborn Mjolnir and, feeling a surge of emotion, secretly tried to summon it, Stormbreaker drifted over on its own, glinting with a deadly, jealous edge. It was as if a newlywed wife caught her husband flirting with his ex, her eyes sharp, ready to cut. So yes, these divine weapons possess a remarkable degree of autonomy, circumventing Odin's enchantments and restoring Thor's godly power. Such feats are well within the hammer's capability. But this, sadly, spelled trouble for Seiya. He had thought that as long as Thor wasn't willing to sacrifice himself for a friend, the power of the god of thunder would never return. In that case, Seiya would be unrivaled here, free to deal with these four insolent Asgardians however he pleased. It wouldn't have been impossible to give them a good beating before handing them over to the Red Shield Bureau. After all, sometimes you just have to teach people a lesson before they'll know their place. But now, with Thor's arrival, not only would Seiya be called to account for hitting them earlier, but the prize he thought was within reach might slip away. Now that Thor had reclaimed his identity as the god of thunder, it was certain he'd take these fellows back with him to Asgard. All Seiya's efforts, it seemed, had been for nothing. Not only was all that work wasted, but he didn't get any benefit, and now he would have to deal with Thor's retribution. Even with all the powers he'd gained, Seiya didn't believe he could take on Thor, especially when Thor wielded Mjolnir. Unless he could somehow neutralize Thor's lightning powers. Across from him, as Thor let out a thunderous roar, his body slowly rose into the air. Together with Mjolnir, they formed two poles, with white currents of electricity crackling through the air between them. As the arcs intensified, a bolt of lightning snaked down from the sky, striking Thor's head. The white electric light enveloped both him and his hammer, shining so brightly that no one around could keep their eyes open. It lasted a good 10 seconds or more before the blinding light finally faded, revealing Thor clad in his armor, his crimson cape billowing behind him, a figure radiating absolute dominance, peerless both above and below. "I am Thor, god of thunder." Thor's deep voice echoed sternly. So he curled his lip. "So what? Are you the embodiment of Norse glory? You hurt my friends." Thor looked down at the three warriors, still sprawled on the ground and dazed. Even that deafening thunder hadn't roused them, which showed just how badly they'd been hurt. "So what?" Seiya replied coldly. The tip of his sword had long since left Sif's throat, though he still held Fandrel's sword in his hand. "So, I will fight you on their behalf, to show you the true strength of an Asgardian warrior." As he spoke, Thor raised his hammer, arcs of lightning dancing along its surface. Seiya simply nodded. "All right, I get it. You want to prove to me the strength of a real Asgardian warrior. So those three on the ground, and this woman here, by your logic, aren't real Asgardian warriors? Is that what you mean?" Thor faltered, the momentum he'd just built up dissipating. "That's not what I meant." So he looked down at Sif. "What about you? Do you think he means it, that you're not strong enough, not a true Asgardian warrior? Or is it just a slip of the tongue?" Sif gritted her teeth and lifted her head. "We are true Asgardian warriors. But it's true, we weren't strong enough." So Thor wasn't wrong. Seiya laughed. "You're defending him so much. Do you like him? He's your superior, right? Is it possible you've been manipulated by him, so that whatever he says, you just believe it's right?" Sif shook her head and snapped back. "Thor is a true hero, the god of war of Asgard. Everyone likes him, so it's perfectly normal that I do too." "But what about you?" she shot back. "All this pointless talk. You're just stalling for time, aren't you? Waiting for someone to rescue you? Let me tell you, it's useless. When Thor lifts his hammer, there's no one in all the 9 realms who can stand against him." "Huh?" So you pointed up at the sky. "So he's the most powerful in the 9 realms, huh? What about his father, Odin? If Thor really was stronger than Odin, then why was he thrown down to earth before, forced to live like a mortal?" Sif retorted stubbornly. "One day, Thor will surpass the All-Father Odin." "But not today," Seiya shrugged, then leaned in to whisper softly to Sif. "By the way, you're right. I am stalling for time, so thanks for playing along." With that, Seiya straightened up, tossed aside his long sword, and pointed toward Thor, who was hovering in midair. "If you want to prove the true strength of an Asgardian warrior, then I'll give you a chance. Come and challenge me." At that very moment, a deep voice suddenly echoed from the rooftop of a nearby building. The so-called god of thunder of Asgard, challenging an unarmed earthling? Even if you win, don't you think that's hardly a fair victory? The moment this voice sounded, Black Widow, watching from the sidelines, felt her legs go weak for some reason. Everyone else turned instinctively toward the voice, only to see, standing in the shadows atop the building, a tall man clad in black armor and a black helmet, his frame draped in a dark cloak. No one had noticed when he arrived. That's Batman. Most of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents below had taken part in the cleanup after the Hammer Industries incident. The existence of Batman was no secret to them. Now, seeing Soo-Yi on the ground and Batman on the rooftop, all the agents, who'd been rattled after watching Thor transform into the God of Thunder, suddenly felt their nerves settle. "So Thor, God of Thunder from Asgard, is it?" someone said. "Today, you'll learn that in front of the martial saint and Batman, it doesn't matter if you're Thor. Even if your father Odin showed up, he wouldn't stand a chance." Soo-Yi was the man in the red-faced mask who'd fought the abomination. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., this wasn't much of a secret. And thanks to Sharon Carter's explanations, everyone knew that the red mask symbolized the martial saint. Thus, the name Martial Saint had already begun to circulate among S.H.I.E.L.D.'s inner circles, quickly becoming Soo-Ye's unofficial hero codename. On the field, after Batman finished speaking, he deftly reached into his black cape and pulled out a round shield, tossing it to Soo-Yi. "Here, borrow this for now." The shield was about the same size and shape as Captain America's, but it was completely black. Embossed across its surface was the image of a bat, and set right in the center of the shield was a circular lamp. A round lamp embedded in the middle of a shield. This was a fortress of a design that no one had ever seen before. And this fortress, well, this bat shield, was exactly what Soo-Yi had been waiting for. The Batman standing on the rooftop was, of course, one of the shadow clones Soo-Yi had dispatched earlier. Unlike Naruto's original multiple shadow clone jutsu, where each clone had its own consciousness and memories were only transferred back to the original upon disappearing, Soo-Ye's version, modified by the system, allowed every clone to be fully under his control, their minds linked and able to communicate telepathically within a certain range. So there was no risk of the clones rebelling or developing independent personalities. There was no need to worry about the clones turning on him, because every experience the clones had was Soo-Ye's own. That's how he was able to have the Batman clone fetch the shield from the Batcave and deliver it right on time. This shield had been custom-made by Soo-Yi himself, and the circular lamp in the center wasn't just for decoration or illumination. Inside, it housed a miniature arc reactor, an impeccable replica. So, not only could the shield be used as a bomb in a pinch, it could also fire energy beams. In battle with Thor, it could even absorb lightning and convert it into power. The shield's true name ought to be Anti-Thor Bat Shield. With the Anti-Thor Bat Shield in hand, Soo-Yi looked up and gave Thor a challenging nod. "Come on, prove yourself." Up in the air, Thor suddenly seemed at a loss. As the ancient said, with the first drumbeat, courage surges. With the second, it wanes. By the third, it is spent. A moment ago, regaining his identity as the God of Thunder and harnessing the winds and lightning above, Thor's momentum had surged. At that moment, he wouldn't have hesitated to challenge Zeus himself. In this world, Zeus did exist, and he had once been Thor's childhood idol. The son of Odin, the king of the gods who wielded the power of thunder and lightning. Yet his childhood idol was actually Zeus next door. Quite the surprise. Perhaps it was because Zeus had so many lovers? Zeus also appeared in Thor, Love and Thunder, an old, portly man wearing a golden vest and a short white skirt. However, his ostentation far surpassed Odin's. He lived in a city of unimaginable size, where even the most casual landscape outshone anything in Asgard, a city of omnipotent gods of every kind, beyond counting. Among these gods were not only countless bizarre cosmic species, but also a golden eastern dragon coiled around a massive red pillar, and believe it or not, a god of dumplings sitting in a spoon with the most adorably innocent expression imaginable. Whenever Zeus ventured out, at least 4 of his favored women would accompany him, and besides them, there were young men and old musicians to liven up the atmosphere, not counting the guards. Yet these attendants seemed rather unworldly. The moment they saw the little god of thunder, stripped of all his gear and left entirely bare by Zeus, regardless of age or gender, they all fainted in unison. No one knew why, and no one dared to ask. By the way, Thor's idol was later shattered. When Zeus, king of the gods, heard that the great villain, the god butcher, had appeared, his first reaction was not to hunt down and destroy this threat, but rather to gather all the gods and hide together inside a turtle shell. Perhaps the older one gets in the world, the more timid one becomes? Zeus quaked at the thought of the god butcher, yet when dealing with mortals, those who were on the verge of forgetting the gods, he would put on airs, towering above them all. Gods? Nonsense. They were nothing but a gang of cowardly, bullying alien rats. Let's put Zeus aside for now. Thor had just worked himself up, only to have Soo-Yi catch a slip of the tongue and fire back with a question that instantly deflated his momentum. Then, just as the second round was about to begin, Batman showed up again. Interrupted twice, Thor was starting to forget whether he'd even shouted his pre-battle catchphrase, and now he wasn't sure if he needed to yell it again. If he'd already shouted it, Repeating it now would seem ridiculous. But if he hadn't and didn't shout at all, would that come across as too casual? Whatever. Just shout something. Thor squeezed his hammer, ready to speak, when he saw Seiya across from him raise a finger and beckon. You come here. The moment he heard this, Thor snapped. What was the point of all those fancy catchphrases before a fight? Enough with the theatrics. Time to get down to business. Propelled through the air, Thor raised his arm and, with a sudden swing, hurled his hammer. Lightning crackled and thunder roared as Mjolnir shot towards Seiya at breakneck speed. Seiya, shield in hand, had no intention of meeting the blow head-on. He wasn't Captain America. Just having a shield didn't mean he should try to block the god of thunder's hammer. This shield was ordinary. It stood no chance against Mjolnir. The only thing that would break would be himself. Whiz. Seiya twisted his body to dodge the impact of Thor's hammer, but his feet didn't pause. Shield in hand, he charged straight at Thor. Thor's first strike missed. His palms swiftly clenched the air, and the flying hammer halted abruptly midair, keeping its posture. In an instant, it shot back toward him. The handle of the hammer was aimed squarely at Seiya's back, right along its return path. In the midst of his charge, Seiya relied on his spider sense and instantly detected the hammer handle thrusting toward him from behind. He sidestepped it with a swift move, dodging the hammer without losing any speed. Try and sneak up on me from behind? Not a chance. The two were never far apart to begin with. By the time Thor had the hammer back in his hand, Seiya was already just a single step away. At this distance, they could see every wrinkle on each other's faces. Seiya's uncanny dodges, first from the hammer's direct shot, then from its sneaky return, left Thor momentarily stunned. He'd seen people dodge the hammer before, but never with such agile, almost acrobatic grace. But Thor knew this was no time to marvel at his opponent's moves. He raised Mjolnir again, connecting with the thunderclouds above, preparing to channel a bolt of lightning through his hammer. Just then, Seiya's charging body seemed to flicker like a short-range teleport, bringing him right in front of Thor. Shadow-splitting fist. Seiya never shouted his moves in advance. The shadow-splitting fist launched in silence, his body gliding forward in a blur. Both hands moved in unison. The elbow of his shieldless arm drove forward like a battering ram, slamming fiercely at Thor. Thor hadn't expected Seiya to close in so quickly. Caught off guard, he took the full brunt of the shadow-splitting fist. His body stiffened, and the connection between Mjolnir and the thunderclouds above was abruptly cut off. Seizing the moment, Seiya unleashed a rapid-fire combo. He'd used this combo not long ago against Abomination, but this time it was longer, fiercer, and even more violent. Thor was like a punching bag, battered and suspended in midair, unable to move for a good while. In the end, perhaps even Mjolnir couldn't bear to watch. The hammer summoned thunder on its own. There was a deafening crack, and a bolt of lightning struck down, blasting against Mjolnir and erupting in a ring of thunder around Thor. Sensing danger just in time, Seiya flipped backward and retreated before the lightning hit. Within the electric storm, Thor, who just moments ago had been beaten black and blue by Seiya's combo, miraculously returned to his original, unscathed state. It was as if he were a Saint Seiya warrior, impossible to kill as long as his cosmos burned. As long as the power of thunder remained, Thor seemed ready to revive at full strength at any moment. This time, Thor seemed to have learned from his previous mistakes. He no longer treated Mjolnir as his trump card, betting on Seiya's ability to dodge. Instead, he charged the hammer with thunder and, from a distance, aimed it squarely at Seiya. Thick bolts of lightning burst from Mjolnir in an instant, crackling and surging toward where Seiya stood. But before the lightning could strike him, Seiya had already raised his shield in preparation. A deafening crash erupted as the lightning collided with the shield, accompanied by a piercing hum. Waves of force and heat rippled outward, sweeping over the agents watching from afar and forcing them to shield their eyes. So that's the power of the God of Thunder? That's pretty impressive. I wonder if the Martial Sage can really withstand it. I think he'll be fine. We have to believe in the Martial Sage, and in Batman's gear, too. As the agents whispered among themselves, Mjolnir continued to unleash powerful currents for a full 10 seconds before its energy began to wane. The brilliant arcs of lightning gradually faded. It was only then that everyone noticed Seiya, still standing exactly where he was, shield held high. Except for a ring of light at the center of the shield that now glowed even brighter, he was entirely unscathed. A single shield can block such a devastating thunder attack. Batman's equipment is truly formidable. But even the best equipment needs someone to wield it. Just now, with that flurry of moves, the Martial Sage left Thor rooted to the spot. Now that's real strength. There's no point arguing. Batman and the Martial Sage, teaming up, are an unbeatable combo. They're legends. Any debate was quickly snuffed out before it could start. In truth, no one was interested in deciding whether Batman or the martial sage deserved more credit. Whoever defeated Thor would be the pride of Earth. That's all you've got. Seiya poked his head out from behind the shield, a teasing grin on his face. I thought you could keep up that level of intensity all day long. Turns out you're done after just 10 seconds? That's a bit disappointing. Just then, Seiya noticed how the shield's arc reactor was shining with an almost blinding brilliance, and his brows shot up in concern. Since its design, he'd never actually tested how much load the shield could bear. Judging by the dazzling glow now, was about to blow up? If that thing had exploded while Thor was charging it just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thinking of the way the destroyer was blasted to pieces, Seiya couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He made a rookie mistake. In the Avengers, when Iron Man fought Thor, his arc reactor was powered by a new element core, which had much better capacity. Seiya's shield, though, was still running on a palladium core, one that might not have survived much more. It really had come dangerously close to being overloaded. With a miniature nuke in hand, Seiya dared not hesitate. He immediately pressed the switch on the back of his shield, transforming it instantly into a laser cannon. A brilliant beam of energy shot out, aimed straight at Thor. A gesture of reciprocity, an answer to Thor's attack. Thor was still reeling from the shock that his thunderous power had been blocked by such a small shield. Completely unprepared for the sudden counterattack, he was blasted square in the chest by the energy beam. His entire body was hurled backward, crashing into the wall behind him with a heavy thud, the impact sending spiderweb cracks across the surface. Lowering his shield, Seiya grinned. Does this count as blasting the god of thunder into the wall? On the other side, Thor slid down from the wall, but landed firmly on his feet. Such an attack seemed hardly worth mentioning to him. After all, he was someone who could headbutt Iron Man into the air without breaking a sweat. As an Asgardian, and one wielding the power of the god of thunder, Thor's physical strength far surpassed that of Sif and her companions, by a margin that defied comparison. A battle of this intensity? He could keep going all day without even getting tired. Seiya, for his part, had also received a significant boost to his abilities, but in the end he was still no match for Thor wielding his enchanted hammer. Besides, even if he could match him, Seiya had no intention of fighting all day long. It was pointless. Today's battle, on the surface, was meant to let Thor demonstrate the might of a true Asgardian warrior. But in reality, Seiya's true goal was to show Thor that Earth's people were not as weak as Asgardians imagined. It was time for Thor to shed that air of superiority. No one liked to see it. So, just as Thor was about to launch another attack, Batman's voice rang out from the rooftop. That's enough. You've both proven yourselves. There's no need to keep fighting. Thor spun his hammer. And why should I listen to you? Batman's tone remained perfectly even. Because that giant metal man who came on the rainbow, I'm the one who defeated him. Thor's brow furrowed. You mean the Destroyer? Now I remember. You're the guy who showed up that night in that car. Thor hadn't seen the precise moment the Destroyer exploded, but the sight of the Batmobile crashing through a wall and sending the Destroyer flying was burned into his memory. And for the man who had managed to take down the Destroyer, the mess Thor himself had brought, Thor felt a certain gratitude, however reluctant. To be fair, Thor wasn't exactly the sharpest mind, but he knew enough to show respect to an Earthling who could defeat the Destroyer. I'm letting this go for his sake, not because I'm afraid of you, Thor huffed at Seiya, then turned and hurried over to check on the 3 warriors of Asgard lying on the ground. Who cares? Seiya simply shrugged, then tossed the shield back up to Batman on the rooftop, raising his voice. Thanks for the shield, it works great. Can you sell me a few of these? Batman caught the shield, and with a quick flick of his wrist, tucked it away into his cape. His voice was low and firm. Sorry, it's not for sale. So stingy, Seiya spread his hands, then turned to look at the Shiranui dojo. This back-and-forth banter, playing both sides of a comic dialogue for an audience, was unexpectedly amusing. Pity Spider-Man was too far away, or they could have made a trio. After the recent fight, nearly half the dojo's building was destroyed. Cracks spiderwebbed across the walls, hanging there like a frozen moment of chaos. Who am I supposed to ask for compensation for this mess? As he spoke, Seiya glanced over at Thor, who had already managed to shake the 3 warriors awake. The sight of old friends reuniting brought tears of joy to their eyes. Seeing Thor's return, the 3 warriors were almost overwhelmed with emotion. They looked ready to throw their arms around him, to weep and tell him how they'd been bullied, hoping he'd get their revenge. Sif, who'd never lost consciousness, managed to keep her composure. She looked at Thor and said seriously, "We've been away from Asgard for so long. No one knows what's happening there now." Thor nodded in agreement. "You're right. It's time for us to leave." He gave Seiya another look, as if determined to remember forever the man he'd fought to a draw. "I'll be back." So he had to fight the urge to roll his eyes. Seriously, That's something you should say to Jane Foster, not me. Elsewhere, Jane had reunited with Darcy Lewis on the outskirts. One had been summoned by S.H.I.E.L.D. to talk to Thor, the other had crossed half the country to bring Sif and the Warriors free from New Mexico to New York. But at this moment, both of them were being thoroughly ignored. So what's the deal with you and Thor? Did you sleep together? Satisfied, Darcy waggled her eyebrows suggestively. Jane shook her head. Trust me, that's not something you want to try. It's not about satisfaction. It's like being lifted to the heavens. Darcy cocked her head, giving Jane a look of pure disbelief. So, are you going to fly off and become a goddess with him? Jane considered it seriously. Depends on what he wants, I guess. Just then, a beam of shimmering rainbow light shot down into the yard, painting everything nearby in dazzling, iridescent hues. But Jane and Darcy's faces both froze. Is that Thor? He's leaving, without even saying goodbye. Darcy protested, clearly offended. Jane just stood there, not sure what kind of expression she ought to wear. In the yard, as Seiya watched the mark left on the ground after the light column of the Bifrost faded away, he turned to shout at Phil Coulson, who was hurrying over. You folks are in charge of fixing this house, right? Coulson's foot slipped, and he nearly took a tumble. Honestly, the guy never misses a chance to ask for money. Aren't you a billionaire? Could you at least act the part? Of course, he kept that thought to himself. Otherwise, Seiya would no doubt retort. Even a billionaire doesn't just pick money up off the ground, you know? Well, technically, he'd drawn his fortune from opening loot boxes. Meanwhile, the Batman on the rooftop had vanished as soon as the Bifrost descended. Thor had left with the Asgardians, taking his hammer with him. With S.H.I.E.L.D. gone too, there was no reason to linger at the Shiranui dojo. After coughing up the cash for repairs, they began packing to leave. As he looked at the battered building, Seiya wondered if he should keep the dojo running at all. Old man Hanzo had returned to Japan, washing his hands of everything here, as if he'd come just to drop off his granddaughter. And as the head of the dojo, Seiya felt it was a bit odd to keep operating under the Shiranui dojo name. After all, he was from Longwa, not Japan. So lately, he'd been considering whether to give the dojo a new name. Maybe Su School Dojo, Su Style Dojo, Yi Style Dojo, Su Sect, Yi Gate, or even Yi Order, but none of them seemed quite right. Maybe it was time to just close the place down. After all, Seiya wasn't short on money these days. He might as well join the Red Shield Bureau with my Shiranui and enjoy a nice government post. Isn't that the modern dream? Landing a stable job at the end of the universe? If those top-tier elites, making over $2 million a day, are scrambling for civil service positions, why shouldn't Seiya get spot too? And not just my Shiranui. He could pull Terry and the others in as well. At Muse Bar, when Seiya walked in with Sharon Carter, the place felt a little empty. Joe Higashi had been whisked away by the Joker, and Ryo Sakazaki and Robert had gone back to Southtown. My Shiranui had taken Athena and Yuri Sakazaki to Disneyland in Los Angeles for some fun, and King had tagged along too. It sounded like they planned to stay there for a good while. So now, the only fighter left in the entire bar was Terry, which left him free to exchange meaningful glances with the resident singer, Angelina, and enjoy their little world of two. The moment Seiya walked in, he could practically smell the sweet and sour scent of romance in the air. Unlike Seiya, who tended to act on impulse, Terry and Angelina were all about heartfelt emotions. Rumor had it they still blushed just from a kiss. Who knew if they'd even slept together yet? Maybe Big Brother here needed to lend a hand. And he meant that in the most proper sense. Hey bro, Terry called out as soon as he saw Seiya, greeting him eagerly. As for Sharon Carter, who followed behind her sharp blouse and skirt combo, looking every bit the office professional, Terry barely batted an eye. It was nothing new to him. My older brother is a great guy in every way, except for one thing. His belt is always a bit loose, just like old Sue. Terry had long since gotten used to it. But while he was getting used to it, Terry kept reminding himself never to become like old Sue or Wild Bro. He wanted to keep himself clean, untainted by the mud, and be a man of integrity and loyalty. In a world of endless temptations, he would choose just one ladle from the river. Seiya, of course, supported this way of thinking. There were things he couldn't do himself, but he respected those who could. Sharon Carter followed Seiya and sat down at the bar, politely introducing herself to Terry. Hello, I'm Mr. Sue's secretary, Sharon Carter. A secretary, huh? Terry instantly got the message. His pals certainly knew how to enjoy life. Without missing a beat, Terry slid a glass in front of Sharon and grabbed the cocktail shaker. This is my very own special cocktail. Give it a try. Don't worry, everything you order tonight is on Mr. Sue's tab. Seiya shot him a look that said, why don't you just let me pay for everyone? If I only cover Sharon Carter's bill, it'll look like I'm not generous at all. She's the driver. No drinking and driving. Terry pretended not to hear, pouring the drink for Sharon with a grin. It's fine. There's a lounge upstairs where you can rest. No drinking and driving? Well, you don't have to drive. You can just get a ride. Originally, Sharon Carter was going to refuse, just as Soo-yi said. But since Terry had already poured the drink, it would be awkward to turn it down. Besides, if she had the option to ride instead of drive, she'd happily take it. So, going along with the flow, she picked up the glass. Then I'll toast you first. Down it went. Finishing the drink in one smooth gulp, Sharon raised her thumb without changing expression. That's really good. May I have another? Watching Terry pour her another, Soo-yi could only sigh helplessly. Fine, I'll drive tonight. Just then, Angelina walked over. Hey bro, let me toast you. As Terry's girlfriend and Soo-ye's sister-in-law, once hailed as the most popular socialite in North Town, Angelina knew exactly whose side she should take. Could Soo-yi refuse a drink from his sister-in-law? Of course not. Down it went. Late at night, the bar closed. Terry left with Angelina, while Soo-yi brought Sharon Carter upstairs to the lounge. He'd said no drinking and driving, and he meant it. Not even riding a horse, no driving at all. Inside the lounge, the air conditioning was set just right. As soon as they entered, Sharon tugged at her shirt's overburdened buttons. Boss, I'm thirsty. Soo-yi waved her off. Help yourself to some water. I need to hit the bathroom first. I'll help you. The next morning, Soo-yi closed his eyes, ready to finally get some rest. Beside him, Sharon Carter curled up like a little rabbit that had just survived a wild dog attack, her legs still occasionally twitching. Seeing this, Soo-yi gently pulled the blanket over her. She had little stamina, but a huge passion. Who else could she blame for that? As noon approached, Soo-yi was jolted awake by a phone call. Glancing at the caller ID, he was surprised to see it was Harry. Hey, old Harry, long time no see. What have you been up to lately? Soo-yi answered the call. Next to him, Sharon Carter murmured softly in her sleep, but remained deeply asleep. On the other end, Harry's voice sounded excited. Xiaoyi, where are you? Do you have time to come over? I found a great project recently. Let's work on it together. Soo-yi clicked his tongue. The two of us, working on something together? Of course, Harry replied, unconcerned. It's no fun without you. Enough talk. I'll send you the address. Hurry over. After hanging up, Soo-yi glanced at Sharon Carter. Knowing there was little chance she'd get up today, he headed downstairs alone. After saying a quick hello to Angelina, he drove off to the address Harry had sent. When he arrived, Soo-yi realized it was a makeshift laboratory. As he walked in, he saw Harry waiting with another tall man. Looking at the imposing figure, Soo-yi felt a strange sense of familiarity. Xiaoyi, let me introduce you, Harry said enthusiastically, pulling Soo-yi over. This is Dr. Otto Octavius, a nuclear energy expert. He's about to become a professor at Empire State University. With that, Harry brought Soo-yi face to face with a man named Otto Octavius. Dr. Otto, this is Soo-yi, my best friend, and possibly your best student in the future. To be honest, if it weren't for him, I might not have graduated high school science. As Harry finished his introduction, an image immediately popped into Soo-ye's mind. This Otto had nothing to do with cars. He was one of Spider-Man's famous villains, Dr. Octopus. Of course, at this point, he was still just a doctor. He hadn't turned into Doc Ock yet. Harry had called Otto a nuclear energy expert, but that was only part of the story. Dr. Otto was not only an expert in nuclear energy, he also had remarkable achievements in mechanical engineering and artificial intelligence. In some ways, Otto was like a low-budget, less attractive Tony Stark, if Tony had no money. Of course, that's just in the movies. In the comics, Dr. Octopus was known to give Iron Man a run for his money. Harry had invited Soo-yi over to discuss investing in Dr. Otto's new project, nuclear fusion technology. The goal was to fuse the hydrogen isotope, tritium, and unleash an immense amount of energy. This was the legendary artificial sun technology. If successful, the power output could reach 10 billion watts. According to Harry, if this technology succeeds, Dr. Otto might even win a Nobel Prize. However, Soo-yi wasn't optimistic about the project. He couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong, but after all, even after Dr. Otto sacrificed his wife, he still didn't manage to succeed. In the end, all he got was a bomb. And this bomb was nothing like the one from Stark Industries, the kind that just blows up harmlessly into the sky. If Dr. Otto's contraption exploded, it would mean the end of New York. Such a high-risk experiment, being conducted right in the heart of New York City. Surely that was no joke. Soo-yi had no interest in relocating to another city, and he certainly didn't want to be caught in an explosion while, say, exercising one evening. So, after Harry's introduction, the first thing Soo-yi said was, Dr. Otto, have you considered setting up your lab somewhere else? Maybe in D.C. It's only a few hundred kilometers away. In the movie, if Spider-Man hadn't cut the power in time, Dr. Otto's artificial sun would have exploded on the very first try, leaving him no chance to run wild as a villain. And if it had exploded in D.C., well, let's just say, as the saying goes, as long as no one gets hurt, that's what matters. Dr. Otto didn't have any objections to Soo-ye's suggestion. As long as there was funding, he'd be willing to move his lab to DC, or even as far away as China. It was Harry who wasn't entirely happy. He pulled Suyi aside and said quietly, "Xiaoyi, if we move to DC, our company can't oversee things as well. It'll be harder for us to observe the experiment up close." Suyi almost swore out loud. Experiments this dangerous, with basically zero safety measures, and they still wanted to gather a crowd to watch? Did they have a death wish? Why not set up in some remote mountain forest and control things from a distance? Why insist on getting up close just to risk your life? You're the main investor here, so I'll just offer my suggestion. Ultimately, it's your call, but I do have one small request. Suyi lowered his voice and whispered, "When the experiment starts, make sure you tell me ahead of time." "Are you coming to watch with me?" Harry asked, a little too excited. Suyi shook his head. "No, I'll be on vacation, anywhere as far away from here as possible." Hearing this, Harry suddenly started to hesitate about funding Dr. Otto's project. After all, when it came to academics, Suyi was the one who truly knew his stuff, and his judgment was usually spot on. Even though Suyi was just a high school graduate, Harry had never once thought of him as an ordinary high schooler. After all, he was Spider-Man. "Maybe we just shouldn't invest in this project," Harry said, his tone tinged with regret. After all, this was Harry's first time leading an investment project since taking charge of the Osborn Group. To give up so easily left a bitter taste in his heart. Seeing him like this, Suyi reached out and patted his arm. "Don't lose heart. We're already here, so let's take another look around." Nearby, Dr. Otto, unaware that Harry had nearly decided to pull the funding, was happily tinkering with his equipment. After a quick tour, Suyi and Harry spotted a device tucked away in a corner. It wasn't particularly large, about the height of a person, and was draped with a cloth. "Dr. Otto, what's under here? May we take a look?" "Of course," Dr. Otto replied with a cheerful grin, hurrying over and whipping off the cloth. Underneath was a piece of equipment, brimming with technological flair, though its design was rather unusual, a ring, about 20 centimeters wide, inlaid with 4 metallic eels. This contraption, which looked like 4 metal eels intertwined, was none other than the invention that had brought Dr. Otto his fame, his mechanical octopus arms. These 4 mechanical arms weren't just heat and magnetism resistant. They could lengthen or contract at will, striking out like dragons, spitting fire, or lying still like a turtle lazily blowing bubbles. "These are mechanical arms I built specifically for the Artificial Sun project." Dr. Otto launched into an explanation full of technical jargon, and when he finally finished, Suyi patted Harry's arm again. "This is really something. If you're looking to invest in Dr. Otto, I'd suggest putting your money here." In Suyi's mind, these mechanical arms could be much more than just arms. He could already envision plenty of other uses. Manufactured in different models and sold on the market, they might have enormous commercial potential. Unclogging drains was just the most basic application. In high-end, precision manufacturing, and even in medicine, such mechanical arms would have a bright future. As for concerns about artificial intelligence turning against humans, that could be managed with external power sources or network controls. And if all else failed, they could just dumb down the AI, strip out a few features, make a budget version, whatever it took as long as it sold. Hearing Suyi's advice, Harry began to focus on the mechanical arm before him, seriously considering its market feasibility. But across from them, Dr. Otto grew anxious. He'd never heard the story of buying the case and returning the pearl, but he recognized the sentiment. The investor was ignoring his Artificial Sun project and instead interested in the tools he'd built for it. "I never intended for these arms to be developed for commercial use," Dr. Otto said with a frown, eager to steer the conversation back to his Artificial Sun project. "I'm willing to accept the terms for moving to Washington. I can handle the transport and setup of all the equipment myself. All you need to do is provide the funding and the tritium we need for the experiments." Suyi smiled and continued. "Moving the lab won't affect our work on developing this mechanical hand. These are 2 entirely separate things. Besides, you could look at it another way. If the mechanical hand proves successful in the market and you make enough money through the patent rights, you could fund your own Artificial Sun project, all on your own. By then, all the glory and every achievement would belong to you, Mr. Octavius. At that point, you won't just be a Nobel laureate. You'll also be the chairman of Octavius Enterprises. Whether in scientific research or in business, you'll have reached the very pinnacle of success. Then, you'll never have to worry about funding again, never have to scramble for materials, and never again have to bow to the whims of some investor. You could pursue any research you please, living life entirely on your own terms. Just thinking about it, doesn't that sound a little exciting?" Dr. Otto's lips twitched. "You do make a good point, but no more but." So you reached out and clapped Dr. Otto on the shoulder. "Your wife isn't getting any younger, and surely you don't want her to spend the rest of her limited days stuck here in this lab with you." The world is so vast. Don't you want to go out and see it? Even if you don't, are you sure your wife doesn't want to? Or are you thinking of letting someone else take her see it? She'd never do that. Dr. Otto interjected firmly. Sui nodded. See, you know she wouldn't. She's such a wonderful woman. Can you really bear to see her give everything for your experiments and your career without ever receiving anything in return? Dr. Otto's expression faltered. But if the artificial sun succeeds, I could also... I've already said, if you get investment for the artificial sun now, it's nothing but charity from capitalists. But if you collaborate on this mechanical hand, you'll be earning your own way. Sui suddenly raised his voice. So, do you want to accept a capitalist handout to fulfill your own selfish dreams, or do you want to rely on your own abilities, rise to the top, strike back at the capitalists, and realize the dream you and your wife share? Your wife is watching you right now. Dr. Otto turned to look at his wife, Rosalie, a gentle, well-read, and dignified woman. Yet despite her composure, a spark of stubbornness still lingered in his heart. The artificial sun is the latest form of clean energy. The sooner it's realized, the sooner it can benefit humanity. Sui shrugged. But the mechanical hand is also cutting-edge technology. Applied in research and medicine, it too can benefit humanity. After a long moment, Dr. Otto finally nodded. All right, you've convinced me, Mr. Su. No, Sui shook his head. It wasn't me who convinced you, it was your wife. The two men exchanged a knowing smile, while Harry, who had been anxious all this time, finally let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, bringing Xiaoyi along to discuss this project had been a wise decision. Not only did they steer clear of a dangerous venture, but they also landed on one that was both safe and profitable. Perfect. With the matter settled, the collaboration between the Osborne Group and the independent Octavius Laboratory kicked off without delay. Funding would be in place soon, and Dr. Otto would need to temporarily set aside his artificial sun project to begin modifying the mechanical arms. According to Suye's plan, the first step was for Dr. Otto to develop an independent artificial intelligence program to serve as the control hub for the mechanical arms, but crucially, it would not reside within the arms themselves. This way, there would be no need to install control chips directly on the arms, thereby eliminating the safety risk of chip failure leading to runaway mechanical arms. Next, they would develop a scaled-down version of the current mechanical arms, with fewer functions, to meet the needs of various industries. Throughout this process, Sui would also send an avatar under a false identity to follow the project closely. This was an additional clause in the contract. The Osborne Group would assign personnel to take over the AI aspect of the mechanical arms and participate in the technical development. Dr. Otto now regarded the mechanical arms as a tool for making money. Everything was being prepared for the artificial sun, so he had no reason to hold anything back when it came to the arm technology. After leaving Dr. Otto's place, Sui originally planned to return to the bar for a little more rest, a chance to catch up on some sleep. But Harry pulled him straight to the Osborne Group building, saying that he needed to take a look at their projects as well. As a shareholder, it was only fitting for Sui to see if there were any areas he could help streamline or integrate. Naturally, Sui couldn't refuse. Recently, he'd heard from Alfred, the butler, that old Su had quietly started buying up Osborne Group stock again, aiming to restore his personal holdings to 0%. Sui was puzzled. Where did old Su get so much money? And why was old Su acquiring so many shares in the Osborne Group? Did he really plan to turn the Osborne Group into part of the Su family group? Regardless, as a major shareholder, and the son of an even bigger one, inspecting the company was part of Su Ye's responsibilities. Honestly, what have you been so busy with lately? I feel like you've been impossible to track down, Harry asked. Su Yi shook his head. The truth is, I don't even know myself. There's just so much going on. I'm constantly running from one thing to another, and sometimes I have to be in two places at once. It's enough to drive anyone crazy. Outstanding people are always in demand, so it's only natural that you're busy. Keep it up, my hard-working friend. I'm cheering for you in spirit. Harry patted Su Yi on the shoulder. Oh, by the way, there's a yacht party coming up. Are you coming? MJ and Gwen aren't invited. It'll just be us. Harry raised his eyebrows at Su Yi, clearly up to his usual tricks, trying to lure Su Yi into a bit of mischief. Su Yi arched an eyebrow in reply. Just the two of us? Harry chuckled. Of course not. Besides, I promise you, every guest is on MJ's level. Then I'll pass, Su Yi declined. He had no interest in MJ types. As they spoke, the car soon pulled up in front of the Oscorp Tower. Su Yi once again clicked on his Snake Zhang name badge. This fake badge is still kicking around? I thought you'd have lost it by now. Harry shook his head and strode toward the elevators, a handful of secretaries and assistants trailing behind. Su Yi, playing the part of an intern, quietly joined the end of the group. The Oscorp building soared into the sky, over 100 stories, packed with labs and R&D departments. If you try to see every floor, a whole day wouldn't be enough. so they only picked a few key projects to tour, one of which was Dr. Connor's cross-species genetics lab. On the way, Seiya unexpectedly ran into Max Dillon. "Hey, Max." Seiya hurried after him and called out. "Hey, Snake." Max Dillon replied warmly. "Haven't seen you in days. How've you been?" "Interning," Seiya said, pointing at his intern badge. "Oh well, if you're free after work, want to grab a drink?" Much invited. As an outsider in the company, he craved friendship, even if it was just with an intern. Seiya shrugged with a touch of regret. "I'm not even 20 yet. Can't drink." "No worries, I know a bar that doesn't check IDs. Leave it to me," Max replied with a grin. Seiya nodded. "All right then. Let's just hope I don't get stuck working late." Max laughed. "You won't. Interns never get stuck with overtime. Us old-timers aren't so lucky." He said it with a smile, but suddenly Max felt a pang, almost on the verge of tears. It wasn't really about being a new hire or a veteran. It was that employees on the margins never seemed to have any rights. Who could ever understand the woes of a sidelined veteran? After a brief chat, the two parted ways. Seiya caught up with Harry's group and headed to Dr. Connor's laboratory. When they entered, inside the laboratory, Dr. Connors and a group of researchers, including Gwen, were anxiously awaiting the results of a crucial experiment. No one spoke. Only the voice of the artificial intelligence running the simulation broke the silence from time to time. Gene implantation. Experiment initiated. Waiting. Failure. Test subject deceased. Still waiting. Failure. Quietly, Seiya slipped over to Gwen and greeted her in a low voice. Gwen smiled back at him, but said nothing. Although it was just a computer simulation and there was no graphic scene of lab mice dying suddenly, the continuous failures cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere in the lab. At last, after countless unsuccessful attempts, the tone of the artificial intelligence suddenly changed. Peptide sequence accepted. Regeneration complete. Physical characteristics normal. Regeneration complete. All vital signs of the test subject are normal. At the same moment, in the simulation, the little mouse rapidly grew back its severed limb, shaking its head and looking around as if it were truly alive. "Yes, we did it." Cheers erupted throughout the lab, and Gwen beamed with joy. Seiya offered his congratulations at just the right moment. Considering that Dr. Connors had achieved this much without Richard Parker's decay rate equation, it was truly impressive. Inside the lab, Harry, as the company leader, warmly praised Dr. Connors for his indomitable spirit and encouraged him to keep up the hard work in hopes of soon translating the simulated data into real-world results. After saying this, he intended to exchange a few thoughts with Seiya, but when he turned around, he realized that Seiya was gone. Gwen had disappeared with him as well. Young people. Harry shook his head with theatrical disapproval, as if he himself weren't also a young man. By the time Seiya and Gwen finished their work, night had fallen completely. Most of the staff in the building had already left for the day. Only a few on duty and some security personnel remained inside. As for the drinks he had planned with Max Dillon, that would have to wait for another day. By the way, Dr. Connor's sudden breakthrough in his research lately. "Is that you're doing?" Seiya asked Gwen inside the elevator. "Of course it is," Gwen said proudly, tilting her chin. "I couldn't find a spider that bit us, so I took a little of my own blood for testing, just to see if I could find anything unusual. And it turned out I actually did." Just then, a thunderous boom sounded from outside, shaking the elevator. "What was that?" Still shaken, Gwen quickly turned to ask the artificial intelligence on the elevator screen. Upon hearing Gwen's question, the artificial intelligence quickly responded. "Power department, bioelectric generation lab. An abnormal explosion just occurred. One employee injured." In no time, the elevator stopped at the floor where the electrical department was located. As soon as the doors slid open, Seiya and Gwen dashed out, racing toward the source of the explosion. The bioelectric generation lab was a new, environmentally friendly lab that converted biological energy into electricity. Inside, there were several massive aquariums, each filled with large, aggressive electric eels. When the two arrived, one of the giant tanks had already exploded for reasons unknown. Shards of glass were scattered all over the floor, and dozens of electric eels were thrashing desperately on the ground. Amidst the eels and broken glass, a person was lying motionless. "Identify the injured," Gwen shouted. The artificial intelligence responded at once. "Power department, engineer, Max Dillon." Max Dillon? Hearing that name, Seiya was stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be several days until Max Dillon's birthday? Why did the story seem to be moving ahead of schedule? "You know him?" Gwen immediately noticed the change in Seiya's tone. "Yeah, he's an old employee I met before. I ran into him earlier today. He even invited me to have a drink tonight," Seiya explained. Soon, security personnel arrived on the scene, quickly taking control of the situation. Members of the board responsible for crisis management and public relations were also on their way. Incidents like this were considered safety hazards. If not handled properly, they could tarnish the company's image and even impact the stock price and market value. For a conglomerate as massive as Oscorp, even a minor fluctuation could mean billions of dollars gained or lost. And among those billions were both Seiya's and his father's money. To protect Oscorp, the board member in charge immediately issued a gag order to the security department. For capitalists, profit always came first. Human life was worth nothing to them. All that mattered were tools that could generate value. Everything else was disposable. If a tool broke, it would simply be replaced. As for those tools that had never been recognized or valued, they were tossed out as trash. Every eyewitness was silenced, whether by company policy or a generous sum of money. Anyone who dared speak out risked being silenced forever. There was no need to doubt this, nor should anyone ever underestimate the ruthlessness of a capitalist. Security staff weren't a problem. The real issue was Seiya and Gwen, these two interns. One of them was the sheriff's daughter. The other was one of the few people who could actually have a conversation with Max Dillon, a person who counted as his friend. Yet this friend was, behind the scenes, a major shareholder in the corporation. The board member knew Seiya and trusted that, out of consideration for the company's interests, Seiya would not rashly reveal what had happened. After all, no one willingly turns their back on money. But Gwen, the sheriff's daughter, was a different story. Max Dillon's corpse had been dragged away to the morgue of some underground clinic, where they planned to cremate it without delay. Meanwhile, the board member went to speak separately with Gwen and Seiya. What was said to Gwen remained unknown. When it came to Seiya, the board member's tone was sincere, but there was an unmistakable note of warning beneath his words. Osborne Group is an American company. The one who died was an American employee. You, as someone from China, are here to make money, not to seek out trouble for yourself. Wouldn't you agree? Don't believe in so-called justice. Trust me, without money, no matter how much justice you have in your hands, it's worth nothing at all. This board member's name was Mackin. With a Mediterranean receding hairline and a hawkish nose, he bore a striking resemblance to Loki's father, Laufey, before makeup. He'd once been Norman Osborn's right-hand man. Now, he served as both Harry's assistant and overseer, as well as the representative of the Wall Street capital that had invested in Osborne Group. He took the company's operations very seriously. So you had to admit, Mackin's words made sense. He was a foreign board member, and there was no need to get involved in this kind of matter. Why take on extra trouble for no good reason? Seiya hadn't planned on arguing, but there was one thing he had to make clear. Max Dillon is my friend. So, Mackin's brows knotted, his eyes fierce and wary as they locked onto Seiya. If a foreign shareholder truly decided to challenge the company, the board would be forced to activate emergency measures, even to the point of leveraging national power to force him out. So, I don't agree with your proposal for how to handle Max Dillon, and I won't sign any documents about it. Besides, Seiya stood up and leaned across the table, closing the distance between himself and Mackin. Besides, I really don't appreciate the way you just spoke to me. I came to America to make money, not to grovel before the likes of you Americans. Especially not capitalists like you, who treat human life as if it were nothing. Director Sue, watch your position and your tone. Mackin snapped, his face darkening. My position, I've already made perfectly clear, Seiya replied, raising his hand and giving the faintest of waves, a gesture so light it seemed almost casual. Smack! 5 bright red fingerprints instantly appeared on Mackin's cheek, and the taste of blood flooded his mouth. That is my attitude, as Max's only friend. After speaking, Seiya turned and walked out. As he left, he called back, go ahead and sue me if you like. I'll have my lawyer talk things over with you. Bang! The door slammed shut behind him with a thunderous crash. Seiya glanced at Gwen, who was coming to meet him. Did you hit him? I wanted to hit him too, just now. Max is actually a pretty decent guy. And come to think of it, I feel like I've met him before, Gwen whispered, a hint of mischievous delight on her face, though her eyes betrayed some worry. But, do you think they'll come after you? You're Spider-Man, sure, but they're rich, and rich people are the hardest to deal with. It's fine, Harry will take care of it, Seiya replied, brushing it off. But as for Max, there's not much else we can really do for him. He has no family or friends, and even if he wins in court, it won't change much. Anyway, let's not dwell on it. Why don't we have Harry take out the yacht and get some fresh air on the water? Taking Gwen out for a little sea escape wasn't just about easing their worries. It was really about giving Spider-Man a solid alibi. Max Dillon was still alive, and before long, he'd transform into Electro and cause chaos in Times Square. If you want to make a scene, so be it. Seiya hoped he'd rip Times Square apart, let this New York landmark become history. The bigger the spectacle, the better. By then, even if Seiya couldn't be in the front row enjoying the drama, he'd still be quite pleased. As for what damage Max Dillon as Electro would do to the Osborne Corporation, what effect it might have on their stock prices or market value, Seiya couldn't care less. Whether it was 10 billion or 50 billion, it was all the same to him. As long as he had enough to spend, that was enough. If old Sue didn't like it, he could always fly over himself and personally fix the mess. And Seiya would be sure to cheer him on when he did. Early the next morning, Seiya and Gwen boarded Harry's yacht and set out to sea. Harry knew nothing of Max Dillon's situation. He was simply delighted that Seiya had accepted his invitation. Of course, since Gwen was coming, he had to bring Mary Jane along too, which made things a bit less carefree. But having his brother along was enough. Whether he could drive the boat himself or not didn't matter. It's rare that you're willing to come out. This time, we're staying at sea for 3 days and 3 nights. If we're not having the time of our lives, we're not going back. Harry shouted, "Let's go." The yacht set sail, but Seiya still had plenty of things to take care of. Back at the bar, Sharon Carter had already left on her own. As a diligent secretary, she could handle the loose ends without Seiya having to worry. My Shiranui and the others wouldn't be back for another week or two, so there was nothing pressing there either. Meanwhile, Spider-Man's clone was still out in the wild, practicing forming energy orbs, with Andy's Gale Fist as a foundation, learning. The spiral sphere wasn't too difficult to pick up, but making the orb spin and spin beautifully, that would take a lot more work. Over at the Batcave, the creation of a new core for the arc reactor needs to be moved up the schedule. While we're at it, now that there's an anti-Thor bat shield, it's time to consider gear designed to counter other heroes as well. For example, an anti-Iron Man glove. The idea is to use the glove to generate a special magnetic and force field, so that the moment it makes contact with Iron Man, it immediately severs his external network connection, leaving the AI Jarvis unable to remotely control the Iron Man suit. Ideally, leveraging the new element's properties, there could also be an anti-Iron Man heat pack. Slap it right onto Iron Man's chest reactor and cut his power in an instant. There also needs to be mechanical arms designed to counter Abomination and Hulk, borrowing from Dr. Octopus's tentacle technology. 2 external arms could be attached, much like external spirit bones, capable of delivering strength far beyond the body's limits. All these ideas are in preparation for Batman's character. His arsenal must be both vast and complete. Can't have the Dark Knight's undefeated reputation tarnished in a showdown. Besides all that, Seiya still has to accompany someone on a shopping trip. Brother Yi, why do you look so different today? Outside the entrance to Midtown Junior High, little Hinata nearly didn't recognize Seiya's face. Hinata swore she'd never seen such an odd-looking character before. If it weren't for the fact that it was Brother Yi in disguise, she might not have been able to accept it at all. Seiya explained, "I've been practicing transformation techniques lately, and I realized that only through constant practice, even maintaining the transformation all the time, can I really master it. Plus, it's great for increasing my chakra reserves." "Oh, really?" Hinata looked up at Seiya, who now stood over 90 centimeters tall, more than 40 centimeters taller than her, towering like a giant. She glanced down at her own tiny arms and legs, her little round hands. The two of them walking together looked incredibly mismatched. Would people mistake them for father and daughter? Hinata might be small in stature, but her feelings matured early. She had a clear and steadfast understanding of love. The childhood engagement between her father Hayashi and old Sue was nothing but drunken tradition and outdated custom. No one took it seriously. Seiya's mother just said it in passing. In this day and age, parental orders and matchmakers' words are long buried in history's dust. But Hinata meant it. She had liked Seiya since she was little, always had, and even now, with him using transformation jutsu to turn himself into this spiky-haired, odd-looking figure, she still liked him. But despite her early matured feelings, Hinata had a lingering worry in her heart. Will Brother Yi be snatched away by another girl? This thought had troubled Hinata for a long time. Today, as she prepared to go out with Seiya, seeing them together, looking so much like a father and daughter pair, her worries grew even deeper. Unless, perhaps, she could make herself a better match for Seiya, so that at first glance, people would see them as a couple, not a father and daughter. Brother Yi is right. Cultivating is like rowing upstream. I was never that bright to begin with, so I have to practice much more, just like you do. Hinata lifted her head to look at Seiya as she spoke, as if encouraging herself, but even more, as if explaining to Seiya. Then, she began forming hand seals with both hands, and not long after, there was a sharp bang. "Brother Yi, is this okay?" Hinata asked. Anyone who says they don't like this must be lying. Still, those pale eyes of hers could be a bit too conspicuous. Seiya casually took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on Hinata's face. This way, there'd be a lot less trouble when going out. "All right, let's get ready to head out." Just as the two were about to leave from inside the school gates, Niji, with his long hair and distinctive eyes, came rushing out, scanning anxiously left and right before dashing off into the distance. He passed right by them without even a second glance. But Seiya could hear him muttering, "Where's Hinata? Don't tell me she's been kidnapped. Should we call out to him?" Seiya turned and asked. Hinata shook her head. "No need. Let's go first. I'll call him later." "If you do that, Niji won't be happy," Seiya said, laughing. Hinata pouted. "But if I don't, then I won't be happy." Character, Hinata Xiang. Current affection level, max. Looking at Hinata's mission description, well, never mind. The gentler a person is, the less they deserve to be treated harshly. At the amusement park, Hinata was having the time of her life. She'd never been a clever child, and her family's traditional martial art, gentle fist, was something she'd always struggled with. She couldn't even beat her younger sister, who was 5 years her junior. In this modern age, wars are fought by pushing a button to send out a package. Individual strength isn't entirely useless, but doesn't count for much. No matter how good you are at gentle fist, you can't stop a guaranteed delivery. But Xiang Rizuo didn't see it that way. He and old Su were comrades in arms. Where they served, who they fought with, Seiya had no idea. But Xiang Rizuo's commitment to strength and tradition was unwavering. He held his eldest daughter, Hinata, to high standards, making her train in martial arts and ninja techniques every day. The result was that Hinata barely had enough time to finish her homework, let alone go out and have fun. Everyone knows just how intense the pressure of academic life is in Dragon Country. So now, being able to visit the amusement park, especially with her beloved brother Yi, Hinata was as happy as a little chick, giggling nonstop the entire way. And the way she looked at Seiya, her eyes sparkled with bashful excitement and sweet affection, making it impossible not to be charmed. However, after playing all morning, Hinata suddenly made a request to Seiya in the afternoon. "Brother Yi, let's not go out to play this afternoon. Can you take me to train instead?" This request took Seiya by surprise. A 3-year-old girl, so self-disciplined? With no father urging her on, she only allows herself half a day for play and wants to devote the rest to training. It's no different from an elementary schooler turning away from video games to tackle their homework. Still, since Hinata asked, Seiya couldn't very well refuse. Driving his newly acquired second-hand Chevrolet Camaro, Seiya took Hinata out of the city in search of a suitable place to spar. Hinata's gentle fist was a form of taijutsu, not unlike the bone style Seiya had studied before, a close combat discipline focused on striking the body's vital points. Practicing it didn't actually require much space. But within the city, with shield watching every corner and indoor sports facilities hardly convenient, heading outdoors was by far the better choice. The moves of the gentle fist were called the 8 trigrams palms. The sequence could go from 2 palms to 4, then 8, 16, 32, 64. If you kept going, the numbers would grow so long they'd be impossible to write out. But for Hinata, that was still a distant goal. For now, she'd only mastered up to the 32 palms. There was still a long road ahead. Hinata understood this perfectly. So, even at her young age, she practiced with remarkable dedication. So he couldn't offer much technical guidance in gentle fist, but he could still make a competent training partner. As her sparring companion, it was his job not only to attack and defend, but also to remind Hinata to balance effort with rest. "That's enough for now. Take a break." "No, I want to keep going." "Again. Come on, rest a bit. You're exhausted. You're sweating all over." "No, I still want to." All afternoon, Hinata was completely absorbed. Being able to train taijutsu with Brother Yi made her truly happy. Just as she remembered, Brother Yi was so strong. She was nearly worn out, but he barely seemed to break a sweat. After a whole afternoon of practice, Seiya really hadn't perspired much. For someone with Spider-Man's physique, this level of workout was hardly a challenge. In the evening, after dropping Hinata off at school, and ignoring Niji's glare, fierce enough to eat him alive, Seiya just smiled, turned, and walked away. After slipping through a dark alley, he used his transformation technique to change his appearance, then set off for Times Square. Times Square, the beating heart of New York City, is nestled in Manhattan's most bustling district. For many, calling it the center of the universe wouldn't be an exaggeration. Day or night, Times Square is always packed to the brim, buzzing with energy. Even during the height of the pandemic, it was much the same. Tonight, under the dazzling lights of Manhattan, an unexpected visitor arrived. He was a man dressed in a black hooded sweatshirt, moving with an odd, lurching gait. He strode to the center of Times Square, bent down, and reached straight for the cables beneath the ground. Times Square is always under the watchful eyes of patrolling police. Seeing someone so brazenly stealing cables. No, this was practically daylight robbery. Faced with such an audacious thief, the police naturally rushed to intervene. And then, they witnessed a scene that defied belief. A bus rumbled into view, only to be lifted effortlessly by some kind of sorcery or supernatural strength by the cable thief. The bus flipped high in the air and crashed down with a thunderous impact on the far side of the square. In that moment, countless passengers inside the bus met tragic fates. Almost immediately, a dozen police cars, as if lying in wait, stormed in and boxed the thief in from all sides. Officers drew their weapons and barked warnings, while embedded reporters captured every moment, broadcasting the thief's image live onto the giant screens nearby. Not just one screen, but every display up and down the street, all the electronic billboards, were suddenly showing the exact same scene. Tourists and passers-by gathered behind the police, keeping their distance, but craning their necks to watch, eager for more excitement. In the crowd stood Seiya, his face changed by disguise. He exhaled softly. So quick to respond? The moment the bus is wrecked, a dozen police cars show up, and there's live coverage from reporters? What is this, some kind of grand, real-world 3D projection show? Scripted, rehearsed, with lines and cues? The special effects are almost too convincing. So you didn't bother to lower his voice. So many nearby overheard his words. Among them were those quick-thinking sorts, the ones who fancied themselves clever detectives. Instantly, they seized on Seiya's train of thought, realizing the inconsistencies in front of them. Why did the police arrive so fast and in such numbers? Why were cameras perfectly positioned to catch the action? And who could possibly have the power to switch every single store's large screen over to the same live feed? Such glaring plot holes. How they missed them until now. Still, better late than never. After all, most people remained blissfully unaware. Eager to show off their smarts, these self-styled sleuths rapidly shared their deductions with those around them. Word spread quickly, from 1 to 10, 10 to 100. In no time, all the nearby tourists and passers-by were convinced. This was a grand, fashionable, fantastical 3D holographic light show. A spectacle not to be missed. Catch it now, or risk waiting another 3 years for the next chance. In an instant, not only the tourists within Times Square, but also those nearby, and even many shop assistants from surrounding stores, came rushing over, eager to witness the spectacle. After all, what's the point of watching a 2D display on a giant screen? It's only a true thrill to experience a 3D show live and in person. So it was that Max Dillon, resurrected and transformed into a blue, glowing figure, stood in the middle of it all. Surrounded by giant screens broadcasting his close-up from every angle, he was swept up in a wave of excitement, unable to contain himself. Meanwhile, Times Square was packed to the brim, people layered 3, even 4 rows deep all around. A massive, magical, and stylish 3D holographic light show is happening right now in Times Square. Dozens of police cars, hundreds of officers are taking part. The special effects are so real. The scene is absolutely explosive. Many at the scene pulled out their phones to live stream the event. Clips and lively discussions about what was happening quickly spread online, sparking a nationwide debate. I wish I could see it in person. Too bad I'm stuck out west, way too far. I'm a local. Wonder if I can still make it in time if I head over now. Hurry if you want to come. The front rows are already packed. By the way, Coke, Sprite, coffee, tea for sale up here. What'll it be, folks? Is that the star of tonight's show on the screen? That glowing blue makeup must have cost a fortune. But wait, is the main character supposed to be the villain? With all these cops and police cars, is this going to turn into a war between the police and a super criminal, ending with the bad guy riddled with bullets? Would you believe me if I said I actually want the villain to win this time? As the online chatter and the buzz among those at the scene grew louder, the police finally sprang into action. Their first move was classic, tear gas, just as they would with rioters, demonstrators, or dangerous criminals. A dozen canisters landed at Max Dillon's feet, spewing out a pungent, stinging gas that quickly enveloped him. Lost in admiration at seeing his own bulbous, electrified face on the nearby screens, his first time being the center of attention after almost 40 years of life as an ordinary office worker, Max was completely absorbed by the sensation, even if his face was now barely recognizable. But this fleeting moment of glory was abruptly cut short by the tear gas canisters. Fear and anger surged within Max. Without thinking, he lashed out with a sudden, sweeping motion, and with a thunderous roar, a massive surge of energy exploded outward. The gas canisters flew away, and a dozen police cars on the outskirts were hurled into the air. The officers scrambled to retreat, but many couldn't avoid being struck and knocked down by the flying vehicles. With no Spider-Man around to save the day this time, the scene instantly turned gruesome. The surrounding crowd, after a brief moment of silence, suddenly erupted into wild, frenzied cheers. Bravo! Now, that is Hollywood-level special effects. Wong Defa. Show those imitators how it's really done. Let them see what true special effects look like. This is incredible. Gosh, this is so cool. Amid the crowd, There were indeed some who questioned whether the scene before them was merely a special effect projection or a genuine showdown between police and criminals. Still, seeing everyone around them cheering so blindly, they felt compelled to join in. Otherwise, they just looked foolish and out of place. In an avalanche, no single snowflake likes to stay put and be buried by the others. After Seiya used his shape-shifting and substitution techniques, changing locations several times to rile up the atmosphere, he quietly slipped away and nestled into a corner, ready to enjoy the unfolding drama from the sidelines. The police, for their part, were utterly baffled by the mindless shouting of the onlookers. But they had neither the time nor the energy to explain anything. After all, with someone as harmless as old Mo, they could have easily subdued him right away, let alone this vicious, dangerous criminal in front of them, who, by appearance alone, seemed to be an even more ruthless version of old Mo. Almost without needing a word from their commanding officer, dozens of firearms were raised and fired in unison. Not just pistols, but submachine guns too. In a split second, a hail of bullets engulfed Max Dillon. Meanwhile, snipers on distant rooftops had already taken their positions, ready to join the fray at any moment. And still, Spider-Man had yet to arrive. Without Spider-Man's intervention or attempts to de-escalate, how would the New York police, already having suffered losses, react? Would they simply fire off a few warning shots and call it quits? Impossible. Even if they hadn't suffered, they'd have opened fire. Now that they had, they wouldn't rest until the threat was completely neutralized. Gunfire erupted in rapid succession, filling the air with relentless bursts as a storm of bullets struck Max Dillon, each impact sparking violently. Faced with the incoming barrage, Max Dillon instinctively ducked, covered his head, and squeezed his eyes shut, wildly swinging his arms as if somehow that might ward off the bullets. Then, to his astonishment, the bullets actually were stopped. As the desire to block the bullets surged within him, tiny arcs of electricity began to crackle from Max Dillon's fingertips. Every bullet that flew his way shattered instantly the moment it touched the electric currents. More and more bullets were fired, yet Max Dillon's nerves gradually settled. He straightened up, tilting his head as he stared at the fragments of bullets disintegrating before him. His mind flooded with 1,000 questions, his expression the very picture of bewilderment. How could this be? Even with his background as an electrical engineer, Max Dillon had absolutely no idea what was happening to him now. But not understanding the principle didn't matter. What mattered was that, with this newfound ability, he no longer had to fear these bullets and perhaps could do even more. Facing a hailstorm of bullets, Max Dillon stretched out one hand. Instantly, a shimmering electric net crackled to life around him, blocking every single bullet. Then, he raised his other hand, arcs of electricity dancing and sparking in his palm. This astonishing scene once again drew the attention of the surrounding crowd, erupting in a chorus of gasps and exclamations. This time, even without Seiya leading the way. Wow, is this how electricity works inside the human body? Incredible. If you can control electricity, does that mean nothing can hurt you? I wish I could be like that. Then I'd never have to be afraid of walking alone at night again. These special effects are just perfect. Nothing less than a full score will do. This is what special effects should look like. Our country is at least 10 years behind. Unbelievable. Viewers around the world, watching the footage online, quickly join the frenzy. American special effects are at least 20 years ahead of yours. Same humans, but American effects are just unbeatable. Your country can only dream of catching up. Your country's special effects are trash, and your sci-fi movies are trash too. Comments like these flooded forums across nations. Amid all the shouting and chaos, Max Dillon made his move. With a sudden swing of his arm, a bolt of electricity shot forth, slamming into an armored police vehicle being used as cover. The impact sent the vehicle hurtling backward, knocking police officers out of the way as it flew more than a dozen meters before crashing down right in front of the horrified spectators. The cloud of dust kicked up by the landing and the acrid smell of scorched metal finally drove home a terrifying realization. The crowd was witnessing something real, not movie magic. One person closest to the scene reached out and touched the car, only to almost collapse from shock. It's not special effects. It's real. He had barely shouted those words when another vehicle was blasted away. This time, sent flying straight into the crowd, flattening a swath of onlookers. Screams erupted. It's not special effects. It's real. Run. You'll get killed if you stay here. What's happening up there? Don't push. Some, gripped by fear, tried to escape, while others, driven by morbid curiosity, refused to leave, desperate to understand what was truly happening. The scene turned instantly chaotic, a maelstrom of shouting, jostling, and panic. Cries and screams filled the air. And just then, a sniper who had been lying in wait opened fire. The Barrett, nicknamed Big Gun, thundered as a massive round, powerful enough to shatter a human leg, howled toward Max Dillon. But Max dodged it with a flash. The sniper rifle couldn't even hit him, but the attack only succeeded in igniting an even fiercer rage in Max Dillon. Electric currents surged out again, and before the snipers could even react, they were instantly reduced to charred remains. No longer able to restrain his urge for destruction, the furious Max Dillon unleashed wild bolts of electricity from his hands, blasting indiscriminately in every direction. With a wave of his hand here, a police car was sent flying. With a wave there, an officer was struck down, another sweep, and the wall crumbled, burying the spectators below. In just a moment, the whole of Times Square had turned into a living hell. Who the hell said this was just a 3D projection? Run for your lives. Stop talking and get out of my way. Don't push. Stop shoving. The crowd that had gathered was massive, and chaos erupted everywhere. Once disorder set in, stopping it became nearly impossible. Backup. Call for backup. The surviving officers scrambled to contact headquarters for reinforcements, and headquarters immediately relayed the message to the nearest officers, while also seeking outside assistance. Not long after, on a yacht at sea, Seiya's phone began to ring. The caller ID showed Sharon Carter. As soon as the call connected, Sharon Carter's anxious voice came through. "Boss, where are you? There's chaos breaking out in Times Square. Looks like a supervillain is causing trouble. The police are requesting backup." Seiya glanced around at the darkness surrounding him and shook his head. "I have no idea where I am. Just water everywhere. As for chaos and backup, shouldn't you call Coulson? Why are you calling me? Director Coulson has already left with the team. He told me to contact you. Besides, isn't our Red Shield branch supposed to help handle urgent incidents and supervillains?" Sharon pressed, her tone urgent. Seiya chuckled. "Red Shield branch? Has the paperwork even gone through? Shield hasn't even put me on the payroll, but they sure know how to give me orders." There was a brief silence on the line before Phil Coulson's voice came on. "Mr. Sue, the Red Shield branch paperwork is still being processed, but there's a lot of opposition, so it will take some time. Could you possibly?" "Who's opposing?" Seiya snorted. "Put them on the phone. I'd like to have a word." Coulson replied, sounding a bit embarrassed. "I'll try to push the director to hurry them along, but the process really has to be followed." Seiya laughed dismissively. "You're right, the process is important. Even if we turn this boat around right now, it'd take 2 or 3 hours to get back. So, there's nothing I can do to help you." With that, Seiya hung up. On the other end, Phil Coulson sighed, took out his phone, and dialed Nick Fury's number. The chaos at Times Square showed no signs of stopping. Seiya's duplicate had already slipped away with the crowd, while on the yacht, Seiya's true self was watching the events unfold on the square via satellite feed. It had been over 10 minutes since Max Dillon began his rampage. During these 10 minutes, Times Square was as lively as New Year's Eve. Cars, neon lights, billboards, and giant screens. All kinds of explosions burst forth like fireworks. Entire staircases crumbled. The pavement was torn up and battered beyond recognition. Forget about the cars. People couldn't even walk through the area safely. Countless police officers had been killed or injured. Agents stood on the outskirts, exchanging helpless glances. Their weapons were useless against an enemy who could not only discharge electricity, but transform into pure energy itself. The situation left them utterly at a loss. Phil Coulson thought he must be jinxed when it came to electric villains. Not long ago, he had just seen off a thunder god who could command lightning, and now a blue-skinned man wielding electricity had appeared. But the problem was the thunder god had been dealt with by the martial saint. Who was going to handle this blue menace? Sending in ordinary people would be sending them to their deaths. This was a job for superheroes, and this city was never short on them. Spider-Man, Batman, the green armored hero, to name a few. Yet, despite all this commotion, not a single superhero had shown up. As for the green armored hero, Coulson knew he had gone out to sea with Seiya and wouldn't be back for a couple of hours. But where were Spider-Man and Batman? Especially Batman. Just a few days ago, he had been eager to deliver a shield to the martial saint. And now, he didn't even bother to show his face. While Coulson was at his wit's end, a convoy of tanks and armored vehicles rolled onto the scene. Overhead, helicopters rumbled through the sky. "Agent Coulson, you can withdraw your team now. The military is taking over," came General Ross's voice through Coulson's earpiece. The old man's tone was sour. Clearly, the recent Abomination incident had left him with little patience for S.H.I.E.L.D. The Hulk was killed, Abomination got snatched away, and the destruction in Harlem, with all the damaged buildings and wounded civilians, was blamed on the military. Why should they take the fall? This time, General Ross had gone all in. Since the military would have to take the blame for any destruction anyway, he might as well go big. He brought in tanks, armored vehicles, all sorts of vehicle-mounted grenade launchers, and even a multi-barrel rocket system known as the Thunder God of the battlefield. Ross made a silent vow. Even if it meant leveling Times Square, he would take down that troublemaker and show the world the might of the military, shutting up those politicians who always complain about their budget. After hearing General Ross's orders and seeing the heavy firepower he brought, Coulson wasted no words. He immediately called his team to withdraw and led his agents out of Times Square. If I stayed in there any longer and got caught in the crossfire, it would be for nothing. Before long, in the ruins of Times Square, only a streak of electric light remained, still floating in the air. Max Dillon was exhilarated. In over 40 years of life, he had never felt such a rush. He was on television now, the center of attention, the focus of the entire world's gaze, more dazzling than any celebrity out there. He was even more in the spotlight than his idol, Batman. Yes, you heard that right, Batman. In this world teeming with superheroes, Max Dillon, the so-called Electro, no longer idolized Spider-Man, New York's friendly neighborhood rescuer of lonely women. Instead, he looked up to the scourge of crime himself, the one who'd even put Iron Man to shame, Batman. That black armor, the shadowy helmet, the flowing cape, all in deep black, and it just happened to go perfectly with Max Dillon's own complexion. Now, Max Dillon was basking in a glory that even his idol Batman had never tasted. The feeling was intoxicating. When General Ross's troops rolled in, Max Dillon saw them at once. He used his electricity to manipulate the magnetic field, drifting in midair, looking down from above, his vantage point far superior to Phil Coulson's. He might not have been a military enthusiast, but even Max Dillon could recognize a tank, and he certainly noticed the massive multi-barreled rocket system at the end, looking like rows of gigantic cigars. These things, just by appearance, were clearly formidable. He was sure his body could withstand bullets, but could it handle artillery shells? Max Dillon had been an electrical engineer, not one of those blockheads who had nothing but mush between their ears and relied on connections to get ahead. He was genuinely talented, educated, and sharp-minded. He didn't know if he could survive a direct hit from a shell, but he knew one thing for sure. There was no reason he had to find out. Only a fool of a villain would start boasting and get themselves taken down because of it. Max Dillon believed he could be a hero in the shadows, just like his idol Batman. There was no way he'd let himself crash and burn here. In the distance, General Ross's tanks had just arrived and hadn't even deployed into formation when a bolt of lightning streaked toward them. All units, move to combat positions. Prepare to engage. From the helicopter above, General Ross barked orders into his radio, his face alight with confidence as he looked down. This time, he had come fully prepared with top-of-the-line equipment. Even if the enemy was as tough as 3 abominations put together, he was confident he could blow them to pieces. Whether it was the tank shells or the firepower of the onboard howitzers, none of it could be compared to a handheld rocket launcher, and that was before factoring in his multi-barreled rocket system. That thing, each shell cost several $1 million, reeking of money, but what you get in return is absolute destructive force and dominance. In fact, from General Ross's perspective, using this kind of firepower against supervillains felt like swatting a mosquito with a cannon, an outrageous waste. Still, to restore the military's honor, a little waste was a small price to pay. Target in sight. Tanks, fire a full volley. Open fire. General Ross's booming command rang out, and in his mind, he could already see scenes from his days in Iraq and Afghanistan. One order, and 1,000 guns thundered, reducing enemy strongholds and soldiers alike to dust in an instant. Those were the days of his youth, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile crossed his lips at the memory. But 3 seconds went by, then 10. Down below, nothing happened, not a sound. Not only did the tanks remain silent, but even the communications channel was utterly still. What's going on? Ground units respond. Do you hear me? Answer now. Static crackled. No one replied, just the grating hiss of a jammed signal. All ground units, anyone at all, if you can hear me, respond. Just as General Ross, nearly beside himself with frustration, was about to start shouting, a strange voice suddenly came through the radio. What were you just trying to make them do? Attack me? The unfamiliar voice caught Ross off guard, but anger flared up immediately. Who are you? What have you done to my soldiers? What have I done? Why don't you see for yourself? The challenger's tone was laced with provocation. General Ross rushed to the plane's window, pressed his face to the glass, and looked down. What he saw were all the tanks below, their barrels raised skyward. Tanks have a limited elevation. They can't aim straight up at targets overhead. But that didn't matter. If the angle wasn't enough, you just had to make the angle. Let the tanks stand upright, and they could aim anywhere. And what Ross saw was a field of tanks, standing on end, stubbornly pointing their guns at the sky. From a distance, they looked like a troupe of proud black swans performing a ballet. Every barrel was aimed directly at the helicopter General Ross was in. Go! Go! Move! Get us out of the tank's line of fire! Ross shouted, and the helicopter immediately tried to evade. But it was too late. With a single coordinated volley from below, the helicopter's tail was struck, black smoke billowing as it spiraled downward. In the end, General Ross failed to prove himself. Worse, he ended up crashing and delivering a stockpile of modern heavy weaponry straight into Max Dillon's hands. When the helicopter went down, Phil Coulson had only just left. He was less than 2 kilometers away. Watching the helicopter trailing smoke as it plummeted from the sky, and seeing on the ground the tanks standing upright, controlled by some electromagnetic force, Coulson once again pulled his phone from his pocket and dialed Nick Fury. After giving a concise and direct report of the situation at the scene, Coulson added at the end, "Sir, is there really no way to speed up the approval from the Red Shield Division?" There was a long silence on the other end. After a while, Nick Fury spoke in a low voice. "Do you really think the Red Shield Division, or the Marshal Saint, can handle this mess?" Coulson hesitated. "I'm not sure, but at least it's worth a try." "What about Stark Iron Man?" Fury pressed, his tone grim. Coulson quickly interrupted. "I'd advise against calling Iron Man. The enemy this time has an overwhelming advantage in electromagnetics. They controlled all those tanks and armored cars with ease. Iron Man wouldn't stand a chance. And worse, he might get taken over and turned into another weapon against us. Given the enemy's formidable electromagnetic powers, that possibility couldn't be ruled out." Fury let out a long breath on the other end. "I'll go speak to Pierce. We can't solve everything with nukes, after all." Pierce, of course, was Alexander Pierce, Fury's superior, head of the International Security Council, and direct overseer of S.H.I.E.L.D. He also happened to be the staunchest opponent of establishing the Red Shield Division. As a high-ranking Hydra operative, he'd spent years undermining and manipulating S.H.I.E.L.D. He was so close to seeing his plans come to fruition. There was no way he'd let the Red Shield Division swoop in and steal the credit now. After hanging up, Coulson led his team back toward the battlefield. They couldn't do much, but they had to keep a close eye on developments, ready to report back at any moment. A few minutes later, Coulson didn't get a call from Fury. Instead, he heard the thunderous roar of an incoming Apache squadron. 6 Apache attack helicopters tore through the sky toward Times Square, their rotors thundering. Before they even got close, they unleashed a barrage of anti-tank missiles at the tanks, which were still standing upright like dancers frozen mid-leap. Dozens of anti-tank missiles rained down, engulfing the entire tank formation in a fiery explosion. It all happened so quickly that Max Dillon didn't even have time to react. Within seconds, a dozen tanks had been blown to pieces. But before the Apache crews could even savor their success, Times Square erupted with a flash of bright flames. The multiple rocket launch systems had begun to fire. Rockets with a range of several hundred kilometers, powerful enough to blast a building right off its foundations, soared into the sky all at once. Over 20 rockets rained down, delivering a sweeping strike against the Apache formation. Once again, New Yorkers were treated to a spectacular fireworks show, free of charge, as the shockwaves from the explosions widened the area of destruction even further. Now, it wasn't just Times Square in ruins. Even places farther out had suffered damage. If the devastation spread any further, it would reach the Osborne Group and the still under construction Stark Tower. Meanwhile, aboard the yacht, Seiya's phone rang again. This time, it wasn't Sharon Carter calling, it was Nick Fury. "The approval's in. The helicopter is en route. Chief of the Red Shield Division, New York needs you." Nick Fury wasted no time on pleasantries. He got straight to the point. Simultaneously, a document bearing the seal of the International Security Council arrived on Seiya's phone, officially confirming his appointment. "There's one thing I need to add," Nick Fury continued, his tone utterly flat. "The Council has attached a condition to your appointment. You must resolve this crisis smoothly, no further escalation allowed." Since Harry's yacht was equipped with satellite tracking, it was no surprise to Seiya that Nick Fury knew his location and had dispatched a helicopter in advance. As for the stipulation in the appointment letter, that was only to be expected. Without such a clause, those Westerners would never have authorized it so easily. "No problem," Seiya replied with a smile. "And you can now notify the fire department and the hospitals. By the time I arrive, the fight will be over. Get the firefighters and medical teams ready for follow-up rescue work." "I will," Nick Fury answered gravely, then hung up. Just then, Gwen came over to Seiya's side. "Who were you just talking to? What's this Red Shield Division?" Seiya pulled Gwen close, looking at her intently. "Do you remember the chaos in Harlem a few days ago?" "You mean the abomination in SHIELD's Warrior Saint?" Gwen nodded. She'd been busy lately, but she still kept in touch with her hacker friends. It was true that S.H.I.E.L.D. had locked down information about the Harlem incident, but with hackers' relentless skills and resourcefulness, It hadn't been hard to dig up the names of Abomination and the Warrior Saint. Seiya let out a breath. Time to be honest. I'm the Warrior Saint. You. Gwen's eyes went wide in shock. When did you get involved with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Seiya shook his head. That doesn't matter right now. I need your help with something important. Seeing his serious expression, Gwen set aside her questions and nodded earnestly. Of course. Just tell me what you need. The helicopter quickly arrived near the yacht and picked up Seiya and Gwen. Harry had wanted to go along as well, but was stopped by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Mr. Osborn, the enemy specializes in manipulating electricity and magnetic fields. Your flying glider would be at a disadvantage, so we advise you not to appear on the battlefield. In Times Square, Max Dillon hovered in midair, arcs of electricity connecting him to the cables on the ground as he absorbed power to fill his insatiable emptiness. At the same time, his cold, emotionless eyes, eerily reminiscent of an electric eel, swept over his surroundings. After a long silence, he suddenly shouted, "Is there anyone left?" No one answered. So many police officers had died. The military's tanks and armed helicopters had been blasted to pieces. The soldiers had stopped coming, unwilling to throw their lives away. Times Square looked like a war-torn wasteland, void of life, filled only with fire and smoke. It was reminiscent of those distant battlefields in Iraq or Afghanistan. Meanwhile, a number of fire trucks and ambulances started to gather at the outskirts, as if preparing for the aftermath before the battle was even over. The fight wasn't finished yet. Was it really time to clean up already? Just then, everyone following the battle finally witnessed the moment they'd been waiting for. From the rubble, a figure emerged, wearing a red opera mask, step by steady step, calm and resolute, appearing in front of Max Dillon. Those in the know recognized the mask as the face of Guan Yu from traditional Chinese opera. Those with inside information knew this was SHLD's hidden hero, the martial saint. But to the clueless masses, this upright posture and unshakable stride brought a sudden surge of hope. Out on the field, Seiya stopped at a distance and pulled a megaphone from behind him. It was the same kind of megaphone used in countless comedies and variety shows, the ones that always seemed to blare out. Old appliances for sale. Buying used computers. The kind of tired gag everyone had heard before. Of course, Seiya wasn't about to ruin his first appearance with such a cheap joke. Raising the megaphone, he drew a deep breath and shouted, his voice ringing out like a great bell. "Electro before me. Dare you come down and face me in battle?" Well, that was an even worse line. His voice echoed far across the ruins, and through the live TV broadcast, reached the ears of countless viewers around the world. People couldn't help but frown in unison. This hero, who looked so impressive upon arrival, wasn't making much of an impression, needing a megaphone because his voice wasn't loud enough, grounded while demanding the enemy come down to his level. If Electro really did come down, would this hero just summon someone else to fight in his place? Max Dillon gazed at Seiya from afar. The voice sounded strangely familiar, but for the moment, he couldn't quite recall where he'd heard it before. If you can't remember, then just stop trying. Today is the star of the show. Anyone who tries to steal the spotlight will be taken down. End of story. Up in the sky, Max Dillon remained still. With a casual flick of his arm, a bolt of electricity shot down from above, crackling through the air toward Seiya. This same electric surge had killed police officers before, sent patrol cars flying, and had never met an obstacle it couldn't overcome. But on the ground, Seiya seemed to sense what was coming. The very moment Max Dillon raised his hand, Seiya had already started to dodge. By the time the lightning bolt struck the earth, he had somersaulted away, landing more than 10 meters from where he had been standing. What was that? Whether it was the agents watching from a distance or the viewers glued to their screens at home, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. That dodge was incredible. It's like he saw it coming. Is this what they call, "I predicted your prediction"? He does look a bit silly shouting through a megaphone, but why do I suddenly feel so excited to see what he'll do next? Who is this guy anyway? Can someone to know clue us in? I don't know his real identity, but that mask is unmistakable. It's the face of Lord Guan, Guan Yu, the god of war. He's wearing the mask of Lord Guan. So, does that mean this superhero is from the Dragon Kingdom? Do we finally have our own superhero? Yeah, my friend, put aside your doubts. Be bold. Of course the Dragon Kingdom has superheroes. Just because you haven't heard of them doesn't mean they don't exist. Come to think of it, kids born after 2000 probably don't know about that incident. What incident? Tell us more, big shot. 99. Better not say anymore. It's not something we can talk about. That was our youth. If it's in the past, let's stay in the past. Still, the memories are overwhelming. The battle in New York showed no sign of ending, but the hashtag what happened 99 hashtag shot to the top of trending topics. In the Dragon Kingdom, the major TV networks broadcasted live footage of the Times Square showdown. Seiya's parents watched the chaos unfold on their screen, snacking and chuckling at the stream of comments from online viewers. But when the topic of 99 came up, their hands froze midair. They exchanged a knowing glance, then, after a moment, turned back to the screen, grinning as if nothing had happened. Not a word passed between them the entire time. Crackle. Boom. Crackle. Boom. Blue-white electricity rained down from the sky, blasting deep craters into the ground. Dirt and gravel exploded outward like bullets from a gun. Yet, amid the relentless barrage of lightning, Seiya relied on his uncanny reflexes. Each time, he managed to predict where the bolts would strike, always a split second ahead, always one step faster, slipping away from the deadly arcs before they could hit their mark. In just a few minutes, the superhero wearing the Guangong mask had made a striking impression. While no one could say for sure how powerful his attacks were, his incredible spring-like agility, core strength, and stamina left everyone thoroughly astonished. Up in the sky, Max Dillon was equally surprised, though his shock was quickly overtaken by rage. Why couldn't he hit this bastard? Why wouldn't the guy just stand still and take the hit? Didn't he understand that tonight was supposed to be Max Dillon's big show, that there was only room for one leading man on this stage? Even his lightning attacks couldn't touch the opponent. Max Dillon knew that hurling cars or chunks of concrete using his magnetic powers wouldn't work either. Those things moved even slower and were easier to dodge. So, did this mean he'd have to go down there and fight hand-to-hand? At first, Max Dillon balked at the idea. Why should the star of the show have to play along with the sidekick's rhythm? If the guy wanted him to come down, should he just go? Who really ruled New York Bay, anyway? Who was the true star here? But, surveying the situation, he realized he didn't have much choice. Long-range attacks weren't working. Close combat was his only option. On second thought, it didn't really matter. As long as he defeated this guy, everyone would still witness his power and charisma. He would be Electro, the king of lightning, and tonight's undisputed star. With that decision made, Max Dillon transformed into a streak of lightning and shot downward. The moment Max Dillon dove toward the ground, Seiya's lips curled into a sly smile. Good, you're finally coming down. Now we can really have some fun. Clenching his fist, Seiya raised his arm high. Just as Max Dillon was about to reach him, Seiya slammed his fist hard into the ground. The audience was baffled. Why wasn't Guangong dodging? Instead, he was pounding the ground. Was he trying to dig a hole to hide in? At this point, did he really think it wasn't too late? And then boom, boom, boom. Just as everyone was wondering, colossal pillars of fire energy erupted from beneath the ground without warning, bursting forth like a volcanic explosion. Massive columns of fire shot straight up, colliding head-on with the diving Max Dillon. It was a fountain of energy. Yes, that's it. From a distance, Phil Coulson couldn't help but pump his fist in excitement. The epic scene of Marshall Saint versus Abomination was finally playing out again. That's it, beautifully done. And as Max Dillon, now transformed into pure electricity, was blasted into the air by the energy fountain, his body flickering and sparking uncontrollably as he shuddered. People all over the world cried out in shock. Oh my goodness! Unbelievable! Holy shit! Incredible! Damn! People were used to seeing Iron Man taking down enemies in his suit, had heard of Spider-Man snaring foes with his webs, and had imagined Batman knocking out villains with his iron fists. But witnessing someone unleashing such a savage attack with nothing but their bare hands, this was a first for everyone present. Their amazement and praise flowed freely and without restraint. Yet even after the energy burst sent Max Dillon flying, Seiya showed no intention of letting up. Flames wrapped around his fists as he launched himself forward in a flash. Flame Charge Punch. Though the move looked like a simple straight punch, Flame Charge Punch was actually a mobility skill, allowing its user to traverse several, even a dozen meters in an instant, driving a flaming fist squarely into his opponent's cheek. The satisfaction of fist meeting face in that split second was even more exhilarating than speeding down a highway. If only one day he could hone that punch to the level of Saitama's legendary balled fist, then it would be perfect. Max Dillon had become living lightning. Anything he touched, whether on purpose or by accident, would be zapped by the electricity coursing through him. But Seiya's Flame Charge Punch, thanks to its elemental fire properties, effectively countered the electric onslaught. So, not only did he manage to send Max Dillon flying, but he also avoided getting shocked in return. A deafening boom echoed across the field. The punch illuminated the night sky, sending wild arcs of electricity crackling across Max Dillon's body as he was hurled through the air, tracing a parabola before crashing to the ground far away. It was the first time since his appearance that Max Dillon's body had taken such a brutal hit. The exact damage was still uncertain, but just managing to land a blow on him was already enough to earn everyone's admiration. After all, even the military had sacrificed a whole tank battalion in an attack helicopter squadron without achieving this feat. Yet after knocking Max Dillon away with a single punch, Seiya didn't press the advantage. In a battle being watched by the whole world, there was nothing wrong with demonstrating a certain level of strength. But to reveal all of his skills at once would be far from wise. Satisfied with his strike, Seiya twisted in midair, flipping back to his original spot. He bent down, picked up the loudspeaker from the ground, and looked as though he was about to shout something else. In the distance, Electro, flattened and battered, slowly lifted himself from the rubble. His clothes were scorched and covered in dust, making him look utterly wretched. "You bastard, you ruined my show," Max Dillon snarled, blue-white electricity crackling in his hands, his expression turning wild and vicious. "I'll make you." Max Dillon was just about to make a fierce retort when, without warning, a powerful jet of high-pressure water blasted him from behind. The force struck his back hard, sending him crashing down from the sky and slamming him into the ground. Without a moment's pause, the high-pressure hose continued its relentless assault, spraying Max where he'd landed. In the span of a few seconds, a sizable puddle had formed in the ruins around him. Soaked and sprawled in the puddle, Max struggled to get up, desperate to unleash another surge of electricity. But the water, acting as a conductor, instantly drained the power from him. Worse yet, the soaking left his own body short-circuited. He lay there, unable to move. Meanwhile, Seiya grabbed the loudspeaker and called out orders. "All departments, attention! Fire department, move in for firefighting and rescue. Medical teams, hurry to treat the wounded. As for the rest of the spectators at a distance, please head home. Times Square is closed until further notice. Everyone, please leave the area calmly and in an orderly fashion." His commanding voice rose above the cheers of the crowd, cooling their enthusiasm and bringing a sense of order. In that moment, people saw him as more than just a fighter. He was a hero who could coordinate teams, direct firefighters and medics, display natural leadership, and still spare a thought for the safety of the public. Even die-hard fans of Captain America, those with a deep-rooted allegiance, couldn't help but compare their idol to the masked hero standing before them. In the end, they realized Captain America was a figure of history, his deeds recorded, embellished, and sometimes even fabricated by later generations. Worthy of respect, perhaps, but not always believable. But this masked man was right here, alive and real. With his own strength, he had effortlessly subdued a supervillain who had left both police and military forces utterly helpless. On this land, collective pride is a complicated thing, but when it comes to hero worship, especially of the individual kind, the United States is unmatched. And when you have the police and military as a backdrop, Seiya's actions stood out all the more. It didn't take long for the masked man's identity, as the martial sage, Guan, to be uncovered. The title Martial Sage spread at lightning speed, and soon, his legend was circulating wildly across the globe. It could be said, as many as there are people who know Times Square, that's how many now know of the Martial Sage. And the rumors only grew with each telling. At first, it was said the Martial Sage had knocked Electro flying with a single punch. Soon, the tale became that he'd punched dozens of tanks and a fleet of attack helicopters out of the sky with one strike. The feats grew ever more exaggerated, reaching heights that defied all logic. Do you know why there are craters on the moon? That's because the Martial Sage was practicing his punches. One blow, and bam, there's a new crater on the lunar surface. Outlandish as these stories were, there were actually people who believed them. Many people even went so far as to buy astronomical telescopes, staring intently at the moon for hours. As they gazed, their imaginations ran wild, wondering which move the martial saint used to create that crater. Was it the goddess of mercy's seated pose, or perhaps the old man's push? Some even took it upon themselves to fabricate the so-called martial saint's true legacy. Awe-inspiring 18 techniques, selling it everywhere and managing to deceive quite a few naive, careless young women. But of course, that's a story for another time. Back at the scene, as soon as Seiya gave the word, firefighters and medics began to enter in an orderly fashion. To any onlooker, it would have seemed as though he was truly the one directing the rescue operation. After a night of chaos, Times Square had been all but leveled. There was no point in repairing the buildings. It would be easier to simply clear the rubble and rebuild from scratch. The economic loss was staggering. Seiya figured that even if the entire Osborn group were sold off, it wouldn't be enough to cover the damages. Word was that this area generated tens of billions of dollars in GDP every year, just in a single year. The Osborn group itself was only valued at $200 billion, and market value is a fickle thing. A single market swing could cut it in half overnight. But compensation wasn't something the Osborn group would have to worry about. This disaster was caused by Max Dillon and the military. Max Dillon's life was already forfeit, And while the military had deep pockets, there was no guarantee they'd take responsibility, especially since General Ross, the man in charge, was now out of commission. The old general had survived the plane crash, but he was in bad shape. It looked like he'd spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. So in the end, the burden would probably fall to the insurance companies. They always say Americans love to buy insurance, every kind of commercial policy under the sun. Well, this was the moment for those companies to step up and take the hit. Right now, the insurance companies were probably weeping in the restroom. Seiya first said goodbye to Gwen, letting her head home on her own. It had been Gwen, disguised as a firefighter, who'd ridden in on a fire truck and used a high-pressure hose to blast Max Dillon out of the sky, making his defeat almost effortless. Everyone knows that getting electronics wet can short-circuit and destroy them. But in the heat of the moment, no one thought of it, so a simple solution became a complex debacle, destroying a landmark and decimating a military unit, yet still failing to bring Max Dillon down. It just goes to show, having a good head on your shoulders is a rare gift. After seeing Gwen off, Seiya took Sharon Carter and headed for the police van where Max Dillon was being held. At this point, Max Dillon had been stripped of his outerwear and securely bound with insulating materials. The police van had even been fitted with a large bathtub, and he was soaking in it. Deprived of any source of electricity and submerged in water, there was no chance left for Max Dillon to make a comeback. In the police car, as Seiya approached, all the officers instinctively raised their hands in salute. His actions just now had earned everyone's respect. "Good day, sir." Seiya nodded, stepped into the police car, and Sharon Carter followed him inside, closing the door behind them. Inside the car, only 2 SHIELD agents recognized Seiya. So, without hesitation, Seiya removed his mask and greeted them with a warm smile. "Thank you both for your hard work." The 2 agents were so excited they didn't know where to place their hands, nearly blurting out a formal greeting as if to a high-ranking officer. Just then, Max Dillon, who had been sitting off to the side, wallowing in defeat, suddenly snapped to attention. His eyes widened as he stared at Seiya in surprise. "Snake, was it you who defeated me just now?" After being blasted out of the sky with a water cannon, Max Dillon had felt utterly crushed. He thought, as an electrical engineer, he should have realized he had such a glaring weakness after his transformation. If those people had used a water cannon sooner, he would have lost right from the start. None of those dramatic moments fighting tanks or taking down jets would have ever happened. Now he'd been knocked down, covered in grime, and his weakness had been discovered. It would be hard for him to look impressive again or play the hero as he had today. He blamed that masked man. If it weren't for him, he would still be the main character. So when a masked man got into the car, Max Dillon kept glaring at him fiercely, the only way he could show his resentment now. But when the mask came off, Max Dillon finally realized why that face had seemed so familiar when they first met. He actually knew this man, and they were friends. They'd even planned to grab drinks together that evening. Across from him, Max Dillon quickly nodded. "Yeah, it's me. Really? But," Seiya feigned confusion. "Weren't you already dead?" Truth be told, as a man with several girlfriends and plenty of experience keeping secrets, Seiya's acting skills weren't bad. He wouldn't claim he could win an Oscar, but fooling Max Dillon in this moment was certainly within his abilities. Max Dillon shook his head. "I don't really know. I was electrocuted, then I fell. When I woke up, I felt so weak. I made my way out, but before I could figure out what was going on, they started throwing smoke grenades at me and even shot at me." There was a hint of grievance in Max Dillon's voice. From his perspective, he hadn't done anything wrong. The accident wasn't his fault. Feeling weak and going out to look for energy was just an instinct. It wasn't his fault either. From start to finish, he never once intended to harm anyone. Not even a little. Yet the police, without bothering to distinguish right from wrong, launched their attack on him. Naturally, he had no choice but to defend himself, which set off the chain of events that followed. At this moment, Max Dillon truly wanted to shout, "Officer, I'm innocent." Even after the bloodshed he just caused, deep down, Max Dillon's mindset was still that of a downtrodden nobody. The tragedy was, real officers wouldn't care whether he was innocent or not. In fact, there wasn't a single officer who'd listen to what he had to say. Max Dillon's ultimate fate was nothing more than being thrown into a lab, strapped to an operating table, dissected and studied, providing some material for scientific research or the military's next big project. And during this time, perhaps someone would sneak into the prison, secretly help him escape, and make use of his powers to stir up trouble outside. In the movies, the one who did this was Harry, the second-generation Harry who caused Gwen's death, not the Harry Seiya knew now, the one who once hated Spider-Man but ultimately took a blade for him. In this world, thanks to Seiya's influence, Harry had gone astray. He was no longer the little Green Goblin who turned evil just to avenge his father, and naturally, he would never help someone break out of prison. But as for the Joker, that was another story. As the purest embodiment of evil, the Joker's only desire was the collapse of order and the chaos of society. Max Dillon, so powerful that even the police and military suffered at his hands, was, without a doubt, the perfect pawn for the Joker. Even if Max Dillon's strength was overwhelming, so overwhelming that an ordinary person like the Joker could never control him by force, it didn't matter. The Joker never controlled others through brute strength, but through cunning and the intricacies of a human mind. Max Dillon's glaring character flaws were more than enough for the Joker to sell him out and still have Max thank him for the privilege. For a brief moment, Seiya actually considered just letting Max Dillon go, handing him over to the Joker and seeing how much havoc their partnership could wreak on New York. So he couldn't possibly create a clone just to tail Max Dillon around all day. So, in Seiya's view, the safest option was still to take Max Dillon under his wing, make him a subordinate. Especially since, when the great battle for New York erupts, there's one crucial thing that only Max Dillon can accomplish. Thus, after hearing Max's tearful complaints, Seiya nodded with solemn resolve. I understand. You did make mistakes, but the fault doesn't rest solely on your shoulders. Don't worry, I'll find a way to help you. I won't let you suffer injustice. By his side, Sharon nodded firmly in agreement, fulfilling her role as secretary with impressive competence. Sharon Carter had long given herself a powerful mental cue. Whatever the boss says is always right. And if the boss ever happens to be wrong, refer to the previous rule. Originally, this mental cue was meant to help her slip more naturally into the role of the secretary, to win Seiya's favor, and ultimately to lure him over to S.H.I.E.L.D. and the American side. But as they spent more time together, witnessing Seiya's commanding presence, his many displays of skill, even his driving, Sharon found herself gradually treating those two rules as if they were undeniable truths. The one who set out to poach someone else's talent had no idea when she herself had been won over. Meanwhile, the two agents standing nearby could only watch, completely baffled. Whose side was Wu Sheng really on? He just finished fighting, and now he was speaking up for the opponent? What was this supposed to be? A cat crying for the mouse. Maybe, they reasoned, Wu Sheng just wanted to keep this blue guy calm, so he could extract more valuable information. In the end, that was the only justification the two of them could come up with for Seiya's actions. But what they never expected was that Seiya would simply tell Sharon to make the call. Call Coulson? No, call Fury. Let's take care of business first. Yes, boss. Sharon pulled out her phone, quickly dialed Fury's number, and then respectfully handed the phone to Seiya. This scene left the two agents utterly stunned. Seiya, however, took the phone as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Hello, Director Fury. The mission's done. Is there anything else Alexander Pierce wants to say? Alexander Pierce. He promised that as long as Seiya swiftly dealt with Max Dillon and prevented the situation from escalating, he would authorize the establishment of the Red Shield branch. Now it was time for him to make good on that promise. On the other end, Nick Fury didn't beat around the bush. You don't need to worry about Pierce. Regardless of any excuse he might have, the Red Shield branches. Formation papers are already signed and in effect. From this moment, you are officially the head of the Red Shield branch. Congratulations, Director Sue. Thank you. I appreciate it, Seiya replied with a smile. But there's one thing about the title. According to our convention, the head of a branch isn't called director. The proper title is secretary. So from now on, don't call me director, just call me secretary. At this point, Seiya suddenly felt something was off. No, that sounds strange. Let's just keep it simple and local. Drop the secretary bit entirely. Just call me Uncle Sue, or Uncle Yi if you like. Uncle Sue? Uncle Yi? Nick Fury echoed, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Whatever makes you happy. Is there anything else? Of course. It's about one of our Red Shield branch members. As Seiya spoke, he lowered the phone and covered the receiver, glancing over at Max Dillon. Old Mike, my current position is the head of the Red Shield Division, a branch directly under S.H.I.E.L.D., which itself reports to the United Nations International Security Council. Let me ask you, would you be willing to join our Red Shield Division, to protect the Earth and uphold world peace with me? Sharon, standing beside me, looked at me with encouragement. On the other side, the two agents wore expressions of shock, and Max Dillon's blue face had gone utterly blank, as if his mind had short-circuited. Me? Join that whatever it's called, Max Dillon stammered, struggling to get the words out. Sharon quickly stepped in to explain, the Red Shield Division, an official branch directly under the United Nations. Our mission is to safeguard the stability of the Earth and maintain world peace. I'm the second member of the division, right after the boss. If you join us now, you'll be a founding member and enjoy all the perks that come with it. So, Mr. Dillon, would you like to join us and become a hero who protects the world? Now, it was Seiya's turn to grimace. Founding member benefits? What is this, the grand opening of gym? Maybe we should offer a free tour of the swimming pool too. Across from him, Max Dillon looked like he was about to collapse. Sharon had said so much, but he'd only latched on a one word: hero. I can become a hero? But just now Max Dillon hesitated. After all, he had just killed so many police officers and soldiers. Did someone like him deserve to be called a hero? Sharon nodded firmly. As long as the boss says you are, then you are. Then I'll join. Max Dillon answered without a moment's hesitation. Snake Eye. Seiya shook his head. My name is Seiya. The name Snake Zhang was just a cover while I was interning at Oscorp. I tricked you before, and I apologize for that. No worries, really, I understand, I totally understand, Max Dillon said quickly, nodding his head. Then that settles it, Seiya said, smiling as he picked up the phone and continued his conversation with Nick Fury, who'd been waiting on the line. Director Fury, I'm formally protesting to the New York authorities on behalf of my Red Shield Division member, who was attacked by the NYPD and the military in Times Square without cause. I demand a reasonable explanation from both the police and the military, as well as a public clarification on whether this incident involved racial discrimination. If I don't get a satisfactory answer, the Red Shield Division will refuse any further cooperation with New York. The world is a big place. We can't afford to focus on just one city. On the other end, Nick Fury was left completely stunned. Was he still half asleep, or was Seiya just talking nonsense? After all, the entire sequence of tonight's events had already been broadcast live. Anyone who'd watched the full version knew exactly what had happened. Can you really blame the police for the whole incident? Their duty is to maintain public order, to spot suspicious individuals and try to subdue them. That's not wrong, is it? If there's a fault, it's that this particular suspect was too sensitive and reacted too violently, and, unfortunately, was also far too powerful. That's what led to the whole chain of events that followed. What makes things even trickier is that this suspect has now become a member of the Red Shield Division, which means he's part of S.H.I.E.L.D., and not just any member, but a superhuman with formidable abilities. This left Nick Fury in a difficult position. Should he uphold the image of justice for the police and military, or stand by his own powerful subordinate? To complicate matters further, Seiya had raised an issue that forced Nick Fury to take things very seriously. If this matter wasn't resolved, the Red Shield Division would pull out of New York. Even though America is much more than just New York, Nick Fury had an inexplicable feeling that letting the Red Shield Division leave the city would be an extremely unwise move. So in the end, Nick Fury could only sigh and say, I'll see what I can do. That one sentence from Nick Fury was enough. Seiya had never intended to force the New York police or the military to publicly apologize or admit fault. His only goal was to protect Max Dillon. Nick Fury surely understood Seiya's intentions. Since he had agreed, he would help keep Max Dillon safe. All right, it's settled. So he put away his phone and smiled at Max Dillon, who was still in the water tank. Max, from today on, your past is behind you. From now on, you're a superhero, one who protects world peace. Are you ready to join us and embrace a brilliant new life? When Seiya said us, Sharon, who was standing to the side, instantly straightened her back, her eyes shining with pride as she looked at Max encouragingly. Max Dillon had never been looked at like that by such a striking woman, let alone encouraged. If he hadn't been tied up, he probably would have dropped to his knees on the spot, kowtowed to Seiya, and shouted his loyalty. With that, things were settled on Max's end. He no longer had to return to Oscorp as a downtrodden electrical engineer, nor would he have to be a prisoner locked up in a custom-built, lightless cell. Instead, he could join the Red Shield Division directly, becoming a hero who protects the Earth and commands respect. Just the thought of it made Max's smile so wide that the gap between his front teeth seemed to grow. Still, after everything that had happened tonight, Max would have to go back with the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents for some necessary questioning. Don't worry, I'll have someone go with you. They won't, and wouldn't dare, do anything to you. Seiya knocked on the car door. Almost immediately, a burly man wearing dark sunglasses emerged from beneath the vehicle. At first glance, he looked just like the Terminator. This is Arnold. He'll be with you, and is responsible for your temporary safety. If anything comes up, just talk to him directly, Seiya explained. On the surface, Arnold was an external member of the Red Shield branch, appointed by Seiya to monitor and protect Max. In truth, Arnold was more like Seiya's alter ego. Max was quite pleased with Seiya's arrangement. Where else could you find a boss so considerate, who handled everything for his subordinates with such care and spoke so kindly as well? In over 40 years of life, Max had never been treated with such respect. Combined with the friendship he'd forged with Seiya, back when he was disguised as the intern Snake Zhang, he now felt a strong sense of closeness toward Seiya. If this were a strategy game, Max's loyalty would have already soared above 80. Barring any major upheaval, he'd be the kind who would never betray you. With Max's affairs settled, Seiya took Sharon home. After a day breathing in the sea breeze and then a light, effortless fight, he hadn't even broken much of a sweat from morning till night. Now, it was just the right time to fire up a game, take the off-road car for a virtual spin, and enjoy the thrill of speed and rough terrain. What more could you ask for? That night, it was said that Alexander Pierce slammed his hand so hard on his office desk that his palm turned bright red and he fractured his little finger. Alexander Pierce had suspected that this so-called martial sage might be able to handle the trouble, but he was sure there'd be some twists and turns. After all, so many police and soldiers had already been taken down. That's why he'd signed that supplemental agreement. As long as any little accident occurred during the martial sage's battle, no matter if it was just scaring a bystander with an overzealous move, he could seize on it and turn the Red Shield branch's founding documents into worthless scraps of paper. But no one could have predicted that the final fight would end so quickly, so abruptly, and so simply. Who would have thought that a single fire truck and a high-pressure water cannon could take down such a powerful supercriminal? One wrong step, and regret lasts a lifetime. Cradling his fractured little finger, Alexander Pierce's teeth ground with hatred. He knew the ways of ideological work even better than Nick Fury, so he understood all too well what would happen once this branch was established. Decades of groundwork laid by Hydra could crumble to dust in an instant. And yet at this point, what could he do? Send his secret weapon, the Winter Soldier, to take out Seiya the way he'd eliminated Howard and Maria Stark all those years ago? Alexander Pierce was deeply worried that sending the Winter Soldier might just be sending him to his doom. After all, Seiya was the formidable martial saint who once defeated Abomination with his own strength. What concerned him even more was the possibility that not only would the Winter Soldier fail to make any waves, but he might even end up being lured into joining the Red Shield branch. If that happened, Pierce would lose both the soldier and the mission, ending up with nothing. And don't say that's impossible. That Electra Blue fellow had just finished brawling with the police and military, and yet he had already switched sides to join the Red Shield branch. This was a situation that called for the highest alert. In contrast to Alexander Pierce, who felt like the American captain, the other captains on the International Security Council were actually delighted, especially the captain from the Dragon Nation. After all, neither the United Nations nor S.H.I.E.L.D. belong to any one country. Of course, when your national strength lags behind others, your words fall on deaf ears. Only when you have power to back them up can you speak with authority. But now, things were different. A single international student had managed, through sheer determination, to carve out his own domain within S.H.I.E.L.D. This both surprised and intrigued the captain from the Dragon Nation. What kind of high school graduate could achieve something so inspiring? A quick background check revealed Seiya's father, Su Mu-Tion. Ah, that explained everything. The Dragon Nation captain instantly understood, like father, like son. If old Su was the father, then there was nothing to worry about. The Red Shield branch can be approached for contact and cooperation, but remember, absolutely no one is to meddle in their affairs. Without permission, anyone who dares overstep will have their hand chopped off and sent back home for investigation. Is that clear? With this order given, everyone understood the seriousness of the matter. There were no reckless hotheads eager to stir up trouble. In the end, the Dragon Nation captain assigned someone to approach Seiya, who would also serve as the point of contact for future communication. Hello, my name is Shenqiang. Inside the Osborne Group office, Seiya met the contact sent by the Dragon Nation captain, a tall, slender, middle-aged man, smiling but with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Hello. Seeing that this was one of his own compatriots, Seiya naturally felt a sense of kinship and nearly called him Brother Zhang. But then Shenqiang added, I was once a comrade in arms with your father, Su Mu-Tion. Well, that made things clear. Seiya instantly understood. This was not a brother, but an uncle. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Please, have a seat, Seiya said politely, offering him a chair while inwardly chuckling. Wasn't this just another example of old Su's invisible influence at work? He hadn't even lifted a finger, yet his presence was felt everywhere. You really are my old man. Mu-Tion never mentioned you were coming to study in America. I only found out recently, Shenqiang said with a smile, accepting the tea Sharon handed over. This wasn't an excuse. Old Su truly wasn't the kind of person who liked to trouble others. Seiya nodded in understanding. After exchanging a few casual words, the two of them got down to business, discussing a series of plans on how the Dragon Nation representative in the International Security Council and the Red Shield branch could collaborate. Seiya expressed his gratitude for the goodwill shown by the captain of the Dragon Nation team, but there was still something he needed help with from council. Here's the thing, Uncle Zhang. Although I've been planning the Red Shield branch for a long time, I'm not exactly skilled when it comes to ideological work. So, I'd like to ask for some assistance from the council in this area. Shenqiang agreed immediately. This negotiation turned out to be much smoother than he had expected, all thanks to his old friendship with Su. Ye's father. Once he returned home, he'd have to invite that old rascal out for a drink, and ask how he managed to raise such an outstanding son. No sooner had Zheng Xian left than Harry burst in. Xiaoyi, you're really something else. He strode over and gave Suyi a playful punch in the chest. It didn't hurt, just a bit heavier than a child's gentle tap. So you're actually with the United Nations Security Council and also the head of something called the Red Shield Branch. It's Chief of the Red Shield Branch, Uncle. Suyi corrected him. Chief, Uncle? That pun is terrible. Honestly, you've got no shame. But that's not the point. The point is something this big, and you never told me? Am I not your brother? Harry looked thoroughly displeased. Or do you think I don't deserve to be a member of the Red Shield Branch? With all that green you wear, you really don't match with anything red, Suyi thought to himself, holding back a laugh. Fine. Since you're not saying anything, I'll take that as a yes. Harry clapped his hands with a flourish. Suyi sighed. Whatever makes you happy. Settled then? I'm going to call a board meeting right now and clear out the top 2 floors of the building to serve as our Red Shield Branch headquarters. And, of course, we'll need all sorts of helicopters and other vehicles. Oh, and the Red Shield Bureau can't just be the few of us. I'll start recruiting. No, forget that. I'll go straight to campus recruitment and hire some Ivy League graduates to expand our team. If you can't make it into the Ivy League, then have the Ivy Leaguers work for us. And another thing, Harry launched into a long-winded speech, sounding every bit like the real chief uncle of the Red Shield Branch. Meanwhile, the official chief uncle, Suyi, could simply sit back in his lounge chair, sip a soda, and let the world take care of itself. Wait a second, didn't Iron Man say something like that? Thinking of Iron Man, Suyi suddenly remembered Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin. In the comics, there was a time when he wore Iron Man's suit and called himself the Iron Patriot. So he couldn't say whether Norman Osborn was truly patriotic, but the idea of donning an Iron Man suit was definitely something worth borrowing. Harry's habit of riding a skateboard with his own body has always been a major safety hazard for him. They could modify his flight suit, making it more like a lightweight Iron Man suit, capable of flight, able to attack, yet still easy to maneuver. Then, the glider could serve as an auxiliary device, handling long-distance travel and carrying heavy firepower. To put it in perspective, the flight suit would be like a fighter jet, while the glider would be a combination of a transport plane and a bomber. Enemies might think that destroying his glider would ground him, but once he casts it aside, he transforms instantly, like Iron Man, soaring into battle without missing a beat. When Suyi shared this idea with Harry, Harry's eyes lit up at once. Actually, your Spider-Man suit could be upgraded in the same way, Suyi said. Use the glider for travel, and then attach Dr. Octavius's mechanical arms. Put on 6 of them, and you'll truly be like a spider. The civilian version of Dr. Octavius's mechanical arms was already in development. The tentacles, no, the mechanical arms were currently planned to have 8 limbs, allowing them to unclog multiple sewers and drains simultaneously with perfect efficiency. With this new train of thought, Harry suddenly felt like he had become a scientist himself, excitedly pitching in with his own wild ideas. And I think we could mass-produce these gliders as transportation for the members of the Red Shield Branch. Actually, scratch that. These things are a bit tricky to operate, so maybe they're better suited for superheroes, not ordinary folks. By the way, what should we call our superhero team? Harry asked. Hearing the question, Suyi looked up and gazed eastward. In his eyes seemed to flicker the brilliant, enduring, yet hard-won history of 5,000 years of civilization. Have you ever heard of the Great Wall? Foreigners, upon seeing the Great Wall, are usually just amazed, astonished that such a massive structure could be built by hand across rugged mountains in ancient times. For them, it's simply the Great Wall. But what the Great Wall truly means to the people of the Dragon Nation, its significance in the cultural and historical legacy of the whole nation, that's something outsiders rarely understand. Of course, even if you try to explain it in detail, they might not care to listen. People tend to hear only what they want to hear, never really interested in what things actually mean to others. Otherwise, a proper Great Wall movie wouldn't have been turned into a white savior rescues the sleeping dragon princess story. But Harry, who knew a thing or two about the Dragon Nation, managed to catch the drift. So, should we call our team the Great Wall Garrison? He asked. Suyi shook his head. Our group is made up of people who protect the Earth. We're a team, not an army. So for now, let's call ourselves the Guardians of the Great Wall. In the future, if the organization grows larger, it won't be too late to call it the Great Wall Guardians. With the name settled, Harry, the green armor hero, officially became a member of the Guardians of the Great Wall. At the same time, as a senior leader of the Red Shield Branch, he began preparing for the construction and organization of the entire branch. His enthusiasm for the work was even more intense than Suyi's. As Harry put it, the Osborn Group was something he and Suyi inherited from their fathers. It wasn't truly their own venture. That kind of business was better left to professionals, while they only needed to steer the overall direction. But the Red Shield Branch was different. This was a cause he and Seiya started together, a genuine creation of their own. Only by doing this well could they truly prove their abilities. The result was that Harry, filled with passionate energy, threw himself into building the Red Shield branch, while Seiya suddenly found himself with little to do. Remember, our mission is to protect Earth, to defend the shared home of humanity, to safeguard this community, not just America. This is our most fundamental principle. After reminding them of this, Seiya realized he didn't really have much left to do. There was still some time before the college semester began, and, unless something out of the ordinary happened, it seemed the only things left were racing cars with Sharon or practicing martial arts with Hinata. After weighing his options, Seiya settled into a routine, racing at night, training during the day, occasionally stopping by Gwen's place to share some positive energy, a fulfilling and pleasant daily life. Mai Shiranui and her friends went a little wild. After finishing their adventures in Los Angeles, they didn't even return to New York. Instead, they took a flight out of the United States, apparently at Athena's invitation, to tour Japan. With Mai Shiranui away, Blue Mary never came to New York either, saying she wanted to spend some time in Washington, D.C. for further training with her father. Meanwhile, as Seiya settled into his steady yet busy daily routine, things remained relatively calm in New York. The only thing of note was probably that Captain America had been found. The task of discovering and thawing out Cap fell to S.H.I.E.L.D. Seiya's Red Shield branch wasn't involved in the operation. Alexander Pierce didn't want them participating. Even though the Red Shield branch had been established, the pressure from old Pierce was still immense. His wariness and restrictions on the Red Shield never let up. Seiya understood this, but had no intention of doing anything about Alexander Pierce. After all, no matter who took that seat, the pressure on the Red Shield branch wouldn't disappear. When Captain America was brought back, Seiya went to take a look. To him, there wasn't much difference between Cap and a plucked, frozen piece of pork. Back when he watched movies, Seiya used to envy Captain America's impressive, muscular physique. He had often fantasized that one day, he too could have such a body without ever having to work out, a body that made beautiful women swoon. Now, he possessed exactly that, so as far as Captain America was concerned, there was nothing left for him to envy. The idea of being evenly matched didn't seem all that impressive anymore, either. If your abilities are strong enough, you don't need to settle for a fair fight. You could just steamroll your opponents. Captain America's thawing and recovery were proceeding in an orderly fashion, and this also meant that the Battle of New York was drawing near. At this point, it was the summer of 2020. In theory, there was still a year left until the 2021 New York battle depicted in the movies. But after everything that had happened, Seiya knew that the timeline in the films no longer held much value as a reference. What was destined to happen would come, but not necessarily when it was supposed to. That meant the Red Shield branch had to pick up the pace with its preparations, getting ready for the impending battle in New York. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, the villains were also rushing to put their grand schemes into motion. Among them was the Joker, whom Seiya had encountered before. Lately, the Joker had been in high spirits. With Dong Zhang as his right-hand man, negotiations had become much easier. He still liked to adorn himself with grenades, but he no longer had to blow everything up and escape in a blaze of glory every time talks fell apart. Now he could simply close the door, unleash Dong Zhang, and then came a furious barrage, a wild and relentless onslaught. The sight of Dong Zhang tearing through an office like a tornado never failed to delight the Joker. Dong Zhang, for his part, thoroughly enjoyed these brawls. At the Muse Bar, aside from a few fights in the beginning, troublemakers had become increasingly rare, so rare that Dong Zhang was on the verge of getting bored out of his mind. But now that he was running with the Joker, there was a fight almost every day. The opponents might not have been much, but at least they were stubborn. For Dong Zhang, it didn't matter if his foes were weak. What mattered was whether they were tough enough to withstand a beating. The tougher they were, the more fun he had. And to be fair, not every opponent was a pushover. Occasionally, someone impressive would show up, like the elderly woman now standing at his door. She looked ancient and frail, as if she had one foot in the grave, but she actually had some real skills. She was especially adept at using her inner energy, and her mastery of the air palm was remarkable. Dong Zhang had originally planned to go all out and give this old lady a lesson she wouldn't forget. But seeing her distinctly East Asian features, so rare in these parts, he hesitated for a moment, unsure if he could bring himself to strike. Dong Zhang had heard Seiya say before that there were already very few Easterners here, and they had long been used to being bullied. Compared to the whites and the Latinos, they were even lower than the blacks, sitting at the very bottom of the social hierarchy. If they want to change their position, they would have to unite and stand together against the oppression from the whites and blacks. Only then could they fight for the rights and status they deserved. Dong Zhang had taken these words to heart, so whenever he encountered an Easterner, he would go easy on them if he could. The old lady across from him could sense the formidable power hidden within Dong Zhang's youthful body. After exchanging a few moves, she stopped. At that moment, the Joker emerged, clapping his hands. What a marvelous performance. I never expected Madame Gao, at your age, to be so formidable. Truly astonishing. Before Madame Gao could respond, the Joker continued. But you all possess such incredible strength. So why do you choose to hide away in dark caves, living like rats? Who are you calling a rat? Madame Gao's followers shouted indignantly from around her. Easy, easy, maybe I chose my words poorly, the Joker said, waving his hands. You're not rats by choice, crawling through the sewers. You're rats because you're forced to be pitiful wretches, barely clinging to survival, despised by everyone. Her followers were instantly enraged, threatening to tear the Joker to pieces, but Madame Gao raised a hand to quiet the uproar. What exactly do you want? Speak plainly, she demanded. Smart woman, you see right through my tricks. I like that, the Joker said, tilting his head and pointing at Madame Gao with a wide, unsettling grin. But your cleverness only goes so far. Otherwise, why would you guard a treasure and still choose to dwell in the sewers like a rat? This time, Madame Gao didn't respond, simply watching the Joker in silence. He shrugged. All right, I see patience isn't your strong suit. Then let's get to the point. I want to talk about your underground treasure, the one that can grant. That's enough. Madame Gao cut him off, then ordered her followers, you all, leave us. Her followers filed out of the room, leaving Dong Zhang standing with his arms folded, quietly watching the show. How did you find out? Madame Gao fixed her gaze on the Joker, forcing out each word between clenched teeth. That's not important to you. What matters is, I want to propose a collaboration, the Joker replied, lifting his head and flashing his signature eerie smile. How do you propose we cooperate? Madame Gao didn't outright refuse the offer, because the Joker held her secret, or rather, the shared secret of the 5 Elders of the Hand. The secret of the Dragon Bone. A substance hidden underground, one that could prolong life. That was how the 5 Elders of the Hand had managed to live for centuries. The secret of their longevity was the Dragon Bone. It's simple. First, I need a piece of Dragon Bone. It doesn't have to be large, just enough to make its power unmistakable. Madame Gao cast a glance at the Joker and shook her head. At your age, it doesn't seem like you'd have much use for such a thing. The Joker curled his lip. Of course I don't need it, but someone else does. Who? The President. The Joker's mouth stretched wide, revealing a grin that made one's skin crawl. I plan to use the Dragon Bone to buy all of New York from him, and then blow it up. Madame Gao's wrinkled face became a landscape of confusion. Are you out of your mind? Truth be told, the Joker's idea did seem utterly insane. All of New York City was not some abandoned hospital from a Nolan movie, where you could just buy an empty factory, fix it up, and call it a day. Taking control of the entire city required far more than just money. This was a decision that even the president alone couldn't make. But just because the president couldn't do it didn't mean someone else couldn't. Beneath the president stood the vice president, and that vice president had a daughter, who, due to an accident, was left with only half a leg. For his daughter's sake, the vice president could act under the president's name, do what needed to be done, and in the end, shift all the blame onto the president. In this way, not only would his daughter be healed, but he'd smoothly claim the president's seat for himself. Wouldn't that be a perfect outcome? So, the vice president was the real target of the Joker. But there was no need to share all those details with Madame Gao. Across from him, Madame Gao hesitated, and the Joker smiled. Hesitation meant consideration. Consideration meant there was a chance she'd agree. As the saying goes, whatever can happen, just might. So as long as Madame Gao didn't refuse him outright, the Joker considered this game already won. There were 5 Elders in the hand. The Joker had chosen Madame Gao after careful investigation and analysis, confident she was the right one. After all, she was neither white, nor black, nor Japanese. And while the Joker was deep in negotiation with Madame Gao and preparing his move against the vice president, someone else had their eyes on the same target. That man's name was Aldrich Killian. Once a scientist, now a successful entrepreneur, the founder of AM, Advanced Idea Mechanics. He was also one of the masterminds behind the supervirus known as Extremis, its developer, its researcher, and its user. Compared to the Joker, whose modest wish is merely to plunge New York into chaos, stripping away order so that everyone might reclaim their primal freedom, Aldrich Killian's ambitions soar far higher. Killian wants to assassinate the president and seize control of the United States by manipulating the vice president who would step into power. His scheme, too, hinges on a vulnerable point, the vice president's daughter, who has a disability in her leg. Thus, when a politician carries such an obvious weakness, it inevitably becomes a fatal flaw. Regrettably, the Joker doesn't know Aldrich Killian. Otherwise, the sparks between them might have been truly spectacular. But it hardly matters. Villains, in the end, are always destined to cross paths. And while these two are still plotting in the shadows, yet another villain's plan has already begun to unfold. A few days later, on what seemed an ordinary night, somewhere in America, a brightly lit military base bustled with activity as it carried out a full-scale evacuation. This base sprawled across a massive area and had stood for many years, hosting countless secret missions. It was here that Project Pegasus, which had given rise to Captain Marvel, was born. With tens of thousands of scientists and soldiers, many had long considered this place home. Yet tonight, regardless of who they were, everyone was ordered to evacuate. In the midst of this chaos, a helicopter touched down. Nick Fury and Maria Hill disembarked, their faces grave, and were met by Phil Coulson outside. "What's the situation?" Nick Fury asked. Phil Coulson shook his head. "Right now, the truth is, we don't really know what the situation is." This was the Joint Dark Energy Mission Facility, a hub for research into cosmic energy and dark matter. The Tesseract was here too. The base-wide evacuation was triggered by the Tesseract, which had suddenly begun to emit energy pulses on its own. Based on their calculations, it could potentially unleash devastating, unpredictable destruction. A mission of this scale could never be kept completely secret. Even Seiya, far away in New York, learned of the evacuation through SHALD's internal network. He foresaw the coming storm, a storm that no one could escape. At that moment, Seiya stood atop the Oscorp Tower. The place was unrecognizable from before, transformed from a corporate office floor into a fully functional Special Operations Command Center. One had to admit, Harry's ability to get things done was impressive. With the space and staff in place, the selection and ideological training of personnel were entrusted to Zheng Xian, seconded from the World Security Council. So he didn't need to worry about a thing. He just listened to Sharon's daily briefings and let the rest unfold. At this moment, Sharon was dressed in the same tight, tactical jumpsuit that Maria Hill wore in the first Avengers film. A single glance, and you could sense the uniform was made for action. The director and deputy director have already arrived at the Joint Dark Energy Operations Base. They're heading into the underground lab right now. The complete evacuation of the base will take another half hour or so. Agent Coulson is handling the arrangements as fast as he can. Through SHALD's system, Sharon could more or less follow the trajectory of their main operations, keeping an eye on the updates while relaying information to Seiya in real time. Meanwhile, Seiya stood with his back to Sharon and the many busy staff working at their computers, listening quietly as Sharon narrated the reports. He was starting to understand why so many executives preferred to stand by a window, back to their secretary, listening to updates. The sensation of commanding everything without lifting a finger, immersed in the thrill of control, was truly intoxicating. Outside the window, New York still teemed with life and extravagance. People are forgetful by nature. Even though Times Square was now a ruined wasteland that wouldn't be rebuilt anytime soon, it didn't dampen the city's relentless pursuit of pleasure. No one in the city could imagine that a catastrophe was about to unfold, one that wouldn't be contained to Times Square, but would soon sweep across all of New York. Perhaps it was better that way. Let them enjoy these last moments of peace. A faint smile played on Seiya's lips before he regained his composure and, without turning around, gave his orders. "Keep tracking their movements. Report to me immediately if anything changes. Also, let the Great Wall Guardians know to gather in the conference room in 30 minutes. "Yes, sir." It took less than half an hour, barely more than 10 minutes, before Seiya found himself in the conference room, face to face with all the members of the Great Wall Guardians. There was Harry, the Green Armor hero, Max Dillon, the Electric Light hero, Gwen, the Spider-Woman, Sharon Carter, Agent Number 3, and the lone martial artist left in New York, the fierce Terry Bogard. Including Seiya himself, Warrior Saint, Spider-Man, and Batman all in one. The Great Wall Guardians now counted 6 superheroes in their ranks. Sharon Carter herself had hesitated about joining the team. After all, she was just an ordinary person, and sitting among a group of superpowered heroes felt a little out of place. But Seiya had insisted she join. Not only did the Avengers have 2 ordinary people themselves, but when Sharon met Gwen, it took less than 10 minutes for Gwen to warm up to her completely, to the point where they seemed ready to become inseparable friends. That alone was reason enough for Seiya to bring Sharon on board. He knew that in the future, more of his girlfriends would join the team, and with Sharon as the glue, there was a good chance he could keep the peace at home, even with all the chaos ahead. Max's identity issue had already been taken care of with Nick Fury's help, and, to his own confusion, after a night's sleep in the cell, he reverted from a glowing blue figure back to his original appearance, just like in Spider-Man: No Way Home. After this transformation, Max no longer immediately reminded people of the supervillain who had once laid waste to Times Square, which made things much easier for his new life. Once greetings were exchanged, Sharon turned to the large screen and began her briefing. 10 minutes ago, there was a massive explosion at the Joint Dark Energy Mission facility. The entire base was almost completely leveled. At the same moment, a photograph appeared on the screen. According to surveillance footage, the attacker was this man. As the photo came up, Terry's eyes flashed beneath his hat. Loki. That's right. Loki, the trickster god from Norse mythology. Previously at the Shinui dojo, Mr. Terry and Uncle Lao fought him, so we have some insight into his combat style. What followed was a detailed rundown of Loki's abilities, including duplication, illusions, invisibility, and various other spells he'd used before. In addition, he wields a spear capable of unleashing powerful energy blasts and controlling minds. If you encounter him, please exercise extreme caution. At this moment, he's already stolen the Tesseract and taken control of several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and scientists, who are now missing. As for his exact motives, we're still in the dark. With the briefing finished, Seiya rapped his knuckles on the table. Comrades, as you can see, the situation is far from optimistic. If anyone has any thoughts or suggestions, now's the time to speak up, don't hold back. After saying this, Seiya couldn't help but feel something was missing. If only he had a pair of glasses, a military coat, and a big enamel mug filled with tea, then he'd really fit the part. Gwen rummaged through her bag and pulled out a laptop. I can upload this photo online and get some help from my hacker friends to track him down. Harry and the others exchanged glances. We're ready whenever you are. All right then, Seiya nodded. With the portal still closed and the Chitauri army yet to arrive, there really wasn't much more they could do. After the meeting, everyone waited in the lounge downstairs, ready for action. Seiya glanced at Gwen, who was typing away at her laptop, then at Sharon, whose uniform fit her perfectly, and suddenly found himself unable to choose. How could he possibly have both the fish and the bear's paw? Both the fish and the bear's paw are what I desire. If I could have them both, that would indeed be the perfect union. Seiya shook his head and sighed. He wondered when this beautiful wish would ever come true. Because of Loki's appearance, S.H.I.E.L.D. sprang into action, working around the clock. The helicarrier took to the sky, and they began gathering superheroes to form the Avengers, all in preparation for the looming battle that could break out at any moment. The formation of the Avengers went smoothly. Captain America woke up and joined the team without a hitch. Although Hawkeye had fallen under Loki's sway, Black Widow joined up successfully, and Bruce Banner was brought aboard the helicarrier as a non-combatant scientific advisor. Although, in theory, Bruce Banner could no longer transform into the Hulk, S.H.I.E.L.D. still needed his expertise in gamma radiation. His role was to track the gamma rays emitted by the Tesseract, helping them locate Loki. As for combat strength, with the Hulk missing, SHLD's solution was to try and bring in Abomination. Unfortunately, negotiations on that front weren't going well, and more discussions were needed. Still, if things got desperate on the battlefield, releasing Abomination to wreak some havoc could prove to be a very effective move. As for the last expected Avenger, it was of course Iron Man, Tony Stark. But when Nick Fury called him, Tony's first words were, "I'm not going to New York." Clearly, even though the Stark Tower in New York had officially opened for business, Tony Stark still had deep reservations about the city. Fortunately, the helicarrier was stationed out at sea and would soon be airborne, with no real connection to New York. That finally put Tony's mind at ease. After Bruce Banner and Tony Stark had a lively, boastful discussion about gamma ray collection technology, S.H.I.E.L.D. managed to use facial recognition to pinpoint Loki's location and sent a team to capture him. So, after all that running around, what did these two really accomplish? On the way back with Loki in custody, the unexpected happened. Thor, the mightiest Avenger, appeared and successfully joined the team. With that, the original Avengers lineup was nearly complete. Loki was in their hands, and the Mind Scepter was safely stored away by S.H.I.E.L.D. Everything seemed firmly under their control. Meanwhile, in New York, on the top floor of the Oscorp building, Seiya and his friends stood outside the glass window, gazing at the distant rooftop of Stark Tower. There, a massive device had been erected, and a portly middle-aged man was bustling back and forth around it. "I have a bad feeling about what's up there," Gwen whispered suddenly. Even before she spoke, Seiya had sensed it too. It was his spider sense kicking in, a warning, a heavy pressure signaling that danger was close at hand. "Cooked chicken. Let me and old Matt go over there and take care of that thing." Harry volunteered, eager for action, and Max looked just as excited to give it a try. Because of his own mischievous sense of humor, Seiya had given himself the nickname Old Uncle as the person in charge. Harry, being fluent in Chinese, wouldn't easily call him that, so, in the same playful spirit, he dubbed Seiya Cooked Chicken instead. What an unlucky nickname. Seiya ignored the name, shaking his head. "Let's wait a bit longer. Right now, we can't be sure if this will turn out to be good or bad for us. Good fortune may be hidden in misfortune, and misfortune may be lurking in good fortune. A blessing in disguise. When you lose something in the East, you may gain something in the West. A string of classical Chinese sayings left Harry, the so-called China expert, utterly bewildered. His young face, like Max's, was full of question marks. Gwen and Sharon, on the other hand, wore expressions of pure admiration. They didn't understand a word, but it didn't stop them from idolizing him wholeheartedly. By the way, Sharon, ever the diligent secretary, hadn't forgotten her duties and spoke up. Shouldn't we at least report the situation here to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Unnoticed by herself, Sharon's loyalties had already shifted. After all she'd experienced with Seiya, she no longer reported every detail to her old employer. Instead, she devoted herself fully to being Seiya's secretary, checking with him about everything first. In the moment Sharon's mindset changed completely, Seiya's system actually registered her information. Character, Sharon Carter. Current favorability, 0-0. Kind reminder, why things turn out this way no longer matters. What matters is cherish her loyalty. So long as you don't betray her, she'll repay you in kind. Only then did Seiya realize that people who already existed in this world could also passively become system-recognized girlfriends. And according to the system's rules, once he gained a girlfriend, Seiya would acquire the abilities of her original boyfriend. That led to a new question. Who was Sharon Carter's original boyfriend? While the Guardians of the Wall watched the assembly and calibration of the Cosmic Cube activation device up close. High above, in the airborne helicarrier 10,000 meters in the sky, the newly formed Avengers, under the sway of the Mind Scepter, were embroiled in arguments, utterly unaware of the looming danger. Inside his airborne prison, Loki wore a triumphant, scheming smile. Even behind bars, his mind worked on 1,000 plots. This Midgard. Is there anyone here who can actually fight? Remembering that night, when he'd been roughed up by a series of fighters, Loki decided to put it another way. In this whole Midgard, there's not a single person with half a brain. Life truly is as lonely as snow. As time went by, the Avengers, under the influence of the Mind Scepter, were no longer just arguing. They were actually coming to blows. Even Bruce Banner was feeling the urge to transform back into the Hulk. At that critical moment, Hawkeye, still under Loki's control, arrived on the scene. Using his knowledge of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the helicarrier, he broke inside in an instant. After stirring up a whirlwind of trouble, he helped Loki successfully escape from the helicarrier. During this chaos, a small but notable detail occurred. Just as Loki was about to ambush and kill Phil Coulson, a burly agent, who bore a striking resemblance to a particularly rugged Rambo, rushed over and saved Coulson's life. However, afterwards, when Coulson tried to find the big agent to thank him, he discovered that the man had perished in the earlier riot. Nothing in life is certain. The one who should have died was me. Inside the conference room, grief was etched deeply on Phil Coulson's face. The Avengers, moved by his sorrow, put aside their grievances and resolved to unite against Loki. Watching this, Nick Fury felt both comforted and suddenly reminded of the Red Shield branch. If that fool of a councilman, Alexander Pierce, could only set aside his suspicions about Red Shield and let them board the helicarrier too, maybe things wouldn't have ended up like this. With this thought, Nick Fury dialed Seiya's number. Uncle Sue, we're under alien attack. That guy who showed up outside the Shiranui dojo last time, Thor's brother Loki, he's back. You probably already know all this, don't you? Nick Fury was certain that, with Sharon around, there was no way Seiya could be completely in the dark. So this call was also a subtle warning, letting Seiya know that Red Shield needed to be ready for whatever chaos Loki might unleash next. But on the other end of the line, Seiya's response made the always unflappable Nick Fury frown deeply. What did you say? I said, not only do I know Loki's here, I've actually seen him. Right now, he's on top of the newly opened Star Tower, not far from us, fiddling with some equipment alongside an old man with a beer belly. Over the phone, Seiya's voice was calm as ever as he repeated himself. Gentlemen, we found Loki. Nick Fury shouted to the Avengers, all while cursing Alexander Pierce in his mind. If it weren't for that stubborn old man's refusal to let Red Shield join the operation, they wouldn't be in such a helpless position now. Uncle Sue, take your team immediately and stop Loki's next move. After giving his orders to the Avengers, Nick Fury shouted forcefully into the phone. But Seiya hesitated. That might not be appropriate. Earlier, Alexander Pierce made it very clear, we, the Red Shield Division, aren't permitted to intervene in this matter. Nick Fury finally lost his patience. He spat out a curse under his breath, though it wasn't directed at Seiya, but at Alexander Pierce instead. One incompetent general can doom an entire army. That idiot Alexander Pierce was bound to drag S.H.I.E.L.D. down with him sooner or later. I'll handle Pierce. For now, the Red Shield Division should act at once. This concerns the safety of the entire planet. Sometimes we just can't be bound by protocol. Suppressing his anger, Nick Fury could only reassure Su Yi for the moment, try to persuade him to mobilize his forces without delay. But Su Yi let out a deep sigh. Director Fury, I'm afraid it's too late. Prepare for war. Even as Su Yi spoke, a beam of blue light suddenly shot straight up from the rooftop of Stark Tower, piercing the sky. 1,000 meters above the ground, the light spread out into a vast, mirrored dome of shimmering blue. Then, from within that glowing barrier, black, unidentifiable objects began to rain down in a relentless torrent, as if the heavens themselves had burst open. All across New York City, nearly everyone glanced up to see that uncontrollable stream pouring out overhead, wondering what on earth was happening. Was this a genuine catastrophe? Or was Tony Stark up to one of his 3D holographic tricks, throwing a spectacle to celebrate the grand opening of Stark Tower? It didn't take long for the black shapes to swoop lower, drawing nearer to the crowds. Only then did people realize these were grotesque, inhuman creatures, ugly beyond belief, and what's more, they seemed to be armed with guns. What was flooding through the portal was none other than Loki's borrowed army, the Chitauri, lent by Thanos himself. These skeletal invaders wasted no time. Even before touching down, they unleashed a barrage of energy blasts from midair. Their weapons, glowing with deadly power, fired bolts like laser cannons. One shot could topple a building, hurl cars through the air, shatter bridges, and gouge vast craters in the streets. Panic swept the city. Citizens ran for their lives, screams filling the air, punctuated by the constant roar of explosions. In an instant, New York was plunged into chaos and fire, as if the end of the world had arrived. More and more Chitauri poured through the portal. Within moments, thousands had invaded the city, and reinforcements kept coming. In the movie, budget constraints kept the number of Chitauri on screen relatively small, and the destruction was mostly limited to Manhattan. Given the sheer number of Chitauri and the immense size of Thanos' troop carrier, the Sanctuary Eye, bringing over tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of Chitauri soldiers at once would be no problem at all. What's more, this is a war, a full-scale invasion against an entire planet. Even sending over a million-strong army wouldn't be overkill. And in the midst of such a massive alien invasion, no matter how fiercely a handful of superheroes fight, their efforts are but a drop in the ocean. There's only so much they can do. Director Fury, the Guardians of the Great Wall, will join the battle at once. We'll stand against the invading aliens and defend Earth, our shared home as humankind, to the death if we must. So he made his stance clear over the phone. With these words, no one could question their commitment. Having stated his position, he then moved on to voice his concerns. But all we can do is try our best to shut down the device that's keeping the portal open. There are just too many enemies. There's no way we can hold them off on our own. So, my suggestion is that S.H.I.E.L.D. shouldn't try to take this on alone. We need to call the military, ask them for backup. This is a war that will determine Earth's fate and the future of humanity. The military can't just stand by and watch. Their weapons shouldn't only be aimed at other human nations. Right now, they need to step up and shoulder their responsibility with courage. The Avengers were already racing toward New York, and Nick Fury, watching the monitors, could see what was happening above the city. So he was right. If it were just 1,000 or so aliens currently present, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers might manage. But if that number soared to 10,000 or even 100,000, then even if every S.H.I.E.L.D. agent had the powers of an Avenger, they still couldn't plug this breach. Charging out with the Guardians of the Great Wall, Su Yi piloted a modified glider, landing on the rooftop of Stark Tower. On the way, he had already assigned roles to the Avengers. Harry and Gwen, you're on perimeter watch. Any alien who tries to approach or attack Stark Tower, take them out. No exceptions. Max, use your aerial advantage and wide-range attacks to take down as many aliens as you can. Show them the might of the Guardians of the Great Wall. If you do well, this could be your moment of fame. But remember, don't stray too far from Stark Tower, and don't let yourself get surrounded. If your power drops below half, come back immediately to recharge. Stark Industries has high-quality, clean energy on site. You'll be able to recharge quickly. Terry and Sharon, stay by my side and cover me. I'll be working on figuring out how to shut down that portal. The so-called researching the space portal was just an excuse Su Yi made up for himself to slack off. Su Yi knew he could just jab the portal with a mind scepter and instantly shut it down. But no one else was aware of this, nor did they know that he was in on the secret. Plus, by squatting here and shouldering the most difficult task, he made sure the Avengers outside felt compelled to put in extra effort. Once everything was in place, Su Yi and his team made their way to the rooftop of Stark Tower. Following the plan, everyone began their respective actions, while Su Yi, from a distance, unleashed a gale fist straight at the device that activated the Tesseract. A wave of energy shot out, but a translucent blue shield instantly shimmered into existence over the Tesseract, blocking the attack. Professor Eric Selvig, who was standing nearby, had just opened his mouth to say something when the blast of energy hit him square on. He was sent flying and knocked out cold on the spot. Seiya had secretly held back just enough, making sure that the only other person besides himself who knew the correct way to shut down the portal, the person who built the activation device, wouldn't wake up until the evening. Afterward, under the protection of Terry and Sharon, Seiya began his research on the space portal's activation device. You all go fight. I'll figure something out. As long as I'm here, don't even think about closing this portal. Up in the sky, when the Chitauri saw Seiya and the others enter, they moved to chase them off. But at that moment, a cluster of black dots appeared on the horizon, rapidly approaching. The military's fighter jets were about 5 seconds from entering the battlefield. In his previous life, Seiya, a self-proclaimed military enthusiast, had once read an article listing the numbers of fighter jets worldwide. By 2022, the United States ranked first with around 3,200 fighter jets. Surprisingly, Russia, which was in second place, only had 3,800 jets. This huge gap was one of the reasons the Americans could act so domineering. Not only did they have the numbers, but the quality was top-notch. How could anyone hope to compete? Coming in third was the Dragon Nation, with 3,200 jets, though the gap in numbers was even wider, considering they'd started from nothing and developed under all kinds of restrictions. Reaching this level was already a source of pride and honor for the people of the Dragon Nation. Seiya had no idea how authoritative these numbers were, but he firmly believed, we're still young, full of vigor, and we'll catch up eventually. It's only a matter of time. And just as Seiya had said, with so many American fighter jets, they couldn't just sit around and flex at home. Now that aliens were bullying their way to the doorstep, wasn't it time to take action? Clearly, the military thought the same. After General Ross had repeatedly embarrassed the armed forces and let their reputation be dragged through the mud, this time, in the face of invasion, they finally demonstrated a show of overwhelming force. Hundreds of fighter jets were dispatched at once, a force large enough to weave a dense web of attack, dealing devastating, all-encompassing damage to the thousands of Chitauri units in the sky. The Air Force pilots, brimming with confidence, carried out their mission with unwavering determination. In the first wave, they achieved a resounding victory. The fighters moved at blistering speed with formidable firepower, catching the Chitauri off guard. In an instant, countless enemies were shot down, their bodies tumbling from the sky like a rainstorm. Yet this failed to halt the Chitauri's advance. From the portal above, with a sudden surge, wave after wave of Chitauri poured forth, without the slightest hesitation, flowing out with uncanny smoothness. But this time, the torrent was mixed with massive, ominous shapes, so grotesque from a distance that words could hardly describe the sight. Those massive forms, better described as hulking shadows, looked easily to be over 100 meters long, with a sheer size that inspired dread. From afar, they resembled mighty leviathans from the depths of the sea. Yet even when faced with these newly emerged behemoth creatures, the valiant airmen stood undaunted. Without missing a beat, they launched another airstrike. Over 100 jets, arranged in neat formations, divided into several squadrons, wheeled around and swept back onto the battlefield for one last attack before returning to the nearest airbase to refuel and rearm. Buoyed by the spectacular performance of the Air Force, the people on the ground, who had moments earlier been fleeing in panic, found renewed courage and confidence in the war. Instead of running, they stopped to watch and began cheering for the fighter pilots above. Go! Take them down! Kick those aliens, sorry, but's out of here. Shove their damned heads right up their filthy backsides. Let them eat their own crap. Blast those mother. Even with the appearance of these monstrous alien beasts, the crowd's faith in the fighter jets never wavered, a belief forged by countless Hollywood blockbusters. Soon, spurred on by the cheers and encouragement from below, the second wave of jets streaked into battle. In the sky, they met the Chitauri's smaller aircraft and those enormous beast-like creatures. Let's call them leviathans. What happened next was a sight no one present would ever forget. High above, after the leviathan was struck by cannon fire, its armored hide suddenly flared open like a fan of scales. From within, a swarm of black dots sprang forth, hurling themselves directly at the oncoming jets. Caught completely off guard, the fighter formation collided head-on with the sudden onslaught. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen jets erupted into fireballs in midair. Soon after, as the remaining fighter jets realized the situation had taken a turn for the worse and attempted to turn away from the battlefield, the Chitauri, who had appeared, disorganized only moments before, suddenly synchronized in the air, swiveling their weapons in unison and unleashing a barrage of indiscriminate fire upon the jet formation. In a blinding storm of light and explosions, over 100 fighter jets were reduced to wreckage, with only a handful managing to escape by sheer luck. The rest were obliterated midair. As the shattered debris of the planes rained down from the sky, it was only then that the people on the ground truly grasped the horror of what had happened, their delayed screams rising in waves. By chance, they had just witnessed history, a moment likely unprecedented in American history, when a formation of fighter jets was completely wiped out in a single engagement. At such an electrifying, heart-stopping moment, who could resist raising their voice and shouting in disbelief? Meanwhile, inside the Operations Command Center, every high-ranking military official wore a deep frown. The loss of over 100 jets and their pilots, those who managed to eject were picked off midair by the alien invaders, was a blow of such magnitude that it was almost unheard of in 2 centuries of American history. At that moment, someone finally spoke up. We already know the aliens' tactics, and there's only one of those Leviathan beasts. If we send in another squadron. But before he could finish his sentence, he fell silent, staring at the live feed. For there, endless swarms of Chitauri soldiers and small aircraft continued to pour out, their numbers seemingly without end. Judging by the sheer scale, sending another squadron of 100 jets would be little more than offering up a fresh batch of targets. How about we use missiles? Take out those Leviathan beasts first, another person suggested. But this proposal was quickly shot down. They're too close to the city. The shockwave from the explosion could easily devastate the city itself. If we do that, we might as well drop the big one. The mention of the big one, the mushroom bomb, instantly plunged the room into silence. In everyone's mind, the mushroom bomb was the ultimate answer. There was nothing it couldn't solve, and if there was, it was time to run. But if this incident were happening in some other country's city, it wouldn't be a problem. Missiles or mushroom bombs. America could afford the cost. The real issue was that this was New York, America's largest, most prosperous, and most populous city, home to over 8 million people. More than 20 million if you counted the entire metropolitan area, and, among them, titans of Wall Street holding unimaginable wealth. To unleash missiles or a mushroom bomb in a city like this, was that really an option? After a moment of heavy silence, someone finally broke it. Actually, we don't need to destroy all of New York. All we have to do is use the mushroom bomb to take out Stark Tower and close that portal. Once we've cut off the aliens, cleaning up the rest won't be much of a problem. While the military was busy debating their plan to level the world with nuclear arms, the Avengers, fashionably late, as always, finally arrived at the battlefield in New York and wasted no time joining the fray. Thor charged ahead at the front, swinging his mighty hammer as if a god had descended from the heavens. Well, to be fair, he is the god of thunder. With a single sweep of his hammer, thunder rumbled across the sky. When he struck the ground, bolts of lightning exploded in every direction. Truly, Thor's hammer is an incredible weapon. Not only is it a magical artifact that can summon thunder and unleash devastating area of effect attacks, but it's also unimaginably heavy. Anyone struck by it is either dead or crippled. But there was one thing Yi couldn't quite figure out. Thor clearly has the power to unleash endless lightning and quickly wipe out all the cannon fodder. So why does he always copy Captain America style? Wading into the thick of the enemy, hammer in hand, taking them down one by one? Wouldn't it be so much better to finish off the enemies quickly and then everyone could go grab some Turkish kebabs together? Isn't that appealing enough? Or maybe Thor is deliberately holding back, trying to match the rest of the Avengers' abilities so he doesn't stand out too much. But perhaps it's none of these reasons. It seems that within the entire Avengers team, Thor's intelligence is on the lower end. Just a notch above Drax the Destroyer from the Guardians of the Galaxy, and he's pretty much a mountain of muscle whose brain has been squeezed out by his biceps. Maybe, for him, wiping out enemies with flashy area attacks just isn't as satisfying as smashing them one by one with his hammer. Thanks to Thor's enthusiastic display, pounding away on the ground with his hammer, lost in the thrill of battle, the arrival of the Avengers made almost no difference to the chaos on the battlefield. In fact, for most of the city's residents, they had no idea the Avengers had even shown up. Instead, it was Max Dillon, who'd already drawn everyone's attention from the rooftop of Stark Tower. He kept unleashing bursts of electricity, frying enemy soldiers left and right. His heroic performance and overwhelming power had the crowd thoroughly impressed. Some people did wonder if this electric blue figure was the same guy who'd attacked Times Square earlier. But after seeing the charred bodies of Chitauri soldiers tumbling from the sky, they quickly convinced themselves otherwise. That blue-skinned villain was a notorious criminal, while this electrifying hero was out here saving the world. How could they possibly be the same person? By the end, even people inside the buildings and those running for their lives on the streets couldn't help but cheer for Max. Those cheers were like a drug, sending jolts of excitement through Max's nerves and spurring him on to fight even harder. It was the perfect positive feedback loop. Eventually, Max got so carried away that, even with his power levels dropping below 40%, he was still outside, euphorically generating electricity for love. It wasn't until Sharon noticed something was wrong through her equipment that Seiya finally called him back. Your body is the foundation of the revolution. If you run out of power and get killed by the enemy, what will happen then? Wouldn't you be letting down all those people waiting for you to save them? Be smart. Go recharge immediately. Max didn't argue. He obediently dashed off to recharge himself. It was at this moment that Thor arrived on the battlefield alongside the Avengers. After a dazzling display of lightning and overwhelming force, the god of thunder, true to his nature, landed to join the ranks of the super soldiers on the ground. Max, meanwhile, had just finished recharging and sprang back in action on the battlefield, their transition so seamless that it was as if one picked up where the other left off. The result was that almost no one realized there had ever been a hulking man wielding a hammer and summoning lightning on the battlefield. They all assumed that the one wielding the power of electricity from start to finish was none other than Electroman. Electroman's reputation soared to new heights, instantly boosting his standing in New York to the level of revered. Throughout all of this, Seiya squatted in front of the Cosmic Cube's activation device, busying himself with all sorts of seemingly diligent, but in truth half-hearted and perfunctory attempts at tinkering. That was until he received a call from Nick Fury. Uncle Sue, get everyone out of Stark Tower now. The military just launched a low-yield nuke at your location. I couldn't intercept it. You need to evacuate immediately, right now. Hearing Nick Fury's words, Seiya let out a sigh. As expected, what was destined to happen had come at last. Those Americans really are decisive, he thought. They don't hesitate to plant a mushroom bomb the moment they decide to. Even with a low-yield warhead, if it detonates at Stark Tower, the damage would be unimaginable. He looked up at the sky and shook his head again. With no special effects budget holding things back, the chrysanthemum overhead was in full, endless bloom, unleashing a massive torrent of destruction. In these circumstances, for Iron Man to try and carry the bomb away would be almost impossible, harder than beating out billions of rivals in a race for life. The chance of accidentally sinking the alien mothership sanctuary was practically nil. The best possible outcome would be if the nuke detonated right at the entrance of the space portal in midair. That would certainly deal a heavy blow to the aliens gathered around the portal, but the blast and radioactive fallout would also inflict devastating damage on the Guardians of the Wall below. Whichever way you looked at it, this seemed like an impossible dilemma with no good answer. And so, at this critical moment, it was finally time for Seiya to play the trump card he'd been saving. Max! Through his earpiece, Seiya barked out a command, instantly recalling Max from his high-voltage, staticky rampage in the sky. Reporting for duty, Uncle. Electroman Max, at your service, awaiting orders. Still hovering in midair, Max even threw a crisp salute, Chinese style, no less, leaving Seiya half exasperated, half amused. But Seiya didn't waste any time on pleasantries. Following Nick Fury's directions, he raised his hand and pointed Max toward the target. Over there, a little guy is flying this way. He wants to plant a mushroom right under us. I'll leave it to you. Go knock it out of commission. Are you up for it? If it had been at the start of the battle, Max might have worried when the mushroom bomb approached. To say he'd have no concerns at all would be foolish. Only the ignorant are fearless. But after the fight just now, with his passion and resolve burning brighter than ever, nothing could stand in the way of Max's longing to become a true defender of Earth. Rest assured, sir, I guarantee I'll get the job done. If I can't take it apart, I'll eat it myself. With a thunderous shout, Max hurled himself forward, as determined as a soldier plugging a breach in a flood-swollen dam with his own body. In a flash of lightning, he shot out through the air. At the same time, far out over the ocean, a missile about 2 meters long was racing toward New York at near supersonic speed. Within the city, the Avengers had received the news from Nick Fury that a mushroom bomb was heading their way. In an instant, Iron Man became a streak of fire, rocketing off toward the missile's path. Whether for the greater good or personal reasons, he could not allow that mushroom bomb to detonate in Manhattan, especially not on top of Stark Tower. Fortunately, the bomb wasn't moving too fast. He was confident he could redirect it, steering it toward a place where it wouldn't cause massive harm to the city or its people. If he was too late, or if something unexpected happened and the bomb went off prematurely, Iron Man knew he might very well perish alongside it. But right now, Tony Stark had no time to dwell on that. It is in the Tempest's fury that true heroes are revealed, and in this moment, Tony Stark began his transformation from a playboy to a real hero. Guided by Jarvis, Iron Man sped over the sea and quickly locked onto the bomb's location. But just as he was about to close in and push it off course, Jarvis's radar suddenly detected a burst of high-energy activity on the missile. From Tony's vantage point, he saw a glowing mass, like a swirl of electricity, dancing across the surface of the mushroom bomb. Countless threads of current, like tentacles, snaked along the rivets and weld seams, digging into the bomb's outer shell. What? Is this some kind of alien organism? As Tony puzzled over the sight, the missile's exhaust flickered twice, then vanished. The rocket propulsion that had been driving the mushroom bomb suddenly went dead. Had the bomb become a dud? Tony Stark hesitated, unsure whether he should swoop in to catch the powerless mushroom-shaped bomb. And if he did, where on earth was he supposed to take it? The hero's transformation had just begun, only to be cut off abruptly. It felt as if someone had grabbed him by the... Well, let's just say he was on the verge of a desperate release, only to be stopped at the last possible second. Painful and frustrating. Just then, the phantom-like electricity dancing over the mushroom bomb started to coalesce, slowly morphing into the shape of a person. To Tony's surprise, it was someone he recognized. Max Dillon, better known as Electro, who had joined the Red Shield Division right after that incident in Times Square. At this moment, beads of sweat dotted Max's forehead as well, disabling both the propulsion and detonation systems of the mushroom. Bomb was nothing like hacking into a tank or a multi-barrel rocket launcher. It was far more complicated than he made it sound. If it hadn't been for his background in electrical engineering, forced to study a mountain of manuals and pick up a little bit of everything about electrical devices, he probably wouldn't have managed it at all. Anyone else in his shoes would likely have failed. But he'd pulled it off, and now he could return to report back to Seiya with a clear conscience. Feeling relieved, Max shot Iron Man a quick greeting, then wasted no time. Holding the mushroom bomb steady, he resumed his flight towards New York at the same breakneck speed. Tony Stark, exasperated, immediately opened a communication line to Max. "Hey, Mr. Dillon, where exactly are you planning to take this thing?" Max, in good spirits, replied amiably, "Stop talking. Just follow me." Tony Stark, baffled and still in the dark, Tony trailed behind. The two of them flew in tandem, quickly entering the heart of Manhattan, weaving between towering skyscrapers. At last, Max landed on the rooftop of a building, still clutching the mushroom bomb. He tossed the device into an iron box on the platform, snapped the lid shut, and turned to call out to a man sitting cross-legged nearby, deep in thought. "Boss, I'm back. Mission accomplished." Tony Stark, Sigma. Wait a minute, wasn't this Stark Tower? He didn't come here often, but this was still his property. He'd spent a fortune on it, and here they were, just bringing a mushroom bomb in as they pleased. Did anyone bother to ask the owner? What if the thing exploded? And that guy over there, did he not realize what he was sitting next to? That was a mushroom bomb. A bomb. For heaven's sake, could he at least show a little bit of concern? Seiya, however, didn't even glance his way. With a calm wave of his hand, he replied, "Comrade Olmax, well done. The organization will remember your contribution. Keep up the good work. There's still plenty of aliens in the city. Go and continue writing your legendary story." So this was the Red Shield Division, the so-called Great Wall Guardians? Their efficiency and decisiveness put the Avengers to shame. They were operating on a whole different level. Why am I suddenly feeling the urge to join them? "Hey, Mr. Tony Stark." Seiya raised his hand in greeting, never once glancing at the box containing the mushroom-shaped device, as if it simply didn't exist. Tony Stark had been about to say something, but the moment he noticed the bat-shaped relief on the lid of the metal box, he fell silent. If that box was provided by that man, the one who uses the bat as a symbol, then there was truly no need to worry about the mushroom device being remotely triggered to explode again. Unconsciously, that man known by the bat had already established a reputation as someone wholly worthy of trust. Meanwhile, Seiya beckoned Tony Stark over. "You know more about energy than I do. Mind taking a look and figuring out how we can shut off this device?" Perhaps it was Seiya's calm demeanor that rubbed off on him, but Tony Stark slowly descended and came to stand before the cosmic cube. "So, Uncle Sue, you've been studying this for a while now, right? What have you tried so far?" Hearing Tony's question, Seiya scratched his head and made a few vague gestures in the air. "Just this, and this." Tony's brow furrowed in disbelief. "What are you doing, casting a spell?" Seiya shot him a look. "Of course not. Do you even know anything about chi?" Tony frowned in frustration. Here he was, trying to talk science, but Seiya insisted on bringing up mysticism. Seeing Tony's expression, Seiya spread his hands helplessly. "Then there's really no way to explain it to you. You know, for people without a concept of mathematics, calculus might as well be written in the stars." Tony frowned again. Was this guy calling him a caveman? After all his years of dominating the scene, Tony Stark was not about to let some kid get the better of him. Never one to lose an argument, Tony braced himself to retort, but Seiya spoke up again before he could. "Judging by that puzzled look on your face, Maybe I should just explain it to you. What is chi? Heaven and earth blend their energies. From this, all things are born. The void cannot exist without chi. Chi must gather to form all things, and all things must eventually disperse back into the void. True chi is that which we receive from heaven. Mixed with the essence of grain, it fills our bodies. People absorb chi from grains. The food enters the stomach, passes to the lungs, and nourishes all the organs within. After hearing all that, you're probably even more confused. Huh? Don't worry, I'll break it down for you step by step. Tony Stark quickly raised his hand to stop him. No need. I have absolutely no interest in this chi business. All I want right now is to shut down that portal as soon as possible and end this catastrophe. The sooner, the better. In the past, Tony loved to talk. He would always find any excuse to chat, often spouting off-topic remarks that left everyone else baffled, while he felt quite pleased with himself. Now, at last, he understood the pain of those he'd once overwhelmed with his fast-talking antics. Well, if you're not interested right now, we'll just talk another day. There's plenty of time ahead, Seiya said, spreading his hands and then gesturing for Tony to proceed. It seems my method isn't working. Your turn. Let's see what brilliant idea you have. Seiya stood up and stepped back to give him some space. Iron Man considered for a moment, then raised his arm and fired a repulsor blast at the Tesseract. There was a thunderous boom. A shimmering blue and white energy shield materialized, blocking Iron Man's blast and sending a wave of energy rippling outward. Not far away, Professor Eric Selvig, still unconscious on the ground, was slammed into the wall with a heavy thud. Seiya's lips twitched. Honestly, this result wasn't much different from what my own method achieved. The news that the portal couldn't be closed by normal means, and that the nuclear device had been intercepted mid-flight, quickly made its way back to the military command center. Everyone there looked grim, as if their careers might end that very day. A heavy silence hung in the air for a long time before someone finally spoke. There's nothing we can do. Those superheroes won't let us launch the nuke unless we set it off somewhere near New York and wipe out a large area completely. Otherwise, however many nukes we send, they'll just dismantle everyone. If we detonate the nuke outside the city, never mind the damage and fallout, can you guarantee it'll actually close the portal? What if the nuke goes off and the portal is still open? In that case, we'll be stuck fighting a ground war with the aliens right in the radioactive zone. If it comes to that, we might as well throw everything we have into the fight here, right in the city. But if we do that, New York will be destroyed. That's still better than letting it get wiped out by a nuke and then destroyed all over again. Let's do it. We fight in the city. The moment those words were spoken, the argument ceased. Deep down, everyone knew this was the only option left. No one wanted to be the one to say it out loud. After all, the prize for this course of action was the entire city of New York. With the decision made, the mighty machinery of war began to turn in earnest. The military moved swiftly, preparing for battle. Soon, the fighter jet squadrons reappeared on the horizon, while tanks, armored vehicles, and truck-mounted rocket launchers rolled into the city one after another, forming orderly lines. Troops marching alongside them, their numbers seemingly endless. According to the military brass, even back in the war against Alex X, they hadn't committed so many forces from the outset. As the military mobilized on such a massive scale, the presence of the superheroes seemed to fade into the background. In fact, this was no longer a battle they could meaningfully participate in. They could hang around on the sidelines, but their impact was quite limited, and if they charged in recklessly, they might even get accidentally hit by friendly fire. Gradually, all the Avengers gathered on the rooftop of Stark Tower. Because of the unique properties of the Tesseract, both the military and the Chitauri had abandoned direct attacks on the spot. For the moment, the rooftop had become the safest place in the city. A dozen or so heroes, including the Avengers and the Great Wall Guardians who were already there, clustered around the Tesseract's activation device. Outside, the army had taken over the fight, clashing fiercely with the Chitauri. Meanwhile, the heroes on the rooftop suddenly found themselves with nothing much to do. A strange, almost awkward feeling settled over them. Hey, your thunderbolts were pretty impressive, Thor called out, sending a wayward Chitauri soldier flying off the rooftop with a swing of his hammer, then turning to Max beside him. Max grinned from ear to ear. Really? I actually worked out some special moves, like this and this. He struck two dramatically over-the-top poses, then unleashed twin arcs of electricity, blasting a passing Chitauri drone out of the sky. Thor nodded approvingly. Nice moves. It'd be even better if you added a catchphrase or two. That'd make it perfect. Yeah. Max scrunched up his face in deep concentration, but after a while, he shook his head in defeat. That's tough. I can't think of anything on the spot. Got any recommendations? Thor thought hard, then nodded. Something like this. He put on his sternest look and shouted, voice booming with menace. "I am Thor, the god of thunder. I'll give you 5 minutes to get out of there, or I'll fly over, chop off your hand, and shove it right up your backside." Everyone else quickly edged away, not wanting to be caught in the crossfire of their antics, or brought down to their level. Superheroes are never truly idle. Banter and wisecracks are part of their daily routine. In this world, a superhero without a sense of humor is going nowhere. Thor is the perfect example, starting off as a brooding, overconfident prince, and over the course of his adventures, gradually being brought down to Star-Lord's level of goofiness. Yet, while gaining hordes of new fans, Thor also became the only hero to have a 4th solo movie, and he's set to remain a major presence in the Marvel Cinematic Universe for a long time to come. In the era after the original Avengers, when some had died and others had retired, with the team gradually fading away, this was nothing short of a miracle. And judging by the ending of Thor, Love and Thunder, it was clear that the 4th installment wasn't the finale. There would be a 5th, a 6th, maybe even a 7th. At this pace, collecting a full set of Dragon Balls to summon Shenron didn't seem impossible. Compared to the banter between those two, everyone else acted much more serious. Whether they understood the machinery or the flow of energy or not, they all crowded around the device, putting on a show of brainstorming ideas. But after all that discussion and so many attempts, they still hadn't found a solution. It wasn't until Professor Eric Selvig, who had been unconscious on the side, slowly came to after the double impact he'd suffered, like 2 negatives making a positive, that the group finally learned how to close the portal. Use Loki's scepter. Its energy, the Tesseract can't resist. It cannot withstand its own power, and I've left a back door. Professor Selvig declared, firm and decisive. At this point, no one on Earth, not even Thor or Loki, really knew about the Infinity Stones. They all assumed the Mind Scepter was merely a treasure created by the Tesseract. Though this understanding was a bit off, it didn't stop them from using it to shut down the activation device. But now, there was a problem. Where was Loki? Without Loki, they couldn't get the Mind Scepter from him, and without the scepter, they couldn't close the portal. It was a dead end. Since the Battle of Los Angeles, Loki hadn't shown himself on the main battlefield. He hadn't even come close to bask in the glory of the portal he'd opened. No one knew if he simply didn't care about what was happening here, or if he was actually afraid of Seiya, who'd once caused him so much pain. Besides, finding him was no easy feat. First, Loki could shapeshift. If he changed his face, facial recognition would be useless. Second, with the Tesseract activated, gamma rays were flooding everywhere, interfering with both observation and detection. That meant Bruce Banner and Tony Stark's earlier idea of tracking gamma rays with equipment was out the window as well. After some discussion, everyone realized that at this point, all they could do was wait. Wait for Loki to show up, then snatch the Mind Scepter from him and come back to seal the portal. In truth, Seiya knew of another way. The Eye of Agamotto hanging from the Ancient One's neck contained the Time Stone, which would also do the trick. According to the lore, the Infinity Stones could influence one another. If the Mind Scepter could pierce the Tesseract's force field, then surely the Time Stone could as well. But even if he mentioned this method, it was impossible to carry out. After all, it was the Ancient One. How could he possibly explain all this to her? He might not only fail to borrow the stone, but also end up in even deeper trouble, revealing himself as a time traveler and the owner of a system. From the very beginning, Seiya had never intended to close this portal easily, nor would he ever volunteer the idea. So the issue at hand had shifted to finding Loki. By this point, the plot of the Battle of New York had already spiraled in a direction even Seiya couldn't control or imagine. The portal in the sky remained wide open, relentlessly spewing out Chitauri soldiers and Leviathan behemoths. There was no sign of it stopping anytime soon. By now, the number of Chitauri flooding into Earth had already surpassed 10,000, most of them airborne troops. Thousands of flying crafts streaked across the sky, creating a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. The number of Leviathan behemoths had also exceeded 50. Their massive forms glided through the air, and even without attacking, their sheer presence alone was enough to make anyone feel suffocated by pressure. The sheer scale of the scene was even grander and more overwhelming than the iconic moment in Avengers Endgame, when every hero assembled to battle Thanos' army. So he even found himself wondering if, during Infinity War, Vision had been sent to the White House instead of Wakanda. Would Thanos' army have broken through the defenses and seized the Mind Stone so easily? Well, that old purple potato can open portals and teleport. Maybe it really wouldn't have been so easy to stop him. As for finding Loki, Seiya had no intention of taking part. After all, with the battle in New York raging on, he pretty much achieved his own goals. Destroying New York alone was enough. If he really managed to ruin all of America, then what? Should he just return home? It wasn't that Seiya didn't want to go back. He simply didn't dare, not with the harmonious divine beast guarding the homeland. Better to let America be. At least here, he had a place to throw tantrums and act out. On the roof of Star Tower, after a brief discussion, the Avengers decided to split up, some to search for Loki, others to join the frontline assault against the alien invaders. The members of the Great Wall Guardians stuck together, joining the Avengers' assault team. Banding together at least ensured their safety, and the military's missiles and artillery were less likely to target them by mistake. Seiya, on the other hand, sent a clone to accompany the group, while his real self slipped away quietly in search of Hinata. At the moment, among all the fish in Seiya's pond who were in New York, but not with the Great Wall Guardians, only Catwoman and Hinata remained. So you didn't need to worry about Catwoman. Cats have 9 lives. After all, if Catwoman really died here, she'd hardly be worthy of the title. Isn't there a saying, there are no wrong nicknames, only wrong names? With Catwoman's and her father's sly personalities, they probably fled the city the moment the alien showed up. The only one Seiya truly cared about was Hinata. Hinata had just arrived and wasn't familiar with New York. She had no one around to rely on. Her only cousin looked as frail as if he were destined for an early grave. So, she still needed someone to look after her. From the very beginning of the war, Seiya had sent a clone to stay by her side. Now that he had finished his mission of protecting the cosmic cube trigger device, he could finally go there in person. By the time his true self arrived at the middle school affiliated with Midtown High, a portion of the school buildings had already been demolished. Inside the campus, dozens of Chitauri soldiers had gathered. They were firing at a building, each blast shattering windows and cracking the exterior walls. From inside the building, screams echoed out from time to time. The moment Hinata saw him, the tension on her face melted away. She wanted to leap into Seiya's arms, but hesitated, afraid he'd look down on her. In the end, she stood frozen where she was, blushing as she called out softly, "Brother Yi, you're here." Brother Yi? Niji caught Hinata's expression, and with that name, he immediately realized that the person before him was Seiya, disguised with a transformation jutsu, but unmistakably Seiya. Brother Yi, what's really happening out there? Why are there so many strange people attacking us? Niji stepped forward, his voice taut with worry. He didn't care why Seiya had changed his appearance. His only duty and responsibility was to protect Hinata. But in a situation like this, he felt anything but safe. I'd always heard America was chaotic, and New York especially unsafe, but I never imagined it would be like this. Hearing Niji's complaint, the locals wanted to argue back, but couldn't find the words. After all, everything he said was true. Seiya chuckled, brushing it off. A bit of chaos is normal. In fact, things might get even messier in the future. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. With that, Seiya reached out to ruffle Hinata's hair, smiling as he asked, "Little Hinata, are you scared?" "Just a little." Hinata blushed and nodded, but quickly tried to put on a brave face. "But now that you're here, Brother Yi, I'm not afraid anymore." Seiya nodded approvingly. That's the spirit, a true daughter of the Xiang family. When facing danger, you don't complain or cower. If Uncle Xiang could see you now, he'd be proud and call you the future and the pride of the Xiang family. Standing to the side, Niji felt the words hit a bit close to home, but when he glanced at Hinata's bright, happy face after being praised, he said nothing, though his lips twitched. Just then, Seiya suddenly pointed outside. "Don't worry, those guys out there are nothing special. I'm going out to take care of them right now. You and your classmates will be safe in no time." As he spoke, Seiya was about to set off, but Hinata beside him reached out her small hand and tugged at the corner of his coat. "Brother Yi, can I go with you? I want to fight too. I don't want to be a burden." Her voice was soft, but her meaning was unmistakably clear. Niji, standing nearby, immediately grew anxious. "Hinata, you can't go out. You're the head of the family's daughter, the future leader. You can't risk anything happening to you. If anyone should go, it should be me." Hinata turned, looking at Niji with utter seriousness. "Brother Niji, it's already the 21st century. There's no need to keep talking about family heads and all that. Besides, I never wanted to be a family head. I just want to become strong. To stay by Brother Ye's side, to fight alongside him." Hinata silently finished the second half of her thought in her heart. Niji tried to protest further, but Hinata didn't even look at him. Instead, she turned her gaze, resolute, and spoke to Seiya. "Brother Yi, I want to go out with you. I want to become strong, just like you." Niji, desperate now, blurted out, "Hinata, you're a girl, you can't." "Enough. To learn is to master the 8 formations, to hold the command within one's sleeves. Throughout history, heroines have faced battle willingly. Why must a general always be a man?" With a loud shout, Seiya cut Niji off. "What's wrong with being a girl? Girls should be independent, strong, and brave. They are not born merely to rely on men or live as someone's shadow. Girls, too, can stand tall and become heroes in their own right. If you want to go out, then brother, you will take you. I'll show you what a real battlefield is like. Only when you've experienced it yourself can you become a true warrior, a hero in the making. No, brother Yi, Su-Yi, you can't do this. Niji shouted anxiously, trying to stop them, even calling Su-Yi by name. Su-Yi turned his head and gave him a sharp glare. You can either stay here and wait for our triumphant return, or keep your mouth shut and follow along, but don't blame me for not giving your uncle face. Niji was instantly silenced, wanting to argue but unable to muster the courage. With that, Su-Yi paid Niji no further mind. He strode over and kicked open the doors of the building, tossing aside the rice ball he had just shaped in his hand. Rasengan. Thanks to countless hours of practice in the woods with his Spider-Man clones, Su-Yi had finally mastered this technique. Not just the standard single-target attack, but the powerful, wide-area Great Ball Rasengan. The Great Ball Rasengan, about the size of a basketball, flew across the yard and struck the center. In a flash of white light, it exploded with a force like a bomb, sending a shockwave rippling out. Boom! After a thunderous explosion, half of the dozens of Chitauri soldiers in the courtyard collapsed to the ground. The rest were left reeling, looking utterly dazed and disoriented. 19 monsters left. Let's see who can take them down faster. With those words, Su-Yi dashed forward, seizing the initiative. Thanks to his spider sense, Su-Yi had no fear of the Chitauri soldiers' energy weapons. The moment danger was imminent, his senses would alert him even before a trigger was pulled, giving him ample time to dodge and stay safe. As for Hinata, once she activated her Byakugan, the X-ray vision allowed her to clearly perceive the flow of energy inside her enemies, while its insight granted her a full 360-degree field of view. So unless she was caught in a tight encirclement and overwhelmed by concentrated ranged fire, there was no real danger to Hinata from just a handful of Chitauri soldiers. Besides, Hinata also had Niji by her side, someone who would rather sacrifice himself than let any harm come to her. That gave Su-Yi even greater peace of mind. In no time at all, Su-Yi closed in on 10 Chitauri soldiers, dispatching each with swift precision, his kunai striking true every time. Meanwhile, with Niji's help, Hinata quickly eliminated 9 Chitauri soldiers as well. Though she personally took down only 3, for a 12-year-old girl raised in times of peace, it was an extraordinary accomplishment. Not bad. Su-Yi returned to Hinata's side, giving her a big thumbs up. I could tell this was your first real battle, but your performance on the field was clean and decisive. Your use of the Byakugan and gentle fist was as skilled as ever. Hinata's eyes curved into delighted crescents. It's all thanks to you, Brother Yi. If you hadn't sparred with me these past few days, I never could have done this well. You've got yourself to thank for that. Su-Yi tousled her hair affectionately. How do you feel about your first time taking a life? Any discomfort? Hinata blinked in surprise. Taking a life? Weren't they just monsters? Su-Yi grinned. You're right. They're just monsters. Nothing to feel bad about. Turning to Niji, Su-Yi nodded approvingly. Your moves were sharp, your instincts on point, and your power impressive. As expected from the most talented son of the Seiya family, you've done your family proud. Unconsciously, Niji lifted his chin, wearing an expression that seemed to say, I already know I'm amazing. No need for your praise. Ignoring Niji's little display of pride, Su-Yi just chuckled and led Hinata toward the school gates. Most of the Chitauri inside the school had been concentrated in the courtyard, and that last wave had wiped them all out. If they wanted more experience, they'd have to head outside. Noticing this, Niji silently followed behind. Although he still disapproved of Su-Ye's actions, believing that taking Lady Hinata out for fun was far too frivolous, his displeasure remained internal. He no longer openly voiced his objections. The experience of killing a monster with his own hands was nothing like his usual training, hitting wooden posts or sparring with his father. That sensation of delivering unrestrained blows, each strike landing on living flesh, left Niji a little intoxicated. Watching the creature collapse before him, a surge of accomplishment welled up inside. Brother Yi may be a bit unreliable in his methods, but he wasn't wrong. Only by facing a real battlefield can one become a true warrior. Inwardly, Niji agreed with Su-Ye's approach, but he would never admit it out loud. I'm only doing this to protect Hinata. Killing monsters? That's just something I do along the way. Su-Ye merely smiled and said nothing. After leaving the campus, it was obvious that there were many more Chitauri soldiers outside. Not just foot soldiers, but plenty of flying troopers weaving through the air. Every so often, a Leviathan beast would soar overhead, crashing into buildings and bringing them down in a shower of rubble. Fortunately, the area around Midtown High's junior school didn't have many tall buildings. Most structures were low-rise and less conspicuous, so not many Chitauri soldiers targeted them for attack. The only foes they encountered were infantry who had jumped down from the Leviathans, or the unlucky ones shot out of their aircraft, gathering in small clusters, merging into larger squads, and launching indiscriminate attacks on any human they saw. With fewer monsters here, the military saw no need to unleash heavy fire or missiles in the vicinity, so the trio's safety was relatively assured. Their purpose in coming out was to gain experience, not to rack up kills as quickly as possible, so they moved at a leisurely pace, often stopping altogether for just a couple of monsters. Seiya would herd these creatures together and let Hinata take them on alone, honing her close combat jujitsu and the reflexes of her Byakugan. The results were impressive, but just as the three of them were enjoying their monster hunting spree, Seiya's phone suddenly rang. The moment he answered, his mother's anxious voice burst through the speaker. "Xiaoyi, where are you? Are you at home or at school? The news says something's happened in New York. Are you okay?" Seiya held the phone a little away from his ear. With his super hearing, her urgent voice was especially piercing. "Mom, I'm fine. I'm just out having fun with Hinata and Niji right now." "Playing? You're still in the mood to play? You need to leave New York right now. Go to Boston, go to Washington, anywhere is fine. Then catch a flight home immediately. Forget about this school. You're not going back." Seiya's mother's voice was urgent, but in the background, the calm, unhurried tone of old Sue could be vaguely heard. "Why do you want him to come back now? Everything's peaceful and carefree back home. What's the point of raising him to be a spoiled, idle rich kid? There's no need to. Run. Just stay in New York. Those aliens don't seem all that impressive anyway. It's the perfect chance to get some real practice in. Treat it like a battlefield. When we were young, everyone had to fight tooth and nail on the battlefield. How can you see a rainbow if you don't weather the storm first? It's good for boys to suffer a little." At that, Seiya's mother barely spared any more words for Seiya, turning instead to unleash a torrent of scolding on old Sue. "This is all your fault. I told you to teach the child more, but you wouldn't listen. You gave him that practice scroll, and you even sealed off all the later parts. If anything happens to our son over there, I'll never forgive you." "What could possibly happen?" Old Sue muttered under his breath, though his voice lacked conviction. "Of course you're not worried. It's not your flesh and blood. Men are all the same, heartless, every last one of you." Oomph. On the other end, old Sue fell completely silent. "Xiaoya," Seiya's mother snapped back to him with a completely different tone after finishing her tirade at old Sue. "Your father's hopeless. He's always been unreliable since he was a boy. I'll deal with him later. But right now, there's no time for you to start learning something new. Here's what we'll do. I'll teach you a new technique. Listen carefully." Seiya couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Truly, no one in the world cares for you like your mother. Even across thousands of miles, she was still worried about his safety. And then there was old Sue. Seiya's lips curled up in a mischievous grin. "So you won't let me come home to be a spoiled heir and want me to stay here and risk my life fighting aliens? Is that it? Just you wait. I'll tell everyone. That Terry is your real son. Let's see how you like tasting a bit of hardship and weathering some storms yourself. We'll see if you ever find a rainbow." As he plotted his revenge against old Sue in his heart, Seiya's ears didn't miss a word of his mother's instructions for the new technique. Once he'd finished listening, Seiya frowned. The new technique was impressive, no doubt about it, but his mother wanted him to try it right away. That made him hesitate. Wasn't this a bit too much? The technique she'd passed down across the distance was called the art of spirit summoning. Strictly speaking, it was a summoning spell. By using it, he could conjure a spirit beast out of thin air. Apparently, old Sue had learned this from his own master, and the summoned spirit beasts were all from the same lineage. Seiya's face twisted even further. So old Sue actually had a master? That was a real surprise. Could it be that his master was that guy who drew those comic books? So, was old Sue led astray by that lecherous immortal, and then, as a bonus, ended up leading Seiya astray as well? So, the real reason Seiya has so many girlfriends actually traces back to this? But none of that is the main point. The real issue is that Seiya's mother wants him to go ahead and perform the summoning jutsu, to call forth the summoning beast and form a contract with it. In Jiraiya's line, the summoning jutsu brings forth the toads of Mount Mayaboku. But when Naruto Uzumaki first tried out the summoning jutsu, what did he summon again? Wasn't it a tadpole? Could he really summon something like that in front of Hinata? Well, if he could summon a few billion at once, maybe that would be worth considering. Even though Hinata is only 12, if she used the transformation jutsu to look like an 8-year-old cough. But right now, with the way Hinata looks up to Seiya, her admiration just overflowing. If he went through all that effort only to summon a single tadpole in front of her, wouldn't that shatter his image and destroy her idol worship? Seiya really didn't want to do it, but on the other end of the phone, his mother kept urging him, insisting that he had to try it right away. At last, with no way out, Seiya could only sigh, go through the hand signs, boar, dog, rooster, monkey, sheep, then slam his palm down onto the ground. Summoning jutsu. As he struck the ground, Seiya silently prayed in his heart. No tadpoles, please, anything but a tadpole. With a loud bang, a cloud of white smoke exploded in front of Seiya, billowing up like steam from a boiling cauldron, shooting 20 or 30 meters into the air. When the smoke finally cleared, a colossal figure appeared before him. Looking up at the towering figure, nearly 20 meters tall, Seiya's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Beside him, Hinata and Niji were so startled their white eyes almost rolled back. Well, to be fair, their eyes are always white. This giant, close to 20 meters tall, wore a long robe reminiscent of the ancient flying fish attire from the Dragon Kingdom, a long pipe clamped between his lips, a massive embroidered spring saber at his waist, his skin covered in warts, and a scar several meters long slashing across the corner of one eye. Taking in this sight, Seiya felt utterly at a loss for words. He had hoped he wouldn't summon a tadpole, and figured he probably wouldn't. After all, his power now far surpassed Naruto's when he first learned the summoning jutsu. No need to ask, this was clearly thanks to the system. But in Seiya's imagination, at most he'd summon Gamakichi, and if it was the size of a teddy bear, he'd already count himself lucky. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect to summon Gamabunta himself, the Toad Boss and Gamakichi's father. And not only did this Toad Boss look the part, but the flying fish robe and the embroidered spring saber made him look nothing like the one from Naruto at all. So, in the Naruto series, not only did the surnames of people like Niji Hyuga and Hinata Hyuga get changed, but even Gamabunta has been localized into a Chinese-style character now. The adaptation is really thorough. Of course, for Seiya, this is definitely a good thing. As a son of the Dragon Kingdom, it only makes sense for him to summon a creature dressed in traditional Dragon Kingdom attire. If he were to summon a creature in a kimono with a katana at its side, now that would feel out of place. Honestly, the embroidered spring blade and the flying fish robe do give away a lot. It's pretty easy to guess that this toad has something to do with the Dragon Kingdom. But then again, it doesn't really matter. Westerners can barely tell the difference between the faces of people from the East. How could they possibly distinguish between Eastern cultures? Hello there, Boss Toad. Seiya jumped up and greeted the big toad. It said that toads and frogs have poor static vision, so if he didn't jump, he was afraid the toad wouldn't notice him. Boss Toad looked down, fixing Seiya with a regal, slightly disdainful glance, and replied with a hint of irritation. And you are? I'm Seiya, my dad is Sumutian. Seiya quickly introduced himself, hoping his father's reputation would help. Sure enough, as soon as he heard Seiya's father's name, Boss Toad's expression immediately softened. Oh, your little Tion's son. I even held you when you were a baby. It's been years. You've grown up so much. Handsome too. Even more dashing than your father was at your age. Ha ha. Seiya. So, it's not just the look. His personality has changed too? This friendly neighborhood uncle way of speaking is oddly endearing. As Boss Toad was chatting with Seiya, he suddenly spotted a squad of Chitauri soldiers in the distance, flying toward them in formation on their small aircraft. Clearly, this sudden appearance of a giant toad made them see it as an ally of the Earthlings, an enemy to be eliminated. From afar, the Chitauri soldiers raised their guns, preparing to fire a volley. But just then, a thick, long shadow suddenly lashed out from Boss Toad's mouth. With a swift flick in the air, a dozen Chitauri soldiers vanished in an instant. Boss Toad closed his mouth, his cheeks moving as he chewed. At last, he opened his mouth and spat. Pa, what kind of bugs were those? They taste awful. Hinata and Niji were so shocked, they couldn't utter a word. They stared blankly at Boss Toad, their little heads spinning with questions. What's going on with these guys? Is Earth in danger again? Boss Toad asked lazily after spitting. Seiya keenly picked up on the word again. Boss Toad, when was the last time Earth was in danger? What kind of danger was it? The worldview of this universe would gradually unfold and expand with each card Seiya revealed. However, the problem was he received no patch notes or update logs, no hints at all. That meant he had to figure everything out for himself, to explore and discover as he went. The old toad let out a grunt. Go ask your father yourself. I don't have time to explain things to you. With that, the old toad narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on a massive leviathan beast that was slowly flying in their direction. For a brief moment, a sharp glint flickered in his eyes, and one of his hands came to rest on the hilt of his enormous embroidered spring blade. These alien mongrels, barely a decade has passed, and they've already forgotten the lesson they learned on Earth. Looks like we went too easy on them last time. As he spoke, the old toad kept his eyes locked on the leviathan beast that was almost upon them, his grip tightening around the sword handle. His gaze sharpened, and with a sudden burst, he shouted aloud. Atui! In an instant, a thick glob of old viscous spit shot from his mouth and landed with a heavy smack right on the head of the oncoming leviathan beast. Seiya felt the urge to retort well up inside him, rising all the way up to the top of his head. All that build-up, and I thought for sure you were about to draw your sword. But in the end, you just spat? Alright, kidding aside, of course it wasn't spit. It was ninjutsu. Water-style, gunshot sphere. A massive orb of water, fired like a cannonball, slammed directly into the Leviathan's head and brought its charge to a halt. Yet the creature's colossal body, driven by sheer momentum, kept pushing forward. Next came a cacophony of crunching, grinding sounds as the gigantic Leviathan beast pressed in on itself like an accordion, its entire head squashed deep into its body. After a thunderous, mournful wail, the entire Leviathan lurched and toppled, like a mountain of gold or a fallen jade column, crashing down onto the earth with a tremendous boom. Across from them, the old toad simply gave a cold snort. Trash. Little coconut, you were just a kid back then. You didn't experience that great war. The old toad looked down at Seiya. But that's all right. Now, that so many of these ugly brutes have shown up, though they're not nearly as strong as the ones we fought before, at least we have plenty of them. Come on, climb onto Grandpa's back. I'll show you what it means to be truly unmatched on the battlefield. The old toad's righteous fury and his utter enmity toward the aliens was clear as day. Seeing this, Seiya thought it best not to interfere, not to mention that he couldn't very well admit these aliens were let in on purpose, and that he'd left the metaphorical door wide open for them. From the look of things, even if this were America and the aliens posed no threat to the Dragon Kingdom, the old toad would never stand by and let them run rampant. Compared to that, being called Little Coconut or having the old toad claim to be his grandpa was hardly worth mentioning. Can I bring little Hinata along? Her father is Hayashi Hyuga. So you looked up and asked, the daughter of that white-eyed guy? Sure, bring her along, the great toad boss replied, sounding surprisingly friendly toward old Sue and his companions. Without another word, Seiya wrapped his arm around Hinata's slender waist. With a swift leap, they both landed atop the toad boss's massive head. With a loud puff, 2 clouds of smoke burst open, and the pair transformed into 2 small lumps, squatting comfortably on the toad boss's head, as if they belonged there all along. The toad boss paid them no mind and called out, "Hold on tight." Then, with a tremendous jump, he launched himself more than 1,000 meters forward. Back at their original spot, Niji suddenly felt he was in the wrong place. He ought to be under the car, not here. After all, his father also possessed the Byakugan and had done the very same thing as his uncle. So why couldn't he ride atop the toad boss for a bit of fun? Was it simply because he was a boy? Niji's sorrow was understood by some, but cared about by none. Meanwhile, the 2 lumps were experiencing the exhilarating rush of a free-fall ride. After his giant leap, the toad boss landed directly beneath a massive Leviathan beast. In an instant, he gripped his sword, swung it with a powerful flourish, and a cold flash of steel cut through the air. With a slicing sound, the blade swept past, and the enormous Leviathan in the sky seemed oblivious, continuing to soar forward. But as it flew, its body was mysteriously cleaved in 2, the halves plummeting to the ground, crushing buildings dozens of meters high to rubble. Toad boss, you're awesome. Toad boss, you're the best. Hearing the cheers from above, the toad boss cracked a small smile. This was only the beginning. When Grandpa said he would go all out, did they really think he was joking? Without acknowledging their shouts, the toad boss bent his legs, and with another mighty leap, shot like a cannonball toward another distant Leviathan. This time, the beast was much higher off the ground, soaring dozens of meters above. The sword couldn't quite reach, but the toad boss didn't care. Leaping into the air, he brought the blade down with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, the Leviathan was sliced clean in 2, both halves slamming heavily to the ground. Not pausing for an instant, the toad boss landed, sprang up again, and charged at yet another Leviathan monster. Slash, land, leap, slash, again and again. With each jump, the toad boss struck, and every single time, yet another Leviathan came crashing down without exception. His rampage did not go unnoticed by the military. Having such a powerful ally to swiftly clear out the alien invaders was undoubtedly a boon, but as always, there were some who saw things differently. What's the deal with that giant toad? Why is it here? The person speaking was a high-ranking military official. It was obvious that he wasn't just displeased with the toad. His words hinted at something more. He knew this toad. Contact Lao Long immediately. Find out what's going on. Who authorized them to act here as they please? We're already in a state of war. If they're interfering without permission, what exactly are they trying to do? From the military's perspective, New York was already in ruins. There was nothing left to lose. They had no choice but to swallow the bitter reality of their losses. To the outside world, they could always say, "Easy for you to talk when it isn't your city. No one could have handled this better than we did, given the circumstances." But that only worked if everything was handled swiftly and alone. Now, With the alien ships still pouring in from the sky, there was no hope for a quick resolution. All they had left was the claim that they'd faced it alone. And then, that toad, the very same one that had appeared more than a decade ago, long believed to be on the Dragon Nation's side, showed up. Plenty of people recognized the toad. And now, with it so active on the battlefield, even if the war ended this very moment, many would doubtless give credit to the toad and the old dragon standing behind it. So what is this? We lose a whole city, but Lao Long walks away with all the glory? Damn it all. Over at the council, Alexander Pierce came knocking as well. But Zheng Xian simply replied, "That toad isn't under our jurisdiction." A single rogue toad had suddenly drawn the eyes of countless people. It wasn't just the military. On the Chitauri side, reinforcements started pouring in as well. Dozens of Leviathan beasts and countless Chitauri soldiers surged toward the toad, forming a black tidal wave. Seeing this, the toad boss stopped leaping about. Instead, he stood firm in the midst of that torrent, as solid as a boulder, brandishing his massive spring-autumn blade. Every Leviathan that came close was cleaved in two with a single blow. Chitauri soldiers that charged him were met with sweeping strikes and a lightning-fast tongue, and every so often he'd unleash a jutsu, blasting them to smithereens. To put it bluntly, the Toad boss alone was a bulwark, a line of defense stronger than the entire Avengers combined. However, as the Toad boss fought on, Sui noticed something odd. Most of the time, the Toad boss relied on physical combat, wielding his massive, dozen-meter-long blade with sweeping, almost effortless grace. Against the Leviathans, one strike was always enough. When it came to ninjutsu, however, he used it sparingly. Even when he did, it was almost always water style, Toad oil bullet, and throughout the entire battle, not once did he use fire style. He never once teamed up with Sui to unleash that devastating fire style, Toad oil flame bullet attack, either. This struck Sui as rather odd, and in the end, he just came out and asked directly, "Boss Toad, why aren't you using fire style? Wouldn't that take out the enemy even faster?" As Sui asked, he wondered to himself if maybe Boss Toad was simply merciful by nature, unwilling to add more suffering to the city. After all, these people had already endured enough. How could they possibly survive another inferno, especially one fueled by oil? But the answer Boss Toad gave was something Sui hadn't expected at all. Though these guys are trash, both their bodies and the tech on them are actually pretty valuable. So what? Sui was still completely in the dark. Xiao Tian asked me to bring some back. Xiao Tan, that was Su Mu Tian, old Su. Had he already talked things over with Boss Toad ahead of time? And he told him to bring some of these things back? Bring them where? Mount Mayaboku? That couldn't be it. Mount Mayaboku was home to toads, and bringing back all these inedible things would only pollute the environment and waste space. Clearly, bring them back meant bringing them to Old Su. And what would Old Su do with all this stuff? He certainly wouldn't just sell it off to a scrapyard. He'd turn it in. Sui sighed. For the first time, he felt he'd been bested by Old Su when it came to foresight and resolve. Even though Old Su hadn't set foot on the battlefield, and the dragons were on the other side of the world, unable to appear here, he'd still managed to help the Dragon Clan secure a sizable haul of spoils through this clever means. And these spoils were all the result of Boss Toad's own hand, cutting down the enemy himself. If they wanted to take them away, the Americans wouldn't have any grounds for complaint whatsoever. Impressive. My old man is truly something. Sui decided to keep his mouth shut, not saying another word, silently watching the action unfold. Deep down, he reminded himself once again, the system belongs to Old Su, not to me. That's the reality. The storm created by the broadsword, Shouchen Dao, raged on for a full half-hour. During that time, next to Boss Toad, the corpses of Leviathan beasts and Chitauri soldiers piled up into a veritable mountain, stretching hundreds of meters high, with countless bodies among them. There were even quite a few downed fighter jet wrecks, F-22S, F-35S, and the like, many of them still largely intact. After half an hour of relentless slashing, Boss Toad was visibly exhausted, his chakra almost depleted, and his breathing had grown heavy and labored. Fortunately, after realizing that their sacrifices weren't yielding enough reward, the Chitauri stopped blindly attacking this area. Instead, they shifted their focus and began to target other places. Little Coconut, did you have fun today? The Toad boss sat atop a towering pile of bones, his voice calm and even. It felt just like a grandfather who, after taking his grandchild to the amusement park for a day, glances at the time and gently suggests it's time to head home for dinner. To be honest, when Sui first set out, everything felt fresh and exciting. Sitting here watching the Toad boss slay monsters was like piloting a giant robot. Seeing those massive beasts cleaved in two from a first-person perspective was nothing short of breathtaking. It's just a pity that he wasn't the one in control, so the experience, while impressive, lacked a certain thrill. But if he said that out loud, the Toad boss, who'd been fighting for hours, would probably feel a bit hurt. Toad boss, can we keep going? There's still plenty of monsters over there. Seiya asked with a grin. Haha, still not had enough. The Toad boss chuckled, just as expected. If you're not satisfied, we'll come again next time. We've already been out long enough today. If we don't get back soon, folks at home will start to worry. Next chance we get, I'll take you to Mount Mayaboku for some real fun. As the Toad boss spoke, he sheathed his spring blade, while Seiya's eyes lit up with excitement. Go to Mount Mayaboku? For what? To play with toads? Of course not. If he really made it to Mount Mayaboku, he'd definitely seize the chance to learn Sage Jutsu. And after that, would he finally be able to activate Sage Mode? When that time came, Seiya's strength would take a true leap forward. He wouldn't have to keep relying on Spider-Man's old tricks anymore. After he finished speaking, the Toad boss reached into his robes and rummaged around, eventually pulling out a massive scroll. This scroll was over 10 meters long. Who knew where he'd been hiding it all this time? He unfurled the enormous scroll, revealing a tapestry of words and illustrations, then slapped it down onto the ground beneath him. With a mighty bang, a cloud of thick smoke erupted, completely engulfing the mountain of Leviathan corpses, Chitauri soldier remains, and the wreckage of flying machines. When the smoke cleared, both the Toad boss and the mountain were gone without a trace, leaving only Seiya and Hinata standing dazed on the now empty ground. He really took everything with him, Seiya muttered, scratching his head. The Toad boss had carted off about half the Leviathans and Chitauri soldiers from the battlefield, a truly monumental appetite. If the military saw this, would they be moved to tears? Let's get going too. No sense in sticking around and attracting unnecessary trouble. Seiya called out to Hinata, and the two of them quickly used the transformation jutsu to assume new appearances, then quietly slipped away from the scene. At that moment, across the entire battlefield, the flood of Chitauri soldiers and Leviathan beasts finally began to slow. It seemed that the war between humanity and the Chitauri had reached a turning point. Meanwhile, the Avengers received some good news. After a thorough search, they had finally tracked down Loki's whereabouts. Contrary to everyone's expectations, he wasn't hiding away, plotting some even more sinister scheme. Launching an interplanetary annihilation against Earth civilization was already the grandest of his plans. As it turned out, Loki's disappearance was simply because he had accidentally wandered into the New York Sanctum, the domain of the sorcerers, and encountered the Ancient One. He was promptly trapped inside the mirror dimension, unable to escape. No one really knows what trouble Loki's infamous mouth had caused, but when the Avengers arrived, even the Ancient One, normally the picture of serenity, unmoved by worldly affairs, showed rare signs of displeasure and even anger. In the end, it was Thor who invoked his father Odin's name and offered a sincere apology before the Ancient One tossed out the Mind Scepter. Still, both Thor and Loki remained trapped within the mirror dimension. That's right, Thor was locked inside as well. Given the circumstances, it all made perfect sense. With the Mind Scepter in hand, the fate of the Asgardian brothers became unimportant. The Avengers took the scepter, preparing to close the portal, and it was at this moment that Seiya offered a small suggestion. This mushroom bomb isn't much use just sitting here. Why not give it to them as a gesture of thanks? His proposal was immediately and unanimously approved by the Avengers, who all agreed that when it came to the art of reciprocity, Seiya, the guardian of the Great Wall, had mastered it. Seiya just shrugged, as if it was nothing special. If others leave me in peace, I return the favor. But if they cross me, I won't let it slide. Such a simple truth, yet it gives one pause. On the rooftop of Stark Tower, a box engraved with a bat emblem was opened. With one hand, Seiya lifted out the mushroom bomb, which weighed several hundred kilograms. This simple display instantly made several Avengers furrow their brows. Such raw, physical strength, probably only Captain America on their side could manage that. This guardian of the Great Wall was truly something else. Unfazed, Seiya tossed the mushroom bomb to Max. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Go return the favor for them. Max's wide grin gleamed with excitement. Consider it done. Half a minute later, the tail of the mushroom bomb flickered back to life, blazing into a trail of fire as it shot up toward the flower-shaped portal in the sky. Max transformed into a bolt of electricity, staying close by to shield the mushroom bomb, while Iron Man soared into the air to join the escort. With their protection, the mushroom bomb smoothly entered the portal, and, in the eyes of both men, burst into a brilliant ball of fire. Now, close the gate, someone shouted. With a commanding yell, the Mind Scepter pierced the shield around the Tesseract. The energy beam ceased, the portal began to close, and both Max and Iron Man dropped back down from the sky. At the very instant the portal sealed, all across the city, The flying Leviathan beasts and Chitauri soldiers, still locked in battle, suddenly went limp, as if someone had pulled the plug, losing all consciousness and ability to move. Though the falling Leviathans and Chitauri corpses caused some unintended casualties among the military on the ground, nothing could dampen the rising tide of victory. Yes, we did it. We held the line. We protected Earth. We're the strongest there is. Victory, victory, victory. It seemed the Battle of New York had finally reached its closing chapter. Yet, even as the cheers of triumph echoed through the city, atop a battered, half-ruined skyscraper, looking as if it had been abandoned, several figures appeared. No one knew when they'd arrived. They were of different shapes and heights, but clearly belonged to the same organization, clad in matching uniforms. Each wore a black, high-collared robe embroidered with red cloud patterns. The joy of victory was fleeting, and quickly, a heavy sorrow descended over New York. In the aftermath, incomplete statistics revealed that more than half the city's civilians had been killed or wounded during the Chitauri invasion, with the majority of casualties concentrated in the bustling heart of the city. The number of destroyed buildings was beyond counting. Manhattan, in particular, had been left almost flattened, its once soaring skyscrapers now reduced to shattered ruins, broken walls standing amid the debris. After all, this was the very spot where the Chitauri had descended, the epicenter of the battlefield, so it was no surprise that the devastation was greatest here. The direct and indirect economic losses from this battle were almost beyond calculation. Stark Industries' headquarters was nearly the only building in Manhattan left intact. Because the Tesseract's activation device was located there, both sides had deliberately avoided targeting it directly, allowing it to survive largely unscathed. Aside from that, even the headquarters of the Great Wall Guardians, the Osborne Group Tower, had suffered varying degrees of damage. As for the rest, there was little hope left to mention. Oh, and by the way, the sanctuary survived intact as well. The building itself isn't very tall, and with the ancient one there, it's no surprise it wasn't destroyed. Standing atop the ruins of the Osborne Tower, Seiya gazed out over the devastated city below. An indescribable feeling welled up in his heart, something he couldn't quite put into words. Before, whether it was silencing the mushroom bomb or guarding the portal to keep it open, he'd thrown himself into it with real enthusiasm. But now, as he looked at the city that was nearly reduced to rubble, he suddenly felt a pang of guilt, almost a momentary regret for his own actions. The destruction of the city, the countless casualties. Anyone saying they weren't moved by a scene like this would be lying. Even a cat sheds a tear for a mouse now and then. Why shouldn't a crocodile have its tears? Still, if he really thought about it, Seiya didn't believe he'd done anything wrong from start to finish. Take the mushroom bomb, for example. Even if he hadn't sent Max to silence it, with the sheer number of Chitauri swarming the portal, Iron Man would have had almost no chance of getting it through. The best outcome might have been Iron Man blowing up the bomb at the edge of the portal, causing limited damage, but making no real difference to the outcome of the war. And Seiya had only acted to keep himself from dying in the explosion, for his own survival. Who can blame a person for looking out for themselves? As for the Mind Scepter, even if Seiya had brought it up earlier, it wouldn't have mattered. They simply couldn't find it. Loki had brought his own downfall, provoking the Ancient One and ending up trapped in a mirror dimension. Who else was to blame for that? So, all things considered, not only was Seiya not at fault, but he'd later summoned Boss Toad, who helped take down so many Leviathans and Chitauri soldiers. From a certain point of view, Boss Toad's appearance had even changed the course of the entire war. In this battle, Seiya's contributions far outweighed any mistakes, by a wide margin. Of course, even if that's how Seiya felt, he couldn't let it show on his face. Instead, he kept a solemn expression, as if genuinely weighed down by sorrow. Don't feel bad, Xiaoyi. Things will get better. Harry stepped up beside Seiya, throwing an arm around his shoulder, his face brimming with confidence. When our ancestors came to this land, it was nothing but wilderness. Hundreds of years ago, they turned that barren place into the bustling heart of Manhattan. Hundreds of years later, we certainly won't do any worse. Seiya nodded. As a native, hearing that kind of optimism was exactly what he needed. I'll keep an eye on things at the company. Why don't you take a break? Harry offered again. Seiya couldn't help but feel a little moved. He'd never realized just how thoughtful Harry could be. Shaking his head, Seiya brushed aside those distracting thoughts and turned to look at Harry. You've been fighting for a long time, too, and you've had it even tougher than I have. Why don't you go get some rest? I can stay here and keep watch. He had barely finished speaking when his eyebrows suddenly knit together, and his expression grew instantly grave. Xiaoyi, what's wrong? Harry was just about to ask when, from far away, a muffled rumble sounded, as if something had exploded somewhere in the city. Both of them turned toward the window. In the distance, a column of white smoke was rising, and above it, something white was circling in the sky. Harry's brow furrowed at once. What is that? Are there still Chitauri stragglers? I thought when the portal closed, they all went down. How could this be happening? As Harry spoke, Seiya swung his arm. The web shooter on his wrist fired a strand of webbing, pulling the winged glider from the corner of the wall right into his hand. Harry didn't know exactly where the explosion had happened, but Seiya knew the blast had come from the location of Midtown High School's junior section. Not long ago, he had just left a clone there before moving on. And in that very explosion, his clone had been obliterated. I'll go check it out. Without another word, Seiya grabbed the glider, leapt out the window, flipped in midair, and landed firmly on the glider. Its thrusters flared, propelling him swiftly toward the site of the explosion. Xiaoyi, scout out the situation first, but don't take any rash action. I'll go get backup right now, wait for us. Harry's voice crackled in Seiya's earpiece. Moments later, several gliders, trailing flames, shot out from the top of the Oscorp building. Not far away, atop Stark Tower, the Avengers were taking a break. The city was battered and broken, and even if their favorite Turkish kebab place had survived, it couldn't open for business. For now, they could only make do and regroup where they could. As they ate, they suddenly saw several figures launching from the roof of Oscorp Tower. What's going on? Where are they headed? Are there still places where the fighting hasn't ended? No idea. Should we go check it out? Tony Stark suited up in his Iron Man armor, and the others boarded the Quinjet. The Avengers set out once more. By this time, Seiya was already closing in on the site of the incident. A closer look revealed that the white object circling in the air was not a Chitauri aircraft at all. It was a giant bird. A great bird, pure white from head to toe, with hardly a mark of any other color. Its shape, however, was odd. There were no feather patterns on its body, and its wings and neck looked as if they'd been cut out with scissors, giving it an uncanny, unnatural appearance. No matter how you looked at it, this didn't seem like a species that could have evolved naturally. In fact, it felt more like something molded from dough. And standing on the back of this giant bird was a man clad in a long black robe adorned with red clouds. His golden hair fell forward in long bangs, while the rest was tied up in a ponytail atop his head. The moment you saw him, there was no doubt left. The giant bird had indeed been crafted by hand. As for this man's identity, Seiya already knew it well. He was a member of the Akatsuki from Naruto, an artist to his core, obsessed with the idea that true art was found in explosions. The madman, Deidara. But what was he doing here? And if Deidara had appeared, where were the other members of Akatsuki? Akatsuki, in the world of Naruto, was an organization originally formed by 3 orphans, founded with the hope of bringing peace to their homeland. As a youthful group full of ideals and ambition, they nearly set the world ablaze with their cause. But the human heart is the hardest thing to fathom, and it is also the most fickle. Some rejected their vision, making conflict inevitable. Eventually, the leader was forced into a duel with his right-hand man. Predictably, the brave, cheerful, and optimistic leader died, and the more radical second-in-command took over. His mindset had already changed, and with a little coaxing from those with ulterior motives, everything shifted in an instant. Their ultimate goal of peace didn't change, but their means and methods became increasingly extreme. And so, Akatsuki transformed into an organization of darkness. Feared and hated by all, yet unstoppable in their strength, Akatsuki's numbers were few, barely a dozen. But every member was a master among masters. They also had a habit. Members always worked in pairs. Each had a partner. They carried out missions together, supporting and watching out for each other. Deidara was no exception. His partner was Sasori, a master puppeteer who even turned his own body into a puppet, a true deviant. Together, they made quite the pair, the madman and the deviant. In fact, madmen and deviants seemed to make up the bulk of the major characters in the Naruto world. Just a few minutes earlier, while Seiya's main self was chatting idly with Harry in the Osborn Group skyscraper, his clone was practicing taijutsu with Hinata. After witnessing the power of the mighty Toad boss, Hinata's desire to grow stronger blazed even brighter. She didn't hope to be of significant help to Seiya in future battles. All she wanted was not to hold him back. Brother Yi, please push me as hard as you can. I promise I won't let you down. With Hinata's reassurance, Seiya was naturally at ease. As for training, the first part definitely required his real self. But for the rest, his clones could handle it perfectly well. So, while the Avengers were still celebrating their victory, Hinata had already begun sparring with Seiya's clone, much to Niji's exasperation as he rolled his eyes from the sidelines. I wish I could get some of Brother Ye's one-on-one after-class coaching too. For a fleeting moment, Niji found himself oddly resentful of his own gender. If only he were a girl, he thought, maybe he could have joined them on top of Boss Toad's head, gazing at the scenery. If only he were a girl, maybe Brother Yi would show him the same special attention. Too bad. He was born the wrong way. Hinata and Seiya's training inevitably involved the use of chakra, and it just so happened that, circling overhead after the big battle, Deidara noticed them. Deidara was on the hunt for a tailed beast. The Akatsuki knew the Nine Tails was sealed inside Seiya, but they had no idea how to find him, until Boss Toad's arrival pointed them in the right direction. After all, in New York, the only one who could summon the toads of Mount Mayaboku had to be Seiya. No question about it. So Deidara soared through the sky on a giant bird sculpted from his signature clay, searching from above. Deidara's unique talent was transforming clay into all sorts of powerful weapons, especially bombs. His motto, explosion is art. It didn't take long for Deidara to spot Hinata and Seiya's clone. With an artist's zeal, he lobbed a clay bomb down toward them, as if tossing a stone to test the waters. He never expected it to actually blow up Seiya's clone on the spot. When Seiya's real body arrived at the scene, Deidara was muttering to himself in his usual manic way. A mighty Nine Tails Jinchuriki. And that's all it took to take you out? Where's the Nine Tails? Don't tell me my explosion was enough to blow it away too? That can't be right. The truth was, Seiya's clone had sacrificed itself to save Hinata. A twist of fate, but one Deidara couldn't possibly have known. And being the eccentric he was, there's no way he'd believe such an absurd explanation. No way. Absolutely impossible. That guy must have used a ninja trick. Maybe a substitution jutsu. The one I blew up was just a decoy. Clapping his hands in sudden realization, Deidara looked up to see Seiya rushing toward him. The confusion and anxiety on his face instantly turned to delight. Huh, I knew you couldn't be dead. Where'd you hide just now? I never even noticed you swap in a substitute. Seiya didn't reply. He stood on his glider, scanning the surroundings. And your partner? Where's she hiding? Why not both come out? Maybe we can have a little chat. Compared to Deidara, obsessed as he was with his artistic pursuits, his partner Sasori was just as stubborn, but at least he was more willing to talk. In fact, in the original story, he had even been defeated by the power of persuasion. Perhaps he could try using some lines from the original story to win him over. Who knows, he might even recruit a formidable new warrior for the Great Wall Defenders. But instead, Deidara flew into a rage. You're facing Lord Deidara now. Whether I have backup or not, you're as good as dead today. Hand over the tailed beast, and do it quietly. As he spoke, a mouth on Deidara's right hand suddenly spat out a lump of white clay. Without any further movement from him, the clay instantly morphed into a small bird, which darted straight toward Seiya. Up against such a single-minded, explosion-obsessed artist, someone who had no other thoughts in his head, Seiya had only one way forward: to meet him head-on and show him, with true strength, that explosions are not art. True art is the human body. Multiple shadow, clone, transformation, jutsu. With a thunderous shout from Seiya, bursts of mist exploded around him, each puff of smoke revealing a white bird, closely resembling the one Deidara had just launched. Once these birds appeared, they swarmed around Deidara, filling the air so densely that even Deidara's own bird couldn't break through the flock. At the same time, Seiya had already left his glider and transformed into a small bird himself, blending in with the swirling flock. Deidara glanced around, just about to blast the birds away with his clay bombs, when suddenly, one of the small birds in front of him transformed into a human figure and landed a lightning-fast punch directly into his abdomen. In that instant, Deidara felt as if he'd been rammed in the back by a dump truck. His lower back screamed in agony, as if his spine might burst. Before he could react, the hand with the special clay-spitting mouth, along with the entire shoulder, was brutally torn off at the root. In a split second, half of Deidara's fighting ability was gone. Meanwhile, Deidara's partner, Sasori, was lurking not far away in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike Seiya with a deadly blow. As Deidara lost his arm, Sasori looked up at the sky from his low vantage point, sprawled on the ground like a dog in a coat. 23. Art is Patrick Star. Sasori's first impression? Ugly. Spectacularly, almost transcendentally ugly. He didn't walk upright, but crawled along the ground like a scorpion, his abdomen scraping the earth as he moved. Add to that his bizarre, unsettlingly grotesque face, and a shock of wild dreadlocks standing up like a crown. No matter how you looked at him, you couldn't help but think, not only is he ugly, but he's ugly in a way that's almost legendary. But this hideous figure wasn't Sasori's true body. It was just one of his human puppets. In the world of Naruto, everyone's abilities are strange and spectacular. In terms of variety and flair, they're every bit a match for the mutants. The name of the human puppet controlled by Sasori was Hiriko. Outfitted with all sorts of mechanisms, needles, and poisons, it was the perfect embodiment of the name Scorpion, a human-shaped predator, deadly and precise. When Sasori saw Deidara beaten and curled up like a shrimp, with one arm torn off, A fleeting sense of satisfaction unexpectedly flashed through his heart. Though Sasori and Deidara were partners, they bickered constantly. But partners were a unit, bound together in glory and in loss. So, when Deidara got hurt, Sasori was, of course, ready to step in and help. Just as Sasori prepared to strike at Suyi to assist Deidara, Suyi, high above, suddenly furrowed his brow ever so slightly. So, it really is best to use two at once. Muttering softly, Suyi seized Deidara by the collar, twisted in midair, and with a flick of his wrist, hurled Deidara away. Deidara's body shot forward like a cannonball, hurtling straight towards Sasori, whose consciousness was hiding within the puppet Hiriko. Hiriko's eyes went wide with shock. He hadn't expected to be exposed so quickly, despite his careful concealment. As Deidara came hurtling his way, Hiriko prepared to intercept him with a sand clone, while his true body readied itself to launch an attack at Suyi. His whole body was bristling with poison needles. One brush would be enough to turn Suyi into a helpless victim. Above, after flinging Deidara, Suyi didn't pause. With a nimble push off a white bird's clone, he rocketed from the sky like a missile, heading straight for Hiriko's hiding place. "Come on, I promise you'll never forget what happens next," Hiriko said, eyes narrowing with anticipation. But just then, Suyi thrust out a hand in midair. A mass of white shot forth, unfurling into a massive net that swept down over Hiriko's location. At the same time, Suye's descent shifted. He landed not on Hiriko himself, but a few meters in front, as if intentionally avoiding direct contact. "Pointless. These petty tricks won't work on me." Hiriko sneered, slashing at the descending web with his spikes, while activating his hidden mechanisms for a full-scale assault. Yet the moment Suyi touched the ground, he drove his fist into the earth. Energy geyser. From the ground, jets of fiery energy erupted in an instant, blasting straight into Hiriko's abdomen and sending him hurtling skyward. In the overwhelming burst of flames, Hiriko's body didn't even have time to struggle. He was obliterated in a heartbeat, scattered to ashes by the explosion. Up to this moment, Sasori's mechanisms hadn't even had the chance to be unleashed. "You! How dare you!" Not far away, Deidara, who had crashed to the ground, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. He could never have imagined that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would be this strong. So strong that even he and Sasori together were no match. And what was even more shocking was that, up to now, their opponent had only used the multi-shadow clone jutsu. He hadn't revealed any other techniques at all. How could this guy be so powerful? And what was with that burning attack he unleashed from the ground? But none of that mattered anymore. The stronger Suyi was, the more he deserved Deidara's full effort. That indifferent look in your eyes, it's infuriating. Deidara lay weakly on the ground, yet a manic smile was spreading across his face, as if he'd been granted one last burst of energy before the end. "It's maddening to show you my art, and yet you don't even look surprised, just like that other bastard. Unforgivable. But it doesn't matter. I'll make sure you witness it. My ultimate art." Deidara began to laugh wildly, his excitement so intense it was as if he'd just won the lottery. Seeing this, Suye's brow furrowed involuntarily. In a flash, he spun around and rushed toward where Hinata was. He already understood exactly what this madman intended to do. This lunatic was about to unleash his final masterpiece, to display his ultimate art. If he charged forward, perhaps he could stop Deidara's self-destruction in time. Yet, Suyi didn't really want to prevent him from shining in his final moment. Every passion deserves respect. It's useless. Give in to despair. Be afraid. Tremble. Marvel. Weep. This is my art. While Deidara was still laughing maniacally, Suyi scooped up Hinata with one arm and grabbed Niji by the collar with the other. At that moment, voices crackled through his earpiece, Harry and Tony Stark. What's the situation? We're almost there. Uncle Sue, the Avengers are coming to help. What's going on?" But Suyi was already vaulting onto his glider, shooting straight into the sky. As he soared upward, he shouted into the earpiece, "Run! Get out of here now!" Harry didn't hesitate for a moment. Leading the Guardians of the Great Wall, he turned and fled without looking back. Iron Man, however, seemed less concerned. "It's all right, Uncle Sue. We've beaten aliens before. What could possibly happen that all of us together couldn't handle?" As he spoke, Iron Man continued flying forward. Clearly, the unfolding events, different from those in the movies, had also brought out a different side of Iron Man's character. Tony Stark, as he is now, no longer loses sleep or panics at the sight of the gigantic alien spacecraft looming beyond the portal. After all, fighting off alien invaders is the military's job. Even if he were made of iron from head to toe, how many nails could one man possibly hammer in? The plotline in Iron Man 3, where he can't sleep because of the alien invasion, to put it bluntly, is nothing more than worrying about imaginary troubles. If you can't even withstand an attack from a single-armed helicopter, what business do you have talking about defending world peace single-handedly? That's not just arrogance. That's outright insanity. In the end, the true arbiters of war are the machinery and might of the state. Because the military has stepped in, Tony Stark has come to realize that his role in warfare, while important, is limited. He's no longer under the delusion that he alone is Earth's last hope. With this understanding, his mood naturally lightens, and he remains that same proud, swaggering Iron Man who thinks the world of himself. So when Seiya issued his warning, Harry immediately turned tail and ran, but Tony Stark paid it no mind. True to form, he pressed on, stubbornly flying ahead. Just then, Daedara finally cried out his signature line. "My art is an explosion." In a heartbeat, a massive starfish-shaped blast appeared on the ground. On Iron Man's side, Jarvis had just detected a surge of energy when Tony's suit was struck by a tremendous wave. He was blown away instantly, streaking across the sky like a shooting star. 24. The sudden bloodbath. C0 self-destruction, Daedara's ultimate technique, transforms his body into a living bomb, detonating everything within a 0-kilometer radius with a force akin to a small tactical nuke. This explosion did far more than simply blast Iron Man away. Everything within the blast radius, buildings, people, was utterly destroyed. The very spot where Daedara had stood was now a lake 3 or 4 kilometers across. The destructive power surpassed even that of the nuke tossed through the portal earlier. Unfortunately for Daedara, his self-destruction failed to achieve its intended effect. He had hoped to blow Seiya to pieces with the explosion, but Seiya was too fast. Though caught by the shockwave, he emerged unscathed. Neji, on the other hand, who had been hauled along by the collar, wasn't so lucky. A shard of debris from a shattered building grazed a cut along his outer thigh. As the smoke cleared and the new lake came into view, both the Guardians of the Great Wall and the Avengers felt a lingering chill. Had they ventured into that blast zone just moments earlier, none of them would have survived. Meanwhile, Iron Man was drifting in the distant bay, blowing bubbles in the water. He had long since lost consciousness. Fortunately, Jarvis was remotely piloting the Iron Man suit. Otherwise, Tony Stark might have already become completely waterlogged by now. Farther away, a human-shaped puppet appeared amidst the ruins of the collapsed building. Its face was blank and expressionless as it gazed at several figures standing inside, all clad in the uniforms of the Akatsuki organization. "What happened?" someone in the crowd asked. "Daedara is dead. He self-destructed," the puppet replied, its face devoid of any emotion. "That guy was really strong. Before Hiriko could even launch an attack, he was struck down on the spot." At these words, the faces of those nearby shifted subtly. To be able to take down Hiriko in an instant and force Daedara into a corner where he had no choice but to self-destruct. Is that guy really that powerful? Is he that strong? Could you do it? I couldn't. All right, I admit it. He's pretty formidable. Of course he's strong. Don't forget whose son he is. At this, everyone fell silent. At the same time, a single name echoed in their minds. Godsu, a figure so revered he was known as a god. No one dared speak his full name aloud. Merely invoking it was enough to make the entire shinobi world fall silent in awe and dread. Godsu was immensely powerful, and his strength wasn't just limited to ninjutsu. The Akatsuki had come with the goal of capturing tailed beasts. For that aim, they often forced themselves to selectively forget about Godsu's existence. Only by doing so could they maintain the confidence to carry out their missions. After a brief silence, someone suddenly spoke up. "No matter how strong Godsu is, he's all the way in the Dragon Kingdom. He's beyond our reach, so it doesn't make any difference to us." Most members of the Akatsuki were either maniacs or madmen. While they feared Godsu, that didn't mean they would lose all hope. "This time, let's go ourselves." The speaker was a man with neatly parted black hair and deep lines on either side of his mouth. He wasn't particularly tall, but he exuded an overwhelming aura. Standing next to him was a man with ashen gray skin, gills on his face, and a giant sword wrapped in bandages strapped to his back. He threw his head back and laughed heartily. Let's go see for ourselves whether Godsu's son is as powerful as his father." The black-haired man glanced at him, but said nothing. The two of them vanished from the building in quick succession, one after the other. Do you think those two can handle it? It's hard to say. On the other side, Seiya led Hinata and Neji straight back to the war room of the Great Wall Guardians. By now, Harry and the others had returned. Over with the Avengers, their Quinjet had flown in, landing on the rooftop of the Oscorp building. Soon after, Captain America entered, bringing Hawkeye and Black Widow with him. "Uncle Sue, may I ask what happened just now?" As soon as he entered, Captain America spoke politely, with no hint of aggression in his tone. Seiya, fully aware of the situation but feigning ignorance, simply shook his head and said, "I'm not sure either." When I noticed something was wrong over there, I hurried over and saw someone dropping bombs wildly from the sky. I tried to subdue him, but he chose to blow himself up. These two children are the kids of my father's old comrade. They're the only ones I managed to save. Captain America couldn't really fault Seiya for his explanation. After all, before the explosion, no one could have predicted how powerful the bomb would be. The attacker had blasted a lake into existence right beside Midtown High's affiliated middle school, something no one could have anticipated. Soon, everyone began to discuss the attacker's identity. Seiya provided information and clues, while Niji, who had just arrived, was curiously looking around. Hinata, however, was immediately pulled aside by Gwen. "Hi there. What's your name? You're absolutely adorable." Gwen gently reached out and pinched Hinata's still chubby cheek with a smile. Yet, behind the friendly gaze, a subtle hint of caution flickered in her eyes. Was this little girl Seiya brought back really just his father's friend's daughter? Or was there something more between them? Even if Seiya had nothing improper in mind, a man as outstanding as him was bound to catch a few girls' attention. The girl standing before her might only be 12, but girls often mature early, and at 12, she could easily start having crushes on someone like him. And even if there truly was nothing between Hinata and Seiya, wouldn't she still be something like a younger sister-in-law? Getting along with your sister-in-law is crucial to a happy marriage. After all, 18, almost 19, Gwen was beginning to think seriously about taking her relationship with Seiya to the next level. They were so perfectly matched in every way, personality, compatibility, everything. Plus, they'd both been bitten by the same spider, and their chemistry sparked the moment they met. If that wasn't destiny, what was? While Gwen smiled outwardly, her thoughts wandered. Across from her, Hinata suddenly looked up and, for the first time in her life, bravely met the gaze of a stranger. "Sis, you're so pretty. I wish I could be as beautiful as you when I grow up." Hinata's innocent smile instantly put Gwen at ease. This was clearly a little sister-in-law with excellent taste. But just as Gwen was about to offer a modest reply, Hinata continued, "That way, I could be the most beautiful bride for Brother Yi." In that instant, it was as if a current of electricity crackled through the air. A strange, inexplicable atmosphere suddenly sprang up between the two girls, who were 6 years apart in age. This girl is still young, but one day, she'll turn 18. This older girl is 18 now, but soon, she won't be. There's a saying that men are actually very devoted. They're always in love with 18-year-old girls. Women, on the other hand, are mysterious creatures. Their thoughts are difficult to predict. When the feeling is right, they could become best friends in a matter of minutes. But if they take a dislike to each other, they could just as quickly become enemies. Gwen wasn't really the possessive type. She didn't keep Seiya on a tight leash, forbidding him to go anywhere or see other women. Sharon was a perfect example. Gwen knew about the secretary working by Seiya's side, but she felt perfectly at ease about it. So from Gwen's perspective, if Sharon truly had feelings for Seiya, she would have shown at least a hint of hostility, even if just a trace. With Gwen's keen intuition, she would have noticed. But there was nothing, absolutely nothing. Even knowing that Gwen was Seiya's girlfriend, Sharon never displayed the slightest bit of animosity or discontent. What did that mean? It proved their relationship was purely professional, nothing more. That's why Gwen and Sharon hit it off almost instantly, becoming close friends who could talk about nearly anything. Gwen would even joke about Seiya's behavior now and then, testing Sharon's reactions. But the more she tested, the more reassured she felt. Not only did Sharon show no interest in Seiya whatsoever, but in her words and actions, she even unintentionally hinted at a preference for women. That put Gwen's mind completely at ease. In the United States, LGBT identities are already a common part of life. Many same-sex couples even get married and adopt children, building whole families together. Of course, Americans don't have the tradition of bride price. Otherwise, if two women tried to negotiate a bride price, the situation might fall apart on the spot, a scenario that would probably happen all the time. In any case, with Sharon's expert performance. After all, she was a highly trained special agent skilled at hiding her true self. Gwen had long since accepted her as a close confidant. After all, Sharon didn't even like men. So how could she possibly be interested in Seiya? But Hinata was a different story. This 12-year-old girl, so young and with such a timid, bullied look on her face, was unexpectedly bold enough to harbor ambitions of challenging an adult. That's a problem, one that needs fixing. Watching Hinata hold her head high, looking as feisty as a little hen ready for a fight, Gwen let out a light laugh, turned on her heel, walked straight over to Seiya, pulled him close, and planted a big kiss right on his face. The surrounding Great Wall Guardians and Avengers were hardly surprised. In this country, where the people are honest and open-minded, a kiss is just a commonplace greeting. Besides, they just come through a fierce battle. Offering each other a little comfort seemed only natural. Even if those two had taken things a step further, perhaps no one would bat an eye. But off to the side, Hinata's face flushed bright red. You. She stared at Gwen, her eyes trembling, unable to form a single coherent sentence after a long moment. In the end, she could only finish her thought silently in her heart. Shameless. To Hinata, who was only 12, seeing someone do something so bold and public, openly nuzzling and even daring to use her tongue, was simply too much to take in. Gwen simply smiled back. This round goes to me. You still have a long way to go before you turn 18, little one. Sui noticed Hinata's expression, but could only pretend not to understand. In situations like this, saying more would only make things worse. Sometimes, it was better to do nothing at all. Fortunately, Sharon stepped in. She hugged Hinata tightly, gently stroking her hair to comfort her. After everything you just went through, it must have been terrifying. Thank goodness the boss got here in time. Otherwise, you and your brother might not have made it out safely. No wonder she aspired to become Suye's most thoughtful assistant. Just a few words were enough to dissolve Hinata's embarrassment and give her a graceful way out, turning her jealousy of Gwen into lingering fear from the recent explosion. Niji, standing nearby, couldn't agree more. Deep down, he found himself wishing for a comforting hug from the big sister as well. Or, well, maybe not a hug, but at least some help tending to his wounds. When Suyi led them out of the blast zone, Hinata had been shielded and emerged unscathed. But the wound on Niji's leg was still bleeding. Everyone had been too busy earlier to notice, but now, with Sharon mentioning the explosion, someone finally spotted Niji's injury. As the only available female hero present, Black Widow stepped forward with a smile, reaching out to take Niji's hand. Come with me, sweetheart. Let me take care of that for you. Don't worry, it won't hurt, and it'll be over before you know it. There's nothing to be afraid of. At that moment, Niji's young heart tightened inexplicably. His instincts told him to keep his distance from this red-haired woman. Somehow, she felt entirely different from the one hugging Hinata. The sister with Hinata was nurturing, like a big sister or even a mother. But the one holding his hand now, she was like a big sister, yes, but also a little like a stepmother. The kind of sister you'd call by her first name, or the young stepmom you'd only just met. The infamous Black Widow, killer of heroes. Her reputation, it seemed, was well-earned. The widow took Niji away, but of course it wasn't for anything improper. She simply needed to tend to his wound, clean it up, and if there was any pus, she would make sure to take care of it as well. Otherwise, infection could easily set in, especially in such a delicate area. Niji's departure didn't seem to affect Hinata at all. She peeked out from Sharon's embrace and called out to Sui from a distance. Brother Yi, it's too dangerous here. Why don't we just go back home? Uncle and Auntie are waiting for you, and all of us in the Dragon Kingdom believe in returning to our roots. You can't stay here forever. Sooner or later, you'll have to go back. Didn't you always say you couldn't stand those who go abroad and just forget their families, forget their parents, turning into ungrateful traitors? We really should hurry back. The people here aren't truly on our side. No matter how much you do for them, they might not appreciate it. The ultimate move, long-distance relationships never end well. Those who aren't our kin, their hearts must be different. Gwen heard it loud and clear. Hinata was aiming that right at her. If she didn't go back with him, how could their relationship even continue? A phone call? Over the phone, there's nothing you can really do. Even scratching an itch through your shoe is better than nothing at all. And there was no way Sui would stay in America and not return home. After all this time together, Gwen had long since picked up on how deeply Sui loved his homeland. He was only here to experience things for a while, but he would inevitably go back. Hinata's words struck Gwen at her most vulnerable point. A gentle look of triumph flickered across Hinata's delicate face. Even if you're the bold one now, when I grow up, and the time, place, and people are all in my favor, you'll lose on every count. Just how do you expect to compete with me then? Seeing Gwen's face fall so quickly, Sui couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. In The Amazing Spider-Man 2, Gwen and Parker faced a crisis because one wanted to go to England and the other stayed in New York. The distance made trouble for love. Was he now about to go through the same ordeal as Spider-Man Parker? So this is the price Spider-Man has to pay. Is it just fate biding its time? Hinata stood there, looking like a little hen basking in her victory, almost ready to cluck with delight, and Sui couldn't bear to scold her. Both were dear to him, after all. But if the two kept bickering like this, weren't they just giving the Great Wall's Guardians and the Avengers something to gossip about? Helpless, Sui could only throw Sharon a meaningful glance. Sharon smiled and gently patted Hinata's head. Hinata, are you hurt at all? Do you need to get checked by a doctor? Before Hinata could refuse, Sharon continued, the woman who just took your brother away is no pushover. She's got quite the strength, and your brother might be in for some trouble. Why aren't we checking on him while we're at it? Hinata immediately abandoned the idea of arguing with Gwen any further. She anxiously tugged at Sharon's sleeve. Sister, let's hurry and have a look. Brother Niji is so clueless. He really can't afford to get the short end of the stick here. Is Niji really that clueless? Maybe he is. Hinata left, but Gwen's expression didn't improve in the slightest. She stood by the window, staring blankly outside. Suno let out a sigh and stepped forward. So, what are we having for dinner tomorrow night? Gwen blinked in surprise. Tomorrow? We haven't even had lunch today. Why would we be planning dinner for tomorrow already? Suno nodded. Exactly. We didn't even get to eat lunch today. So what's the point in worrying about dinner tomorrow? Gwen turned her head to look at Suno. Gradually, the worry faded from her face, and her smile returned. You're right. I'm here today, and the things for tomorrow, we'll just worry about them when tomorrow comes. After all, who knows? By then, America might not even be around anymore, just like what's happened in New York now. If that time comes, Gwen's family might have no choice but to move to the Dragon Kingdom, since it's the only truly safe place left in the world. Having come to terms with this, Gwen cheered up again, though her wariness of Hinata hadn't diminished in the least. By the way, that Hinata, what's really going on between you two? Suno shrugged, his expression open and honest. Her dad and mine were comrades in arms. Didn't I tell you this before? Gwen narrowed her eyes and shook her head. It can't be that simple. There must be something else between you. Suno couldn't help but roll his eyes. What else could there be? She's only 12. Don't think I don't know anything, Gwen replied, crossing her arms and giving him a look worthy of a detective. I've read online that the Dragon Kingdom still has some old customs, like arranged marriages, childhood betrothals, parents deciding everything. Suno, you're a foreigner. Why do you know so much about Dragon Kingdom culture, anyway? This novel was downloaded using Xingyu's open source and free Xingxian downloader. If you obtain this novel file through a download service and the seller did not provide the software source code or open source address, please request a refund and report the seller immediately. Author's email, xing_yv@outlook.com. Author's QQ, 20759-370. Official QQ group, 49050-832. Official Telegram group, HDT. 26. New card, a heroine equal to countless others. With Sharon's help, things with Gwen were finally more or less settled, and Suno could at last turn his attention to the matter of the Akatsuki organization. Back when he first drew the Hinata girlfriend card, Tsuyi was, of course, overjoyed. After all, Hinata's gentle personality and lovely appearance made her the very picture of the perfect girlfriend. As for the minor squabbles with Gwen, those were nothing more than the rebellious whims of a young girl, something that would surely fade with time. At least, that's how Tsuyi saw it. If the rebellious streak persisted forever, then she wouldn't be the gentle, traditional Yamato Nadeshiko, but something more like Sadako from a horror story. How could his Hinata ever be that fierce? Besides, with Sharon around to guide Hinata with both words and actions, it was only a matter of time before any rebelliousness faded away. But right now, the main issue wasn't a love triangle or an emotional battlefield. It was the Akatsuki organization. By all rights, Hinata was only 12 years old, and according to Shippuden, the Akatsuki's hunt for the tailed beast didn't begin until she was 16. That's why Tsuyi hadn't been too worried at first. He thought there was still plenty of time. Even if things started a bit earlier, it shouldn't be this soon. After all, he'd only just learned the summoning technique himself. Yet with the Battle of New York barely over, the Akatsuki had already arrived, without warning, without a trace of hesitation. They just appeared out of nowhere, not even giving him a moment to catch his breath. So here was the real problem. Could Tsuyi hold off the Akatsuki's assault? Even though he'd managed to ambush Deidara and easily destroyed one of Sasori's human puppets, things would be much tougher now that the rest were on guard. A quick and easy victory was out of the question. And then there was the matter of the red-eyed monsters within Akatsuki. More than one, in fact. The Uchiha family's infamous Crimson Eyes, just one Itachi, at full strength, could wreak more havoc than the Chitauri invasion before. With Tsuyi's current abilities, facing off against someone with the Mangekyo Sharingan meant his chances of winning were slim to none. And these red-eyed menaces only got worse. After Itachi came the gloomy Nagato, then the reckless Obito, and above them all stood the terrifying Madara. Was everyone in the Uchiha clan some kind of monster? Even non-Uchiha, like Nagato, once the Sharingan was transplanted, became just as terrifying. If Madara in his Sage of Six Paths form showed up, so you might really have no choice but to call his dad for help. Stop drinking and bragging at home. Use the Flying Thunder God technique to rush over here, or your son might not make it. Fortunately, things hadn't reached that dire point. At least for now, Tsuyi could still handle the current situation. Of course, finding ways to strengthen himself was more urgent than ever, because in the end, power was the only thing he could truly rely on. As the system's chosen one, Seiya had two paths to greater strength. He could either reinforce and refine his current abilities, or he could keep drawing more girlfriend cards. As for the girlfriend card, he had already saved up a few before, so he could give it a try and see if he could draw a girlfriend card with a powerful boyfriend attached. However, powerful characters usually come with formidable enemies as well, which might just bring him even more trouble. The other path was to push his current abilities to their limit, which would come with fewer side effects. With this in mind, Seiya thought of Boss Toad. Boss Toad had mentioned before about taking him to Mount Myaboku for some fun, and now seemed like the perfect time. If he went to Mount Myaboku, not only would Seiya become stronger, but his absence could also slow down the Akatsuki's offensive. Without Seiya, and without the tail beast, the Akatsuki would lose their main reason for attacking the city. This way, Gwen and the others would basically be out of serious danger. However, there was still one problem. If Seiya really went to Mount Myaboku, it would be as good as admitting he was afraid of the Akatsuki. Put nicely, it would be called a strategic retreat. Put bluntly, it would be tucking his tail between his legs and running away. Seiya didn't have the kind of obsession that forced him to fight to the last man, but holding the power of both the Guardians and the Avengers, if he still had to flee from just one Akatsuki organization, it would be hard to justify. Running away was simply not an option. Even if some monster from the Uchiha clan showed up, unless he put up a fight, Seiya would never turn and run. Meanwhile, not far from the Oscorp Tower, in the ruins of a half-collapsed building, Itachi Uchiha suddenly came to a halt. "What's wrong? Why'd you stop?" asked Kisame Hashigaki, who looked like a dried-out salted fish. Itachi shook his head. "Deidara is dead. Sasori has lost. We cannot afford to be careless. Before making a move, we must get first-hand information to ensure nothing goes wrong. Otherwise, we'd only be tarnishing Akatsuki's reputation." Itachi was usually a man of few words. For him, this was a rare speech, and Kisame was unexpectedly touched. Using the few brain cells he had, he thought it over and nodded in agreement. "You're right, Itachi." His reply sounded as if the sand monk himself had possessed him. Itachi said no more. He quickly formed a few hand seals, and several black crows burst out from under his cloak, taking flight. This was the crow clone technique, projecting his chakra into dozens of crows, turning them into clones. Using crows as a medium meant minimal chakra consumption, making it perfect for reconnaissance and surveillance. It was a favorite technique of Itachi's. As his partner, Kisame knew this well, so he didn't say anything else. Instead, he sat down right where he was and waited quietly. Dozens of crows scattered across the ruins of what had once been New York City, their presence surprisingly conspicuous. After all, this was a city where birds were already rare, and moments ago, it had been the site of a fierce battle. Bombs had fallen. Explosions had ripped through the streets. Even if there had been birds before, they would have long since been frightened away. So the sudden appearance of these crows was bound to stir up ominous associations in anyone's mind. Fortunately, dusk was falling, and the deepening shadows allowed the flock to melt quietly into the darkness, making them less obvious. Thanks to Deidara's appearance earlier in the day, the Akatsuki had already uncovered Seiya's identity and learned he was holed up in the Osborne Group Tower, so the crows all made their way there. Peering through the eyes of one of the crows, Itachi Uchiha caught sight of Seiya, a young man who differed somewhat from what he'd imagined. Far taller, much stronger. As expected, he's truly Uncle Sue's son. Like father, like son, Itachi muttered to himself. At that very moment, Seiya happened to look up, his gaze locking onto the crow perched not far from him. And just like that, through the eyes of a single crow, the two found themselves suddenly staring straight at each other. "So, they really did come knocking at my door?" Seiya murmured, and in the same breath, a kunai appeared in his hand. He raised it and hurled it at the crow. Thud! The kunai struck the wall behind the bird, pinning one of its wings as it tried to dart away. "Don't bother trying to escape. You won't make it," Seiya said, pulling another kunai from his belt. But just then, the crow trapped against the wall suddenly opened its beak and spat at Seiya. Seiya blinked. Seriously? Spitting fire as a jutsu was one thing, but water? That was just disgusting. Grossed out or not, Seiya still reached out and caught what the crow had spat at him. It wasn't a wad of spit, but a tiny, tightly folded slip of paper. He unfolded it and found a single line written inside. "The enemy is strong. Run, or call for help." It was clear enough, an insider warning, not unlike a message telling you to abort a deal because of a mole. From the moment he'd noticed that crow, Seiya had suspected the figure controlling it was none other than Uchiha Itachi, the notorious double agent. In the original story, here was a man who'd slaughtered nearly his entire clan, men, women, even infants, yet spared his younger brother, and somehow, in the end, had his actions explained away. But since coming to this world, Seiya still didn't know what story Itachi Uchiha carried with him. After all, old Sue was still alive and well, and many things had already played out differently than in the original tale. In the past, Seiya tried to probe Hinata about the Uchiha clan, but her answers were always vague, as though she had never even heard of that family or their Sharingan. At the time, Seiya had assumed that Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno were probably both gone. After all, he was almost 9 years old and had never attended any ninja school. Kakashi's team, 7, likely didn't exist anymore. But now that Itachi Uchiha had shown up, he realized he might need to reassess the whole situation. Or should he just call old Sue and ask directly? With that thought, Seiya simply tossed the kunai from his hand, finishing off the crow with a swift motion. Only then did he pull out his phone and dial old Sue's number. On the other end, old Sue sounded like he had just woken up, his voice groggy and thick with sleep as he answered the call. Hello. Seiya's irritation flared instantly. Here he was, fighting for his life in New York, aliens invading, and the chaos broadcast everywhere. Didn't his father see the live stream? Didn't he see the explosion that leveled 10 kilometers of the city? How could he possibly sleep through all that? Was his heart really that big? Dad, what's going on with Itachi Uchiha? Seiya got straight to the point, not wasting any words. Old Sue sounded even more confused, his mind still foggy with sleep. Who? Yuzhibo-ro? What's going on? Seiya scratched his head. Ever since the names had been localized, he'd had trouble with them. It was like how Hinata Hyuga used to sound like a person's name, but now, with the localized version, it just sounded like some awkward movement. I mean, Seiya thought for a second, the guy with the Sharingan, the one who joined the Akatsuki. Oh, you mean Yuji-Yu, the eldest son of the Yufuyu family, right? Old Sue's tone was utterly relaxed, not a hint of concern. You ran into him? Did he rough you up? Don't worry, Xiaoyu is my secret piece on the board. Even if he beats you up, he won't really do anything to you. All right, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. I stayed up late watching your live stream last night, drank a bit too much stayed up too late, and I'm not feeling well. Gotta go, bye. With that, old Sue hung up, not giving Seiya a chance to ask for help. Hearing the busy tone on the other end, Seiya's face twisted in frustration. Was this really his own father? Here he was fighting for his life, while his dad was at home drinking himself into a hangover. Old Sue, I'm telling you, we're not done with this. As for Itachi Uchiha becoming Yuji-Yu and being old Sue's secret chess piece, Seiya wasn't really surprised. It was actually a pretty decent adaptation. After all, these were localized characters now, and in Dragon Country, nobody would name their kid after a weasel. Maybe it was because, in local folklore, the weasel was seen as a mystical creature, often called the Yellow Immortal. But there were plenty of people named Air Guzi, after all. According to Uchiha Itachi, well, actually it was Uchiha Yu's opinion, the Akatsuki organization was immensely powerful. Seiya stood no chance against them. His only options were to flee or seek help. But the path of seeking help had already been blocked by old Sue, that drunken old man. As for running away, that simply wasn't in Seiya's nature. He wouldn't even consider it. Not without putting up a fight first. So now, all he could do was wait for tonight. After all that happened in the Battle of New York, what kind of reward would the system grant him at midnight? That was the question on his mind. A reward was surely in order. From Seiya's perspective, the Battle of New York had gone exceptionally well. He'd thwarted the alien invasion of Earth, incidentally wiped out America's largest and most prosperous city, summoned the Great Toad Boss, and, using the summoning technique, spirited away nearly half the alien corpses and equipment as spoils of war. For Seiya, this was nothing short of a sweeping victory. Logically speaking, the reward ought to be quite generous. Maybe, if fortune smiled on him, he'd even be strong enough to take the fight right to their doorstep. Time drifted by as he waited, each moment stretching longer than the last. Finally, midnight arrived, and, as promised, the system's notification chimed at his mind. Ding! Event Battle of New York completed. Achieved an unimaginable outcome. Reward, 1 girlfriend card. This time, the notification was different from usual. First, it actually evaluated Seiya's performance, using a word like unimaginable. Second, the girlfriend card, a card with 2 suffixes, was something he'd never seen before. Even though it was only a blue card, having 2 suffixes had to be better than just a single star suffix, right? This peculiarity made him wonder what exactly was so special about it. He took out the card and activated it with an electric jolt. A flash of blue light later, an image appeared on the card, a woman with blue skin and striking red hair. Wait, is this my cousin? Mystique. Staring at the card, Seiya suddenly felt a bit lost. A double suffix card, and this was what he got? What was so special about this woman? Was it because of her species' unique traits that, with her blue skin, you couldn't quite tell whether she was clothed or bare? Or was this meant to be a heroine who could fulfill every man's fantasy about women? And perhaps, if you desired, even transform into a man for you? But this kind of special was hardly going to help Soo-yi in a fight. Besides, even with her shape-shifting ability, Mystique only changed her appearance. She didn't actually gain the powers of the person she mimicked. So even if she transformed into a fully equipped Thanos, it would be all for nothing. There was also a far more pressing question that bothered Soo-yi. Who, exactly, was Mystique's boyfriend? Who is Mystique's boyfriend, really? Looking back over the entire X-Men film series, in the original movies, Mystique certainly made a splash, but she was really just a minor character, a psychic devoted to Magneto. Yet, after she lost her mutant powers, Magneto heartlessly abandoned her. In the prequel series, however, Mystique rose to the status of leading lady. She even pursued Professor X, only for him to treat her as nothing more than a sister. Later on, Mystique seemed to develop a complicated relationship with Beast, Hank McCoy, and ultimately died in his arms. But some say that even in her final moments, Mystique never once looked at Beast. Her gaze remained fixed on Professor X. Does that mean Professor X was truly Mystique's one great love? Soo-yi scratched his head, suddenly feeling that his beautiful hair might not be long for this world after all. As for the comics, Mystique has had several husbands and even dabbled in relationships with women. But all of that seems irrelevant. The system likely wouldn't recognize those connections anyway. Ding! You have used the excellent girlfriend card, Mystique. Your girlfriend is on her way. Whatever the case, the card had to be used. After clicking use, Soo-yi could only go to bed, quietly waiting for a miracle to unfold. Once he lay down, Soo-yi quickly drifted into sleep. In his dream, it felt as though he had returned to his childhood. Back then, his parents were always busy, often out late, leaving him home alone at night. One evening, as he was sleeping, he suddenly heard noises coming from the kitchen. Grabbing a rolling pin for protection, he went to investigate, only to discover his mother rummaging through the fridge, looking quite hungry. Yet her tone and expression were nothing like his usual mom. When Soo-yi caught on, the imposter transformed into a little girl with blue skin and red hair. Not long after, that little girl took on the surname Sue and became a part of Soo-ye's household. The dream felt incredibly vivid, almost as if it were a real memory and not simply a dream. However, as the dream went on, the scene darkened, thunder rumbled, rain poured down, but what exactly happened became impossible to discern. At the same time, the sky over New York turned ominously black, lightning cracked overhead, and thunder rolled through the air. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated Soo-ye's room, revealing that his bedroom door had somehow been left ajar. A slender figure slipped silently through the gap, tiptoeing up to Soo-ye's bed and preparing to launch a surprise attack as he slept. The attack came so swiftly, concealed by the storm outside, that it didn't alert the guards of the Osborne Tower at all. But for Soo-yi, gifted with spider sense, not even an ambush in his sleep could catch him off guard. Soo-yi sprang forward like a lion pouncing on a lamb, pinning the night intruder firmly against the bed. Yet his opponent wasn't flustered in the slightest. Calm and collected, she countered with a move as steady as an ancient tree weathering a storm. As the saying goes, when masters meet, true skill is revealed. Soo-yi was a formidable force, but his adversary was no slouch either, and what's more, she wielded an astonishing power of transformation. In the blink of an eye, she morphed from Gwen to Sharon, then to Black Widow, then to Maria Hill, and even, remarkably, Hinata. Her extraordinary shape-shifting abilities, along with her diverse combat skills, left Soo-yi utterly amazed. Nothing more happened that night. The next morning, as dawn broke, Soo-yi opened his eyes. He turned his head to glance at the figure beside him, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Red hair, blue skin. The close-up view was striking, almost startling in its intensity. The skin tone felt so foreign, as if she belonged to a different species altogether. If she'd been more like a black pearl, perhaps it would have been easier to accept. Of course, this was an idle thought. The blue was her natural skin color, not the result of any dye, so there was no risk of it rubbing off. The red-haired, blue-skinned woman lying beside him was, of course, last night's mysterious assailant, who, in the end, had been won over by Soo-yi. And her identity? None other than Mystique, the very mutant Soo-yi had just unlocked. He hadn't expected Mystique to arrive so quickly, and in such a direct fashion. Was this the special girlfriend card at work with all its unique power? What reassured Soo-yi was that, though Mystique's skin was blue, it lacked the heavy, scale-like protrusions seen in the movies. So, both to the eye and to the touch, she was unexpectedly pleasant. And really, blue skin wasn't so bad. Once you accepted it, she even looked a bit adorable. Not wanting to wake Mystique, Soo-yi quietly reached up and ran his fingers through his hair. Thankfully, it was all still there. He hadn't gone bald. Then, he pressed 2 fingers gently to the corner of his brow and tried to sense his surroundings, using a technique rather like spider sense. Suddenly, his perception of the world shifted. Walls no longer blocked his vision, and in his mind's eye, he saw countless tiny blue dots moving around. He picked one at random to focus on, and immediately, a snatch of unfamiliar thoughts surfaced in his mind. Another busy day? I wonder when New York will finally finish rebuilding. He switched to another blue dot. That guy up ahead's got such a sharp look. His suit and shirt fit him perfectly. I wonder if he swings my way. Ahem. What on earth? Are there really fencing enthusiasts hiding among the staff in this building? This was getting out of hand. Time to switch again. Officer Yesu is so handsome. I wish I could have his babies. It would be so cool. Not bad. That's a creative thought. Keep it up. Try another one. Last night, I dreamed about Officer Yesu. It felt like spring in the dream. I was so happy. I'd suggest you take another nap. Maybe you'll pick up where you left off and enjoy more of that springtime dream. It was clear now. Each of those little blue dots represented a person, and Seiya had gained an ability that let him peer freely into the thoughts of others. This power, of course, came from Professor X's telepathy. And this was just the most basic application. There were many more formidable abilities waiting for him to unlock and develop. So, Mystique's boyfriend ultimately turns out to be Professor X? That's a leader-level figure among the X-Men. Seiya was genuinely delighted. He had grown stronger without losing his hair and had conquered a place of true power, 3 times the joy, all at once. And there was something incredibly satisfying about using this mind-reading ability on the sly. The women working in this building were not only attractive, but even their conversations were pleasant to listen to. It was downright addictive. He chuckled to himself. Time for another one. I wonder when Officer Yesu will show up. I put extra effort into my makeup today. I hope he notices how much I care. I bought coffee especially for Officer Yesu. I really hope I get a chance to give it to him. Why hasn't he woken up yet? I should go call him. I spent the whole night talking to Sharon and didn't get to see him. What if he's upset? Maybe I'll give him a good morning apology bite. Wait, that sounds odd. Something feels strange, like I'm being watched. Gasp. So he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. That last one was Gwen. But it wasn't that Gwen had caught him snooping into her thoughts that made him so anxious. It was the fact that Mystique was still lying in his bed. If Gwen found out, how would he ever explain it? And Gwen was already right outside the door. Even if he wanted Mystique to slip out now, it was far too late. Raven, wake up! Quick! Seiya hastily reached out with his telepathy to rouse Mystique, while his eyes darted toward the distant door lock, left open. He racked his brain for a way to lock it, and buy a little more time before Gwen could enter. Could he use webbing? But he wasn't wearing his web shooter. His telepathy could control people's minds and actions, so maybe he could freeze Gwen just outside the door, but would her spider sense pick up on that? If only telepathy could be used to control the door lock itself. Just as Seiya was wrestling with these thoughts, he suddenly felt a mysterious force stirring within him. Then, with a sharp click, the distant door lock turned and locked itself. Seiya's eyes lit up instantly. This is Magneto's power. Raising his hand, Seiya gestured toward the web shooter on the table beside him. Instantly, the device slowly floated up on its own, gliding through the air until it landed by his side and automatically clasped itself onto his wrist. Then, with a sweeping motion of both hands, every metal object on the table lifted into the air, swirling and dancing gracefully above them. Truly, this card with this special suffix, combined with Magneto's powers, it's quadruple the fun. Bro, can I sleep a little longer? I'm really tired. Mystique, Raven, mumbled from behind him. Seiya, still watching the metals spinning through the air and pondering how best to develop this magnetic control ability, didn't even turn around as he replied, "Come on, get up. My girlfriend's coming over." In that instant, it was as if the very air in the room froze. All the metal objects clattered down to the floor in a noisy tumble. Seiya turned his head in a daze, inwardly screaming, "Raven, let me explain." But Raven didn't seem to care in the slightest. She just rolled her eyes at him with a dismissive huff. Yeah, I got it." Then, her blue skin began to ripple and shift rapidly, and in no time at all, she had transformed into a tall, well-dressed young man with a sunny face, one who bore a striking resemblance to Seiya himself. Just then, from outside the door, Gwen had also heard the ruckus inside. Without hesitation, she kicked open the locked door and slipped swiftly into the room. What's going on?" Her eyes flashed with suspicion as she scanned the room, only to see Raven, now in disguise, lounging casually on the sofa, pretending to read a magazine. "Angie, vous dis." Seiya scratched his head, working hard to put on a calm, collected expression as he prepared to explain. But Raven stood up before he could speak, smiling as she addressed Gwen. "Hi. I'm Su Ruewen, Suye's younger brother. I just came over from the Dragon Kingdom last night. With everything that's been happening here, our father was worried, so he sent me to check in. As she spoke, Raven stepped forward, giving Gwen a quick once-over, her smile calm and measured. So, you must be Gwen Stacy, my brother's girlfriend? Gwen was completely taken aback. She hadn't expected anyone else to be in Suye's room, but if it was just another man, that was no big deal. She knew Suye well enough to be sure he'd never get up to anything questionable with another guy. But this person was Suye's brother, sharing the same family name, sent by their father. So what exactly was he doing here? Was he here to take Suye back to the Dragon Kingdom? After her brief clash with Hinata yesterday, Gwen had managed to set aside her suspicions for the time being, but the issue hadn't gone away. It lingered in her mind like a thorn, stuck fast in her throat. The appearance of this man who called himself Su Ruewen set off alarm bells in Gwen's heart, filling her with an overwhelming sense of danger. Ruewen, seeing that Gwen hadn't spoken for quite some time, shrugged and turned to Suye. Looks like your little sister-in-law doesn't like me very much. Suye could only keep his mouth shut. He had no ground to stand on in this matter. On one side was his official girlfriend, and on the other was Ruewen, who had just lost her formidable edge. It was safer for him to stay silent for now. As for everything else, that could be dealt with another time. Gwen, however, quickly shook her head. No, it's not that. It's all too sudden, I can't quite process it. You two go ahead. I'll find someone to fix the door. With that, Gwen backed out of the room, making a hasty retreat without looking back. I'm a foreigner, the outsider girl in their eyes. It was bad enough that Hinata looks down on me, and now I've kicked down Ye's brother's door right in front of him. If his parents hear about this, they'll probably find me even harder to accept. In her panic, Gwen hurried away, not noticing the psychic connection Suye was trying to establish. Back in the room, Ruewen stepped up to Suye, giving him a sideways glance. What? Feeling sorry for her. I haven't even said anything yet. Want me to go after her and comfort her for you? As she spoke, Ruewen mimicked a classic Michael Jackson dance move, lifting her brows with a hint of mischief. You know, I'm perfectly capable of consoling her right now. Suye shot her a look. No need. Thank you very much. Shaking his head, Suye dressed himself and walked over to the window. Just now you said old Su sent you? Ruewen stopped by his side and nodded. Yeah, old Su said you might be in danger, so he asked me to check on you. I rushed over overnight, but I never expected that you would. As she spoke, Ruewen struck a mock-shy pose. Who would have thought? Big E, you used to ignore me when we were kids, but now. HMPF. I must have misjudged you. Suye resisted the urge to scratch his head. You were the one who came onto me, okay? I just didn't say no, that's all. This time, Ruewen fell silent, simply gazing at Suye with a wounded look, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Suye had no choice but to surrender. Fine, it's my fault. I forced you. I apologize, my dearest little brother. Ruewen turned her head away in a pout, though a faint smile crept onto her face. Oh, right. Did old Su say anything else when he sent you? Like giving me some scrolls or gear? Or maybe telling a few uncles or friends to come help out? Suye asked again. Old Su knew there was danger here, so he sent Riven over. But as a shapeshifter, Riven's only abilities are transformation and slightly faster healing. She doesn't have any other powers, does she? With such limited skills, what kind of help could she possibly provide? Did she really travel all this way just to deliver a pen? Riven shook her head. I have no idea. All I know is that old Su said, as long as I showed up, that would be enough. He told me not to worry about anything else. Suye drew in a sharp breath. Clearly, there was more to old Su's words than met the eye. 28, the heiress with 600 billion explosive talismans. When it came to old Su, Suye found him more inscrutable with each passing day. Old Su was like a bottomless treasure trove. No matter how much you unearthed, there was always more hidden beneath the surface. All Suye could do was learn to accept it. After all, that was his own father. No matter what, he'd never do anything to harm him. Standing by the window, Suye extended his telepathic sense outward. Before long, he found the person he was searching for, a crow, perching in a hidden corner atop the Osborne Group's skyscraper. Yo! The moment his mind connected, Suye communicated directly with Uchiha Yu, who was controlling the crow. On the other side, he was clearly taken aback. After a moment's hesitation, he replied with some uncertainty, Is that you, Suye? That's right, Suye confirmed. I've gotten in touch with my father, and I'm here now. I want to extend my sincerest greetings and respect for all your years of deep cover work. He was silent for a moment. Then, in a languid tone, he replied, So should I say, I serve the people? Suye couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected you to crack a joke. Clearly, someone's environment really could change them. From Riven, Suye had finally pieced together some details about Yu's family. Yu's father was named Uchiha Fugaku, and he used to be old Su's comrade in arms. Now, they were colleagues. That's right, Suye's father, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, was still very much alive, and so was Yu's father. In fact, the entire Uchiha family was thriving. Of course, as a family of heroes, the Uchihas had made their share of sacrifices for the Dragon Nation. For instance, in that infamous, unmentionable war over a decade ago, a young Uchiha man named Uchiha Dai, Yu's peer, had died in battle. It could be said that the entire Uchiha clan had always been Dragon Nation's most loyal warriors. A few years after the unmentionable war, the Akatsuki organization began to emerge, operating increasingly beyond the borders of the Dragon Nation. Afterwards, following a discussion with Yu, old Su decided that the most talented member of the current generation of the Yu clan, Yu, will be sent to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization as a spy, under the codename Itachi. Of course, these were all top-secret missions. Hardly anyone knew about them. The Yu clan, after all, was a special department in the Dragon Kingdom, with many matters hidden from the public eye, which is why Hinata remained completely in the dark. This, then, is the system's localized adaptation for the Yu family, and Yu himself, in this DLC. In such a harmonious environment as the Dragon Kingdom, you'd never see something as chaotic as an entire clan plotting rebellion, only to be wiped out by their own most outstanding child. The kind of dark, twisted storyline only appears in those bizarre foreign tales. As for the second male lead in the original story, Sasuke Uchiha, now called Yujizuwa, well, the name alone makes it clear he and Yu are brothers. Yujizuwa is 12 this year, at the age to move up from elementary to junior high. He's still attending after-school classes, locked in a daily struggle with homework. Yufuyu has already sent one son out as an undercover agent, so naturally, the second son is to be kept at home and carefully nurtured, shaped into his own vision of the perfect child. Knowing all this, Suyi couldn't help but sincerely feel happy for the 12-year-old Jizuwa. It's a good thing to just go to after-school classes, do homework, and prepare for the next step in school. There's no need to get caught up in bloody battles, to carry the heavy expectations of the whole clan, or to live a life forever overshadowed by revenge. Better to avoid all that. After exchanging a few brief words with Yujiyu, Suyi quickly got down to business. How many members does the Akatsuki organization have now? And what are their abilities like? Suyi asked, and upon noticing that Hoshigaki Kisame, beside him, seemed completely oblivious, with a clueless look on his face, Yujiyu relaxed and started to explain. At the moment, Akatsuki has 9 members, including Deidara, whom you killed earlier. It used to be 10. My partner, well, he's a bit of a deadweight. As Yujiyu spoke, he glanced sideways at Hoshigaki Kisame, who just happened to turn around at that moment, wide-eyed and bewildered, offering a dopey grin as if to play along. Yujiyu nodded indifferently, while continuing his conversation with Suyi in his mind. This guy isn't the brightest, but he's strong and ruthless. He's the ideal kind of operative, someone who will stop at nothing to complete his mission and keep secrets. Since joining the organization, he's been working with me. He's already received some preliminary guidance, but hasn't fully become one of our own yet. Suyi nodded in understanding. No rush. I've already got one stubborn musclehead on my side. Yours can keep developing. If it doesn't work out, there's no need to force it. Understood. Yujiyu continued. Deidara's team, his original partner was Sasori, the one who controls human puppets. You met him before. But that guy's got a radical personality, not easy to get along with. It's hard to bring someone like him over to our side. Then there's Team 1, Haiden and Kakuzu. Those two are nasty to deal with because they're immortal. Haiden and Kakuzu, the infamous undying duo of the Akatsuki. One of them has incredible regenerative powers. Even if he's decapitated, once sewn back together, he'll recover as if nothing happened. He has a twisted fondness for dragging his enemies down with him. Others die, but he doesn't, which is just plain revolting. The other has 5 lives and can wield 5 different chakra natures, switching between them at will. He's notorious for catching opponents completely off guard. For most ninja, these two are the stuff of nightmares. But they're not invincible. One will starve if he doesn't eat, and if you take out all 5 of the other's lives, he's finished. So, all things considered, they aren't quite as unbeatable as they seem. The real trouble lies with the remaining 2 teams. There's another team, pretty mysterious. I suspect they might be the true masterminds behind Akatsuki, or at least trusted agents of whoever's pulling the strings. But they didn't show up here this time. The last team is the public face of Akatsuki, their leader, Pain, and his most loyal partner, Conan. And those two are the real architects behind this entire operation. After listening to Yujiyu, Suyi finally got a rough grasp of the situation. So Suye's biggest adversary would be that man, famously cryptic, how many stories can a bag of rice carry? Painted the Deva path, or rather, Nagato, the mastermind behind him. If that's the case, could their side really handle this? Even Max might get crushed if he ran into someone like Kisame, who uses water style, or Kakuzu. As for the Avengers, there are a few who could help out. Iron Man, Thor, the not yet fully tamed Abomination, and Bruce Banner, who still hasn't transformed back into the Hulk. Oh, and Captain America as well. Maybe Captain America could go head-to-head with Payne's Deva path. Not necessarily to win, but just to hold him to a stalemate to buy time. With all these people together, maybe they could put up a decent fight against the Akatsuki. Whether it turned into one-on-one duels or a chaotic free-for-all, most of Akatsuki's members could probably be held off by the Guardians and the Avengers. As for Akatsuki's greatest threat, aside from Deidara, whose only obsession is explosions as art, there's Conan. So he decided to take her on himself. Conan is the only woman in the Akatsuki organization. Although she's already a bit older, 35, and always wrapped in her cloak, making her figure impossible to discern, that doesn't stop people from letting their imaginations wander about the unknown. At 35, Conan might not quite measure up to Tsunade or Samui, but she certainly isn't outshined by Meiterumi, Kurenai Yuhi, or Anko Mitarashi, who are all in their early 30s. Besides, despite being 35, there isn't a single wrinkle on Conan's face. So he thought to himself that he might just have a chance to take her on. Of course, Suyi is a straightforward man. What he meant was to challenge Conan in ninjutsu. Nothing improper at all. Still, conquering Conan wouldn't be a bad achievement either. After all, she's the woman with 60 billion explosive tags at her disposal. 60 billion explosive tags. Just think about what that means. A single explosive tag must cost at least as much as a hand grenade. If we say a hand grenade is $50 apiece, then 60 billion would add up to $30 trillion. For comparison, in 2022, the United States GDP was only $23 trillion. Conan literally holds more explosive tags than America makes in a year. Isn't a woman like that worth the challenge? And 60 billion might not even be her limit. As long as she wants, Conan could create even more explosive tags with her pay-per-release technique. So, she's basically a walking, self-sufficient munitions factory and wholesaler. Compared to her, Tony Stark wouldn't even be fit to carry her shoes. Alright, I've made up my mind. That Conan is my responsibility. Suyi declared his decision through their telepathic link. And on the other end, Uchiha Yu didn't overthink it. As the nominal leaders of Akatsuki, both Pain and Conan are incredibly difficult opponents. So, since Suyi volunteered to take on one of them, that was certainly a good thing. However, are we really going to launch a counterattack on Akatsuki right now? We still don't know what their plot is, when they plan to act, or where it'll happen. Uchiha Yu said hesitantly. He's an undercover agent, but unlike his highly autonomous counterpart in the original story, the current Uchiha Yu is mainly responsible for infiltration and intelligence gathering. He doesn't get involved in analysis or planning the next moves. He just carries out orders. So, once Suyi took over communication from old Su, Uchiha Yu automatically handed over all decision-making power to Suyi and focused on gathering information and plugging any gaps. If Suyi were a more forceful leader, Uchiha Yu would talk less and do more. Or maybe just act without saying a word. At this moment, Suyi appeared rather approachable, so Yuji decided to voice his own opinion. Suyi had originally wanted to say, I know all about their scheme. It's nothing more than the Eye of the Moon, the infinite Tsukuyami, meant to plunge everyone into an endless sleep, drawing their consciousness into a fabricated world, all under the banner of achieving world peace. Isn't that essentially the same as a colossal, immersive online game? Come to think of it, isn't this just like the Matrix? Because of the made-up world, even people who have already died in reality can be brought back to life there. Obito Uchiha, the shadowy mastermind behind Akatsuki, was captivated by this idea. In his desire to create a world where his childhood friend Rin Noera was still alive, he orchestrated the Akatsuki series of actions. The true puppet master, Madara Uchiha, also subscribed to this vision. He wanted to create a false world where everyone could live in peace, realizing a different kind of world harmony. But what neither of them knew was that the real goal behind this plan was the resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Obito and Madara were nothing more than pawns, utterly unaware of their roles. If these three layers of schemes were to unfold step by step from this point on, Suyi felt that the resulting chaos on Earth might rival Thanos' Infinity War. In fact, Kagaya Otsutsuki's power, when fully unleashed, was nearly on par with Thanos equipped with all 6 Infinity Stones. Meanwhile, Suya's own superhero team on Earth was far from ready. Many of the planned heroes, devastating ones like Scarlet Witch, had yet to join the ranks, and the Infinity Stones were still out of reach. So, Taking on Kagaya Otsutsuki at this stage would clearly put them at a disadvantage. As for what was really happening on old Su's side, Su-yi had no idea, nor did he hold out much hope. Su-yi was in America. The battlefield was in America. All he needed to do was keep things under control here. On the other hand, even if the Eye of the Moon plan succeeded here and that giant eyeball hung ominously overhead, it wouldn't have much effect on the Dragon Nation across the globe, would it? Maybe that's why old Su could sit back in his fishing pavilion, send Raven over, and then simply drink himself into a stupor and sleep soundly, not bothering with anything else. In any case, from Su-ye's perspective, avoiding an all-out war for now was clearly the best possible outcome. At this point, it really isn't the right time for a major conflict. We're definitely not fully prepared. But the question is, can you stall the Akatsuki on your end? Can you get them to hold off for a while? Yuji fell silent for a moment, then spoke in a low voice. Perhaps you could find a way to meet with Conan. If there's anyone who can persuade Pain to delay his plans, it would be her. So after going around in circles, the problem returned to Su-ye's original idea, to win over the richest woman in Konoha, Sister Conan. All right, I understand. Here's what I'll do. I'll set up a fight on my end, and you have that idiot beside you go up against my idiot here. That way, you'll have something concrete to report when you get back. Deal. Very quickly, the two of them settled on a location for the battle, and then ended the call. Su-yi withdrew his telepathic link and shifted his attention elsewhere, to the basement of the Oscorp Tower, where a green-skinned beast was smashing the walls with thunderous blows. Abomination. Hello, Mr. Emil Blonsky. The sudden voice, echoing in his mind, nearly shattered Abomination's composure. For a moment, he wondered if he'd spent too long breaking walls and started hallucinating. But Abomination quickly regained his calm. As was mentioned before, his intelligence and emotional control far surpassed the Hulk's. Who are you and what do you want? Abomination growled. I'm Uncle Su from the Great Wall Guardians. I'm sure you've heard of me, Su-yi replied with a chuckle. Recently, both Sharon and Black Widow had tried to persuade Abomination to switch sides, so he was definitely familiar with the Great Wall Guardians. I have a question for you now. Are you willing to join the Great Wall Guardians? I can promise you'll have countless powerful opponents to fight. Enough to keep you busy until you're sick of it. Su-ye's voice slithered into his mind like the serpent tempting Adam and Eve with forbidden fruit. Abomination paused for a moment, then suddenly asked, What about the Hulk? Su-yi grinned. If you'd like, I can arrange that for you. All right, I'm in. 29. In Marvel with 5 girlfriends. Under clear blue skies, a private jet soared above the clouds. After a few hours, it touched down in Los Angeles, the city of angels on the West Coast. As the plane landed, Tony Stark, ever the local, welcomed the passengers aboard. Welcome to L.A., the city of angels. For as long as you're here, all your expenses are on me. It was clear that, compared to Heartbreak City, New York, Los Angeles gave Tony Stark a much greater sense of security. His generosity now easily outshined that of young Master Zhao. After the ordeal with Daidara's starfish explosion, Tony Stark was more convinced than ever that he and New York were simply incompatible. Why else would he be the only one blown sky high when so many others could have taken a hit? So, after waking up, the very first thing Tony did was persuade the Avengers to relocate, leave New York behind, and move to Los Angeles, where he would handle all their accommodations. Neither S.H.I.E.L.D. nor the Avengers had many objections to this plan. New York had already been reduced to ruins. Some people were left behind to handle post-war reconstruction and cleanup, but for most of the organization, relocating their operations to Los Angeles made perfect sense. On Su-ye's end, Tony Stark casually brought up the idea, suggesting that perhaps the Great Wall Guardians could also move to Los Angeles. That way, everyone could look out for one another. Originally, Tony Stark assumed Su-yi would refuse. After all, the Osborn Group, which backed the Great Wall Guardians, was deeply rooted in New York. Even though New York had been turned into a wasteland, rebuilding those ruins remained a vital task, and a mission they surely wouldn't abandon so easily. But to his surprise, Su-yi readily agreed. Su-yi, of course, had no objections. With New York in ruins, what was the point of fighting amidst the rubble? Even Spider-Man's webs would have nowhere to swing. It made much more sense to move to bustling Los Angeles. A perfect stage for Abomination to have a proper showdown with Kisame Hashigaki. It would give Americans a taste of the Akatsuki's power, and perhaps leave the City of Angels with a memorable gift as well. After all, Los Angeles was a world-class metropolis on par with New York. Now that aliens had destroyed New York, wouldn't it seem a bit anticlimactic if Los Angeles didn't at least experience a good explosion or two? Otherwise, people might start to look down on it. Only by feeling the same evening breeze can you truly say you've stood together. And so, the Great Wall Guardians boarded a plane alongside the Avengers, heading straight for Los Angeles. Both organizations' new headquarters were provided by Tony Stark, and Su-yi had no complaints about that arrangement. After all, these offices were only temporary. Who knew when the next battle would wipe them out? The location hardly mattered. Besides, Los Angeles was just one stop on the journey. The next destination might be San Francisco, or perhaps Chicago. Washington, D.C. would have its turn sooner or later. Meanwhile, as Seiya and the others arrived in Los Angeles, a car was speeding across the highway that stretched from coast to coast. Leaning out of the window was a man with grease paint smeared on his face, his lips curled in a perpetual grin, his hair matted as if it hadn't been washed in years. He let the wind whip across his face, peeling back his lips to reveal yellowed teeth and gums. Wasn't that just the way dogs love to play? One glance at his makeup made it clear it was the Joker. He'd been scheming in New York for months, even seeking out Madame Gao, one of the Hand's Five Elders, to set up something big. But plans can never keep up with the pace of change. Before the Joker could put his scheme into motion, the Chitauri launched their sudden attack, plunging New York into chaos. Bombs raining down, explosions everywhere. Now, New York didn't even need the Joker's touch. It had already become a wasteland, with society's order utterly swept away. Such a social order, in theory, should perfectly align with the Joker's ideals and philosophy. The problem, however, is that over half of New York's population has perished, and the remaining survivors are desperately fleeing. Saying that less than 1 in 10 remain would hardly be an exaggeration. Given the choice between playing around in a sparsely populated, chaotic wasteland and bringing down another thriving metropolis, the Joker didn't even need to hesitate. He immediately chose the latter. Thus, his gaze fell upon Los Angeles, the second largest city in America, and he began planning and investigating with great enthusiasm. What kind of criminal underworld does Los Angeles have, and how can it be exploited? Most notably, there's Iron Man, Tony Stark. If the Joker could manage to drag him into the fray, now that would be truly entertaining. What the Joker didn't know, however, was that the superheroes had already headed for Los Angeles ahead of him, and disaster was on its way there too. Meanwhile, the members of the Akatsuki were also displaying their unique skills as they hurried toward Los Angeles. Itachi had brought back news. Jinchuriki Seiya discovered their presence and decided to flee. There was a high chance he'd try to return to his home country. Upon hearing this, the Akatsuki made a swift decision to give immediate chase. They could not afford to wait any longer. Under no circumstances could they let Seiya return to the Dragon Kingdom. Not only is that place a forbidden zone for mercenaries, it's also off-limits for rogue shinobi like them. Any ninja who enters Dragon Kingdom without permission rarely gets to leave alive or unscathed. So, they had to deal with Seiya in Los Angeles. This couldn't be postponed any further. While both sides were racing toward their destination, Seiya was busy taking his harem for a stroll down Hollywood's Walk of Fame. Even superheroes are human, and humans have needs beyond heroics. Let's not even mention the women in Seiya's entourage. When 5 women gather together, the scene that unfolds is, well, it truly defies description. Especially with Gwen and Mai Shiranui. Each believed she was Seiya's only girlfriend, and neither had the gentle, accommodating temperament of Hinata. Expecting them to sit quietly together and play cards in peace? Not a chance. Hinata was still young. Though she felt aggrieved, all she could do was wait patiently to grow up. As for Riven, she'd been watching Seiya's misadventures. From the sidelines the entire time, she was already doing him a favor by not kicking him when he was down. Expecting her to help out? Fat chance. Seiya suspected she might even shape-shift into his likeness just to cause trouble. People these days are so thin-skinned. If even a doppelganger gets a taste of your love life, it's considered betrayal. Never mind if it's your own sister. Wait, if it's your own sister sneaking some tofu, does it even count as betrayal? Well, perhaps it could work. The problem is, Riven might not go for it. Now that she had leverage over him, why would she let it go to waste? She might just whip it out and use it at the most inconvenient moment. No, best not to even imagine it. Of course, the handprints and footprints of the Chinese theater are privately owned and not particularly valuable. Just a little better than nothing. When even Green Darkness and Mr. Nobody can leave their marks there, you know the gold content isn't exactly impressive. The real honor lies in the stars embedded in the sidewalk of the Hollywood Walk of Fame on the city's main street. Now, that's something to boast about. It's said that, up to now, only 5 people from the Dragon Kingdom have left their stars there, including Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan. Those are worth a closer look, because you never know, one day they might be gone. According to news from Uchihayu, the Akatsuki will arrive in Los Angeles in no more than 2 days. Seiya has chosen the Walk of Fame as the battlefield for Abomination and Kisame Hashigaki. After all, what place is more famous than this? While one of his clones keeps Gwen and the others company, Seiya himself is with Mai Shiranui, engaging in activities related to the origins of humanity. Let's just leave it at that. Once he's finished entertaining my Shiranui, Seiya swaps places. He sends a clone to take her to Disneyland, while his real self rejoins Gwen's group. In this way, Seiya's life is packed, tight, and fulfilling. Riven, in particular, plays an interesting role. To everyone, she's known as Suruewen, male, Seiya's younger brother. So, no matter how close the two of them get, Gwen doesn't think anything of it. In fact, she even praises the brotherly bond they seem to share. Riven takes full advantage of this cover, always dragging Seiya to the restroom with her. They even sit side by side in the stalls, sometimes for over half an hour, several times a day. Gwen is so concerned she's tempted to get Riven some laxatives from the pharmacy. After all, chronic constipation is no joke. Meanwhile, Seiya makes good use of his clones to get thoroughly acquainted with Professor X and Magneto's abilities. Magneto is his main focus. In the movies, Magneto has capsized massive ships and flung bridges through the air. His control over metal is measured in tens of thousands of tons. So he can't possibly let the old man outshine him. So, using his connection with Tony Stark, he finds an abandoned steel mill where he begins a series of intensive skill drills and technique development. After 2 days, the results are impressive. Juggling time with his girlfriend and honing his powers, life feels both blissful and productive. 2 days slip by in the blink of an eye. Early that morning, Seiya gets word from Uchiha-yu. The Akatsuki have entered the city. Just as he receives the news, the background music is the theme from The Invaders Are Coming. While Hinata is engrossed in an anti-Japanese war drama on TV, the volume turned way up, leaving Seiya feeling slightly out of sync with time and space. After confirming the location with Uchiha-yu, Seiya sends a clone driving a delivery van toward the area near the Walk of Fame. This time, he didn't inform anyone, especially not Tony Stark, that local powerhouse, precisely to give Abomination and Kisame Hashigaki enough time to fight to their heart's content, to smash and destroy without restraint. The Hollywood Walk of Fame is a famous tourist attraction. Even when it's not a holiday, crowds gather here to stroll, take photos, and soak in the sights. Recently, though, faces from the Dragon Kingdom have become a rare sight in this area. After the attack on New York, the Dragon Kingdom issued a safety advisory, so during this period, tour groups from there have almost disappeared from Los Angeles. In fact, it's not just Los Angeles. Throughout the United States, it's become nearly impossible to find many real people from the Dragon Kingdom anymore. Those who remain are mostly banana people, folks with Dragon Kingdom faces but Americanized at heart, or the likes of young X******, who worship everything American, even claiming the very air here is sweet. If any of these people were to get caught in the crossfire, it would simply be a matter of bad luck for them. So he stopped his car near the Walk of Fame, got out alone, and strolled into a theater shop to buy some movie-themed souvenirs. He made no effort to disguise himself, walking the streets exactly as he was, unmasked and unconcerned. Just then, several figures appeared atop a distant rooftop. He actually came out alone. Does he really think he's safe just because he hid in Los Angeles? Kisame Hashigaki sneered, yanking out the massive, bandage-wrapped Samahata sword strapped to his back. Without hesitation, he leapt straight off the rooftop. Let's go. I'll lead the way this time. The others said nothing, simply following Kisame as they jumped down from the building after him. After Detera's death and Sasori's puppet being instantly defeated, they no longer believe in the myth of settling things with Seiya through one-on-one duels. All five launched their assault together, aiming to end things swiftly and decisively. Kisame charged ahead, moving rapidly across the rooftops, and in no time closed in on Seiya's location. Then, mid-air, he quickly formed a series of hand signs and unleashed a jutsu. Water style, exploding water colliding wave. Kisame opened his mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of water, as if a floodgate had burst open. A massive jet of water gushed forth, instantly forming a surging waterfall that swept along the street, with waves several meters high roaring straight toward Seiya. The street was packed with pedestrians and tourists, all of whom were knocked down in an instant by the giant wave. Swept up by the raging water, they were carried away, crashing into lampposts and walls over and over again. Countless people were knocked unconscious by the force of the water or by impact. Though Kisame looked like a salted fish, he certainly had no shortage of water in his belly. With this single exploding water colliding wave, he not only washed away the crowds but transformed the entire street into a watery maze. From a distance, it looked like Venice. And as soon as Kisame finished spewing water, he began weaving hand signs in mid-air again, ready to cast another jutsu. Water style, water shark bomb, jutsu. This time, Kisame Hashigaki transformed directly into a shark made entirely of water, plunging from the air into the water below. His watery fins sliced across the surface, surging rapidly in the direction where Seiya stood. On the water surface, countless unconscious pedestrians floated about, while the shark Kisame had become darted through the currents, concealed beneath the waves and nearly impossible to spot. In no time, Kisame had closed in on Seiya's location, meticulously planning his next attack in his mind. He would first unleash his 1,000 sharks jutsu, summoning a swarm of sharks to besiege Seiya, then use water-style, great exploding water wave to engulf the whole area in water. Finally, taking advantage of the water shark bomb's unrivaled agility in the water and the voracious chakra-draining power of his sword, Samahata, in its fully unleashed state, he would overwhelm Seiya completely. The goal was to finish this quickly, before Seiya's so-called guardians or avengers could arrive and complicate things. Although the Akatsuki had no reason to fear the guardians or avengers, it was always wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. If possible, a swift and decisive victory was best. Just as Kisame was about to unleash the 1,000 sharks, a delivery van floating nearby suddenly exploded with a thunderous crash. Out from the wreckage burst a yellow-green monster, charging straight at Kisame in the water and slamming him aside. This yellow-green monster was none other than the Abomination. Abomination has appeared 3 times in the Marvel Cinematic Universe: in The Incredible Hulk, Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings, and the series She-Hulk. Back in the original Incredible Hulk era, Abomination was simply a massive, bony brute with the beginnings of an exoskeletal armor and bone spikes forming across his skin. But by the time of Shang-Chi, his appearance had changed dramatically. The most obvious difference? He started wearing trunks. This was a fundamental shift from the Incredible Hulk days, suggesting that the idea of retractable anatomy or an exoskeletal triangle guard was abandoned. Besides the trunks, one couldn't help but notice his fin-like ears and the dorsal fin running down his back. Who knows what sort of creative or aesthetic decisions the writers made, but Abomination did seem to be evolving into something more like a river monster. With these changes, Abomination could move through water effortlessly, as if it were his natural domain. The water, instead of being a hindrance, became his own personal arena. Thus, the aquatic environment Kisame created with his exploding water wave no longer offered him any advantage against Abomination. Kisame had 2 major strengths: the ability to transform into a shark and display unmatched agility in water, and his giant sword, Samahata. Hailing from the Hidden Mist Village, Kisame originally made his debut as a member of the idol group, the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist. Well, sort of. Let me take a brief detour here. When it comes to Naruto, the 5 Kage and their respective villages are actually modeled after real-world counterparts. Some enthusiasts online have done detailed analyses of this. Among the 5 great ninja villages, the Land of Fire undoubtedly represents Japan. After all, this is a story created by a Japanese artist, so that's only natural. The Land of Wind, with its arid deserts and sandstorms, along with Gaara's teacher, Baki, whose attire echoes Arab fashion, seems to draw inspiration from Arab nations. The Land of Lightning stands out as a melting pot of different ethnicities. Killer Bee, the host of the 8 Tails, is the quintessential black rap artist, while the Gold and Silver brothers are dressed in a style reminiscent of Native American warriors. Samui, the blonde bombshell, further points to this village being a reflection of America. The Land of Earth is dotted with sprawling clusters of pointed, European-style castles, an obvious nod to the European Union. Finally, there's the Land of Water. This one is said to be more subtly portrayed. Once a mighty nation, it later adopted a strict policy of isolationism for generations, with intense internal repression, and eventually saw women rise to power. The 7 ninja swordsmen who fled the country in defiance of tyranny. Don't they evoke the image of China's 6 gentlemen who opposed the establishment? Well, maybe these are just rumors and hearsay, perhaps even coincidences. To us, the battles among these villages really come across as nothing more than turf wars between local gangs vying for their landlord's favor. Now, back to the 7 ninja swordsmen. Each among them wields a rather sinister, oversized blade. Kisame Hashigaki's sword, Samahata, is a living weapon. It can absorb chakra directly from opponents during combat, and its appetite is insatiable. It's said that even a tailed beast composed of pure chakra might not be enough to satisfy its hunger. This sword can even neutralize chakra-based attacks by absorbing them. A formidable weapon, to be sure. But there's a catch. Samahata can only absorb chakra. Against opponents who rely solely on physical prowess, it's far less effective. That's why, in the original story, Kisame is ultimately overpowered by Guy, who uses no chakra but fights with overwhelming strength. In the end, Kisame is forced to take his own life. Abomination, in this case, is a fighter much like Guy. He has no chakra, possesses monstrous stamina and strength, and is perfectly at home in the water. It's no exaggeration to say that Abomination is practically made to exploit Kisame's greatest weakness. Their fight was so lopsided that Seiya didn't even bother to follow it. The moment Kisame attacked, Seiya simply leapt onto the roof of the Dolby Theater. This venue, located right next to the Chinese Theater, yes, the very spot where Happy nearly got blown up in Iron Man 3, is also where the Oscars are held. Just as Seiya landed on the Dolby Theater's rooftop, 4 figures appeared before him in an instant. The 4 people before him all looked like characters straight out of an anime, except for Sasori, who had shed the grotesque face of Hiriko and returned to his true appearance. Seeing these 4, Seiya's brows knitted slightly. From New York all the way to Los Angeles. You people really are impossible to shake off. At the front, Uchiha spoke in a deep, emotionless voice. This is our duty. Even if you fled to the ends of the earth, we would still hunt you down. Seiya let out a short laugh. And what if I went back to Dragon Country? Uchiha paused, then sighed. But you haven't, have you? That's right. Seiya snorted, pulling a Guan Yu mask from his coat and fitting it over his face before continuing. So, do you know why I haven't gone back? Uchiha stayed silent, but the man behind him, Haydn, who hefted a massive scythe over his shoulder, couldn't hold back. Why you don't go back is your problem. The only thing that matters now is, you can't go back. Today is the day you die. This is where you'll meet your end. With that, he swung the huge blade, aptly named the Bloody March Scythe, and charged at Seiya. Haydn's abilities drew power from a sinister deity. As long as he could taste his enemy's blood and use it to draw a ritual circle on the ground, he could stand within it and reflect all attacks back to his foe. Worse still, whenever he injured himself inside the circle, his enemy would suffer the same wounds, no matter who struck first. And since Haydn was immortal, he could feel pain but never die. Once he completed his ritual, his enemy was doomed, whether they attacked or not. Yet, the skill's weakness was glaringly obvious. If the ritual required his opponent's blood, the solution was simple. Don't let him draw any. Anyone with half a brain could figure that out. That's why some even said Haydn was the weakest member of the Akatsuki, his fatal flaw impossible to ignore. But for Seiya, such tricks were pointless. He preferred attacking to dodging. So as Haydn barreled forward, Seiya, empty-handed, launched his own countercharge. As he ran, Seiya's hands rubbed together in front of him, and in an instant, a rapidly spinning orb of chakra energy materialized in his grasp. Rasengan. The Rasengan was a sphere of swirling energy, but it wasn't just spinning in one direction. The chakra inside whirled in chaotic, unpredictable patterns, so when it struck an enemy, it instantly threw their own chakra into complete disarray. With their chakra disrupted, the effect was much like an internal energy backlash, paralyzing his opponent in an instant. The Rasengan in Seiya's hand wasn't just an ordinary Rasengan. It was the advanced version, the giant Rasengan. Its power was immense, its destructive force so great that, according to legend, it could rival the impact of a small meteor striking the earth. Yet, Seiya's giant Rasengan did not fly toward Haydn, but instead hurtled straight for Uchiha. After all, if you're going to put on a show, you have to commit to the role. Uchiha had the aura of a true leader, exuding charisma from head to toe. And since he hailed from the Yu clan of Longhua, appearing outwardly as a traitor to his homeland, it would be suspicious not to target him first. Uchiha, for his part, was more than ready. In a flash, his hands formed a series of seals. He took a deep breath and unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth, while his other hand simultaneously hurled a handful of shuriken. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Claw Crimson. Dozens of shuriken instantly transformed in a blazing, whirling fire shuriken, spinning rapidly as they shot toward Seiya, covering a wide area. If he continued to charge, he would undoubtedly be caught in the fiery crossfire. Seiya had no choice. Midway, he detonated his giant Rasengan, stirring up a chaotic swirl of chakra and air currents, knocking the flaming shuriken off course and saving himself from certain injury. But just then, Haydn had already lunged forward, his massive scythe swinging down at Seiya. At Uchiha's side, Kakuzu and Sasori readied themselves as well, poised to join the fray at any moment. Several kilometers away, atop the rooftop of a tall building, stood a woman with purple hair, her head adorned with a delicate paper flower. She was dressed in the same signature black cloak with red clouds as the others, a member of Akatsuki and the sole woman among them. Konan, the wealthy queen who possessed 600 billion explosive tags. In the distance, Seiya unleashed his ultimate move, Energy Fountain. A colossal pillar of energy erupted toward the sky, blasting Haydn away, while Kakuzu and Sasori made their move to join the battle. Konan, however, simply watched from afar, her face devoid of emotion, showing no intention of lending a hand. By her side, a paper butterfly fluttered gently, coming to rest on a rotting tree stump. "I never would have thought," Conan said, turning to the stump with her impassive gaze, "that the one neither side could defeat was just one of your clones. And yet, your real self has chosen this moment to appear here." With a sudden crack, the old stump burst apart, revealing a human form. Seiya himself, not a clone, but his true body. "I must admit, I didn't expect one of the Akatsuki's leaders to be you," Seiya said, raising an eyebrow. "Come to think of it, should I be calling you Ant Master?" In the original story, Jiraiya had taught Minato Namikaze, Conan, and also Naruto Uzumaki. So, by that logic, Naruto would have to call Conan his senior fellow apprentice. Does that mean he has to call Minato father, and also call him senior brother? But to Seiya, he'd never even met Jiraiya, let alone learned anything from him. So in Seiya's eyes, Jiraiya was just old Su's master, making him Seiya's grandmaster. That also meant Conan wasn't Sister Conan, but rather Ant Master Conan. Or simply Ant. When Seiya called her Ant Master, an unusual expression flickered across Conan's usually stoic face. Clearly, something had crossed her mind, but she quickly shook her head. "Our teacher, I'm afraid, probably doesn't even recognize us as his students anymore. And no, that's not a typo. Old Su's master was indeed named Walayi. The name Walayi originally belonged to a clever thief from the Song Dynasty tale collection of anecdotes. Jiraiya for Naruto is based on a local adaptation of this very story, a tale that traveled from China to Japan. So when the system translated Jiraiya as Walayi, it was really bringing the character back to his roots." Hearing what Conan said, Seiya shook his head. "Whether Grandmaster Walayi recognizes you as a student, I can't say. But as for me, you'll always be my aunt. And honestly, Aunt, you're so young and beautiful that calling you Aunt almost feels like I'm making you sound older than you are. If it's all right, could I call you Sister Nan instead?" Seiya smiled, trying to get closer to her. After all, women usually enjoy a compliment or two. Praising their beauty and youth is often the quickest way to break the ice. Especially for someone like Conan, who, at over 30, might not want to admit she's not as young as the fresh-faced girls in their 20s. Sure enough, Conan's expression softened a little. She no longer wore that poker face she'd had at first. "It's better if you call me Ant Master. No matter whether our teacher recognizes us or not, we were still his students." Since Conan insisted, Seiya was happy to oblige. "All right, Aunt." Seiya agreed right away, playing along. "Aunt, when did you all arrive in America? You didn't even let me know in advance, so I could give you a proper welcome. After all, I've been living here for a few years now." At his words, Conan's face turned cool again. She shook her head, her tone frosty. "We only just arrived. No need for any formalities. We're here to capture you." As she spoke, countless paper sheets suddenly appeared behind her, folding into the shape of two wings. They began to flutter gently, lifting her body smoothly into the air. "Enough with the small talk. Since you've come to me, I don't have to go looking for you. So, will you come quietly, or do I have to take you by force?" Seeing her like this, Seiya couldn't help but sigh. Women, honestly, the way they turn on you is even faster than flipping a page. Just a moment ago, she wanted me to call her Auntie, and now she's glaring at me like a stranger, ready to beat me up or worse. Did I somehow erase your chastity mark, or what? Still, even though Conan is a woman, there's no such rule as don't hit women in Seiya's personal code. When someone's already pushing you to the edge, practically trying to walk all over you if you don't fight back or at least talk back, that's just not Seiya's style. For Seiya, there's no such thing as a woman you can't lay hands on, only women you don't have the strength to deal with. Conan's ability is the paper release. That's not an official term, of course. The original name is Dance of the Shikigami, but you can basically think of it as manipulating paper to fly, attack, create clones, all the usual ninja tricks. Her most famous battle was when she disguised 600 billion explosive tags as an ocean, all in an attempt to ambush Uchiha Obito. Unfortunately for her, the Uchiha are notorious for their hacks. Obito used his Sharingan technique, Izanagi, and not only did it nullify every single explosive tag, he also managed to sneak up and stab Conan from behind. With little real combat experience, that one strike was all it took to end Conan's life. Seiya may not have the Izanagi Sharingan, but by the same token, Conan has only just arrived in Los Angeles and hasn't had the chance to set any elaborate explosive traps. Which means in this fight, Seiya doesn't have much to worry about. Unless, of course, Nagato steps in from behind the scenes and sends in Pain to help her, and that's almost a certainty. So, what Seiya needs to do now is finish this quickly. Take down Conan before Pain arrives. That way, he saved himself a whole lot of trouble. Across from him, Conan let out a cold snort. "So, you're not planning to surrender, are you?" Don't blame me for what happens next. Seiya looked up, grinning brightly. Auntie, take a guess. If you had me in your hands, how long do you think I'd last? Conan frowned slightly, but didn't reply. Maybe she was pondering the question, or maybe she just didn't think it was worth answering. How long he'd last? You have to fight to find out. Seiya didn't expect Conan to answer, so he shrugged and replied for himself. What I mean is, the shorter the time, the better. So if we're talking just 1, 2, 3, over in 3 seconds. Annie, you wouldn't hold that against me, would you? Conan let out a dismissive hum. Who do you think you're underestimating? With her paper release, Conan is basically immune to most forms of physical attack. Defeating her quickly is no easy task. Seiya shrugged. No disrespect intended. I'm just saying, today, I'm not quite the same as before. As he spoke, Seiya's gaze toward Xiaonan suddenly sharpened, and at the same time, he unleashed his telepathic ability in a powerful burst. In just an instant, Xiaonan's eyes grew vacant, and her whole body went limp, dropping from the sky like a marionette with its strings cut. But Seiya was quick to react, stepping forward to catch Xiaonan in his arms before she could hit the ground. Forgive me, Aunt. I only needed 1 second. Just as Seiya held Xiaonan and was about to, well, not exactly that, but to make a swift escape while no one else was around, he glanced back and saw someone. Behind him, a spiky-haired figure with bright orange hair, standing at a distance, glaring at him with a pair of dull, spiral-patterned, lifeless eyes. The man was fairly good-looking, but his taste was a bit strange. He wore a nose piercing, not just any, but 3 rods driven right through the bridge of his nose. It looked painful, to say the least, but he didn't seem to feel a thing. After all, he was already dead. A few rods stuck in his face, or even being split in half, wouldn't hurt him in the slightest. This was none other than the Deva Path of Pain, one of the 6 paths of pain, and those black rods embedded in his body were the very devices through which Nagato, the true mastermind, channeled his chakra to control him. Seiya had sensed the Deva Path's presence long ago, but since the latter hadn't shown any hostility, he hadn't paid much attention. Now, holding Xiaonan, he turned to greet him. Hey there. The reanimated Pain's face betrayed no emotion. He stared at Seiya with those purple Rinnegan eyes, his gaze unwavering. What did you do to her? Seiya shrugged. As you can see, I just put my aunt to sleep for a bit. Don't worry, her body's unharmed. Pain glanced at Xiaonan, and with the power of the Rinnegan, confirmed that she was indeed unharmed before shifting his attention back to Seiya. You know why we're here? Seiya nodded. That's right. The Akatsuki have been following me from New York to Los Angeles. If I hadn't figured something out by now, I have to be a complete fool. The Deva Path was quiet for a moment, then spoke. If you hand over the 9 tails, we'll leave right away. Neither you nor your friends will be harmed. Armed. Seiya tilted his head with a smile, gesturing behind him. You mean those guys? In the distance, Seiya's clone was locked in combat with 4 Akatsuki members. With Uchiha Obito, the notorious traitor, among them, Seiya wasn't about to fall behind anytime soon. At that moment, streaks of fiery light shot through the air. Reinforcement from the Avengers and the Guardians had finally arrived. Meanwhile, down on the ground, in the swirling waters, Abomination and Kisame Hashigaki were locked in a fierce struggle. Yet, anyone watching could see that Kisame was clearly losing ground. This was likely the toughest fight of Kisame's entire career. The water-style attacks were useless. The great blade Samahata couldn't absorb any chakra from his opponent, and he himself was being mercilessly thrashed on the ground by a former elite soldier with overwhelming physical prowess. With no other options left, Kisame Hashigaki had to resort to fusing himself with Samahata, merging into a fishman form just to barely block the onslaught of Abomination. But barely was all he managed. Pain, Tendo, glanced over at the scene and shook his head lightly. It seems you have quite a few friends, and their abilities aren't half bad. However, don't think the Akatsuki is that easy to handle. As Pain finished speaking, several dark figures suddenly appeared behind him. Including himself, there were now 7 in total. The 6 paths of pain had assembled. If you refuse to cooperate, then I have no choice but to... Before he could finish, the 6 paths of pain had already blurred into shadow, surging towards Seiya's position. Each of the 6 paths possessed different abilities, but since they were all controlled by Nagato alone, their minds were linked, allowing them to form deadly combinations and unleash unexpected synergy in battle. Seiya's expression grew more serious. Facing the assault of the 6 paths of pain, no one would dare assume victory. If this had happened 2 days ago, Seiya would have felt the same. There was no way he could take on the 6 paths of pain with just Rasengan and Shadow clones. But as he had told Conan, things were different now. As the 6 paths of pain charged at him, Seiya didn't even move his feet. He shifted Conan in his arms into an octopus-carrying posture, supporting her with one hand, and then reached out his free hand. In that instant, all 7 shadows froze in midair. Magneto's power activated. Magnetic field control. Each of the 6 paths of pain had countless black rods embedded in their bodies, serving as receivers for Nagato's chakra and enabling his control. The material of these rods was unknown. Some said they were a lower application of truth-seeking balls, a form of yin-yang release, not just simple metal. But Seiya's Magneto ability wasn't limited to controlling metal. He could manipulate magnetic fields. These black rods acted as chakra signal receivers, functioning much like radio towers receiving electromagnetic waves, very similar to magnetic fields. So, while Nagato was directing the 6 paths of pain to attack, he was able to use magnetic fields to control and counter their movements. In fact, it wasn't just the 6 paths he could control. If he wished, Seiya could have seized control of several Akatsuki members at once with his magnetic field. However, dividing his focus among too many targets would dilute his power, making it easier for his opponents to break free using their chakra abilities. Moreover, if he had used it earlier, Nagato would have noticed ahead of time, and trying to deploy it in front of the 6 paths of pain later would never have had such a surprising effect. Unlike now, Seiya extended his hand, and in an instant, all 6 of the advancing paths of pain were immobilized, frozen in place without even the slightest movement. Only the last, Deva path at the rear, perhaps due to being a bit farther away, seemed less affected by the control. A faint smile curled at the corner of Seiya's lips. Junior Seiya greets the little master uncle. Though Seiya's words were polite, there was nothing courteous about the actions of his hands. Suddenly, a sharp, whipping sound sliced through the air as the black rods embedded in the 6 immobilized panes were yanked out by an unseen force and sent flying away. The next instant, those 6 figures collapsed to the ground like kites with their strings cut, falling limply and lying utterly still. Everything happened so quickly that they hadn't even had a chance to unleash their abilities. Behind them, Nagato, the one controlling it all, had just begun to channel chakra in hopes of helping the pains break free, only to find the chakra receivers ripped away before he could act. In the end, only Deva Path, who had been standing at a greater distance, managed to seize the opportunity and leap into the air, putting space between himself and Seiya. A remarkable ability. It seems I truly underestimated you. No wonder. You are senior brother Sue's son, after all. Deva Path's voice rang out from above, calm, yet carrying a distinct note of agitation that hadn't been there before. Clearly, for Nagato, seeing 6 of his pains toppled at once, leaving only Deva Path behind, was a development he found difficult to accept. In Seiya's arms, Conan had already regained consciousness. However, due to the lingering effects of the mental control, she was unable to move her body or perform any jutsu for now. She could only remain in her current position, supported by Seiya. So after all that planning, is it really all about to fall apart like this? Gazing at the bodies of the 6 paths of pain sprawled across the ground, Conan couldn't help but let out a silent sigh in her heart. Through Deva Path's eyes, Nagato cast another look at his comrades in Akatsuki, who were already locked in desperate combat not far away. At last, he made up his mind. At that very moment, Deva Path, suspended in midair, spoke slowly. How many floors can a sack of rice carry? The instant Seiya heard this familiar line, he could barely contain his amusement. Nagato hadn't disappointed him. The moment he'd been waiting for had finally arrived. Yet on his face, Seiya maintained a look of utmost seriousness. This doesn't feel right at all. What is he planning? From his arms, Conan's voice was low and urgent. Run. If we don't move now, it'll be too late. A sack of rice can carry to the 2nd floor. High above, Deva Path continued reciting the strange incantation. Seiya, however, didn't hesitate after Shaonan finished speaking. He immediately used his magnetic field to control the corpses on the ground, scooped up Xiao Nan in his arms, and ran off at full speed. As he ran, he shouted into his earpiece. Run! Get out of here now! It was the exact same line he'd shouted before the explosion of Patrick Star in New York. Crisp, urgent, with no time for explanations. In the distance, the Guardians and Avengers were fiercely ganging up on a few members of the Akatsuki. The fight was intense. Their opponents were powerful and competent, but the heroes had numbers on their side, and victory seemed within reach. But the moment Seiya's voice crackled through their comms, everyone's mind flashed back to Patrick Star in New York. Without a second thought, they dropped everything and bolted, abandoning the fight entirely. Iron Man was the first to react, breaking the sound barrier in an instant. With a thunderous sonic boom, he sped away so quickly that in the blink of an eye, even his taillights were gone. His decisiveness, now, was nothing like the stubborn Iron Man of New York. 1 bag of rice. How much should I carry? As the people below started fleeing, especially seeing Su-Yi sprinting away at full speed, and even taking several of the 6 paths of Pain corpses with him. Tindo, Pain hovering above, didn't seem anxious at all. Instead, he continued his ritual, focusing intently. 1 bag of rice, do I need to wash it? It wasn't that Nagato didn't want to unleash his ultimate move right away. The problem was this technique required building up energy, drawing together all the scattered chakra from the 6 paths of Pain and concentrating it in Tindo Pain's body before it could be fully released. So many grains of rice. Who will give you a bag of rice, huh? With preparations nearly complete, Nagato picked up the pace. Su-Yi and the others had already dashed several kilometers away. If he waited any longer, even the aftermath wouldn't catch up with him. Almighty push. A deafening explosion erupted. An immense surge of energy detonated in the sky, spreading a colossal shockwave outward. Centered on the Avenue of Stars, everything within a radius of more than 10 kilometers was instantly leveled. And leveled wasn't just a figure of speech. Unlike New York, which was left a heap of ruins, here, every single surface structure, including roads, was obliterated or simply vaporized on the spot. All that remained was the bare earth beneath where buildings once stood, along with a few skeletal underground parking structures. Within a nearly 30-kilometer-wide circle, centered on the Avenue of Stars, everything had vanished without a trace. Just like that, nearly half of Los Angeles ceased to exist. Hollywood itself was erased from history. No, not even dust remained. As survivors stared at the vast emptiness, all of Los Angeles was left dumbfounded. No one could make sense of what had just happened. At the same time, the internet was ablaze with frantic discussion. My God, what on earth just happened? A few days ago it was New York, now it's Los Angeles. Why is this happening? Did we anger God? Is this divine punishment? Why are there so many disasters happening? Is it another alien invasion this time? But I haven't seen any alien spaceships. No, that's not it. Just before the explosion, someone caught it on camera. There were people in long black robes with red clouds appearing in the sky. That's right. Not all of New York's destruction was caused by aliens before. Later, the explosion was also caused by people dressed like this. So, is this some kind of organization? Are they trying to create a terrorizing atmosphere? Who are they to be so brazen? Wreaking havoc in New York wasn't enough. Now they're targeting Los Angeles. Which city is next? San Francisco or Houston? I think there were some leaks online before, saying it's an organization from the East. The East? Do you mean the Dragon Kingdom? No, I mean those folks who are always living comfortably. Although the Akatsuki was originally unlocked by Su-Yi as a Hinata DLC, after loading, its background merged seamlessly with this world. To the intelligence agencies of various countries, Akatsuki wasn't some obscure group that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They'd already made their mark with numerous high-profile incidents around the globe. In particular, Kakuzu from the Immortal Duo had gained notoriety as a money-obsessed mercenary, carrying out countless assassinations for cash, many of which were high-paying American contracts. While everyone might not know all the details about Akatsuki, it was common knowledge that the organization was founded in Japan, and most of its members had Japanese names and looked Japanese. Uchiha Yu was from the Dragon Kingdom, while Itachi was a clearly Japanese codename. Yet to most Westerners, people from the East often look similar, hard to tell apart. So in public discussions, the blame was quickly and decisively pinned on Japan. People even analyzed their motives for the attacks. This is obviously an act of revenge for what happened all those years ago. No matter how many decades pass, the events of Fat Man and Little Boy will never be forgotten. So what are the Japanese planning? With the aliens keeping the Americans busy, are they trying to stir up trouble too and provoke a new world war? They just had a few good years, and now they think they can do anything again. Many people couldn't understand Japan's motives for doing this. Truth be told, even the Japanese themselves were a bit lost. The current Japanese Prime Minister was especially furious, slamming his desk in the office and shouting at a man standing before him, a man wearing a swirling mask. What are you people thinking? Why would you go and cause trouble for the Americans? Do you want to bring ruin upon our empire? Across from him, the man in the swirling mask and the black cloak with red clouds gave a cold, dismissive snort. You'd better adjust your tone when speaking to me. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your speech tomorrow will go off without a hitch. Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister's face instantly fell, and he slumped dejectedly into his office chair. So what should we do now? The masked man let out a soft, amused laugh. There's nothing you need to do. The Americans have their own problems to worry about, and they need you to keep Old Dragon occupied. They won't cause you any trouble. It's us, Mr. Fei. The Prime Minister looked at the masked man intently, his tone earnest. We and the Akatsuki are one and the same. With everything that's happened, you can't just walk away. There's no longer a place for you in this world. The masked man just shrugged, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. 32. The power of words. Humanity's hope lies in the East. At 0880 Malibu Street, in a grand seaside villa perched atop the cliffs, Tony Stark was anxiously packing up his belongings. On the giant television in the room, the news was broadcasting live scenes. After the Shinra Tensei attack, the buildings and roads had been utterly wiped from the ground. The Guardians and Avengers sat in silence in the living room, their eyes fixed on the screen, absorbing the devastation in silence. A few boxes emblazoned with bat emblems sat off to the side, each one containing the corpse of a path of pain. The other members of Akatsuki had escaped in the chaos of the explosion, and Uchiha Yu was still tracking them down. As for Conan, who had come through the ordeal almost unscathed, she sat quietly on the central sofa, surrounded by Guardians and Avengers. Thanks to Suye's mind control, Conan was docile and calm, sitting motionless as she watched television, almost like a breathing doll. Well, there's really nothing left to clean up. We could just start rebuilding right away. After a long silence, someone finally spoke up. To be honest, after living through the destruction of New York, the Guardians and Avengers found the devastation in Los Angeles easier to accept. In fact, in their hearts, it almost felt inevitable. Hadn't Tony Stark already started packing up, getting ready to move? To everyone present, the explosion in Los Angeles was just the beginning. It probably wouldn't be long before the entire city shared New York's fate and was reduced to rubble. On this point, everyone was tacitly in agreement, and surprisingly confident. "Yi, who is this?" Gwen edged closer to Suyi, whispering her question. When Suyi brought back 6 corpses, Gwen already found it bizarre, worrying that he might have developed a morbid obsession. But bringing back a living person, a woman, no less, and a strikingly attractive one at that, was even more outlandish. What on earth was he planning? Had he gone and snatched a woman to keep as his captive bride? My father's junior sister in martial arts, who is also my master aunt, is basically my aunt. The moment Gwen heard this, her heart tightened even more. An aunt? Family seniority? Those things shouldn't really be a problem, should they? As long as the two people aren't too far apart in age. But no, here, even couples with a huge age difference often end up developing passionate relationships. As long as their physical conditions allow and there's enough mutual attraction, that's all that matters. So Gwen quietly made up her mind. After they finished their business, she'd call Suyi out and drain him dry, just to keep him from causing trouble elsewhere. Also, she needed to have a good talk with Su Ruwen and dig up some intel on this so-called aunt. Know yourself and your opponent, and you'll always win. By the way, where's Ruwen? Gwen glanced around, not hearing Ruwen's voice. Don't tell me she's in the bathroom again. Looks like I need to stock up on laxatives for her sooner rather than later. Suyi didn't respond. The body he was using now was just an avatar. His real self was currently accompanying Ruwen in the bathroom. 7-year-old Ruwen, whether it was the fearlessness of youth or a little revenge for Su Yi sneaking around with girlfriends, had taken to using the bathroom a lot lately. Each time, she refused to let Su Yi leave unless she'd squatted there for at least half an hour. During these bathroom stints, she especially loved transforming, imitating one by one the female celebrities whose posters Su Yi had treasured in his youth, as well as the vintage discs hidden in old Su's drawer. Whether it was Bridget Lin sipping wine, Joey Wong dressing up, Athena Chu winking, Charlotte Chung glancing back, or Qingmi Yao with a card between her lips. After trying out Chinese stars, she'd move on to Korean, Japanese, European, and American styles. Was that idol group's figure in face real or fake? How many secrets did Victoria really have? Just how long were those supermodels' legs? All in all, Suyi was left so dazzled that he no longer wanted to leave. Perhaps this was the dream life for all men. Having Ruwen meant having the whole world. Meanwhile, the Joker, who was about to arrive in Los Angeles, had also heard news of the explosion. To be honest, when he heard the news, the Joker felt both thrilled and on the verge of collapse. Thrilled because such a massive explosion was bound to throw Los Angeles into chaos. A huge challenge to the authorities and a perfect stage for him to shine. Once inside Los Angeles, it would only take a few tricks to completely paralyze the city's order, turning it into a city of chaos, a city of true freedom. Yet, amid this explosion, the Joker keenly sensed a familiar scent. Could it be that, just like in New York, this explosion was merely the beginning, with even worse events to come, perhaps enough to flatten all of Los Angeles in the end? If that was really the case, then what was the point of him going to Los Angeles at all? Don't end up going all the way there, carefully plotting scheme after scheme, and then, after accomplishing nothing, find yourself forced to move on yet again. Reason suggested the Joker should pick a new city, try his luck somewhere else. Only then could his talents truly shine. But herein lay the problem. The Joker hardly possessed any reason at all. Madness was his only compass. After only a fleeting moment of hesitation, The Joker made his decision with an almost casual ease. He would go to Los Angeles, stoke the fires of chaos there, and push the city toward utter, explosive bedlam. The car soon rolled into Los Angeles, and the Joker quickly sought out the man he was looking for, Aldrich Killian. Before the great explosion in Los Angeles, Aldrich Killian, the mastermind behind AM Advanced Technology and the extremist virus, was still scheming. He was pondering how to use his connection with Pepper Potts to take revenge on Iron Man. Next, he planned to wield the extremist virus to assassinate the president, elevate the vice president to power, and thereby control the country from the shadows. The idea of killing the president, in fact, was perfectly in line with the Joker's own designs. The difference was, Aldrich Killian wanted to rule the country, while the Joker only cared for chaos. Their conflicting intentions meant there was bound to be friction, but until that conflict reached its breaking point, there was still room for collaboration. For example, why not let the extremist virus spread throughout all of Los Angeles? The Joker said, grinning wide. Don't just limit it to wounded veterans. Surely, in this city, there are plenty of people who've suffered injustice, who've grown bitter and resentful towards society and life itself. Give them the extremist virus. You can even tell them directly about its side effects. After that, their choices are their own. Trust me, it'll be a spectacle worth watching. As the Joker spoke, there was a wildness about him, as if he might tip into madness at any moment. Yet he radiated a strange, magnetic charisma. At the very least, Aldrich Killian on the opposite side of the table seemed somewhat swayed. Though, truth be told, he didn't think much of the Joker himself. Who did this guy think he was, barging in like a lunatic and expecting instant partnership? At that moment, from the floor below, came a clatter of metal and the raucous shouts, loud, rhythmic cries echoing up from below. Both men stood and leaned against the railing to look down. They saw a short-haired thug, his body glowing with red-hot light like a branding iron, hurled against the wall. Across from him, a bare-chested man with a mop of spiky hair, Tojo, shook his head in disdain. Extremist virus? Is that all it's got? Anyone else want to try their luck? Dong Zhang rolled his neck, stretching as he glanced around. I'm just getting warmed up. Nearby, the extremist virus injectees, who had already been roughed up, had their eyes flare an ominous red, as if they might explode at the slightest provocation. Aldrich Killian looked at Dong Zhang, then turned back to the Joker. He's one of yours? The Joker shrugged. Let's call him an associate. More or less. Anyway. All right, I accept your proposal. Here's to a fruitful partnership. With that, Aldrich Killian extended his hand. Across from him, the Joker shot him a sly, crooked look. You won't be disappointed. Soon, the Joker and Dong Zhang left Killian's residence, taking with them some samples of the extremist virus. Naturally, the defective, unfinished ones. Thus, a new alliance was forged between them. One side resumed their previous plans, targeting Iron Man and the President. The other began spreading the extremist virus among the public, sowing chaos wherever they went. An hour later, one such sample of the extremist virus wound up in Seiya's hands. At Tony Stark's mansion, his belongings were already packed up, loaded into a modified truck trailer, ready to take off at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Seiya, along with Gwen and Dr. Connors, who had come from New York, were busy setting up a new laboratory in the basement. Seeing Seiya making himself at home, Tony Stark couldn't help but feel that maybe his earlier actions had been a bit too much, like a startled bird fleeing at the slightest noise. But since everything was already packed, there was no way Tony could bring himself to put it all back. That would be too embarrassing. So, Tony decided he might as well call in a construction crew and build a bigger mansion right next to the old one. To save face, he insisted, I just thought the original place was a bit too small, that's all. Seiya nodded. It is a bit cramped, but even if you build another, it'll just be another small mansion. Why not go all out and build a base here? It could serve as our headquarters, the Guardians' base. Guardians? Why not the Avengers? Tony asked, frowning. Seiya shrugged. Well, that depends. Do you want to protect the planet before disaster strikes? Or wait until it's destroyed and then avenge it? He nodded toward the distant skyline, in the direction of Los Angeles. Think about over there. You wouldn't want all of America to end up like that, would you? Tony considered it for a moment, then gave a resigned nod. All right, you've convinced me. This place was over 30 kilometers away from the original Hollywood Walk of Fame, even farther from downtown Los Angeles. So, in theory, even if Los Angeles were destroyed the way New York was, this area would remain untouched. And, just as Seiya had said, compared to seeking revenge, defending Earth was certainly the worthier cause. Don't say things like that. Seiya shook his head. I don't sleep with men. With the decision made, Tony Stark wasted no time. He started the process of buying land and contacting construction companies, while Seiya took his suggestions for improving the extremist virus and returned to Dr. Connor's laboratory. Inside the lab, Dr. Connors couldn't help but marvel. This extremist virus bears a remarkable resemblance to my work on cross-species genetics. Why didn't I ever think of drawing inspiration for plants? Well, compared to animals, plants do have far greater regenerative abilities, Seiya shrugged. Or maybe it's just because plants don't have legs. Or brains. Turning into a lizard wasn't so bad. At least you could move freely and think for yourself. But if you turned into a tree, even if you could regrow limbs, what good would that do? After all, not every tree is Groot. Perhaps you're right, Dr. Connors said, choosing not to linger on the question. Instead, he dove straight into the research and modification of the extremist virus. Animals and plants are, after all, worlds apart. There was still much Dr. Connors needed to do. Gwen rejoined Dr. Connors as well, throwing herself into the intense and busy lab work, so much so that she even forgot to keep an eye on Conan. As soon as Seiya stepped out, he went to find Conan directly. Auntie, let's go out for a bit. I want to talk to Uncle Nagato. Hearing this, Conan looked surprised. Aren't you afraid of walking into the lion's den? Nagato isn't as simple as you think. Seiya shook his head. It doesn't matter anymore. Whether Uncle Nagato is simple or not, I just want to get this over with. All the iconic moments, like that famous scene of carrying a sack of rice up several flights of stairs, had already played out. There was really no need for Nagato to sacrifice himself and use the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique to resurrect the dead. So, for now, it was about time for the Akatsuki to exit the stage. What do you intend to do with Nagato? Conan asked again. So he thought for a moment, then sighed and shook his head. I'll talk to him first. If words don't work, the best outcome would be to send him to the Dragon Kingdom. The worst. There's nothing worse than death. Conan was silent for a while, but finally nodded in agreement. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the summit of a mountain on the outskirts of Los Angeles. At the very top stood a massive tree, so large it would take several people joining hands to encircle it. This towering tree was Nagato's chosen place of concealment. Uncle Nagato, I have only one question for you, Seiya said, wasting no time on pleasantries and speaking directly as soon as they met. Is the Akatsuki of today still the same Akatsuki as when Uncle Yahiko led it? Nagato was silent for a moment before replying in a low voice. No, but Yahiko is already gone. Seiya nodded. As long as you admit it's not the same, that's enough. Let me ask you this. If it were possible, would you want Akatsuki to return to its original path, to become a bridge of hope for peace and a bond connecting people once more? This time, Nagato's silence stretched even longer. Finally, he answered in a grave tone, I do wish for that, but Yahiko is already gone. Seiya nodded again. Since you still hold that wish, Uncle Nagato, if there were a way, would you keep striving for Akatsuki's original ideals? Nagato did not respond directly. Instead, he countered with a question. What are you really trying to say? I've told you. Yahiko is dead. This world is broken. It must be corrected. All right, Seiya replied, spreading his hands. If you say that this country beneath our feet is broken and needs to be set right, I agree with you. If you say the current values of this world are flawed and should be changed, I support that as well. But the world itself is not entirely wrong. There once was a woman named Jean Dixon. She made many famous predictions. Roosevelt's lifespan, Churchill's unexpected defeat, Kennedy's tragic death, the partition of India and Pakistan, and so on. She became known in the West as a prophet, even rumored by some to be a seer more formidable than Yuan Tiangang. Nagato frowned. What are you trying to say? Seiya chuckled softly and continued. Do you know what her final prophecy was made on her deathbed? She said that America would decline, that hope for humanity lay in the East, and that a great dragon would rise to take America's place in leading the world. So, Uncle, it's not the entire world that's wrong. We've long since found a better answer. We just haven't gained recognition from the world at large. Of course, this is all predicated on one thing, that I have a way to bring Uncle Yahiko back to life. It all depends on whether you believe me. To be honest, Nagato was never an ideal leader or decision-maker. Of the three who first founded Akatsuki, Nagato and Conan had admirable resolve and execution, but Yahiko was the one with true charisma and presence. Unfortunately, those gifted with such leadership charisma are often the ones most easily targeted. That's why, just as the Akatsuki was beginning to grow and gain strength, Yahiko fell into a trap and died at the hands of Nagato. After that, the two founders of Akatsuki, Nagato and Conan, were left without anyone to guide them. All the threat, all the wariness had come from Yahiko. Eliminating him was enough. The reason Nagato and Akatsuki turned out the way they did all stems from Yahiko's death. So, if Yahiko could be resurrected, all these problems would resolve themselves. But the issue is, Seiya has no way to bring Yahiko back to life right now. The Edo Tensei can revive people, but first, Seiya hasn't mastered the technique, and second, that kind of revival doesn't really count as bringing someone truly back to life. For someone who's been dead for a long time, you would need to perform an Edo Tensei first, just like with Madara Uchiha, and then use the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique. Only then could the person be fully restored, alive and well, as if nothing happened. In terms of execution, this doesn't seem all that difficult. As for Edo Tensei, Seiya could learn it. The forbidden jutsu is in the Scroll of Seals, and Seiya has that scroll in hand. As long as his father tells him how to unlock the advanced techniques, he could master it in no time. And the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique, Nagato, with his Rinnegan, can perform it. As for the fatal side effect of the technique, where the user dies, there are ways to offset that, like harnessing the power of Yang in Naruto's six-path sage mode. Besides, in the Marvel Universe, there are the Infinity Stones. If you gather all six, resurrecting someone is just a matter of moments. It's just that none of these solutions can be put into action right now. So Seiya can only rely on the power of persuasion to steady Nagato for the moment, keeping him from doing anything rash in a fit of emotion. That's why he wants to reach two agreements with Nagato. First, to do everything possible to bring Yahiko back. Second, to work together to change this flawed world, instead of rejecting it outright. In fact, when Seiya said he could try to resurrect Yahiko, Nagato was already swayed. After all, Su's son had single-handedly defeated the six paths of pain. Nagato even felt that the reason Tendo Pain escaped at all was because Seiya allowed it on purpose. It was almost as if he wanted to give Nagato the chance to unleash Shinra Tensei. And then there was Konan, who couldn't hide her excitement when she heard Yahiko might return. That was the final push Nagato needed to compromise. Fine, you've convinced me. Seiya couldn't help but want to roll his eyes. What is it with you middle-aged men? I told you, I don't sleep with men. Anyway, with Nagato sorted out, the Akatsuki's offensive was taken care of as well. Now it was just a matter of waiting to see what new tricks Uchiha Dai and Uchiha Madara would pull once they realized their plan had been foiled. As part of the agreement, Seiya returned the six captured bodies of the six paths of pain to Nagato, and in exchange, Nagato assigned Konan to Seiya's side, making her a bridge of communication between the two parties. By the way, Seiya suddenly addressed Nagato just before leaving. Uncle Nagato, there's something I've been wondering about. The six paths of pain, why are there actually 7 of them? Among the 6 paths of pain, aside from the Deva path, Seiya had captured 6 bodies, each representing 5 of the paths, but there were 2 animal paths, 1 male and 1 female. In the original story, there were also 2 animal paths, but that was only after the male animal path was defeated and taken away by Jiraiya. Nagato then created a new female animal path. But this time, both male and female animal paths existed from start. Could it be that, just like the joke about the For Heavenly Kings always having 5 members, the 6 paths of pain must always end up with 7 people? Nagato glanced at Seiya and said in a low voice, "In my eyes, there's no real difference between men and women in this world. They're all just beasts." "All right, got it," Seiya nodded. "Heaven and earth show no favor, treating all creatures as mere straw dogs. Nagato, too, treats men and women as nothing more than animals. What a cold-hearted outlook." With their conversation coming to an end, Seiya left, taking Konan with him, and Kisame Hashigaki as well. As Kisame put it, his battle with that yellow-green monster wasn't over yet. He needed to finish the fight, and settle once and for all who would live and who would die. Before he was a death soldier, Kisame was, above all, a warrior. Seiya neither agreed nor disagreed. On the other hand, Yuji chose to stay behind, having never shown any particular warmth towards Seiya from beginning to end. "I'll stay here and keep an eye on these people, maybe pick up some work on the side. They're all restless types. No doubt they'll bring some surprises to this country." That was the answer Yuji gave Seiya through telepathy when Seiya reached out to him. Haiden and Kakuzu remained a team. Kisame was gone, so Yuji naturally partnered with the now solo Sasori. Seiya agreed to this arrangement without hesitation. After absorbing the Avengers, the Guardians were already rich in talent. Adding Yuji wouldn't make much of a difference. It was better to keep him as a hidden piece, letting him move among the people, just as he'd suggested. Who knows? Maybe he'd end up surprising the Americans after all. Yuji had also promised that, should Seiya ever need him, he'd come at a moment's notice. That was enough. After bidding farewell to the Akatsuki, Seiya set off with Konan, now in new attire, and Kisame Hashigaki. Akatsuki would continue to operate across America, taking on special missions and errands. For a long time to come, those black cloaks with red clouds would leave a deep and distinctly negative impression on the Americans. So, Konan, who was preparing to turn over a new leaf, and Kisame Hashigaki, who had been unilaterally recruited by Seiya, would do well to change out of their Akatsuki uniforms. When Seiya brought Conan and Kisame back to Tony Stark's seaside villa, it caused quite a stir among the superhero crowd. First, there was Conan. Having swapped her long robe for everyday clothes, she now wore a blue, slit dress that perfectly accentuated her mature figure. With her icy, ascetic beauty, she instantly attracted a legion of bad boys who all dreamed of being Seiya's brother-in-law. Especially people like Max, homely in appearance but convinced of his own charm, certain that all the women in the world would be drawn to his aura, and believing that even the briefest eye contact was a secret sign of interest. The classic delusional underdog. Hey, yeah, your aunt. Is she from the Dragon Kingdom too? Could you teach me a few Chinese greetings? Sui thought for a moment and replied, Awesome, bloody fantastic. Max, brimming with confidence, walked away, while Sui paid him no mind and headed outside the villa, where a showdown was about to begin. The duelists were Kisame Hashigaki and Abomination, picking up the fight they hadn't finished earlier. Their battleground was a patch of open land not far from the villa, the designated site for the upcoming Great Wall Guardians base, which conveniently needed some digging. Once their fight ended, there'd be no need for extra excavation. By the way, the English name for the Great Wall Guardians had also been finalized. There are two words for guardian in English, guardian and defender. The former implies watching over, the latter supporting, so in the end, they chose guardian. Thus, the English name became Guardian of the Great Wall. In short, GGW, or even shorter, GG. From now on, whenever someone needs to call for the Great Wall Guardians, all they have to do is type GG on the screen. Just imagine the scene, priceless. The fight between Abomination and Kisame was a real clash of skillful brutes, reminiscent of two technical boxers squaring off. Each punch landed with bone-jarring force, getting everyone's adrenaline pumping, and their split-second dodges were so intense they drew gas from the crowd. The other Guardians all dragged their chairs over to watch the battle, Thor included. For context, Thor had come to Los Angeles as well, joining the Guardians alongside the Avengers. As for Loki, he was still locked away in the Ancient One's mirror dimension. The condition for the Ancient One to release Loki was simple. Thor had to work on Earth, and only when his performance met the mark would Loki be freed. Then, Thor could take him back to Asgard to stand trial under Asgardian law. Thor himself was reluctant to agree, but he was no match for the Ancient One, and Loki truly had brought immense disaster upon Earth. Left with no choice, Thor swallowed his pride and stayed. His sense of Asgardian superiority and his belief that Earthlings were unworthy to judge Loki, such arrogance was useless before the Ancient One. On this matter, Sui found himself somewhat fond of the Ancient One. No, that wouldn't do. The Ancient One was old, flat-chested, and not exactly attractive. It was out of the question. Yet Thor quickly grew to love life on Earth. There were brawls to be had, beer to drink, friends to make, and Jane Foster, with whom everything seemed perfect. This was exactly the life he'd always wanted. If it weren't for Loki still needing to be taken back for trial, Thor would have seriously considered staying on Earth and becoming Jane's live-in husband. Compared to being the so-called God King of Asgard, wasn't this a much better deal? He even became the loudest cheerer among the crowd of spectators, his voice booming above all others. He felt a wild urge to toss aside his hammer, strip to the waist, and join the two muscle-bound men in an all-out three-way brawl. Meanwhile, as much excitement as the Guardians and others were having, Nick Fury at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters was just as frustrated. The chaos in New York could be blamed on the military's poor performance and the suddenness of the alien attack. But just as S.H.I.E.L.D. was relocating en masse to the west, a massive explosion rocked Los Angeles, and this time, there was no escaping responsibility. After all, they'd barely been in Los Angeles 2 days before disaster struck. While Nick Fury was painstakingly explaining to the higher-ups that this attack had nothing to do with S.H.I.E.L.D. and that the superheroes had done all they could, another major incident occurred in Los Angeles. The day after the Joker acquired the extremist virus from Aldrich Killian, a police station in Los Angeles was bombed. Surveillance footage quickly identified the attacker. He was an old-timer named M.O., by all accounts, a law-abiding citizen with no bad habits, no history of gun use or drug abuse, and no debts. By all appearances, he had no motive to attack a police station. Yet when the police looked into his family, they discovered he had an older brother who had recently died after being pinned to the ground and suffocated by officers. The incident had caused an uproar at the time, but months had passed, and there was still no satisfactory answer. Truth be told, everyone knew that when it came to the legal process, things always moved at a snail's pace. Take Brother Chien, for example. He'd already been locked up for over a year, and they were still gathering evidence. This is how the current judicial system operates. Evidence must be gathered, trials must be held. In the Jianggu case, it took 6 years before a verdict was reached, and the perpetrator, who had even changed her name, refused to accept the judgment and was preparing for another appeal, showing not a hint of remorse. There's nothing to be done. This is the law. It is built on facts and evidence. But the assailant, old M.O., clearly couldn't wait that long. Egged on by the Joker, he walked straight into the police station carrying the desperation virus and detonated it. It said that more than a dozen officers were killed instantly, with dozens more wounded. This incident immediately drew intense attention from both the public and the authorities. Agencies like the CIA and the FBI launched investigations, and naturally, S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't stand on the sidelines either. After all, the explosive used in the attack was of unknown origin, but its destructive power was immense. Officials suspected a connection to the earlier alien invasion, or to some supervillain. Before S.H.I.E.L.D. could even reach the site of the explosion, another factory went up in flames. This time, the perpetrator was an ordinary worker. He toiled away every day for meager wages, and his child had just fallen ill. Yet, when he took time off to care for his family, his boss threatened to fire him. When he tried to reason with the boss, he was met with the security guard's fists and was thrown out. In utter desperation, he chose to take everyone down with him. At both explosion sites, investigators found traces of the same explosive compound. "Sir, I believe we're looking at a series of premeditated bombing attacks," Phil Coulson analyzed gravely in the office. "And in my opinion, these 2 bombings are just the beginning, not the end." Across from him, Nick Fury's face was as dark as thunder. "Is there any way to identify the exact composition of the explosives and trace their source?" "We're working on it," Coulson replied. "Alert the Guardians. We may need their help." Fury had just finished speaking when Coulson's phone rang. After answering, Coulson's expression turned even more somber. "There's been a 3rd incident." Fury's face grew even darker. Soon, explosions erupted across the city like mushrooms after a spring rain, one after another, spreading everywhere, turning the city into a chaotic scene as lively as Christmas, but with a much darker undertone. And almost all the bombers were people, or their loved ones, who had suffered persecution in some way. Some were targeted because of their skin color, others because they were members of the working class, laboring hard yet barely scraping by, their lives crushed by exploitation. In short, the deep-seated contradictions that have always simmered beneath the surface of American society were now being laid bare by these relentless explosions, forcing everyone to confront issues that could no longer be ignored. On the Guardian's side, Tony Stark began using Jarvis to help S.H.I.E.L.D. analyze and pinpoint the composition and origin of the explosives, while the other heroes watched the duel, remaining on standby, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Such dangerous explosives posed a threat to everyone as long as they remained undiscovered. If it hadn't been for Xiao Nan being captured by Su Yi before she could do anything, with her ability to summon countless explosive charms at will, she might have easily fallen under suspicion or become someone others feared. Meanwhile, Su Yi was in contact with Alfred the Butler, making arrangements to purchase or build a castle near the headquarters of the Great Wall Guardians, establishing it as his future stronghold. That's right, this man was ready to settle down. Su Ye's decision to build a headquarters could be called a whim, or perhaps just the result of serendipity. It just so happened that the Great Wall Guardians were planning to build their headquarters here. It just so happened that the environment at Marbury Beach was pleasant and comfortable. And it just so happened that, across the sea, it was relatively close to his homeland, close enough to feel a little less homesick. As for building a castle, it was all in preparation for opening a school in the future. Since Su Yi had inherited Professor X's abilities, it only made sense that he would open a school of his own. The Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters was housed in a castle. If Su Ye's school didn't measure up in grandeur, it would hardly be fitting. Professor X had ample family wealth, and the castle used for the school was his own ancestral property. Now, Su Ye's financial resources far outstripped those of Professor X. Naturally, he couldn't allow himself to appear less capable. There was only one thing. If this new castle was to be built, Su Yi hoped it would be in traditional Chinese style, modeled after the ancient Taoist temples of his homeland, a classical Chinese architectural complex. Here on the distant shores of Los Angeles, he intended to stir up a wave of Chinese culture, introducing a touch of the East in both beauty and spirit to the young mutants about to enroll, a subtle form of cultural exchange. Later on, whether led by Su Yi himself or with help from Zheng Xian, he would slowly guide the children through a red education, instilling both cultural and ideological values for a well-rounded experience. By then, Su Ye's school would be named the Red Genius School for Youngsters, with his own moniker being the Red Professor, or Professor H for short. At the same time, the X-Men could simply be rebranded as the Red Sentinels or H Sentinels. Professor H. Sentinels. Now, isn't that name red enough? After all, what man doesn't love an H? When it came to naming things, Seiya felt he had a real knack for it. After all, old Seiya had always been something of an eccentric talent in that area. Just as Seiya was making plans for his new building, Los Angeles was rocked by an increasing number of erratic explosions, filling the city with fear and uncertainty. And then, a figure appeared on television. The Mandarin. Let's talk about the Mandarin, or Mandarin, as some translations call him. It's just a difference in rendering, but the word itself was coined by Western colonial powers to describe Eastern officials, laced with a sense of condescension. Alongside this, they created a caricatured image, the very embodiment of the yellow peril stereotype. These prejudiced portrayals were born in that era, and, even now, their offensive legacy hasn't been erased. That's why, no matter if over half the dialogue in the film Shang-Chi is in Chinese, it still wouldn't make a difference. Its release would be impossible. Even Iron Man 3 managed to hit theaters back then, but it ultimately made no difference. Now, it's all but wiped from the internet. These are issues of principle. The Mandarin who appears on television, the same one from Iron Man 3, is merely a pawn, a washed-up, third-rate Hollywood actor manipulated from the shadows by Aldrich Killian. He's nothing more than a fabricated persona, conjured up by the script and by capital interests. His role is to be the terrifying face blamed for recent bombings and attacks on American military outposts around the world. On the technical front, Aldrich Killian's team is quite capable. They managed to hack into the entire national television network, replacing broadcasts with a Mandarin's menacing image. Some say I'm a terrorist. I see myself as a teacher. In 1864, at Sand Creek in Colorado, while the Cheyenne warriors were away hunting, the U.S. military slaughtered the old, the weak, the women, and the children who remained. On the screen, a short man delivers his performance, passionately recounting the atrocities committed by Americans against Native Americans, using these historic crimes to justify his own attacks on U.S. military bases. Excuses like this are easy to find, for the history of America's conquest of North America is a bloody one. 39 hours ago, a U.S. military base overseas was bombed. That was my doing. You know who I am, but you don't know where I am. And you'll never predict what I'll do next. With that, the signal returns, and the major networks switch to breaking news. This airport attacked, that base bombed, another facility struck, one scene after another, chaos everywhere. And with the Mandarin's emergence, SHELD's call comes through to the Guardians. Uncle Sue, we need your help. We have to find the Mandarin. He's tied not just to the terror attacks, but we suspect he's absolutely connected to the recent string of random, spontaneous explosions in Los Angeles. When Nick Fury's call came in, Seiya was deep within a vast underground chamber, a facility he'd suggested Dr. Fox had only just completed on urgent orders. The entire space was a massive sphere, spanning dozens of meters in diameter. In the very center, a broken bridge led straight to the heart of the spherical space. There, a cluster of devices was arranged, alongside a helmet brimming with futuristic style. Indeed, this was a device modeled after Professor X's Cerebro, designed to amplify Seiya's psychic abilities. With that helmet on, Seiya could project his telepathy into the minds of every human across the globe, observing their actions, listening to their conversations, and even sensing their thoughts. And if he wished, Seiya could slip his consciousness into any person, or even several people at once, taking control and making them do whatever he desired. Because of the direct mental link, he would truly see, hear, and feel everything as if he were them. To be honest, when he first created this cerebral amplifier, Seiya did entertain a few ideas that were better left unsaid. For instance, he considered experiencing the full power of a 12-cylinder engine at work, or even piloting multiple vehicles in tandem, chasing that ultimate thrill of speed and control. Of course, being a man of virtue and refined taste, Seiya had no interest in the cheap thrill of test-driving used cars, especially when he could easily take the wheel himself. As a side note, in theory, Seiya could use the amplifier to witness the consciousness of everyone on Earth. But when he put on the helmet, he discovered there was one region he simply couldn't access. That the Dragon Nation, on the other side of the world. Something unknown there seemed to block his telepathy, an unseen force barring his entry. When he tried to force his way in, hoping to discover the cause, he suddenly heard a familiar, scolding voice ring out. Go back to your own business and stop snooping around. If you don't quit messing about, I swear I'll come over there right now and beat you until you're an orphan. Well, upon hearing that voice and the signature self-deprecating style, Seiya immediately understood. Not only did the Dragon Nation not need his protection, it wasn't somewhere he could casually probe. It was quite possible that he himself was just a pawn, tossed out by some anonymous big shot, sent to America to stir up trouble. Maybe that big shot was getting on in years. Maybe he was bored, or maybe he just didn't care for the title of troublemaker, so he sent Seiya instead. What could Seiya do but keep his head down and behave? That person on the other side probably didn't really want to make Seiya an orphan. It was more like he was mulling over the idea of losing his own child. At just over 40, in the prime of his life, he'd have plenty of time to start over. In short, Seiya knew better than to cause trouble there. After hanging up on Nick Fury, Seiya immediately put on the cerebral amplifier. He was going to track down that second-rate actor. Not because of Nick Fury's nagging, but simply because he wanted to find the guy himself. Here, the name Mandarin is strictly forbidden. If you want to orchestrate terrorist attacks, target U.S. military bases, assault American airports, or hijack airlines, that's your own business. But why must you drag the name Mandarin into it? Isn't that just lighting a lamp in the restroom? Pointless and offensive. When Seiya put on the neural signal amplifier, his vision changed instantly. The scene before him vanished, and the world dissolved into a swirling mist. Within the haze, countless black and white figures flitted past, their silhouettes flashing by one after another. At last, he found a bit-part actor, a short man, playing the role of the Mandarin. Around the little man, several cameras were being set up. Someone was applying makeup, another was giving stage directions, and others were arranging camera angles and prepping the extras. On the periphery, Seiya also spotted Aldrich Killian, a middle-aged man dressed with the air of a successful businessman. At that moment, the team was discussing plans for the next scene. The script was already written, and the short actor's job was simply to follow the lines, nothing more. But just then, all television signals across America were hijacked once again. The feed switched abruptly to a live broadcast from the set. Yet those inside the studio remained completely unaware of this. "Hey, director," the actor piped up. "Why do I have to use the name Mandarin? I mean, I don't even look Asian." In the live broadcast, the Mandarin, who had played the role of a menacing villain, now looked sheepishly off camera, seeking approval. A voice came from off-screen, presumably the director. "That's the way the script is written. You're a nobody actor. Just do as you're told." "Who asked for your opinion?" "Quiet," the director barked. "There's a reason we chose this persona. The Black Dragon is one of our righteous justifications. You'd better keep those complaints to yourself. Keep it up, and I'll write your character off and give your role to your son." "I have a son," the short actor said in surprise. "If I say you do, then you do. And we'll model him after Bruce Lee." Imagine, China's pride becoming the Mandarin's son. Isn't that deliciously ironic? Huh. The director seemed to take this idea seriously, immediately turning to the screenwriter to discuss whether it could work. The screenwriter considered it thoughtfully. "Personally, I think we should use Jackie Chan as the model. Bruce Lee's era has long passed. For a lot of young people, Jackie Chan is far more recognizable." Others joined in the debate. "Come on, we're out to make them look bad. Why use someone with such a positive image? Why not just pick someone with a pancake face and squinty eyes?" "That's a good point. We'll have to see if there are any Asian actors willing to take on such a role. No, it has to be someone of Longwood descent. Let them caricature themselves. That's the real irony." On the other side, watching the discussion grow more and more heated, the short man sighed helplessly. "Honestly, I could play the Mandarin just fine. There's no need to change the character." "No, you've been replaced." Aldrich Killian stepped into the frame, drew his gun without warning, and fired a shot straight into the short actor's forehead. Just like that, the short actor's role came to an abrupt and unexpected end. Then, Aldrich Killian took the seat the short actor had just vacated and settled himself before the camera. "All right, the jokes are over. Let's get serious now." Across the country, viewers glued to their televisions, watching the live broadcast, couldn't quite make sense of what had just happened. Still, as if by silent agreement, they all paused whatever they were doing and turned their full attention to the screen. On the television, Aldrich Killian let out a low chuckle and took a slow drag from a cigar handed to him by an assistant. "To all the politicians and high officials watching from home, I hadn't planned on introducing myself so soon. But as you saw, a little mishap just exposed my disguise, so I have no choice but to reveal myself now." Though the Mandarin was just a mask, the words he spoke were no lie. "Our goal is clear. America. Don't bother trying to run or hide. I'm going to teach you a lesson you'll never forget. A reminder of who truly rules this land." At this point, Killian's expression twisted as if he were fighting an inner battle. Caught in a sudden fit of madness, as though another personality had seized control, forcing him to say and do things even he didn't understand. "You're gonna know pain, believe me." A flash of viciousness crossed his face, and with no warning, Killian sprang up and lunged at the camera. A burning crimson light flickered in his hand as he lashed out with a punch, and the screen was swallowed in darkness. Everyone watching at home was utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Was this really a live broadcast, or some bizarre official performance? Was the man who called himself the Mandarin truly dead? And who was this new man? What did he want? Was he a supervillain? Just before the screen went black, everyone had seen the searing, fiery glow on the man's hand, blazing like a branding iron. Clearly, no ordinary person could do that. A storm of debate erupted among the public, while the authorities, using the broadcast signal, quickly tracked down the source of the transmission. The signal source is in Pakistan, sir. The Bata region had always been a restless hotbed of terrorist threats, so it made perfect sense for such a signal to originate from Pakistan. Without delay, James Rhodes, the War Machine, set off, crossing half the globe, ready to launch a pinpoint strike against the source. Meanwhile, inside the studio, Aldrich Killian was utterly bewildered. He felt as if he had just awakened from a dream, a nightmare where he was fully conscious, lying in bed, yet completely unable to move. Just moments ago, his mind had been clear, but it was as though another consciousness had seized control, forcing him to act irrationally, murdering the dwarf actor, and even showing his face in front of the camera. And as he was being controlled, the director, writers, and crew in the studio were all affected to varying degrees, right down to their discussions about casting actors from Hailongwo, the live broadcast that had been connected from the very beginning, and the cameras that kept rolling without pause. Why had this happened? What exactly had they just experienced? Were they possessed by a ghost? Why would they be controlled like that? Was there really a ghost at work? These were questions Aldrich Killian and the others simply could not answer. But what was done was done. The actor playing the Mandarin was dead, and he himself had appeared on camera. There was nothing left but to go with the flow and carry on with the next steps. In Pakistan, in a cluster of low, haphazard buildings that looked like a refugee camp, War Machine dropped from the sky, swinging the massive cannon mounted on his shoulder, unleashing a barrage all around. But soon, he realized he had been played. This was no signal source, just an ordinary refugee camp, home to nothing but a group of displaced people. Just as War Machine, disappointed, was preparing to leave, extremist enhanced soldiers hidden among the refugees suddenly sprang into action. In a swift assault, they captured both him and his armored suit. This was one of Aldrich Killian's plans, to seize the War Machine armor, an asset vital to his scheme, so he could carry out the Trojan horse strategy, stealing the president right off Air Force One. Due to a series of mishaps, Aldrich Killian had now been exposed, and his plans had to be accelerated. But as for all this, Seiya paid it no mind. After using the neural amplifier to control Killian and his crew, unraveling the Mandarin hoax and killing the actor on the spot, Seiya turned his attention elsewhere, leaving Killian to his fate. Still wearing his helmet, Seiya, in a manner reminiscent of the X-Men films, began searching for mutants. Now that he had gained the powers of both Professor X and Magneto, it was certain that mutants had appeared around the world, scattered and waiting for him to seek them out. Once these people are properly dealt with, they will become a tremendous boost for the Guardians, greatly expanding the pool of heroes at their disposal. It's a bit of a pity, though. Seiya has loaded both Professor X and Magneto's abilities into himself, so he can't exactly recreate that iconic scene from the movie where two grown men lie side by side on a big red bed and call for just one female attendant. That scene, brimming with romantic tension, actually seems to have quite a fan following him. Still, there's no real reason to feel regret. So you might not have Magneto, but he does have Raven. Taking Raven along for the job means that, even when there's nothing urgent to do, there are still plenty of things he can do with Raven. Isn't that far more enticing than two men heading out together? As Seiya continued his search, several mutants soon appeared within the range of his senses. First, a burlesque dancer with a tattoo of wings sprawled across her back. Then, a seemingly ordinary cab driver with a dazzling white smile. Next, a handsome high school student who had, by his own request, locked himself away in prison to avoid contact with anyone. A curly-haired guy who loved to chat up girls, but was always mistaken for a lunatic. And finally, a rugged gentleman at the bar, puffing on a cigar and downing shots of hard liquor. The first few were easy to find, and even easier to convince to join the cause. After all, they were the original members of the first-generation X-Men, as seen in X-Men, First Class. The burlesque dancer's code name is Angel. The tattoo on her back is more than just ink. It's a pair of real wings that allow her to fly, and she can breathe streams of fire or venom as a deadly attack. The cabbie is Darwin. His body can protect itself and adapt to any environment, evolving on the fly. The self-imprisoned young man is called Havoc. He can fire powerful energy beams from his body, unleashing devastating plasma explosions. Incidentally, this guy also has a younger brother, who, for now, appears to be just an ordinary person. Eventually, he will awaken his own abilities and become a mainstay of the X-Men, Cyclops. Yes, that's Cyclops, the one who was utterly obliterated by the Phoenix. The curly-haired flirt is Banshee. He can emit sonic waves for attack or flight, and his hearing is top-notch. And finally, special attention must be paid to the seasoned man at the bar. That, of course, is Wolverine, the legendary Logan. However, according to this timeline, he isn't yet the Logan who's been infused with adamantium. He's still James Howlett, a veteran who survived centuries and countless wars, now just looking to enjoy a peaceful life. To put it simply, this is a Wolverine whose body can heal itself, but whose claws are still bone rather than metal. A work in progress, not yet fully evolved. Handsome, no doubt, but his powers are, for now, a little underwhelming. When Seiya arrived with Riven, Uncle Wolf was sitting at the bar, drinking whiskey. The way he smoked his cigar and sipped his drink looked effortlessly cool, though his expression made you want to punch him, an air of defiance as if daring anyone to cross him. I'm Seiya. I'm Sue Riven. We're here on behalf of the Great Wall Guardians to invite you to join us. The two entered without taking a seat, simply standing on either side, their tone calm and composed as they spoke. Uncle Wolf took a drag from his cigar and, without a hint of emotion, replied, "Go to hell." Riven cut him off sharply. "I suggest you take that back. If you don't, you'll regret it. The carnage those aliens left behind in New York, you don't want to experience that for yourself." "Aliens in New York? Are you talking about the Great Wall Guardians?" Uncle Wolf turned, giving Riven and Seiya a careful look. "You too. You're the superhumans who fought those aliens, the so-called superheroes. After the Battle of New York, the city's destruction was pinned on the incompetence of the military. Yet, the credit for ultimately closing the portal, sealing off the alien invasion, and securing humanity's victory fell squarely on the shoulders of the superheroes. Soon enough, countless bootleg comic publishers flooded the market with stories about the Battle of New York. The Avengers were conveniently left out, while the name of the Great Wall Guardians spread far and wide, thanks to these comics. Among them, Iron Man and Electro Man were especially popular. Their ability to fly offered readers a special thrill. Seiya, known as the Martial Saint, became legendary for taking down Abomination in Harlem, and later for fighting Thor one-on-one. These feats shaped his image as both the mastermind and the powerhouse behind the entire New York battle. It was all thanks to his strategic brilliance and courage on the front lines that the battle was won, confining the alien destruction to New York alone. It never spread across America, let alone the world. That's why Martial Saint was now the most celebrated superhero of them all. His Guangdong red-faced mask had long since sold out in every Chinatown. Many wholesalers saw an opportunity and began importing Guangdong masks in bulk from Yiwu, China. Had old Sue merely been a small workshop owner, so you might have asked him to ship over a batch in advance. The money would have been as good as free. But looking at things now, old Sue probably wouldn't bother with such petty cash, so better to leave that chance for someone who needed it more. After Uncle Wolf asked his question, Seiya was about to answer when Riven, with a touch of pride, nodded first. That's right. He was the leader in the Battle of New York, the Martial Saint. At the mention of that name, the scorn and indifference vanished from Uncle Wolf's face. Uncle Wolf carried himself with an air of arrogance, always putting on a show, never bowing to anyone. Yet, when confronted by true strength, especially those superheroes who'd appeared during the Great Battle in New York, he still managed to show a basic measure of respect. Besides, he himself had once been a soldier, gripping a rifle to defend his country. If not for his advancing age and his longing for a more ordinary life, chances are Uncle Wolf would have already dashed off to New York to join the action. "Pleased to meet you, Martial Saint." As he spoke, Uncle Wolf extended his hand to Seiya, a gesture that was both a greeting and a subtle test. After all, he wasn't about to believe anyone who claimed to be the Martial Saint without first sizing them up. A little test was in order. Seiya simply smiled and grasped Uncle Wolf's hand in return. Uncle Wolf was no slouch when it came to strength. Judging by his stats, he was on par with that kid Spider-Man, somewhere in the range of 800 pounds to 25 tons. That was a wide range, but in terms of raw power, he certainly wasn't far behind Spider-Man. Uncle Wolf was pretty sure he could crush the hand of any ordinary person without breaking a sweat. If this young man was merely a charlatan, well, that would be his bad luck. But the moment their hands clasped, Uncle Wolf immediately knew he'd lost. The guy across from him looked cultured, tall and well-built, but his muscles weren't as hard and defined as Uncle Wolf's. Still, his strength actually surpassed Uncle Wolf's. What's more, just as Uncle Wolf tried to up the pressure, not wanting to lose too embarrassingly, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Mr. James Howlett, perhaps we could continue this conversation somewhere more private, don't you think?" Uncle Wolf's eyes widened in shock. You're... Seiya nodded. "As you can see, I'm a mutant as well. A hero, a Martial Saint, a mutant. Aside from his youth, every trait Seiya displayed left Uncle Wolf with no reason to refuse him. If I may ask, your name?" Uncle Wolf's dismissive look faded, and he spoke in a low, serious tone. Seiya, from the Dragon Kingdom. As soon as Seiya answered, a bad feeling crept over him. Was he about to get dragged into something again? Sure enough, Uncle Wolf's voice trembled slightly as he pressed on. Su, and your father. Su Mutian. Just a small-time, obscure businessman back in the Dragon Kingdom, Seiya shrugged. That was the impression old Su had always given him, and the one he most accepted. This time, Uncle Wolf didn't hesitate a second longer. He stood up at once. Didn't you just say we should talk somewhere else? Let's go. Raven rolled her eyes, a beautiful gesture, then pointed at the bottle on the table. Could you pack this up for us, please? Thanks. The bartender behind the counter was left utterly dumbfounded. In all his years, he'd never seen someone order drinks, skip the tip, and then ask to have the alcohol pack to go. Riven, however, simply pulled out a plastic bag herself. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. The Red Mansion. Not far from a Guardian's base stood a newly constructed, 3-story building in traditional Chinese style, rising more than 20 meters high. Each floor covered about 300 square meters. For now, it served as the temporary campus of the Red Genius Youth Academy, with its exterior walls painted a vibrant red and red columns supporting each level. The building had earned the name Red Mansion. This arrangement was only temporary. Once the entire complex was finished, classrooms and dormitories would, of course, be separated. At this moment inside the Red Mansion, all the mutant children whom Seiya had located using his neural amplifier had already been gathered. With the help of the Guardians and S.H.I.E.L.D., finding these children had been a simple task. Now, several children were congregated in a room, getting to know one another and introducing their abilities. Following the tradition of the Guardian superheroes, they even gave themselves heroic code names. Their names were much like those in the movies, and the display of their powers left the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents monitoring the building utterly amazed. Sir, I believe this is something we need to take extremely seriously. Phil Coulson approached Nick Fury, voicing his concerns. Uncle Sue was able to gather so many children with superhuman abilities so easily. Once they're trained and armed as a team, the Guardians of the Great Wall could become a force beyond anything we can imagine. And when that day comes, wouldn't that be a good thing? Nick Fury asked. Our original goal was to assemble a team of superheroes capable of defending Earth from external threats. The Guardians are doing just that. The stronger they become, shouldn't we be even happier? Coulson shook his head. But I'm afraid the Council and Congress won't see it that way. They won't tolerate a superpowered team beyond their control, operating in this country. My concern is, once they realize the Guardians are growing so powerful, they might take rash, irrational action. Nick Fury shook his head. That's not our concern. Let the Guardians and Uncle Sue worry about that. Our job is to focus on our own responsibilities. Coulson, do you remember why you joined S.H.I.E.L.D.? Of course, for the paycheck, Coulson thought, but he nodded. Of course I remember. We're here to safeguard world peace. Nick Fury shook his head. But too many people have forgotten that. Some of them are our colleagues, even our superiors. No, maybe from the very beginning, they never shared our purpose at all. S.H.I.E.L.D. is no longer the S.H.I.E.L.D. we once knew. After Nick Fury finished speaking, Phil Coulson fell silent, struck speechless for a long moment by what he'd just heard. Get ready. This is going to be a tough battle. Just before Coulson arrived, Nick Fury had received a file. A report that Seiya's double had unearthed from an agent named Sitwell, a bespectacled bald man. Agent Sitwell, a level 6 S.H.I.E.L.D. operative, was renowned for tracking down Loki's tech expert using facial recognition, and had once helped Coulson foil Abomination's attempt to join S.H.I.E.L.D. as a decorated agent. But in truth, he was a seasoned Hydra spy. He was that very agent in Captain America, the Winter Soldier, the one Captain America hurled out the window, only to be picked up again by the Falcon. For someone of such seniority to be a traitor, a double agent, that was hard enough for Coulson to accept. Could it be that S.H.I.E.L.D. itself had already become Snake S.H.I.E.L.D., infiltrated to the core by Hydra? Were even the higher-ups, the council ministers and senators, Hydra agents too? So perhaps Nick Fury was right. This really was going to be a hard fight. But as for Seiya, this difficult battle had little to do with him. All he cared about now was whether the mutant children he'd rescued could adapt to life among the Guardians of the Great Wall, and whether they could truly fit in. And then there was the question, where was their first adversary, the Black King, Sebastian Shaw? Now, Sebastian Shaw, the Black King and leader of the Hellfire Club, could absorb any kind of energy and unleash it at will. He was also one of the most ambitious mutants alive. He dreamed of mutants becoming the rulers of humanity, the masters of the world. To achieve this, he was willing to spark a global war. While Seiya was gathering up the mutant children, Sebastian Shaw and his Hellfire Club were busy with their own plans. The Hellfire Club didn't have many members, just Shaw and 3 others, but each of them possessed formidable and practical abilities. There was Riptide, who could control the air to summon whirlwinds and tornadoes of every kind. Azazel, the Red Devil, who could teleport over both short and long distances, and who was also a fearsome opponent in close combat. And lastly, there was the White Queen, whose codename spoke for itself. She wielded telepathy and the power to transform her entire body in a flawless diamond. The White Queen was, in fact, one of those dream get-rich-quick girlfriend options Seiya had once fantasized about. If your whole body is diamond, then even a stray hair or a bit of dead skin scraped off could fetch a fortune, right? That sort of thing would be worth a small fortune. Any single piece wouldn't just be a giant diamond. It would be unique, and for certain collectors with very specific tastes, it might even command a price beyond imagination. For that reason alone, Sebastian Shaw had to go. As for the White Queen, she absolutely had to be brought over, kept close as a personal treasure trove. Whenever funds were running low, just sell a little diamond stash for instant cash. Absolutely delightful. While Seiya was preoccupied with thoughts of Sebastian Shaw, a major meeting was underway among the American authorities. The purpose of this meeting was to decide on a proposal to deploy strategic mushroom eggs within the member states of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. According to some officials, the United States had just suffered an alien invasion. The nation's image and its standing on the world stage were inevitably going to take a hit and face new challenges. At a time like this, it was necessary to shift the focus, to change the subject, and to pull those bystanders into the fray as well. It was like trying to improve your ranking in an exam, not necessarily by getting a better score yourself, but by making sure others do worse. From the moment this proposal was put forward, it gained the support of most participants. Some even remarked that this should have been done long ago. If America couldn't hold the line, then they might as well take the whole planet down with them. Previously, a handful of more principled military representatives had voiced their firm opposition to this plan. Their specific reasons weren't easy to articulate, but they made their opposition unmistakably clear. But today, when the topic came up again, Colonel Hendry, who had been the loudest opponent, suddenly changed his tune and agreed to the deployment of the mushroom eggs. As a result, the plan was quickly passed and preparations for its execution began. Even Japan and South Korea, though not NATO members, were added to the list of countries scheduled to receive strategic mushroom egg deployments. The folks from those countries were practically bursting with pride, their excitement barely contained, thrilled to be clinging to their powerful patron and wagging their metaphorical tails with enthusiasm. As for Colonel Hendry's sudden change of heart, that was, of course, thanks to Sebastian Shaw. They had taught Colonel Hendry a harsh lesson at a club in Las Vegas, and everything that followed stemmed from that encounter. Inside the meeting room of the Great Wall Guardians, a slender female agent, her looks rivaling even the famous Black Widow, spoke to Seiya, her expression animated. Of course, in this meeting room, there was hardly a single normal human present, so what she had witnessed was hardly out of the ordinary here. 4 non-human individuals gathering together and then manipulating a military general. This isn't a trivial matter, Seiya murmured softly. The female agent nodded immediately. Exactly, that's what I mean. Her name was Moira MacTaggart, part of the CIA. The very same agent from the movies who took part in the first-class operation had a brief romance with Professor X, and, in the end, lost her memory with a single kiss. Come to think of it, she could be considered one of the auxiliary cards attached to Seiya's Mystique girlfriend card. But looking at her slightly mature appearance and her rather unremarkable figure, Seiya felt no temptation to activate the bonus card this time. All right, I understand. As for this Hellfire Club matter, just leave it to us, the Great Wall Guardians. I'll inform your superior about it myself. Yes, ma'am. Moira MacTaggart stood up and left. As she stepped out the door, she suddenly had the feeling she'd missed something important. Maybe it's just that the scale of this mission is so big. Missing out would naturally feel like a regret. Moira muttered to herself, and at the same time, a new idea crept into her mind. The Great Wall Guardians had just been formed and were seriously short-staffed. Maybe she could find a way to transfer over herself? Inside the conference room, Seiya projected several photographs onto the screen, images of Sebastian Shaw and his associates. He just found them using Jarvis's search engine, pulling footage from club cameras in Las Vegas. These people are the ones Agent Moira MacTaggart just mentioned. Biologically speaking, they're what we call mutants, new humans who've gained superpowers due to genetic mutation. The room was filled with the superpowered heroes of the Great Wall Guardians. Most of them had acquired their abilities later in life, so the idea of people born with such powers sparked a mix of surprise and envy. But only a touch. After all, whether abilities are innate or acquired, what truly matters is finding the power that suits you best. According to Agent MacTaggart, they've been inciting government officials to deploy mushroom bombs worldwide. That's a direct threat to world peace, and, as Great Wall Guardians, we cannot stand by and do nothing. I'll do everything I can to locate them as quickly as possible. After that, it's in your hands. Yes, sir. The heroes replied in unison, including former Avengers who now stood among them. Without even realizing it, Seiya had begun to take on the mantle of leader for the Great Wall Guardians. Of course, this was thanks in part to his own abilities, but also owed much to the support he'd received from Shenqiang. A team needs a leader to foster unity and efficiency. If you look at the Avengers, with both Captain America and Iron Man at the helm, it was almost inevitable that division and conflict would arise. To better establish his authority and position, Seiya had started to reveal his true identity to a select few among the Great Wall Guardians. Batman. He was the stuff of Tony Stark's nightmares for countless nights. Only now did Stark realize that his greatest rival had been by his side all along. The moment the truth came out, Tony Stark almost bolted for his Iron Man suit, ready to make a dash out of Los Angeles. He suspected that ever since Batman appeared, Los Angeles might become a second New York, a new Waterloo for Iron Man. As for Seiya having once appeared alongside Batman, even receiving the bat shield from him and fighting Thor, Seiya explained that it was actually a stand-in, someone who specifically helped him deliver gear and handle a few troublesome matters. Soon, everyone's doubts faded away, and they generally agreed with Seiya taking the lead as the commander of the Great Wall Guardians. Thor, however, still couldn't let go of the unresolved outcome of his duel with Seiya. He wondered if this might be a good opportunity to challenge him again. Who became the leader didn't matter much, but having a good, satisfying fight, that was the real priority. Of course, that fight never happened in the end. Once, when only the two of them were present, Seiya, acting as if by accident, casually lifted Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, played with it for a while, and then set it back down. This was one of the abilities he gained passively after receiving the Sharon Carter girlfriend card. Since Sharon Carter's officially recognized boyfriend was Captain America, Seiya also acquired the ability to lift Mjolnir, plus the passive ability of always having a fair chance. So far, though, he hadn't encountered anyone so powerful that he needed to activate his 50-50 chance just to hold his ground. When Thor realized Seiya could lift his hammer, he was utterly stunned. The way he looked at Mjolnir changed completely. Was this still the same faithful little meow meow hammer that had accompanied him through countless battles, the one that promised to always be his angel, never to leave his side? Why, after coming to Earth, was it so easily picked up and played with by just anyone? It used to follow a drunk from New Mexico all the way to New York, and now it was exchanging glances with Seiya. Thor suddenly recalled their previous duel. If Seiya had simply taken Mjolnir away back then, how would he have even fought? So, has he been saving my pride ever since then? Thinking he'd uncovered the truth, Thor never again brought up a one-on-one challenge with Seiya. In fact, at a gathering, he walked right up to Seiya, hugging a 50-liter keg of draft beer imported from the Dragon Kingdom. Old Sue, we got to know each other through a good fight, but from now on, here on Earth, in our Great Wall Guardians, whenever you give the word, I'll follow your lead without a second thought. This keg is for you. As you people say, let's drink it all in your honor. With that, not waiting for Seiya's reaction, Thor wrapped his arms around the stainless steel keg and began chugging. Watching Thor drink with such gusto, Seiya couldn't help but suspect that the guy was just using the toast as an excuse to scam some of his original brew. This is the original brew, specially airshipped from the Dragon Kingdom, and this guy just chugged an entire barrel in one go. Do us Guardians have some kind of dimensional space in their stomachs? To his credit, Thor kept his word. Ever since then, his attitude towards Seiya had taken a full 180-degree turn. He might never have been this obedient, not even to his own father, Odin. Soon, through telepathy, Seiya pinpointed Sebastian Shaw's location. The Great Wall Guardians didn't waste any time. Without further ado, they boarded the Quinjet and set off. There was no Beast in Seiya's team, and he himself hadn't acquired any of Beast's abilities. But frankly, whether Beast was there or not hardly made a difference with the team he had assembled. When it came to research and invention, they had Dr. Fox and Tony Stark. In terms of combat power, most of the Great Wall Guardians left Beast so far behind, he couldn't even see their taillights. As for aircraft, they'd had Quinjets for a while now, and not the first-generation turbojet models either. Tony Stark had upgraded them. Now, they were powered by arc reactors. With longer wingspans, higher speeds, and greater payloads, these new models were a significant improvement. They hadn't figured out how to break into space just yet, though, so there was still a gap compared to the version Hulk flew to Sakaar in Avengers 2. But for now, they were more than enough. On the Quinjet, nearly the entire Great Wall Guardians team had been mobilized. Alongside them were students from the Red Genius Youth Academy and the reserve members of the H-Men, including the Wolverine himself. After returning with Seiya, Wolverine quickly became one of the gang among the Great Wall Guardians. Outside, He was a mutant with bones protruding from his hands, someone most people feared. But here he was just another hero. Decent abilities, tough as nails, could heal quickly, but nothing out of the ordinary. Within the Guardians, he didn't even make the first string. His overall standing was somewhere below average. This outcome surprised Wolverine, but he also found it strangely liberating. Wolves, after all, were pack animals. Solitude was only ever a reluctant choice. Given the chance to rejoin the pack, even a lone wolf wouldn't refuse. At the very least, he needed a mate who wouldn't fear or shun him. Now that he'd truly become one of the Great Wall Guardians, Wolverine even gave himself a new name, Logan. The Quinjet tore through the sky, and before long, amidst jokes and banter, the team reached the eastern coastline. Out at sea, a yacht was gliding slowly away toward the horizon. "All right, folks, break time's over. Time to move." Seiya clapped his hands, and everyone in the cabin dropped their smiles and laughter, shifting into a state of alert as they began checking their gear. The first wave of attack, Seiya stood at the center of the aircraft cabin, giving out orders with precision. As soon as Seiya finished speaking, the rear hatches of the Quinjet opened. He was the first to move, launching himself out on a Great Wall glider, leading the charge. The others followed close behind, soaring through the air in a direct assault toward the yacht on the water below. The objective of Seiya's squad was singular: capture the White Queen alive. Everything else was secondary, left to circumstance. Sebastian Shaw, the Black King, possessed the ability to absorb and release energy, so in theory it was best not to send energy-based fighters like Iron Man, Thor, or Electro against him. Otherwise, it would be all too easy for him to turn their attacks into his own power source and retaliate, giving them a taste of their own medicine. So, when it came to the Black King, the best strategy was to send just one person: Captain America. With his shield in hand, Captain America could go toe-to-toe with even the most powerful of adversaries, like Thanos armed with all 6 Infinity Stones, holding his own in the fiercest of battles, let alone someone like the Black King. As for the Red Devil and Riptide, faced with the onslaught of 5 superheroes, it would be difficult for them not to lose. The 5 heroes launched themselves from the Quinjet. Even Captain America donned a lightweight flight pack, transforming from super soldier on foot into a super soldier in flight. Their dramatic arrival sent a wave of tension through the Black King and his allies on the yacht. After the Battle of New York, the Great Wall Guardian's reputation had spread far and wide, igniting a frenzy of fandom. Naturally, these villains, intending to stir up trouble, had studied the heroes' powers carefully, hoping to avoid any disastrous missteps in the future. Yet the Black King had not expected their plans to be discovered so soon. They had only just begun, merely inciting a single army colonel. The deployment of the mushroom bomb was still under discussion, not yet set in motion. And yet, the Great Wall Guardians had already descended upon them, mobilizing such formidable force. Soaring above, Thor unleashed his hammer from the sky, rather than striking the Black King directly, thereby allowing him to absorb the energy and store it for a counterattack. Thor aimed for the stern of the yacht. Lightning thundered down, crippling the enormous vessel in an instant. The impact even affected the submarine hidden beneath the yacht, the Black King's secret escape plan for emergencies. But now, before it could be deployed, water began pouring into the submarine. Left with no choice, the Black King ordered Red Devil and Riptide to prepare for battle. It wasn't that the Black King feared combat. He merely disliked fighting without purpose. Yet just as he was about to take action, he realized that the White Queen, who had always remained by his side, was suddenly frozen in place. The White Queen, Emma Frost, possesses the power to transform her entire body into diamond, and is a master of telepathy. All along, she has served as the Black King's right hand, and he has raised her almost like his own daughter. Despite his youthful appearance, the Black King is actually quite old. The young body he displays is merely the result of absorbed energy transformed into a youthful form. In other words, while his body remains young, his mind is that of an elder, focused on power and the future of mutants, with little interest in the passions and romances that preoccupy the young. Emma, the White Queen, was raised by the Black King as his successor, groomed for leadership rather than affection. Strictly speaking, her hero name should not be White Queen, but rather White Princess. But now, with danger looming and battle breaking out, the chosen successor seems frozen, unable to move. "Emma, what's going on with you?" the Black King shouted, snapping the White Queen out of her daze. When she came to, Emma's expression changed dramatically. In terror, she cried out, "There's a telepath on the other side. Be careful." At once, she unleashed her powers. A wave of psychic energy, shimmering like a diamond barrier, spread outward, blocking the intruding mental force. Only then did the White Queen exhale in relief. I was just under the enemy's control. Their telepathy is incredibly strong. I can't hold them off for long. Seeing this, the Black King lifted his gaze to Thor and Max, who were busy summoning thunder and lightning. Gritting his teeth, he declared in a deep voice, "I'll handle this." "You, come at me," he roared, his voice thundering with a force that combined the fabled one-finger Zen with a lion's roar, a union of power that shook the battlefield. Captain America, who had just dropped from the sky, was instantly whisked away by Nightcrawler's teleportation. On the other side, Wolverine, ready to land, was caught in a swirling attack of raging winds. In the sky, the Great Wall Guardians changed their tactics in a flash. The four of them hovered above, ignoring the dueling pairs below, and instead unleashed a relentless, all-encompassing barrage at the Black King's position. Yet, faced with this ferocious assault, the Black King only grinned with wild satisfaction, as if everything was going according to plan. "Let the attacks come. Even stronger," he bellowed, voice echoing with madness. With arms outstretched on either side, he summoned an invisible force between his palms. No matter how wild the onslaught, be it lightning or exploding missiles, all the fury was sucked into that invisible field between his hands, drawn in by sheer force of will. Clenching his teeth, the Black King laughed maniacally as he manipulated the power between his hands, compressing the violent energy, forcing it tighter and tighter, his laughter ringing out amidst the chaos. This is the power of the Black King. No matter what form an energy attack takes, he can instantly compress and absorb it. What's more, he can store that energy within himself and release it in a different form whenever he wishes. This ability is nearly unbeatable. Against Thor and the other three, the Black King's power allows him to take on all four at once without breaking sweat. Thor, Tony, and the others were well aware of this. Before they arrived, Seiya had already explained the Black King's unique abilities to them. Yet, even as the Black King continued to compress and absorb their attacks, the four of them showed not a hint of panic. Instead, they hovered in midair, unleashing a relentless torrent of their powers. Thunderclouds swirled overhead, drawn together by Thor. In his hand, Mjolnir became a living conduit, channeling the force of the storm, absorbing lightning on one end and hurling it at the Black King on the other, each strike coming in an unending cascade. Iron Man, after firing off every last missile in his arsenal, ignited the repulsors in his palms. The arc reactor in his chest glowed with maximum intensity, pouring out concentrated beams of energy. Electro and the green armored hero joined in, their electrical attacks surging without restraint. Harry, too, had come prepared. His suit was packed with a whole basket of pumpkin bombs, all meant for the Black King. This was the Guardian strategy against the Black King, aside from Captain America's 50-50 odds. If he could absorb energy, then they would give him all he could handle and more. Let him try to take it all in. If all the heroes combined couldn't fill the Black King to his limit, there was still another option. Not far away, aboard the Quinjet, sat a crate of prototype arc reactors, Fox's handiwork, a batch of unfinished but potent power sources. Even Asgard's destroyer couldn't withstand the blast from a single prototype arc reactor. How many could the Black King possibly endure? That's why, from the very start, Seiya had no need to worry about the Black King. His only concern was keeping the White Queen in check. And now, as the White Queen broke free from Seiya's initial psychic control and erected a mental barrier to shield herself from his mind, Seiya immediately launched a second wave of psychic assault. With the Black King gone, the White Queen maintained her mental shield, blocking out psychic attacks. Her entire body shimmered into its diamond form as she glanced warily around, ready for whatever assault might come next. But just then, behind her, a cable silently crept up from the edge of the ship, slithering like a poisonous snake preparing to strike. Stealthily, it extended its tip toward the White Queen's back. The mental barrier, while blocking Seiya's psychic intrusion, also dulled the White Queen's awareness of her surroundings. So it wasn't until the cable was almost upon her that she sensed something amiss and spun around to dodge. But it was already too late. At the tip of the cable, the broken ends of the wires extended like grasping tentacles, latching directly onto the White Queen. A harsh tearing sound rang out. Startled, the White Queen staggered backward, narrowly escaping the cable's grip. But now, clinging to the cable, there dangled a bra made entirely of diamond. Heaven knows, Seiya had absolutely no intention of stripping her. All he wanted was to subdue the White Queen using Professor X and Magneto's powers. To defeat a mutant with the abilities of other mutants. That was the highest respect he could offer. Yes, that was truly his only thought. But battles are unpredictable. Anything can happen in the heat of the moment. Finding himself in such an awkward situation was, unfortunately, not a surprise. Still, that was hardly reason enough for Seiya to stop his assault. So, after accidentally tearing off the White Queen's diamond bra, Seiya did not relent. Using his magnetic field control, he summoned a second cable, which snaked its way up over the ship's railing. Having already suffered one attack by the cables, the White Queen was now on high alert. She heard the disturbance from a distance and immediately assumed a defensive stance. She grabbed a stick from nearby, preparing to fight this serpentine cable in a desperate battle, a duel between woman and snake. With her telepathy rendered useless, she had no choice but to rely on close-quarters combat. Fortunately for her, though she had lost her diamond bra, her entire body was now diamondized, so there was no risk of any embarrassing exposure. Her arms were completely free, allowing her to unleash her superhuman strength and flexibility to their fullest, focusing all her efforts on fending off the cable. But unfortunately, the snake-like cables crawling up the side of the ship did not stop at just one. A thicker cable in front drew her attention, while behind her, two more suddenly reared up, lunging straight for her back. With limited experience in hand-to-hand combat, the White Queen could not handle this pincer attack. After a brief struggle, another band of diamond was torn from her body. Now, with two pieces of diamond clothing fluttering from the cables like trophies, they swayed in the sea breeze, as if waiting for the day they would be sold for a king's ransom at some elite auction. The White Queen was growing angry. She never expected these cables to be so devious. Couldn't they just fight properly? Why did they insist on tearing away a piece of diamond with every attack? As it was, she was left with only her socks and boots, with hardly a scrap of dignity to cling to. And the cables showed no sign of stopping. In fact, their numbers only seemed to be growing. What do they want now? Were even her socks and boots not safe? Or did they intend to go after something else entirely? Her hair, perhaps? The only hair on the White Queen's body was her hair. Yes, just the hair on her head. As for why that was the case, it probably wasn't something she was born with. She certainly didn't want her hair to be torn out, leaving her bald. A woman stripped bald, her shining scalp exposed to the world, is hardly a beautiful sight. Watching as the cables once again climbed up over the yacht's railing, now numbering well into the double digits, the White Queen nearly broke down. She hadn't even caught a glimpse of what her enemies looked like, and it seemed she was about to be toyed to death by them. Who are you? The White Queen simply dropped her psychic shield and reached out directly with her mental powers, establishing a connection with the telepath on the other side. What exactly do you want? There was a sense of urgency in her voice. Even through telepathy, her desperation was palpable, and she had every reason to be anxious, not to mention what was happening with Red Devil and Riptide, but even Black King nearby seemed to be struggling. Black King, usually a tall and slender middle-aged man, had always taken good care of himself, so much so that, in the eyes of some more naive women, he could even be considered a handsome older gentleman. But now his face was flushed scarlet, and his whole body had swollen unnaturally, like a balloon being filled to bursting. In all the years she'd known Black King, the White Queen had never seen him pushed to such a state. She even felt that, if this went on much longer, Black King might be torn apart by that overwhelming power. It was true that Black King could absorb energy, but he wasn't a bottomless pit. Clearly, he was reaching his limit. Meanwhile, in the sky above, the four Great Wall Guardians seemed to have realized this as well, unleashing relentless energy attacks at Black King as if there were no cost at all. Seeing this, the White Queen was truly afraid. You can't do this. Shao will die. Let him go. I surrender. I'll do anything you want. The White Queen pleaded earnestly, but all she received in response was a soft sigh. It's too late now. In the sky, Thor and the others continued their assault, but their bodies were gradually moving backward, inch by inch. Nearby, Captain America and Wolverine, who were locked in battle with Riptide and Red Devil, also received the message and began shifting the fight to a more distant part of the battlefield. At that moment, countless cables suddenly appeared, wrapping around the White Queen and stretching her out in a star-shaped position before yanking her off the yacht, carrying her up into the air. Then, the yacht, along with Black King, began to sink into the ocean's depths. You can't do this to him. You're a mutant too. You know how hard it is for mutants. You have no idea how much he's done for our kind. The White Queen no longer cared about her own awkward state, left with nothing but socks and boots. Suspended in midair, her spirit seemed to shout furiously at Seiya across the void. This time, there was no reply, just the deafening roar of an explosion. Boom! The Black King had amassed all sorts of energy beforehand. Heavenly thunder, missile detonations, and countless other sources. So this final blast, unleashed at the moment of death, was unimaginably powerful. Even though Seiya had already dragged the Black King to the ocean floor, the explosion still wrought tremendous destruction. Its impact was felt as far away as Boston, several kilometers distant. Nearly half the city's windows were shattered by the shockwave, and countless civilians were injured or killed. Fortunately, it was purely an energy explosion. There was no nuclear fallout. At least there would be no lingering radioactive contamination. And for the survivors of Boston, that was a small mercy to cling to. At the same time, this explosion seemed to echo those that had rocked New York and Los Angeles before, a grim confirmation of the saying, in a land of peace and beauty, every day brings another explosion. Of course, it was impossible for the people not to feel fear and anxiety. Many were considering fleeing the city. Some wealthy elite had already begun to make their escape. The Black King was dead. Until his final moment, he couldn't believe it would happen. He had so many acts of vengeance left unfinished, so much more to do for the mutants' cause. Well, that was his excuse. Whether mutants had a future was hardly the point. The real aim was that, once this deed was done, he could use it as a pretext to establish a nation, or even a civilization, ruled by mutants. And when that day came, he would be crowned emperor of this new world. That was the Black King's true ambition. Otherwise, why call himself the Black King? After decades of scheming, plotting to ignite a mushroom cloud contest between the world's two superpowers, was it really just about carving out a little space for mutants to survive? The Black King was never that altruistic. Even Magneto, who inherited the Black King's legacy, probably thought much the same. Seiya wasn't entirely sure. After all, as someone who combined the powers of both Professor X and Magneto, his own thinking leaned more towards Professor X. He believed there shouldn't be an irreconcilable conflict between mutants and ordinary humans. Mutation shouldn't be the root of family strife or social instability. If mutants became an accepted part of daily life, they could blend seamlessly into human society. Take Iceman, for instance. He could be sent straight to the fire department. When wildfires broke out, we'd no longer have to watch in anxious pride and sorrow as firefighters and volunteers risked their lives, wave after wave, to battle the flames. Just send Iceman skating through the mountains on a trail of ice, surfing the terrain while freezing the fires in his wake. Handsome and efficient. And of course, the whole operation could be streamed live. Smash that like button. Don't forget to follow. Double tap for a 10 out of 10. The little rocket would undoubtedly skyrocket in popularity. By then, he would instantly become a national idol, worshipped by all. Commercial endorsements and variety show invitations would pour in, until his hands grew tired from signing contracts. If he added a bit of live stream sales on the side, life would be simply delightful. As for the Black Queen, someone who delights in chaos and even wishes to spread disaster across the globe, especially threatening those across the ocean, she must die. Watching the massive blast surge beneath the sea, a tremendous shockwave billowed upward. In the sky, the White Queen looked utterly stricken, as if mourning the dead. Her face was a portrait of despair, and even her diamond form could not hold together. Thankfully, Seiya reacted swiftly and bound her up completely with a cable, preventing her modesty from being exposed in the chaos. Through the cable, Seiya also managed to take rough measurements of the White Queen, details he wouldn't reveal publicly, but suffice it to say the numbers were astonishing, rivaling my Shiranui. Most importantly, by observing her up close, Seiya discovered that some places were naturally hairless. It might truly be a genetic trait. With the Black Queen dead, the Torrent and the Red Devil in the distance seemed to lose their backbone all of a sudden. They began to ease. Off their assault on Captain America and Wolverine, looking over at the Great Wall Guardians with anxiety written across their faces. The four strong men, having finished off the Black Queen, now moved toward them shoulder to shoulder. They hadn't even raised their hands yet, but the sight alone made the adversaries tremble and shrink back in fear. Run! From afar, Torrent shot the Red Devil a look, signaling him to quickly use his teleportation ability and take them both away. The Red Devil's teleportation was formidable. Not only was the cooldown short, allowing for rapid-fire jumps, but the distance he could cover was immense. He'd once teleported from Las Vegas to Washington, D.C., a distance of 3,000 kilometers, in under 10 minutes, accounting for the Colonel's need to mentally prepare and change clothes along the way. In fact, the actual teleportation time was even less, perhaps a single long jump or several short bursts. But either way, it likely took only seconds. In summary, until Seiya mastered Flying Thunder God or some other space warping ability, Red Devil would make an excellent mount. It was a pity, of course, that this mount was male and could only be used for business trips. Still, Seiya had no intention of letting him escape. Just as the Red Devil caught Torrent's signal and prepared to act, he suddenly realized he couldn't move. Seiya's telepathy activated. At such close range, controlling a mutant whose mental faculties were already somewhat lacking was child's play. In an instant, the Red Devil was pinned to the spot. At the same time, his long, arrowhead-shaped tail, as if under invisible command, curled forward from behind him, its tip aimed directly at his brow. A voice echoed in the Red Devil's mind. Don't even think about running. I have countless ways to end your life before you could ever escape. Do you believe me? Hearing this voice, the Red Devil lost his nerve. He had only joined Black King's crew because Black King was powerful. Following him meant a life of luxury. Good food, good drink, the kind of life he had never dared to imagine before. As for fighting for the future of mutants, even Black King might not believe that line himself, so why should Red Devil? To him, this was just a job. You pay me, I work for you. It's as simple as that. So, when he discovered that his teleportation, his very means of survival, had been neutralized and realized that the other side could snuff him out without a trace at any moment, Red Devil surrendered on the spot. Please, sir, have mercy. I'm just a hired hand. As long as you, as long as you spare my life, it's yours from now on. The other one, Riptide, was a different story. He'd been with Black King for a long time, always dressed like some high society gentleman, acting every bit the refined man of the upper class, just like Black King himself. Maybe persuading him to surrender would be a bit tricky. Yet, when the surrendered Red Devil teleported over and wrapped his tail around Riptide's neck, Riptide's surrender came almost as quickly as the Red Devil's. After all, these were both men used to the good life. As for fighting and killing, if it came down to winning by superior skills and equipment, that was one thing. But true life-and-death combat, fighting to the bitter end, that was for fools and savages. What's so bad about surrendering? Didn't the Geneva Convention say prisoners should be treated well? So, if you can't win, just surrender. That's what American law says, too. If the operation fails completely, with no chance of breaking out, if weapons and ammo are gone, with no way to resupply, if water and food are exhausted, with no hope of replenishment, if all communications are lost, with no way of restoring them. When you find yourself in any of these situations, you surrender. That stuff about fighting to the last man, outnumbered by dozens or even hundreds, hurling rocks and baring your teeth, hugging a bundle of explosives and taking the enemy down with you, that's just not a thing. After all, they're citizens of a civilization that's barely 2 centuries old. With Riptide's surrender, Black King's squad's assault could be considered a near-perfect success. Near-perfect because of the White Queen. Her body had been captured, true, but her soul seemed to have been blown away along with Black King's, completely unlike that movie post-credit scene, where she's all charm and eagerness, ready to join Magneto at the drop of a hat. To this, Seiya just shrugged it off. Whatever, let it be. Just a White Queen. Her telepathy overlapped with his own, her diamond transformation wasn't unbeatable, and her combat ability was, frankly, unremarkable. If, in the end, there's truly no way to bring her under control, then just lock her up and treat her like livestock. Whenever there's nothing better to do, toss her some bras or panties to provoke her into turning things into diamonds, and then sell them off. This is something the White Queen could never accept. No one would willingly be raised like a hairless pig. At the very least, she'd want something to preserve her dignity. And it just so happens, if her clothes get dirty, there's no need to wash them. She can simply turn them into diamonds and sell them. How extravagant! Under the night sky, the Quinjet glided silently from the east coast to the west. Inside the aircraft, Hawkeye and Black Widow, the pilots sat in silence. Yet within their hearts, tidal waves of emotion surged. With the founding of the Avengers and their merger with the Great Wall Guardians, the enemies faced by these super teams had grown ever more formidable. At the same time, the number of heroes within their ranks was increasing at a rapid pace. Take the two they just captured, Riptide and the Red Devil. Although they were prisoners for now, just looking at how eager they were to please, it was clear they'd soon become members of the Great Wall Guardians. And not just any members. They'd be the ones most willing to fight and charge into danger. After all, as captives, if they want to survive, they have to prove themselves. Looking at the two prisoners, then at themselves, both Hawkeye and Black Widow were struck by a sense of defeat. They had already been relegated to the fringes, reduced to flying the jet and playing support. Would it be long before even that role was taken from them? After all, the Red Devil was a transportation powerhouse, far more capable than the Quinjet. With his teleportation, he could whisk people anywhere in an instant. With someone like the Red Devil around, who would even bother with planes? Once, they were SHLD's ace agents, founders of the Avengers, and among the first members of the Great Wall Guardians. Now, they faced the threat of unemployment, but they were still young and unwilling to fade away into retirement. Especially after witnessing the battles of superhumans, the thought of being sent back to S.H.I.E.L.D. to carry out mundane missions was utterly unacceptable. So, they needed to find a way to save themselves. Only by becoming superhuman themselves could they hope to survive in this ever-growing army of heroes. And it seemed there was now a way to do just that. The extremist virus. Seiya had brought a sample of the extremist virus back to the lab and tasked Dr. Connors and Gwen with researching it. He hadn't kept this a secret, so both Hawkeye and Black Widow knew about it. Now, without saying a word to each other, they'd come to the same decision. They wanted to volunteer as the first test subject for the extremist virus. Although the initial version of the desperate virus may be unstable, unsafe, and even carry the risk of becoming a ticking time bomb, sometimes you have to brave the tiger's den to catch a tiger cub. Only those who injected the desperate virus at the very beginning have the greatest chance of becoming the rare, collector's edition desperate virus warriors. Later, when a more stable, mass-produced version is available, many of its features will inevitably be toned down. By then, getting injected will hardly hold the same meaning. What they don't know is that just as this idea was forming in their minds, across the ocean on the West Coast in Los Angeles, inside Dr. Connor's laboratory, someone was already lying on the examination table. "Miss Carter, are you certain you want to inject this experimental version of the desperate virus?" Standing next to the table, Gwen held a tablet in her hands, monitoring Sharon's vitals while giving her a final chance to reconsider. This is an experimental prototype, and there's a high likelihood it could trigger all sorts of unpredictable mutations. We can't foresee what might happen. Are you sure? Lying on the table, Sharon let out a slow, steady breath. "I'm sure. Go ahead." "All right." Once Gwen switched into scientist mode, her expression grew serious. In science, there's no room for carelessness. Very quickly, Sharon was moved into the equipment chamber. A shimmering, star-bright, orange-red dose of the desperate virus was injected into her body. Dr. Connors and Gwen both watched the monitors with anxious eyes, ready to make adjustments at a moment's notice. The entire process lasted a full half-hour. At last, with the hiss of an airlock opening, the chamber slowly slid open, and Sharon was gently wheeled out. "How do you feel?" Gwen stepped forward, studying Sharon's body, which seemed unchanged, while checking and asking about her physical sensations. "I've never felt better in my life." Sharon opened her eyes, and suddenly, a brilliant orange-red light flashed within them. At that very moment, Seiya's system notification rang out without warning. That notification sound only ever chimed when a new girlfriend card was acquired in the middle of the night or upon receiving a card credit. Never for no reason at all. So when he heard that familiar ding, Seiya actually thought he'd accidentally triggered White Queen's girlfriend card option. But clearly, he was mistaken. Ding! Girlfriend card, Sharon Carter, has been successfully upgraded. Sharon Carter acquired. Character, Sharon Carter. Current affection level, 00. Warm reminder. What changes is her power. What remains is her loyalty. She is not only your little confidant in life, but also your invaluable partner in work. So trust her and let her soar. Who knows, you might just win yourself an Avengers team. One question did linger, though. Why was there no system notification when Gwen was upgraded to Webslinger Gwen? Was it because my favorability with her hadn't yet reached 100 points at the time? Or was it simply because Sharon Carter was a native of this world, so her reaction was different? On this matter, the system didn't give any clear hints, so he could only find out for himself. Still, gaining a blue-tier hero with 100 points of favorability was enough to make Seiya quite pleased. His happiness even led him to unconsciously loosen the cables binding the White Queen just a little. This, in turn, drew a trace of dissatisfaction from the White Queen. "Are you looking down on me? You won't even bother to tighten the restraints. Don't you know that it makes me uncomfortable if you don't put in some effort?" There's a phenomenon known as Stockholm Syndrome, a psychological state where the victim develops feelings for their captor, sometimes even going so far as to help them. It often happens when the perpetrator treats the victim harshly for a long time, only to suddenly show a bit of gentleness. While the White Queen hadn't descended fully into that condition yet, she was already showing clear signs of heading in that direction. Of course, this is considered a psychological disorder, and a disorder needs to be treated, no matter how early the symptoms appear. So, picking up on the White Queen's thoughts through their telepathic link, Seiya simply obliged and tightened the restraining cables once more. One of the cables, even Seiya didn't know if it was intentional or just an accident, slipped right into a rather sensitive spot. Perhaps it was the synergy between his telepathy and magnetic manipulation, but Seiya found himself with a rather peculiar new ability, one he wasn't quite sure how to describe. When he controlled the cables, the subtle feedback from his telepathy allowed him to actually feel what the cables touched, as if they were an extension of his own sense of touch. In other words, the cables were no longer just cables. They had become like extensions of Seiya's own fingertips. So, the moment that cable slipped in, Seiya suddenly felt as though his hand had been snapped by a clam. The unexpected squeeze made his hand jolt, and as a result, the cable seemed to writhe in an odd, involuntary motion. And then, that clam's grip only tightened. At that exact moment, the White Queen instinctively activated her diamond form. In an instant, Her entire body became as flawless and transparent as crystal, not only halting the cable's advance, but also stifling the gas that had risen to her throat. The result? Seiya lost a bit of fun, but at the same time, a theory among readers was confirmed. The White Queen's diamond transformation truly was complete, inside and out, through and through. So, a word of advice to anyone thinking of trying their luck. If you don't have a drill made of gold, don't go poking around at diamonds. You only break something. But then, Seiya was never the type to back down from challenge. As the leader of superheroes with mutant abilities, a fusion of Professor X and Magneto, Seiya refused to accept that there could be any mutant power in this world that he couldn't handle. What Professor X and Magneto couldn't do wasn't necessarily impossible for him. Take the White Queen, for example. She believed that with her telepathic powers, she could shield herself from Seiya's mental manipulation, and with her diamond form, she could make her body impervious to harm. She thought this made her invincible, but Seiya simply didn't buy it. He was determined to challenge the White Queen on the battlefield of mutant abilities, to grind away her arrogance and her fierce loyalty to the Black King, until she was utterly defeated. Even if she were to kneel and sing her surrender, she wouldn't win forgiveness. At best, she'd earn nothing more than a spit in the face. So, along the way, Seiya made it his mission to go toe-to-toe with the White Queen. On one hand, he assaulted her psychic defenses with relentless telepathy. On the other, he transformed cables into saws, grinding them against her diamond skin. For the White Queen, the 2-hour journey felt like an apocalyptic ordeal. Torment, both mental and physical. Her psychic shield was already on the verge of collapse, just a hair's breadth away from being shattered. She couldn't help but think if she hadn't turned herself into diamond, she'd probably have been worn raw by now. After all, a cable saw could cut through concrete pillars. If Seiya had wanted a dramatic spectacle, the White Queen could have put on a show of utter defeat right there and then. It would have been nothing to him. I should never have had any illusions about this bastard, she thought in utter despair. He is the devil himself, a human-shaped grinding machine, the worst nightmare imaginable. I'm done. I just want to go home. When the Quinjet landed at the Los Angeles headquarters of the Wall Guardians, Sharon greeted them, lifting the White Queen like a kitten. In that moment, the White Queen was so moved she nearly burst into tears. Meanwhile, Seiya, who had tormented her the whole way, acted as if nothing had happened, casually updating Sharon. The leader's dead. Before he died, he set off a massive explosion we couldn't contain. The blast spread outwards. Let Fury deal with the Americans and handle the fallout. After all, saving the world comes with collateral damage. The destruction would be pinned on the vicious criminals, and the heroes would walk away with all the praise. This country prized its freedom, but if anyone tried to smear the Wall Guardians over this, Seiya would send Dong Zhang and the Joker to pay them a visit. If you have a problem with the protection of superheroes, then you can suffer at the hands of supervillains. Go ahead and ask the Joker if he's interested in a rational conversation. Gentlemen may be deceived by rules, but sorry, we're heroes, not gentlemen. If you ask, the answer is anti-hero, hypocrite. Seiya could have used his telepathy to strike down the Joker from afar, but he deliberately chose not to. At this moment, the benefits of keeping the Joker around became apparent. After all, this guy is completely unpredictable. There's nothing he wouldn't do, and he never bothers with reason. With official business done, it was time to turn to more personal matters. This woman is a die-hard fan of the enemy leader we captured. Take her away and make sure she gets the full experience of what it means to be one of us, a defender of the Great Wall. Do your best to help her see the light and turn over a new leaf as soon as possible. As soon as Seiya finished speaking, Sharon understood instantly. From his words, Sharon picked up on the key phrase. As soon as possible. Understood, boss. Just leave it to me. I promise I'll handle this quickly and efficiently for you. Seiya had been about to turn and leave, but when he heard Sharon's response, he paused. This time, Sharon had spoken in Chinese. Her pronunciation was a little off, but for a foreigner, she'd done remarkably well. Your Chinese is pretty good. Who taught you? How long have you been practicing? Sharon's eyes crinkled with delight. I learned from a translator that Officer Zhang introduced me to. It's been 3 months. Not great yet, but I'll keep working at it. Seiya shook his head. You're already close. Honestly, your Mandarin is better than some Hong Kong and Taiwanese celebrities who've been living on the mainland for over a decade. If you downplay it anymore, they'll want to bang their heads against a wall out of shame. Well, those actors only care about money, not about this stuff. Forget I said anything. You can keep working with Uncle Zhang. Combine your Chinese lessons with your ideological training. Do them together. But not tonight. It's already past midnight. Let's start tomorrow. I want that class on my schedule first thing. Sharon snapped to attention and gave Seiya a crisp Chinese-style military salute. Yes, Chief. Seiya shook his head in exasperation. Let's not do that. I'm just a student here in Longhua, not a military officer. Don't call me chief, just stick with boss. Sharon immediately dropped the serious act and flashed a charming, playful smile, even throwing in a wink. Got it. I'll handle everything, don't you worry, boss. Seiya made a quick getaway. He wasn't sure how much Sharon's combat abilities had improved after her upgrade, but her ability to act cute had definitely leveled up. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid he'd forget his priorities and end up doing something impulsive. A powder keg can't handle even a single spark. After bidding farewell to Sharon and the White Queen, Seiya headed straight for the lab. He wanted to check Sharon's experiment data and physical assessment records after she'd been injected with the desperation virus. After all, this was a project that might one day be rolled out across the entire army. General Ross had devoted half his life to pursuing something akin to the super soldier serum used by Captain America, all in hopes of strengthening the entire military. To possess a squad of super soldiers was in many ways to possess the future itself. Yet, so far, the super soldier serum had only worked on Captain America and Emil Blonsky. There was simply no way to roll it out to the whole army. If the extremist virus could be used for this purpose, it would be a roundabout way for General Ross to realize his dream. Only the beneficiaries certainly wouldn't be the U.S. military this time. As for this virus, Seiya naturally planned to send it back. Old Sue and his comrades had no use for it, but surely someone out there would. A squad of extremist warriors, unafraid of injury and nearly impossible to kill. If that day came, every soldier in our ranks would be a wolf among sheep. Inside the laboratory, there were two people whose presence was unexpected yet made perfect sense. Hawkeye, Clint Barton, and Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Their intentions were simple. They wanted to volunteer as test subjects for the extremist virus. They hadn't yet heard that Sharon had successfully been injected with the extremist virus. Their motivation, born from frustration over their lackluster performance in the previous battle, led them here in search of a new edge. Unfortunately, the only special combat variant of the extremist virus had already been used by Sharon. What remained were standard versions, good for regrowing lost limbs or healing the sick, but incapable of granting the radiant, explosive abilities of a true extremist warrior. After all, Dr. Connor's original research into lizard genes was solely to heal his own lost arm. So, when he took over the extremist project, he continued down that path. The one and only combat-type sample had gone to Sharon. The rest were strictly for medical use. Can't you just remake some more, using that combat variant as a blueprint? The widow's voice betrayed her unwillingness to give up. She was growing desperate. At first, the widow hadn't felt such urgency. After all, among the guardians of the Great Wall, there were so many striking men. She could flirt with them one by one, and any of them might fall for her charms. Yet, in her heart, there lingered a shadow, a memory of the Batman who had pulled her from a wrecked car, said nothing, and walked away without a backward glance. The novel tells of a fateful meeting at the Windling Ferry, a single encounter with Yonghua, and a life is forever changed. While the widow wasn't affected so dramatically, she couldn't help but compare every man she met, Captain America, even Thor, to Batman's enigmatic presence. In the end, she realized that none of them had the same allure as Batman. Perhaps that's how it goes. What you can't have is always the most desirable, and what you can't see is what you long for most. In the widow's heart, Batman was that distant, luminous moonlight, appearing in countless nights of lonely solitude, making her change bedsheets and underwear much more often than she cared to admit. This feeling had weighed on her for a long time, keeping her awake night after restless night. It wasn't until Seiya appeared that the piece of her heart taken away by Batman finally began to return. In her eyes, this was a man even more alluring than Captain America or Thor. And then, when it was revealed that Seiya was actually Batman himself, at that moment, the widow could no longer hold back. She wanted to seize the initiative herself. Compared to the others, the widow had no advantages. She was nothing in the face of them all. More importantly, she wasn't even a complete woman. The Red Room's graduation ceremony had taken her ovaries, robbing every female agent of the possibility of ever becoming a mother. How could a widow like her ever hope to compete with Gwen and the others? Thankfully, the extremist virus appeared. With this, not only could she enhance her combat abilities, but she could also restore the organs and honor that belonged to a woman, finally standing on equal footing with everyone else. So from the very beginning, the widow's concerns were far greater than just Hawkeye. But now, the lab informed them that there was only one vial of the prototype extremist virus, and it had already been used up. I'm sorry, Dr. Connors shook his head. That one was just a prototype, an accident during the experiments. It was unstable and carried risks. I'm not afraid of risks. In her desperation, the widow stepped forward, reaching out, but when she noticed Dr. Connor's missing arm, she stopped herself. I'm sorry, I was impatient. Doctor, your arm hasn't even healed yet. The civilian-grade therapeutic version is ready. Actually, Dr. Connors replied with a smile. I was just about to inject it. If you'd like, I can give you a dose as well. Black Widow glanced at Seiya, who had just walked in, and nodded. Then I'll trouble you, Doctor. No matter what, returning to being a normal person was a step forward. It kept her from falling further behind the others. As for regaining her former strength, she'd figure that out later. Seiya, meanwhile, had no idea what Black Widow was thinking. When it came to the superheroes of the Great Wall Guardians, he always maintained a basic level of respect, never prying into others' thoughts. This was a principle he held dear. After all, no one likes their innermost thoughts laid bare. This was everyone's final boundary. The moment Gwen saw Seiya enter, she leapt at him like an affectionate octopus, making the widow so envious she could practically taste it. Only after a long, lingering embrace did Seiya reluctantly peel Gwen off himself, then walk over to Dr. Connors. Doctor, how's the progress on the medical version of the extremist virus? It's basically a success. There are 2 types, one permanent and one single-use. I'll send you all the data in a moment, Doctor. Connors replied with a smile. In fact, Agent Romanoff and I are about to try the injection ourselves. Would you like to observe? The permanent version only requires 1 injection for a complete, lasting recovery from bodily injuries. The single-use version provides a temporary restoration. Once the effect wears off, the body returns to its previous state and needs another dose. To maintain a fully restored body over time, repeated injections are necessary. Of course, Dr. Connors had prepared the permanent version for himself and the Black Widow. Seiya glanced at the widow, and in that instant, he didn't need telepathy to read her. Just from her eyes alone, he could tell a lot. This decorated special agent looked at him a little differently now, with a hint of wifely affection in her gaze. All right, let's watch. As soon as Seiya spoke, the widow let out a quiet breath of relief. To her, becoming whole again was something she truly wanted Seiya to witness. Before long, the widow and Dr. Connors took their seats on the lab bench, while Seiya and Hawkeye stood outside the laboratory, watching through the glass window. Natasha's been looking forward to this day for a long time. She never thought it would actually come true, Barton said with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. Seiya shook his head. You're all guardians of Earth's Wall. Doing what I can for you is both my duty and my honor. Still, you deserve thanks. And, Natasha has had a really hard life. She desperately longs for love, Barton went on, suddenly taking on the role of a concerned confidant, chattering away to Seiya. You know what she went through in the Red Room? For her, love is a luxury. I can give her family, but not romance. And I can tell she's fallen for someone now, but Barton seemed to be in a chatty mood. Perhaps his real superpower in the Avengers was his ability to talk circles around anyone. But Seiya wasn't particularly interested in Barton's rambling. He listened absent-mindedly, but meanwhile, he had already used telepathy to locate Maya Hansen at the Aldrich Killian base. She was the biologist who'd once shared a fleeting night with Tony on New Year's Eve and hadn't been in touch since. Maya Hansen had been the lead on the initial extremist research, later refining it with backing from Aldrich Killian's Advanced Technology Fund. So he hadn't taken out Killian ahead of time, nor had he rescued Maya from him. He'd been saving it for this moment. He wasn't just about to send the Americans a devil. He was going to give them a truth as well. A demon can bring only fear to the Americans. Yet, in the face of a powerful state machinery, fear that arises from the people, no matter how intense, is destined to be crushed. But truth is different. A certain truth lurking quietly among the populace, silently spreading, driving countless people to obsession, to madness, to fanaticism. When it finally erupts, that is the true force capable of destroying a nation. Just like Lee Shabi Lunzi, whom the Americans once supported. People say it's easy to stamp out, but just the Chinese characters on the yellow trash can and Doctor Strange in the multiverse of madness speak volumes about how complicated it really is. Now, all Seiya needs to do is return the favor in their own way. If he can support Lee Shabi, then I can support Aldrich Killian, can't I? Besides, the medical version of the extremist virus is vastly more effective than your so-called Phelan nonsense. You only have empty words. I have tangible results. Which one is the real truth? Do I even need to say it? Through telepathy, Seiya shared the data for the medical version of the extremist virus with Maya Hansen. Of course, it was a one-time deal. This was just too perfect for spreading and promoting. At the same time, Seiya used telepathy to nudge Aldrich Killian onto his own path of truth. Previously, Aldrich Killian had borrowed the reputation of Liang Chaowei in the Ten Rings, even having someone impersonate Liang Chaowei to make outrageous claims on television. After the fake Liang Chaowei was executed in public, of course the Ten Rings name could no longer be used. This gave Killian the perfect opportunity to form his own faction, Perhaps a church named after Vanguard technology. Call it the Church of Vanguard Tech, or simply Tech Church, with a mission like technology changes the world, and so on. With the extraordinary healing power of the medical extremist virus, the Tech Church's mission would be far more than just empty slogans. They would truly have the power to change the world. When a Joker is out front, spreading terror and plunging the public into a constant state of fear and anxiety, Aldrich Killian, backed by Vanguard's resources and the formidable healing capabilities of the medical extremist virus, would steadily win people's hearts, expanding the credibility and influence of the Tech Church. On Killian's side, all Seiya had to do was plant the idea and the motivation. The rest he could handle himself. As for the lab, even though he didn't enjoy listening to Barton's rambling, Seiya still cared about how Black Widow and Dr. Connors were faring after their injections of the extremist virus. Both of them had received the permanent medical version of Extremis. In theory, it could repair all organic damage in one go, including severed limbs, removed organs, and even hidden injuries within the body. Moreover, it's a one-time treatment with lifelong benefits. There's no risk of relapse in the future. Soon, the injections for both of them were complete. Just as Dr. Connors had promised, the cure for the despair virus took effect without any side effects, fully restoring their bodies. Stepping down from the lab table, Dr. Connors gazed at his regenerated left arm. In that moment, tears of joy welled up in his eyes. After decades, he could finally trim his own nails, finally shift gears by himself, finally use both hands to drive a train, and invite his secretary out for lunch. These were things he had dreamed of doing for years. Thank you, Mr. Sue. Thank you. Truly, thank you. Walking out of the laboratory, Dr. Connors clutched Seiya's hand, so overwhelmed with emotion that he could barely string a full sentence together. After a long moment of trembling, Dr. Connors finally managed to compose himself. Mr. Sue, Boss Sue, Chief Sue, from this day forward, I'm entirely at your service. If your lab has any projects that need me, just say the word. These two healthy hands of mine, they're a gift from you. I'll spend the rest of my life proving that your gift was worth it. Ding. You have gained a blue category researcher, Kurt Connors. Loyalty, Max. Seiya imagined the system prompt echoing in his mind, while outwardly, a warm and radiant smile spread across his face. Dr. Connors, you give me too much credit. You're Gwen's mentor and my own teacher as well. This biology lab will be relying on your expertise from now on. Perhaps synthesizing the complete lizard gene would be too ambitious, but recreating the unfinished version from the movies shouldn't be a problem. In the movie, after Oscorp abruptly cut his funding, Dr. Connors took a desperate risk and injected himself with the incomplete lizard serum. The result was tragic. He underwent a monstrous transformation. Yet out of this tragedy, he conceived a bold idea. He planned to release the lizard gene throughout the city using an aerosol device. If everyone turned into lizards, then he wouldn't be so unusual anymore. Of course, everyone knows how that grand scheme ended. It was stopped by the second Spider-Man, who also lost his own father-in-law in the process. But now, Seiya thought he could actually help Dr. Connors realize his unfinished dream. Wait, Dr. Connors doesn't have that dream anymore? No, he will. Even if he doesn't, someone else surely will. For example, the Joker. That's right, the Joker. It's always the Joker. This agent of chaos, as soon as he hears about the lizard gene, will stop at nothing to get his hands on it and spread it everywhere. When that time comes, which city would be the best target for its release? When it comes to viruses, the most infamous city has to be Raccoon City. Where was Raccoon City originally modeled after? Was it Toronto? That's right. It's not in the United States, but in Canada. But it doesn't really matter, since Canada and the US are practically joined at the hip. Canada is America's steadfast little brother, both geographically and culturally. So in the end, they're all the same. Right now, Seiya was running a train of thought in his mind, mapping out the plan for the spread of lizard genes. Beside him, the widow suddenly walked over. Thank you, Uncle Sue. Logic told the widow that she should be reserved, polite, and as composed as possible. But in this moment, after losing and then regaining what she thought was gone, after becoming whole again, she couldn't care about any of that. Thank you for making me whole again. She flung her arms around Seiya, tears streaming down her face, soaking the front of his shirt. Who says a female agent can't have feelings, can't show emotion, can't cry her heart out? Seiya's hands froze awkwardly in midair, unsure of where to put them. He had the urge to shout, "Ref! That's a foul." He had established his position ahead of time. His feet hadn't moved, he hadn't leaned forward, and the offensive player had crashed straight into him. That's a textbook charging foul. Unfortunately, referee Gwen chose to look the other way. Not only did she ignore the offensive foul, she even shot Seiya an encouraging look. Gwen had already learned from Barton about everything the widow had gone through in the Red Room. As a woman, she felt a kind of empathy and she completely understood what the widow was experiencing right now. Every woman who longs for love and dreams of a complete family, deserves to be treated with kindness. You can't give Natasha all those things, but at least he can give her an encouraging hug. Natasha, you can do it. That was Gwen's simplest wish in her heart. Seeing this, Seiya realized he couldn't hesitate any longer. He placed his hands gently on the widow's shoulders and patted her softly. Agent Romanoff, Natasha, you don't have to do this. I only brought the virus sample back. The ones who truly developed the complete virus were the doctor and Gwen. So if you want to thank someone, you should thank them. Seiya offered comfort, but Natasha only hugged him tighter. For a moment, Seiya could almost hear Durant's wild roar. Speaking of Durant, Seiya himself was actually pretty good at basketball. If they were in a different setting, he wouldn't mind showing off his smooth basketball skills. For instance, bringing the ball up, going one-on-one, using his speed and technique to break through a tight defense. In that regard, Seiya was confident. Everyone who had played or competed with him before had ended up thoroughly impressed. After an entire game, with his one-on-one offense and defense, there was hardly anyone who could match him. Unfortunately, the friends who had played basketball with him weren't very united. They refused to join forces and put up a coordinated defense against Seiya. That in itself was a bit of a shame. Otherwise, Seiya would have shown them that basketball could be a sport for just one person. It wouldn't matter if he was playing 5-on-1. Even if all his teammates switched sides and he had to face 9 opponents alone, Seiya wouldn't be the least bit afraid. But with Gwen standing right in front of him, things were different. Natasha might throw herself into Seiya's arms and sob her heart out, but Seiya couldn't just let her hug him endlessly. It wouldn't look good. Natasha knew very well that Gwen was Seiya's official girlfriend. If she acted too out of line in front of Gwen, it wouldn't be right either, so she gently let go. Now that Natasha had fully recovered, no longer the Black Widow of before, she finally had the confidence and courage to set out again, to pursue the happiness she truly wanted. And right now, Seiya was the happiness she wanted most, the only happiness she was determined to pursue. But stealing someone's man was a delicate operation, something to be done like warming a frog in tepid water, slowly and subtly, never letting Gwen see it coming. If all went well, Gwen would be the last to know even when the breakup came. Besides, in Natasha's view, she might not even need to push Gwen out of the picture entirely. After all, she'd been a member of the Great Wall Guardians for quite some time now, and with years of professional training as a spy, and her special attention to Seiya, Natasha had long since realized that this man was anything but simple. For instance, that Sharon Carter was definitely much more than just a secretary. On this point, Natasha was almost 100% certain. Only Gwen, that clever on the surface yet naive and innocent girl, was still being kept in the dark. But that was fine, too. It gave Natasha the perfect opportunity to slip in unnoticed. When it came to secret infiltration, Natasha was confident she could outdo Sharon any day. And compared to Sharon, Natasha's legs might be a touch shorter, but she had her assets. After all, men were men. They were born with a weakness for curves. Just now, when Natasha bumped into him, she'd sensed a flicker of desire in Seiya for her. And that was all she needed. After releasing Seiya, Natasha turned around and pulled Gwen into a tight embrace. "Thank you, Gwen, thank you. You have no idea what this means to me. Really, truly, thank you." Gwen immediately returned her hug with equal warmth. "Natasha, you don't have to say anything more. I understand, I really do." As she spoke, tears welled up in Gwen's eyes as well, clearly moved by Natasha's story, so much so that she even called her sister. The moment Natasha heard this, she immediately seized the opportunity. She loosened her grip on Gwen's shoulder just a little, then stood up and looked directly into her eyes. "What did you just call me?" Gwen blinked. "Sister. If you don't like it, I can stop." "No, I love it." Natasha hugged Gwen tightly again, tears streaming from her eyes like a fountain. "I grew up in the Red Room. I never had any family, never had any friends, but I always wished for a little sister. Thank you. You saved me, and you called me sister. Thank you." In the distance, Seiya, who had seen the Black Widow movie, knew all about Natasha's background. She had no real family, only a fabricated one, including a sister named Yelena, whom she treated as her own. So right now, Natasha's tears and words, while tinged with genuine emotion, were for the most part probably just an act. That's what it means to be a spy, isn't it? Gwen helped you, and you're still putting on show for her. Is that really appropriate? To Gwen, it felt just right. She hugged Natasha back. "If you're willing, from now on, you can be my sister. You'll be my family. I've been an older sister for so many years. I've always wanted to have an older sister myself." Watching the two of them clinging to each other, crying their hearts out, Seiya decided it was best to quietly slip away. Too much melodrama can be physically overwhelming. Just then, his phone rang, it was Sharon calling. "Boss, I've managed to get some information out of the White Queen. You'd better come and listen." After exchanging a few words with Dr. Connors and Barton, Seiya left the lab. As the leader of the Great Wall Guardians, Seiya was always busy. Everyone understood, so Gwen just waved him off from afar as a farewell. Once outside, Seiya quickly made his way to the White Queen's interrogation room. When he walked in, only Sharon was inside. The White Queen was nowhere to be seen. "Where is she?" Glancing around, Seiya asked. Sharon, still dressed in the standard S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform, the same type Maria Hill wore in the first Avengers film, not exactly the most flattering look, stood up, her expression serious. Seiya, still feeling a bit flustered from Natasha's earlier embrace, couldn't help but sneak another glance. But Sharon's tone was all business as she addressed him. "Boss, I've locked up the White Queen. I've just uncovered something major, and I have to report it to you personally, right away. But before that, you'd better check the security of this interrogation room. This matter is extremely important. It has to come directly from me to you. No one else can hear it." Sharon had never spoken to Seiya with such seriousness before. Clearly, this matter was far more grave than he had imagined. At that moment, Seiya had no choice but to set aside his emotions and prepare himself for whatever was coming. He activated both telepathy and magnetic field manipulation at once, and soon, the entire interrogation room was isolated, shielded on both a mental and physical level. "Go ahead," Seiya asked in a low voice. "What exactly did you discover?" He recalled the X-Men movies, both timelines still fresh in his memory. The White Queen storyline was limited to First Class. By the time of the next film, Days of Future Past, she was simply listed as deceased in the archive, written out of the story. Supposedly, that was due to the actress's scheduling conflicts. So he wasn't entirely sure about that, but from the First Class post-credit scene, where Magneto broke into prison specifically to rescue and recruit the White Queen, it was obvious that she wasn't meant to be written out so easily from the start. So, what secret did the White Queen possess that Seiya didn't know about? Was it something to do with the Black King? The Black King had lived for so many years, owned yachts and submarines. He played with the toys of the rich. Could it be that he'd hidden some treasure somewhere along the Grand Line? Or perhaps the secret was about the White Queen's own background. As he watched Sharon's grave expression, Seiya couldn't help but let his mind race through countless possibilities. Then, after glancing around the room once more, Sharon leaned in close, bringing her lips near Seiya's ear and whispered softly, "I've fully recovered." What? Seiya's mind went blank for a moment. Wasn't this supposed to be about the White Queen's secret? Why would Sharon suddenly say she'd fully recovered? A faint blush crept across Sharon's face. Just one word different, and the meaning was worlds apart. In that instant, Seiya felt as if a bolt of lightning shot down his spine, his lower back throbbing in shock. Is this the effect of the extremist virus? After the brief numbness faded, Seiya quickly grasped the heart of the matter. The extremist virus could heal injuries, regenerating not just lost limbs, but even removed organs. So, did that unspoken barrier count as an organ? According to the encyclopedia, it was an evolutionary safeguard for the hygiene of human females, protecting against infection and also serving as a test for those who would enter. Those who couldn't break through were deemed unworthy of leaving descendants. Yet in sociology, this thing had been assigned all sorts of special meanings, becoming an object of fascination and obsession for many. In ancient times, lacking it could lead to scorn from one's husband's family, or even being cast out of the house. In today's world of advanced medicine, it was said that it could be surgically restored. Seiya wasn't familiar with this subject, but the moment he heard it, he immediately thought of another selling point for the Desolation virus. A single dose of the Desolation virus not only heals the body's injuries, but also conveniently saves people a hefty sum in service fees, allowing many to experience, or rather, to experience for the very first time, the journey of breaking through a barrier that they never had before. Couldn't this be considered a benevolent deed, helping others realize their dreams? Across from him, Sharon nodded. That's exactly the effect of the Desolation virus. And the one I injected was an experimental version. Its restorative effect isn't just a one-time thing. A sharp intake of breath escaped Seiya when he heard Sharon's words. He had always thought the experimental Desolation virus could turn someone into a super soldier, fearless in battle, able to recover from even devastating wounds. As long as there was a skeleton left, the body could return to its original state. He hadn't realized that this was also a power capable of allowing someone to recover again and again, as if nothing had ever happened. Fortunately, Seiya was a principled person, and he didn't obsess over these matters. He simply wanted to discuss some technical questions with Sharon from an academic perspective. For instance, after recovery, is the unspeakable barrier the same in function as the original one? If it's an organ or tissue that protects the body, Would it become stronger as it is repeatedly broken and restored? And when breaking through that barrier, does the body's tolerance for pain gradually increase after multiple experiences? These were all highly specialized academic discussions. The results, if leaked, could very well shake society and stir up unrest. So Sharon's early request to have Seiya seal the interrogation room was absolutely justified. This way, their discussion could remain completely confidential. One day and one night passed. At dawn, Seiya stepped out of the interrogation room, while Sharon stayed behind to tidy up the tools, record the content of their discussion and experimental data, and, most importantly, to rest. Even with a body transformed by the desolation virus, Sharon still experienced both physical and mental fatigue. With a rare moment of free time, Seiya began making plans for his journey to Mount Myaboku. The trip to Mount Myaboku was now a matter of certainty. Still, he would leave a few clones behind, blending in as an underling to participate in the construction and operations of the Great Wall Guardians. Meanwhile, as Seiya set off for Mount Myaboku, a new organization began to emerge in Los Angeles. The Mad Rooster cult, formerly known as the Vanguard Techno Church, was on the rise with the slogan, "Technology changes the future." The deity this cult worshipped was the god of technology, a divine being said to exist in the future. As for gods, aside from the likes of Odin, an ancient extraterrestrial who was worshipped as a deity by early, ignorant humans and whose legend persisted, most were merely legends carried forward through time. There are many things within it that are inherently illusory, images conjured up by human imagination. The future is uncertain? So does that mean the god of technology doesn't exist? No. In the eyes of the god of technology, time is nothing more than a coordinate line. He can twist time at will, appearing at any point along the timeline as he pleases. You might think the god of technology exists only in the future, but in reality, he can manifest at any moment along the timeline. It's just that he represents the future, the end of the universe itself. As for other entities existing at the same moment, be it black holes or the quantum realm, in his eyes, they're nothing but fleeting clouds. See, isn't this just another way of tying together science and religion? Hollywood may be gone, but this art of persuasion lives on. I made it sound so grand. Aliens, you can accept. The quantum realm, you can accept. So why hesitate at the god of technology? Can't grasp the idea of a time axis or quantum space. Maybe your intelligence isn't quite up to par. Join early, benefit early. Join now and enjoy a free 7-day trial of the secret technological elixir, Water of the Future. For every person you introduce, you'll get an extra day supply as a reward. What are you waiting for? Hurry and join us. Everyone around us has already joined. We're all heading for the future together. Surely you young people aren't so short-sighted as to miss out? In Seiya's previous life, there were people around him who had been duped by financial fraudsters running illegal Ponzi schemes. Those people were unreliable, even despicable, but their sales tactics were something any promoter could learn from. They started with the elderly, pulled in relatives, advanced layer by layer, sweeping through village after village, town after town, quickly building a massive sales network. After that, all they had to do was sit back and wait for the money to roll in. This method happened to be perfect for Erdeel Kajillion to use in breaking into the market from Mad Chicken Call in its early stages. Once you have your first group of believers, you hardly need to put in much more effort to keep things going. The team will grow and snowball all on its own. And that's exactly how things played out. The scientific elixir Water of the Future provided by Mad Chicken Call was, in fact, a one-time, medical-grade desperation virus. The name might sound a bit tacky, but the effects were truly remarkable. For those with physical defects, it could heal their bodies. For people already in good health, it could make them even more perfect. Taller stature, stronger muscles, more beautiful faces, smoother skin, broader minds. The possibilities were endless. In short, with Water of the Future, anyone could become the most ideal version of themselves they could imagine. And so, under the twin engines of doctrine and the promise of Water of the Future, the spread of Mad Chicken Call accelerated at a staggering, almost outrageous pace. It made people feel that even virus number 9 didn't spread as quickly as this. In just a few days, countless people who had been injured and disabled by the explosions orchestrated by the Joker were able to regain their physical health and return to a normal life. Ordinary people who had long suffered bullying and isolation because of their looks or body shape also found their confidence restored. Many nightclubs even began offering a service called the Wall Breaker's Journey. Some of the ideas that had once only lingered in Seiya's mind were now becoming reality throughout Los Angeles, thanks to Aldrich Killian and Mad Chicken's efforts. And all of this, in the beginning, was completely free. If you joined Mad Chicken, you would receive a week's supply of future water at no cost. For every new person you brought in, you'd earn another free day, there was no limit. So, for quite a long time, Los Angeles became the city with the highest happiness index in America. There were no more disabled people, no more unattractive men or women, not even a trace of the old, grimy second-hand sewer system. Everyone was like a dragon. Everyone had broken through their barriers. The entire city seemed to live in a land of pure bliss, enjoying a happiness found only in paradise. But then, a little over 10 days later, when the first wave of people who had joined Mad Chicken used up their free supply of future water, chaos began to emerge. Mad Chicken wasn't a charity, and future water wasn't some bottled water you could just haul up from the river and sell without processing. It took money to keep Mad Chicken running, and it took money to produce future water. So, after the initial freebies, future water came with a price tag. It wasn't outrageously expensive. A daily dose was just $99.90. That price wasn't chosen at random. In Ultimate Iron Man, the corrupted Tony Stark sold Extremis Virus 3.0 for exactly the same amount. At $99.90 a day, it came to less than $3,000 a month, a cost that wasn't entirely out of reach for a big city like Los Angeles, where incomes ran high. Still, after getting used to the free flow of future water, people were bound to feel some resentment when asked to pay. And among these users, a large part belonged to the city's underclass, people without steady incomes, like gang members and street hustlers. Getting them to recruit new members from Mad Chicken was one thing, but expecting them to cough up $99.90 a day was simply out of the question. But what do you do when you have no spending power, yet still crave a high-quality life? Soon enough, a clown with a face slathered in grease paint offered them a clear path. No money? No problem. You've got two options. Either take over the future water factory, and then you could drink it, bathe in it, whatever you want, or go find someone with money. First, those gang members did try to take the direct approach. They gathered a large crowd and even armed themselves. However, the headquarters of the Mad Chicken Gang was guarded by a force as formidable as the Wall Guardians, defenders who seemed nearly indestructible. Even with guns, the gangs couldn't break through. In the end, they had no choice but to take the second route, targeting the wealthy for robberies. This became the quickest way to get their hands on money. The moment the first robbery happened, chaos erupted across Los Angeles. Countless penniless thugs, even some homeless and destitute folks, joined in the wave of looting. Shops, goods, and cash were swept away in a frenzy. And not everyone was in it for the so-called water of the future. Many simply enjoyed the thrill of the crime itself. After all, when everyone else is looting, why not join in? Not taking something would almost feel like missing out. The phenomenon known as $0 shopping began to play out across the city with increasing frequency, growing more intense, and even showing signs of spreading to other cities. In theory, the Wall Guardian station nearby should have been the perfect candidates to help bring things under control. But for reasons unknown, perhaps due to the recent explosions that made the Americans question the Wall Guardian's sincerity, or maybe because Alexander Pierce sensed their infiltration into S.H.I.E.L.D. and became wary, the Wall Guardians remained conspicuously idle as Los Angeles descended into chaos. So idle, in fact, that they were considering organizing a group trip to Asgard. The idea of a vacation was Thor's suggestion and invitation. During his time on Earth, he had already become fast friends with the Wall Guardians. And lately, things on Earth had been relatively calm, at least on the surface. The petty squabbles between Aldrich Killian and the Mad Chicken Gang hardly required the intervention of superheroes. Coincidentally, news had just arrived from Odin. Previously, because of Loki, Asgard's Bifrost Bridge had been destroyed, which led to chaos and unrest across the Nine Realms. As the future king of Asgard, Thor needed to return and lead Asgard army to restore order in the Nine Realms. If anyone's free, you're welcome to come along with me. I really enjoy fighting alongside all of you, and I think you all feel the same way, don't you? Thor said, grinning with his signature, good-natured smile, extending the invitation to everyone. Besides, Asgard won't let your efforts go unrewarded. We can compensate you, and you'll get to tour the Immortal Palace for free, maybe even experience the customs and landscapes of the Nine Realms. But most importantly, we'll get to fight side by side once again as comrades in arms. That's what really matters in the end, isn't it? After Thor finished, everyone felt a bit tempted, though not necessarily for the sake of camaraderie. Some were drawn by the promise of reward. Others wanted to sightsee and travel. Some were eager to explore the customs and cultures of the Nine Realms, and a few were simply fascinated by Asgardian technology. In short, not long after Thor finished speaking, a Great Wall expeditionary force, numbering in the double digits, was swiftly assembled. Nearly all the Guardians of the Great Wall joined in, mobilizing almost everyone, including Natasha, now recovered, Barton, still very much an ordinary human, and even Bruce Banner, who hadn't transformed in ages. After all, Earth was temporarily safe, so everyone was free to set off and enjoy the adventure. But heading off to Asgard wasn't a decision made on a whim or a venture one could undertake simply by pounding their chest with bravado. Asgard was a completely alien world. No one in the group was familiar with it. Moreover, the expedition's mission went beyond Asgard itself. They were to help Thor bring peace to all 9 realms. In myth, the 9 realms are shrouded in mystery, said to be 9 worlds growing on the branches of the world tree. But to modern minds, the 9 realms really meant 9 life-sustaining and habitable planets within the same stellar region. Each planet had its own unique environment, so all the earlier mentioned challenges needed careful consideration in advance. Fortunately, with Tony and Banner leading the science team and Dr. Fox from Seiya's side providing support, these problems didn't fall on the superheroes' shoulders. Their only job was to do what they always did: eat and drink well, sleep, train, chat, and spar with each other. By now, more than half a month had passed since the Akatsuki organization called off their operation, but the battle between Kisame Hashigaki and the Abomination had never really stopped. If anything, with the influx of more superheroes, the chaos only intensified, turning the arena into an all-out brawl. Almost all the male superheroes had thrown themselves into the fray. Seiya, however, stayed clear of it. Over in Mount Mayaboku, Seiya had largely completed his training in Sage Mode. All that was left was to leave behind a shadow clone to keep absorbing natural energy. When the time came, he could simply pull out the clone and instantly enter Sage Mode, unleashing his full power. Meanwhile, Seiya's true self had returned to the Great Wall Guardians headquarters in Los Angeles, joining Tony and the others in preparing for the impending journey across the 9 realms. This would be humanity's first large-scale off-world operation. No amount of preparation could be considered excessive. "My idea is to temporarily equip everyone with an Iron Man suit," Tony said, seated and wearing a look of utter seriousness. He had accepted the reality. This Earth was too much for any one person to protect, and the universe even more so. Now was not the time for holding back. Whether or not the Guardians chose to wear the suits was up to them, but Tony knew he had to be ready ahead of time. Seiya nodded. "No problem. With our upgraded Quinjet fighters, we can equip over 20 units with Iron Man suits. More than enough for everyone to have one." Dr. Fox suddenly turned to Seiya with a smile. "Is it just Quinjets you're piloting?" Tony and Banner both whipped their heads around at once, instantly sensing there was more behind the old man's words. A spark of excitement flashed in Seiya's eyes. "Doctor, are you saying that thing is ready?" "What thing?" Tony protested. In Los Angeles, under Jarvis's watchful eyes, something had been built right under his nose, and he hadn't even heard about it? After Dr. Fox confirmed it, Seiya explained with a grin: "A universal integrated system capable of autonomous operation via unidirectional decentralized neural links." Dr. Fox, still smiling, added, "and an unrestricted nuclear-powered next-generation assault module complex." Tony was getting more bewildered by the second. "So what actually is it?" Banner chimed in from the side. "A fully adaptable, omni-field, continuously reinforced mobile combat platform." At that moment, Mr. Stark felt as though the world had left him behind. "Can someone please explain in plain English what this thing is?" Seeing that Seiya and Dr. Fox had no intention of elaborating further, Banner reluctantly took on the role of explainer. "It was Uncle Sue's idea. We followed his concept, using tech from the Ironmonger suit and the Hulkbuster armor to create a brand new type of Iron Man suit. Actually, it's not really an Iron Man suit anymore. We should probably call it an Iron Warrior." Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. "This is huge. How did I not know about it?" Banner shrugged. "Didn't you say you didn't want to hear anything about Batman?" Tony was speechless. That was, in fact, exactly what he'd told Banner before, and Jarvis could back him up. "Dr. Banner is correct, sir. Those were your exact words," Jarvis confirmed. Tony could only concede. The three exchanged glances before Seiya finally broke the silence. "Just like S.H.I.E.L.D., we gave it a code name, GWEN, or you could just call it Gundam." Tony snorted. "Giant? How giant are we talking?" The largest Iron Man armor he'd ever built, the Hulkbuster, stood only about 3.35 meters tall. How big could this Gundam be? 5 meters? Seiya reached out, holding up a scroll about 60 or 70 meters long and just over 10 centimeters thick. "Not that big. It fits right in here." Tony let out a skeptical chuckle, silently saying, "Yeah, right," but Seiya offered no further explanation. Very soon, everyone aboard the Quinjet was fully equipped and ready for action. Thor of Asgard was in charge of guiding the team, while Loki remained under confinement within the Ancient One's mirror dimension. Before leaving, Thor went to check on him. When he returned, he said that Loki had changed a great deal. His anger and hostility had faded, his expression had become calm, and even his tears seemed more genuine than before. Thor said that seeing Loki improve like this set his mind at ease. At the very least, it proved that the Ancient One's mirror dimension was more effective for Loki than all of Odin's previous attempts at discipline. However, others couldn't help but wonder if perhaps they should warn Thor that Loki might actually be on the verge of breaking down. If things continued this way, he might lose his brother for good. But then again, on second thought, losing this troublesome brother might not be such a big deal after all, so they decided to leave things as they were. As for the Great Wall Guardians, almost everyone mobilized, including Uncle Wolf and the Reserve H Force, who joined the team for departure. Once they left, the entire base was left in the hands of Jarvis, who maintained its daily operations. All the superheroes set out together, not only as a show of goodwill toward Asgard, but also to give Joker and Aldrich Killian a completely unfettered environment back in Los Angeles. With the superheroes gone, Los Angeles would be their playground. They could go wild. Whatever happened next, even if Los Angeles was razed to the ground, would have nothing to do with the Great Wall Guardians. After all, it was the Americans themselves who refused the Guardians' help. The aircraft they boarded was a Quinjet, recently upgraded through the combined efforts of Tony and Dr. Fox. With a new power system driven by an arc reactor, both its range and engine output had been tremendously improved. It could easily fly tens of thousands of kilometers nonstop, and was even capable of manned spaceflight. Swapping out arc reactors was a breeze. Just keep a crate of them on board, and you could forget about refueling or supply stops altogether. The airframe itself had also been greatly expanded. It could easily seat more than a dozen people, plus carry 20 Iron Man suits without breaking a sweat. To be honest, what exactly is that Gundam thing? Tony asked Banner as the Quinjet sped along the Bifrost under Heimdall's guidance. Banner's only reply was, "You'll see soon enough." The Bifrost transit was astonishingly fast. Within what felt like less than 30 seconds, the Quinjet burst out of the rainbow light and hovered above the waters surrounding Asgard. Everyone let out a gasp of wonder at the sight. Even Tony was too awestruck to keep asking about the Gundam. So, this is the legendary Asgard, the Celestial Palace? The very palace of the gods from Norse myth. Home to Odin the All-Father and the divine realm of the Azure. The Celestial Palace was an immense structure, sprawling across thousands of acres, with a grand main hall that dwarfed any castle or palace on Earth. At first glance, its sheer scale was truly breathtaking. However, as one's gaze shifted from the Great Hall to the surrounding grounds, another surge of astonishment would arise. So, this is the legendary Asgard? It's actually so small. Small was an understatement. Ascend just a few hundred meters into the sky, and you could see its boundaries at a glance. To put it bluntly, this place was nothing more than a speck of land. Not only was it small, but Asgard's population was astonishingly sparse as well. In the series Loki, it's mentioned that Thanos intercepted Asgard's ship in space and slaughtered over 9,000 Asgardians. That figure, just over 9,000, was almost the total number of survivors who escaped Asgard with Thor at the end of Thor Ragnarok. Add to that the soldiers and civilians slain by Hela, as well as those killed during the Dark Elves' assault in Thor, the Dark World. At most, even in its golden age, Asgard's entire population probably numbered around 50,000. That's the size of a small town on Earth, and its land area wasn't even as big. Yet on this tiny plot of land, with a mere 50,000 people, they managed to rule over the 9 realms for thousands of years. What does that say? It shows that when individual power reaches an absolute level, numbers become irrelevant. At their prime, Odin and Hela alone could conquer the 9 realms. The rest of the soldiers were merely there for a front-row seat to an epic battle, waving flags and cheering from the sidelines. Still, despite its small size, Asgard had stood for countless millennia and had developed some remarkable technologies. Many of these innovations had no counterpart on Earth. As for these technologies, they'd be left to the likes of Tony, Banner, and Dr. Fox, the technical experts, to decipher and adapt. Anything useful and portable would be brought back to Earth without hesitation. The rest of the group, acting as warriors, began their mission to pacify the 9 realms. But pacifying the 9 realms didn't mean conquering all 9 planets. Asgard and Earth could be skipped. Those 2 were already accounted for. Next was Hell, the realm of the dead, where Hela was sealed away. That place was best left alone. Venturing there would likely mean not coming back. Muspelheim, the realm of fire, was also off limits. That was the domain of the fire giant Surtur. Until Thor decided to go after Surtur's crown, there was no reason to concern themselves with it. Svartalfheim, the world of darkness, was home to the Dark Elves, who were still slumbering somewhere in the universe. No need to go there either. Then there was Nidavellir, the realm of the dwarves, a race of giant smiths devoted to forging. Until Thanos showed up, they could be left to their own devices. That's another 4 worlds gone. Among the remaining 3, One is Niflheim, the land of mist, shrouded in perpetual darkness and devoid of life. There is no light, only cold and shadow. Here, the venomous dragon Nidhogg gnaws relentlessly at the roots of the World Tree. This realm, incidentally, is the only one in the Marvel movies that has never been mentioned. No one really knows what it's like, not even Thor, who has no intention of venturing there. So, in the end, only two worlds truly require the intervention of the expeditionary force. The first is Jotunheim, birthplace of Loki and domain of the Frost Giants. The other is Vanaheim, home to the Vanir, the eternal rivals of the Aesir gods, and also the homeland of Hogun, one of the warriors 3 of Asgard. It was precisely these two realms that seized the chaos of the Bifrost incident to stir up trouble and provoke conflict. With the addition of the expeditionary force, Asgard finally overcame its shortage of manpower and could divide its army to fight on 2 fronts. One contingent, led by Thor and composed mainly of the warriors 3 and Asgardian soldiers, would march on Vanaheim to subdue Hogun's people and, in the name of peace, bring them under Asgard's control. It may sound harsh, but that's the unvarnished truth of it. From a character perspective, Hogun is not so different from Shang-Chi. Both hail from marginalized communities drawn to the so-called mainstream world. To gain the approval of this mainstream, they end up defeating their own people and then serve the dominant order, using the skills they acquired. Is that why Hogun's actor is also of Asian descent? Who knows? I can't say for certain. The other force, composed entirely of the expeditionary army and led by Su Yi, set its sights on Jotunheim. Jotunheim, you'll recall, was nearly split apart during Loki's betrayal when the power of the Bifrost supercharged the Eternal Spear. Odin fought the Frost Giants for countless years. He possessed the power to obliterate Jotunheim entirely, yet chose instead to broker peace, even going so far as to adopt the Frost Giant King's son. This strange maneuver defies easy explanation. Perhaps he was playing an extraordinarily long game, aiming to win hearts and minds through virtue. But if you look at Odin and Thor's actions, it's clear that Loki is actually the most qualified heir to the throne, decisive, ruthless, with a touch of his sister's ferocity. If Loki and Hela ever joined forces, not just the 9 realms, the entire universe would be thrown into chaos. Thor is no Odin. He has no intention of finishing that mysterious game his father began. Besides, Jotunheim was almost destroyed by Loki, and the Frost Giant King died at Asgard's hands. The Frost Giant's hatred for Asgard runs deep, and now, reconciliation is unthinkable. Furthermore, Thor's initial intention had indeed been to smash Jotunheim to pieces. He only changed his mind later on. But since they're now stirring up trouble and causing chaos, it's best to leave the Wall Guardians to handle the situation as they see fit. Whatever the outcome, Thor was ready to accept it with composure. At the same time, Thor also sent someone to the Wall Guardians as a liaison between the two sides. Looking at Sif, the female warrior clad in her battle armor, Su Yi couldn't help but sense that Thor's move carried a deeper meaning. Sending Sif? Sending a wife. There's a well-known rumor about Sif. It said that during the filming of Thor Ragnarok, Sif's actress wasn't available, so she was left out of the story. As a result, while the Warriors 3 made a hasty exit during Ragnarok, Sif escaped the ordeal and managed to survive until Thor, Love, and Thunder. In a way, that was a blessing in disguise. Of course, in this world, characters are just characters, and actors are another matter. The Sif standing before Su Yi had nothing to do with an actress's schedule. Her face and physique were much closer to the popular ideal of beauty. She stood over 1.75 meters tall, her build powerful and athletic, her features radiating heroism. Dressed in armor, Sif exuded an awe-inspiring presence. Among the Wall Guardians, perhaps only Sharon could rival her in this regard. Yet, when Sif saw Su Yi, her expression was far from friendly. There was some unpleasant history between them back on Earth. Not the typical melodrama of "what more do you want from me?" or "what did I go wrong?" or "you big idiot." Instead, it was back when New York was still a thriving city and not a pile of ruins, and Thor was a prisoner rather than the god of thunder. Sif and the Warriors 3 had tried to break Thor out of captivity and take him away. That was when Su Yi showed up, pinned the Warriors 3 to the ground, and engaged in several rounds of swordplay with Sif, nearly landing a thrust straight at her throat in the end. Though that incident ultimately helped Thor reclaim his power as the god of thunder and return to his invincible former self, the humiliation Sif and the Warriors 3 suffered was not so easily forgotten. 4 against 1, and they were thoroughly beaten by a human from Earth. It was impossible for them to let it go quietly. So it was no surprise that Sif didn't greet Su Yi warmly, though she was too professional to let it affect her duties. Jotunheim was wounded by Loki with the Eternal Spear before, and we're not sure about its current state, so you all must exercise extra caution. Before departure, Sif's demeanor was icy and businesslike as she delivered her warning. With that, she mounted her steed and led the way toward the Rainbow Bridge, where Heimdall was already waiting. Behind her, the Guardians of the Great Wall were boarding the Quinjet one after another, following her at a measured pace as they flew toward the bridgehead. Sif glanced back and let out a derisive chuckle. Asgardian warriors had always led the charge. Against straightforward and powerful foes, they'd shout for battle on foot, relying on their own courage and strength to win the day. Those who cowered behind armored shells hardly deserved to be called heroes. Moments later, the Bifrost was activated. A brilliant, rainbow-hued beam shot up into the cosmos, and in a flash, Sif and the Quinjet descended onto the boundless, frozen plains of Jotunheim. The spectacle of the Bifrost's arrival was impossible to miss. No sooner had they landed than ugly blue heads began popping up in the distance. Beneath those heads were towering bodies, each clad in nothing more than primitive loincloths. Their crimson eyes glared fiercely in this direction. The Quinjet was a novelty to them, something they'd never seen before. But Sif's battle attire was all too familiar. The Asgardians are here. The Asgardians who killed King Laufey have come. The Asgardians who nearly destroyed our world, who left so many of our kin dead or wounded, are here. After a brief exchange, the Frost Giants as one fell into a frenzy. Kill them. Avenge King Laufey. Kill them. Avenge our people. Asgardian fools. You're all going to die. In an instant, the mountains and plains were overrun with charging Frost Giants. Meanwhile, the Quinjet's hatch swung open, and the Guardians of the Great Wall leaped to the ground, readying themselves to survey their surroundings. Sif stared ahead, her expression tense and grave. These Frost Giants are not only immensely strong, but they're also masters of ice magic. They can launch devastating attacks from a distance. Stay alert. As she spoke, the swiftest of the Frost Giants had already closed to within 100 meters. In their hands, long spears of solid ice materialized, raised and poised for a deadly barrage. They're about to unleash an ice spear volley. Sif warned, those spears can pierce steel like paper. Brace yourselves now. Swinging down from her horse, Sif raised her shield overhead. The shield was barely larger than her face, enough for close combat, perhaps, but woefully inadequate against a hail of projectiles. Its real value is the comfort it offered, a token sense of protection. Even someone as indomitable as Captain America wouldn't dare face a storm of lances with such a pitiful shield. But it was all Sif had. Everyone, take cover behind the ship. Prepare for the first wave of ice spears. While Sif raised her shield to block the attacks and shouted back, she was caught off guard by what she saw behind her. The Great Wall Guardians from Earth, instead of being tense or prepared for battle, behaved like tourists on a leisurely hike, pointing and commenting on the distant Frost Giants with casual curiosity. See that tall one over there? Is he the chief of the tribe? That one with more layers of clothing? Maybe he's some kind of strategist or advisor. There's sure a lot of them. This tribe seems huge. I wonder if they've formed an actual nation. Their formation with those ice spears looks pretty solid, but unfortunately, this isn't the age of swords and shields anymore. Their banter and laughter echoed, reminiscent of the days when Europeans first set foot in the Americas, gazing at the native Indians, armed with primitive weapons and dressed in furs and feathers, with an air of detached amusement. Their ancestors had once conquered the native peoples of America, nearly wiping them out to extinction. Today, here in Jotunheim, it almost seemed as if they were about to reenact the very deeds their ancestors had committed so long ago. Most of the Great Wall Guardians were American heroes. Their thoughts and actions differed little from those of their forebears who arrived as invaders on American soil. Now, they could conveniently overlook the crimes of their own ancestors, even as they traveled the world criticizing others. And just like them, future generations would one day forget these Frost Giants doomed to be destroyed, content to enjoy the spoils and benefits of conquest. Professor AI once spoke of a critically flawed viewpoint, that invasion is a crime in its own time, but a merit for the ages. People in the West, and even in the East, are still reaping the rewards of past invasions. So these Avengers, if they wished, could easily replicate their ancestors' brilliant experiences elsewhere in the cosmos. But the team standing here wasn't called the Avengers. They were the Great Wall Guardians. The Great Wall Guardians were defenders by definition. Their creed included neither invasion nor colonization. Those who violated them, no matter how far, would be punished. But when it came to civilizations with whom they had no conflict, they were open, even eager to cooperate in any form, seeking mutual benefit and shared progress. Take these Frost Giants before them. Their hatred was for the Asgardians, not for the people of Earth. So, before any of the ice spears could be thrown, Seiya pressed his index and middle fingers together and gently tapped his temple. Instantly, the frost giants poised to attack froze in place. Their movements halted, eyes glazing over as they stared blankly in the Guardian's direction. In that moment, Seiya's consciousness linked with each and every one of those immobilized frost giants. Greetings, everyone. My name is Seiya, but you may call me Yesu. Now, I have a question I'd like you to answer. Through telepathy, Seiya asked in a gentle tone, but the frost giants erupted in chaos. Who are you? What did you use to control us? Is it magic? You accomplice of Asgard. What exactly do you want? Faced with a barrage of questions, Seiya merely let out a soft snort, and in an instant, the frost giants were all howling in agony. My head hurts, stop. A headache is never a trivial matter. When it strikes, even the Monkey King couldn't endure it, let alone these frost giants. The giants immediately collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Seiya had no intention of killing anyone. After this small demonstration, he withdrew his psychic pressure from the frost giants and spoke calmly. Can anyone tell me, are there actually any female frost giants? I've searched through so many records and never found a single picture of a female frost giant, not even in the comics. Seiya had been curious about this question even before he crossed over, but he'd never found an answer. From beginning to end, all we ever learned was that Loki's father was named Laufey, but his mother's name was never mentioned. And in the myths, Laufey is actually Loki's mother. To be honest, Seiya was rather interested in seeing what female frost giants looked like. After all, the males only wore loincloths, so what about the females? Ahem, this was purely out of academic curiosity. The minds of the frost giants fell silent. After a moment, someone who seemed to have succeeded Laufey as the new leader spoke up. Of course there are females. How else would children be born? You don't see them, simply because you can't see them. Seiya immediately delivered a psychic jolt to the speaker's mind, letting him understand that spouting nonsense comes with consequences, swift and merciless. Young man, you have no sense of honor. The frost giant continued to roll on the ground. Your name is Farbody, right? The new king of the frost giants. After a quick scan of the giant's memories, Seiya withdrew the psychic attack and spoke in an even tone. Let's skip the pointless talk. I am Yesu from Earth, here to help you and be your friend, not an accomplice of Asgard. Farbody let out a cold laugh, trembling as he sat up, the fierceness in his eyes undimmed. Earth Midgard, is it? Friends? Thousands of years ago, when we went to Earth, that's exactly what we told the humans. But everyone knows that between civilizations, there are no friends, no cooperation, only conquest, colonization, and enslavement. Though the frost giants looked wild and untamed, and weren't fond of wearing clothes, they were far from being dull-witted savages. They had a history spanning millennia, with a civilization that predated humanity's own. It's just that their harsh living conditions make them seem like savages. In fact, from what Seiya had just gathered about Farbody, this person was far from unintelligent. However, their way of thinking was much like that of many bandit tribes who survive in harsh environments, believing that there can never be equality between civilizations. So, when hundreds of them were suddenly frozen in place by telepathic power, unable to move a muscle, and their opponents, with false kindness, spoke of becoming friends, Farbody responded without hesitation. He shouted out the pride their people had carried for tens of thousands of years. If you wish to invade and enslave us, let me tell you, it's impossible. Giants will never be slaves. As Farbody's defiant cry echoed within their minds, the mountains nearby erupted, and a colossal blue beast burst forth. This monster stretched over 100 meters in length, with a body like a mighty seal, powerful limbs tipped with sharp claws, and jaws lined with razor-sharp, crushing teeth. At a glance, it was clear. This creature was a weapon of war, a single beast capable of obliterating an entire battalion. This was Farbody's ace in the hole. When the frost giants were subdued, the frost behemoth would be unleashed to charge at their enemies. The last time Thor led a group to cause trouble, they barely escaped with their lives, chased off by this very beast. Now, with Thor absent from the opposing team, what could these lesser foes possibly do to withstand the frost behemoth's assault? Would they simply rely on sheer stubbornness? Farbody almost laughed at the thought, unaware that every one of his intentions was already laid bare before Seiya through telepathy. Never slaves, is it? An ace up your sleeve, is it? Perhaps it's time you realized. The times have changed. Seiya let out a cold snort. Behind him, the Quinjet hovering in the sky suddenly shifted its angle. From beneath its body, a massive cannon extended, glowing with the same blue light as an arc reactor. This was the Quinjet's only mounted weapon after its upgrade, a colossal onboard cannon powered by a dedicated miniature arc reactor. At first, someone wanted to name it the Hurt Cannon, but Suyi had dismissed that idea. The name sounded too much like Shanghai canon, and seemed to allude to someone unnecessarily. So, they went with something simple and straightforward, the human cannon. High-energy reaction detected ahead. Human cannon, prepare for level 1. Level 2. Level 3, fire. A deafening hum filled the air as a massive blue beam shot forth, slicing through the sky and blasting straight toward the charging frost behemoth. The frost behemoth also seemed to sense the power of the cannon, but instead of dodging, it opened its mouth and let out a thunderous roar, as if that alone could frighten its enemy into retreat. Then, in the blink of an eye, the blue pillar of light shot straight into the frost behemoth's gaping maw, passing clean through without the slightest resistance. With a sudden whoosh, the beam vanished into the distant mountains, utterly obliterating a peak as massive as the palatial halls of Asgard itself. The frost giants were left stunned, staring at the fallen beast, which had lost all strength and consciousness and crashed lifelessly to the ground. What kind of attack was that? Why is it so powerful? It seems far stronger than our clan's ancient treasure, the Winter Coffin. If that blast had struck us just now, what would have happened to us? Standing beside Suyi, Sif had no idea what he and the frost giants were saying, but the sheer might of the human cannon had truly rattled her. She even began to regret her earlier arrogance. The look she gave Suyi was no longer cold and distant, and her legs trembled uncontrollably, unable to steady themselves. A terrifying scene flashed through her mind. If Suyi were to turn that devastating cannon on her, could she possibly survive it? The thought alone was enough to make her knees weak. At that moment, Sif couldn't help but wonder. If that Quinjet had fired its cannon at the palace in Asgard, would the royal shield have held up? Would there even have been time to raise the defenses? With a firing speed like that, Sif truly feared the shield would barely be half deployed before the roof was blasted away. And what if the ship attacked from far outside Asgard, launching its strike from a distance straight at the palace? Could it even destroy the very foundations of Asgard itself? Sif trembled as she pictured Asgard mercilessly bombarded by such firepower. The more she imagined, the more she shook, until her back was slick with sweat, running down in cold, nervous rivulets. Yet across from them, Farbody appeared completely unfazed. So you kill the divine beast using the power of your artifact. What of it? It's just relying on a weapon. We frost giants have treasures too, and ours are even more powerful. Do we boast about it? So you let out a dry chuckle. So, what you're saying is, unless we beat you without the help of a fighter jet, unless we defeat you with our own strength, you won't accept defeat? That's right. Farbody snorted coldly. Relying on artifacts is no different from Odin wielding his eternal spear. The strength of the frost giants lies in our power and our bodies, not in outside tools. So he couldn't help but laugh. So, not relying on external things, true strength comes from within, right? Well, right now I alone have all of you under control. Would you call that strong? Farbody fell silent. After quite a while, she finally managed to squeeze out a reply. The strength of just one person doesn't count as true strength. Fine, Suyi said, unwilling to waste any more time arguing with this obstinate, long-winded character who was a master of pointless rhetoric. In that case, let's settle this with a fight. Both sides will send out the same number of people. We'll see whether the warriors of Earth or your frost giants are stronger. Farbody immediately shouted, as the king of the frost giants, I won't participate in the battle, and you're not allowed to join either. Deal. With the terms agreed upon, it didn't take long for the Great Wall Guardians to select a 10-person squad. Captain America, Hawkeye, Harry, Max, Terry, Abomination, Kisame, Wolverine, Riptide, and Red Devil. Clearly, this squad didn't represent the absolute peak of the Great Wall Guardians' power, but it was more than enough to take on the frost giants. Suyi and Farbody stood atop separate mountain peaks, gazing at each other from afar. On the opposite side stood a group of barely dressed frost giants, while Suyi was surrounded by a lively crowd of his own. Suyi thought to himself, with just a single spear in hand, he might not actually have what it takes to win against that lot. Soon, the battle below erupted in full force. Though Captain America was merely a super soldier, he bravely led the charge at the very front, a habit that had become his signature. With every charge, that shield, blue and red with a white 5-pointed star in the center, always appeared at the very front line. It wasn't just a symbol of himself. It represented America, a manifestation of national will, a form of cultural export, an emblem etched in the hearts of many. Of course, that was during the Avengers era. Now, within the Great Wall Guardians, Captain America's shield had long since shed its red and blue rings and white star. Instead, it bore a pale blue background with an olive wreath, and, at the center, the world map centered on the North Pole. Yes, it was the emblem of the United Nations. This was Seiya's transitional solution, using the UN flag to gradually diminish the influence of the stars and stripes. In time, he planned to switch both flag and emblem to a red background with a golden 5-pointed star, the true symbol of the Great Wall Guardians in their final form. Since they were called the Great Wall Guardians, they had to embody the spirit and heritage of the nation that built the Great Wall itself. Though Captain America was just a super soldier, and his individual strength wasn't decisive in the chaos of a massed battle, his example was powerful. If even a super soldier fought this fiercely at the front, how could anyone else justify holding back? Especially Geto and Kisame, those two stubborn-minded ones, reacted instantly by breaking away from the group and launching ranged attacks. One of them leapt high into the air, hurtling toward the crowd of frost giants like a cannonball, while the other performed the water-style, water shark bomb jutsu, transforming into a water shark and lunging forward. On the ground, the frost giants were not to be outdone. Each conjured weapons made of solid ice, shouting and jeering, determined to pay back the humiliation they suffered earlier at Seiya's hands. The other members of the Wall Guardians were equally unwilling to fall behind, especially the two new recruits, Torrent and Red Devil, who were both still wearing the stain of their past sins. They were even more eager to prove themselves. They refused to be relegated to the sidelines as dispensable extras. In this new team, they were determined to earn their rightful place and respect through their own strength. Under their lead, the battle was over in less than a minute. The frost giants were scattered all over the ground, clutching their knees and aching backs, groaning and yelping in pain, a truly pitiful sight. And even this was the result of Seiya's earlier reminder to the Wall Guardians. Don't kill anyone, and try to go easy on them. If he hadn't said that, these frost giants sprawled on the ground might have stopped breathing half a minute ago. Watching the frost giants writhing on the ground, Seiya turned to Fubutti and smiled. So what do you think? Are you satisfied with this outcome? I don't accept it. Fubutti shot back without hesitation. All this proves is that these few are powerful. What does one Odin or 10 Thors matter, really? Unless you can prove that every Earthling is this strong, that every single one of them is as capable as these, then we might admit defeat. Hearing Fubutti's words, Seiya actually laughed in exasperation. So, you want to change the rules now? Do you know what happened to the last person who tried to change the rules on me at the last minute? Before Fubutti could answer, Seiya let out a cold snort. As expected, endless compromise only leads to ever-increasing demands. Well, I've changed my mind. The terms I mentioned earlier are now void. You refuse the hand of friendship and insist on taking a beating? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Seiya gave up. The frost giants had spent years fighting Asgard without ever bowing their heads. That old saying, giants will never be slaves, wasn't just empty talk. Even with food and shelter provided, they would never compromise. If that's how it is, then it's better to give up on them entirely. In the first place, we only came at Asgard's request to suppress your rebellion. You know what suppress means, right? It means as long as you don't cause trouble, your fate is of no concern to us. Even your lives are expendable for our goal. Before I came here, I was hoping that perhaps, through peaceful means, I could find a different path for Jotunheim. But now it seems you do not accept this idea. In that case, let's return to the original course. For your courage, we will offer the highest respect we know, war. With that, Seiya finished his telepathic message and immediately severed the connection with Farbody. Then, raising his voice, he shouted aloud, "Great Wall Guardians, prepare to suit up." At the command, everyone, whether ordinary people like Hawkeye and Natasha, whose abilities were limited, or hot-blooded warriors like Abomination and Kisame Hashigaki, who only knew how to charge ahead, quickly retreated to the area near the Quinjet. Moments later, the belly of the Quinjet opened, and more than a dozen suits of iron armor dropped out, one after another, like dumplings boiling in a pot. They sorted the backs of the Great Wall Guardians and opened their chest plates toward the front. After a series of crisp, metallic clicks, all the Guardians were fully suited up, transformed into ironclad warriors. These armored suits were the very ones Tony had mentioned before. Prepare for the Guardians in case they were ever forced out into the vacuum of space by some unforeseen event. For some heroes, like Abomination, wearing the suit didn't actually make them stronger. In fact, it could even restrict their abilities. But when everyone suited up together, the sense of overwhelming force, like steel beasts ready for battle, became undeniable. All these suits shared the same paint scheme, Iron Man's signature colors, with a bold red base and golden accents. However, Seiya had added his own small touch to the design. Each chest plate was adorned with a golden 5-pointed star as a flourish. He kept it subtle. Each Guardian bore just a single small star, marking the time they had defeated an alien invasion in New York and saved the world once. It was their first military honor. As the Guardians continued their exploits and saved the Earth again and again, the number of stars would grow. With each new feat, they'd earn another small star. Once they had 5, the stars would be replaced by a single large one. The official limit for these honors was 9, embodying the traditional belief in the significance of the number 9. If anyone earned more, the count would reset, this time on their back or shoulder. That's right, that's how it worked. And with 9 honors, a Guardian would end up with 1 large star and 4 small ones. Coincidentally, that was just how the system worked. Not something anyone had planned from the start. Perhaps it was just fate. In short, that's the story behind the suit's design. Of course, how others choose to interpret those stars is up to their own understanding and imagination. A mind that resides in another's skull. Even if Seiya could control someone else's thoughts, he neither needed nor had the energy for it. When Seiya tore off the mask and stopped playing along, summoning what was clearly a formidable piece of equipment and arming all the Great Wall Guardians, Fubuti's brow furrowed deeply. He was not intent on fighting Seiya. After losing the ancient winter casket, the Frost Giants had long since lost their foothold in the 9 realms. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been confined to Jotunheim for 1,000 years, unable to go anywhere. Seiya's earlier amicability had given him a glimmer of hope that the Frost Giants might finally step out from Jotunheim. Had Fubuti truly been as brutish as he looked, he might have given in quickly. But as a shrewd man, he would never surrender so easily. He had a bargain, striving to win some status and benefits for his people. That's the common failing of the clever, outsmarting themselves in the end. Once Seiya finished instructing all the Great Wall Guardians to suit up, he reached behind him and drew forward a scroll slung over his shoulder like a satchel. He unfurled the scroll, pressing his palm flat against its surface. This, he declared, is the greatest sincerity we can offer as peacekeepers to brave foes, the summoning technique. A golden flash split the air, and Seiya pulled a colossal suit of steel armor from the scroll. Towering nearly 20 meters tall, this giant mecha, standing beside the corpse of the frost beast, radiated an aura undiminished in the slightest. This was the supersized armor Seiya had described to Tony, built on the foundations of the Ironmonger and Hulkbuster suits, the Gundam. Seiya's model was inspired by the Freedom Gundam, though its functions inevitably differed from the original. After all, this was Iron Man's technology, not something from the world of Gundam. But in appearance, it was a faithful recreation. Its paintwork, however, matched the signature gold and crimson of the Great Wall Guardian suits, with a large golden 5-pointed star emblazoned on its chest. At the sight of this Gundam, an inexplicable sense of regret crept over Fubuti. Earlier, he had claimed that the attacks of the Quinjet counted as the might of a magical artifact, akin to their ancient winter casket. But with the casket stolen, they could no longer replicate such overwhelming power. If Asgardians who had seized the casket could not make the Frost Giants yield, why should the people of Earth succeed? Yet Seiya had just proven, with undeniable evidence, that the Quinjet was nothing like the unique, irreplaceable ancient winter casket. Its power was not a one-of-a-kind relic. If lost, it could simply be built anew. Do they really stand a chance against Earthlings like this? In the face of such humans from Earth, it truly seemed as if all those tens of thousands of years of their own history and heritage had gone to waste. Fubuti was filled with regret. He even began to toy with the idea of surrendering directly to Seiya. Unfortunately, their telepathic link had long since been severed. Even if he wanted to shout out, the distance was too great, and there was no guarantee the other side would hear him. Besides, the moment Seiya entered the Gundam, the war had irreversibly begun. Inside the Gundam's cockpit, Seiya and Sif squeezed together onto a single seat. Sif's abilities, in the face of a war of this scale, were almost insignificant. If he didn't bring her inside, once the battle truly commenced, this poor Asgardian warrior might be swept away by the merciless flames of war, leaving not even a trace behind. So, for her protection, Seiya had no choice but to bring her into the Gundam cockpit with him. Everyone else's Iron Man suits were single-occupant equipment, but only the Gundam cockpit was spacious enough to fit 2 people, though it was still a tight squeeze. Some might wonder, would squeezing together like this affect the pilot's ability to operate the Gundam? Actually, it didn't matter much. With Sif sitting on his lap, Seiya's view might be slightly obstructed, but overall, it wasn't a real problem. After all, Seiya was like a fusion of Professor X and Magneto. With both psychic and magnetic control, he could practically pilot the Gundam with his eyes closed. The only issue was that the cockpit's safety harness hadn't been designed for 2 people, so it was a bit short. Sif had to remove some of her armor to reduce her bulk as much as possible. Though Sif had lived for over 1,000 years, she had never experienced anything like this. Sitting inside a Gundam, strapped in, perched atop the control lever, watching as the giant machine sprinted, rolled, soared, and charged across the Earth. The magnificent spectacle of battle unfolding before her eyes made her forget about the jolting beneath her. As the Gundam sprang into action, she surrendered herself to the exhilaration of flight. Especially when Seiya, while maneuvering the Gundam into various combat stances, fired shell after shell with the colossal cannon slung beneath it, each shot unleashing a thunderous recoil worthy of a Quinjet's artillery. Each blast made Sif tremble with excitement. As the fight went on, she became so swept up in the thrill that she started playing the role of a cavalry commander, directing the charge from atop her steed. Seiya handled the cannon's aim from behind, while Sif, perched above, shouted out her commands. Forward, dead ahead, 3 short, 1 long, fire a full volley. Left a bit, angle it, 9 short, 1 long, half volley. To the right, a little more. Yes, right there. Continuous barrage. Keep it up. Fabudi regretted everything. The moment the Gundam had appeared, he was already on the verge of dropping to his knees and begging for mercy. But Seiya and the Guardians of the Great Wall gave him no such chance. Opportunities are fleeting. Miss them, and they're gone forever. Life is unpredictable like that. All of Jotunheim, after enduring Loki's barrage of the Eternal Spear from afar and the assault of the Bifrost, once again found itself crushed beneath an unbearable terror. A dozen iron suits darted through the sky, weaving through the Frost Giants' attacks with seamless coordination, while their onboard ranged weapons unleashed a relentless hail of fire without a care for their own safety. Within moments, a rain of weaponry descended upon the icy plains, obliterating everything that dared to stand upon the surface, reducing it all to utter ruin. And as Seiya's Gundam opened fire, the devastation only escalated, making an already dire situation even worse. The micro-missiles mounted on the iron suits could flip a heavy tank in a single blast, but the medium-sized missiles hanging from the Gundam's frame could send a 1,000-ton missile frigate flying with ease. The reactor embedded in its chest, an arc reactor even larger and more powerful than those in the iron suits, could unleash a shot with the force of a Quinjet's main cannon at the slightest whim. So, with Sif perched on Seiya's lap, shouting excitedly for him to fire again and again, the whole of Jotunheim seemed to be suffering the end of the world. The ice fields shattered under the bombardment, glaciers began to topple, snowy peaks crumbled one after another. The frozen land trembled and heaved, deep and wide fissures splitting the thick ice, swallowing Frost Giants whole, leaving not a trace behind. Such chaos inevitably roused the Frost Behemoths, who until then had slumbered undisturbed. There were never many Frost Behemoths in Jotunheim. According to Farbody's knowledge, perhaps 7 or 8, most in deep hibernation due to scarce food and harsh conditions. But Farbody soon realized just how wrong he'd been. With the Guardians of the Great Wall wreaking havoc, the frozen earth collapsed, and now Frost Behemoths burst forth from below, more than 10 in a flash, and their numbers kept rising. These colossal creatures, accustomed to centuries or millennia of sleep to conserve energy, now awakened in a foul mood, unleashing a destruction beyond imagination after being rudely disturbed. Many of the Frost Giants who tried to flee became nothing more than a meal for these awakened beasts. Then, the Behemoths turned their gaze skyward. There, the iron suits danced among the clouds, and the towering Gundam rained fire in every direction. The Frost Behemoths were no mindless animals. It didn't take long for them to realize exactly who had disrupted their slumber. Damn it all! The Frost Behemoths let out thunderous roars, then turned their massive heads and charged furiously toward the direction of the wall's defenders. Despite their colossal size and staggering weight, these Frost Behemoths moved with terrifying agility. On the collapsing glacier, they raced forward as if it were solid ground, swiftly closing the distance. From afar, the wall's defenders caught sight of the stampeding beasts. Instantly, the cannons mounted beneath the Quinjet unleashed their barrage. With deadly precision, the first shot struck the leading Frost Behemoth, sending it hurtling through the air and killing it on the spot. Yet, the rest of the Frost Behemoths, now alerted, began evasive maneuvers long before getting close. As a result, the following burst from the Quinjet's guns tore through nothing but empty air, failing to so much as graze the oncoming creatures. Witnessing this, Farbody suddenly felt a glimmer of hope rekindle within. With the aid of the Frost Behemoths, the Frost Giants might yet drive out the invaders, reclaim the sovereignty of Jotunheim, and perhaps even break free of their home to stride boldly toward the 9 realms and the wider universe. Then, Seiya's Gundam made its move once more. This time, he did not rely on long-range cannon fire. Instead, he reached behind and drew out several metal cylinders, swiftly locking them together to form a colossal lance, nearly 30 meters in length, half a meter thick. The tip of the lance dwarfed even the Hulkbuster's armor. Its razor-sharp point gleamed with an icy, piercing light. To improve his skill with melee weapons, Seiya, after secretly learning swordplay from Sif and the others, had sought out Chinatown to study the art of the spear. After all, men have always had a particular fondness for spears. At the sight of this enormous lance, Farbody felt a shiver of inexplicable dread, his mind suddenly fretting for the fate of the dozens of newly arrived frost behemoths. Could they possibly withstand such a weapon? Sif, too, shared the concern, though there was no time for questions. Inside the cockpit, Sif's earlier excitement had faded, and she could now calmly observe the unfolding battle, focusing intently on the sensation of the control stick in her hands. Strapped in tightly by the harness, she had no way to let go of the controls, even if she wanted to. Without the hindrance of her armor, Sif's powerful combat instincts allowed her to feel every detail, even the grain at the tip of the joystick, more clearly than ever. As everyone knows, whether manual or automatic, control sticks are designed with enlarged tops, some even shaped like mushrooms, for easier grip and to prevent accidental slips. Once seated at the controls, the protection offered by clothing was negligible. So, in the earlier moments, Sif could only shout battle cries to distract herself. As the battle raged on, the posture of the passengers in the cockpit was constantly adjusted. Both of them shifted with the Gundam's movements, settling into the most optimal positions, their cooperation growing increasingly seamless. As an aside, the material civilization of Asgard isn't as lacking as it might appear. In order to maintain peak fighting condition, their warriors were specially crafted armor and inner linings, created by master artisans. Take the armor, for example. Though it appears to be made of leather, it is etched with magical sigils and reinforced with special metals, such as URU powder, making it not only lightweight, but also remarkably durable. The inner lining of the armor is also ingeniously designed to allow the warriors to perform complex tactical maneuvers. The material is both breathable and abrasion-resistant, and further enhanced with magic to increase its elasticity and suppleness. In other words, if faced with danger, say, falling into water, the inner lining can, with a touch to its built-in magic array, inflate instantly like a balloon. Its performance and texture closely resemble that of a balloon, and, when necessary, it can function just like one. Once Sif removed her armor, all she had left was this remarkably functional magical underlayer. So, after she adjusted her position, she discovered that the control stick had somehow shifted into gear on its own, and suddenly the machine began to move without explanation. As for everything unfolding inside the cockpit, Seiya had little inclination to pay it any mind. After all, he was a warrior, and his first priority was to deal with the frost beasts before him. Dozens of frost behemoths unleashed devastating destruction, posing a dire threat to the wall's defenders. Seiya couldn't afford to be distracted. Other matters were simply handled in passing. Accidental missteps were to be expected. With a colossal lance over 30 meters long in hand, the Gundam under Seiya's command exuded the aura of a battlefield champion. If only he had a warhorse beneath him. Though he did, in spirit, the Gundam itself was horseless, leaving its presence just shy of overwhelming. But if there was no steed beneath him, the Gundam could always make do. The frost behemoths before him, in size and stature, were a perfect match. So, as the frost behemoths came charging en masse, Seiya's Gundam swung its lance and launched a countercharge straight into their ranks. The Gundam thundered across the frozen plain, and with each mighty stride, it kicked up clouds of ice shards and snow. The force of its steps sent gusts swirling outward, casting snow into the air like lotus blossoms blooming across the tundra. And amid this trail of blossoming snow, the Gundam crashed almost instantly into the thickest part of the frost behemoth horde. But in that split second before the impact, Gundam's spear tip tapped lightly against the ground. The entire body flipped into the air, twisting and spinning with breathtaking speed, then came crashing down in the midst of the dense beast horde. At the point of landing, a frost giant beast was stomped squarely on the head by Gundam's feet, pressed deep into the frozen earth, howling in pain, yet utterly unable to move. Without missing a beat, Gundam swung the long spear in a sweeping arc around itself, sending the nearby frost beast that had turned to charge flying through the air. Then, with a quick sidestep, Gundam dashed toward a slightly larger frost giant beast not far away. A flash of cold light appeared. First, then the spear shot forward like a dragon, smashing straight through the creature's skull with a single, unstoppable blow. Blood and brain matter burst out, splattering everywhere. Yet this gruesome sight didn't frighten the frost beasts into retreat. Instead, it seemed to enrage them further, stirring up their savage instincts. One frost giant beast seized the chance to dart in from the side, biting down hard on Gundam's spear shaft, making it impossible to pull the weapon back. The other frost beast surged forward to attack once more. So naive, with a faint smile on his lips, Seiya braced himself. As SIV let out a shriek, Gundam suddenly shuddered violently once again. Gundam pressed down forcefully with both hands, and, astonishingly, the 30-meter-long spear bent backward with incredible flexibility. Though the arc was slight, it provided Gundam with a tremendous counterforce. Harnessing that momentum, Gundam shot in the opposite direction, body flying sideways like a cannonball. Both legs slammed into a nearby frost beast, sending it hurtling away. His feet then landed on the neck of the beast that was still biting the spear shaft. With a powerful yank, the sharp spear tip, dripping with blood and broken teeth, was forcefully ripped from the beast's jaws. That frost giant beast, its mouth flooded with snow melt, twisted around and bolted away without a second's hesitation. With one beast fleeing, the fighting spirit of the remaining frost giants showed no sign of faltering. Instead, they charged forward in an even greater frenzy. Gundam's long spear spun like a whirlwind, and, powered by the installed arc reactor, crackled with arcs of white electricity at the spearhead. Each sweep of the weapon sent flashes of lightning weaving among the horde. Wielding this electrified spear, Gundam launched a fierce offensive, like a tiger leaping into a pack of wolves. Wherever he passed, not a single frost beast could withstand even one strike. Though the frost beasts looked numerous, in truth there were only a few dozen. Whether reinforcements were too far away, or there simply weren't any more, no new beasts joined the fray despite the long battle. A mere handful of frost beasts, relying on nothing but brute instinct and animal rage, were little more than paper tigers to Seiya. Under his command, Gundam swiftly defeated them all. It was only a matter of time before the last of them fell. Throughout the entire process, Seiya didn't even need to use any firearms. Just the spear in his hand was enough to bring all his enemies to their knees. While Seiya was having the time of his life, Sif, on the other hand, was starting to feel restless, and she truly couldn't sit still anymore. Even with the safety harness and Seiya's steady grip, and even though she was securely fastened in the jostling Gundam, swaying along with the wild ride, she still felt overwhelmed. After all, Seiya had to juggle both piloting the Gundam and fighting, so when it came to Sif, his handling was inevitably a bit rough. For an Asgardian warrior who had lived for over 1,000 years and never faced such a situation, this was more than Sif could bear. She began to regret volunteering to serve as a guide for the Great Wall Guardians at Thor's request. At first, Sif's only concern was that without a trustworthy guide, the Guardians might slack off or, worse, secretly strike some deal with the frost giants that would jeopardize Asgard. These worries, perhaps, shouldn't have fallen to a woman. But Thor, well, that guy seemed completely tamed by these mortals. He hadn't shown the slightest concern from beginning to end, which only made Sif more vigilant. After all, from the very beginning, she had a poor impression of Seiya, the man who had nearly shoved a blade down her throat. No matter how harsh her suspicions, she felt they were justified. Now, the truth was clear. She had been utterly, completely wrong. This man wasn't just skilled with a sword. The way he wielded his spear was even more impressive. You could see it. Dozens of frost giants, and yet, under the Gundam's might and Seiya's spear, not a single one could get close. You have to understand, even a single one of these creatures was enough to send Asgard's finest warriors fleeing for their lives. Most importantly, Sif realized she should never have boarded the Gundam, let alone sat atop the control stick. Now, she was in such a state she couldn't even manage a coherent sentence. Her body felt incredible, but somewhere in her mind, she still wanted to cry out, "Stop!" Behind her, Seiya's movements gradually slowed. After his efforts, except for the few that managed to escape, all the frost giants now lay sprawled on the ground, wounded and groaning. Apart from his initial show of force, when he had the Gundam send one frost giant skull flying, Seiya had only injured, not killed, the rest. After all, these creatures had grown to such size against all odds, and they were a rare and endangered species. Wiping them out completely would not bode well for the next generation's lessons. In the future, if children could only hear tales of their ancestors' legendary feats and imagine, through lifeless specimens, the scenes of giant alien beasts fleeing in panic, it would all feel a little less real, a little less vivid. So, it's better to keep them around. Whether they end up as pets for the children or as sparring partners, they'll be a great choice either way. After taking down all the frost beasts, Seiya piloted the Gundam, gripping his spear, and let out a thunderous roar to the sky. "Is there anyone else?" His voice, carried by telepathy, resonated in the minds of the frost beasts, making Seiya's intentions perfectly clear. You're strong. We surrender." The frost beasts were highly intelligent. no less so than Orcus on Earth. They could communicate through telepathy and fully understood what Seiya meant. Compared to the scheming frost giants, the frost beasts were much more straightforward. If you were stronger than them, you were the boss. No questions asked, no hesitation in yielding. And there was no need to worry that they'd bear a grudge against Seiya for the loss of their kin. Just then, Farbody risked everything and rushed over, tearing off his white loincloth as he ran and waving in the air. We surrender. We surrender. Now, that even the frost beasts had been subdued, to refuse surrender would be to wait for total annihilation. The mission entrusted to the Guardians of the Great Wall by Thor was to help quell the uprisings in the Nine Realms. There are many ways to restore peace. Wiping out a whole race is just the most direct and the most brutal method. Except for Loki, the frost traitor, who refused to accept his own giant heritage. True Asgardians never thought this was the best solution. After all, the population of Asgard was already small. If they wiped out every other living being in the Nine Realms and left only the Azure, it would be a lonely existence. Loki's mindset, in fact, is easy to understand. It's like on Earth. Is it really Americans who can't stand to see the Dragon Kingdom thrive? Actually, not quite. Often, it's the Dragonborn who have joined America that are the most eager to see the Dragon Kingdom fail. Of course, it's not fair to paint everyone with the same brush. There are Dragonborn who still care deeply for their homeland, but there are also those who, simply because they have an American passport, think they're superior, look down on people from the Dragon Kingdom, and believe the country is destined to be backward, dirty, and chaotic. Even when they return home to escape a pandemic, they resist rules. Insist on jogging whenever they feel like it, try to break quarantine, or marry a foreign husband just to feel a cut above the rest. People like this can't stand to see the Dragon Kingdom prosper, because only then can they convince themselves that their decision to leave was the right one. To justify this choice, they want the Dragon Kingdom to remain backward and ignorant, to match the image seen in those European Film Festival prize-winning movies, so much so that they actively become champions of anti-Dragon Kingdom sentiment abroad. Just like the lead actor in the Shang-Chi movie said, their films are made for Chinese people all around the world to see. The unspoken message, in essence, was that this movie aimed to teach the Chinese diaspora a certain lesson. The Dragon Kingdom, much like Talokan, may boast thousands of years of history and civilization, along with the powerful treasure hoards of dragon scales, yet it remains stubbornly confined within its own small circle, living a backward life of men toiling in the fields and women weaving at home, clinging to ancient weapons and customs. Meanwhile, America, though only a little over 2 centuries old and founded by outlaws and fugitives, has become the most powerful nation in the world, the only one capable of saving it. So, if you're already born and living in America, why not stay here with peace of mind? This is the best choice you can make. And for those who still have influential relatives or parents back in the Dragon Kingdom, the message is clear. Hurry back, inherit all their skills and resources, and then bring them to America. After that, join the native-born American scientists and builders, and together, help lay new stones to strengthen America's global dominance. This pretty much sums up the real thoughts and the real actions of those so-called bananas. Naturally, Loki follows the same logic. Only by erasing the frost giants can he make people forget his origins, allowing them to accept him as a true Asgardian. As for most bona fide Asgardians, what they truly want is to see the frost giant submission. Submission to Odin, ruler of the 9 realms, to Asgard itself. Now, the frost giants have submitted, albeit not to Asgardians, but rather to Earthlings, to Seiya. The outcome isn't quite what they imagined, but in the end, it's close enough. So, Sif really had nothing more to say about it. Yet, she turned her head, her expression caught somewhere between embarrassment and shyness, and looked at him. How am I supposed to go out like this? So he was at a loss for words. He had gotten carried away, just now, overestimating the fabric's stretch and resistance. And in the end, he'd pushed it too far. The result? The floodgates broke, and the waters surged. Now, not only was Sif's clothing torn, but a large patch was left sticky and ruined. How could she walk out like this? What would people think? How about this? Let me add some more blood. We'll say you got injured in the battle with the frost giants. The rest can be covered by your armor. That should do the trick. So he thought for a long moment before finally coming up with a passable explanation. Don't you have anything else to say to me? Sif didn't reject the idea, but there was a strange look on her face. Seiya hesitated. Was she expecting him to say something tender? This was a misunderstanding. Things got a bit rough between us just now. And for that, I'm truly sorry. Don't initiate, don't refuse, don't promise, don't take responsibility. As a modern man who stands on his own, this was really all Seiya could offer. Sif's expression darkened for a moment, but then she seemed to let it go. This was an era that applauded friendship, An accidental clash here, and there didn't mean much. After all, nothing lasting had come of it. Once she left this cockpit, she could still be Sif the warrior, still strive to become the next queen of the gods. Everything would go on just as before. Would it really be the same? Soon, the surrender ceremony began in the shattered Frost Giant royal court. The Frost Giants, despite their haphazard attire, still had a king, and so a court. Of course, compared to Asgard's grand palace, there was a stark difference. Their so-called royal court was merely a naturally formed platform with a few columns thrown up around it, serving as a makeshift throne room. And by now, after repeated destructive attacks, even this patched-together court was on the verge of total ruin. Fubuti, how many of your people are left in the Frost Giant tribe? Looking at Fubuti, who was half-kneeling to represent his people in surrender, Seiya asked in a low voice. We used to be over 100,000 strong. Now more than half are dead or wounded. Perhaps only a few tens of thousands remain. Fubuti replied in a muffled tone. He dared not blame Seiya or the Wall Guardians for these losses. Instead, all his hatred was redirected toward Asgard. It was a hatred that could never be untangled. Unless Asgard suffered a catastrophe, just like Jotunheim. Unless Odin died and more than half of their people perished, or better yet, every last one. Only then, perhaps, would the Frost Giants' rage be eased. The Frost Giants had always outnumbered the people of Asgard, but their lack of elite warriors left them no choice but to accept defeat in the end. Seiya nodded. A few tens of thousands should be enough. Have you ever thought about relocating, finding a new place to live? At Seiya's words, Fubuti's head shot up. Of course they'd thought about moving. Jotunheim was a desolate wasteland, battered constantly by wind and snow, with precious little food to go around. Did anyone really think they liked dressing this way? It was all they could manage. If they had the chance, who wouldn't want a better life? But ever since their defeat by Odin 1,000 years ago, they'd lost the artifact that could take them from this world, and have been trapped here ever since. We don't want to move, King Su. Can you help us? Seiya gave him a warm smile and nodded. He had long ago decided where the Frost Giants could go. Back when he was gathering up the mutants, Seiya had come up with a plan to send all those mutants to the Dragon Kingdom, so they could contribute to the nation's modernization. Someone like the Iceman would make an excellent firefighter. It's not about taking jobs away from our friends in blue. The main point is, in the event of a major fire, having an Iceman on the scene could quickly bring the blaze under control, easing the burden on our firefighters and minimizing casualties as much as possible. After all, that's the last thing we want to see happen. Now, with these tens of thousands of Frost Giants, it's like having tens of thousands of low-powered Icemen. While they might not be as capable, their sheer numbers give them an undeniable advantage. Sending them back to Longwa, putting them right on the front lines of fire emergencies, would give them a chance to redeem themselves for their past actions. As for housing, that's easily resolved. Longwa is vast. Resettling tens of thousands of people is hardly a challenge. If they prefer the cold, let them live in the snowy mountains. They could even take up jobs protecting climbers scaling Everest, turning the north slope into the safe slope. Any climber setting out from that side, as long as they needed help, could be brought down the mountain within half an hour, with top-of-the-line oxygen tanks, military coats, all sorts of snacks, drinks, and even ice cream provided. Why not just open a little shop on the summit of Everest? No, better yet, a hotel, a unique Everest-themed lodge. If that ever became a reality, who knows if tens of thousands of Frost Giants would even be enough. But that's not a real concern. With enough food, their birth rate would rise. Soon, children would have children of their own, and grandchildren would have grandchildren, and they'd build up the entire Everest industrial chain. What was once an insurmountable barrier would become a thoroughfare. And with the Frost Giants' help, you can't even begin to imagine what that army of infrastructure enthusiasts would construct on those snowy peaks. By then, don't be surprised if they build a winding road, or even a railway, up Everest. So you wouldn't bat an eye. After all, his imagination is limited, but the collective creativity of the Longwa people is boundless. So this plan is pretty much settled. But will bringing these tens of thousands of Frost Giants to Longwa create any safety risks? First of all, Longwa's own standards for safety are extremely stringent, and with Old Su and Longwa, no matter how many Frost Giants there are, they won't be able to stir up trouble. Su has a lot of faith in Old Su. With that, the resettlement plan for the Frost Giants is basically finalized. Now, only one issue remains. How to get these tens of thousands of Frost Giants to Earth. Logically, since Seiya and the Great Wall Guardians helped Asgard solve such a huge problem, Asgard should at least offer the Bifrost Bridge and help Seiya transport everyone. But here's the hitch. The Frost Giants refuse to travel by Asgard's Bifrost Bridge. They feel it would be humiliating. At this point, they're willing to be insulted by Seiya, but not by Asgard. Secondly, when it comes to the Dragon Kingdom, If the Rainbow Bridge were to descend without prior notice, Seiya worried it might trigger some unwanted chain reactions. If it were to provoke old Sue's displeasure and somehow implicate Asgard as well, that would be far from ideal. So Seiya decisively accepted Farbody's suggestion to leave Jotunheim using the method of the Frost Giants. This so-called Frost Giant method meant employing their treasured artifact, the ancient Casket of Winters, to open a passage from Jotunheim to Earth. Although the ancient Casket of Winters was a frosty relic, it also possessed the power to create portals between realms within the 9 worlds. Back when the Frost Giants clashed with the Asgardians on Earth, it was by their own hand that the passage was opened. The problem, however, was that the ancient Casket of Winters was kept within Odin's vault in Asgard. The Frost Giants couldn't retrieve it, and Seiya himself might not be able to acquire it either. In truth, there are many treasures in Odin's vault that go unused. His Majesty the All-Father might not be entirely against giving you the ancient Casket of Winters. As Seiya and his companions debated how to procure the casket, Sif, already composed, and once again the valiant Asgardian warrior, suddenly spoke up from the side. Besides, since you've done Asgard such a great favor this time, asking for the ancient casket as your reward isn't unreasonable. If you need help, I can speak with Thor for you. He certainly wouldn't object. Hearing Sif's words, everyone immediately saw things in a new light. Taking the Frost Giants' treasure as payment for solving the Frost Giants' problem seemed like a fair trade for Asgard. Still, Sif's sudden shift in attitude surprised the group. They all remembered how guarded she'd been at first. Her face unreadable, her demeanor distant. What had happened to change her so? Had something moved her in a way they hadn't noticed? Don't overthink it, Sif said plainly. I simply wanted to thank you for helping Asgard with the Frost Giant trouble. Nothing more. You aren't Asgardians, so you'll never truly know what the Frost Giants meant to us as children. As Sif spoke, her face betrayed lingering fear. Clearly, for her, the Frost Giants were more than just a childhood memory. In truth, they were a childhood nightmare. The credit for resolving the Frost Giant crisis was far greater than anyone had imagined. If it weren't, Thor wouldn't have chosen them to prove himself. The Guardians of the Great Wall accepted this reasoning. Some, like Gwen, with her gentle and straightforward heart, instantly saw the businesslike Sif as a kindred spirit. A person like her isn't just a good comrade. She could be a true friend, maybe even a close sister, Gwen thought to herself. But Sharon and Natasha, both with a background in espionage, instinctively felt suspicious about Sif's words and actions. They had watched Sif being led into the cockpit by Seiya, and knowing how cramped that space was, they couldn't help but sense that something was off. Sif might genuinely be expressing her gratitude to the Guardians of the Great Wall, but there had to be more to it than that. And whatever that reason was, it was waiting inside the cockpit. With that matter settled, the Guardians of the Great Wall were preparing to regroup and return to Asgard for a victory celebration, and at the first opportunity to demand the ancient Casket of Winters from Odin and Thor as their reward. But before that, Seiya had another plan. He intended to team up with Farbody and take a look around. Find out how many Frost Giants were left, how vast Jotunheim truly was, what kind of environment it had, how many monsters roamed there, and whether it might make a good tourist destination. After all, cooperation goes both ways. If people are willing to brave the harshness of Mount Everest just to conquer it, why wouldn't anyone be interested in touring Jotunheim, a whole new world, a completed planet? Besides, tourism was just a convenient excuse, something to tell his American teammates among the Guardians. What Seiya really wanted was to survey the resources of all Jotunheim. With the Frost Giants gone, any minerals and treasures left behind would be wasted if abandoned. Bringing them back to support development in the Dragon Nation would be of far better use. So, the two set off together, Seiya piloting his Gundam, Farbody riding a frost beast, making for a rather impressive procession. By the way, some people had questioned how Seiya's Gundam could pull off such incredible feats with firearms. Well, the answer is simple. Seiya controls magnetic fields. In anyone else's hands, the Gundam would be just an ordinary robot. But with him at the controls, it's an unstoppable force on the battlefield. Just as the two were about to depart, Natasha suddenly approached. Uncle Sue, I know a bit about map reading and resource surveying. Would you mind if I joined you? Maybe I could lend a hand, she offered. Gwen, meanwhile, paid no attention to this. She was too busy trying to befriend Sif. Seeing Natasha step up, Sharon quietly drifted over to Gwen's side, helping her with her new friendship and ensuring Gwen wouldn't be distracted by what was happening over here. And so, Seiya set off with Natasha, following Farbody on their journey. In the cockpit, Natasha sat exactly as Sif had before her. But since Natasha was a little shorter than Sif, not only did she fit more comfortably without blocking Seiya's view, but her position and posture were just right. The whole piloting experience was far smoother than it had been with Sif along for the ride. Not far after they set out, Natasha suddenly leaned back and, turning her head, breathed softly into Suye's ear. "Uncle Su, my battle suit. It has a zipper." Suye raised an eyebrow. "A zipper? Like those secret agents have?" The Gundam skimmed across the frozen landscape, hugging the icy ground as it sped past peaks and valleys. Fabudi ignored everything else, riding the frost giant beast at the front, measuring the vastness of Jotunheim. This was the first mission he had undertaken since pledging loyalty, and he was determined to do it impressively. Jotunheim was enormous. Without the help of satellites, even at their speed, it would take at least 2 or 3 days to finish the patrol. They simply couldn't do it any faster. As for the Great Wall Guardians, Suye had already sent word for them to set up camp temporarily and start rounding up and treating the surviving frost giants. The coming days promised to be busy. So, this journey was destined to be a lonely race, one massive frost beast and one Gundam dashing through this vast, frozen wilderness. Yet inside the Gundam's cockpit, warmth blossomed like the first hints of spring. "This zipper, it was originally designed for convenience," Natasha explained, her cheeks tinged with shyness. "You know, people have their basic needs, and superheroes are no exception. But not every battle suit can be like Iron Man's, with all those recycling and filtration systems to turn waste into drinking water, so..." Suye nodded in understanding. He'd heard before that shooting superhero movies was actually tough work. Those costumes were specially made to show off the actors' figures. Form-fitting, not very breathable, and quite a hassle to put on. Once they were suited up, actors tried their best not to take them off. But that created a problem. What if nature called? Some actors would avoid eating or drinking to prevent it. But sometimes, suits were designed with a secret door in just the right spot for emergencies. Clearly, Natasha's suit had adopted this practical solution, which, of course, made things easier for Suye. What did he say to that? Sif's situation earlier had been pure accident. Heaven knows he hadn't planned it. They just happened to be in the same place at the same time, and Sif's underlayer of fabric was so silky. But Natasha's case was different. She'd carefully contrived this moment, all for this opportunity. Suye couldn't let down a superhero's initiative, nor could he refuse an Avenger's earnest wish to join the Great Wall Guardians. They weren't on Earth anymore. There was no need to draw such hard lines. No more. "You're American. I'm from Longwa. You're an Avenger. I'm a Guardian." Those old divisions no longer mattered. Here, they all share a single name, the heroes from Earth. So this is a process of mutual blending, mutual promotion, mutual acceptance, and mutual fulfillment, where each contains a part of the other, and their destinies intertwine. Suye could refuse nothing, but one thing he could not do was shirk his responsibility. One must admit, Natasha truly deserves her reputation as the original Avenger, or rather, as the most captivating female superhero in the entire Avengers film series. Even Wanda, who came later, could only hold her own against the Black Widow for a brief moment at her peak. Regrettably, Wanda's prime was fleeting, and it was entirely devoted to Vision, the robot without a little something, leaving her no chance to showcase her own dazzling allure. By the time we see her in Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, her makeup carries a distinct sense of weariness, and especially in her Dark Witch guise, she all but personifies the very essence of the phrase, old witch, as if bringing it to life with every ounce of her being. Therefore, no matter how Black Widow's character is portrayed in the comics, no matter if the bold scenes in Under the Skin shattered many people's fantasies, and no matter if, in the later films, Black Widow seemed to become a bit more like Aunt Widow, the beauty and brilliance of Natasha Romanoff at her peak, as Black Widow, remain undeniably at the very top among all the female heroes in the Avengers films. And now, this Natasha stands before Suye, displaying her greatest charm in the prime of her youth. What more could Suye say? There was nothing for it. He simply had to take the plunge. For 2 days and 2 nights, while exploring Jotunheim, the Gundam never ceased its relentless pace, soaring across the frozen wasteland. Though Suye was overwhelmed with tasks, he had little time or energy to personally survey the mineral resources of Jotunheim. He left that work to the Gundam's built-in mineral detection and analysis system, while he himself was off on the trail of another kind of treasure. Eventually, even Suye couldn't help but sigh. Though many criticize Adu's wish, only those who have truly experienced it know the hidden wonders within, the irresistible pull that's impossible to break away from. 2 days later, the Gundam, alongside the Frost Beasts, returned to the royal court of the Frost Giants. By then, the Giants had fully assembled, preparing for their race's impending migration. Suye and Natasha leaped out of the cockpit, barely having time to exchange a few words with everyone when a pillar of rainbow light suddenly shot down from the sky. And when they saw the towering figure step out of the light, everyone's brows instinctively knitted with concern. Nearly 3 meters tall, clad in iron, the guardian of Odin's vault, the formidable destroyer. Don't think that just because back on Earth, Seiya once played Batman, launching a direct assault on the destroyer and blowing it up with an arc reactor, that this could somehow diminish the destroyer's true power. In reality, that was only because Loki, as a novice player, didn't know how to operate it properly and how to let the destroyer run on autopilot. If Odin were the one in control, he could have razed New York to the ground in minutes, no problem at all. Now, Loki is still stuck eating dust in the Ancient One's mirror dimension. Thor is off fighting with the Vanir gods, so the only one left to command the destroyer is Odin himself. The frost giants all bared their teeth, glaring fiercely at the destroyer and at Odin behind it, ready to rise up and attack at any moment. But just then, the destroyer suddenly extended its hand, presenting a treasure that glowed with a cold blue light. The ancient casket of Winters. The moment he saw it, Farbody nearly lost control, on the verge of ordering every frost giant to charge forward and reclaim the ancient casket at any cost. Fortunately, just as the command was about to escape his lips, he caught Seiya's gaze by chance, and saw that Seiya was looking right back at him, a faintly amused smile on his face. In that instant, Farbody understood. This was bait. Absolutely, unmistakably bait. That old fossil Odin, seeing that King Su spared us and is even willing to take us in, just can't stand it. Now he's setting up a sting operation to tempt us into rebellion, hoping to wipe out the frost giants in one fell swoop. Think again. We frost giants are not like the treacherous Asgardians. We keep our word. We said we'd submit to King Su, and that's exactly what we'll do. No matter what, we will not betray him. For Odin to use such a worn-out trick, one that's been outdated for thousands of years, just to test us, he must truly be getting old. Sighing inwardly, Farbody dropped to one knee, cupping his hands in salute. May King Su accept the ancient casket of Winters and lead our frost giant tribe out of Jotunheim. Seeing Farbody kneel, the rest of the frost giants followed suit, dropping to their knees one after another, their sincerity unmistakable. Seiya smiled and nodded. It seemed the frost giant's spirit had truly been broken. Given such a perfect opportunity, they didn't even dare to take the risk. And if not now, then never again. He reached out, summoning his magnetic powers. The casket of Winters slowly floated up from the destroyer's grasp and drifted straight to Seiya. The moment he took hold of the casket, a sudden thought flashed through Seiya's mind. Could his magnetic manipulation snatch the destroyer itself from Odin's control? It was worth a try, though Seiya suspected the odds weren't great. After all, his ability only controlled magnetic fields, and with Odin's divine power, he could easily disrupt the magnetic field around the destroyer, rendering Seiya's ability useless. Unfortunately, Seiya could only manipulate magnetic fields. If he had the power to control matter like Phoenix, perhaps he could truly compete with Odin for control over the destroyer. He shook his head, pushing aside these fanciful thoughts. Seiya's consciousness plunged into Farbody's mind, searching for the method to use the ancient winter coffin. A moment later, a blue light flashed from the ancient winter coffin in his hand, instantly enveloping all the frost giants. It's time to go, he announced. As Seiya spoke, the blue glow faded away, and with it, he and tens of thousands of frost giants vanished. The rest of the Wall Guardians, as previously agreed, followed the destroyer back to Asgard to await further orders. Seiya, meanwhile, led the legion of frost giants across the boundless expanse of the cosmos in the blink of an eye, arriving atop a snow-covered mountain. This place was the southern slope of Mount Everest. Though it sat upon Everest, it did not belong to the Dragon Kingdom. Rather, it was part of neighboring Nepal. It was a compromise on Seiya's part. He dared not bring them directly into the Dragon Kingdom, partly to avoid unnecessary complications, and partly because he simply didn't have the means. Just as before, when he used the neural amplifier to sense the thoughts of everyone on Earth, he encountered a powerful ward on the Dragon Kingdom's lands, a kind of protective barrier. Now, when he used the ancient winter coffin to travel with the frost giants, he discovered that all territories of the Dragon Kingdom were completely inaccessible to him. That protective ward was impenetrable on every front. So in the end, this was the only place he could choose. After all, he had always planned to settle the frost giants on Mount Everest. Only after arriving did Seiya realize he'd overlooked an important issue. Though the southern slope of Everest didn't belong to the Dragon Kingdom and lacked its formidable magical defenses, there was still another major player here. Kamartaj, the cradle of sorcerers and the domain of the Ancient One, was nestled right on Everest's southern face. Not choosing the northern slope, perhaps, was a matter of prudence? The moment Seiya arrived, he immediately began probing the Dragon Kingdom's protective barrier with his mind. Soon enough, that familiar voice echoed in his consciousness once more. It's the middle of the night. Why are you making such a fuss? Do you want me to sacrifice family for the greater good? The same familiar tone, the same familiar presence. Seiya faltered, his confidence wavering. The stronger he became, the deeper his respect and awe for old Su grew. Courage is born of ignorance. The fearless are often the first to fall. I brought some people back from Jotunheim. Seiya began tentatively, thinking I might help out the homeland a little, but before he could finish, the other side cut him off directly. Jotunheim? Lao Fei is dead. So those big blue oafs probably won't last much longer either, huh? Only a few tens of thousands of them. It won't be any trouble to settle them somewhere. Just leave them for now. I'll send someone to pick them up in a bit. All right. Seiya nodded, agreeing to the arrangement. Originally, he thought that once old Su finished giving his instructions, he would leave. But unexpectedly, his voice sounded again. What's going on with you? So young, yet your body's so frail. Look at you. How are you supposed to ahem? How are you supposed to protect beautiful Jian like this? I sent you to study abroad, so you can make me proud. Not so you could fool around and get into trouble. Remember, you are my son, Su Mutian's son. No matter what happens, you must never disgrace my name. But Seiya wanted to protest. It wasn't that he lacked ambition. It was just that those monsters were too relentless. He really had done his best to bring honor to his country. But what? When you run into something, just tackle it head on. Don't stand here making excuses for yourself. Old Su snorted. At that moment, a flash of black light appeared in Seiya's hand. A small cloth pouch filled with black, pellet-shaped medicine. These are pills made from a recipe passed down by my master, your grandmaster, the Toad Immortal, who was, well, quite the character back in his day. Just take one and your energy will be restored. No side effects at all. In fact, long-term use will only make you stronger. Keep these to yourself, and don't let your mom know where you got them. That's it. Once the handover is done, get out of here. With that, old Su's voice disappeared, leaving Seiya standing in the wind, clutching the little cloth pouch, utterly baffled. Pills concocted from the Toad Immortal's secret recipe, said to restore energy. Yet he wasn't supposed to tell his mother about them. Wait a minute, could these be an enhanced version of the famous 6-ingredient Romania pill? No. It's probably the legendary Highly Dog pill. As expected of Grandmaster Lei. This was just too reliable. Grandmaster, you're the best. Just then, a figure slowly came into view from the distance. Seeing this, Seiya quickly stashed the cloth pouch safely against his body. From afar, Seiya thought the figure looked familiar. He was sure he'd seen this person somewhere before. As the man drew closer and his face became clear, Seiya realized with a start that he did, in fact, know him. You're Uncle Wong. Across from him, Wong, the magician librarian from Kamar Taj, hurriedly waved his hands. No, don't call me uncle. Just call me bro, all right? So, Brother Wong, what brings you here? A possibility flashed through Seiya's mind, and he felt as if a whole herd of mythical beasts was stampeding through his heart. Old Wong scratched his head. Well, I accepted a mission to pick up some people and take them to the other side of the mountain. I'm guessing these must be the ones. Well, that was it. Seiya was instantly stunned. When old Su said he'd send someone to pick them up, Seiya was still wondering. Would it be Xiang Rizu? Or Yu Fuyue? Or maybe even someone from the Inoshikacho trio? To be honest, Seiya was actually quite curious to see how these live-action versions of Naruto heroes, now cynicized, would measure up in real life. But no matter how much he tried to guess, he never would have imagined that the person coming would be Wong, the Sorcerer Supreme from Kamar Taj. So, was Wong actually old Su's pawn all along? Clearly, he was, and not just that, but also a junior compared to the likes of Xiang Rizu and his crew. Otherwise, old Su wouldn't have told Seiya to just call him Brother Wong. And then, thinking back to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, where Wong eventually became the Sorcerer Supreme, the more he thought about it, the more unsettling it seemed. Well, that's the MCU. In that universe, there's no old Su. So whether Wong becomes Sorcerer Supreme or president of the basketball club, it has nothing to do with old Su. And besides, this world had already diverged from the original MCU long ago. So really, there's no point in overthinking it. All right, Brother Wong. These people are yours now. How are you going to get them over there, climbing the mountain? Their physical fitness shouldn't be a problem. Seiya had barely finished his sentence when he noticed Wong raising a hand, his sling ring glinting. In that instant, Seiya felt old. Su was right. He probably had been doing too much lately, burning the candle at both ends, and his brain was running low on juice. Wong was a sorcerer, after all. Opening a portal to anywhere was child's play for him. Moving tens of thousands of people? Nothing to worry about. Okay then, Brother Wong. I'll leave this to you. I have other things to take care of, so I'll be off." As soon as Seiya finished speaking, the ancient winter coffin in his hand flashed blue, and he vanished. The next moment, he reappeared at the foot of Asgard's Rainbow Bridge. By now, the Guardians of the Great Wall had just returned. Seeing Seiya come back didn't surprise anyone. They simply smiled and greeted him warmly. At that moment, Gwen burst toward him and wrapped herself around his arm. "It's all over now. Let's go explore Asgard together. And while we're at it, maybe we could try." As she spoke, she leaned in and whispered seductively in his ear what it feels like to play games off-world. A thin chill ran down Seiya's spine. After the unexpected encounter with Sif and Natasha's explosive visit, even someone as tough as him needed a breather. But faced with Gwen's suggestion, there was no way he could refuse. After all, she'd seen those two women enter his cockpit. If he backed down now, wouldn't that be as good as admitting guilt? It would be tantamount to confessing there was something going on. Refusing was simply not an option. In fact, not only did he have to go along with it, but he had to be even more attentive than usual. Only that way could he prove he had nothing to hide. At that thought, Seiya instinctively remembered the soldier's ration pill that old Sue had given him. The very same one, no mistake. Yes, the soldier's ration pill, the thing Master Jiraiya gave me. How could anything from him not be reliable? "Thank you, old Sue. Thank you, Master Jiraiya. Little Sue will always remember your teachings and never bring shame to the people of Dragon Country." He quietly fished out a pill and swallowed it. Instantly, Seiya felt a surge of powerful energy racing straight to his core. All the strength he'd lost over the past 2 days was not only restored in a flash. He even felt like he had energy to spare. He couldn't help but shout in his mind, "Kidney tonic, this stuff is amazing." With his energy fully restored, Seiya's confidence soared. He wrapped an arm around Gwen's waist, while his other hand reached out toward the pillars of the Bifrost Bridge. After a long break, his web shooter made its appearance once more. "Let's go. Tonight, Brother Yi is taking you to swing from the highest point in Asgard, to let you taste happiness like a goddess in the most beautiful place here." As the mid-autumn festival approached, the moon in Asgard was especially big and round, hanging in the sky like a disk of pure white jade, a breathtaking sight. Beneath that moon, 2 spiders quietly spun a giant web at the highest point, several meters wide and shaped like a heart. It looked perfect for rolling around on. No matter how wildly you played, you wouldn't fall off. On this great web, the 2 spiders held each other close, silently savoring the peace after the storm. "It's been so long since we've watched the moon like this in peace," Gwen said tenderly. Seiya nodded. "Yeah, but no matter how much time passes, you'll always be my sweetheart. I won't ever let you become the Lady Nyo." "Who's Lady Nyo?" Gwen asked, puzzled. "That's, well, cuckolded woman," Seiya quipped with a sly smile, though Gwen didn't get the joke. "Ahem, let me tell you a story. It all starts 500 years ago. Once upon a time, the monk Tang Sanzang and his disciples journeyed west to retrieve sacred scriptures. But halfway through, Sun Wukong and the Bull Demon King joined forces and ate Tang Sanzang." Seiya launched into a grand tale, a story so long that Gwen nearly drifted off to sleep. But Gwen didn't want to let such a beautiful night go to waste. So, she rolled over, listening to the story while guiding Seiya's hand to tickle her, keeping sleep at bay. And so, the story lasted all night long, as did the laughter and tickling, growing only more spirited until dawn. "You've been holding back so much. I guess I've been neglecting you lately. I'm sorry. But now that Dr. Connors' lab won't be as busy, I'll make sure to spend more time with you." At daybreak, Gwen held Seiya in her arms, gently stroking his hair, her face full of tenderness and concern. Seiya shook his head with a sensible smile. For women, career should come first. A strong, independent woman is the most deserving of love. Isn't there a saying that a woman dedicated to her career is the most beautiful? So just be yourself. There's no need to become anyone's shadow. I'll be just fine. He delivered this feminist line decisively, knowing it was the right thing to say, no matter how he truly felt inside. Sure enough, Gwen was so flattered by his words that she seemed a little lost for a moment. She promised repeatedly that she'd balance work and home, and wouldn't let Seiya's efforts go to waste. And then, once again, came another intimate night together. After all, the very purpose of life is to ensure the continuation of the species, so union and reproduction are, in their own way, grand and noble acts. There's no need to shy away from them. On the contrary, we should approach them with reverence, even celebrate and honor them. Of course, unions without the intention of creating new life should be frowned upon. Ahem. Half a month later, in Asgard, Odin's palace hosted a grand banquet to welcome the Earth's expeditionary forces and celebrate the victorious return of Thor and his companions. After 2 weeks, Thor finally quelled the rebellion in Vanaheim. It took him half a month longer than Seiya and the Earth Expeditionary Forces needed to bring peace to Jotunheim. In other words, while Thor was still fighting, the Expeditionary Force had already completed their mission and spent almost the entire time vacationing in Asgard. There was nothing they could do. Their task had been completed too swiftly, and Odin hadn't asked them to help out in Vanaheim. Perhaps if others had helped, Thor's achievement wouldn't have shone quite as brightly. So, in the end, Thor and his team fought tooth and nail in Vanaheim, while Seiya and his group wandered freely around Asgard. He'd had thrilling adventures with Gwen atop the highest towers of the palace, shared a wild experience with Raven in the men's bathroom, discussed the future of the Wall Guardians with Sharon until dawn, and even found time to coach Natasha on close combat techniques. All in all, life was both uneventful and fulfilling. It kept Angel Salvatore so busy trying to consult teacher Sue that she could never seem to find the right moment to approach him. By the way, a fun tidbit. In the movie X-Men, First Class, the actress who played Salvatore has a godmother named Marissa Tomei. The name might not ring a bell, but her roles certainly do. She's Aunt May in the third generation of Spider-Man films. Few people know that when Marissa Tomei was young, she dated Robert Downey Jr. Yes, Tony Stark himself. And at age 45, she gave a bold and memorable performance in The Wrestler, with the leading man played by Mickey Rourke, the same actor who played Whiplash, Ivan Vanko. Only after seeing for yourself will you truly understand that when it comes to maintaining her figure, Meryl Streep really is beyond reproach. Otherwise, how could she have made such a stunning impression in her first appearance in the MCU, dazzling audiences even in her 50s, and even stirring up some less than innocent thoughts in a few? Returning to Angel Salvatore, she originally worked as a stripper, the same profession Meryl portrayed in The Wrestler. Everyone understands what that job entails. Clearly, their work goes far beyond just dancing. In fact, most of their income comes from things other than the stage. There's no need to spell out exactly what that is. So you never look down on Angel Salvatore for her work. After all, she earns her living through honest, physical labor and real skills, far more respectable than those who are able-bodied but choose to steal, rob, or simply beg on the streets. But respecting her work and not looking down on her doesn't mean Seiya could ever accept the idea of something happening between them. It's best for everyone to keep things simple, a pure relationship of teacher and student, or just superior and subordinate. This kind of busy and fulfilling life continued until Thor returned. At the banquet, Thor represented Asgard and offered heartfelt thanks to the great Wall Guardians from Earth and the warriors who had marched with him into battle. Everyone was swept up in a wave of celebration. Volstagg, one of the Warriors' Three, embellished their exploits in Vanaheim with ever more grandiose tales. By the time he finished, the Great Wall Guardians were starting to lose patience. Abomination and Kisame, acting like twin sentinels, flanked him on either side, hoisting massive mugs as they challenged him to a drinking contest. Volstagg was a barrel of a man, and aside from Thor, he'd never been afraid of anyone in Asgard. Even when faced with these two, whose extraordinary looks marked them as anything but ordinary, he showed not a hint of fear. As the drinking intensified at their table, the energy of the whole banquet soared. After all, for as long as anyone can remember, nothing brings men together faster than sharing a drink. Yet amid all this revelry, one person's loneliness stood out starkly. Thor missed Jane. After witnessing the devastation of war, families torn apart, homes destroyed, he suddenly found himself rethinking the meaning of home and family. Thor felt that perhaps it was time for him to start a family of his own. It was high time to change the old Asgardian habit of living for thousands of years without marrying or having children, and he was determined to begin with himself. The trouble was, ever since he'd left Jane behind at the Shernui dojo in New York and returned to Asgard, they hadn't seen each other. During the Battle of New York, Jane had traveled to London for research, narrowly avoiding the dangers of war, and, as it happened, also avoiding another encounter with Thor. As a result, things had turned out like this. Thor wanted to look for Jane, but he had no idea where to even begin. Sif noticed the sorrow clouding Thor's face, and she more or less guessed what was on his mind. According to the relationship they once had, she ought to step forward, urge Thor to come to his senses, and remind him that she was, after all, the most suitable person to be the Queen of Asgard. But just as she was about to stand up, Sif caught sight of Seiya chatting idly nearby. In that instant, Sif suddenly felt as if all her convictions had simply melted away. Yet after seeing the difference in methods and timing between how Seiya and Thor had quelled the chaos in the two worlds, Sif found herself realizing that perhaps she wasn't quite so desperate to become the ruler of Asgard after all. Maybe joining the ranks of the Wall Guardians and venturing out together to witness the vastness of the universe wasn't such a bad idea. With no one holding him back, Thor simply walked out of the banquet hall and stood alone in the corridor, lost in melancholy. You know, seeing you now, it's hard to believe how much you've changed since we first met. A familiar voice sounded from behind. Thor turned to see Seiya walking toward him with a smile, a jug of wine in one hand and a hammer in the other. Seiya hadn't come out with the sole purpose of consoling Thor. He just felt that the hall was crowded with women, and the longer they clustered together, the more likely something would go awry, so he decided to slip out and avoid any trouble. As he left, he happened to spot the hammer of thunder, so he simply brought it along. When Thor saw the hammer in Seiya's hand, his eyebrows arched in surprise. "Did I leave my hammer behind?" "Thank you for bringing it to me," Thor said, reaching out to summon the hammer back. But Seiya shook his head. "As a hammer wielder, you should always keep it by your side. Yet just now, you tossed it away as if it were a piece of rubbish. Never mind whether Mjolnir might feel hurt. Clearly, your heart is in turmoil." So he was actually addressing the hammer with these words. As everyone knew, Mjolnir had a will of its own and could understand human speech. So he thought it might be interesting to whisper a few criticisms about Thor and see if he could win the hammer over to his side. The odds of success were slim, but there was no harm in trying. Who knew it might just work? After all, undermining someone's foundation was never a one-time act. It required patience, a slow and steady approach. Sure enough, instead of flying straight into Thor's hand, Mjolnir hesitated, weighed its options, and then, with a measured, almost reluctant pace, drifted over. Seiya's eyes sparkled. It seemed his little strategy was working. Perhaps it wasn't impossible to win Mjolnir over completely from Thor. "I just got careless for a moment earlier. We've been together for over 1,000 years. How could I possibly forget you?" Thor said, still a little shaken as he stroked Mjolnir with lingering concern. But Seiya had already started walking outside, not even glancing back as he spoke. "Come on, let's go for a walk. When you're in a bad mood, don't keep it bottled up inside. Talking about it will help you feel better." Thor didn't object and followed after him. The two of them walked and chatted, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the foot of the Rainbow Bridge, in front of Heimdall's little cabin. "Good evening, old Heim." As soon as they entered, Seiya raised his hand and tossed over the wine jug he was carrying. "Everyone's off celebrating, but our hero of the hour is missing. Since we were coming out anyway, we brought you some wine. Don't be shy." Heimdall caught the jug and glanced at Thor first. Technically, he was on duty and shouldn't be drinking. Seeing this, Thor hurriedly nodded. "It's fine. We'll keep watch for you. Just drink up. Tonight is a night for everyone to celebrate. I really shouldn't have overlooked you, old friend." "He's overlooked quite a few old friends, hasn't he, Mjolnir?" Seiya added with a sly tone from the side. Mjolnir gave a little shake, almost as if it was agreeing with Seiya's words. Thor was on the verge of tears, shooting Seiya a look that was equal parts displeased and pleading, as if to say, "Please don't make this worse." Heimdall was easygoing by nature. Seeing this, he stopped standing on ceremony, uncorked the wine jug, and took a long, satisfying swig. "Excellent wine." Heimdall nodded to Seiya, making it clear that this gesture of camaraderie was something he'd remember. Thor couldn't help but grip his hammer a little tighter, cursing silently 1,000 times in his mind. He was still in the dark about one thing. Odin's chosen bride for him, Sif, had already been stolen away. If he knew, he definitely wouldn't be able to stand here, so calmly, smiling and making small talk with Seiya. Seeing how heartily Heimdall was drinking, Thor suddenly felt his throat tighten. He hadn't had more than a few sips earlier, and now he was craving some for himself. Noticing this, Seiya promptly produced 2 more wine jugs from behind his back, handing one to Thor and keeping one for himself. After all, drinking is only fun when everyone shares. As they drank and talked, the conversation soon turned to women, a necessary topic for men showing off. Both Thor and Heimdall were over 1,000 years old, and the two old shameless fellows started bragging without restraint. One claimed he changed girlfriends every year and had dated over 1,000 women. The other boasted that he went through a girlfriend every 6 months and had dozens of children. Anyone with half a brain could tell they were just spinning tall tales. Let's start with Thor. If he really did get a new girlfriend every year, there's no way he'd treat Jane like a treasure. Jane's looks are just average, and she's not particularly curvy. Not that anyone knows what's beneath the surface. Maybe she's just really skilled? Seiya hasn't tried and can't make any assumptions. But if he's guessed right, Thor spent most of these 1,000 years locked in his endless drama with Loki, barely sparing a thought for romance. Maybe, before meeting Jane, Thor's heart held only his brother, with no room for any woman at all. Anyway, judging from Sif's example, Seiya feels like the Asgardians really aren't all that experienced in matters of love. Now, take Heimdall, a watchdog cough, a gatekeeper who's lived on the Rainbow Bridge for years, handling everything from meals to sleep right there. How would he ever have time to go out and have fun? If he managed to find a wife, have a child, and then have that child inherit his post as Rainbow Bridge's guardian after he dies. That'd already be more than most could hope for. Look at his successor, Scourge the Executioner. After Asgard's destruction, even he couldn't bear the loneliness and ended up switching jobs to work next door with the boys in black. So really, Thor and Heimdall are giants in spirit only. When it comes to real-world experience, they probably have even less than Seiya, who's barely 19. By the way, that little girlfriend of yours on Earth. Lately, she seems to... Heimdall grinned as he spoke, turning his gaze toward Earth. This 1,000-mile-eyed watcher of the Nine Realms just loved peeking everywhere, leaving everyone with zero sense of privacy. Jane's disappeared. Thor instantly tensed, shouting, "What happened?" Seiya's brow also arched. Jane's vanished. Did she go to the place where the ether is sealed? So, the Dark Elves are coming, aren't they? Before light, the world was shrouded in darkness. In that darkness, the Dark Elves were born, a race even older than the Asgardians. But for all their age, they were savage by nature, and one of their kings, Malekith, even sought to use the ether to destroy all 9 realms. This sparked a great war between the Dark Elves and the Azure gods, a war that nearly wiped out the elves and ended with the ether sealed away by Odin's own father, the king of Asgard. No one, even Odin, the current Allfather, knows exactly where the ether is now hidden. This once sparked an online theory. If Jane never entered that dimensional rift, never touched the ether, never brought it out from its hiding place, then wouldn't the reality stone inside the ether remain sealed for another 5,000 years, waiting for the next cosmic convergence and the alignment of the 9 realms before it could ever be found again? In this way, the Dark Elves would never be resurrected, Asgard would not be attacked, Queen Frigga would not die, and the Collector in the Void would not be killed. Even more importantly, Thanos' plan to wipe out half the universe might be postponed for another 5,000 years. Because once the celestial convergence passes, even if Thanos dug up Odin's grave, he still wouldn't find a way to reach the sealed realm. Could it be that the looming threat of infinity war in the future is simply resolved just like that? And then there's the matter of the 9 realms aligning, with a spatial portal appearing right in London, which happens to be home to one of the 3 great sanctums. So why didn't the Ancient One pay any attention to this? Why didn't she foresee the dangers that lay ahead? If she had intervened just a little to curb Jane's reckless actions, perhaps the future would have turned out completely differently. But then again, the Ancient One is like a worldly wise nun who has seen through the vanity of life. She was in New York and still did nothing during the Battle of New York. This speaks volumes. She would never take action to change the future unless this idea was something she saw Doctor Strange do in a vision of the future. Simply put, she trusts Doctor Strange more than she trusts herself. So really, there's no point expecting much from this nun. She's just a tool with an air of mystery, nothing more. Even Camartage, much like the Taro village in Shang-Chi, exists mainly to help Doctor Strange become stronger. All the seemingly illogical plot developments are ultimately there to serve a specific character's growth. That's just the usual pattern. Since the Ancient One doesn't care, Seiya naturally isn't going to get involved either. After all, the timeline of this world is already in chaos, and he has no way of knowing exactly when Jane enters the spatial portal. He can't exactly follow her around all day, keeping watch. A fair maiden may be desirable, but one must pursue her with honor. Jane is, after all, Thor's beloved. Seiya is no chancellor. He's not about to pull off any grand act of stealing someone's woman right in front of them. Even though, admittedly, the idea is thrilling. Ahem. After Heimdall's shout, Thor lost all interest in drinking. He was impatient to have Heimdall open the Bifrost and send him to Earth straight away. As for Seiya, he had nothing better to do, and didn't feel like going back to join the silent war brewing among several women. So, he decided to tag along with Thor for a trip to Earth. Besides, he'd never actually been to London before. In the blink of an eye, the Bifrost cleaved through the void, sending the 2 men all the way to Earth. On Earth, somewhere in London, torrential rain was pouring down. Heavy vehicles had crashed and lay overturned everywhere. The police were tense, cordoning off the area and trying to keep things under control. Daisy Lewis, the fierce and formidable, stood anxiously in the rain. Her boss and friend, Jane, had been missing for over 5 hours. The police had arrived, but couldn't find anyone. If things went on like this, she was on a breakdown. After all, without Jane, who would pay her salary in the future? In today's social climate, the importance of having a stable job hardly needs to be emphasized. And it was precisely at this moment that Jane reappeared, shielded by an invisible, enormous rain curtain, stepping back in her line of sight. But before the 2 of them could exchange more than a few words, A tall man, hefting a hammer, also appeared in the distance. Without a second thought, Jane marched up to Thor and slapped him across the face. Claiming it was to confirm he was real, she vented her frustration, a way to let him know just how cruel it was to leave a woman who had once been swept off her feet feeling empty and unfulfilled. Yet, after the slap knocked Thor's head sideways, he didn't seem bothered in the least. Instead, he glanced about in confusion and muttered, "Huh? Where did he go?" Jane instantly bristled. "What's that supposed to mean? He didn't come here alone? Did he bring a new girlfriend along, just to show off in front of me?" Jane was just about to speak when Thor threw back his head and shouted, Yeah. For a moment, everyone nearby was completely dumbfounded. The looks they gave Thor were tinged with a strange, indescribable curiosity. Here was this towering man, and no one expected him to be a glutton for punishment. After being slapped, he seemed so elated that he shouted, "Yeah," 3 times. Clearly, there was something odd about him. Of course, Thor was actually searching for Seiya. The two had set out together from Asgard, but only one of them had landed. So where had the other gone? The Bifrost is a teleportation bridge, and the rainbow-colored pillar of light that surrounds it serves both as a guide and a shield for those traveling through. But the rainbow pillar isn't indestructible. Hela, for example, once pinned Thor against the light with overwhelming force, eventually tossing him out, sending him hurtling into the void of space. Although Thor hadn't yet experienced being manhandled like that, he knew well the consequences of falling out of the rainbow beam. Could Seiya have been lost in the vast emptiness of space, never to return? Thor's mind flashed to the army of great wall guardians who had feasted and reveled in his home. Suddenly, his head began to ache. If those guys found out that Seiya had gone missing because of Thor, would they stop drinking and chatting, and instead march straight to Asgard to tear the place apart? There was no doubt they truly did have the power to do just that. So much so, that Thor couldn't even bring himself to care about Jane's slap, or where she had disappeared to a moment ago. As long as she was safe, that was enough. Right now, finding Seiya was the top priority. Heimdall! Thor shouted up at the sky, and the 7-colored pillar of light descended once more, whisking both him and a completely bewildered Jane away. Does this count as kidnapping? From a distance, Darcy Lewis was at a loss for words. On the Bifrost, Thor turned to Heimdall. "Where's Seiya? Where did he go?" Heimdall looked completely bewildered. "Didn't he go to Earth with you?" As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Earth, then back to the 9 realms, and then even further beyond, but saw nothing at all. Yisu is missing. This news struck them both like a heavy blow, as if they had lost their dearest kin. Clearly, the very thing Thor had worried about had also crossed Heimdall's mind. The two exchanged a long look before Heimdall finally spoke up. "You go have a drink. I'll keep looking. We still have the whole night ahead of us. I believe we'll find him." With that, Heimdall crouched down to the side, eyes wide open, and began to meticulously search every inch of the 9 realms. Thor, on the other hand, hefted his hammer and soared away, headed for another battlefield. Jane, who had been unintentionally kidnapped into this mess, felt more out of place than ever, like she had been completely overlooked from beginning to end. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do next? Jane stood there, dazed for a moment, but gradually pieced together some clues from their conversation. Seiya was missing? Where had Seiya gone? Even he wasn't quite sure. Just as he was riding the Bifrost toward Earth, nearly at his destination, his system suddenly chimed in his mind. Ding! Unknown energy detected. Triggering upgrade of unknown function. Would you like to upgrade and unlock a new feature? Trusting that the system generally wouldn't harm its host, Seiya decisively chose yes. Ding! Unknown conditions met. You may now draw a special card. Would you like to draw and use it now? Countdown 5, 4. This new feature seemed awfully rushed. A card named Special Card. With no explanation at all, just an immediate countdown and only 5 seconds to decide. This felt less like an opportunity, more like a demand, with no real time to think. As the countdown neared its end, Seiya still chose yes. As always, he decided to place his faith in hope. And with that, he vanished from the Bifrost. When he opened his eyes again, Seiya found himself inside a dilapidated warehouse, with a purple-haired girl crouched nearby, watching him quietly with a pair of dull, distant eyes. "Good morning, Senior Yi." The girl wore a Japanese school uniform, her hair cut to her shoulders. When Seiya opened his eyes, she greeted him with a cheerful smile. Seiya smiled back and replied, "Good morning, Sakura." But as soon as he spoke her name, his brow furrowed. The girl across from him, Sakura, was his classmate's little sister. These details seemed to belong to him from the very beginning, memories surging up as if they'd always been there. So, is this another memory interference from a system? Just like when Harry first appeared? The girl across from him, upon hearing Seiya speak, immediately broke into a smile, her eyes curving into 2 crescent moons. So even you sometimes oversleep, senior, she said cheerfully. Actually, I'm quite happy when you do, because then I get to come and wake you up. Oh, and don't worry about breakfast. I'll take care of it. No need to rush. Besides, Ms. Fujimura will be here soon, so you should probably go change into fresh clothes. Seiya lowered his head and glanced at his somewhat dirty work clothes. He gave a wry smile and nodded. You're right. If Sister Fuji sees me like this, she'll probably give me a punch as a greeting. At that moment, another figure emerged from his memories, Sister Fujimura. She was 8 years older than Seiya and had become his guardian after his father passed away, and he was left an orphan. Wait a second. Seiya suddenly froze. Me, an orphan? Old Su gone. The thought unsettled him. Ever since the system had appeared, Old Su had always seemed like a legendary figure. No matter how many fate-defying abilities Seiya acquired, Old Su remained safe and sound. In fact, not only was he doing well, he seemed to be getting even stronger. Especially after what had happened on the south slope of Everest, Seiya was convinced that Old Su might be the most powerful figure in this world, a true big shot who simply couldn't be bothered to meddle in American affairs, and so had sent him out to create chaos instead. But now, according to these memories, Old Su was gone? Seiya didn't buy it. He immediately activated his telepathy, letting his consciousness expand outward. He could tell he was in Japan, not far from the Dragon Kingdom. Maybe, without even needing a mental amplifier, he could sense what was happening over there. If he could just connect with the Great National Barrier, everything would become clear. But as Seiya's consciousness spread out, he quickly realized something was off. This might look like Japan, but it didn't belong to his original world. In his perception, the city he was in existed alone in space, isolated and shrouded in mist, completely cut off from the outside world. Then, recalling the system's upgrade notification and the activation of a special card, Seiya formed a rough guess. Perhaps this place was a unique dimension, created by the use of that special card. That would explain why here his status as an orphan was accepted as fact, and why it wouldn't impact the real Old Su at all. In other words, Seiya realized he was essentially inside a game instance now. That seemed to be the case. After a shower and a change of clothes, Seiya made his way to the dining room. By then, Sakura had already prepared breakfast, and Sister Fujimura was seated at the table, waiting. The daily routine of his new life is this. A junior who's like a little sister lets herself into Seiya's home every morning, always inventing new ways to make him breakfast. At the same time, there's a guardian who's like an older sister, showing up every day with a different excuse just to snag a meal. This kind of life doesn't seem so bad at all. One day I'll have a big comforter, big enough to cover all three of us. Yet, this city doesn't seem quite so peaceful. Disasters keep cropping up one after another, and no one can pinpoint the cause. It's always things like gas leaks or injuries from sharp objects. The police headquarters is in chaos every day, running around like headless chickens, but all they can do is chase after trouble, never getting ahead of it. After watching the news, Seiya has no urge to investigate the truth for himself. After all, even if this world is just a kind of replica, it's still a city in Japan. If it's going to be chaotic, so be it. Besides the older sister like Fujimura and the little sister like Sakura, there's another girl at school who stirs a secret crush in Seiya's heart. Her name is Rin, a proud girl with long, black twin ponytails. The instant he saw her, Seiya felt something inexplicably familiar, as if she wasn't just another classmate with whom he had no story. You might think these three girls are the entirety of Seiya's new life. But no. One evening, after finishing his after-school job and heading home in the dark, a little girl with white hair, dressed in European aristocratic clothing, suddenly appeared in a nearby alley and smiled at him. As they passed each other, the little girl spoke softly. If you don't hurry up and summon it, you'll be killed. Oh, and I-chan. Clearly, no matter where Seiya ends up or what new setting he's dropped into, his luck with women never fails him. As for the summoning the white-haired girl mentioned, it's actually part of a special arrangement. In this replica world, there exists a unique power called magic, but battles between magi aren't just about hurling spells. Instead, at certain intervals, 7 chosen individuals use incantations and summoning circles to call forth 7 legendary spirits from history and myth. Ultimately, it's through the clashes between these summoned heroes that the outcome of the war is decided. The summoners are called masters. Their summoned heroes are known as servants. After eliminating or conquering all the other masters and servants, the final remaining pair claims victory in this war, and the winner is awarded the ultimate prize, the Holy Grail, capable of granting any wish. This war is known as the Holy Grail War. On the surface, the Holy Grail War is a battle to seize the Grail and fulfill the wishes of both master and servant. In reality, it's a conspiracy that has endured for centuries. However, for Seiya, this Holy Grail War is nothing more than a quest instance. All he needs to do is play the role of a master, lead his own servant to victory, claim his reward, and leave with his new abilities. That's enough for him. Of course, if possible, it wouldn't hurt to bring along a few girlfriends as well. As for everything else, let the chips fall where they may. In this particular quest, Seiya is playing the character originally known as Shiro Amiya, a guy everyone calls a hopeless loser, a stray dog with nothing going for him. Though this person is both feeble and almost saint-like in his self-sacrifice, in his own story, he still manages to have at least 3 potential love interests. The key phrase here is at least. Standing before him now is the sweet girl next door, Sakura Matu. Then there's the school's stunning beauty, Rin Tosaka. And finally, someone who has yet to make her appearance, the famous Saber, the king with the Ahogue. Saber is her class, but her true identity is the female incarnation of King Arthur, Artoria Pendragon. Because of these 3 heroines, the story of this quest, Fate/Stay Night, has branched into 3 distinct storylines, each with its own champion at the end. Only one can triumph in each route. Up to this point, Seiya himself still doesn't know who his special card represents among these girls. Perhaps that's the unique aspect of the special card. Which path he takes is for Seiya alone to decide. Of the 3 girls, only one now stands before him. The kindest, most gentle one, Sakura, who is so timid she barely speaks above a whisper and blushes at the slightest eye contact. And among the 3, Sakura's past is the most tragic. She was actually Rin Tosaka's younger sister, but was sent away to the Matu family at the age of 5. Ever since, she spent years under the control of the monstrous Zoken Matu, enduring unspeakable torment. Can you imagine a 5-year-old girl, sent to live with strangers, being tossed into a pit swarming with disgusting insects, forced to survive the whole night down there? That Sakura survived, and somehow grew into the gentle and lovable girl she is now, is nothing short of a miracle, a twisted testament to the perverse resilience found in dark tales. And just like in all horror stories, the little girl who survives such torment, if she doesn't die, will eventually transform into a powerful, corrupted final boss. Sakura is no exception. Her own storyline sees her plunge into darkness and become the ultimate antagonist. But whether you want to win Sakura's heart or face her as an enemy, no one truly wants to see her blackened and broken. Least of all Seiya, who simply can't accept the idea of this adorable underclassman, who makes him breakfast and dinner and even wakes him up each morning, turning into a crazed, knife-wielding maniac. So, determined to keep Sakura from spiraling into that inescapable abyss, Seiya decisively speaks to her after dinner, hoping to change the course of their story. Xiaoing, well, it's already so late outside, and it wouldn't be convenient for you to go home by yourself. How about you just stay here night? The moment Seiya finished speaking, the 2 women across from him froze, as if turned to stone. Eee! Sister Fujimura stared at Seiya in shock, her finger nearly poking him right in the eye. You actually invited Sakura to stay over, right in front of me. You heartless little rascal. Am I not a woman? Don't I have to walk the dark streets alone? Isn't that dangerous too? I don't care. I'm not leaving either. I'll stay over with Sakura. Don't even think about being alone with her. Seiya couldn't help but press a hand to his forehead. Was Sister Fuji trying to compete for attention, or was she actually helping him? Sakura hadn't even agreed to stay over, but she'd already made it a fact. Was she planning to make group sleepovers a regular thing, and then find a chance to leave him alone with Sakura afterward? If that's the plan, I'd have to worship Sister Fuji like a saint. Sakura herself was always the type to go along with things, and according to the story, she already had a strong fondness for Seiya. Besides, she'd come to his house under orders from Zoken Matu to keep an eye on him, so she simply gave in with only a token protest. That night, Seiya didn't sleep well, not because the girls next door were talking late into the night, but because he wasn't used to sleeping on the tatama mats on the floor. Meanwhile, as Seiya and the others slept, 2 figures dressed in red, one male, one female, leapt from the top of a distant skyscraper, plunging hundreds of meters toward the ground. At that moment, it was as if Newton himself would have wept. Gravity seemed to have no effect on them at all. The pair were a master and servant. The girl, the master, was Rin Tosaka, Seiya's classmate. The tall man beside her, the servant, bore a certain resemblance to Seiya, though their hairstyles and auras were quite different. Unless you looked closely, it would be hard to link the 2. When Seiya got up the next morning, he was still pondering this. In the original story, Rin Tosaka's servant wasn't a hero from the past or legend, but actually the future version of the protagonist, Shiro Amiya. Because his class was Archer and he wore red, fans nicknamed him Red Archer. Since Red Archer was Shiro Amiya from the future, his true class wasn't actually Archer but Magus. The skills he used were abilities Shiro had not yet fully mastered. But this raised a question. Was the Red Archer Rin summoned the future Shiro, or the future Seiya? If it was Seiya, just how ridiculously strong would this Red Archer be? Could the other 6 servants combined even stand a chance against him? Unfortunately, he still hadn't met the real Red A yet, so he had no idea what powers the guy might possess or what was really going on in his mind. Was it the same as the original Red A, erasing his former self, and helping Rin achieve final victory as equally important goals? If that was the case, didn't it mean that Seiya had essentially created an opponent even stronger than himself? He'd thought that, with all his powerful abilities and teaming up with the sword-wielding Night King, a crushing victory would be a walk in the park. But now, it seemed he might actually have to face off against a future version of himself. Utterly absurd. As usual, after enjoying dinner prepared by Sakura Matu, he helped wash the dishes, watching Taiga Fujimura dash off to school in a hurry to grade assignments. Only after tidying up did the two of them set off for school together. If things could always stay like this, a slice-of-life high school routine, Seiya would be perfectly content. After all, his own high school days had already ended, and with New York destroyed, his college life at Empire State University had been put on indefinite hold. Strictly speaking, his student days were over. The carefree, responsibility-free high school life was something he could never return to. But Seiya also knew that this kind of peaceful school life wouldn't last much longer. Starting tonight, he'd have to step into the rhythm of the Holy Grail War. Like always, he idled away until school was almost over. Just before leaving, a boy with seaweed-like hair named Shinji Matu approached Seiya, asking for help with some equipment repairs and cleaning in the archery club. Just from the surname, it was obvious. This was Sakura Matu's older brother, Seiya's classmate, and by all accounts, they'd once been on pretty good terms. Of course, none of that mattered much. What mattered was that, because Seiya stayed in the archery club to help out by the time evening came and nearly everyone else had left the school, he found himself caught up in a battle between servants unfolding right on campus. In the original story, Shiro Amiya stumbled upon a fight between Red A and the Lancer, and by the rule that witnesses had to be eliminated, Lancer carried out his execution. Now, just as in the original, the clash between Red A and Lancer erupted at school, and Seiya, as a bystander, witnessed the whole thing. How was there still someone at school? Rin Tosaka exclaimed in surprise, glancing over. But the Lancer, dressed in blue and wielding a crimson spear, Ku Chulin from Celtic legend, upon spotting Seiya, charged straight toward him without hesitation. Seiya paid no mind to Rin Tosaka's startled cry, nor to Ku Chulin's rapid approach. Instead, his gaze traveled far across the grounds, fixing on the red-clad figure who had paused in the distance. He only glanced from afar, but in that instant, Seiya suddenly understood everything. As expected, it's me. No surprise there, he marveled to himself. With a sigh in his heart, Seiya spun around and dashed toward the school building. He couldn't confront Ku Chulin head-on, for in Rin Tosaka's eyes, he was nothing more than an ordinary student. Inside the school building, Seiya crouched in the hallway, his face awash with fear and confusion. Just then, Ku Chulin appeared out of thin air before him. "You're quite the runner, aren't you? But luck's not on your side. Now that you've seen me, I'm afraid I'll have to send you to your grave." As he spoke, Ku Chulin's crimson spear shot straight for Seiya's heart. With the physical abilities and reaction speed of a normal person, there was no way Seiya could dodge such an attack. But just as the spear was about to pierce him, a massive black hand suddenly reached out from the side, gripping the spear's tip before it could strike Seiya. The black hand wore a metallic gauntlet, and as it clashed against the spear, a harsh screech of metal echoed through the corridor. "Who are you?" Ku Chulin demanded. He hastily jerked back, trying to wrench his spear free from the black hand's grasp, but no matter how hard he pulled, it wouldn't budge an inch. "So, you're the Lancer?" The owner of the black gauntlet was a tall man clad in black armor, a dark cape billowing behind him, and a bat-shaped cowl upon his head. From behind the slits of his mask, his eyes fixed coldly on Ku Chulin, his voice heavy with authority. "And who are you?" Ku Chulin's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the sudden appearance of Batman. A stampede of wild beasts seemed to thunder through his mind. "So, you're a servant, and he's your master? Kid, were you playing me for a fool?" He shot a venomous glare at Seiya. At first, he thought this was just an ordinary student, but it turned out Seiya was feigning weakness, calling forth a hero of unfathomable might, a hero whose class couldn't even be discerned. And with that enigmatic Red Archer still outside, Ku Chulin realized he might be in real trouble this time. At that moment, Seiya stood up, all trace of panic vanished from his face, replaced by a chilling smile. "So, you're the Lancer? It seems luck truly isn't on your side." As the saying goes, since ancient times, Lancers have always drawn the short straw, except for Zhao Yun, who's a cheater. Ku Chulin was, in fact, the original inspiration for that adage. Seeing the smile on Seiya's face, Ku Chulin let go of his spear, flipped backward to put some distance between himself and Batman, and in a flash of red light, a new spear materialized in his hand. At the same moment, the spear in Batman's grasp vanished without a trace. Maybe my luck isn't that great, but yours won't last forever, either. We'll meet again. With those words, Ku Chulin stepped back and melted into the darkness, vanishing from sight. His goal had only been reconnaissance. He had no intention of starting a fight. So, when he realized there were now 2 servants on the other side, he chose to withdraw without hesitation. As for Seiya, the Batman standing by his side was merely a shadow clone he had summoned, temporarily impersonating his servant. Therefore, after forcing the Lancer to retreat, he simply vanished as well, making no move to pursue. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from afar. Sensing this, Seiya let his eyes roll back and collapsed to the ground. In that same instant, a gaping wound appeared in his chest. The footsteps quickly approached. It was Rin Tosaka. While instructing Red Archer to pursue the Lancer, she had also rushed over herself, anxious to check on Seiya's condition. After all, Seiya was her classmate, and he had gotten caught up in this mess because of her. If he were to die here, she would be overwhelmed with guilt. But the moment she caught sight of him, Rin's face paled with worry. There lay Seiya, motionless on the ground, a hole in his chest where his heart should be. Clearly, he had been pierced straight through and was dead. Rin hesitated for a brief moment, but then swiftly pulled out a heart-shaped pendant and began casting a spell over Seiya's corpse, desperately trying to bring him back to life. Rin really is a good person, came Red Archer's wistful voice through their telepathic link. Every time I think back to our first meeting and how I tricked her by faking my death with a shadow clone, I can't help but feel a bit guilty. So he couldn't tell whether Red Archer's tone was one of nostalgia or reproach. After all, Red Archer was his future self, so in theory, everything Seiya did now would become his memories. At that moment, Red Archer stood atop a nearby rooftop, gazing out over the city, while Seiya's true body hid in the shadows below, careful not to reveal himself and risk being discovered by Pegasus' crystal ball. Still, even without speaking aloud, the two could communicate telepathically, completely unhindered by distance. Hearing Red Archer's comment, Seiya shook his head. If it really bothers you, just come clean. Honestly, it makes no difference to me whether I win over 2 girls or 3. The outcome isn't all that different. Especially Rin. She's not as cute as Sakura, nor as adorably clueless as Saber. And to be honest, she's a bit lacking in certain areas. Red Archer sounded exasperated. You're right. I am the embodiment of obsession, but you're not. That's why I get more worked up about this than you do. Still, none of this is your fault. If anyone's to blame, it's me. My whole life I've been a hopeless fool for. Well, you know what I mean. Seiya shrugged. As long as you realize that, it's fine. Red A's brow twitched, and he suddenly lowered his voice. Let's cut the nonsense. Don't tell me you don't want to complete all 3 routes. Don't try to fool me. You know as well as I do. I am you. Seiya couldn't help but chuckle. If you're me, then you should know my ambitions go far beyond just these 3 routes. Red A froze, images of the rider's spirit Medusa and the caster's spirit Medea flashing through his mind, and he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. So, you're really planning to go that far? 3 heroines are one thing, but those 2 are no easy cases. Just looking at them, you can tell they'll drain you dry. Are you sure about this? Seiya nodded. Of course. If I'm here at all, I might as well go all in. Red A shook his head. But the Holy Grail can only grant one servant's wish. If you take Saber with you, there's no way you're leaving with Medusa and Medea too. Seiya smiled. I'm starting to doubt you're actually me. Haven't you ever heard the saying? It's not about forever. It's about having had it all. Hearing this, Red A's whole demeanor wilted a little. I'm suddenly regretting being you. What kind of scumbag thinking is that? It's a disgrace to the title of heroic spirit. Do you even know what kind of person it takes to become a heroic spirit? You bastard, apologize to this sacred title right now. Seiya waved dismissively. Enough with the speeches. Are you in or not? Red A straightened up, his expression turning serious as he looked at Rin Tosaka walking out of the school building, scanning the area for him with determined eyes. First, let me express my sincerest contempt for my past self, for being such a scumbag. Second, as a heroic spirit, I can't go against my original wish, to fulfill the dreams of my former self. And finally, let me say, I'm always mentally opposed to this, but I'm doing it anyway. Watching Red A walk away, Seiya couldn't help but snort. Hypocrite and hero, all in one. You really are my other half. Red A left with Rin Tosaka, while Seiya dismissed his corpse double and returned home. As usual, Sakura Matu and Taiga Fujimura were still there, waiting for him to finish dinner. After they'd eaten, before Sui even suggested that Sakura should stay the night again, Taiga got busy making up a bed in the next room, clearly determined to keep playing matchmaker to the end. Sui didn't say much. In the middle of the night, once the two of them were asleep, he got up and slipped into the storage room, gazing down at the floor in the corner, where a blurry magic circle could just be seen. This magic circle was the key to summoning heroic spirits into this world. In the original story, when Shiro Amiya was attacked, the magic circle activated on its own, summoning Saber, the swordswoman, the stoic king, Artoria Pendragon. She is the legendary figure who drew the sword from the stone, leader of the Knights of the Round Table, the eternal king of British lore, the undying hero, a female incarnation of King Arthur. Saber was the servant once summoned by Shiro's adoptive father, Kiritsugu Amiya, during the previous Holy Grail War. It's clear then that this self-operating magic circle, along with the sword sheath Avalon, buried within Shiro's body, were all backup measures left behind by Kiritsugu. So even though Shiro seemed to lack the talent for magecraft and never actively triggered the summoning, Saber appeared all the same. Yet, this manner of summoning placed severe restrictions on Saber. Because Shiro didn't understand the workings of magic and couldn't properly supply Saber with mana, the famously valiant and indomitable knight was left in a weakened state for quite some time. More often than not, she'd run out of energy halfway through a battle. But now everything had changed. With Sui taking over Shiro's role, the story would no longer unfold as it once did. Inside the warehouse, before the magic circle, Sui stretched out his hand and, like a self-conscious teenager, recited a cringeworthy incantation with full dramatic flair. I proclaim, let thine body heed my call, let my fate rest within thy hand. If thou wouldst obey the summons of the Holy Grail, if thou wouldst answer this will and reason, then come forth. Bound by 3 great words and 7 heavens, descend from the wheel of restraint. O guardian of the scales. These are the summoning words Rin Tosaka used to call Archer. So he wasn't sure if they were the same words for summoning Saber, but since it cost nothing to try, he gave a shot. As his theatrical performance came to an end, the magic circle on the ground began to shimmer with a gentle blue light. Soon after, a young girl emerged from within, a golden-haired warrior with a stubborn cowlick atop her head, petite in stature, clad in a blue tunic and shining silver armor. I have come in response to your summons, master. Please command me. From this moment, my sword is yours, and your fate shall be bound to mine. With this, our contract is sealed. A 54-centimeter-tall Saber stood before the 90-centimeter-tall Su Yi, vowing to protect him. A scene so jarringly mismatched that it bordered on surreal. At that moment, Su Yi lowered his gaze to the Saber before him, a smile curling on his lips. Welcome, Saber. So how about a spar? Saber, with an expression as calm and unreadable as ever, gave no reply. She was always the stoic type, her face betraying little, whether wounded or fighting to the death. But upon hearing Su Ye's words, she was clearly taken aback, a look of surprise flickering across her face. The Holy Grail War had raged for several centuries, fought through 4 or 5 cycles, and yet, never had anyone heard of the master challenging their newly summoned servant right from the outset. I understand, Saber said, gripping tightly an invisible longsword with both hands, her stance shifting instantly into one of unwavering vigilance. Master, are you questioning my abilities? Don't worry, I won't let you down. Take up your weapon, Master. I will prove the worth of my existence with my strength. Every heroic spirit is bound by unfulfilled obsessions. That is why they sign a contract with the world. Even if it means being eternally trapped in the cycle of reincarnation, they yearn for a chance to make a wish upon the Holy Grail. Saber was no exception. Until she fulfilled her wish, any challenger would have to be defeated, even if that person was her own master. What's more, as a female king, she was particularly sensitive to being underestimated because of her gender or stature. Sui picked up the long sword he had prepared earlier, but it was not out of doubt for Saber. Rather, it was out of respect. Standing before him appeared to be a schoolgirl. Yet she was a monarch who once carried an entire nation's fate upon her shoulders, a king who ultimately fell in battle for her country. For this reason alone, Sui felt she deserved his utmost respect. As for making up some excuse to drain his servant's mana, a rather strange idea, Sui had no such intentions. Granted, a Saber with abundant mana is never ideal. Only when her reserves are depleted and she requires magical restoration is she. Ahem. Reversing his grip on the sword, Sui cupped his hands in a formal salute. Please. Saber, following the knightly customs of her own era, returned the salute, then lunged forward, brandishing her invisible longsword. A sharp metallic clash rang out. Seiya's iron blade collided fiercely with the invisible Excalibur, the sword of promised victory. From just that single impact, Saber immediately sensed something was amiss. Her master, standing across from her, could not only clearly see the sword shrouded by the barrier of invisible air, but his strength was astonishing, on par with, if not surpassing, that of a berserker. Most baffling of all was that the sword in her opponent's hand appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary iron blade, and yet it withstood the might of Excalibur without shattering. Excalibur was no ordinary weapon. It was a noble phantasm, and not just any, but an A++ class artifact, forged from the hopes and dreams of mankind, crystallized within the planet itself. It was one of the ultimate divine weapons, the very embodiment of fantasy. How could such a mighty noble phantasm fail to cut through a mere iron sword? The sword in Seiya's hand, of course, was no ordinary iron blade. This weapon had a straight back and a single sharpened edge. Calling it a sword was a stretch. It was in fact more akin to a Tang Dao. But in the hands of Li Bai from Honor of Kings, it was simply called sword. Seiya hadn't commissioned a blacksmith to forge this blade. Instead, he used the projection magecraft ability he gained from Amiya Shiro, conjuring the poet immortal Li Bai's sword through magic. Then, with his magnetic manipulation powers, he further reinforced the sword's structure, granting it a strength that rivaled even noble phantasms. With such a formidable weapon, combined with Seiya's own immense power and the close combat skills amplified by countless abilities, it would be incredibly difficult for his opponent, Saber, to win, unless she unleashed her skills. And even if she did, hitting Seiya, who possessed a spider sense, would still be a tall order. So, from the very start, the outcome of this battle had already been decided. While Seiya and Saber clashed in the warehouse, the presence of their battle rippled through the city, reaching the other summoned servants and their masters. Within solemn churches, under the moonlit roofs of temples, and in shadowy underground chambers, one mage after another, and their heroic spirits, could not help but frown. Archer, in a grand manner reminiscent of a noble estate, Rin Tosaka suddenly sprang to her feet, turning to the ever-composed Red Archer by her side. Do you think that Lancer might have realized the witness survived, and is going back to finish the job? Should we check it out? Archer glanced at Rin with a subtle, knowing smile. You seem quite concerned about that classmate of yours. Rin's cheeks flushed at once. She shook her fists and denied it, flustered. In no way. He's just a little tall, a little handsome, with a decent figure. That's all. I don't care about him. Besides, Seiya was the boy Sakura Matu liked, and Sakura was Rin's own younger sister. That was why Rin had been keeping an eye on Seiya for quite some time. The more she watched, the more she realized her little sister had excellent taste. That's right, Sakura. I only care because Sakura likes him. I've never paid him any attention before, and his aura doesn't appeal to me at all. Yep, that's it. Having finally given herself a proper, reasonable excuse, Rin looked up at Archer, her eyes pleading. Archer, let's go check on him. If Seiya really dies, Sakura will be heartbroken. She's already suffered so much. I don't want her to be hurt again because of this. As for Archer, he had already sensed the reason behind the commotion through his mental link. But with Rin's earnest plea, he couldn't bring himself to refuse her. Moreover, this was originally one of his wishes as a heroic spirit. Let's go. Red Archer didn't waste any more words. Without hesitation, he scooped up Rin Tosaka in a bridal carry, leapt onto Newton's coffin lid, and soared into the night. Under the night sky, another figure could be seen sprinting in the direction of the Sui residence. It was a woman with long, flowing purple hair, dressed in a tight-fitting black mini-dress with purple trim that hugged her curves. Her legs were clad in tall, knee-high boots. With her voluptuous figure, at first glance, she looked every bit the part of a woman of the night. Yet, despite her appearance, this woman, like Red Archer, was riding on Newton's coffin lid, dashing through the city in a way that defied all logic. Clearly, even if she didn't match the stereotype, she was every bit as dangerous as she looked. Her name was Medusa. Like Saber, she had been summoned as a heroic spirit, and her class was Rider. So he had never quite figured out why Medusa was designated as Rider. For one thing, she had no mouth. For another, she lacked the usual censorship that might have explained the title. Perhaps the Rider class didn't refer to her directly, but to her master? Originally, Medusa served as Sakura Matu's servant. In appearance, Sakura seemed harmless and gentle, yet she, too, was one of the 7 masters in this Holy Grail war. However, not long after Medusa was summoned, Zoken Matu forced her transfer to that fool, Shinji Matu. Thus, it was the seaweed-haired Shinji who actually participated in the Holy Grail war. Similarly, perhaps due to Sui's suggestion to let Sakura stay the night, or maybe for some other reason, The incident from the original story, in which Sakura was violated by Shinji, had not occurred. Now, Medusa was carrying out reconnaissance on behalf of Shinji, observing the battle between heroic spirits. The spearman, Kuchulin, who had appeared during the day, was nowhere to be seen this time, for reasons unknown. As Red Archer and Medusa made their way toward the Sui household, Sui became aware of their approach through his psychic link. Saber. After sending Saber flying with a single sword strike, Sui straightened up, his expression grave. That's enough. We can stop here. By now, the two of them had been fighting for over 10 minutes. Across from him, the inner lining of Saber's armor was soaked through with sweat, and she was gasping for breath, her shoulders rising and falling with every inhale. Not yet. I haven't proven myself. I can still fight. Saber wasn't stubborn by nature, but being so easily defeated by her own master was hard for her to accept. Combined with the massive drain of magical energy, her body's state had suffered. The overall impression she gave was that of someone utterly possessed by her desire to win. She leaned on her sword, head bowed, her bangs covering her eyes. Even the stubborn cowlick on her head seemed to have lost its spirit. I have to win the Holy Grail War. I must go back. Seeing this stubborn, unyielding look on her face, Sui couldn't help but shake his head. Strong willpower is admirable, but you also need to recognize reality. The reality is your stamina and mana are already too depleted for you to keep challenging me. Besides, I can sense that a servant is preparing to ambush us. Are you sure you want to keep going? A servant? Saber's head shot up in an instant. The confusion in her eyes faded, replaced by a flash of clarity. Only then did she remember. She hadn't come here to fight with her own master, but to defeat the other masters and servants, to claim the ultimate victory in the Holy Grail War. From this perspective, the stronger her master was, the greater her chance to win in the end, wasn't it? Although winning by doing nothing went against her code as a knight, as long as she could achieve victory, everything would be worth it. And defeating the other servants would be another chance to prove her strength to her master. All right, Saber agreed without hesitation and tried to stand, but her legs gave way and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Sui reacted swiftly, catching her in his arms just in time. Are you all right? Sui held Saber up with both hands, just like Red Archer had done with Rin Tosaka, a classic princess carry. I'm fine. Put me down. Saber was no Rin Tosaka, who could allow Red Archer to hold her without protest. Even though she had become a girl, she was still King Arthur of Britain, the hero who led her country to greatness, not some canary to be sheltered in a gilded cage. Unfortunately, Suye's strength was overwhelming. She simply couldn't break free. At that moment, Suye's deep, magnetic voice resonated softly beside her. Don't struggle. Your mana is completely spent. How do you expect to fight like this? With sheer stubbornness. Saber acted as if she hadn't heard him and kept struggling. I'm a servant. Even if I have to expend every last drop of mana, even if I fall on the battlefield, my sword will not rest. But dying on the battlefield isn't your goal. What you need to do is seize every chance and win the final victory. Only then can your wish come true, isn't that right? With that, Saber froze, her resistance halted by his words. He was right. To fulfill her wish, she was willing to make a pact with the world itself, to become a heroic spirit at the cost of eternal reincarnation. Compared to that, being carried by her master was hardly a sacrifice at all. But why the embrace? If a servant runs out of magical energy, shouldn't the master just use magecraft to help replenish it? Saber was still puzzled when she suddenly saw Su Ye's face rapidly enlarge in her field of vision. MMPH. The moment his lips met hers, Saber nearly let out an indignant protest. Her eyes flew wide open, and she instinctively braced her arms, ready to push him away. But just then, a voice echoed in her mind. Don't struggle. I'm restoring your mana. The other servants will be here any second. This is the fastest and most effective way. Don't resist. Focus and feel it. Mana restoration. Yes, that was what this was. Sui had provoked Saber, riling her up to fight him, all just to set the stage for this moment. Ahem. Strictly speaking, servants exist in a spiritual form. As long as they have magical energy, they can continue to fight without end. Yet Sui, a half-baked magus, hadn't mastered the technique of transferring mana over a distance. So he could only resort to this most primitive, but also most effective, method. Of course, Sui was a man of integrity, pure, principled, above any base desire. He was conducting this mana restoration strictly as an academic exercise, nothing more. As for wandering hands or any untoward behavior, such things would never happen. After all, Saber was clad head to toe in heavy armor, with layers of thick padding beneath. Even if Sui had tried anything, What could he possibly do? Listening to his tone and seeing the earnest look on his face, Saber found herself thinking she might have overreacted, that perhaps she was making a mountain out of a molehill. Between master and servant, mana restoration was, after all, an ordinary affair. It was just that her master, in pursuit of efficiency, had chosen a rather aggressive method. Well, maybe it was understandable, or so she tried to convince herself, but no, not at all. Saber, after all, was a young woman from the early Middle Ages. She might lack experience with romance, but she still had her own thoughts and reservations. Having someone suddenly press their lips to hers, she simply couldn't accept it, not just like that. But just as she readied herself to resist, a surge of immense magical energy suddenly burst through her, flooding her body. In that instant, the overwhelming force of mana was like a river in spring, thousands upon thousands of powerful currents coursing within her. Endless, unstoppable. In that moment, Saber became like a salmon surging upstream, invigorated and brimming with power. Well now, back to full power, good as new. As Saber reveled in the sensation of magic coursing through her veins, Seiya let go and stepped back, regarding her with an appreciative smile. With that polite, utterly serious expression, you'd almost believe all he'd done was offer her a simple, innocent embrace. Saber tightened her grip on the hilt of the sword of promised victory, but in the end, she could only abandon the thought of swinging her sword. After all, this was her own master. Though the method was a bit extreme, it was ultimately an efficient way to replenish her mana. Thank you, Master. I'm feeling much better now, but let's not do that again next time. With her magical energy restored, Saber once more assumed the air of an iron-blooded queen, the kind who had spent years waging battles on distant fields. The other servants will be here any minute. If we don't want this place destroyed, we'd better go out and face them. You're absolutely right. Seiya nodded, then pointed in the direction where Red Archer and Rin Tosaka were approaching. You take that side. Leave the other side to me. Master, BCA. Out of habit, Saber started to call out and tell Seiya to be careful. But halfway through, she remembered her master was even stronger than she was as a servant. So, she simply fell silent. Then, I'm heading out. With that, Saber stepped outside and, in a flash, charged into the fray. This battle had to be won. She couldn't let her master look down on her any longer. Meanwhile, Seiya changed into his Batman gear and turned his gaze toward the direction from which Medusa was arriving. A rider, huh? No mount? That's all right. Maybe, before long, you'll become the mount yourself.